Here it comes. As the truth slowly unfolds, the celestial path in this direction becomes more mysterious. In the previous episode, because you decided to completely break ties with the sect, suddenly the sky outside was filled with thunderclouds, and a force of destruction poured down from the sky, causing everyone present to bend at the waist. As the antagonist, you are naturally the most aware, able to sense the destructive intent of that thunder. The celestial path feels threatened by your determination. However, you face this scene without a trace of fear. I'm not afraid of death, so why would I fear your threats now? In that moment, you activated the transcendent aura and the original celestial demon body to the extreme. The sky, originally covered in dark clouds, also changed, with half of the thick thunderclouds being forcefully dispersed. Half of the sky was filled with thunderclouds, while the other half shone with golden light. This transcendent aura briefly breaks free from the control of the celestial path, and even faintly suppresses the celestial path, but this requires powerful spiritual energy to sustain. At this moment, you no longer pretended, and the power of the distracted period burst out directly, and the ancient heavy pupils reappeared in your eyes. A mysterious aura appeared on your body, allowing everyone in the great hall to feel a strange sense of suppression. At the same time, you opened your mouth and said word by word, "The heavy pupils were originally invincible. Why borrow the bones of others again? Do I need that bone? Master, you really underestimate your eldest disciple. Don't talk about the supreme bone, even if the chaos body comes. I don't care. You want to talk about my crimes, right? Fine, let's talk about it now." After that, you pointed to one of the many young disciples. "You, come here." The latter trembled when she saw you pointing at her. Before the others could react, the female disciple was directly brought in front of you. "What did you say?" "I was attracted to your beauty, and even your mother's beauty. I forced you but you refused to comply, and your parents even chose to end their lives because of this humiliation, right?" The female disciple's eyes began to dodge, and her speech became stuttered. "Speak!" you roared, scaring the female disciple, who quickly said with a pale face, "Why yes, that's right, good. You laughed in anger, then used your other hand to grab the female disciple's head. Accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, the female disciple let out a heart-wrenching scream. Immediately, a scene appeared before everyone: soul extraction and refining. This cruel technique is recorded in every sect. After all, as cultivators, sometimes special methods are needed to uncover the truth. Ripples of transparency burst from the female disciple's spiritual platform, followed by her memories emerging. In the scene, because you had always been helpful and appeared whenever anyone was in danger as the senior brother of the younger generation, the female disciple found a reason to bring you over, frequently trying to seduce you under the guise of seeking guidance in cultivation. However, you were not interested in her and even patiently advised her that the path of cultivation must be righteous, and straying from the right path would lead to no good. Several consecutive failures made the female disciple resentful, and she thought of a more malicious way, which was to drug you. She and her mother were waiting in the room, ready to take advantage once the opportunity arose. Without waiting for the opportunity with you, they unexpectedly encountered the female disciple's father. He drank the hot tea prepared for you as soon as he entered the room. This mistake was not a big deal, but the mother and daughter were both waiting in the room. The result turned into a tragedy. When her father regained consciousness, he realized his grave mistake and in a fit of anger, he directly killed the female disciple's mother and left with regret, leaving only the female disciple behind. When you arrived, she shamelessly asked you to keep it a secret. All these scenes were witnessed by everyone in the Great Hall. It was simply a case of harming others but ending up being harmed. After the playback of the scene was completed, you let out a cold laugh and then directly struck a palm, causing the woman to die on the spot. The hall was quiet, and no one knew what to say. But at this moment, you were still unsatisfied, reaching out to grab another person. Who was the disciple whose resources were taken by the Holy Sun and whose legs were broken? He was almost scared to tears when he saw the fate of the female disciple, but you didn't have the leisure to ask him about the real situation, and used soul extraction once again. The scene appeared again in the eyes of the people in the hall. This time, the scene was clear. The male disciple was lucky to obtain a treasure from a ruin. The innocents suffer for the guilty, and not long after, several monks came looking for him, claiming to be followers of the Holy Sun, wanting to take the treasure for the Holy Sun. The result was obvious: the male disciple refused and had his legs broken, and the treasure was taken. The scene abruptly ended. This scene left everyone puzzled. The previous incident could be considered a setup, but this time it was different. The monks who stole the treasure in the scene were clearly followers of the Holy Sun. You did not explain why you captured another person to extract their soul and refine their spirit, and it was done by the followers of the Holy Sun, one after another, 4 or 5 of them, all done by the Holy Sun's followers to please the Holy Sun. Enough! Just as you were planning to capture another person, the aura of the Saint Mo Siang suddenly appeared and directly saved the disciple in your hands. Those ice crystal-like eyes stared directly at you. The first person was not your fault, and she was framed by you. But what about the remaining few? Why did you use that method of extracting souls and refining spirits on them? Even if they recover, their minds will be clouded. Is this how you treat your fellow disciples? And aren't those who committed wrongs your followers? As a teacher, I have seen those followers entering and leaving your Tianqiong Peak. What do you have to say about that? Hearing this series of questioning from Mo Siang, Zi Xiao was not at all flustered, and had a sneer on his face. That's right, my Master Admiral. They are indeed my attendants. Then I would like to ask you, and all of you mountain lords, a rhetorical question now. Where are the attendants? Where are my attendants? The crowd froze at this statement. Yeah, it was inevitable that a holy son would have an entourage. After all, the position of the holy son was, if there were no surprises in the future, the right choice for the holy lord. It's only natural that some would want to follow him. There was no lack of disciples and elders among them. Chapter 17, The Heavenly Chance Lock. But the Holy Son had been in the middle of the Heavenly Vault Peak for so many years without coming out. Those attendants were also all driven away by the Holy Son, who intended to seal the mountain and lock the hall. Heavenly Vault Peak had been so many years, but there was only one Saint's Son. Thinking about this, not to mention those young disciples, even one of the elders and mountain lords with high cultivation levels had chills running down their backs. A bunch of non-existent people doing evil in the name of the sun? Could anything be more outrageous and bizarre? Mo Xiang's eyes were even more beautiful, and her entire body leaned against the ice crystal chair as if she had lost her strength. To say that the person who was most familiar with Zi Xiao was definitely her master. Since a few years ago, after Zi Xiao had closed herself off in the Heavenly Vault Peak, she had never come out again. At the very beginning, Mo Xiang was angry with her, and even took the initiative to travel to the Sky Vault Peak, wanting to forcefully bring out this unproductive great disciple. Every time she arrived out of the blue, she was most aware of how many people there were on top of Heavenly Vault Peak. Moreover, some of the outer and inner sect elders as well as disciples who used to follow Zi Xiao were all dismissed by Zi Xiao. He was practically a bare-bones Saint's Son now. Not to mention his entourage, there wasn't even a maid in the entire Saint's Son Hall. And where are those attendants who helped the Son in his work? No! Yuan Tianji's master jumped out again, only to see his sleeve robe waving. A disciple was absorbed into his hands. The method of extracting the soul and refining the spirit was used. That disciple's divine soul was extracted. In the picture, this disciple was the one who was being mercilessly plundered of his resources by the Holy Son's entourage. I recognize this person. He's a disciple of the Elder of the Purple Bamboo Peak. Where is Elder Ling of Purple Bamboo Peak? Upon hearing the shouts, an old man in fancy clothes slowly walked out from the crowd. His eyes were cloudy, and he couldn't tell that this was a cultivator in the slightest. Humph, Ling Yundu, you condone your disciples to act as a tiger. Do you know the sin? When Yuan Tianji's master said that he was asking about Ling Yundu, he was actually still talking about Zi Xiao. After all, it goes without saying that the word devouring the tiger is not necessary to say, and who the spearhead points to is understood by everyone present. The old man is guilty. Elder Ling's voice was low and hoarse, as if his throat had been slashed by a sharp instrument, and some of the elders in the Great Hall as well as the mountain lords frowned. This Elder Ling they were familiar with. When he was young, he was also a heavenly pride, and the disciples he took in were naturally amongst men. After that disciple followed the Saint's Son, it was as if the master and disciple duo had disappeared in the sect. Now that they met again but did not expect, this Ling Yundu is simply very different from before. Spirit of the wind Ling Yundu, this sentence is not simply say, this shaped like a withered look in the end what is going on. Yuan Tianji's master didn't care that much. Seeing that Elder Ling admitted his guilt, he coldly snorted and continued, since you know you're guilty, why don't you hurry up and let that disciple of yours come out and tell the crowd just how Zi Xiao he threatened to persecute these fellow disciples. The old man is incompetent. If you want to punish me, my disciple. Ha! When mentioning his disciple, Elder Ling's face looked like he was crying or smiling, and his expression was chilling. What words this is? Since the guilty, of course we should let the main culprit come out to admit his mistake. What's more, the matter of the Holy Son has not yet been clarified. Your disciple wants to evade it? Can't it be that he is using the death closure to shirk? That's right. I've never heard of a substitute disciple confessing to a crime. Where is the mountain master of the Purple Bamboo Peak? The elders amongst your peaks are so biased. Are you still not coming out to meet them? The Tianqian Holy Land had thousands of peaks, and except for special peaks, the rest all had their own mountain masters, followed by elders. The lord of a peak, with such a thing happening in his peak, should rightfully come forward. Ling Yundu spoke once again. Alright, you guys don't need to look. My purple bamboo peak doesn't have a mountain lord right now. What? Now? Not to mention Yuan Tianji's master teacher. The other mountain lords and elders were also shocked. If something happened to the head of a peak, it would be notified by the entire clan. And now Ling Yundu said that their Zizhu peak was without a mountain head. How could this be possible? But they had never heard of it before. Yundu, what the hell is going on? What happened to Yuntin? The Supreme Elder finally opened his mouth. And with this intimate call, it was clear that he and Ling Yundu were acquainted with each other. When the latter saw the Supreme Elder stand out, the expression on his face first twisted for a while, then calmed down, and his entire person emitted a deadly aura. Supreme Elder, Sacred Lord, and fellow disciples, you may not believe me when I say it, but a few moments ago, I had forgotten all about our Purple Bamboo Peaks Mountain Master as well as that disciple of mine. I don't know why, but my spiritual platform is so clouded that I clearly remember everything that happened that day, but I just can't tell you guys about it. Big brother, now I finally understand what you had me do that for in the first place. Ha 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 ha. Ling Yundu was in a state of insanity, obviously laughing, but he was shedding tears. Ling Yundu, Ling Yunting were originally the nephews of the Supreme Elder, and he was certainly familiar with the two. Now that he saw Ling Yundu in this state, he hurriedly dodged and arrived in front of him, soft spiritual energy coming out through his body, directly wrapping Ling Yundu in it. Not long after, Ling Yundu also calmed down and bowed to the Supreme Elder. Many thanks, Senior. I'm fine now. It's good that it's alright. Yundu, what did you mean by those words just now? Why don't you still tell us quickly? Upon hearing this, Ling Yundu nodded, and then pulled out a sealed memory crystal from his bosom, which had several chains on it, as well as a lock. A ghostly light emanated from above that chain, and most importantly, that memory crystal was covered in cracks. Is that the Tenki lock? Using the heavenly chance lock to seal a memory crystal? Is this Elder Ling crazy? The people above the Great Hall, other than those young disciples, were all people with high cultivation. How could they not recognize the goods? The chains as well as the locks on top of the memory crystals were clearly a powerful magic treasure. This was the reward of the people of the older generation at the time of the sect competition, and at that time, Ling Yunting was the winner, and this heavenly chance lock naturally fell into his hands. Tianji lock. Lock Tianji, as the name suggests, as long as the lock is given by this lock, even if you are a Tianji Taoist who calculates the heavenly chances, it is impossible to find the things or people that are blocked by it. However, it did not occur to me that this famous heavenly chance lock was actually used to lock a small memory crystal. Ling Yundu ignored the crowd's surprise and carefully chanted the spell silently, accompanied by a clicking sound. The heavenly chance lock was opened, but a shocking scene appeared. Just after this heavenly chance lock was unlocked, it turned into powder and floated away in the air. Such a supreme treasure was broken, but Ling Yundu didn't have any hint of heartache. Instead, he carefully checked the memory crystal and breathed a long sigh of relief when he realized that it could still be used. Chapter 18 Weird and Unsettling. Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, Ling Yundu opened the memory crystal. The image was also clearly reflected in everyone's eyes, only to see the cave. A young disciple at this time is kneeling on the ground, eyes white, the body of the spiritual energy restless. If not that disciple has a large array of isolation around, I'm afraid that he would have exploded and died. The crowd, who had long ago read the memories of the other disciple from before, instantly recognized that this person was none other than the Holy Sun's follower, the disciple of Ling Yundu, and beside that disciple, an old man's hands were constantly intertwining, and the Tao spiritual energy gushed into the formation, forcibly calming down that disciple's restless spiritual energy. Ling Yunting? Someone who knew the old man well called out his name. It turned out that he was the mountain lord of the Purple Bamboo Peak, Ling Yunting, who was also Ling Yundu's own brother. Right at this moment, the sweating Ling Yunting spoke up. Yundu, you must properly document the image and seal it with the heavenly chance lock. Find a chance to hand it over to senior uncle in the future. Brother, what the hell is going on? The one holding the memory crystal was none other than Ling Yundu, who was recording the images in the cave at that moment, anxiously inquiring as he did so. It's too late to explain too much. We have all been deceived. The heavenly Tao is unkind. Unkind, Ling Yunting roared, but a large mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth. The blood was hecka black. It was because of the black blood spitting out of his mouth and such a pause in his efforts that the formation's afterburner was insufficient, causing the disciple inside to scream out in misery. Ah! Master! Save me! Save me! Seeing his beloved disciple in such misery, Ling Yundu tried to step forward to help, only to be slapped away by Ling Yunting. No coming over. Click here for. In just a breath's time, cracks actually appeared on that disciple's body. His face had turned a miserable white color, and his limbs were even bizarrely twisted together. Boo! That disciple's body issued an explosive sound, followed by countless black threads breaking out of that crack. Mouth, nose, ears in these places were not spared. There were more and more black threads, gradually wrapping that disciple into a large cocoon. Just as Ling Yundu was worried about his beloved disciple, he suddenly turned his head to look. The mountain lord of the purple bamboo peak, his elder brother at some point, actually had cracks appearing above his body as well. Yundu, don't forget what I said. Keep the memory crystals. Even if you forget, it doesn't matter. Sooner or later, one day, you will remember this matter. To that time, tell them, don't. Click here. Before Ling Yunting even finished speaking, his body began to gradually disintegrate. Just like that disciple, countless black threads drilled out, and at the last moment, Ling Yunting waved his big hand. Spiritual energy blasted Ling Yundu straight out of the cave. I don't know how long it took, but Ling Yundu leisurely turned around and saw the memory crystals on the ground in front of him. Seemingly thinking of something, he hurriedly took out the Tianji lock from his storage ring and completely blocked the entire memory crystal. The scene came to an abrupt halt. What the? Is that? Ling Yunting, he's really dead? And that disciple? What exactly happened to them? This bizarre and ominous aura. What on earth is Ling Yunting going to tell us in the end? The crowd was shocked at what had happened to Ling Yunting and that disciple, and only Zishao stood still. After that image was played out just now, he was able to clearly feel that it was as if he was carrying a mountain on his body, and that horrifying pressure caused the chi-si in his body to almost collapse directly. If it wasn't for the primordial heavenly demon body emitting wisps of demonic might at the last moment to stabilize it, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to hold out at all. The heavenly Tao backfires? Surely this is the truth. But why is the heavenly Tao that weird and ominous? Even if he hadn't seen the heavenly Tao, but having read so many novels in his previous life, Zishao knew that even if the heavenly Tao wasn't full of vast and righteousness, it definitely shouldn't have turned into what it is today. Or is this the way heaven sanctions those who discover secrets? What the hell is going on here? The Supreme Elder opened his mouth to inquire in shock. Facing those black threads or hairs? In the face of those things, he was unable to resist at all. He was at the realm of the Sage King, and had even vaguely touched the realm of the Supreme Being, such that he actually developed a feeling of weakness in his legs? How could he not be appalled? Supreme Elder, Sacred Lord, and fellow disciples, I am able to ascertain one thing, and that is, that my disciple was not the one who went ahead to victimize the disciples as the Sacred Son had entrusted him to do. And after that victimization of the fellow disciples, my indomitable disciple began to undergo a mutation. And after he came to his senses, he once said that the Saint's Son had opened his mouth several times to keep them away from him, but he had always wanted to follow the Saint's Son, and as a result, he had inadvertently learned that one of his disciples had obtained a secret treasure. The Sacred Son once told him that only when the clan is strong is it truly strong. So under normal circumstances, he should have chosen to be happy for it, but as a result, for some unknown reason, he suddenly wanted to offer that secret treasure to the Sacred Son. My indomitable disciple said that the feeling was unusually strong, as if someone was compelling him to go. You all know what happened afterward. That disciple of mine snatched the secret treasures of the sect's disciples under the name of Saint Sun. Ling Yunda's words had caused the crowd to destroy all three views. After half a day of the whole thing, the Holy Sun hadn't let the man grab the secret treasure at all, and it was the man who didn't know what kind of compulsion he was under that made him do so. Many people stood out, all of them having relations with some of the followers of the once Holy Sun. Now after Ling Yundu said these things, their dusty memories are also revealed. In the end, when they will be close to their own people to forget? For a while, there was a lot of noise in the Great Hall. Some people laugh like crazy, others cry until they are hoarse. All the talk centered around the sun. Mo Xiang, Luo Tingxian, and Lin Knight, the three people who were related to Zi Shao, then looked at him with complicated gazes. Turns out he didn't do any of those things. His own group had misunderstood Zi Shao all along. Mo Xiang's delicate body trembled slightly. My apprentice, what the hell is he fighting against? Who the hell is behind the curtain? To actually be able to be so powerful and unknowingly infest the entire clan. As the son of heaven's destiny, Lin Knight's eyes were even more filled with guilt and horror. In that case, he had been misunderstanding the eldest brother who had treated him gently. One must know that when he had just been initiated, eldest senior brother that really did not have any second thoughts about him, even the master, was far inferior to eldest senior brother's care for him. Chapter 19, I'm quitting the clan. I'll be damned. Lin Knight gritted his teeth and looked at Zi Shao, his eyes turning red, because he remembered the scene that Zi Shao had once treated him with, and even at that time, he was thinking that although Zi Shao was his senior brother, he treated him no differently than his own brother. Even back when he had tried to be brave and broke into the secret realm and was being chased, eldest brother had even directly protected him with all his might. And that time Lin Knight clearly remembered that in order to break the back, eldest brother had been bombarded by Mahayana stage cultivators. Although he was lucky to come back alive, he almost lost all his cultivation. It was such a top-heavy and protective senior brother that he actually doubted him. Even if you pleaded for it before, eldest brother was able to lay down his life to protect him. Why couldn't he himself protect him without a brain? Damn it! It even occurred to me that eldest senior brother was going to go after his supreme bone, but it was just a piece of bone. If eldest senior brother really wanted it, then give it to him. Lin Knight's fists were clenched because he resented his selfish weakness. Luo Tingxian similarly looked at Zi Xiao with a complicated expression. The Grand Master of the Holy Lord's lineage. At the time of her initiation, the eldest senior brother who had taken her to travel thousands of mountains and protected her from harm and worry. Since when did he and big brother have such a long distance? So it was herself. Was she the one who pushed eldest brother away? Nope. And what about elder Gongsun Ming? Could that have been wrongly accused as well? As well as forcing himself to marry him. Luo Tingxuan's mood was getting more and more complicated. So complicated that she didn't even know what kind of feeling she had for Zixiao at this moment. Mo Yuxiang looked at the great disciple who was like a demon and murmured out, "Shower, Master." Wait. Just as Mo Yuxiang wanted to say something, Zixiao didn't give her the chance but directly interrupted her. Should have been able to prove these things by now, right? By the way, there's one more thing. Zixiao looked towards Luo Tingxian as well as Lin Knight with a smile on his face. Senior brother and sister, it's time to make things clear between the three of you and me. Ta. Zixiao slowly walked up to the two, while Lin Knight and Luo Tingxian subconsciously avoided Zixiao's gaze. However, Zixiao did not choose to let the two go, but instead spoke directly. Junior sister, let me ask you one thing. Regarding the marriage contract, have I ever personally forced you to do half of it? No. It's just that my so-called entourage went and spoke out about forcing you, and you put this big hatchet on my head without even asking me for proof, right? Available. Stop. Luo Tingxian anxiously wanted to open her mouth to explain something, but was blocked by one of Zixiao's hands. I ask. You answer. I'll ask you one more time. Was it me who took the initiative to ask for this matter of the marriage contract? At those words, Luo Tingxian chose to remain silent. She seemed to have suddenly remembered that the reason why the two would have a marriage contract was because she had begged her own master day and night to facilitate it when she was small. How could this be forgotten? Since when did she feel that the matter of the marriage contract was forced upon her by eldest brother, rather than her taking the initiative to ask her master to fulfill herself? Childhood memories continued to pound Luo Tingxuan's sea of consciousness, but Zixiao simply didn't give her too much time to think. Instead, she continued to speak. Senior sister, since you keep saying that it's me who is forcing you, then from today onwards, you and I will no longer have any relationship, and the matter of the marriage contract will be null and void. No way. I don't agree. Luo Tingxian, however, droned at this time. She remembered. This marriage contract was the result of how long she had begged her master for. How could she give it up? Disagree? Oh, Zixiao let out a cold laugh. You're the one who said I forced myself, and now you're the one who disagrees? There is no such thing under the sky. The reason why the current Zixiao would be this desperate was because he had discovered a fact that made him a little disheartened. That's Ling Yundu. Ling Yundu, as the mountain lord of the purple bamboo peak, had indeed forgotten those things after the deaths of his own elder brother as well as his disciples, but he had also said that there had been countless times when he had broken through his memories midway through the years, only he didn't have the means to put things into perspective. That is to say, the bonds of the heavenly Tao are not unbreakable, and once a person's will transcends the limits, then it is possible to break the bonds. And what about those closest to you? Have master and sister ever broken the bonds of the cage? No, not once. Or maybe the two of them hadn't even thought about it that way and had already characterized him. Since this was the case, what else was there to say? Anyway, Zixiao he had already decided to jump out of this so-called plot. After finishing the matter of Luo Tingxian, Zixiao looked at Lin Knight, the son of heaven's destiny, with whom he had once actually naively wanted to join forces. In hindsight, he's a real idiot. Senior brother Lin, there should be no need to talk about what happened between us, right? It seems like you should have remembered by now? Big brother. Lin Knight trembled. His nails had dug into his fists, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Zixiao's heart then muttered. Of course he could see Lin Knight's state, and now he was a little worried that this heaven's destined son wouldn't let himself be played out, right? And how would the heavenly Tao mend Lin Knight? Or just kill me? If you can't fix the problem, fix the person who made the problem? This conjecture was a bit alarming to Zixiao. Although he wanted to jump out of the chess game, he also wanted to live until he died. Forget it, point blank. After all, this senior brother Lin Knight's character was still quite good. It's not because he's a wimp. Zishao turned towards Mo Yuxiang, the person he cared about the most in this world. Mastermind. Mo Yuxiang looked at her eldest disciple, and a wave of pain surged through her heart. What the hell had she done before? Shower. You can say whatever you want, and master will do it for you, when really anything is asked for. Seriously. Mo Yuxiang nodded firmly. This great disciple of his had never changed, but had suffered a lot of aggravation, and for several long years, the position of the Holy Son was certainly his, and likewise, he himself would do his utmost to fulfill whatever request he had, or even. Once upon a time, Zishao followed Mo Yuxiang's side and always spoke in that teasing tone. Master, I want to see your true face under the veil, but every time, she was put off by Mo Yuxiang. Now if Zishao still wants to make this request, she will. Senior, I want to quit the sect, I promise. Mo Yuxiang's eyes widened as if she was hallucinating and mishearing. And at this time, Zishao once again opened his mouth and repeated, Master, I want to withdraw from the sect, and I also ask that Master expel me from the sect. Chapter 20, Requesting the Master's Fulfillment. The elders and mountain lords in the Great Hall did the same. If Zishao was still being misunderstood, then everyone understood that Zishao would be so angry. But now the misunderstanding on Zishao had been solved. Even Mo Yuxiang uttered the words, I'll fulfill any request you have. Prior to this, but no one has ever been able to obtain this grace. The Holy Son is also counted as the first one. The situation is a good situation. Why Zishao will be at this time said to withdraw from the clan? Mo Yuxiang's pair of beautiful eyes stared tightly at Zishao. You, what did you say? Zishao kindly spoke again. I said that I'm going to quit the sect, and I'm also going to ask my master to expel me from the sect. All the people in the hall had also heard Zishao's words and looked at each other for a moment. If a person of outstanding talent like Zishao was kicked out of the sect after being splashed with dirty water, then the name of the Tianqian sacred ground would presumably resonate through the 9 heavens and 10 earths in a different way. Which young talent would still dare to worship your Tianqian Holy Land? After all, even the Holy Lord's disciples suffered such treatment. Shower, I understand the resentment in your heart. This matter is the fault of the master. Should not listen to the, hey, alright. Zishao directly interrupted Mo Yuxiang's words with impatience. I no longer want to pursue whose fault it is, but right now I am left with only one idea, and that is to leave this place. Master has said before, no matter what I say, you will agree. Is it possible, now, to want to be the one who goes back on his word? In the face of Zishao's inquiry, Mo Yuxiang choked. She did say that she would fulfill whatever Zishao requested to come, but the only thing that didn't occur to him was that he would ask to leave the clan. Purple sky. Just as Mo Yuxiang was at a loss for words, the Supreme Elder made a flash and arrived in front of Zishao, speaking with a guilty tone. This matter is indeed the clan's fault, but as you can also see, even just now, your master teacher has been protecting you. He did bail me out? One of the two. Master chose someone else, didn't he? The Supreme Elder was also embarrassed on the spot. Before that, Mo Yuxiang was indeed troubled by a difficult problem. That is, Zishao as well as Lin Knight, two people who she wanted to go to protect. Yuan Tinju's master teacher's use of this plan of Yang is really fantastic. For the sake of that inexplicable thought in her heart, Mo Yuxiang chose Lin Knight to become a holy son, not wanting to gamble on whether or not Zishao would go and dig up Lin Knight's bones. The people present have all heard this, and now even if Mo Yuxiang wants to explain, she can't do it. Shower, do you have to be like this? Mo Yuxiang's voice carried a few tremors. She really couldn't imagine what would become of Zishao after she left the sect. The previous misunderstanding, anger, and slander, all kinds of negative emotions all pressed on the body of Zishao. In addition to having to deal with the disbelief of her fellow disciples as well as her master, Zishao even had to face those inexplicable enemies alone. This disciple of his own, he is too bitter. Mo Yuxiang was this distressed about Zishao, while the latter was humming in her heart. P greater than over equal to W less than over equal to Q. Looks like I'm finally leaving this whirlwind. As a member of the army of travelers, if he was not able to live until he died, it would simply be too sorry for his identity. And if he continued to stay in this Tianqian sacred ground, who knew what would await him in the future? Now that the transcendent aura as well as the primordial heavenly demon body were used in unison, it was only then that they managed to block off the heaven and earth of the main hall, preventing the heavenly Tao from influencing what was happening in it. Otherwise, as early as when Ling Yunde took out the memory crystal, it was expected that the heavenly Tao would have sent down a punishment and directly buried the truth in the earth. Didn't you see what happened to Ling Yunting and that follower disciple? Thinking of those two people covered in cracks and wrapped in black silk threads made Zishao feel a wave of nausea. That kind of death he didn't want to try. So taking advantage of the system's departure, it was best for him to follow suit. This so-called villain is whoever he wants to be. Zishao turned his gaze to Yuan Tianji, who was still too immersed in shock to wake up. Seems like this kid is the one. Speaking out against the son of heaven's destiny, he himself possessed a notable background in strength. The master and disciple were not only pulling the hatred of the son of heaven's destiny, they were pulling the hatred of those close to the son of heaven's destiny, dancing around on their faces. Aren't such people born villains? Even just now, when Zishao looked at Yuan Tianji's face, what he thought in his mind was, why doesn't this so-called villain system just fall on his body? Mou Xiang, that pair of water like ice eyes staring at Zishao, as if the next moment will shed tears. Iceberg Saint, because Zishao at this time began to melt. If it is usual, I guess Zishao will immediately go forward to agree to each other's all requests. But now it was different. Zishao had already made up her mind. If you continue to stay in this so-called plot, there are 10 lives that are not enough for Ho-Ho. Compared to beauty, it seems to be more important than one's own little life. Thinking of this, Zishao once again spoke. Please also ask the master. No, please also ask the Holy Lord to fulfill. The tone of his voice was full of firmness, with no hint of moderation. No. At this time, Mou Xiang opened her mouth, but that tone of voice made people fall down, which still has the meaning of what Iceberg Saint Master, that tone of voice is clearly like a little girl, began to capricious up. Even though Zishao had already prepared himself, he couldn't help but be distracted when he heard his own master's tone. But he came back to his senses in an instant. Sacred Lord, once a teacher, always a father. I understand that you don't want me to leave the sect because you've devoted all your efforts to cultivating me. How about this? I will return all of my cultivation to you. Of course, I know that this is still far from enough. The kindness of knowing you and the kindness of raising you. These two kinds of kindness, I can't pay back for the rest of my life. So whatever you ask for, I'll do my best to fulfill it. Zishao stood on top of the great hall. His voice seemed to penetrate the hearts of everyone in the hall. The saint's son in their holy land, who was invincible to the younger generation, was clearly disappointed in them, in the entire clan. Come to think of it, if they were treated like this by everyone in the sect, they probably wouldn't be any better than the saint's son. The current crowd had no room to interrupt at all, and those young disciples were even more ashamed to drill inside the ground. Think about how much care was given to them by their former big brother, and what have they really done nowadays? Have not personally seen the big brother to do evil, but resolutely stood out slander big brother. They simply deserve to die. Luo Tingxian, who was a junior sister, was even more pale. She hadn't expected things to develop like this. Just now, remembering everything, she had already regretted it, and still had the kind of remorse that hurt her heart. And now that she heard that eldest senior brother was going to quit the sect, she simply hated to kill herself. Chapter 21, I'm retiring from this clan. Mou Xiang was even more so. The memories of what had been were eating away at this saint's heart. Years ago, Zishao, her eldest disciple, opened his mouth to her as if in jest. Master, if one day your beloved disciple is an enemy of the whole world, will you believe me? Shower, are you having a nightmare? Why did you suddenly say something like that? Oops, master, will you just answer me? If it really turns out like that, will you believe me? Since I am your master, of course I will believe in you. We are master and disciple. We are gathered together. If we are enemies with the whole world, master will also stand on your side. Then it's a deal. Oh master, pull the hook. Yes. Within the memories of that day, Zishao received her answer, her young body trembling slightly, while she herself thought that Zishao was childish, merely speaking childish words because of a nightmare. Now that I think about it, could it be that at that time, Zishao had already sensed something? For so many years, Zishao has been fighting with unknown things, and as a human teacher, not only did she not stand firmly on Zishao's side, but she even joined the others in this hall, counting the sins committed by Zishao. Anyone can betray the purple sky, but she can't. Mou Xiang now figured out this link, but she simply didn't know how to open her mouth to retain Zishao. And looking at Mou Xiang, who didn't say anything, Zishao secretly said, hurry up and agree. I can only live well if I leave this clan. The suppressive power of the heavenly Tao seems to be getting stronger and stronger. If it continues like this, there's no chance that I'll just cool off. I'm retiring from this sect. Jesus can't even keep me? I say. Zishao sensed the dissimilarity of the heavenly Tao and lifted his head to speak firmly once again. Master, please allow me to call you master once again. For so many years, thank you for taking care of me. And as for the sect's resources, I haven't wasted a single point. As I said before, All the resources distributed to me by the sect as well as the Saint Sun Order and the Saint Sun Robe are placed inside that storage ring, so I think senior brother Lin should have already checked it. I have not owed the clan half a cent. The only thing I'm sorry for is the grace of your upbringing, Master, but I've been taking care of my fellow disciples for so many years. I believe that you, Master, are also able to see that no matter what happens in the future, I promise that I won't be standing on the opposite side of Master. No, or rather, from the time I quit the clan, I will simply disappear, and I will not cause any more trouble for Master as well as all of you. Everyone was able to feel that determination from the tone of Zi Zhao's voice. Mo Yuxiang was certainly no exception, only to see her voice trembling as she opened her mouth. Have you really made a good decision? That's right, Zi Zhao didn't budge at all. Master, right now I only have this one request, please fulfill it. Master. The hall was silent. Everyone was waiting for the Holy Lord's decision. If it was a normal day, they would still stand up and say something, but before they crusade against the Holy Sun, now even if they find out the truth, how can they have the face to say anything to make Zi Zhao stay? The Supreme Elder even let out a long sigh. At the very beginning, he had wanted to speak out to protect Zi Zhao, but naturally, with Lin Knight, a disciple, lighting up the Supreme Bone, his stance had changed. The thought in his mind was actually that the position of the Holy Sun would be fine as long as it was someone from their Holy Lord's lineage anyway, not to mention that the Supreme Bone might not be inferior to the ancient heavy pupil. I don't know when his perspective of considering things became profit-oriented, pressingly forgetting that Zixia was his disciple's grandson. Zi Zhao's ink-like eyes stared tightly at Mo Yuxiang, waiting for her answer. Finally, I don't know how long it took, but Mo Yuxiang spoke up. Okay, I agree to your request. What? It finally erupted in the middle of the Great Hall. Why did you agree to the Holy Sun leaving? The Saint Sun can't leave. Such a heavenly pride. If he leaves, wouldn't it be a loss for the sect? The Holy Lord is confused. It's not possible to let go of the sacred sun. I'm ashamed of the Saint Sun. If the Saint Sun is willing to stay, I'm willing to die in thanks. The elders and mountain lords were like this, and even more panicked those young disciples, each of them blushing red. The emotion of guilt was constantly invading their minds. Even if Zi Zhao didn't blame them, they could never get past the hurdle in their own hearts. There were even some people who had taken the initiative to frame Zi Zhao. At this moment, they were simply scared to death. They could imagine what kind of investigation they would face if the Saint Sun left. After all, they're the ones who forced the Holy Sun away. Hearing Mo Yuxiang's words, Zixia would smile. Many thanks to Master. No, many thanks to the Holy Lord. After saying these words, the terrifying aura that had been emanating from Zi Zhao's body slowly converged until it disappeared. But just as he withdrew his chi, Zi Zhao's eyes widened. Put! A mouthful of blood was spat directly on top of the Great Hall. Holy Sun, eldest brother, shower. Seeing Zi Zhao vomit blood, everyone above the Great Hall cried out in shock, especially Mo Yuxiang, Luo Tingxian, and Lin Knight. The three figures moved, obviously intending to move forward to check on Zi Zhao's injuries, but Zi Zhao stretched out a hand, stopping the three figures from rushing forward. I'm sorry everyone. I ate fish before coming here and got a thorn inside my throat. Don't worry about it. It's my problem for dirtying the hall. However, I've already quit the clan, so please forgive me this time. After saying that, Zixia turned around and hurriedly left. That look makes you suspicious. Only after Zixia left did the crowd begin to discuss. What do you think of the mouthful of blood that the Holy Sun spat out? Didn't he say he got a fish splinter in his throat? Are you an idiot? What kind of fish splinter can get stuck to a cultivator at the divine separation stage? According to me, the Saint Sun he must be fighting something unknown. After all, you all saw the appearance of Ling Yunting as well as that disciple. That's right, that thing hidden in the shadows is clearly trying to frame the Saint Sun, and since the Saint Sun is leaving now, I'm sure it's also because he doesn't want to implicate the clan. The Saint Sun is too bitter. For so many years, he has been misunderstood by the people in the sect, but he has never explained. I think he left today because he couldn't hide it anymore. Then why did the saint want to agree to the Saint Sun leaving? All of us have wronged him. You're silly. That which is hidden behind is too dark. Even our Tianxian Holy Land has been eroded without us even realizing it. I guess the Holy Lord is letting the Holy Sun go on purpose, so that it's for the sake of the entire clan. Knowing the Holy Sun, I think that's why. But what about him? I don't know. Listening to the sound of the crowd's discussion, this time, Mo Yuxiang didn't make a sound to stop it. Instead, her entire body sat paralyzed on the ice crystal chair, her beautiful eyes somewhat lost in thought, not knowing what she was thinking about. Chapter 22, The Holy Land of Heavenly Weapons. It's finally out. Zixia left the Tianxian sacred ground amidst the strange looks of the gatekeeper disciples. As a traveler, All these years were simply about to drive him crazy, for no other reason than the fact that for more than a decade, he hadn't even left the Tianqian sacred ground except for an occasional trip to the so-called secret trials. Beautiful master teacher, attentive senior sister, top authority of the sect, casually show up and there are countless people who would recommend themselves. Anyone given this kind of treatment would be a geek. Zixia was certainly the same until the moment he realized that the heavenly Tao couldn't be changed, and then he completely began to swing for the fences. Now leaving from the sect, the heart is still more or less reluctant to part with it. Forget it, it's useless to think about it so much. Let's just find a place to have a good time first. Just thinking about it made Zixiao's eyes glow. He was a hallowed traveler, and since he intended to get rid of that so-called heavenly shackle and plot yoke, of course he had to enjoy himself. As for whether or not they would be in danger, there was no need to worry at all. Who is he? He's the villain. As a villain, how could one have nothing to encounter a group of ungrateful people to pick a fight with? That was the preserve of the chosen one. As for not having the slightest background behind him, it doesn't matter. Looking at the younger generation, there are few rivals. As long as they don't look for trouble, the safety issue is still not to worry about. First of all, we have to stay away from the Tianqian Holy Land first, or else we won't be able to stop playing. And it's not likely that one day, by coincidence, we'll meet the heaven's destiny and get involved in the turmoil of it. TSK. It gives me a headache just thinking about it. As a cultivator of the divine separation stage, it wasn't a matter at all to travel 10,000 miles in the air. With this thought, Zixiao transformed into a stream of light and vanished into the distance. In the span of 3 days, the entire immortal cultivation world shook. The reason for this was that the Holy Son of the Tianqian Holy Land had left the clan, and that Holy Son was a top-notch demon who had combined the chi of heaven and earth. Reincarnation of exiled immortal, unknown physique, ancient heavy pupils, divine separation stage, saints worship, king's landing, heaven's jealousy. The variety of labels placed on him is simply dazzling. When the large and small holy places received the news, their jaws directly dropped. If this family had such a heaven-defying saint son, they would simply all have to be offered up. And even if the Saint Lord was allowed to abdicate early, it wouldn't be a big deal. As a result, Tianqian Holy Land directly abolished his position as the Holy Son? The reasons are even more laughable. The Holy Son is full of evil. In the sect, bullying men and women, no evil. What's wrong with people with such a talent for bullying men and women? What's wrong with not doing anything wrong? If they were in other clans, they would even help the Holy Son to accomplish what he wanted to do. And to top it all off, by the end of the thing, it actually made a mess. The Son was framed. All the people of heaven's pride have pride. For you to slander people like this, and even in your own territory you were able to get them to frame the Holy Son, is simply a travesty. People are gone. You Tianqian Holy Land really deserve it. It was just that what he hadn't expected was that the Tianqian Sacred Land had sprung up another young celestial pride who possessed a supreme bone and was able to resist hundreds of cultivators above the late stage of the Yuaning stage with only the strength of a mid-Yuaning stage. This couldn't help but make the other sects a little jealous again. You, Tianqian Holy Land, just pushed out a saint's son and here comes another one? But the matter of Zixiao, the big clans can all put it in the first place. Such a heavenly pride, you Tianqian Holy Land do not want. We want especially the Devil's sect, even put out the word that as long as Zixiao joins their sect, even if he really bullies men and women and does no evil, so what? It's even fine if you want an elder to accompany you to bed, and you can even go to war with the Tianqian Holy Land for Zixiao. The other 10 great sacred grounds were similar, even though they were all in the same path on weekdays, but in the face of a supreme pride like Zixiao, even if they tore their faces off with the Tianqian sacred ground, it was still worth it. We're all in the Holy Land, who's afraid? There are even some sects that have put out words that as long as Zixiao joins them, the position of Saint Son is nothing. And if you come, you will be a divine son. As long as you can maintain this talent and continue to cultivate, the position of Holy Lord can be seated in advance. Tianji Sanctuary. Elder Tianji, who was the bottom, directly crawled out from inside the ground and called the contemporary Holy Lord as well as a group of elders all together for a meeting. Everyone was holding information about purple sky in their hands. At this time is really a person of great fortune. Ancient heavy pupil is how long has not appeared, and there is also an inexplicable physique that is separate from it. If this person is our disciple, then, upon hearing this, all of them nodded. They had already instructed them to go down and find the whereabouts of Zixiao, then treat him with courtesy and return with the news that the Holy Lord had personally gone to greet him. Elder Tianji was a powerful person several generations ago. Because of the exploration of the heavenly chances, he sealed himself up in advance, in order to wait until the opportunity to become an emperor to come out again. But the matter of Zixiao actually crumbled him right out of the ground. so it was evident how much he valued Zishao. I feel the breath above the heavenly chancelock. This is an aberration, but it is also an opportunity. If I can come into close contact with the sun, I think I will be able to break through the thread of life between heaven and earth. Upon hearing this, the Tianji Holy Lord quickly spoke. Don't worry, senior uncle. I've already sent people to look for it, and I guess news will come soon. That's good. The aura on this sun is too chaotic. Even I have trouble figuring out where his location is. Elder Tianji sighed. What? You can't detect his location even for you, senior uncle? And he's carrying chaos? What does that mean? The Tianji Holy Land, who outwardly claimed to follow the heavenly Tao, was unrivaled by other holy lands in this aspect of calculating heaven's destiny, and even the list of the strongest people in each era was released by them here, and named it the Tianji list. Upon hearing the inquiry from the Holy Lord Tianji, Elder Tianji slowly spoke. Since ancient times, it has been difficult for people with great chi to explore, the reason being that the heavenly Tao is overly loving, and forcibly exploring would be blocked by the heavenly Tao. But this sun is different. He has the aura of chaos on him. Even that so-called chaotic body is not as pure as the aura of chaos in him. That is to say, Elder Tianji didn't finish his sentence, but gave the Holy Lord a look. The latter seemed to have thought of something and instantly stood up from his chair. He's destined? Well, receiving confirmation from Elder Tianji, the look on the face of Holy Lord Tianji grew more and more excited. Good, 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 great. My Tianji Holy Land has finally waited for the man of destiny. We must keep him then. The crowd of executives from the Tianji Holy Land were also shocked. The destined one. We've waited for so many epochs, and it's finally appeared. What heavenly way? Him, trying to hurt the one destined for this day. Don't want it. Ha 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 ha. My Tianji Holy Land is going to prosper. If there were outsiders here, they would probably drop their jaws if they heard what this group of people said. Who didn't know that the people of the Tianji Holy Land, who were godly every day, would hang on to the heavenly Tao and heaven's destiny without moving? Chapter 23, the news goes viral. Now for the sake of a celestial pride, he actually raged against the heavenly Tao. Rumble. Layers and layers of robber clouds continue to converge above the Tianji Holy Land, as if they wanted to wipe out the entire Holy Land. Ha 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 ha. The heavenly Tao can't help itself. We are originally people who steal the heavens. This dog heavenly Tao should have endured us for a long time, right? I didn't expect that after just a couple of curses, he's going to do it. Maybe it's because we found the destined one. Just as the crowd was still laughing freely, Elder Tianji closed his eyes, and within a few moments, opened them again. At this moment, his pale eyes were filled with golden light, and the aura of the great Tao was continuously bursting out from his eyes. Elder Tianji waved his sleeve robe. Boom! Under the shocked gazes of the countless disciples of the Tianji Holy Land, the Tianji Holy Land's protector formation was directly activated, and the seven-colored light completely wrapped the mountain range where the Tianji Holy Land was located in it. From where the Holy Lord's Hall was located, an aura that made people unconsciously submit was emitted. Immediately afterward, golden light flashed as powerful spiritual energy burst out from the Holy Lord's Hall, and those spiritual energies continued to intertwine and converge. A golden, sky-covering hand rose from the middle of the Tianji Holy Land, and the mountains looked abnormally small in front of that hand. Click here. As soon as the sky-covering hand appeared, the surrounding space had a tendency to crumble, only to see the hand violently slapping towards the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar. The layers of robotic clouds in the sky were directly slapped away by that hand, and the sky once again regained its clarity. 10,000 Devils Sect. As a top-ranked existence amongst the Devils Sect, there was no fear of those so-called streams of the righteous path. So by placing the sect in the astral image domain and also renaming the entire star domain as the 10,000 Devils domain, the sect was brightly displayed in the eyes of the world. The reason why the Devil Sect is called the Devil is not at all because of that small sect in the secular world, burning, killing, looting and pillaging without any evil. Rather, it's the way they practice. The so-called righteous cultivators is the law of nature, in accordance with the way of heaven, a breath between also feeding nature. The opposite of the devil cultivator is to pick up their own, take the creation of heaven and earth. Such cultivation although can be faster, but in the long term to treat the damage caused by the way of heaven and earth is irreversible. This was also why those so-called righteous sects would be at loggerheads with the devil sect. However, those demonic sects at the top of the list were not something that could be exterminated with just a few words. The strength of those devil sects was completely no less than that of the 10 holy places, and even because the devil cultivators' pre-cultivation would be faster, instead, they had to vaguely overpower the 10 holy places by a head. In the 10,000 demons domain, there was no such tragic situation of ghosts crying in hell on earth, and it was similar to the clans of the 10 great sacred lands. Only the vaguely wafting demonic aura in the middle of the sect, as well as above the sky, the blood-red glow, sent chills down the spine of the heart. Inside the Hall of Devil Honors of the 10,000 Devils sect, the crowd of demonic cultivators all looked at the information in their hands with greedy gazes. Ancient heavy pupil, unknown physique, divine separation stage, TSK TSK TSK. This little guy is a moving treasure trove. Venerable Lord, what are we going to do? Should we kidnap him? If he joins our sect it would be fine. If he doesn't listen, then we'll just dig out his heavy pupils. Of course it's best to join our clan. Such a talent, even if it's the devil's son. I'm afraid that it's only in between with him, right? And don't forget, this little guy is at the divine separation stage, the Tao rhythm of the Tao of nature. How can he be exactly the same as the devil's son's cultivation? Hearing the crowd's discussion, the demon venerable on the stone chair leaned on his chin with one hand, a hint of interest in his blood-red pupils. All those things that this little guy named Zishao was slandered for are things that a demonic cultivator should do. I do hope that all of these things were done by him and not slander. Otherwise, a flowery bone of the righteous path, even if he joins our sect, he'll end up being eaten up by those unruly fellows. Then, Your Holiness, what should we do? Didn't the heavenly demon sect shout out earlier that as long as he joins them, they will give numerous benefits? It's the same for us. Such a talent should definitely not be allowed to be obtained by others. Yes, Heavenly Devil Sect, Shaking Light Holy Land, Hidden Sword Holy Land, Heaven Mending Pavilion, etc. All of these top sects of the righteous and devilish paths threw out olive branches to Zishao in order to get such a top genius to join their sects. Numerous offers were made that were hard to refuse. Even those not-so-small and not-so-small clans also stated their conditions, and there were even clans that let it be known that if Zishao liked women, they could blow their own ancestors out of their ancestral lands. Their old ancestor was once the #1 beauty in the 10 regions of the 9 states. It can be said that piety is out of the powerful. At this time, the Tianqian Holy Land. The outside world had already learned about those things and experiences of Zishao, and the disciples of the sect certainly knew about it as well. For a time, all of them verbally attacked the disciples who had traveled to the main hall to complain, before eldest brother had sealed the mountain, that he had taken care of the young disciples. Not to mention those sequences, even the ordinary disciples, eldest brother had treated them equally. If they hadn't had the qualifications to enter the main hall on that day, they would have long gone in to support their own eldest senior brother. However, he did not expect that his eldest brother's position as the Holy Son was abolished, and the person even directly withdrew from the sect. Damned bastards! You guys are just jealous of eldest brother. Come out. You have the ability to slander eldest senior brother in the main hall. Why don't you have the ability to say it in front of us? I don't have any talent, but eldest brother has always remembered my name, and even told me to cultivate properly when I left the sect. What else am I cultivating to practice now? The realm won't even float the slightest bit without the thoughts being through, so I'm going to behead you all to prove the way. A bunch of white-eyed wolves that can't be fed. But I know that eldest brother didn't treat you badly before, and you actually did something like this. Don't say that eldest brother was slandered, even if he wasn't slandered. So what? Eldest brother has given so much for us. What's wrong with asking for a little bit of your resources? What do you have to be aggrieved about? A group of young disciples blocked those disciples who had gone to the main hall to complain, directly in the cave. If not for the fact that each person's cave has the addition of formations, it is estimated that at this time hundreds of disciples will be killed alive, even if the sequence is useless. After all, the disciples who blocked the door are thousands. The realm was not enough to pile them up with people, coupled with their own guilt, resulting in these disciples all hiding in the cave not to come out, and even some cannot think of, has intended to cut off their own meridians. In the middle of the main hall, at this moment in the main hall, there were only Sacred Lord Mo Yuxiang and her 2 disciples, Luo Tingxian and Lin Knight. Mastermind. Luo Tingxuan's tone had lost its former liveliness and became weak, and her entire body was disheveled. Lin Knight was in a similar situation. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were red. Obviously he hadn't rested at all these days. Chapter 24, Jilian City. Ting Xian. Knight, do you have something to do? Mo Yuxiang inquired in a bland tone. Luo Tingxuan's teeth tightly bit her lower lip. Although there was not the slightest hint of wrongness in her master's tone, she was able to hear that her own master was obviously very wrong at this time as well. It was all because of Zishao. Or rather, because all of them had misunderstood that gentle eldest senior brother. Master, I want to go down the mountain. Upon hearing this, Mo Yuxiang's beautiful eyes carried a few moments of doubt. Ting Xian, your injuries have not yet healed. What are you going to do when you go down the mountain now? I want to go and get eldest senior brother back. Luo Tingxian said these words with some difficulty. Lin Knight, who was on the side, also hurriedly spoke up. Senior, I also want to go down the mountain to get eldest brother back. He shouldn't have left the sect just like that. Hey, Mo Yuxiang sighed. Why would she not want to get Zishao back? A few days ago, when Zishao said that she wanted to leave the sect, she had planned to retain the other party. Na was too shocked at the time with all the facts he heard. And there was another reason, and that was that nowadays, within the clan, she still hadn't found the big hand that was hidden behind it. Who on earth has been tirelessly setting up his own great apprentice for so many years? Would it be dangerous if Zishao stayed in the sect? Just because of these reasons, it caused Mo Yuxiang to be unmotivated to cultivate these days, and had been investigating within the sect. Even when those ordinary disciples went forward to block the mountain gate, she ignored them. Hearing his own disciples want to go and find Zishao back, the beautiful eyes with a few points of relief shower his intention to go has been decided. I think it must be will not come back with you again. And after a while as the clan competition, you stay in the clan good cultivation it. As for your eldest senior brother's matter, Master will take care of it personally. Clan competition? Lin Knight's eyes lit up when he heard these 4 words. He had originally thought of showing off his skills in this sect competition, but now that his thoughts were not clear, he could not cultivate at ease at all. However, the master did not allow him to search for the eldest brother. For a moment, the entire group froze in place. Luo Tingxian was pretty much the same. Right now all she could think about was how good Zishou had been to him before. These days, she couldn't wait to just strangle herself. Why would she hurt eldest brother like that? Mo Yuxiang didn't care about the emotions of the 2 disciples. She herself had been in the midst of chaos, and after 2 perfunctory sentences, her figure disappeared into the hall. Luo Tingxian and Lin Knight also walked out of the grand hall with a downcast expression on their faces. Qilian's city. This city was located in the middle of the gap between the 10,000 demons domain and the Shaking Light Holy Land. If it were normal, I'm afraid it would have already been disfigured by the battle between the 2 paths. Nay, there was a person with heavenly cultivation behind Qilian city, so the war between the 2 paths never reached here. Over time, this place became a neutral city, in which neither the righteous nor the demonic paths were allowed to move. Who wouldn't like a city that was absolutely safe? Especially some scattered cultivators as well as people from small sects. They would choose to come here to exchange ideas. Plus, people from the 10,000 demon region and the Shaking Light Holy Land would also be here. This led to Qilian city becoming more and more prosperous day by day, with various kinds of leisure places facing cultivators as well as mortals rising up. The stores on both sides of the street are also all-encompassing, where you can buy top-notch magic treasures that kill people without a shadow and without a form. Or a superb Dan furnace that refines a cultivator into a human Dan. Or even subtle Buddhist teachings from the Buddhist sect. In some entertainment restaurants, fairies and magical girls dancing on the same stage is even more dazzling. The sky is the limit. The reason why these fairies and magical girls would perform on the same stage was not for the spirit stones that the cultivators needed. At this time, inside the Qingfeng building, a black-clothed noble gentleman was reclining on top of a chaise lawn upstairs. His waterfall-like purple and silver long hair falling wantonly, and those deep eyes carried a touch of appreciation. What I enjoyed was the scantily clad women dancing on that stage. Fairies play the piano, and witches dance. There were also pretty-looking maids pouring wine next to them. What more could one ask for in life? This person was none other than Zishou, who had constantly used his cultivation to catch up during these 3 days. And after going to a new town, he immediately paid a large price for the right to use the teleportation array, since he wanted to be far away from the Tianqian Holy Land, just by virtue of flying, which was enough. The teleportation array had allowed him to come directly into the middle of this Qilian city, and with the distance from the Tianqian Holy Land, if he only relied on his cultivation to fly, then it was estimated that it would take about a year to reach it. It's so far away from the destined sun, it should be safe, right? Zishou drank the wine in his hand, and the maid at the side immediately came forward with a wine pot to fill up his drink. The maid's eyes were filled with fascination and admiration. It was estimated that at this point in time, even if Zishou asked them to sacrifice their bodies, the other party would not hesitate to agree. It can't be helped. They have been in this Qingfeng building for a long time, and have never seen such a handsome cultivator like Zishou, and he is even more generous, casually rewarding his subordinates with intermediate-level spirit stones directly. Spirit stones are categorized into 3 levels: low-level spirit stones, medium-level spirit stones, and high-level spirit stones. The conversion ratio is 1 to 100. A medium sex offering was only 10 high-level spirit stones a year. That's why when it comes to treating a guest like Zishou, the maids are on the verge of snatching their heads off. These 3 days of enjoyment also allowed Zishou to open up a new world. Although he had returned the sex resources to Mo Yuxiang, it didn't mean that he didn't have a small treasury. When the system signed in, the intermediate, high-level spirit stones given to him at a time could be in the thousands. not to mention rewarding at the hookah. Even if he used intermediate spirit stones to scatter them for fun, he wouldn't be able to finish scattering them for a year. I've been coming to your clear wind house for 2 days already. Zixiao sighed. The steward on the side immediately came forward, his face full of smiles. This gentleman, thank you for taking care of our Qingfeng building business. With your arrival, our Qingfeng building is really fluffy. Okay, stop. Zixiao interrupted the other party's boasting and continued to speak. I've come to your place for 2 days already. How much did I spend in total? According to your excellency's orders, the spirit food and spirit wine served to you were all of the highest grade, and together with the tip you rewarded your excellency. The total was a cost of 10,653 intermediate grade spirit stones. The stewards are very sensitive to numbers. More than 10,000 intermediate spirit stones. If converted into high-grade spirit stones, it would be a full 100. This isn't the prince. This is the god of wealth. And Zixiao had only been here for 2 days of fun. From the stewards to the cleaners on the stage, as well as those maids of honor, all of them can make a lot of money. Now even if he was told to kneel on the ground and learn from a dog, he would immediately woof and bark in order to make the god of fortune happy. The innkeeper of Qingfeng House had already said that he would satisfy all of this gentleman's needs and get him whatever he wanted, and that he must not be able to let such a god of wealth go to the properties of his other counterparts. All consumed more than 10,000 spirit stones. Let me ask you. Zixiao wanted to straighten up, and the maids on the side hurriedly came forward and assisted Zixiao to sit up. Is the service in your house so scanty, or do you think I can't afford it? Chapter 25, a little bit of heart. This. What makes you say that? The steward was sweating profusely, completely at a loss as to what aspect of what he and the others had done wrong. If you make this master angry and leave, he will be the head of the steward. Why do you say that? Zixiao sneered and reached out to point at the dancers on that stage. I've been sitting here dry for 2 days straight just enjoying those women dancing. 2 days. Do you know how hard those 2 days are for a normal man? I've given you guys a heads up more than once, and you're using this to test cultivators? Which cultivator can withstand such a test? The steward still didn't understand what Zixiao meant. Cold sweat soaked his back, but he didn't dare to slack off at all and looked at Zixiao with a pleading gaze. Sir, I don't understand what you mean. Is it that they didn't dance well enough? It doesn't matter. I'll change another batch for you. Zixiao reached out and pointed at the stewards with an expression that carried a bit of pain. Did I ask you to change the dance? I came to your house just to have a good time. I've spent so much. Where's the hidden service? Can't you have a little bit in your heart? The steward froze directly on the spot. Under normal circumstances, even though their clear wind house was a place for cultivators to attach themselves to, there would inevitably be some advanced cultivators serving. But Zixiao is generous, temperament and looks like an immortal. The stewards simply do not dare to let those women to find him, for fear of an accidental anger of the noble guest. Who'd have thought he'd actually mention it at this point in time? Your Excellency, I am wrong. I have not been able to comprehend your meaning. It is really that you are like a celestial being, so that I do not dare to blaspheme you in a worldly way. Worldly ways? I have come to such a place, and you say you dare not blaspheme. Do not think that I am unearthly, and that you will let bad manners blow in. I may not want it. You can't withhold it. After saying that, there was a flash of light in Zixiao's hand, and several high-level spirit stones were directly thrown over by him. The butler's head was directly hit by a high-level spirit stone. The force is just right, and the riposte doesn't hurt your brain. But he didn't complain in the slightest. Instead, he held those high-level spirit stones in his hands, his eyes filled with heat. Don't worry, Your Excellency, my humble servant will definitely make the proper arrangements. Bring you the most beautiful fairies and magical girls. Hearing the steward say this, Zixiao only then leaned back on the recliner again, enjoying the maid's massage, and slowly spoke. That's right. I'm a secular person. Why don't I enjoy myself? You think I'm an ascetic? The stewards rolled from the ground and headed outside. Those maids had of course heard Zixiao's words, and in a moment they all gathered around. Although these maids didn't have overly outstanding looks, when placed outside, they could definitely be called beautiful. Originally, those who stepped into the cultivation path would gradually change their appearance and temperament as their cultivation continued to be refined. Cultivators have no ugly ratio, unless the innate conditions are too horrible, or if they cultivate some kind of evil technique to make themselves look different. From the eyes of Zixiao, a traveler, these maids were all the kind of good sister-level women from their previous life. Besides, it's not a good idea to take advantage of a bargain that comes to your door. For a while, the maids pouted, and Zixiao was happy to be at home. The stewards hugged those high-level spirit stones and walked directly towards the backstage. Come to the door of a room and knock lightly. Come into. A voice like an orchid in an empty valley rang out. Squeaky. Opening the door to the room, the stewards walked into the room where a woman in a red dress sat. The woman's beauty was so thrilling. The beauty was unbelievable. So breathtakingly beautiful, a pair of soul-stirring phoenix eyes, demonic and seductive red lips, and the perfect curvature that undulated with the movements, all of which spoke of the woman's seductive appearance. The steward didn't dare to raise his head at all and directly knelt on the ground. Boss, that gentleman is a little disgruntled and has made a small request. Oh, the demure woman came to be interested, her flaming red lips slightly raised, and she spoke with interest. What request did he make? Does he want to see this palace? The fact that this woman was clearly a shopkeeper of the Clear Wind House, yet she called herself the palace, was enough to show that her identity was not simple. No. The woman's eyebrow was lightly raised, but she was a bit surprised. She had thought that someone had discovered her identity. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so generous. After all, a man like an exiled immortal. The body is even more powerful atmosphere. How can such a pride of heaven stay hooked to listen to music? It was thought to be one of her suitors to get her attention. The steward's arrival said that the man had made some demands, and the woman had thought that the other man had charted his own course and was going to offer to see him, but she hadn't realized that wasn't the case. So what is he up to? He made me feel something in my heart. At the end of his words, the steward's voice was already faintly audible. He didn't dare to provoke the anger of his own boss. That would kill people. What? The woman couldn't even care about her image anymore. Her small mouth was open and her phoenix eyes were wide with disbelief. That gentleman said that he wanted some service with color. The steward wiped the sweat on his forehead and repeated what he said before once again. He wants that kind of. The steward was a little bad at talking. The woman was head over heels. How she hadn't expected the other woman's request to be this. Zixiao's body does not have the breath of a devil cultivator. Think it is a righteous person, but those righteous people, even if their hearts are nasty, on the surface is also moral. Which has Zixiao like this come up to want to be that kind of? Give it to him. Give it to him. Give him whatever he wants. Anyway, with such an ingrate, it's a waste of time not to slaughter him. Let Ruyu go herself. Yes. The stewards left the spirit stone and turned to leave. The woman in the room was looking through the window, her beautiful eyes looking straight at the enjoying Zixiao upstairs. Zixiao, who was enjoying himself, felt the gaze and didn't care at all. It's all the way to this place, and there's still someone who can recognize him? That's not a joke. Ta. Soon, the steward went up the stairs, and he was followed by a young girl in a white dress. That young girl's skin was like condensed fat, her eyes were like autumn water, and she carried an aura that did not allow people to blaspheme. She was also holding a zither in her arms, which was clearly a magic treasure with a hidden glow flowing from it. This young girl was the one who had played the zither on the stage before, and I didn't expect the steward to actually call her in. Seeing this scene, Zixiao was also brightened up. This girl's appearance was indeed good, but it was not worth him to look at her differently. After all, the Tianqian Holy Land was never short of beautiful women. The reason that made Zixiao brightened up was that the young girl's temperament was a little bit the same as Mo Yuxian. The stewards brought the young girl to Zixiao's face and said fawningly, "Sir, this fairy Ruyu is the headliner of our Qingfeng house. Of course, she has never accompanied a guest before this, so this time, she will be the one to accompany you." Chapter 26, Have you met your relatives? Here, do this. Zixiao patted the seat beside him at Ruyu, indicating for the other to sit on his side. Seeing such a straightforward invitation from Zixiao, Ruyu's pretty face slightly reddened, but she didn't refuse. Placing the zither in her hand lightly on the tabletop aside, she slowly walked over to Zixiao's side and sat down. As soon as she sat down, Ruyu was directly embraced in Zixiao's arms. Zixiao was able to feel that the delicate body in his arms was visibly shaken, but immediately afterward, he regained his composure. The killing intent, if any, also slowly dissipated. It seems that the stewards wasn't talking nonsense when he talked about Ruyu's first time accompanying a guest. Of course, he could also use the Eye of Insight to watch Ruyu's messages, only that since he was already far away from the Tianqian Holy Land, not to mention opening the Eye of Insight, he didn't even have the intention of opening the system panel right now. Staying away from where the manifest destiny is, isn't that just trying to swing for the fences and enjoy the ride? It's too tiresome to probe this and that every day. If you have this kind of time, you might as well enjoy it more. Zixiao wrapped Ruyu in the middle of his arms, and his hands began to be unruly. Ruyu had originally twisted her delicate body slightly, intending to escape from Zixiao's embrace, but no matter how she dodged, Zixiao followed her like a shadow. After struggling for a moment, Ruyu also chose to swing for the fences. She couldn't resist anyway, and besides, it was the palace master's order. Gongzi, there are so many people around, said Ruyu in a half-petulant manner. It's okay, What's wrong with crowds? They're all my good sisters. They won't laugh at you. After saying that, Zi Xiao turned her head to look at the maids, and right after that, she threw out a bunch of intermediate-grade spirit stones from her hands once again. Seeing this scene, those maids immediately swarmed up and directly snatched those intermediate-grade spirit stones. They even spoke ill of each other for grabbing spirit stones. No rules. Just as the maids were making a lot of noise, Ruyu's moth brows frowned slightly and she gave a cold shout. Those maids instantly stood up and confessed to Zi Xiao. It's fine. It's fine. Ruyu, can you stop being so aggressive? It's scaring them. Zi Xiao looked down at Ruyu in her arms and said in a slightly caustic manner. Hearing Zi Xiao speak up for himself and the others, the maids all looked at him with a look of gratitude and fascination. Ruyu sniffed, slightly stunned, and softly explained, Sir, you are the most honored guest of our Qingfeng mansion. For the sake of the spirit stones, they lost their temper in front of you. Even if they were punished, they should be punished. No. Zi Xiao's head shook like a rattledrum, which is not out of order. I only saw a group of young people who went to work hard for their dream life. Such people deserve respect. After saying that, Zi Xiao once again threw out a bunch of intermediate-grade spirit stones, but this time, he used his spiritual power to manipulate those spirit stones and flew them directly into the arms of the maids. Good man. Really rich and powerful. The corner of Ruyu's mouth twitched slightly. Just now, Zi Xiao's serious look. If she ignored his big hands that kept making mischief, she really thought that the other party was some kind of compassionate saint. Ruyu, tell me, how come you, such a beautiful fairy, have come to such a place to accompany your guests? Back to Gongzi. Ruyu's life is miserable. In the clan was framed by the same door to destroy the clan's holy relics, plus Ruyu's family is in the clan. There is no way to do it. In the end, only to be able to accept the clan's arrangements. To come here. When she said this, Ruyu gently lowered her eyes. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be accumulating crystal tears, making people pity her. If it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid that at this moment, he had to ask Ruyu where her clan was. And that person, if he had a strong enough background, would surely have said that he would leave the matter to him. After all, the opportunity to win a smile from a beautiful woman is something you have to take advantage of. Ruyu also used this as a reason to inquire about what exactly the background of Zi Xiao was. While listening to Ruyu speak, Zi Xiao's face also wore a few shades of indignation. Seeing this scene, Ruyu secretly said, It worked. The other party's next sentence would definitely follow the routine. Just a little bit of testing will surely make the other party give a clear account of their identity. Only Zi Xiao sighed and slowly spoke. It's bitter for you. By the way, there's something I'm curious about and want to ask you about. Your Excellency, please, have you met any relatives here? Yet? Ruyu had a head full of black lines, and the group of maids also had expressions that wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Ahem. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it. I'm just curious. You said before that all your family members are in the clan, so this must be your clan's property as well. So I'd like to ask you, is it embarrassing to meet your relatives? Ruyu was practically about to explode, stretching out her finger to point at Zi Xiao. Her petite body trembled lightly, and her breathing began to become rapid. I understand. I won't say it. Zi Xiao patted his chest and beat his chest. Hey, I understand your mood. It's really quite embarrassing to think about it. Well, let's keep watching. After saying his words, Zi Xiao directly turned his head to watch the performance below, and even shamelessly wrapped Ruyu in his arms once again. Although the latter hated his teeth, he was not able to say anything more. The identity of the man beside him was unknown now. If he was not careful and messed with someone who was not to be messed with, there would be trouble for the palace master. Do you always talk like this, my lord? Zi Xiao heard Ruyu's quiet voice of inquiry and lowered his head as he replied. I do talk like this all the time. What's wrong? It's nothing. Ruyu shook her head. In his heart, he secretly said, it seems that this person has an extraordinary background. Otherwise, if he keeps talking like this, he would have been killed long ago. While wondering what Ruyu meant, Zi Xiao suddenly thought of something and looked up at the maid, inquiring, are the rooms all ready? Room? The maid was a little puzzled. Right. You're not going to let me do something shy with Miss Ruyu here, are you? Although I don't mind. I don't think Miss Ruyu would be able to accept it. This. The maid looked cautiously at Ruyu. The latter was also shocked. Originally, the palace master's purpose of having her come here was to test the background of Zi Xiao's identity, but there was no thought of having her actually show up. Seeing that Zi Xiao has the appearance and temperament of the son of a big power, I guess that after the arrival of such a beautiful person like Ruyu, he will definitely not let him serve his bed again. Who'd have thought that this guy wouldn't follow the rules and couldn't resist going straight to the last step? What do you mean by that expression? I told the steward to have something in mind, and he let you come, and now you're getting reserved? This, Ryu was also a bit speechless for a while. What could she reply? Is it straightforward to say that I'm here to test you and not to be some kind of bedside maid? If he said that, he wouldn't have offended the person in front of him to death. Chapter 27, Which gang are you in? Ah, I see. Zishao slapped his head, as if he had thought of something, and immediately afterward, the light in his hand flashed. Dozens of high-level spirit stones then appeared in his hands. A beautiful person like you, and it's your first time to accompany a guest. I think you should have a need. I don't know how many spirit stones your clan's holy relics actually need, but you can take these spirit stones, and then prepare the room for me. This fellow Daoist, I think it's unseemly for you to be so abrupt with a beautiful woman, isn't it? Just as Zishao was busy stuffing spirit stones into Ryu's soft arms, a voice came over. Ta-ta-ta. At the stairs, a flamboyant gentleman dressed in white walked up. He held a folding fan. His face was handsome, and as the folding fan gently swayed, it carried a bit of dashing. Soon, this person arrived in front of Zishao and first revealed a gentle smile to Ryu. Miss Ryu. Immediately after that, he turned his gaze towards Zishao, who was still busy there, especially when he saw that Zishao's hand was constantly stuffing spirit stones into Ryu's arms. His eyes grew more and more impish. What? Who are you talking to? To me? Zishao looked suspiciously at the suddenly appearing tart in front of him. Is there anyone else here? This fellow Daoist. You treat Miss Ryu like this, and even use spirit stones in a vain attempt to kiss the fragrance. It's a bit too whimsical. Although that person's tone was mild, his eyes clearly carried the meaning of anger, and the folding fan was even squeaked by his grip. This time, it was instead Violet Sky's turn to be confused. What the hell? Did I get the wrong script? Am I not the villain? Dude, I'm a villain. I'm not the chosen one. I come to a breezy building to enjoy myself and I still meet someone who's looking for a fight? Did you take the Manifest Destiny script to come to the hero's rescue? Thinking of this, Zizhao's heart trembled and he hastily used his eye of insight. Name Qiu Zijian. Bone age, 21. Realm, Middle Yuaning. Power, Royal Sword Dynasty. Tags, Peach Blossom Luck. Protagonist backdrop. Family, poise, teenage talent. Recent opportunity, breaks into the Forest of Illusions in 3 days and gets a spirit crane. Entered the secret world after 2 months and got. After probing with the eye of insight, Zishao breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he had intruded into some inexplicable script again. The whole thing is just a mere NPC, isn't it? But I'm a villain. Don't you have a bit of a death wish coming to pick on me? It's not like you have the blessing of heaven. Right. Zishao suddenly remembered that since ancient times, those who find fault with the villain, in addition to the son of heaven's destiny, it seems that there is also a group of defenders, such as people like Qiu Zijian, who will always stand up and morally kidnap the villain when he is bullying men and women. But you're barking up the wrong tree this time. If you're going to use moral abduction, you need that person to have morals. Zishao leaned his back against the recliner and hugged Ryu's hand, tightening it a few more points. The helpless look on Ryu's face was, in Qiu Zijian's opinion, a kind of helplessness against fate. How can he tolerate this? But the perennial gentle behavior let him not rage extreme flip. Plainly opened his mouth. This Taoist friend, please let go of Ryu girl. Think this Qingfeng building and the beauty of countless. There are always Taoist friends appreciate the person. Why not? Wait. Zishao hurriedly interrupted Qiu Zijian's long speech and spoke. I see you have this look in your eyes. You should be looking at Ryu, right? Qiu Zijian's face flushed a bit, but his eyes didn't dodge, so it was obvious that he had acquiesced. Seeing this scene, Zishao lowered her head and inquired. Ryu, what do you think? This Taoist friend seems to have taken a liking to you. Why don't I release you and let the steward get someone else? Ryu hurriedly spoke. Sir, I don't have any relationship with Lord Qiu. It's not what you think. Although she also wanted to leave this place now. After all, Zishao had just said that she should go and warm the bed. But the task explained by the palace master had not yet been completed. So how could she leave? Hearing Zishao's inquiry, he anxiously opened his mouth to explain, fearing that Zishao would brush his sleeve away in anger. Oh, so it's unrequited love. Zishao looked as if she had come to a realization and raised her head to look at Qiu Zijian with a teasing smile. The latter's face instantly reddened as the other party's gaze seemed to be like a sharp sword, constantly piercing his cheeks. Qiu Zijian did not say anything, but Zishao is tired. He is a villain, and he is still a fledgling until now. Can this work? Getting up directly, he picked up Ryu in passing and spoke to the maid at the side. The room should be ready, right? Take me there. Yes. The maid didn't dare to say anything more and hurriedly turned around with the intention of leading the way. Just as Zishao was planning to leave with Ryu, Qiu Zijian once again blocked in front of the two of them and angrily stared at Zishao. Let go of Miss Ryu. Otherwise, I will not be polite. You're welcome? Zi Xiao was practically laughed at. You're being impolite to me? Intending to mess up my good deed for no reason. And now you want to be impolite to me. I really don't know where you got the face for it. Doyle. Being disliked by Zi Xiao. Xiao Zijian's face became more and more ugly. You and I are both cultivators. How about this? You and I have a match. If I win, and you let Miss Ruyu go, compete with me? Zi Xiao stepped forward and looked straight at Xiao Zijian. The two were both young men, and both carried a few fairy auras with them. However, after standing together, Xiao Zijian's temperament, which was still like that of a noble gentleman, was instantly suppressed. Even Ruyu also had to admit that Zi Xiao, in addition to a little bit of a mouth, this sells few people in the world, and the temperament is even more mesmerizing, only to see Zi Xiao mockingly speak. You're competing with me. Are you very capable of fighting? What's the point of being able to fight? When you come out to mix, you need to have an identity and a background. Which path are you mixing in? Although Zi Xiao's words were strange, Xiao Zijian still heard the meaning of his words and spoke with some self-satisfaction. My name is Xiao Zijian. I am an heir of the royal sword dynasty, so I would like to ask you, fellow Daoist, to give me some face. Royal sword dynasty? Forgive my ignorance, but among the 10 great sacred grounds, is there such a power as the royal sword dynasty? Zi Xiao looked at Xiao Zijian with a puzzled gaze. Ruyu opened her mouth at this appropriate time. My lord, although the royal sword dynasty is not one of the 10 great sacred grounds, it is likewise a great sect in the land of the 9 states, and most of its disciples are civilized as sword cultivators, and it even uses the model of a dynasty amongst the mundane to rule over the territory. Oh, it's not the top 10 holy places. Zi Xiao nodded in understanding and continued to speak to Xiao Zijian. So it's little Yakuza. These words caused Xiao Zijian's eyes to grow angrier and angrier, and he even directly exuded his mid-Yuaning aura. This aura pressed towards Zi Xiao was not at all useful. With the transcendence aura, even the pressure of the Mahayana stage could not manage him, and as he himself was at the divine separation stage, what could a tiny Yuaning stage's released aura do to him? Chapter 28 Can't even try. I spoke kindly, yet you repeatedly uttered insults and even insulted my clan. It's simply intolerable. Xiao Zijian's eyes were on the verge of spitting out fire. In the face of Xiao Zijian's angry shout, Zi Xiao was looking extremely calm. There was even room to rub the arched roundness of that bosom. And then what? Are you planning to take a shot at me? Xiao Zijian didn't speak, but the aura on his body grew stronger. Ruyu's eyebrow was slightly wrinkled. If she let this Xiao Zijian really make a move against Zi Xiao, it would be troublesome. I was going to speak out, but suddenly realized that I couldn't say anything. This discovery, but it made Ruyu instantly freeze. How could she not speak anymore? The Cicatriarch raised her head to look at the person beside her. Yes, the person who sealed her entire body's spiritual energy and even her little mouth was Zi Xiao. How is that possible? Ruyu had already come into close contact with Zi Xiao and knew that the other party's bone age was definitely not high, and there wasn't the slightest problem with his divine soul, so it couldn't possibly be an old monster that had changed. In other words, this person was a youth as powerful as a demon. Facing Xiao Zijian's pressure breezily, he even had the time to close her off with his spiritual power. Who the hell is this guy? Not to mention Ruyu. At this moment, in the middle of the room on the first floor, the enchanting woman known as the Palace Master, her phoenix eyes were also staring at Zi Xiao. Vermilion lips pursed tightly. Zi Xiao's identity simply made her as hard as a cat scratching her heart. What the hell is this guy? Upstairs. At this time, Xiao Zijian's aura overpowered the whole field. His whole person was like a sharp sword that was about to come out of its sheath. The sword eyes stared straight at Zi Xiao, and it was clear that he was planning to fight the other party. A Yakuza is a Yakuza. Stay honest. With those words, Zi Xiao extended his white and slender hand and gently pressed downward with one hand. Boom! The entire second floor emitted a sound of vibration. Xiao Zijian was even the entire person was lying on the ground. Before he could figure out what was going on, the pressure on his body was like a Tarzan, pressing him, not to mention standing up. Even wanting to raise his head couldn't be done. Click here for. The delicate and sturdy heavenly spirit wood floor made a crumbling sound, and the Xiao Zi sword even sunk into the ground a little bit. Ah! Xiao Zijian's face at this moment was like a boiled shrimp. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and his hands grabbed the ground with the intention of breaking free. Just at this time, Zi Xiao walked up and looked condescendingly at Xiao Zijian, with eyes as if he was looking at a pile of trash. Boo! One of Zi Xiao's feet lightly stepped on Xiao Zijian's head and spoke in that indifferent tone that seemed to look down on all living beings. Don't come looking for my business again, even though I intend to live in a low profile, but I won't begrudge stepping on goods like you that are delivered to my door. The kick was less damaging and more insulting than it should have been. Ruyu in her arms as well as the surrounding maids unconsciously shivered. It seemed that Zi Zhao's overly gentle and spontaneous appearance these days had caused them all to become addicted to it, completely forgetting that as cultivators, which one of them was good-tempered? Look at Zi Xiao, but also a ruthless generation. Such a person either directly get it dead, or never mess with him. Otherwise, waiting for their own can be a sleepless night. After saying these words, that familiar smile was once again on Zi Zhao's face. Smiling, he looked to the maid at the side. This sister, isn't it time to take me to my room? Yes, please follow me. Sir, how could the maid dare to say half a word at this time? And hurriedly walked ahead to lead the way. Zi Xiao didn't even look at Qiu Zijian on the ground before he wrapped his arms around Ruyu and followed the maid to leave. Only after the crowd had all left did Qiu Zijian's body recover, and there was no more pressure on his body that was like Tarzan. Boom boom boom. Recovered Qiu Zijian smashed his fist on the ground. His face was a little twisted at this time. The whole person is exuding a fury, obviously as a righteousness. The heart of the Tao has been lost. If no one to guide, I am afraid that it will not take long. Will be the heart of the devil into the body. Qiu Zijian. Just as Qiu Zijian was about to step astray, a voice came. The former turned his head to look as a maid slowly walked up and slowly spoke. The palace master told me to tell you that if you want the imperial sword dynasty to be removed from your name, you should continue to go crazy here. Qiu Zijian didn't speak, but directly stood up, straightened his clothes and turned to leave. Before leaving, the maid clearly saw that his eyes had become blood red. The enchanting woman on the first floor then sighed darkly. This imperial sword dynasty's heir can hardly be used. Not to mention testing, even letting the other party make a move can't be done. Demons can only be confronted by demons, so why don't we? The enchanting woman's phoenix eyes turned, as if she had thought of something, and her vermilion lips rose slightly. It was at this time that the stewards knocked on the door of the room again. Come in too. The enchanting woman resumed her bemused expression. With a creaking sound, the door of the room was slowly pushed open, and the stewards walked in, his face already piled with a bitter smile. Boss, do you really want Miss Ruyu to serve that youth? Is there anything else you can do? The enchanting woman threw a blank stare, clearly a blank stare, but with a sense of flavor. The steward immediately lowered his head, not daring to look again. Ruyu is their cultivated maid. Whether it is appearance, heart and talent are superior choice. If it is broken, I am afraid that the future will be difficult to be of great use. Accompanying that man isn't an insult to her, so you can make it up to her afterward. Upon hearing this, the steward's hands made a bow. Yes, only at the command of the shopkeeper. By the way, if that little ninny comes out halfway through, tell her to record a few scenes for me with her memory crystal when she's not doing anything, so that I can enjoy them as well. Yes. The bitter smile on the steward's face became more and more obvious, but he didn't dare to say anything more, so he could only get up and leave. On the other hand, the maid directly brought Zi Xiao and Ruyu to an elegant room. Seeing this room, Ruyu's small mouth slightly opened. Somewhat unbelievable. This elegant room Zi Xiao does not know, but she knows. This was clearly the elegant room that the palace master used to rest on weekdays. In other words, the matter of accompanying Zi Xiao has already been finalized by the palace master's side? Thinking of this, Ruyu's beautiful eyes held a hint of helplessness as well as resignation. Since she was in such a position, of course she had to follow orders unconditionally, and she knew the methods of her own palace master. It's just that, anyway, never wanted to be able to be alone. The excellence of this person beside me is not necessary to say. Talent, appearance, strength, background, are all top. I just don't know what kind of fetishes the other person will have. Although Ruyu had never experienced it, being in such an environment, she had seen a pig run without ever eating it. Chapter 29, so excellent? When she thought of what those sisters had told herself about the odd hobbies of some cultivators, Ruyu shivered a little. Cautiously, he raised his head and surveyed the man beside him. Ruyu inwardly said, "Don't come with anything weird and strange, please." With fear in their hearts, the two walked right into the room. Squeaky. The door of the room was just pushed open. A fragrance penetrated into the nostrils. The room was decorated in red hues. The light veil, the man curtain, the bed tent, all were red. The scent was so strong that it was easy to accidentally get lost in it. Zi Zhao's eyes also lit up when he saw such a room. Turning back to the maid, he spoke. "You guys aren't being truthful. Obviously there is such treatment. How good to bring me here earlier. It also saves that unlucky guy outside from being embedded in the ground by me. How dare the maid pick up only able to lower her head to look at their own toes. That look weak and pitiful and helpless. After the two of them had thoroughly entered the room, the maid left as if she was running away. And of course, she didn't forget to close the door of the room before leaving. The table was already prepared with spiritual food and spiritual wine. Zi Xiao walked straight to the table and sat down. Looking at those rare ingredients placed on the tabletop, he also had a big appetite and directly opened the manufacturing. After a glass of wine had been consumed, Zishao raised his head and looked strangely at Ruyu, who was standing in front of the door of the room. Come and eat. Why are you standing there? Being a statue? Or do you also like to learn from that unlucky guy outside and play some kind of performance art? Shall I help you? No. No need. Ruyu's head shook as if it were a rattle, and she hurriedly walked quickly to sit beside Zishao. Eat? So many delicious food. It's rare for people to prepare. It's too wasteful not to eat. Watching Zishao wolf down his food there, Ruyu subconsciously gulped as well. Forget it. Let's just die. You can't die a starving man. Thinking of this, Ruyu also lowered her head, no longer caring about any so-called fairy image, and began to feast. Soon the tabletop was a mess under the frantic dry eating of the two. After having enough wine and food, Zishio looked at Ruyu beside her with a slightly strange look, and after a while, sighed softly. Hey, what kind of hard life did you live before you met me? They don't care about food? Ruyu's pretty face was slightly red. It was as if she had a grudge against these meals just now. It seemed like she was eating more than Zishao. Shall we begin? Just as Ruyu was a bit ashamed, Zishao suddenly heatedly laughed. This smile immediately caused Ruyu's small face to turn white. It's starting. What's starting? It's really going to start. What are you so tense for? Zishao looked at Ruyu in a somewhat puzzled manner. Wasn't it just to help relax his muscles? After all, he had been continuously rushing plus entering the teleportation array. Even if his physique was strong, it was inevitable that he would feel some soreness. I didn't. Ruyu thought that Zishao was complaining and hurriedly shook her head in panic. That bulging little face was exceptionally cute. After all, arranging for them to come to this room meant that it was the palace master's intention, and Ruyu didn't want Zishao to brush her sleeve off in a fit of rage. So I'm going to start? Come on. Ruyu nodded seriously, then gave an I'm not panicking at all expression. That's good. Zishao directly stood up and came to Ruyu's side, wrapping her arms around her and directly picked her up in a princess hug. Although he had already been taken advantage of by the other party many times before, but this time, after all, it was time to start the final step. Ruyu's pretty face was full of blush, and his slender fingers unconsciously gripped Zishao's shirt. Zishao carried Ruyu directly to the bedside, and Ruyu also closed her eyes as if she had resigned herself to her fate. Boo! With a muffled sound, Ruyu was thrown directly onto the bed. The bed and couch shook as a result. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? This unsympathetic fall directly confused Ruyu. She didn't expect that 1 second she was in that man's warm embrace, and the next second she was directly thrown on the bed? It's so rough. What kind of fetish does he have anyway? Only to see that Zishao didn't say anything and directly bent down towards Ruyu this way. The latter tightly closed her eyes and shut her breath, and her eyelashes began to tremble continuously because of her nervousness. After a while, only a sinking of the bed was felt, and the expected pouncing didn't happen. After waiting for a long time, Ruyu carefully opened her eyes and saw that Zishio was lying on the bed, looking sideways at her. Those eyes were deep and meaningful, causing Ruyu to freeze in place for a moment. How long are you going to make me wait? Ha! Kisame was clearly in a state of confusion and didn't react. Zishao didn't have the good sense to speak again. I say, just how long do you want me to wait? Wait for what? What do you say? Hearing Zishao's pitch rise, Ruyu came back to her senses, but for a moment she was at a loss. She didn't know what to do. Your hall, Clear Wind House, didn't teach you anything? After thinking about all the training she had done, Ruyu's pretty face was so flushed that it was practically dripping with blood. Unconsciously, he let out a mosquito-like, thin-smelling voice. Taught. It's good to be taught. Come on. Want me to do it myself? Crap. Hearing Ruyu's question, Zishao almost jumped up from the bed. If you don't do it yourself, you want me to do it? Oh, Ruyu answered coyly, then moved closer to Zishao's side, her shell teeth biting her lower lip, and fragrant sweat even broke out on her forehead. The white and tender little hands reached out to where Zishao's shirt was and began to prepare. Wait a minute. Zishao hastily covered her sash, turned her head to look at Ruyu, and spoke uncertainly. Is it such a step? Ha? What else? At those words, Zishao did not stop the other party's movements anymore, and even cooperated by turning his body to lie on his back on the bed, allowing him to easily undo his black robes, while muttering continuously in his mouth. Straight to it? Don't even come to some previous steps? And, looking at her expression before, it's not like she's such a proactive person. Ruyu's head was about to go up in smoke at this point, so of course she didn't hear what Zishao was muttering. She desperately recalled the memory crystals that she had read earlier, thinking about the details that the palace master had discussed with her, and the movements of her hands had not stopped. Zishio, on the other hand, lazily relaxed herself completely. Massage? You have to relax to get it right. Otherwise, wouldn't those spirit stones be spent in vain? After a while, his body was cool and his clothes had been placed at the end of the bed. Zishao is also secretly marveled at Ryu's dedication. Obviously can feel that this Ryu is the first time to contact with a man, but still this bold and active. Should I say that it is worthy of the Qingfeng house people? Or she has some other purpose? Raising her head, she was just about to praise the other party, when she suddenly saw Ryu slowly bending down, and from Zizhao's perspective she was only able to see her waterfall-like hair. You know this one too? Kinda underestimated you. Chapter 30. You're a good judge of character. For 3 consecutive days, Zishao did not go out in the middle of that room. Every mealtime there were maids who obediently went forward to deliver the meal. Only when they came out, the faces of those maids were covered with redness. It was obvious that in the middle of the room, there were images that made them shy. On this day, Zishao finally pushed open the door of her room and walked out. His body was dressed in black, with gilt cloud patterns on his sleeves as well as on his chest, further emphasizing his nobility. Above the top of his skull, his hair was bound by a silver crown, and a few strands of purple and silver flowing sea were scattered recklessly across his forehead. The unique aura on that body mesmerized the maids guarding the doorway. Seeing Zishao walk out, the steward immediately greeted him and spoke with a smile on his face. Sir, are you still having fun? Upon hearing this, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Zizhao's face, but immediately afterward, he regained his equanimity. It's not bad. Well, I have to say, your massage training here at Qingfeng House is still quite good. Massage training? Do we have this program? The steward was a bit skeptical. Could it be that Zishao hadn't come out for so many days just to let Ryu give him a massage? He wouldn't believe this even if it killed him, but he should know that after those maids went to deliver the food and came back, they talked about the picture inside in detail. It was a ghastly sight. Beds, curtains, tables and chairs. There was not a single one intact. Ryu has been tortured a lot these days, and I don't know if this noble gentleman has any strange habits. And now you're telling me that you guys are getting massages? Oh. Although the heart sneers, but on the surface cannot dare to show it, the steward of the hurriedly opened his mouth. As long as the prince you are satisfied on the line. I do not know what your plans now. Is it to go to the front hall to see the program or I will then arrange the next one for you? Stop. Zishao made a pause gesture and even put on a righteous look on his face. How can a cultivator of my generation keep indulging in tenderness? What do you think I am? No. How dare I? Just in order not to sweep the gentleman's pleasure. Our Qingfeng Lu deliberately went to find another ferry over. Palace. This woman she and Ryu's temperament is the polar opposite, but the appearance is even better. I believe that you, Gongzi, will definitely be able to enjoy yourself. Diametrically opposed temperaments? Looks are better? Zishao was still maintaining a hoary look, but as a result, when he heard the steward saying this, he immediately revealed a smile. You're a good judge of character. Ha. The stewards also gave a grin that a man would understand. But wait and see. This is the first time I've come to this Chilean city. I haven't seen it properly yet. Tell that ferry to wait for this Gongzi to come back. Yes, my lord. But do you need a guide? After all, this is your first time here? Find someone to lead the way. Just in time to inform me of the rules of this Chilean city. In the face of Zizhao's words, how could the steward dare to say a word of disapproval? And immediately nodded his head in agreement, and then gave a color to the maid, who understood, and walked to Zizhao's body, and bowed with a flourish. Well, seeing that the other party was so understanding, Zishao also threw out a spirit stone without being stingy, and then walked towards the staircase, with the maid following closely behind. He said he wanted to live in seclusion. So what is the best seclusion? Of course it's not some kind of retreat to the mountains and forests. It's not easy to cross over. Is it for him to retire? What's more, there was a saying in his previous life that a great hiding place is a great hiding place. Zishao had already decided that if he wanted to live in seclusion, he would live in seclusion in this Chilean city. Before that, it was still necessary to get to know the city well, or else it would be a bit too humiliating to not even recognize one's own doorstep. When Zishao left, the crowd's eyes flashed as the red figure came directly into the elegant room. The door to the room was also brought up by a gust of wind. The surrounding maids were still going to say something, but were interrupted by the steward's waving his hand. Don't ask what you shouldn't know. This room doesn't need to be cleaned up first. Wait until Ryu comes out. Yes, the steward said so. Of course the maids didn't dare to say anything. They all dispersed and went about their own business. In the middle of the elegant room, at this moment, Ryu was sitting on the bed, taking out a set of white dress from within her storage ring and was slowly wearing it. Right at this moment, a fragrant breeze came from the red enchanting figure that suddenly appeared in front of Ryu. Palace master. Seeing the visitor, Ryu also disregarded the dress she hadn't put on yet, and hurriedly intended to stand up and salute. But the enchanting woman waved her hand to indicate that there was no need. Little Ryu, it seems like you guys have been having quite a crazy time these days. TSK 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 TSK. Look at this room of mine being made by you guys. At those words, Ryu's pretty face slightly reddened. Her mind flashed through the images of these days, especially at the very beginning, when she was following the martial arts moves in those memory crystals. Who would have thought that at first Zixia would actually just think that it was an ordinary massage? The result, needless to say, was naturally a loss, and during these 3 days, Ryu did not fall from head to toe. The whole thing was already in the shape of a purple sky. Hearing the palace master poking fun at himself like that, it would be strange not to be shy. You know you're shy now? The enchanting woman came and sat down beside Ryu, one onion-white jade tender finger gently picking Ryu's chin. Her phoenix eyes gently narrowed. My little Ryu is so beautiful. Of course she will charm him to death. How is it? Have you pried into his identity these days? Hearing the enchanting woman's inquiry, Ryu's face instantly turned snow white. Yeah, how could I forget the main event? Not to mention the background of the other party's identity. It seems that in the past 3 days, he didn't even ask for the other party's name. I think he's called Baba, said Ryu somewhat sheepishly. Baba? Hearing this strange name, the enchanting woman was also a bit dazed as countless messages flashed through her mind. But no matter how hard one tried, one could not figure out what kind of person this so-called bully was. To say that her identity could be said to be able to make Chilean City tremble 3 times, even she didn't know about this Baba, let alone others. Definitely a fake name. The enchanting woman spoke decisively. Among the righteous and demonic paths, scattered cultivators, dynasties, and even forbidden zones, she had not searched for the title of this hegemon. Then it goes without saying that the other party must have used a fake name. Thinking of this, the enchanting woman sighed quietly. You silly girl. Letting people eat you dry. And in the end, even your name is fake. No, it can't be. That's the name he always told me to call him when he was. That. The enchanting woman had a very good understanding of men. Unless the other party had a special fetish, how could she let the woman underneath her read someone else's name? Chapter 31. This hand, I don't want it. I know. After that, I will have someone check to see which clan has cultivated this kind of human master. Is the name Baba? The enchanting woman murmured. I'm sorry, Palace Master. I didn't find out his background. Ryu's tone had a few moments of self-reproach as well as aggravation. It was true that she hadn't completed the task given to her by the Palace Master, just inquiring out the name of the other party, but not a single clue about the identity and background. The enchanting woman stretched out a hand, gently caressing Ryu's fluffy hair. Silly girl, how could I blame you? This time, letting you come to accompany him is also a matter of necessity. I hope that you don't blame me for it. How dare I? Subordinates. Ryu hurriedly wanted to get up and salute, but the enchanting woman pressed down on her shoulders. That onion white and jade tender hand was nevertheless very strong, making it impossible for Ryu to stand up. You girl, it's all been said. You're not to blame for this matter. Our family Ryu is so beautiful. He's still able to hold on to his heart and not reveal a single clue. This is his ability. Saying that, the enchanting woman's other hand gently held Ryu's bejeweled little feet. Look, Ryu is so perfect from head to toe. Just as the enchanting woman touched her jade foot, she suddenly felt some warmth and teased. You're so nervous that you're sweating? No, it's not. Ryu hurriedly retracted her jade feet into her dress and explained in a panic. Palace Master. Me. Before the enchanting woman could finish her words, Ryu placed her hand under her own agitated nose and sniffed lightly. Seeing Ryu's expression again, as well as associating it with the images of those memory crystals he had once seen, Phantom's face instantly darkened. Don't tell me that's what I guessed. Ryu spoke weakly. Give me your knife. This hand. I don't want it. Don't. Palace Master. I'm going to kill him. Yawn. Zixia, who was roaming around Chilean City, suddenly sneezed. Who is this that is thinking of me? The maid didn't say anything when she sniffed. She was just a maid. She was professionally trained in what to say and what not to say, and even when to show what expression. Normally one would never laugh unless one couldn't help it. Xiao Chui, has there been any activity in this Chilean city recently? Or is it just like this on weekdays? Why are there so many people? This is not to blame Zixia questions. This lively street, the people coming and going in an endless stream, and the righteous way or the devil's way, the action is obviously with a purpose. constantly asking the surrounding vendors. It seemed to be looking for something in general. Hearing Zixiao's question, the maid hurriedly solved his confusion. My lord, there are many people in Red Training City on weekdays. After all, this city is the demarcation line between the righteous and demonic paths, and it's also a neutral area. So there are countless cultivators who come here. However, the reason why there have been so many people in the last 2 days is that Elder Ethereal, the supreme elder of the Shaking Light Sacred Ground, wants a disciple and has also put out the word that whether it's the righteous or demonic paths of the scattered cultivators or also the demon race, as long as one is able to find what she's searching for, he or she can become her disciple. Ethereal elder? Hearing the word ethereal, Zixiao's brain worked quickly remembered. If his master Mo Yuxian was known as the #1 beauty of the previous generation in the Kyushu, then the generation before that was this ethereal elder. Nowadays, he had become the supreme elder of the Shaking Light Holy Land. Not to mention his outstanding talent, his cultivation was even on the threshold of the supreme realm. One must know that it had been many years since a supreme realm cultivator had appeared in the eyes of the world, and suddenly a supreme ran out and said that he wanted to take on a disciple, and regardless of power or race. It's a wonder the monks don't go crazy. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Zixiao was puzzled. Why is this ethereal elder suddenly declaring that he wants to take on a disciple at this time? The maid smiled faintly and spoke. It seems that Elder Misty had a discussion with Elder Tianji of the Tianji Holy Land, and as a result, he discovered that his chance lies in this disciple, and that's why he chose to take on a disciple at this time. Moreover, recently, the northern part of Qilian City, in the middle of the savage forest, shockingly appeared in the Sacred King's secret realm, so the number of people coming to Qilian City has increased. Nope, definitely not right. Zixiao's little signal light as a traveler suddenly went on. A supreme being was going to take on a disciple, and the secret realm of the Sacred King was going to open. These two things put together, no matter how you think about it, it seems to be the chance of a destined son. After all, if it was an unusual cultivator but not qualified to get these two buffs enchanted, I've been hiding here, won't still get caught, will I? Zixiao had a stunned look on his face. The son of heaven's destiny was Lin Knight. He had already determined that with his eyes of insight, and the position he was in now was but 1 yuan year away from the Tianxian Holy Land. Could it be that Lin Knight would still come here to get a chance in this situation? Or maybe there are other destined children in this place? Zixiao, who was familiar with villain stream novels, was instantly alert. If there was more than just one heaven's destiny in this world, then he would be a joke no matter where he hid. And most of all, the plot novels he had gotten through the villain system before hadn't said that there would be any other heaven's destiny sons messing around in the middle of this plot. Duke. Seeing that Zixiao had fallen into deep thought and had remained silent, the maid hurriedly spoke out cautiously to test the waters. I'm fine, Violet Sky responded. Then he seemed to have thought of something and once again inquired, did that ethereal elder ever say what the things she needed to take on an apprentice were? The maid guffawed. Zixiao had asked the right person with this sentence. Kings and lords would rather have seeds, even as a maid of the Qingfeng house. But who has not thought of being able to soar to the heavens? The maid also made it a point to inquire about what the netherworld elder demanded. She didn't have that chance to get it, but if this gentleman was interested, she could tell him a thing or two. My lord, Elder Misty said that what she needs is the 3 books of heaven, earth, and humans, and that if you get one of them, you can become her disciple. The 3 books of heaven, earth and man. Hearing this unfamiliar name, Zixiao also pondered. From the name, this 3 books of heaven, earth, and man must be books or something like that. As long as he doesn't touch those things, trouble won't find him. Thinking of this, Zixiao instantly doubled his confidence. I'm actively avoiding you. Surely you're not going to smash me in the face? Ha 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 ha. Shoo. Right at this moment, the sound of breaking air rang out, and an inexplicable object cut through the air towards Zixiao's body and slammed into it. Asterisk. Really hit me in the face? Chapter 32 The Arrival of the Guards. Because he had just been immersed in his own thoughts, Zixiao had not even noticed something coming towards him. This was smashed on his face, and even though he had the skin of a city wall, it was still a bit painful. Wow! Looking down toward the ground, it was a book. The book was still turning pages from the gentle breeze. Zixiao was speechless for a while. He had just said that he wanted the crowd to be looking for the book, and then the book hit his face? What kind of luck is this? Shoo. At the same time, several figures came directly in front of Zixiao. Looking at the way they were on guard against each other, they were clearly 2 forces, coupled with the fact that on one side, the immortal aura was slim and on the other side, the devilish might was monstrous. Unsurprisingly, it's the same old battle between good and evil. My lord, what are we going to do? There wasn't the slightest bit of fear in the maid's eyes. After all, Coming from Qingfeng House, there must be a means to contact one's own family to come. Upon hearing this, Zixiao shook her head. They are fighting them. It's none of our business. Let's go. And continue strolling. Yes, just as Zixiao was about to leave, those two groups of people directly blocked in front of the two of them. Zixiao frowned slightly, clearly somewhat displeased. Kid, bring me that book at your feet. One of the young demonic cultivators said arrogantly. Here it comes. Here we go again. It's vestigial. Zixiao gritted his teeth. He wondered, how come there were always some people who would come in front of him to find existence? You guys have the energy to go after the son of heaven, don't you? Why are you all staring at yourselves? Did you steal your family's rice? The slightly grudging look in Zixiao's eyes caused the young demonic cultivator to freeze. Then he came back to his senses and said in a cold voice, it's useless even if you beg. I'm telling you, that's not your thing. Obediently present it to me and I'll spare you from death. The people on the other side of the camp also quickly came forward and spoke angrily at the demonic cultivators. Don't even think about it. This earth book is also something that a bunch of you devil cultivators can covet? Ha 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 ha. The demonic cultivators burst into laughter. And the younger one, who was obviously the leader, looked at the righteous cultivator mockingly. The rule set by your supreme elder is that as long as one obtains one of the three books of heaven, earth, and humans, one will have the chance to become her disciple. What? Now that I've found the earth book, is your shaking light holy land planning to disobey your family's elder's order? Ha! In the face of these words, the righteous cultivator was not panicked at all, but instead sneered. We naturally cannot disobey the orders of the supreme elder, but don't forget that in this Chilean city, there are the rules of Chilean city, and martial arguments are not permitted between cultivators. Regarding the division of treasures is even more. As long as it is within a foot in front of him, then the right of belonging is his, and no one can rob it by force. Ling Ao Tian, do you want to break the rules of Chilean city? You, the young demonic cultivator known as Ling Ao Tian was also speechless for a while, but he quickly reacted and looked at Zixiao with an icy gaze. What does that look mean? You don't like it? Do it. If you don't dare to do it then hand over that book to me. If you don't obey me, boo. Before Ling Ao Tian could finish his sentence, a white fist hit him hard on his face. His entire body was like a cannonball, shooting off into the distance. Seeing this scene, the demonic cultivators who came along with them were not doing it. Kid, you seek death. A crowd swarmed. Zixiao's figure instantly disappeared from the spot, followed by one muffled sound after another. The demonic cultivators that swarmed around all followed in Ling Ao Tian's footsteps and shot off in the direction of the surroundings. The maid sent by Qingfeng Mansion opened her eyes roundly, her jaw dropping in shock. How could she not expect that Zixiao would suddenly strike before when she was at Qingfeng Building? Even if Zixiao had struck out at Xiao Zijian, Qingfeng Building would have suppressed the matter and not let the news spread out, so it wasn't considered to be breaking the rules of Chilean city. But now Zixiao was striking out at so many people on the street in broad daylight. At this time those people from the Shaking Light Holy Land also froze on the spot. They were not used to seeing these devil cultivators, but they likewise didn't dare to break the rules of this Chilean city. It was also because of the fight between the two sides that caused this earthbook to fall at the feet of Zixiao. Now someone actually broke the rules in the middle of Chilean city? Phew! The clear wind whisked by, and Zixiao's figure appeared beside the maid. Without a single crease in his clothes, he looked cloudy and light. Obviously cleaning up these stinky fish and shrimp was not a difficult task for him. Gongzi, the maid wanted to speak but stopped. She did not know what to say to the good. This is the Qingfeng House's honored guest, encased by the Chilean city. Xiao Chuia, what are you doing looking at me with such eyes? You also heard it. Just now he was the one who asked me to make a move. Such a cheap request. I've never heard of it before in my life. Just fulfilling him. It shouldn't be considered breaking any rules of Chilean city, right? The maid was also speechless for a while. After making such a big commotion, it was expected that soon, the law enforcement team of Chilean city would be coming. Thinking of this, the maid couldn't care less and directly took out a transmitting note, and with her lips slightly opened, the transmitting note also turned into a stream of light disappearing above the street. Just at this time, the people from the Shaking Light Holy Land came forward. The person in the lead, also a young cultivator, only to see him walk to the purple sky made a bow. This gentleman, in the following left Yuan Fei. Thank you for your help. However, you'd better leave quickly. Wait until those law enforcement teams come. Zui Yuanfei clenched his teeth and seemed to have made some kind of determination. When they come, I will help you maneuver around a bit, and leave now before it is too late. Just as Zui Yuanfei wanted to repay the favor, a voice came over. Brother Zui is so bold that he intends to sacrifice himself for others and feed the tiger with his body? But my Chilean city is not some tiger's den or wolf's cave, so there is no need to be like this. Hearing this voice, Zui Yuanfei turned his head to look with a few shocks on his face. Sure enough, at some point, a group of blue-clad cultivators had arrived beside the crowd. Here come the guards of Chiltern City. Zui Yuanfei's face was covered with a bitter smile. He didn't expect that he had already made up his mind, but as a result, the guards came at this time. The man at the head came forward and looked at Zi Xiao with interest. Obviously, he was also very interested in this person who dared to strike in Chilian City. Wait a minute, wait. Just at this time, the Qingfeng building stewards rushed in. His forehead was covered in sweat. The streets of Chilian City didn't allow cultivators to use spiritual energy, so he could only run with his legs. God knows how much physical strength he had expended in coming so quickly after receiving the news. Chapter 33, Villains don't make things hard for villains. Steward Qian of Qingfeng House? The guard commander was also a bit surprised to see the visitor. Could it be that the one in front of him who dared to make a move in Chilian City was someone from Qingfeng House? Wait a minute. The old man came late. Mr. Long, please also listen to the old man. Steward Qian came up for air and opened his mouth. Steward Qian, you've come in person. Of course I won't fail to give you face. Thank you, Lord Dragon. After Steward Qian bowed to him, he took a deep breath and calmed himself down, then slowly spoke. Lord Long, this gentleman has just come to Chilian City, so he doesn't know the rules here. If you don't believe me, you can check the transmission records of the transmission workshop. This gentleman came here 6 days ago, and he hasn't gone out in our Qingfeng building since he arrived. It's normal to not know the rules. Most of this is the responsibility of our Clear Wind House for not telling him the rules that he should follow. Please ask Lord Long to be lenient. Hearing Steward Qian's words, the guard commander known as Lord Dragon became even more interested in Purple Sky. If he said that he was not familiar with other regions, but this Chilian City, he had been here for many years, and he was even more knowledgeable about the forces within the city. Qingfeng Mansion would stand up for a simple guest and take over the responsibility? Obviously, this was impossible. It's not like this hasn't happened before. At that time, Qingfeng Lu but eyes closed pretending to know nothing. What's going on now? He's changed his mind? Either this person has a big head, so even Qingfeng House can't afford to mess with him, or Qingfeng House has something to ask for. But either one of them represented the high level of importance Qingfeng House placed on Zi Xiao. Is Steward Qian telling the truth? Lord Long turned his head towards Zi Xiao and inquired. What's he doing lying to you guys for nothing? It's true that I don't know much about the rules within this Chilian city, but there's one thing you might not know. Zi Xiao reached out and pointed to the demonic cultivators who were falling to the east in the distance, and continued to speak. Just now, I made my move because they asked for it, and these people even used their faces to hit my hands, and I couldn't even stop them, so I couldn't do anything about it. Seeing Zi Xiao's indifferent attitude, the cold sweat on Steward Qian's forehead increased. My lord, dare to speak like this to Lord Long. Not worthy of you, but can you stop? If this Lord Long is determined to arrest you, the old man cannot hold up. They face-planted your hand? Ha 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 ha. The Dragon Lord suddenly burst out laughing with an unusually contented laugh. Even his tears were laughed out. After the laughter stopped, Lord Long's face muscles eased a little, and he almost had a cramp from laughing. I said, do you know who these people are that you're beating up? What people? I don't know, but fellow Daoist, I must remind you that it wasn't me who hit them. It was they themselves who slammed their faces into my hands. Ha 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 ha. Yes, yes, yes. Do you know who these people are who hit your hand with their face? Upon hearing this, Zi Xiao pondered for a moment and raised his head. What they are is of no significance to me at all. I won't try to remember the identity of any of the scumbags, not to mention the fact that there is still a group of scumbags here. It was obvious that Zi Xiao had a great dislike for these people, Zui Yuanfei as well as Steward Qian at this time, but they were more and more alarmed. Fearing that Zi Xiao would anger Lord Long because of his attitude in speaking, they all had backstages behind them. But even those backstages were nothing more than flagstones here at Lord Long. You're funny. Lord Long looked at Zi Xiao and said with some sighs. Same as each other. Zi Xiao responded flatly. This action was a move that made Steward Qian as well as Zui Yuanfei quickly have to raise their hearts to their throats. Ha 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 ha. It's been a long time since I've seen someone as interesting as you. So be it. Let's forget about it this time. Of course, I can tell you one piece of news for free. This group of scumbags you're beating up are from the 10,000 Demons sect. So be good. After saying that, Lord Long actually left with his people under a crowd of stunned gazes. Only Zi Xiao seemed to have predicted such an outcome, and there was no surprise in his eyes. Just now, at the first moment of that Dragon Lord's arrival, Zi Xiao used his eye of insight. Name Dragon Breath. Bone Age, over 1060 years. Cultivation, Holy King Realm. Tags, Plot Villains, True Dragons, Sight Unseen, Ill-Fated, Middle-Aged Loss, etc. Recent chances, in the middle of the 10,000 devils domain after March. Snatch the holy soldier of the devil woman. After May, go to the middle of the Styx abyss. Take the 2 life flowers. These chances pour for the current Zishao. It is a matter of indifference. But that plot villain 4 words are very dazzling. Since they're villains, they could be half-brothers. The villain certainly doesn't give the villain a hard time. And it's also a plot-destined villain. Not one of those ordinary ones. That was why Zishao thought that he would definitely not be in trouble this time. As expected. Whether it was because the people from Qingfeng Lu stepped in to bail him out, or this so-called Dragon Lord was compassionate. No matter how the process was, but the result was the same as what Zishao had guessed. Seeing that Zixia was still staring at Lord Long's departing back, Steward Qian was scared enough. If we say who knows the most about Zixia in this city, it would be no different than the people from Qingfeng House. For Zishao, besides being generous and having an extraordinary status, there was also a label of lawlessness, and to say that he acted at will was to praise him. The man appeared to have no concern for anyone, the occasional look in the eyes or the transcendent temperament of the body, as if it were a traveler in the red world in general. It's no surprise that someone like that would take a shot at anyone. Steward Qian came forward and blocked Zizhao's gaze. He was truly afraid that this master would get into another fight with that Lord Long. Gonzi you are scared old slave. If not, shoo. Before Steward Qian could finish his sentence, several air-breaking sounds rang out, and Zixia directly threw a dozen or so high-level spirit stones into his arms. Cough cough. What's that? What you did, Gongzi, is too right. Whoever dares to mess with you is simply messing with our Clear Wind House. Don't worry. These disciples of the 10,000 Demons sect, Clear Wind House, will not entertain them in the future. The Shaking Light Holy Land disciples next to them all looked at Steward Qian speechlessly. The man changed his tune too quickly. Of course, the act of casually throwing out a dozen or so high-level spirit stones made them a little envious. This gentleman, I'm really sorry that I didn't help you in time just now. I can't help it that I'm a humble person. Zui Yuanfei came forward and lowered his head to apologize to Zishao. For what Zui Yuanfei said, Zishao did not mean to blame. It's not a bad thing to not fall on your sword. Not to mention the fact that people have just said that they are going to take the initiative to stay behind and break the back. Chapter 34, What a good man. There's no need to make amends. Besides, I wasn't helping you just now. It's just that those stinky fish and shrimp had to find fault with me. Speaking of this, Zishao even glanced at the disciples of the 10,000 Devils sect in disgust. Being a villain has to have a sense of style. Don't you understand? Look at the Dragon Lord who appeared just now. Also both villains, he has always maintained a mysterious appearance. And he doesn't even need to speak. The person next to him is already in a cold sweat. Then look at these people. But also Ling Aot on it. 10,000 Devil sect disciples are this bird. No wonder against a Shaking Light Holy Land cannot fight. That the 10 Holy Land, if the 10 Holy Land is to join hands, is not it directly his 10,000 Devil sect to the flat push? Alright, the mood has been worn out by them. Let's stroll here today. After saying that, Zishao turned her head to look at Steward Qian. How is Ruyu doing? Waiting for me? Steward Qian quickly spoke up. Don't worry, Gongzi. Miss Ruyu will not be taking customers from now on. The spirit stones you gave are really enough. She will only serve you in the future. Well, your Clear Wind House is quite good at what it does. Right, let's talk about the other witch. I understand. I'll arrange it for you when I get back. The children are teachable. Look, this is called professionalism. Zishao couldn't wait to go back and see what that magical girl who was even better than, say, Jade, was really like. Just as he and Steward Qian and the others turned around with the intention of leaving, Zui Yuanfei picked up the book on the ground and came in front of Zishao. This gentleman, may I also ask your name? Me? Meeting each other? The name is just a code name. Brother Zhua, you are mistaken. Zishao spoke in a serious tone. Why should we ever meet each other? Zui Yuanfei murmured these words, instantly sensing the profound realm of the person in front of him. I guess it's because Brother Dao regards fame as dirt like this that he's able to have such a realm. Otherwise the entire immortal cultivation world would be shaken by Brother Dao. Shocking my ass, Zishao secretly said. If he wasn't afraid of being approached by people from the Tianqian sacred land after he spoke his name, what words was he tugging at? As for using a fake name, he doesn't have that hobby. Purple Sky, isn't that a good name? In his previous life, when he read the book, what he hated most was that the protagonist did not move to change his name, change his face, or get a doppelganger out of it. That can be very poisonous. Okay, are we done talking? I'll just go ahead. Wait a minute, Taoist brother. Zui Yuanfei once again voiced out to stop Zishao, and offered the arcane book with both hands. Dao brother, like you and other heavenly pride, you are absolutely qualified to have this book. Not to mention that the Earth book has a spirit and has already chosen you as its master. So please don't excuse yourself. Zishao was startled to see the other party's action and quickly refused. Brother Zhua, quickly take it back. I don't want this thing. Zhua Yuanfei as well as the crowd of Shaking Light disciples all looked towards Zishao with respectful expressions. Obviously all so and so said. The other party but still do not want the Book of the Earth. Clearly is a person of high character. Only such a person would be able to become the disciple of the Supreme Elder. Dao brother, this Earth book really has a destiny for you. So take it. With those words, Zhua Yuanfei was about to stuff the Earth book into Zishao's arms, and the latter hastily dodged and took a few steps back. Unbelievably, he looked at Zhua Yuanfei. Good guy, really good guy. Even if I didn't save you, I'm still considered to have helped you out, right? And you, a disciple of the Shaking Light Sacred Ground, are actually avenging me? If I become the disciple of that laborious netherworld elder, won't I be famous in the immortal cultivation world again? And what if the heavenly fate comes to my door at that time? And any way you look at it, this so-called 3 books of heaven, earth, and humans are all chances of a heavenly destined son. One would never be able to sleep at night if he took this. Seeing Zishao retreating back and forth, Zhua Yuanfei was also anxious. Dao brother, what do you mean by that? The Earth book has a spirit. It has already chosen its master. If you don't take it, even if someone else holds it, they simply won't be able to open it. No matter what, I absolutely can't have this book. Zishao shook his head like a rattle, as if the land book in front of him was a hot potato. It was actually true that if they did take the Earth book, they would surely get involved in an inexplicable dispute, which didn't match up with Zishao's dream of swinging the pendulum. So no matter what the other party said, he or she would never be able to take it in. Brother Dao, when the disciples of the Shaking Light Holy Land saw this sincere refusal of Zishao, they knew that he was not the kind of villain in disguise, but rather a cultivator who truly had a gentlemanly demeanor, such character and such talent. If he really became the Netherworld Elder's great disciple, it would simply be a blessing for their Shaking Light Holy Land. Dao brother, if you do not accept this book, we really do not have the face to return to the clan. Zhua Yuanfei eyes full of hot tears, living a look touched by Zishao to the appearance, dead or alive to let it accept the Book of the Earth. Stop, 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 what's a big man crying for? When Zishao saw Zhua Yuanfei's appearance, coupled with the people passing by pointing at him, his scalp tingled. Slightly tentative, he opened his mouth and inquired, let me ask, what bird, cough, misty elder of yours, is it necessary for the other party to collect all 3 books of heaven, earth, and man to accept an apprentice? That's right. Zhua Yuanfei thought that Zishao had come to be interested and hurriedly nodded his head frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. Is there any whereabouts of the Book of Heaven and the Book of Man? Currently there is no. Zhua Yuanfei's face was slightly bitter. These days we have been searching for the 3 books of heaven, earth and humans. Besides wanting to become Elder Misty's personal disciple, there is also one thing, and that is, we don't want to let this book fall into the hands of thieves. After saying that, Zhua Yuanfei pointed at those disciples of the 10,000 Devils sect. Just like these devil cultivators, once they are allowed to find the 3 books of heaven, earth, and man, Elder Misty has made a heavenly oath, and will surely accept them as his disciples, and at that time, the righteous and the devils will be entangled in a tangle. I'm afraid my Shaking Light Holy Land will become a sinner. So even at the risk of the world and the consequences of being chastised by the Netherworld Elder, we disciples want to stop this incident. A rowdy old woman? What a resemblance to his own master. Zishao skimmed his lips. If it wasn't for that laborious Misty Elder who was bent on finding the 3 books of heaven, earth, and man, why would so many kind-hearted disciples put their lives on the line to find the 3 books of heaven, earth, and man? If he really worshipped under her, he would still be played to death by her? In that case, Brother Zhua, this Book of the Earth, I'll take it. Later, you don't stuff it. Zishao interrupted Zhua Yuanfei's movements and continued to speak. I received this Earth book not because I wanted to worship under Elder Misty, but as you said, if this 3 books of heaven, earth, and humans were to fall into the hands of evil demons, it would inevitably cause trouble. In order not to make things difficult for you, this Book of Earth is placed here with me, and if any righteous person collects the 2 books of heaven and man, I will hand over the Book of Earth to him. What do you think? Chapter 35. There's a bad guy in the crowd. This, Zhua Yuanfei took a deep breath. I didn't expect the words to be said to this point. This young cultivator in front of me actually still didn't intend to take this chance in his own hands. Instead, we have to wait for others to gather together the 2 books of heaven and man, and then add this Book of Earth to offer. One must know that Elder Misty was a person who had shaken the 10 regions of the 9 states, and in her time, she was known as the #1 in talent. It was more of a supreme realm powerhouse. He had never taken on a disciple in his life, and if he had become a disciple of the Supreme Being, he would be able to walk horizontally in the land of the 9 states. This opportunity, not to mention the younger generation, even the older generation of cultivators wanted to grasp it tightly, but this young Taoist brother in front of him had discarded this opportunity and was still the sincere kind. How long has it been since the immortal cultivation world has produced such a person? Zui Yuanfei couldn't help but be filled with sighs, and after seeing the serious look on Zixiao's face, he gritted his teeth and spoke. Just as well. Let's follow what Brother Dao said. After saying that, Zui Yuanfei handed over the ground book. Zixiao heard the other party promise himself and reached out to receive it as well. The reason why he wanted to take this hot potato was purely because he wanted to confirm his guess that if the only person in this world who was the son of heaven's destiny was Tianxian Holy Land Lin Knight, then he had a way to hide far away. If there were plural sons of heaven's destiny, then he would have to really consider it carefully. Otherwise, hiding wherever the sons of heaven's destiny chased him would not be in vain. To collect the 3 books of heaven, earth, and man, and still be that beautiful cultivator who has been alone for years. The flavor is so right. How to look at this is for the son of heaven's destiny to prepare. Think extremely the 2 books of heaven and man is also bound to be the son of heaven's destiny. Then Zixiao just need to wait for the rabbit. When the man with the remaining 2 books came looking for him, he could tell at a glance with the eye of insight. Just the moment Zixiao reached out to receive the book of earth, the mutation was sudden. Buzz. The earth book suddenly emitted repeated rays of light that made it somewhat difficult to open one's eyes, and a heavy, ancient aura suddenly descended upon the entire Qilian city. Lord Long, who had already walked away, felt the aura and his eyes stared. What kind of character has descended to our red training city? Boom boom boom. Inside the city lord's mansion, a powerful aura burst out. The multicolored spiritual energy supported the entire sky above Qilian city, blocking the falling pressure in its entirety. The cultivators in the city had no idea what was going on and only felt a surge of wanting to fall to their knees. The person in question, Zixiao, was even more dumbfounded. He didn't do anything but pick up a book. What the hell is this? Zui Yuanfei was even more wide-eyed. The 3 books of heaven, earth, and humans are nothing more than spiritual books that record the Tao rhythms of the great Tao, and have no other chances in themselves, so how could they possibly emit such an aura? The people all did not understand. Shoo, shoo. Right at this moment, 2 air-breaking sounds rang out, only to see that the defense formation above the sky was actually pierced through by 2 streams of light. Those 2 streams of light landed directly in front of Zixiao's body. When I fixed my eyes on them, they were 2 books, one with heaven written on it and one with man written on it, plus the land in the hands of Zixiao. It just so happens that the 3 books of heaven, earth, and man have come together. This, Zixiao was incredulous. What is this? I just got the book of earth, but the book of heaven and the book of man flew over automatically? Who would believe it? The disciples of the shaking light sacred ground also saw clearly what was flying, and that one's open mouth was able to swallow an egg. Still, Zui Yuanfei took the lead in reacting and came to Zixiao's body, stuttering and opening his mouth. Dao brother, congratulations. This, 3 books have a spirit, and this, automatically chooses its owner. Coughing. It seems like this is your chance. Zixiao blankly glanced at Zui Yuanfei without any good reason. Is this chance? I'm afraid it's not some kind of conspiracy, is it? Even if they were destined, before they wanted to get their chance, they would either jump off a cliff or die from serious injuries, and they had to be on the brink of life and death anyway. And as a villain, it was just as well that he wasn't robbed of his chance by the heaven's destined son. How could such a chance come to him of its own accord? The earth book in his hand shimmered faintly, as if he was being smug. Brother Dao, you won't be able to excuse yourself this time. Zui Yuanfei spoke with a solemn face. The 3 books of heaven, earth, and man all chose you, and they also took the initiative to join each other. So it seems that you are the person that the Supreme Elder is looking for. I will immediately report to the sect and have someone come to pick up. Stop. Before he could finish his sentence, Zixiao directly interrupted. Brother Zua, honestly, I already have my own master. Changing to another sect is not what a gentleman would do. That's right. I see that you, Brother Zua, are a talented person, but you are very suitable for this position. Wouldn't it be better to let you become the personal disciple of that Supreme Elder? With those words, Zixiao directly opened the eye of insight. It was a shock not to look at it, but to look at it straight away. Name, Zui Yuanfei. Bone age, 19. Realm, Middle Yuaning. Special physique, sealed ancient sacred body heavenly sword body. Technique, shaking light sacred method 9 heavenly thunder brilliant sword Tao running thunder sword unified sword. Recent chances, after half a month extremely heaven, earth and man 3 books. Was Misty Supreme Father accepted as a personal disciple, was intercepted, after a month in the trial of the secret realm to obtain the Earth Spirit Beads, after 3 months after going to the domain of 10,000 devils and the Devil Woman to join forces to retreat from the enemy, after 5 months, the son of Manifest Destiny. What the hell? Zixiao couldn't believe his eyes. He confirmed his suspicions, but what he hadn't expected was that a destined son of that magnitude was right in front of his eyes. This is exactly how Unlucky Mom opens the door to Unlucky. Unlucky, Zhuo Yuanfei, good you thick-browed guy. Actually the son of Heaven's Destiny, the golden light on his body is simply going to blind Zixiao's eyes. I thought that the son of Heavenly Destiny should be Yi, Xiao, Lin, Sure and other big surnames. And then do not help to come to a tang he can also withstand. Turns out the last name is actually left? I've never been able to protect myself against this. Zixiao simply wanted to cry. There are bad people in the crowd. Dao, brother Dao? Zhuo Yuanfei looked at Zixiao's face, a burst of cloudy and sunny. Some cannot pinpoint what the other party is thinking, and hastily whispered out to test. It's okay. Zixiao looked at Zhuo Yuanfei slyly, and that look made the latter's scalp tingle. See how my proposal is, brother Zhuo? This 3 books of heaven, earth, and humans will be given to you. I feel that you are the one who can deserve the position of the ethereal elder's personal disciple. There's no need to say more words of retention. This is for you. After saying that, Zixiao grabbed the 3 books of heaven, earth, and humans and shoved them into Zhuo Yuanfei's arms. Then he waved his hand, signaling Steward Qian and Xiao Chui to hurry and leave this place of wrongdoing with him. I don't know what pitfalls will come up if I continue to stay. There must be a demon when things go wrong. And from the moment the 3 books of heaven, earth, and humans took the initiative to slap on Zixiao's face, he knew that there was definitely a problem. Chapter 36, Do you really think I'm made of clay? As we all know, it's never been the son of heaven's destiny to rob others of their resources. When was it someone else's turn to rob the son of heaven's destiny on his head? The Eye of Insight observed that among Zhuo Yuanfei's chances, there were 3 words of being cut off. It further solidified Zixiao's suspicions. If there wasn't something wrong here, he wouldn't believe it. The benefits sent to the door, to be properly examined before, he is not the son of destiny. The system was also uninstalled by him. In this case, can still have this kind of thing? Brother Dao. Wait. Zhuo Yuanfei had no intention of keeping the 3 books of heaven, earth and man in his hands. These 3 spiritual books took the initiative to choose their masters. If they were forced to stay, they would only be able to leave the 3 books in the dust. Plus, it was different from his philosophy. If he really took these 3 books somehow, he was afraid that his Taoist heart would be unstable, and thus it would be difficult for him to search for the immortal path any longer. I said your nickname is called Gummy Candy, right? Why is it so sticky to the teeth? Zixiao looked helplessly at Zhuo Yuanfei, who once again stopped himself. The latter was a bit puzzled, obviously not understanding what kind of candy this gummy candy was, but nevertheless shook his head and firmly said, Dao brother, since these 3 books have chosen you, then you are the chosen one. Although I, Zhuo Yuanfei, am not a celestial pride, I am the same as you, Dao brother, and am by no means a curmudgeon. What's yours is yours and no one can take it away. Zixiao looked at the determined Zhuo Yuanfei and secretly sighed. How much he wanted to tell the other party. This 3 books of heaven and earth and people are actually the other party. That chance is clearly written in the intercepted it. Brother left. Well, brother Dao has a high moral character. This I know. So, when he said this, Zhuo Yuanfei's eyes carried a few complacency. I've already notified the sect with a sound transmission note, so I guess that at this time, Elder Misty has also received the news. Ha ha ha, this time, Dao brother you can't run away. You. Zixiao stared at the smug Zhuo Yuanfei in front of him. He simply hated his teeth and could not wait to give the other party a big ear. But thinking about the golden words of that heavenly destined son, it was better to forget about it. Dao brother, it's better to follow me back to the sect. Zhuo Yuanfei smiled. Zixiao was speechless for a while. Is your shaking light sanctuary a bandit den? I'm afraid you can't leave now. Phew. A powerful aura pressured the entire field as the guard commander of Qilian City, Lord Long, went and returned. The chi was tightly locked onto Zhuo Yuanfei and Zixiao. Boom. The aura of the Saint King realm was not something that anyone could withstand. And this instant directly caused the duo of Zixiao and Zhuo Yuanfei to sink deep into the ground. With the duo as the center, the ground showed a spiderweb-like crack. Where's the promised villain not making things difficult for the villain? Zixiao felt the heavy mountain-like pressure on his body and looked helplessly at the Dragon Lord who had suddenly appeared in front of him. Zhuo Yuanfei clenched his teeth. His Dao robe was already drenched in blood, but even so, he didn't cry out in pain. Instead, he was bracing himself. Lord Long was a little surprised when he looked at Zixiao's expressionless appearance. A junior was actually able to block his pressure? Lord Long, What do you mean by that? Steward Qian hurriedly trotted over. That spirit stone he really didn't take for nothing. It can be called Zi Zhao's lapdog. Seeing Steward Qian's arrival, Lord Long didn't have the slightest intention of restraining himself and teased. Originally, it was just a strike against a bunch of scum, plus self-defense. I was going to let him go, but look. With those words, Lord Dragon reached out and pointed to the sky. Only 2 holes appeared on top of that colorful defense array. That was the mark left behind when the 2 books of Celestials and Humans appeared and pierced it through. My Red Training City's defense array was pierced through by the 2 books of Celestials and Humans on this brat, and you were able to withstand my pressure. Brat, tell me, what kind of person are you? Lord Long slowly walked up to Zi Xiao and stared at him with interest. Would you believe me if I said that I don't even know how this thing came to be? Guess what I believe? The 3 books of heaven, earth, and humankind have taken the initiative to defect? Although these 3 books are not magic treasures, but the 3 books above the Dao Dao rhyme, once rumored to have the opportunity to become an emperor. You are the bastard son of the heavenly Dao. Ah, you're the bastard son of the heavenly Dao, aren't you? And the 3 books took the initiative to look for you? Zi Xiao was slightly speechless as he looked at Lord Long. He really wanted to gouge out his own eyeballs and throw them into Lord Long's eyes so that he could look at Zui Yuanfei next to him. Show him what it means to be the chosen one. How could it not be the villain's turn to inherit the title of Tendo's bastard? Forget it, I guess you kid won't say it, but you definitely have secrets on you. When I bring you back to the city lord's mansion, I'll just use the soul extraction and refining technique to check it out. In his words, Lord Long did not take Zi Xiao seriously in the slightest. This tone of voice also really made Zi Xiao explode. Give you 3 colors? You really open a dye house. When I am made of clay? Boom! Accompanied by Zi Xiao's roar. The pressure on his body instantly dispersed, and one after another secret of black runes surrounded his body, and his eyes, which were originally like ethereal pools, were directly transformed into heavy pupils. Ancient heavy pupils? This kid is that big senior brother from the Tianxian Holy Land? Purple sky? When the onlookers saw the appearance of the heavy pupil, they all recognized the identity of Zi Xiao. He's not exactly making a name for himself right now. Even this distant Qilian city circulated his reputation. After all, a supreme celestial pride that was so stifled to break away from the clan was too rare, coupled with the fact that all the major powers had released the news that as long as Zi Xiao joined them, he would be given generous treatment. Where else could the cultivators not recognize his name? Fruit. Indeed. Brother Dao. No, Brother Z is not a thing in the pool. Zui Yuanfei also stood out from the deep pit, and the Dragon Lord had already withdrawn his pressure because he was surprised, so he was now also unharmed. It was even because of the pressure he had just been subjected to, causing a warm current to seemingly flow within his body, which was continuously moisturizing every meridian as well as the yuaning in his body. Kid, you want to take a shot at me? Zi Zhao's long hair was flying at this moment, surrounded by black runes, and coupled with that terrifyingly heavy pupil, it was simply a demonic might. Anyone would be able to see that he was about to take a shot at Lord Long. I've heard of your realm, divine separation, right? Although I don't know what method you used to hide your cultivation, but I guessed correctly, you really do have a big secret. These are going to be mine. A cultivator at the stage of distraction. Even with the greatest of chances, that was still a distraction. He himself was a cultivator of the Saint King realm. Will you fear a distraction? Seeing Zixiao's battle-hardened appearance, Lord Long wanted to laugh a little. Laugh? I'll make you laugh. The light in Zixiao's hand flashed, and a long black blade appeared in his hand. This was the reward he had drawn from his previous sign-in. The system produced a fine product, which was supposed to be a growing embryo, and the system gave him the opportunity to choose the skin. Without hesitation, Zixiao chose the template used by that world's #1 sword master in an anime from his previous life. The Black Blade Knight. Chapter 37, Heavenly Burial Technique. Boom! The black runes that constantly surrounded Zixiao's body suddenly erupted in full force at this moment. A black force shot straight up into the sky, punching out a hole in Qilian City's defense formation once again. At this moment, the heavy pupils in his eyes had turned pitch black, the long hair flying wildly, the slightly raised corner of his mouth, and the long black blade in his hand that constantly emitted demonic might, made him look like an earthly Shura. He was clearly at the divine separation stage, but at this moment he seemed like a saint. The realms of the immortal cultivation world were Qi refining, foundation building, Jindan, Yuaning, divine separation, harmonization, Mahayana, transition, saints, holy kings, supreme beings, and great emperors. And Zi Xiao, who was only at the divine separation stage, actually spanned 4 great realms, with an aura that was straight up to the saint realm. A hint of surprise also appeared in Lord Long's eyes. How could he not have expected that this mole cricket in front of him, who could have been casually pinched, had actually erupted with a power that even he did not dare to underestimate. Having owned the system for so many years, how could Zishao not have some cards? The primordial heavenly demon body combined with the 8 desolate demon techniques allowed him to utilize several times the power of his own realm, plus that mysterious burial skill. Without counting the cost, people in the transitional realm also kill you. This is the temperament of Zishao. If it was a normal situation, he would never use this kind of power. After all, the burying sky skill was bizarre and incomparable. It was a double-sided blade, and if he was not careful, he would hurt himself. But the look in Lord Long's eyes was just too much for him to resist. I'm at least a dignified traveler, plus the identity of a villain, so you're just not leaving any chances when you see me. But you want to take my chances? If this is captured by you, do I have any face left? Purple Shao, who was holding the Black Sword Knight, was like a demonic father descending at this moment, with 3,000 avenues surrounding his body, and the sun, moon, and stars appeared abnormally small at this moment as well. Originally azure sky even appeared a piece of heavy dark clouds. The sky in this moment had become disordered. Steward Qian and Xiao Chui were stunned. They had long thought that the frightening identity background that Zishao possessed, but they had not thought that they had still underestimated him. And looking at this appearance now, it was simply a Geisher Da Di. Zui Yuanfei was even more excited. Only such a person deserves the position of Elder Ethereal's personal disciple. Not all people who use magic power are devil cultivators. 3,000 avenues. Magic is just one of them. Those who use magic cultivators are called devil cultivators. That is still because they cultivate the gong method to make heaven and earth laws. Or maybe it was because of the evil nature of their hearts that they were called demonic cultivators. However, the demonic power on Zishao was able to make the Tao rhythms of the 3,000 great avenues surround it, and it even carried a sense of the great Tao. So such a person was certainly not considered to be a demonic cultivator. What's more, his character is in the eyes of the Shaking Light disciples. I'll make you mad. Zishao activated the heaven burying technique regardless of any consequences, and in this moment, he was the greatest devil between heaven and earth. The long purple-silver-colored hair seemed to be dyed with ink at this moment, turning pure black. Zishao gripped the black blade with both hands and slashed viciously towards Lord Dragon. The black blade drew an arc in the air, carrying an overpowering aura that directly tore apart the surrounding space, and purple-black spatial turbulence appeared within that single crack. Boom! Black spiritual energy burst out from the black blade's body. The entire sky is covered by black. Those dark clouds are as if to drip ink in general. The power of the great Tao and the surrounding drumming. This knife so that the wind and clouds change color. Lightning and thunder. Whimpering sound resonates throughout the entire heaven and earth, as if the ghosts cry God cry in general. Kid, it's true that I've underestimated you, but no matter what kind of secret technique you've used, you're still just an ant. Lord Dragon let out a roar. The clothes on his body crumbled inch by inch, revealing that lean and sturdy body, and right after that, the flesh actually grew scales. Immediately afterward, a sky-covering python that spanned the entire Chilean city appeared in people's eyes. Its body was like a lofty mountain range, huge and majestic. The python's scales shimmered with a mysterious light, and each piece was like tough armor that covered its entire body. Its eyes were like burning flames, revealing a kind of majesty and dominance. When it gazes at you, it seems to penetrate your soul. The giant python's letter is like a stream of dark red flame that spits out from time to time, emitting a pungent odor. Its mouth opens, revealing sharp, chilling teeth. What attracted the most attention was the black horn on its scale-covered head. It was about to transform into a dragon. This is the original body of Lord Dragon. Phew! Facing Zishao's sky-covering slash, the giant python in the air juggled its gigantic tail and slammed over. Boom! The black spiritual energy instantly exploded, and one wave after another of black spiritual energy cover spread rapidly towards the surrounding of Chilean City. This strike by Lord Long actually shattered Zishao's saber chi completely. Dang! The Black Blade Knight impacted on top of the Dragon Lord's snake scales with a shower of sparks, leaving just a white mark on the scales. You can't even break my scales. Give it to me to swallow. After saying that, the huge python that covered the sky and the ground opened its mouth and was about to swallow Zishao directly into its belly. Gongzi! Steward Qian and Xiao Chui cried out anxiously. Brother Dao! Zui Yuanfei was even more vindictive. His eyes filled with hatred as he looked towards the python. Aha! If you heard Brother Z, in the coming day, I will definitely whip you into shape and skin you. Lord Long wouldn't pay any attention to other people's threats. He felt offended by Zishao and was bent on getting the big secret that the other party was so powerful. You know, he was one step away from transforming into a dragon. No one can stop him. The large vertical pupils were filled with greed, and the bloody mouth opened a few points again. Even the black spiritual energy that kept overflowing was swallowed by it together. Still want to swallow the old man? At this moment, Zishao's expression was filled with madness. He gripped the black blade knight tightly in both hands, facing the incoming huge mouth without any fear, even letting me use my burial heaven technique. Do you still want to retreat in one piece? Good thinking. After saying that, Zixiao's hand formed a seal and let out a soft sound, and then a terrifying aura erupted with a boom, intimidating people. The burial heaven technique, too, had 1,000 variations, but it was not a suppression of the enemy, but the strongest attack, a devastating battle strike. He crossed the void with both hands, branding the imprint of the Tao, giving birth to a black ancient coffin. On top of the black coffin, carved with the universe flood, everyone was stunned. This is the secret art, how even the coffin is played out. What is the meaning of this prediction? Is it to send the enemy to ascend to heaven? Burial of heavenly kung fu, burying heaven and earth and all beings. On top of this black coffin, there were one black rune after another surrounding it. The decay as well as sinking intent emanating from that coffin continuously enveloped Zixiao's body, feeding him strength. Chapter 38, Why aren't you smiling? Buzz. Zixiao's figure flickered, and after dodging the huge mouth that covered the sky, he slammed into the python with his sword in both hands. A divine aura flickered in the python's vertical pupil, twisting the snake's body, and a dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth. Golden light shone through the dark clouds. A dragon's might that suppressed all living beings collided with the black coffin in the air. The giant python also directly slammed into the purple sky in the sky. Boom! This one hit Purple Sky's chest solidly. Click here 4. The sound of bones cracking resounded in his ears, and the blood on his body was staining his black clothes. The vertical pupil of the python carried a hint of smugness, but just at this time, Zixiao threw the black blade knight in his hand violently into the air. The black blade turned into a stream of light and directly merged into the black coffin. Ow! The sound of the dragon once again resounded through the universe, but this time, it was different because the sound of the dragon was clearly tinged with a sense of sadness. Just when Lord Long couldn't figure out what Zixiao was going to do, the black coffin suddenly smashed down towards his head. Feeling the aura that corrupted the heavens and earth, the Dragon Lord's heart was filled with fear and intended to withdraw. But at this very moment, he realized that he couldn't move. The vertical pupil looked to the purple sky on his mouth. The latter's face was full of blood though, but the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, and his expression was even with the color of insanity. His hands clutched the python's scales tightly, and because of the excessive force, 10 fingers directly pierced through the hard scale armor. Those black runes emanating from his body were like a dragon binding rope, binding the python in the air. Click here. As the python twisted, the black rune-formed dragon bundle rope was crumbling, but it was enough time. The black coffin that emanated the aura of burying heaven and earth had fallen. Dang! The heavy and ancient ringing formed a ripple that spread out in all directions, and a large number of buildings, floors, and walls in Chilean City were all shattered because of this strike. The black coffin smashed directly on top of the python's head. Click! The cracking sound was crisp and audible, only to see that the horn on top of the python's head was directly smashed, and the entire python was even smashed to the ground like a cannonball. Boom! The concussive sound caused the nearby cultivators to bleed directly from their 7 orifices, and some were even too late to dodge and were directly crushed by the giant python. The giant python smashed into the ground, and because of its huge size, it smashed a huge pit out of the ground, just like a heavenly rift, so deep that it couldn't see the bottom. And Zixiao was like a piece of rag as it smashed onto the ground not far away. Cough cough cough. Hurts old man. Zixiao coughed out blood while shakily standing up from the ground. His chest was sunken. One arm was twisted like a twist, and his face and body were drenched in blood, as if he was crazy, but the corners of his mouth were wildly upturned. Steward Qian, who saw the bad situation and dodged away. Zui Yuanfei and the others flew over in a hurry. They had been dumbfounded by the scene they had seen. Saint King Realm's Dragon Lord, defeated by the youth in front of him? Even the dragon's horn was shattered. What kind of concept is this? Dao, Brother Z, are you okay? Zui Yuanfei sucked in a breath and became stuttered as he spoke to Zixiao. On the side, Steward Qian and Xiao Chui were even more unable to manage their expressions. Their mouths were now able to directly swallow an egg. Why are you guys back? Hurry up and come open. That bastard didn't suffer many injuries. Be careful of getting you guys involved in a while. Zixiao faintly opened his mouth to a few people. Duke! Xiao Chui was touched by the fact that Zixiao was still concerned about her at this time, and her beautiful eyes were filled with the color of indulgence. Zui Yuanfei even clenched his teeth and firmly said, Brother Z, this 3 books of heaven, earth and humans was originally the object sought by my clan's ethereal elder, and it's also because of this 3 books of heaven, earth and humans that you've been targeted by this Dragon Lord. Although my cultivation is shallow, I do understand the reasoning. If I leave at this time, how is it different from a beast? The big deal is just death. After a moment's thought by the side, Steward Qian's tangled expression on his face eased away, only to see him sigh and speak. My lord, you are a valued guest of my Qingfeng house, and since the old man was present, how could he possibly let anything happen to you? I've already contacted the adults at home and will be able to rush over in a matter of moments. Until then, the old man will join you in blocking Lord Long. Boom! Right after Steward Qian finished expressing his loyalty, the ground shook. Immediately after, from within that heavenly rift, a figure jumped out. Who else could it be if not that dragon lord? At this moment, he looked so wretched. Not only was his body covered in dust and blood, but there was a shattered horn at his forehead, as well as a large swollen bag. His face was grim as if he had eaten dozens of dead flies as he slowly stepped in front of Zishao. You must die. The dragon first grows horns. The python body of him had originally condensed the true dragon horn with the collected materials of the heavens, in order to be able to transform into a dragon one day. As a result, he was directly shattered by Zishao, and his dream of 1,000 years, the path of the Tao had collapsed at this moment. It's weird not to be angry. I have to die. Oh, where's that look on your face before? Zishao sneered and continued to speak. You laugh. Keep laughing? Why don't you laugh anymore? Is it because you don't like it? Griffin, you seek death. Lord Dragon roared, turning his fist into a claw and attacking towards Zishao. Boom! Zishao's clothes bulged as powerful spiritual energy rushed out from his body, sending Steward Qian, Xiao Chui, and a group of shaking light Holy Land disciples such as Zui Yuanfei flying out. Brother Violet, Duke, Zui Yuanfei, Steward Qian, and the others all looked at Zishao with a jealous look. They had intended to stand in front of Zishao and stall for him, but who would have thought that he would push himself and the others away at this time? How can you lose him with such a character and such a great justice? If you treat me as a scholar of the nation, I will repay you as a scholar of the nation. If the slightest thing happens to Zishao, slaughter all of Qilian City without leaving a single survivor. You guys are too much of a nuisance. Get out of the way, Zishao said indifferently, then looked at the Dragon Lord in front of him. At this moment, although most of the bones in Zishao's body were all shattered, his body was straight, and he did not have any fear in the face of death. Kid, go die. After you die, I'll get your secrets out of your body little by little. Lord Long's face was filled with cruelty, as if he had already seen the image of Zishao being disemboweled by himself. Just as his hand was about to reach Zishao's chest, heaven and earth fell silent. Lord Long paused as if the pause button had been pressed, and he still had that cruel expression on his face. The sharp claws were almost able to touch the purple sky, but the distance was like a heavenly moat, impossible to reach. Chapter 39 Ethereal Elder. Ding dong. The calm heaven and earth was as if a water droplet had dripped down, splashing layers of waves. The Dragon Lord came to his senses and looked at the scene in front of him with some horror. His sharp claws were clearly on the verge of touching Zishao, and he was even able to feel the veins under the other party's skin, but it was as if his sharp claws were stopped by an invisible mirror. And, if not mistaken, it was as if time had been stood still in this side of space just now. This discovery was the one that sent a shiver down his spine. It was important to know that cultivators above the Sage Realm could block off space, but they were definitely not able to bring space to a standstill, so simultaneously stilling space and time. Such a powerful means was definitely not something an ordinary person could use. And the masters? Lord Long's pupils, which looked like vipers, looked around vigilantly, as if they were searching for something, but the moment he looked back, he froze in place. I don't know when. A woman stood in front of him. She blocked Zishao and stretched out a green and white jade finger. It was such a seemingly harmless finger. However, it gently tapped on the air, and it was also such a finger that made the Dragon Lord's sharp claws unable to move by half. Woman out of the dust like a fairy, standing proudly, as if the fairy down to earth. People dare not look directly. A white flowing cloud skirt will show her figure to the fullest. Long hair pouring down, white clothes like snow, black hair like ink, said endless beautiful and elegant, noble and vulgar. Zishao was also startled by the sight of the woman's back and subconsciously spoke. Master? When that woman heard Zishao's voice, her head turned and looked at him, and her face, which was originally like 10,000 years of metaphysical ice, instantly melted, revealing a smile that made Zishao feel as if he was in spring. Little fellow, you haven't even performed the rite of worship yet, and you're already calling your master? Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Zishao simply had a head full of question marks. What on earth was this woman who had a very similar temperament to her master saying? The reason why it was said that the temperament was very similar was because Mo Yuxian wore a veil for many years, and even Zishao had forgotten what his master actually looked like. The woman in front of her had an air of dustiness like an immortal, very similar to Mo Yuxian. However, there were 2 points that made Zishao clearly understand that the woman in front of him was definitely not his own master. The first point was the other party's gentle smile that made people feel like spring breeze. The second point is that the woman has an exceedingly voluptuous figure. Compared to his own master and her, he could simply be killed by an explosion. Doesn't it sink? Zishao subconsciously wanted to ask a question, but thinking of his own broken and tattered body, coupled with the strength of the other party who was able to deal with even the Dragon Lord, it was better to keep this in his heart and not ask. Right at this moment, Zui Yuanfei and a group of shaking light disciples came forward and spoke respectfully. Supreme Elder. This address also caused the Dragon Lord to freeze, and uncertainly opened his mouth to inquire. You're ethereal? Elder Misty's icy gaze looked at Lord Long and indifferently said, "You're going to make a move against my disciple? Your apprentice?" Elder Long was simply going to be laughed at. Elder Misty is joking. I already know the identity of this brat. If I'm not wrong, he should be the disciple who was expelled from the Tianqian Holy Land's Mo Xiang. Zishao, right? Since he's from the Tianqian Holy Land, how can he talk about your disciple? You're questioning me? The ethereal voice seemed to come from above the 9 heavens. Ethereal and ethereal, making people unconsciously have the feeling of not daring to blaspheme. When Elder Long heard this, his snake body also shook. Elder Ethereal, the late generation does not mean to question you, but as a Holy Land Supreme, you should have also made an agreement with our city lord that you shall not strike out in the middle of this Chilean city. And, boom! Before Lord Long finished speaking, a powerful pressure fell directly onto his body. It made him swallow right back what he wanted to say next. His legs were soft, and he even fell directly to his knees. Lord Long clenched his teeth so tightly that blood even flowed out because of the excessive force. The Supreme Being is not to be dishonored. If he dared to say a few more words, it would probably be light to slaughter him. Seeing this scene, Zishao was happy, although he didn't know why this ethereal elder was helping him. But now was the best time to beat a falling dog. No, it should be the best time to beat a falling snake. Before making his move, Zishao also cautiously tried towards the fairy-like figure. Cough cough. That, Elder Misty, you'll cover me, right? Misty looked at the little one in front of her with a slight smile and a slight nod of her head. Now the bottom of the purple sky was full of energy, walking towards Lord Long with a pace of 6 relatives. This was not because he was overly arrogant, but the bones in his whole body were still broken, and now he was able to stand. All because of the strength of his physical body as well as his spiritual power to hold on strongly. Trying to go normal is simply impossible. Striding over to the kneeling Dragon Lord, Zishao smiled. I say Dragon Lord. Ah no, now I should be called Little Creeper, right? You're crazy. You go on being wild. After saying that, Zishao reached out and waved his hand. Swish! The black blade knight cut through the sky and landed directly into the hands of Zishao. And instead of killing him painfully, Zishao lowered his body and handed the black sword to the kneeling Dragon Lord. Then an extremely exaggerated expression appeared on his face. Little reptile, there's no end to it, is there? Just now gave you the face you don't know to want. Now it's on your knees. Come on, I'll give you a chance. Lord Long raised his head. His eyes were covered in blood, and that hatred was about to congeal into solidity. Zishao didn't care, and even passed the black knife in his hand a little closer again. Take it. Come on, I'll give you a chance. Cut down towards my neck now. If I move, I'm not your grandfather. Steward Qian and Xiao Chui on the side were frozen. What's that? What words are these? If I move, I'm not your grandfather? A couple of guys, you're not losing anything inside or out. Labor Shudo Mamlana. 1, 2, 3. Just after counting to 3, Zishao took the black blade back, and then used his hand to continuously fiddle with the dragon's horn that had been snapped off. You're no good even if you're given the chance. In that case, since you were given the chance and you didn't want it, I'll make a small request to you as well, and I hope you'll agree. It wasn't that Lord Long didn't want to take over the sword and slaughter Zishao, but when he was just about to act, the mountain-like pressure on his body made it impossible for him to move even a small thumb. Now that he was once again insulted by Zishao in an arrogant tone, he was even more furious and almost spat out a mouthful of blood once again. All he could think of now was to get out of this humiliating place in a hurry. A gentleman's revenge is not 10 years too late, not to mention that he is not a gentleman. Wait until today is over and find the opportunity to make sure that Zishao pays for his life. The chance on the other party was so great that it made his heart tremble. In that case, how could one make up for the loss of breaking the dragon's horn? Chapter 40, I can't sleep until you're dead. Thinking of this, Lord Long slowly calmed himself and raised his head to look at Zishao. Go ahead. No matter what the request is, I will definitely agree. The request that the Zishao in front of him was going to make, in his opinion, was nothing more than some resources. After all, Zishao had just been expelled from the sect by Mo Xiang of the Tianqian sacred ground, and it was rumored that all of the resources from so many years had been returned to the sect. Guess he must be penniless, since he wants some resources to give him. Even the Qian Koan ring can be handed over. Anyway, in the future he will still take it back from the hands of the other party. That's good. Zishao nodded and continued. Since you're so sincere, then I won't dilly-dally. Simply call me master. This matter will be over today. How? You? Lord Dragon's eyes widened in disbelief at what he was actually hearing. This Zishao is simply inhuman. After all this talk about making a request, this is what was proposed. Let yourself call him master? Strange shame. Strange shame. Lord Long was on the verge of crunching his teeth together. How could he not have imagined that Zishao would make such a request? Just now he had said out loud that as long as Zishao made a request, he would agree to it. Can be so insulting to your own demands? If Lord Long was like this, the onlookers were even more so. Steward Qian was speechless. He already knew that this prince was acting differently from the norm, but he didn't expect it to be so outrageous. Letting someone else, Lord Long, call you a master? Or in front of everyone? It's a dead end, isn't it? Even if you're protected by the Netherworld Supreme, you'll be alone someday, won't you? Aren't you afraid that Mr. Dragon will retaliate? And the master behind the Red Practice City is not a small role. Otherwise it is not possible to let the surrounding Holy Land or Magic Domain or all set up this Red Practice City in the agreement. The Netherworld Elder wasn't the only one who was a supreme being. On the contrary, the expression of Zhuo Yuanfei was very relieved, and even his nostrils exhaled 2 channels of white smoke. Cool. It's so cool. That's the way it should be for my generation of monks. Z brother after meeting you, today I realize that I am the I don't. Sprinkles will take all of your words as a supreme from today. Just as Zui Yuanfei was looking at Zishao with an excited face, Lord Long's face also changed from yin to yang, and then from yang to yin, and after going back and forth a few times, he took a long breath. Once again, he turned into the expression that resembled Dragon Aotion when he saw it for the first time. Okay, I'll grant you this request. Then he turned his head to look at Misty at the side. Elder Misty, is it true that I'll be able to leave once I've agreed to his demands? Don't worry. With you here, Dragon's Breath, promise that I will never touch a single finger of Zishao in my life. At those words, Ethereal nodded non-committally. Seeing the other party nodding his head, the Dragon Lord obviously relaxed. The depths of his eyes carried a trace of hatred and ruthlessness. The reason why he inquired about Ethereal was not because he was afraid that the other party would kill him. After all, as the guards of Qilian City, Ethereal and the city lord of Qilian City had reached an agreement, and it was impossible for Ethereal to kill himself here. Only what Lord Long was worried about was that the other party, this boy who didn't know the sky and the earth, would make endless demands, and then he would lose a lot of face. But now that I think about it, I just need to satisfy Zishao's vanity by calling him once, and when I get caught by myself later, wouldn't it be fine to make the other party call back 100 times? As for what he said to Ethereal, that he wouldn't touch a single finger of the purple sky in this life, that was pure fart. It's not like he made a heavenly Dao oath. So when the time comes, he will hide toward Red Lining City and let the city lord help fend off the shaking light Holy Land. So who can do anything to help him? Thinking of this, Lord Long slowly raised his head. When he raised his head, only a smile remained in his eyes. Zishao, didn't you ask me to call you master? I agree. I'll call it now. Put. Before the word master was even finished, a penetrating coldness came over him. Lord Long lowered his head and looked unbelievably at his chest, which had a blade on it, which had completely disappeared into his chest. Only the ornate hilt could be seen at this point. Unsurprisingly, this was the black blade from Zishao. Why are you trying to kill me? Didn't you ask me to call you grandpa? Lord Long looked up once again, only to see Zishao's grim eyes. You really think I want to take you as my grandson? You think I love you? If I didn't need to recover some of my spiritual energy and had to stall for time to summon that contraption out, I would have slaughtered you a long time ago. Saying that, Zishao pointed above the sky. The crowd looked up, not knowing when. The black coffin filled with strangeness and uncertainty once again spanned across the dome of the sky. A cultivator at the divine separation stage who wanted to kill a Saint King. Even if the Saint King didn't dodge or avoid, it wouldn't be able to break the defense. So Zishao summoned the black coffin. A black coffin filled with the power of decay. Breaking Lord Dragon's defense was simply not too easy. With this broken body of Zishao's, it would obviously take time to try to amplify his moves again. And the bunch of words he said just now were all just to silently conceal his means. In other words, this Zishao had no intention of letting herself go from the start? This conjecture caused Lord Long's pupils to tighten as he said incredulously, Zishao, you wanted to kill me from the very beginning? Nonsense. Zishao said disdainfully, if I don't kill you, will you spare me later? But I swore with Elder Misty that I would never take a shot at you in my life. But pull back. Zishao waved his hand and said in disgust, "You swear? Ask yourself. If you swear that oath, do you believe it yourself? Don't take a shot at me yet. If I meet you next time, it would be strange if you don't whip the skin off of me." Lord Long felt at this moment that the corrupting force in his body had not completely exploded yet, which meant that he was still able to salvage a little bit, and as long as Zishao withdrew his hand, he could still be saved. Hurriedly, he spoke. "Zishao, I definitely won't touch you. I promise that it's fine to make a heavenly Dao oath. Moreover, I'm a person from Chilean City. If you kill me, even Elder Misty won't be able to protect you." Ka-ching! Zishao gripped the hilt of the blade and spun it around with great force, and the corrupted power completely exploded. Lord Long only felt the pain of a million ants devouring his body, and for a moment, he screamed out in misery. Facing this Dragon Lord's miserable screams, Zishao revealed an oozing smile and softly said, "We are both villains, so I know you. I don't believe a single word you say. I can't sleep until you're dead. You. Lord Long trembled as he pointed at Zishao and said 3 words in a row, followed by the eruption of deafening screams. Amidst the screams, he too gradually turned into flying dust. The power of decay is as horrible as it is. Chapter 41, Terrifying Battle of the Supremacy. After doing so, Zishao took the Black Blade Knight back into his Qianquan ring. Incidentally, he slapped his hand a few times, as if it had invisible dust on it. "Finish the fight and call it a day. I say, old Qian, do you have any sense of humor? I'm like this. Why don't you give me a hand? Come, my lord." Before Zishao had spoken, Steward Qian had been in a state of confusion. Seeing that the Dragon Lord of the Chilean city die in front of him, the feeling of shock really made him not know what to say. One must know that Lord of the Red Training City, even his own palace master must be afraid of a few points off. Just as Steward Qian walked up to assist Zishao, the entire city began to tremble madly. The earth shook, the buildings collapsed, and the 3,000 great Dao rhythms were even more chaotic. What's wrong? What again? The two of them, Steward Qian and Xiao Chui, were on the verge of a mental breakdown. Who can bear this excitement one after another? Mountains toppled over. Rivers poured in. Such a scene of the sky collapsing into the earth was like the end of the world. Click, 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 click. At the very center of the city, cracks appeared in the earth, as if something was about to emerge from it. Rumble. Right at this moment, there was a loud bang. The earth completely crumbled, and a giant hand covered in spikes reached out from it, and the moment that hand appeared, the space around it began to collapse. It was as if heaven and earth would not allow the awakening of this creature. Boom, boom, boom. The earth is still making mournful noises. That giant hand grew higher and higher until it covered the entire city, the entire sky. Immediately after that, the hand slapped fiercely towards where Zishao was. The giant hand that covered the sky suddenly descended from the clouds, carrying an aura of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. This giant hand seemed to be the wrath of the gods, causing the entire world to tremble. As I said before, there were cultivators from all the major powers in the Chilean city, and there were many of them who had the highest cultivation level. But even they, in the face of the giant hand that covers the sky, the body's spiritual power obscure and depleted. Just that godlike aura makes it difficult for them to fight. If they do not stop it, not to mention the purple sky, this city will be in a moment of ashes and smoke. Just at this time, an ethereal voice resounded through the heavens and earth. "How dare you!" Only the ethereal white dress danced slightly with the wind, and a glistening jade-like hand gently tapped towards the sky. Boo! As if a drop of rain had fallen in the middle of the ocean, the sound rang out. Countless amounts of clean white spiritual energy surged towards the world-destroying giant hand in the sky. Boom! Heaven and earth instantly lost their colors. The roar made everyone go deaf for a short while, and the shining light made people's eyes involuntarily tear up. Thousands of peaks around the Red Training City collapsed at the same time at this moment. This strike collided. The universe was shocked. The existences of all the great holy lands and forbidden zones revived because the impact was too great. The supreme aura and fluctuations swept through the universe. Above the sky dome, one crack after another was manifesting. There seemed to be a golden liquid surging in that crack until it fell to the ground drop by drop, and every drop that fell would cause a bottomless rift to appear on the ground. The sky dome was bloodied, and the mountains tumbled to the ground. The terror of a supreme being sparring was such that in comparison, that so-called Dragon Lord, who was clearly at the realm of a Saint King, was like an infant in front of this greatness. Buzz! The Chilean city's array pattern, which was already shattered, was constantly flickering with light. This was the smart people within the city, activating the great array. The supreme breath was not trivial. Even if it wasn't rushing towards them, it was still possible to be caught in the waves. And this wasn't even a real battle between supreme beings. I don't know how long it took before the earth gradually regained its calm. Zi Xiao and the others opened their eyes and only saw the pieces of rubble around them. If it wasn't for the activation of the array pattern in Chilean City, I'm afraid that this gigantic city that looked like a small world wouldn't even be able to stay in ruins. The giant hand above the sky dome had disappeared. Misty stood still and didn't move, but her already snow-white face was even more pale. Zixiao walked forward and tried. Elder Misty, are you alright? Misty looked at Zixiao with a smile and spoke. What do you think? Elder Misty is so powerful that with a casual wave of his hand, the enemy will surely be reduced to ashes. It's the kid who has overstepped his bounds. By the way, just in time, my wife is about to give birth, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Zixiao gave Steward Qian a wink and told the other party to hurry up and help himself out. If it wasn't for the fact that his spiritual energy was now depleted and his body was half crippled, he would have crawled away from this place of wrongdoing long ago even if he had crawled. Steward Qian, however, seemed as if he did not see Zixiao's gaze and was staring blankly at the surrounding ruins, not knowing what he was thinking. This add-up thing. Zixiao was furious, but now was not the time to count so much. He took the black blade out of the storage space once again, stuck it in the ground as a support, and left step by step towards the distance. Just at this time, that ethereal voice sounded ghostly behind the violet sky. Where are you going, little one? At those words, Zixiao's body stiffened and slowly turned around with a far-fetched smile on his face. That, Elder Misty, I thought that this matter is over. Plus my wife is about to give birth. So how should I go back? Oh, Misty's small hand lightly waved. Surprised, so you still have a wife? This is good. Bring your wife. Return to the sect with me. Back to the clan? The corners of Zixiao's mouth twitched slightly. I say Misty Elder kid, what virtue and how can worship in your door? Not to mention that now is also covered in injuries. Even if you want to worship in your clan, also have to wait for the injuries on my body to get well. Shoo! Before Zixiao could finish his sentence, a sharp wind struck. Ethereal ejected a pill directly into Zixiao's mouth. Gollum! Zixiao subconsciously swallowed it into his stomach. After the medicinal pill entered the stomach, a warm current directly swept through Zixiao's entire body. The shattered bones continued to merge, and the injuries that had been messed up internally began to heal as the medicinal power was exerted. Is this holy medicine? Steward Qian's jaw dropped. The value of the holy pill was immeasurable. It was in existence second only to the Emperor pill as well as the immortality pill. The latter two were capable of instantly recovering from Dao injuries, and could even allow a great emperor to live out another life. And the holy medicine has the miraculous effect of medicating the dead and whitening the bones. Even if the cultivator only had one breath left, he would be able to be pulled back instantly by the holy medicine. This is the magic of the holy medicine. Although Zixiao's injuries were serious, they were far from the level of needing a holy medicine. Boom boom boom. Bursts of bone-chirping sounds emanated from Zixiao's body, which was proof of his recovery. Being able to make this kind of sound proves how strong his physique is, even if he doesn't use this holy medicine. Using ordinary elixirs to mediate for a period of time would be enough. A hint of flesh pain appeared on Steward Qian's face. Chapter 42. I am going to use force. Soon, all of the injuries on Zixiao's body had recovered well. But, suddenly, Zixiao sprayed out another mouthful of blood, which was heady black. Brother Violet. Zui Yuanfei hurriedly ran up to him and was just about to say something when he was interrupted by Zixiao with a hand gesture. Having used the burial heaven technique, and having gotten that black coffin out, it would be strange not to suffer a backlash. To fight against a Saint King with a distraction, how could it be simple? Misty obviously saw the problem with Zixiao before she brought out the Saint Pill, but she didn't expect that this injury still couldn't be fully recovered. Ethereal Ebony frowned slightly and walked forward to directly hold Zixiao's hand. There was a coldness in his hand, which made Zixiao's heart and mind flutter, and a figure seemed to come to mind, but he hastily shook his head, forgetting that charming feeling completely. You have suffered a Dao injury, said Ethereal faintly. What? Suffered a Dao injury? Steward Qian and Zui Yuanfei were all stunned. This wound is not a joke. If not cured in time, the light is the collapse of the road. The heavy is the death of the road. Even the great emperors were secretive about this wound. Come back to the shaking light Holy Land with me, and I'll beg for the emperor's pill for you. Ethereal's grip on Zixiao's hand got a little bit harder. The latter, on the other hand, had a bitter smile on his face. Elder Misty, my own situation. I know it myself. It's better if I don't take up the place of your personal disciple. Even if I'm cured, it's probably still a waste of time. So why waste an imperial pill? No, come back to the Holy Land with me. Misty changed her previous gentle demeanor, treating Zixiao as if she were treating her own child, her tone carrying a bit of harshness. Brother Violet. Zui Yuanfei also hastened to speak out and persuade. I know that you are of noble character and do not eat food handed out in contempt, but after all, the 3 books of heaven, earth, and humans have taken the initiative of recognizing their masters to you, and you are already a disciple of Elder Misty. That is to say, our junior master. If you are afraid that Elder Misty will make things difficult for you, please don't worry. I've done a lot of feats for the clan, and I've never asked for anything in return. After all, as a disciple of the Shaking Light Sacred Ground, it's all I should do. But this time, I'm going to make an exception. And even if I give up everything, I'll beg for the Emperor Pill for you. Looking at Zui Yuanfei's affectionate appearance, Zixiao's heart was chilled. You're the chosen one. Can't you be a little more reserved? And you went out of your way to get me the Emperor's Pill? I'm the villain. We're enemies. Do you understand? Originally, joining the Shaking Light Holy Land was actually a good choice. But having previously learned that Zui Yuanfei was the son of Heaven's destiny, this could have made Zixiao directly dismiss this idea. Are you kidding me? It was so hard to break away from the Tianqian Holy Land and leave Lin Night. There's another Zui Yuanfei here? Is it over? Even if Misty as well as Zui Yuanfei and the others didn't have any misunderstandings about him right now, the Heavenly Tao would definitely strike again after a long time. Wouldn't it be another repeat of the Tianqian Holy Lands plot? No, 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 can't even go to death. As for this wound, it had no effect at all. But he was a man who had once had a system. Inside the storage space, there were countless goodies. So were you afraid that there wouldn't be any holy relics for healing Tao injuries? Even if there really wasn't any. With their own huge spirit stone reserves, the big deal was to just pay a high price to receive one to go? The district's Taoist wounds were completely unaffected. You have to go back with me. Just now, the move I fought with the city lord of Qilian City didn't hurt him. I guess when I leave, he will come to you and, as he said this, Ethereal looked into the distance. If I'm not mistaken, the 10,000 demon region side has also sent someone. After all, you're the demon's son they want to get. What? Now Zixiao was indeed in a bit of a dilemma. He wanted to keep a low profile and stay away from the Heaven's destiny, but he had never thought of joining the Devil's Way. Not to mention, according to the normal routine, sooner or later, the son of Heaven's destiny would go and deal with the daughter of the Devil's Path. If one accidentally became a stepping stone, then really no place to cry. The most urgent thing, but need a backer to do. He had not killed the Saint King cultivated Dragon Lord even with all his cards. He still relied on the arrival of the Netherworld to save his life. If the Supreme Being had come as well, he would more than likely have to be cold. Zixiao understood in his heart that he was not a son of heavenly destiny, and that every time he was in a desperate situation, he would not only be able to escape with his life, but would also be able to obtain a not so small amount of chance. Even after uninstalling the system, he's still the villain of the book. It was a label given by the Heavenly Tao, and trying to take it down was something that was simply impossible. Available at. Zixiao glanced at the fairy in front of him, his brain twisting frantically. Was he really going to join the Shaking Light Holy Land and go be that little uncle? Violet brother, don't think about it. If you trust me, come back to the Shaking Light Holy Land with us, even if you are an enemy of this world. My Shaking Light Holy Land will definitely protect you from harm. I, Zui Yuanfei, will even stand in front of you forever. Zui Yuanfei does not speak okay. This talk, Zixiao heart even more bottomless it. What words is this? Enemy of the world? Why would Lao Tzu want to be the enemy of the world? Ah, you're the chosen one. I see then. Just as Zui Yuanfei was truly speaking from his heart, Zixiao came to Steward Qian's side and whispered, Old Qian, now that this Qilian city has become like this, can I still be arranged for a magical girl? Steward Qian cried and laughed as he looked at Zixiao. How could he not expect that the other party would still be in this kind of mood? Just now, Elder Misty had said that the city lord of Qilian City wanted him dead. It's gotten completely out of hand. If one were to be targeted by a supreme being, it really wouldn't be enough to have several lives. Ethereal was also a bit speechless as he looked at his identified disciple. Seeing that he had no intention of leaving, and without any nonsense, his jade finger tapped, and the white spiritual energy directly transformed into a rope, tying up Zixiao. Wait a minute, Elder Ethereal, what are you doing? I didn't promise you anything. Do you still want to use force? Zixiao exclaimed. If this asshole had been said by someone else to Ethereal, it would probably have been raised even in ashes. Zui Yuanfei's heart was also beating for a while, deeply afraid that his own family's Taishang elder would make a move against Brother Z. But of course, if it was true, he would definitely stand in front of Brother Z. Who would have thought that Misty actually nodded his head if anything? Little fellow, since the 3 books of heaven, earth, and humans have already made you their master, then even if I use force, I will make you my disciple. Don't struggle. Screaming your throat out is useless. Hearing Misty's words, Zixiao was speechless for a while. secretly saying, "Did you secretly take the wrong script? What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Yuan Fei, why don't you guys come back to the sect with me? After all, that person here is expected to be furious, and it's inevitable that you'll be involved." Yes, Elder Taishang. Regarding Ethereal's words, of course the disciples of the Shaking Light Holy Land would not go against them. Chapter 43, 10,000 Devil Regions Visitors. Seeing that the other party agreed, Misty didn't say anything else, and with a wave of her hand, a huge flying boat appeared before people's eyes. Then with a flash of his body, he brought Zixiao, who was bundled into a dumpling, to the flying boat together. In the midst of Steward Qian and Xiao Chui's dumbfounded faces, the flying boat slowly lifted up and sped off into the distance. Now that we are all out of the Qingfeng building, I think the palace master should not be blamed, right? Steward Qian's smile was a bit far-fetched. Xiao Chui on the side saw Steward Qian like this and hid her mouth as she laughed softly. The cultivators in Qilian City also rushed over at this time, and when they saw the battlefield scene around them, as well as the corpse of that dragon lord on the ground, they all fell into silence. Now they knew why the one underground was so angry. Even his own direct line was decimated. It would be strange not to be angry. Just at this time, some of the cultivators who were close by spoke up. "Say, that person just now said he was Zixiao, right? I seem to have heard it as well, and that the Netherworld Supreme Lord himself said that he wants to take him as a disciple. What a lucky fellow, actually being able to collect all 3 books of heaven, earth, and man. What good luck. People have real strength line, ancient heavy pupil, distraction against the Saint King. This is simply to go against the skyline. I see. This kid is out of luck. In the Shaking Light Holy Land less than the Supreme don't think of coming out. After all, the person who spoke pointed to the ground. The surrounding cultivators who understood the hidden secrets all subconsciously nodded their heads. That's right, the reason why Qilian City could be a neutral place was because of that person, or rather that group of people. Underground, supreme beings did not come out. Saints were already at their peak, and Saint Kings were the realm that saints were called when they reached the Great Circle. And that mysterious group of existences underground were all at least at the supreme realm, or else they wouldn't have been able to go through with Ethereal. Now that Elder Dragon had died tragically, with the level of vengeance of those mysterious creatures, it was expected that Zixiao would inevitably be targeted. So this time when he traveled to the Shaking Light Holy Land, there was no chance that he would really never be able to come out again. Shoo shoo shoo. Just as the crowd was still sighing, above the sky, one stream of light after another streaked by, and immediately afterward, a group of cultivators appeared in front of the crowd, with wisps of demonic might emanating from the person at the head of the group. People from the 10,000 demon region? They're here too? One of the cultivators said in surprise. The domain of 10,000 demons? Right. Didn't they previously put out the word that they were going to take that violet sky as a devil's son? Now that Zixiao has appeared in Red Training City, it would be strange for them not to come. The leader of the 10,000 demons domain was a middle-aged man, only to see him take 2 steps forward and close his eyes, feeling the overpowering fluctuations in the air. Lord Knight, Ling Ao Tian, who was previously hostile to Zui Yuanfei, trotted over to the side of the one known as Lord Knight. He had come to his senses as early as the time when Zixiao was fighting against Lord Dragon, but had been afraid of Zixiao settling scores in the fall, so he hid. Now that he saw the arrival of his own clan's seniors, the bottom line was full of energy. Ao Tian, why are you here? Reporting back to Lord Knight, Disciple originally wanted to get the 3 books of heaven, earth, and man into his hands, but he encountered Zixiao appearing to stir up trouble. With all due respect to Disciple, he's not worthy of becoming a demon son of our sect at all. Of course Ling Ao Tian didn't want Zixiao to become a demonic son of the 10,000 demons domain. Even though he was a personal disciple, he was still 100,000 miles away from the Devil's Son. If Zixiao really joined the 10,000 Devils domain, then he would not be given small shoes? Lord Li sniffed and frowned. You've seen Zixiao? What happened here? Tell me quickly. The reason why Lord Knight came here was because after Zixiao exploded his identity, hidden in the shadows amongst the 10,000 Devil realm, he used a sound transmission note and told the clan the news. It was in order to greet this demon son, who was personally named by Lord Demon Lord, that Lord Knight had come here. At this moment, Ling Ao Tian couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart when he heard Lord Li's inquiry. How dare he say that he went against Zixiao and then got knocked out? Hastily, he found an excuse to put off trying to get out of the way. Lord Knight, just as Ling Ao Tian was adding fuel to the fire by talking about how Zixiao had laid a harsh hand on him, a dark shadow appeared beside Ling Ao Tian. Seeing this person, Ling Ao Tian's pupils tightened. This is their dark son of the 10,000 Devils domain. As the name suggests, a dark son is someone who has to stay hidden in the shadows, And the 10,000 demons domain is a demonic sect anyways. And what about those holy places? Moving to do something in the name of heaven to unite together and strike out against them. The demonic sects. That's why the former demon sovereign of the 10,000 demons domain had directly gotten a dark child program, which was to spread some disciples who were good at hiding and camouflaging all around the various holy lands. Once there was any movement in these holy places, the Dark Sons would report to the sect at the first opportunity. A special place like Chilean City, of course, had the same existence of Dark Sons. This Dark Sun ignored the pleading-like eyes of Ling Aotian on the side and told what he knew one by one. After hearing that Ling Aotian had clashed with the other party, Lord Li's eyes were on the verge of tearing him apart, especially after learning that Zi Xiao possessed the ability to battle a Saint King with divided power. Such a genius, and with a world-defying demonic might, deserved to become the demonic son of the 10,000 demons domain. Ling Aotian, you're very good. Now you even dare to lie to me. Lord Li had a cruel smile on his face. Knight, Lord Knight, listen to me. That day the 3 books of the earth and the people took the initiative to seek out the violet sky, and I did so to help the clan be able to penetrate the interior of the Shaking Light Sacred Land. Ling Aotian cried out. He knew Lord Li's methods very well. If he angered the other party, he would definitely be worse than dead. For the sake of the clan? Oh, you are looking for a good reason. This purple sky details, should have already told you guys, but you actually as a whisper. The most important thing is, when he said this, Lord Li grabbed Ling Aotian directly into his hands, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty desire. Boo! With a muffled sound, Ling Aotian directly turned into a roiling mist of blood. You shouldn't have lied to me. Lord Li didn't care about the blood that was splattered on his body, and looking up at his face, he seemed to be enjoying himself for a few moments. Those surrounding cultivators were all shocked by this Lord Li's methods. A demonic cultivator was a demonic cultivator, and even when treating the people inside their own clan, they were not soft at all. That little brat was picked up by the ethereal supreme being, so it seems that we can only have Lord Demon Lord go and ask for someone. Lord Knight licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and then turned around with his men to leave. Steward Qian and Xiao Chui also hurriedly ran towards the location where Qingfeng Building was located. Although the Qingfeng Building had disappeared, the Self-Palace Master and the others must still be alive. And there was a formation underneath the Qingfeng Building that was specially designed to take refuge. Chapter 44 News spreads. Tianxian Holy Land. Because Zixiao retreated from the sect, it caused the position of the sect's Saint Sun to remain unsettled. Originally, the Supreme Elder had personally spoken out, intending for Lin Knight to take over Zixiao's position as the Holy Sun, but it was not as if the persons simply disagreed anymore. Whoever found Lin Knight, he would say this. Eldest senior brother suffered from injustice and withdrew from the sect. This is my fault. If I were to take over the position of the Holy Sun at this time, how would it be different from that beast? I will be responsible to go and find my eldest brother back. This position of Saint Sun is only worthy of my eldest brother. After a few consecutive attempts at persuasion, the Supreme Elder and the executives of the Tianxian Sacred Land all gave up their intention to rush the ducks onto the shelves. Thought so. Zi Xiao had been wronged for so many years and was still an actual sect heavenly pride. If anyone else ascended to the position of Saint Sun, I'm afraid that they would always live under the shadow of the purple sky. This was a scene that no one wanted to see. And if Lin Knight didn't take over the position of Saint Sun now, and casually found a stinky fish or shrimp to be the Saint Sun of their Tianxian Holy Land, wouldn't he be laughed to death by the people of other forces? So the Saint Sun of a temporarily suspended, only thinking of Mou Xiang side of the people can be Zi Xiao to find back, so that it is good to logically will be re-established as the Saint Sun. As a result, after waiting for a few days without seeing anyone from Purple Sky, he instead received news today. Zixiao has worshipped the Shaking Light Holy Land. This news was tantamount to a bolt from the blue for the entire Tianxian Holy Land. A top demon from his own clan running to the Shaking Light Holy Land to pay homage to his master? Even if the Shaking Light Sacred Land and the Tianxian Sacred Land were also considered to be forces that had made friends, but a blood brother was still clear about his accounts. After all, as the forces of two families, they must be in competition with each other. Now that the Shaking Light Sacred Ground had taken Zi Xiao under its tutelage, wasn't this a vicious slap in their Tianxian Sacred Ground's face? Discourse peak. Here is the young generation cut the Taoist peak. Weekdays, in order to each other to verify their own strength, all colors of spiritual energy shine in the sky. The noise is even more so that the immortal cranes do not want to pass by in the high altitude here. It was such a noisy peak that was indeed surprisingly quiet today. That's why the young disciples were all discussing one thing, their former senior brother, possessing ancient heavy pupils and still a demon of the divine separation stage. Purple Sky. Have you heard? Eldest senior brother, he's already worshipped in the Shaking Light Holy Land. Harm. Don't mention it. I went down the mountain to complete a trial mission, and as soon as I heard that I was from the Tianxian Holy Land, everyone looked at me with the eyes of an idiot. Why do you think eldest brother didn't return to the sect? Nonsense. If you had been splashed with dirty water for years, would you still come back? What's more, I've heard that the matter of eldest senior brother being splashed with dirty water is still a matter of someone within our sect making a move. This sect is not even safe for eldest brother. People go to higher places. Of course eldest brother would want to go to a better place. You can pull back. You only know one thing but not the other. It wasn't eldest brother who took the initiative to go to the Shaking Light Holy Land. It was our eldest brother who was invited by the Shaking Light Holy Land. You don't know, do you? Eldest senior brother fought hard against the Sage King with the strength of the divine separation realm without losing, and even slaughtered the other party in the end. What? Is there something wrong with my ears? I admit that eldest brother's talent is like a demon, but to take on the Sage King with a distraction. Are you practicing kung fu to the point of becoming obsessed? Think about it yourself. Is this believable? I can only tell you that it's true. Chilean City knows, right? That neutral city that's billions of miles away from us. It's right near the 10,000 demons domain. And that Chilean City had a rule that no hands were allowed within the city. And as a result, for some unknown reason, eldest senior brother broke the Chilean City's defense array. The guards within the pool. That Saint King Realm Senior struck out at eldest senior brother. Undefeated and then countered. Really? The crowd of young disciples all stared wide-eyed when they heard the other party speak as if it were true. The divine separation realm was an unattainable existence for them at the moment, let alone a Sage King. As a result, eldest senior brother, with his cultivation at the divine separation stage, hardened himself and killed the Saint King back? This was simply too terrifying. If the clan can afford to have a big senior brother, then he is the pride of our clan. As a result, now it's good to become someone else's eldest senior brother. That's not right. I seem to have heard that the eldest senior brother is going to worship the Netherworld Supreme Master. Then he wouldn't be someone's eldest senior brother, but someone's junior uncle. Yeah, the current eldest brother is on par with our Holy Lord. The main peak of the Tianxian Holy Land. Although there were no younger generation disciples here, the noises of the many mountain lords and elders were louder than those of the young disciples. It was estimated that if one were to use spiritual energy, it would have lifted the roof of the Holy Lord's Hall. Sacred Lord, we can't miss out on such a heavenly pride. I've already sent people to inquire. Xiaoyi did fight against the dragon breath of that Chilean city with his own strength. The other party's real body was a python that was about to transform into a dragon. And as a result, the dragon's horns were all broken by Xiao. We're damned. Actually giving up on such a talent. Hurry up and send someone to the Shaking Light Holy Land to bring the person back. You talk a good game? Bringing someone back. Not to mention whether or not the people of the Shaking Light Sacred Ground will agree. Do you think that Xiao, he'll be able to go with you guys? When he quit the division that day, which one of you spoke out to retain him? Yeah, the group of executives were a bit confused. It was reasonable to say that on that day. Even if Xiao hadn't shown any cards to fight against a Saint King, he was already good enough in his own right. And they had never seen a young man with such a powerful talent before. But when Xiao wanted to quit the clan, they were blinded by lard? How come none of them went to retain it? Mo Yuxiang leaned on the Holy Lord's seat. At this time, her beautiful eyes were a bit dull, completely ignoring the noise in the great hall, and in her mind there was always the figure of that child. Master, when you grow up, let me protect you. Master, I've already built my foundation. Isn't that a supreme genius? Why don't you take off your veil and show me? Master? The memories that had passed away kept echoing in her head. Obviously she was at the cultivation level of the sage realm and had already cut off her heart's demons. But these days, Mo Yuxiang was able to feel that there was something vaguely wrong with her state of mind. If we don't solve this problem, I'm afraid that our cultivation will stagnate. While being upset, these people kept making noise. A flash of red light flashed through Mo Yuxiang's beautiful eyes. Stop it! Boom! The outburst of the Saint Realm cultivation caused the crowd that was still clamoring to directly have their throats heat up and almost spray a mouthful of old blood. Everyone looked incredulously at their own holy lord. What's with all the talk and the sudden move against them? Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, the Supreme Elder waved his sleeve robe, and the spring-like spiritual energy calmed the agitated bodies of the crowd. Yuxiang, calm down. This is not the time to be overwhelmed by anger. Phew. Mo Yuxiang exhaled lightly, her white veil dancing slightly. Chapter 45 Young Master of the Shaking Light Holy Land. Xiao he is my disciple. I will bring him back, Mo Yuxiang said quietly. When the many executives heard Mo Yuxiang's words, and then thought about earlier, the mighty pressure that made them almost spurt out blood, each one of them chose to remain silent. Also receiving the news were Lin Knight, Luo Tingxian and the two of them. At this moment, they were discussing something in the backwoods of the main peak. "I'll go to the Shaking Light Sacred Land to bring back eldest senior brother," Lin Knight said as he was about to move to leave, but was interrupted by Luo Tingxian giving a voice. "What's the use of you going to the Shaking Light Holy Land? It's estimated that you won't even be able to enter the mountain gate, and with a heavenly pride like eldest senior brother, their Shaking Light Sacred Land will definitely not release anyone." Thinking of her eldest senior brother's figure, Luo Tingxuan's teeth clenched her lower lip, but she was much calmer than Lin Knight. Although they all belonged to the same righteous sect, they were also in a competitive relationship with each other. The battle for the immortal Tao was never accompanied by bloodshed. Now that a heavenly pride like Zi Xiao had gone to the Shaking Light Holy Land, the people there would never allow anyone else to take Zi Xiao away. Even his own master would probably have to eat a closed door if he went there, let alone Lin Knight. What about that? Lin Knight's face was filled with a look of anxiety. His guilt towards Zi Xiao was getting heavier every day, and if he didn't hurry to solve it, he would probably develop a heart demon. The purple sky had become his obsession. In a while it will be the clan competition. If we can represent the clan to participate, I think we will be able to meet eldest senior brother. After all, the place of this clan competition is the Shaking Light Sacred Land. Xian's right. Just as Lin Knight was about to say something, a clear and cold voice rang in the ears of the two. Turning around, Mo Yuxiang had already arrived in front of the two at some point. "Master." Lin Knight and Luo Tingxian hurriedly bowed. "Well," Mo Yuxiang Cixi nodded slightly, then continued, "Night child, Xian child, if you want shower him to come back. This clan competition is the best opportunity. If you can crown the top 10 Holy Lands, according to the rules, it is possible to make a request to the Shaking Light Holy Land." At those words, the two men's eyes lit up, but then dimmed immediately afterward. "Senior, I heard that eldest senior brother can now take on Saint Kings. This clan competition." Luo Tingxian didn't finish her sentence, but how could Mo Yuxian not understand what she meant? Clearly she had no confidence in herself. After all, a distraction against a sage king. How this matter sounded made people feel deep despair. Mo Yuxiang quickly spoke out to comfort. "Don't worry, this matter seems to have some hidden feelings, and your eldest senior brother, he is definitely going to worship that woman as a teacher. He will be the same generation as his teacher, and won't participate in the clan competition." Hearing Mo Yuxian's words, the two of them looked at their own master somewhat oddly. Equal to master? Wouldn't they have to change their name to senior uncle then? "What are you looking at indiscriminately?" Mo Yuxiang said without a trace of anger. "No, it's nothing," Luo Tingxian said resentfully, and immediately after, seemingly thinking of something, she said once again, "By the way, senior, I heard that eldest senior brother, he has suffered a Dao injury and has been targeted by the supreme being of Qilian City. Will he be in danger?" Hearing that Zi Xiao was injured, a trace of heartache flashed through Mo Yuxiang's beautiful eyes. Immediately afterward, however, the eyes turned cold. "Don't worry, your eldest brother, he will be fine. This time the clan competition, I will go with you guys, and have also reported to the clan's ancestor, Qilian City. We will go to help your eldest brother out of anger." "Great, master." The sect ancestor was going to come out to back up eldest brother, so what other people could threaten him now? Luo Tingxian almost jumped up in excitement. The three of them directly chatted about matters regarding how to bring Zi Xiao back to the sect, seemingly completely forgetting that the other party would return to the sect with them or not. Purple Pole Starfield. This was the location of the Shaking Light Holy Land sect. Like the Tianxian Holy Land, the Shaking Light Sacred was also situated in the middle of a spiritual vein, which was surrounded by clouds and mist, with an abundance of spiritual qi, and the clan building was magnificent, just like a fairyland. The gate of the sect towered above the clouds, with mysterious runes carved on it, emitting an ancient aura. In front of the door was a wide square, the ground paved with white jade, crystal clear. Unlike the Tianxian Holy Land, this place was surrounded by mountains, and the entire clan was wrapped in spirit veins, the colorful spirit veins slowly flowing, making this place more and more dreamy. The surrounding mountains became a natural barrier, and secular people could not reach this place at all. An ancient palace rose up from the ground. Each palace had a palace master, and they were the same as the mountain masters of the Tianxian Sacred Land. They were the backbone of the sect. There was an imposing cultivation palace in the very center. It occupies an extremely large area, and the halls and pavilions are in a staggered pattern. The main body of the palace is constructed of clean white marble that shines with a holy light in the sun. The gates of the palace towered over the palace, with mysterious runes carved into the doorway, and huge stone pillars stood on either side, with golden dragons coiled around them. Stepping into the hall, one could feel a solemn and dignified atmosphere. The light in the palace was bright, but not harsh, but softly sprinkled in every corner. The interior of the palace was lavishly decorated. The floor was covered with thick velvet carpet, and the walls were covered with famous paintings and calligraphy. Various kinds of magic treasures and spirit objects were placed inside the hall, emitting powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy. In the center of the palace, there was a huge stone platform on which was placed a radiant spirit pearl, emitting a constant stream of spiritual chi that nourished the entire palace. This was the main hall of the Shaking Light Holy Land. At this moment in the main hall, several people were discussing something. The Supreme Elder is worthy of being a Supreme Elder. Out of a door to the sect abduction to bring a supreme heavenly pride. He. This world when I shook the light of the great prosperity. Holy Lord. I say, can you not be so obscene? If the Supreme Elder sees you like this, it would be strange if he doesn't slap you. No way. Let me do it. We mustn't let the Supreme Elder do it. I'm afraid that the Sacred Lord is secretly pleased. Better let me do it. It just so happens that I don't want this hand anymore these days. I'm going to transfer an auger claw, and I'll chop him up after I'm done slapping him. Looking at the crowd of palace masters insulting themselves here, the Holy Lord had a black line on his head. I say, you guys can't tell who's the boss anymore, right? Speaking to this Holy Lord in such an insolent manner, do you all still want to be good? Only to see the palace lords all looking at the flare light Holy Lord with contempt. What's so arrogant about a toolman? Those who know you are a Holy Lord. Those who don't, think you're an old ancestor. That is, hurry up. My Clear Spectre Palace's supplies are too low this month, and I'm looking for you to ask for an oracle. That said, after Zi Xiao came to our sect, he's our youngest senior brother, right? You, who are the eldest senior brother, don't you know to send some meeting gifts? Do you have to wait until the Supreme Elder, her elder, personally comes to ask for it? Chapter 46, You're here for my beauty? The Shaking Light Sacred Lord was infuriated by a few people, and one Buddha came out of the world. 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven, and 3 Buddhas went to nirvana. It's almost like you want to just and cut them. However, after thinking about it, it seems that he may not be able to defeat the joint efforts of these bastards, so for the sake of his own face, it is better to forget about it. Nonsense. Of course this Holy Lord has already prepared a meet and greet gift for Junior Master. That Taiji Hall, in the future, will be Junior Master's residence. The Shaking Light Holy Lord said with a proud face. What? Taiji Temple? Are you serious? When did our big senior brother, whose stingy character runs through his life, become so generous that he's willing to take out the Taiji Hall? Don't you prepare it for your own personal disciples? Prepare the hell out of it. The Shaking Light Holy Lord said with a look of disgust. How many pieces of material can I not have in my heart for that personal disciple of mine, living in the Taiji Hall? She's not worthy of it. Ha 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 ha. Eldest brother deserves to be eldest brother. We can respect you too much. That is, eldest senior brother has actually learned the trick of shedding the child and not catching the wolf. He's finally grown up. Eldest senior brother is farsighted. Little brother is impressed and impressed. The Shaking Light Holy Land was obviously quite taken with the several people's perfunctory general ass kissing, and had an expression of enjoyment on his face. That said, a few of you old farts pay attention to a little bit. It is said that this heavenly pride is our Supreme Elder to tie back. Tell the disciples guarding the gate. Recently this period of time for me to open the clan protection array. Convene all the disciples to return to the mountain. We have this period of time. The mountain gate is only in and not allowed to go out. I don't know if the Holy Lord of the Tianxian Holy Land has had a brain cramp lately, actually willing to release such a disciple. If she doesn't want the Tianxian Holy Land, we, the Shaking Light Holy Land, will take it. Good. I'll make the arrangements here. Once they heard that Zi Xiao was kidnapped back by their own Taishang elder, how could a few people not understand the seriousness of the matter? In a hurry, he turned around and walked towards the gate of the Holy Land. What? The protective formation requires a huge amount of spirit stones and secret treasures? It's worth it. In order to keep this top-tier heavenly pride, it would be worth it to spend as much as possible. In the middle of the Holy Land, a place with the most abundant aura, this place was different from the other palaces. In a radius of 1,000 miles, it seems that this palace is the only one. Elegant courtyards, exotic flowers and plants compete with each other. Small bridges and water, rockery, like a fairyland. Here, immortal cultivators can definitely cultivate in silence and absorb the essence of heaven and earth. The palace was surrounded by auspicious clouds and mist, adding a mysterious and unpredictable atmosphere. There is a plaque on top. The 3 gilded characters of the Taiji Hall hung in it, strands of Taoist rhythms twining around it, making it seem extraordinarily out of place. Squeaky. At that moment a handsome man pushed open the door and walked out. Instead of enjoying the scenery around him, he had a bitter look on his face, as if others owed him 8 or 10 million spirit stones. This person was none other than Zi Xiao. After being brought back to the clan by the woman with the big murderous weapon, The other party directly threw him into this palace and also sealed his cultivation in passing. As a result, now, not to mention escaping, he couldn't even try to cultivate. It was worth mentioning that his cultivation had broken through to the middle stage of divine separation. It's kind of a blessing in disguise. Ahem. Zishao suddenly couldn't control it and started coughing violently, and strands of black blood flowed out from the cracks of the hand covering his mouth. Taoist injuries. This is the most difficult to treat injuries. If there is no emperor medicine as well as immortality medicine, just think of self-healing words. Not 1,000 or 800 years simply cannot do, and also must be a stunning talent generation to be able to do. Otherwise, it's sure to end up as a yellow clump of dirt. Misty sealed Zixiao's cultivation. Besides preventing the other party from escaping, there was another thing, and that was the Dao injury. Once the spiritual power was used, this Dao injury was like a maggot attached to the bone, constantly drilling towards the sea of qi. If the Dao injury really eroded the entire sea of qi, then it would be difficult for the gods to come and save it. Looking at the black blood on his hands, Zishao was practically speechless. What kind of crime is this? Damned dragon breath. If it wasn't for you asshole, could I be that impulsive? Do you know how much I have to pay for that black coffin to be summoned once? Bastard contraption. Don't say you have a supreme being behind you. Even if you have a great emperor behind you, I will still kill you. It hurts so much. A wail went up from the purple sky. Just at this time, above the sky, a white and noble immortal crane flew over, and the chirping sound was as clear and pleasant as heavenly music. At a glance, who else could the person standing on the crane be if not that ethereal? Although Zishao had his cultivation sealed, he still had eyesight. Seeing ethereal, a fairy-like figure, not only was there no amazement in his eyes, but instead, there was a few hints of sultriness in his eyes. This Taoist wound thing, he could find a way to cure it, but the other party had actually directly tied him up in the middle of the shaking light sacred land, or in front of so many people. Now it went without saying that the Tianqian sacred land side must have received the news, and if he really joined this sect, it was expected that history would repeat itself again. By the time one misunderstanding after another arose, wouldn't it mean that he would have to go through what he had experienced in the Tianqian Holy Land all over again? Playing with it? With that kind of free time, it would be better to listen to more tunes or something at the hookah. After all, the other money steward also prepared a magical girl for himself. Now the witch is gone. Everything is gone. Ethereal is indeed the most perfect woman that Zishao has seen so far, especially the other party's body that can be described as horrible. Really don't know. Mature and intellectual. Cool. Beautiful body, these things in the end how to appear in a person. But it was obvious that this person, Zishao, could not afford to mess with. Against the Saint King, he had only broken one of his opponent's horns after fighting for his life. And against the Supreme, there was absolutely no possibility of victory or escape. While Zishao was thinking about it, the immortal crane in the sky had already arrived on the ground. Ethereal's jade feet in white embroidered shoes lightly clicked and floated from the immortal crane to the front of Zishao. I can't tell you how cute the jade feet are inside when you take that shoe off. Snap! Zishao suddenly gave himself a slap. Wake up! What are you thinking about? Everything jade will only harm you. Seeing Zishao's actions, Misty's beautiful eyes that looked like autumn water were clearly stunned. But immediately afterward, he came back to his senses and said with a smile, "What, little fellow? Has the Dao injury recurred? But it's useless for you to abuse yourself. Oh, Elder Jade. Yuck! That, ethereal elder." Zishao almost directly called the other party by the wrong name and hurriedly changed his words. The kid's injuries have been unhindered. Thanks to Senior for giving a helping hand. I wonder if the kid can leave now. Just as Zishao was planning to find a reason for the other party to let himself go, a fragrant breeze seeped through his nose. Ethereal came to his front and stretched out a greenish-white jade tender hand, placing it on Zishao's chest. Seniors? Zishao carefully opened his mouth. He was completely confused as to what Ethereal was doing here. Was he coming for his beauty? Chapter 47 Updated Panels. Misty did not speak, her beautiful eyes staring straight at Zishao, causing the latter's entire body to chill. What's going on here? You've made yourself a cooking pot? After all, I hadn't read many novels about that in my previous life, but I wasn't any kind of charming physique, was I? Just because of the charm aura? While Ethereal was staring at Zishao, Zishao also secretly opened the eye of insight. Name, Ethereal. Bone age, 346. Cultivation, mid-supreme realm. Special physique, moon immortal body. Tags, mature and intellectual. Gifted and talented. Exuberant husband. Triple life. Destined daughter. Smooth sailing. Talented and beautiful. Devilish body. Recent chances, obtaining the moon immortal's tears in the forbidden zone in 3 days. Comprehending the secrets of the moon immortal body in the enlightenment room in half a month. Comprehending the 3 books of heaven. Earth and humans in 3 months, and in half a year. Daughter of Destiny. Sure enough, Zi Zhao's eyes grew more and more alert. It's not that he hasn't encountered a woman of heavenly destiny. Where there is a son of heavenly destiny, there will inevitably be a woman of heavenly destiny born. And although the two are complementary to each other, they are not going to come together. His master, his sister are all the daughters of divine destiny. This so-called heaven's destined daughter could be said to be someone who was favored by the heavenly Tao, and was not just used to pair up with heaven's destined son, but since it had something to do with the heavenly Tao, it was bound to be on the opposite side of one's own. As a member of the villain's camp, Zixiao didn't recognize what good could come of his staying by the other side for long. Right. It seems like I haven't looked at my panel since my cultivation level has increased. Anyway, Ethereal kept quiet, and Zixiao once again focused his thoughts on himself. Name Purple Sky. Bone age, 18. Cultivation level, middle divine separation realm, sealed. Physique, primordial heavenly demon body. Ancient heavy pupils. Techniques, burial heaven technique. 8 desolate devil techniques. Tianxian myriad technique. Mixed unlimited sacred technique. Eye of insight. Martial arts, great mighty heavenly dragon. Funeral finger. Heavenly robbing light. Blood battle of the 8 wastelands. Heavy pupil armor. Lingxiao blade technique. Prison killing blade. Running thunder palm. Etc. Magic weapon, black sword, night mediocre Qin Kuan ring. Aura, villainous aura. Charismatic aura. Transcendent aura. Tags, big villain. Shaking the light little master. Proud talent. Exiled immortal descending to the world. Ill-fated. Peach blossom robbery. Peach blossom luck. Short-lived person. Sky stealer. The eye of insight has a great deal of randomness. Every time I look at someone else, or at myself, it's rather random except for those important labels. For example, in the category of Gongfu magic treasure, many times it may not be able to be seen. It wasn't because the eye of insight was trash. On the contrary, this eye of insight was a feat, the kind that could be upgraded. This time, when Zi Xiao was probing himself, he found options that had never appeared before, like halos as well as labels. Once upon a time, when he had a system, these were invisible. Halo he could understand, but inside this label, there was a Shaking Light Junior Master. He's already bound to become a person of the Shaking Light Holy Land? After all, it's even tagged. But there was one thing that Violet Sky had always wondered about. He knew that he had worn into the book and become the eldest senior brother of the Tianxian Holy Land, and that he would have an entanglement with Mo Yuxiang, Luo Tingxian, and Lin Knight. But inside the plot he knew, there was nothing about other holy places. It's basically just a backdrop. Zhuo Yuanfei, the son of heavenly destiny, also never appeared, and then associated it with Zhuo Yuanfei's attitude towards himself. This can't be another book, can it? Then what kind of character am I in it? The junior master of the Shaking Light Holy Land? What's wrong? Is the injury serious? Just as Zi Xiao was muttering to himself, a slightly concerned and gentle voice rang out. Zi Xiao raised his head. At this time the Misty was looking at him with those eyes that looked like autumn water, and hurriedly opened his mouth and said, Misty Senior, the kid's Dao injuries are actually no longer a big problem. It's better to let the kid. How is that possible? Misty didn't have Zi Xiao finish her sentence and directly interrupted the other party, and immediately afterward, she only saw her jade hand shine with a burst of light. Within the light, there seemed to be a mysterious power flowing, giving off a powerful and mysterious aura. Immediately after, a fragrance came from the surrounding flowers and trees suddenly grew wildly. Knowing that the flowers and plants that could be planted in this immortal cultivation holy land, it was bound to be exotic flowers and plants, and secular people were able to benefit from their lives and prolong their years just by smelling the fragrance of the medicine. Something that could make these exotic flowers and plants suddenly grow quickly was definitely a rare treasure. In particular, Zi Xiao could clearly feel that the vitality within his body was surging more and more. Everything is revitalized. Still that light in the midst of the Taoist rhyme? Is it? Ah, just at this moment, an old voice came out from within that light. The haze also slowly dispersed. Only then did Zi Xiao finally see clearly that what was in Misty's hand was a blade of grass. Emerald green grass swaying in the wind. Seemingly no different from ordinary weeds. But above the roots of that grass, there seemed to be a human face hidden. Yawning appears to be the very same grass. Junior, what are you looking at? I don't need to say anything to know that it's for the old ancestor to let me treat your injuries, isn't it? That grass said disdainfully. Senior, this is? Zi Zhao's tone was tinged with a bit of surprise. Facing Zi Zhao's doubt, Misty nodded. That's right, this is the Emperor Pill. Imperial medicine? Really got it? Hiss. Zi Zhao sucked in a breath of cool air. Hearing that grass speak and with the Tao rhythm as well as the medicinal scent wrapped around its body, he had already guessed it, but hearing Misty admit it herself was still a bit of a surprise. It was important to know that the reason why an emperor pill was called an emperor pill was that apart from its powerful medicinal power, there was another reason why it was impossible for ordinary people to find it. After all, it was born with its own spirit, relying on its own powerful medicinal power, either cultivating to achieve the Tao, or hiding deep in the forbidden area of the mountain range. Even if it was a supreme being, he definitely couldn't get this emperor pill without paying a certain price. Misty had already given him a sacred pill before, and now he had gotten the emperor pill for his sake. It's eating him up. Thinking about this, Zishao had some scalp numbness, and hurriedly voiced his refusal. Senior, my kid's injuries are really no longer a big problem, so you'd better keep this emperor pill for yourself. Upon hearing this, Misty teased, didn't you call me master before? Now that there's no danger, a mouthful of seniors? This, Zishao awkwardly scratched his head. At that time, I recognized the wrong person and thought that you were my former master. Well, it seems like it's true that you quit the division. In that case, little one, worship the master. As he spoke, the misty jade finger flicked, and a cup of tea slowly floated in front of Zishao. I've even prepared tea for you to pay respects to your master. I've never taken on a disciple before, so I don't need all that red tape. I just need to drink the tea you handed me and take you on as my disciple. Ethereal's beautiful eyes blinked lightly twice, completely different from the ice-cold look when facing the enemy. Chapter 48, Worshipping the Master. Senior, I think, I'm thirsty, and you're not going to pass the tea? Here's the deal. The surrounding space is blocked by me, and the boundary-breaking talisman can't be used. Do you still want your spiritual power back? Whenever Zishao wanted to say something, Ethereal would interrupt. It was clearly a gentle and mature expression, but Zishao could see the pink cut black from her face. It doesn't let anyone talk at all, and the teacup that's floating in the air is disliking the face. Phew! Seeing that there was no way to make things right, Zishao exhaled deeply and then took the teacup with both hands. Seeing this scene, Misty smiled gently, her brows filled with admiration. If she didn't appreciate Zishao, how could she force the other party to be her disciple? After all, if a supreme being wanted to take on a disciple, the entire universe would be shaken by it. As if Misty had said before that the three books of heaven, earth, and humans had a destiny with her, and that by obtaining the three books, one could become her disciple. All the powers of all sizes went crazy. Zishao did not directly toast the tea to Misty at this time, but instead said in a deep voice, Senior, I think you've heard of my previous deeds. I don't know why, but it seems like someone has been targeting me all along, and it seems like I'm just like bad luck possessing me. Among the sects, I'm afraid that it won't be long before my reputation will still stink to the bottom, just as it did before in the Tianxian Holy Land. If I really worship you as my master, I still hope that when that day comes, you will be able to let me go. Zishao had already thought about it. After all, there was a supreme being staring at him outside, and the Shaking Light Holy Land was indeed the best place for him to go at the moment. There was another thing, and that was that he wanted to figure out what kind of role he was playing in the Shaking Light Holy Land. The big bad's tag is but still hanging inside his own tag bar. Not only did he and Zui Yu and Fei, the son of heaven's destiny, not look at each other, but he also almost turned him into his little fan. The occurrence of these things made Zishao more and more confused. If he was able to figure it out, even if the Shaking Light sacred land that he broke away from in the future, he would know where to go, wouldn't he? Zishao was waiting for the other party's reply. In order to be able to make the play more realistic, his deep eyes even took on a few vicissitudes. Suddenly, Ethereal took a step forward, and before Zishao could say anything, he was actually yanked into his arms. Zishao was almost knocked out by that terrifying majesty. To feel it in person was too terrifying, and for a while he didn't even slow down. While Zishao was there realizing the way, a misty voice rang out, Little fellow, you've suffered a lot, haven't you? Being wronged is definitely not a good feeling, but you don't have to worry when it comes to me, let alone that you haven't done those things, and even if you did, you are still my disciple. In time, you will know that the connotations of our clan, clan are not quite the same as those of other holy places, and that no matter what heavenly things you have committed, you will have me to carry them for you. Hearing the words coming out of Misty, Zishao deeply hit her head, seemingly in aggravation. However, if someone was nearby, they would definitely be able to see the corners of Zishao's mouth that were slightly raised. It was a long time before Ethereal let go of the embrace. Seeing the mark on his dhoti, Misty looked at Zishao with interest. Looks like my disciple isn't too honest. Upon hearing this, Zishao's old face blushed and he hurriedly handed over the teacup with both hands. Apprentice Zishao, greetings to master. Misty smiled gently, then her jade hand gently took the teacup. Drinking your tea, I am your master. From now on, we master and disciple go together and return together. After saying that, Misty drank the tea in the teacup in one go. With that, he then gave that emperor pill and sent it directly to Zixiao's hands. Master, I really don't need this imperial medicine. I have my own way to deal with the Dao injuries. Obey. Zixiao wanted to shrug off the imperial pill, but Misty didn't give it a chance at all, her eyebrow frowning slightly. Are you trying to disobey your master on your first day? Disciples dare not. Zixiao resentfully withdrew the imperial pill. Hey, kid, the old man is talking to you. This injury of yours can actually be treated without the old man, so why don't you let the old man go? And then how about the old man help you with a few dozen sacred medicines in exchange? Say something. Neither master nor disciple seemed to take the voice of the imperial medicine seriously. Misty gave Zixiao a detailed introduction to this shaking light holy land, especially Zixiao's current status as this junior master. After your Dao injuries heal, go meet those master nephews. They worship you. I'm a devil. What do I have to worship? Zixiao shook his head with a bitter smile. It seemed to recall the sense of contrast between the before and after when he was once in the Tianqian Holy Land. At the very beginning, he was the big brother that everyone loved. And at the end, not to say that everyone shouted at him, after all, they didn't have the guts to do that. But no matter who saw Zixiao, the loathing as well as the fear in their eyes couldn't be hidden. This was also the reason why, at the end of the day, Zixiao would blockade himself in the sacred Sun Peak. It doesn't matter how your popularity is outside. What's important is that those little guys are very curious about you. It's better to go and take a look when you have the chance. And also, this Taiji Hall, in the future, will be your residence. It's a rare occasion that the Holy Lord, that little stingy guy, has been generous, so don't be courteous. Oh, Zixiao was indeed a bit surprised, although he didn't know what this Taiji Hall symbolized in the shaking light Holy Land. However, the vigorous aura around them, as well as the hidden Taoist rhythms in the hall, all made Zixiao understand that this Taiji Hall was definitely not something extraordinary. This Taiji Hall is still a magic treasure. The reason why it is called the word Taiji is all given by the sacred lord. You can change the name yourself, and that spiritual core in the center of the hall is the organ that manipulates the hall. Many thanks, master. Zixiao hurriedly bowed. Snap. Misty stretched out her jade finger and gently flicked Zixiao's forehead, smiling. You are my disciple. Remember, you don't need to be so polite with your master. Well, Zixiao nodded. He seemed to see in Misty the Mo Xiang who had always taken care of him when he was a child. That time Mo Xiang did do her duty. I don't know when. The two became more and more distant. What's the matter? Thinking of your former master? Misty's slightly snarky voice made Zixiao come back to her senses. How come? Quitting the division was my own choice. That's good. Little one, don't forget. From today onwards, you're my disciple. If there's another master in your head, master will be jealous. Facing Misty's jab, Zixiao bitterly laughed and shook his head, saying that he wouldn't. He also didn't know this cheap master that he worshipped this time, whether it was mature or childish. It seemed that only when he faced his enemies, he would show his icy cold fairy-like side. Chapter 49, Not a Single Proper Weapon. The two of them once again chatted for a while about the matters of the shaking light Holy Land. Misty then left, and before she left, she specifically instructed Zixiao to remember to take the Emperor's pill. Entering the middle of the Taiji Hall, in the very center of the hall, there was indeed a spirit core. Zixiao walked forward to place his hand on top of the spirit core. Buzz! The faint light wrapped his entire body in it, and he sensed the full information of this great hall. This is a special holy weapon. As the name suggests, a sacred artifact is a saint-level magic treasure. Magic treasures and feats had about the same level division. Huangshen Di Tian Shangzun Emperor as well as that legendary immortal. Sacred artifacts were already very strong magical treasures, and the reason why this Taiji Hall was said to be special was because of its hard material, even compared to a supreme artifact. If you use this hall to smash people, it is, Tay pants hot. Only Zixiao was a bit depressed about this particular magic treasure, knowing that the burial heavenly skill was able to allow him to summon out a black coffin, and now with this great hall, it seemed that when he fought against people, he didn't seem to have any serious magic treasures other than that long-shaped black blade. Feeling the fluctuations in the spirit core, the miraculous thing about this Taiji Hall was that apart from the fact that it could be made smaller and subdued in the spirit platform, it could also change its shape at will. Thinking about the memories of his previous life, Zixiao began to continuously construct the entire hall. Rumble! It was as if the transformers were transforming, and the entire Taiji Hall was shrouded in a halo of light, constantly changing. After a long time, it finally calmed down, and the Taiji temple was completely changed. Treasure palace towering into the clouds, majestic and solemn, the palace of golden light, cloudy, as if in a fairyland. The pillars of the treasure hall were thick and majestic, with exquisite patterns carved on them, and the patterns of the 4 sacred beasts of the ancient times were carved on them. There was a huge flamboyant cover hanging from the ceiling, gorgeous silk fluttering in the wind, and the floor was paved with smooth jade, reflecting Zishao's slender and handsome figure. At the forefront is a throne that stands tall. It was inlaid with pearls and gemstones that shone brightly, and the golden seat with the carvings of a true dragon was like an imperial dragon chair in the secular world. But the difference was that wisps of Tao rhythms shrouded this throne's surroundings. It can be said to be like a heavenly emperor. The words above the plaque outside the palace have also changed, from the original Taiji Palace to Lingxiao Palace. After completely remodeling the palace, Zishao walked up and sat down on that throne at the highest point. Sure enough, Deng had a feeling of having a glimpse of the mountains. If there were 2 more rows of cultivators standing below, it would be like a big villain. Zishao spread his hand out, and along with a fragrance of medicine, the emperor pill was taken out from inside his storage space. Hey, kid, what did you just let the old man go to? It's so horrible. Are you going to get me killed? As soon as imperial medicine came out, he started yelling. Indeed, the storage space was given by the system, although it was not capable of storing living things. But the emperor's pill obviously did not fall into this category, and Zishao had stuffed the other party into the storage space because he wanted to do an experiment. Old man, you have too much nonsense. Don't you have a bit of intuition as a drug? Zishao disliked it. What? Emperor Medicine's tone was filled with anger. Have the guts to let go of old me. If it wasn't for the seals on your body, just a tiny divine separation stage like you would want to restrain old me? Are you kidding me? Alright, it's noisy. Zishao snapped his ears and opened his mouth full of concern. Do you really think that I want you very much? It's just a broken emperor pill. If you're honest, maybe I'll still be able to let you retain your sanity. If you're not honest, then don't blame me. Ha! Emperor Medicine sneered twice and continued to speak. Kid, you're mistaken about one thing. Although it's true that I'm Emperor Medicine, that woman obviously doesn't know much about Emperor Medicine either. Old me's original body is a sword grass. If I don't actively cooperate with you, boy, you'll never be able to absorb the old man. Oh, originally, Zishao hadn't had much interest in this emperor pill, but as soon as he heard that the other party was a sword grass, his interest immediately came. The eye of insight, buzz, accompanied by flashes of light in the pupils. The details of the emperor pill also appeared in his eyes. Imperial medicine, 8-leaf swordgrass, in continuous promotion. 8-leafed swordgrass, born with the sword Tao. 1 leaf, 1 world. When it becomes a 9-leaf swordgrass, it will transform itself into an immortal realm swordgrass, thus using the sword to enter the Tao and cultivate on its own. However, the blades of the swordgrass were fixedly generated and could not be promoted later. Not being able to be promoted later. What's the deal with this continuous promotion in progress? Zishao looked at the swordgrass in front of him with some astonishment. The latter was a little hairy from that gaze, and even her leaves began to tremble slightly. Moreover, this swordgrass was born in response to the sword Tao, and although it was at the emperor level itself, it should be categorized under the category of spirit objects, and was definitely not an emperor pill. However, the medicinal fragrance emanating from this swordgrass clearly proved its identity as an imperial medicine. Mutated? No wonder it's able to continue to advance. Zishao didn't know what kind of chance this swordgrass had gotten, but since it was a swordgrass then he wouldn't be polite. GGG. Little swordgrass, are you ready to be devoured by me? Boy! As soon as Emperor Medicine heard that Zishao wanted to devour it, it quickly spoke. Have you forgotten what Lao Fu just said? Lao Fu's body is a swordgrass. If it doesn't actively cooperate with you, you won't have anything even if you swallow Lao Fu. Buzz. Before Emperor Medicine could finish his sentence, a bizarre aura suddenly emanated from Zishao's body. One black rune after another swirled around him. What a terrifying demonic aura. Aren't you a righteous cultivator? Actually a devil cultivator. Emperor Medicine was shocked by the demonic might emanating from Zishao. Ha 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 ha. Righteous cultivator? When did I ever say I was a righteous monk? A devilish smile appeared on Zishao's face. I'm a big villain. Wouldn't it make sense for me to know some demonic skills? Don't worry. I don't need your cooperation. 8 desolate demonic feats. Give me a spin. Whoo! As if ghostly cries and wolves from hell sounded, those black runes on Zishao's body began to continuously converge, until it became a huge black millstone. This mill was constantly rotating in mid-air, emitting a world-destroying demonic might, and with each rotation, the mill became a few points more ethereal. The hall was filled with demonic might, and if it wasn't for the fact that the hall had already been blocked off by Zishao at this time, I'm afraid that all of this demonic might would have been sensed by all of the people in the Shaking Light Holy Land. Wait! The 8-leaf swordgrass clearly felt the might on that mill, and that mill definitely had the strength to be able to crush it. In order to be able to save its own little life, It didn't care about whether or not it would be able to transform into a spirit in the future. Chapter 50, Happy as a Chrysanthemum. Don't you use that thing? Put it away. The sword grass was as if it had exploded. Its 8 leaves constantly dancing as a strand of the Tao of the sword Tao continued to emanate. I still like your unruly look from before, Zishao said seriously. Don't. I promise. I'll heal your Tao injuries. All you need to do is place me in your Qi Si. In that case, it'll definitely make your sword Tao reach the peak. In order not to be crushed, the sword grass even tried to actively integrate into Zishao's body. If it was truly a complete match, just like what Swordgrass had said, Zishao's strength in the Tao of the sword would definitely be no worse than that of any peerless heavenly pride. After all, the 8-leaf swordgrass itself was at the imperial level, plus it was still a mutated 8-leaf swordgrass, so maybe one day it would be upgraded to a 9-leafed one in the middle of Zishao's Qi Si. In the face of such a condition, Zishao still smiled and shook his head, not to mention whether or not he had the intention of wanting to take the sword path. Just saying that putting this sword grass into the Qi Si was something that Zishao could not bear. The sea of Qi inside suddenly more than an old man, but also not be able to close at any time like the system. Is not the future to go to the Qingfeng house kind of place directly live? Although Zishao was thick-skinned, he had a small heart. That was why he was absolutely unable to agree to this proposal from Swordgrass. Besides, the sword grass is, wouldn't it be nice to use it as a weapon? A single blade of grass cuts down the sun, moon and stars. Swordgrass was born along with the sword Tao, and it had the legendary grassword sword technique within it. This was also a reason why the 8-leaf swordgrass was able to become an emperor level. Well, that's all said and done, isn't it, old man? I'll send you on your way. Zishao's eyes stared, ignoring Swordgrass's wailing, and directly slapped over fiercely with the black world-destroying great mill. Buzz. The entire hall of Chinese medicine incense overflowing. The moment the sword grass hit the mill, the sword splashed out a large number of juices. Those juices evaporated directly into strands of aura, invading the body of the purple sky, constantly mending his aftereffects from using the burial skill. The Emperor Pill was worthy of being an Emperor Pill, and that terrifying as hell Tao injury had already begun to turn around leisurely under the infiltration of the Emperor Pill's spiritual power. The huge medicinal power also rushed straight into Zishao's Qi Si. If he hadn't been dead set on suppressing it, this instant could have made him a saint on the ground. But if that was the case, it would be unavoidable that the realm would be weak and the state of mind wouldn't be able to keep up. So Zishao washed all of the medicinal power over himself, constantly condensing the primordial heavenly demon body as well as the ancient heavy pupil. I don't know how long it took, but a burst of blue light erupted from Zishao's eyes. The light lasted for a few moments before disappearing, and violet sky returned to normal. At this moment, in addition to an illusory Lingshao palace, there was also an additional sword grass in his spiritual platform. Of course, the sanity inside the sword grass had been removed cleanly. Now it had completely become dead, but at the same time, Zishao had obtained the grass character sword technique, as well as a spiritless imperial artifact. If the 8-leaf sword grass could continue to be upgraded, he would have an immortal weapon in the future. It finally worked. Feeling the power of the early stage of the harmonization realm within his body, Zishao clenched his fist. The huge medicinal power still allowed him to break through 3 small realms to the harmonization realm. There was no way that medicinal power could not be completely suppressed. The Tao injuries had also been fully recovered. I have to say, the imperial medicine is indeed strong, and I owe this current master a great favor. Even if a powerhouse of the supreme realm wanted to get their hands on the Emperor Pill, it wouldn't be that simple, would it? Zishao didn't know what Ethereal had paid to get the Emperor's Pill, but he was a man who had been given 1,000 years of remembrance of the fruits of man's grace. He'll return the favor. Junior Master. Just as Zishao was still stabilizing his realm, a sound came from outside the great hall. Hearing this voice, Zishao was left with a head full of black lines. Destiny's child. Zui Yuanfei. This kid is really just stalking himself, isn't he? Zishao waved his hand, and the great hall's prohibitions directly disappeared. Zui Yuanfei walked in slowly, and when he saw Zishao on top of the throne, he was first stunned, and then his eyes were filled with heat. Junior uncle. I heard from the Supreme Elder that you have finally agreed to join the sect. That's great. Zishao was also speechless as he looked at the not-so-smart son of Heaven's destiny in front of him. Dude, you're the chosen one and I'm the villain. Is it really okay for you to be so close to me? But if you think that in your heart, you certainly can't say it directly on your mouth. Brother Zhua, just call me Zishao. How about that? Before Zishao could finish his sentence, Zhua Yuanfei interrupted him, and immediately said with a serious face, Before, there was nothing wrong with me addressing you as Tao brother, but now you have become the personal disciple of the Supreme Elder, which means my senior uncle. Never mess up the seniority. Okay, I'm glad you're happy. I don't know if there's something you came to see me about? Junior uncle. It's like this. The sacred lord he wanted to introduce you in front of all the disciples. So he asked me to come and pick you up. Holy Lord Shaking Light? Think about it. People directly sent a Lingxiao palace to themselves. If they do not give face, it is not too good. With this in mind, Zishao stood up from his throne. Let's go. I'll go with you. Yes, Junior Master. Zui Yuanfei's gaze toward Zishao was filled with respect and heat. After the two of them walked out of the Lingxiao palace, they directly boarded a flying boat. Although at this time, Zishao was already able to fly in the air, but in order to show respect, the Shaking Light Holy Lord still let Zui Yuanfei pilot the flying boat to come and greet them. The flying boats that flew in the middle of the sect were not like the flying boats in the outside world, which were small in size but unusually ornate in decoration. After all, it's all for welcoming guests, and it doesn't matter if it's fast or slow. After the two of them rode on the flying boat, Zui Yuanfei directly used his own spiritual power to maneuver the flying boat and sped off into the distance. The main hall of the Shaking Light Holy Land. Above the main hall, thousands of disciples had already arrived, and the top echelons of the Holy Land were all present. These were the core disciples as well as the personal disciples. As for those disciples of the inner and outer sects, they were watching the situation inside the grand hall through the image crystal. The Shaking Light Sacred Lord was sitting in his seat at this time with a face full of spring in his step. Previously, the Supreme Elder Misty had personally told him that Zishio had become his junior brother as expected. He shook the sanctuary to stand up. One had to know that it would soon be approaching the sect competition, and at that time, the younger generations from all sects would gather here. Although they are in the same righteous path, there will be competition, and it is inevitable that there will be some unruly people with unruly hearts who will cause trouble. If the young generation of the Shaking Light Holy Land wasn't able to overwhelm the entire field, then they would have to lose face as the organizer. It would be completely different if Zishao was there. Although he was not able to fight on behalf of the Shaking Light Holy Land, after all, his seniority was there. But he stood there, an absolute mountain for any young man, a distraction against a saint king. Whose young man can do that? It even possessed the ancient heavy pupil as well as a powerful mysterious physique. How is this going to be a loss for the Shaker Holy Land? Eldest senior brother, can you stop smiling so obscenely? The disciples are watching. Look at yourself. That face is split like a chrysanthemum. Chapter 51, Lord of the Lingxiao Palace. What words? What words is this? The Shaking Light Holy Lord angrily rebuked the old men beside him. This Holy Lord is gratified. Gratified that our Holy Land will be able to grow stronger and stronger in the future. Besides, what do you old guys do for food? After so many years, can you train a disciple as good as Zishao? Each and every one of you don't think about progress all day long. Apart from playing cards or asking for spirit stones to find a girl, do you still have some proper business? If this continues, sooner or later our Shaking Light Holy Land will be destroyed by your hands. Fart. The Shaking Light Sacred Lord had just finished speaking when the palace master next to him immediately said in a low voice, "Looking for the girl, wasn't you the one who brought us there? I'll tell you, oh, talk like that again. Tomorrow I'll go and tell madam that you, he. Well said, well said. Why should senior brother be so angry? The big deal is that my brother will invite you guys to go to the two heavens tomorrow." Hearing that the other party was going to tell his own lady about his search for a girl, the Shaking Light Sacred Lord changed his face at that moment, smiling like a chrysanthemum. Just as he had said before. Shoo! Just as a few guys who were old for their age were kibitzing, a cracking sound came from the air. Disciple Zui Yuanfei, by order of the Holy Lord, invited the young master of the Taiji. No! Invited the young master of the Lingxiao Palace. Rumble! The gate of the palace slowly opened, and a peaceful aura greeted him. Immediately after that, looking around was the uncountable number of disciples. Regarding Zishao, they were very curious, as well as those palace masters of the Shaking Light Holy Land as well as the elders. All of them looked towards the palace gate with curious gazes. It seemed like they wanted to see that demon with their own eyes who had recently gained notoriety. Zishao was not the least bit surprised by such a scene. After all, at one time, he was the eldest senior brother of the younger generation of the Tianqian Holy Land. I've certainly seen a lot of scenes like this. The two of them, Zishao and Zui Yuanfei, landed from above the flying boat. At this moment, Zishao was dressed in a loose black robe, slightly open at the chest. Able to see his robust chest, his long purple-silver hair was bundled up by a silver crown, and a few strands of his long hair were scattered wantonly in front of his forehead. There is a strange Taoist rhythm surrounding the body, as if the 3,000 great roads are suppressed by it. Is this the Tianqian Holy Land's eldest senior brother? Zishao? Are you an idiot? Right now he's our Shaking Light Holy Land's junior master. Hey! If only I could become a disciple of the Supreme Elder. Go dream. You can dream anything. Say, This kind of man is too foul, isn't he? Sisters, I'll charge first. You're ugly, but you think beautifully. Let me do it. In the face of Zixiao's arrival, the originally quiet hall was suddenly noisy. Everyone was young. Of course they couldn't hold back their curiosity. There were even some bold female disciples who directly threw winks at Zixiao, almost going up to present themselves. The Shaking Light Holy Land's executives were also like that, not having the slightest intention of being seniors and high-ranking people, each one of them staring at Zixiao like vicious wolves, that look as if they couldn't wait to eat Zixiao. What's more, some mature and plump elders twisted their waists a few times. This directly caused Zixiao to have a vestigial feeling of going forward to Qingfeng House. No, is this a sanctuary or a kiln for you? Unbeknownst to him, this is all because of the charm of the aura in the strange. Originally has a dusty temperament and handsome face of the purple sky. In the eyes of the opposite sex directly become the monk meat, even if it is the same sex, for him will also have a good feeling. The middle-aged man sitting in the chair at the very front, with an unusually tawdry golden costume, was presumably the Shaking Light Holy Lord. Thinking of this, Zixiao directly walked forward and made a bow. My name is Zixiao. I have seen the Shaking Light Saint. Abstain. Abstain. Before Zixiao could finish his words, there was a blur before his eyes, and the Shaking Light Holy Lord actually came directly in front of him. And not only the Shaking Light Holy Lord, along with him came those palace masters who were sitting beside him. One could only see the Shaking Light Holy Lord continuously sizing up the Zixiao in front of him, and even revealed a mesmerizing smile. This smile caused Zixiao to have a vicious chill, and he couldn't wait to directly punch the other party hard in the face. After a while, the Shaking Light Holy Lord finally spoke. Zixiao, from now on, you'll be my youngest senior brother. There's no need to be courteous when you see me. Call what Holy Lord call senior brother to hear. The passion of the Shaking Light Holy Lord made Zixiao a bit overwhelmed. The beautiful Taoist nun on the side directly walked up and pushed the Shaking Light Holy Lord away, and gave the other party a blank look without any good manners. You're even scaring little senior brother. Senior brother. Be good. I'm your second senior sister, and since you've already worshipped Misty Master as your master, then we'll be a family from now on. Don't look at your senior brother's immodest appearance, but don't worry, if anyone dares to bully you, they are going against our entire Shaking Light Holy Land. Greetings senior sister. Greetings senior brother, Zixiao respectfully said to the duo. Seeing that Zixiao was so good at talking, the old unshy people on the side all gathered around. Junior brother I'm your senior brother Lu. I've been inside the alchemy palace. You can look for me if there's anything. Junior brother, I'm your senior sister Lu. Little master. Those people around him introduced themselves to Zixiao one after another, fearing that Zixiao would forget them. During their introduction, Zixiao also roughly understood the general information about the Shaking Light Holy Land. The Holy Lord's palace at the very center was the main palace attributed to the Holy Lord, and the 10 palaces surrounding the main palace beyond it were the core palace masters of the Shaking Light Holy Land. That is, Zixiao's senior brothers and sisters. The rest of those thousands of palace masters, although they sounded equal to this core palace master, in reality, it was still the Holy Lord as well as the 10 people in that core who really had the final say. It was roughly the same as the power within the gate of the Tianxian Holy Land. These senior brothers and sisters are extremely enthusiastic, one after another to Zixiao's arms stuffed things. There are stuffed pills, there are stuffed magic treasures, there are also gongfa and so on. This scene was the envy of the core disciples standing below, but they were only envious and didn't have any other emotions. After all, Zixiao was currently a generation above them according to their generation. Seeing that the crowd had finished their greetings, the Shaking Light Holy Lord walked to the front and spoke to the disciples below. My Shaking Light Holy Land has a teenage heavenly pride here today, and even if I don't say anything about him, you all should know about him. Nowadays, he has already worshipped under the Tai Shan Elder, which is the senior uncle of you disciples. Starting today, I declare Zixiao as the Taiji. No, as the Hall Master of the Ling Xiao Palace. Oh, a cheer went up from the disciples below, not for any other reason. It was because of Zixiao's terrifying reputation outside, a distraction against a Saint King. Even those ancient heavenly prides, forbidden area heirs, or the young masters of the demon race probably didn't have this strength. To be able to become a core disciple, apart from talent, was a sense of belonging to the sect. Chapter 52, I've got the wrong script, right? After all, it's not like you can spend resources to raise a white-eyed wolf out of it. Therefore, these tens of thousands of core disciples all looked towards Zixiao with a hot face. Master of the temple? Zixiao was a bit puzzled. Weren't all the others called palace lords? Why was he alone called the palace lord? Junior. On the side, senior sister Lu heard Zixiao's murmur and smiled knowingly, hastily opening her mouth to explain. This palace master and palace master are completely different. Wasn't that palace of yours called the Taiji Palace before? That's the magic treasure that was passed down from the previous Holy Lord to our senior brother. You should have already learned about it as well. That magic treasure can change its shape at will. A saint artifact level palace? It's quite a rare thing. Therefore, anyone who is able to move into it will be called a temple master. In my Shaking Light Holy Land, the Hall Master is an existence that is second only to the Holy Lord, and even in a sense, is at the same level as the Holy Lord. Hearing senior sister Lu's explanation, Zishao was dumbfounded. Right off the bat, you're on par with the Holy Lord of the Shaking Light Holy Land? Wasn't he ordained as a saint's son? Zishao was still confident in his own strength. Originally he thought he would become a holy son, but he didn't expect to come directly to a Hall Master. It's not too good. Zishao had a bitter smile on his face. Just came to the Shaking Light Holy Land and is so high profile? You know, the higher you hold it, the harder you fall. What's not so good about it? Hearing Zishao's words, the Shaking Light Saint Lord turned his head with a solemn expression. Junior brother, you have to understand that under normal circumstances, with a supreme pride like you, giving you the position of saint's son, I would feel that it's condescending to you. Moreover, you've already worshipped under the Taishan elder's door, and as the elder of those disciples, it's a bit strange to be ordained as a sacred son, no matter how you think about it. Since you address me as senior brother, then we are family, not to mention a Hall Master. Even if you want the position of Saint Master, I can immediately step aside and give way. Zishao already didn't know what to say. He even felt that his script had changed since he came to this Shaking Light Holy Land. That's got to be the wrong script. The villain did not look like a villain, and the Son of Destiny did not look like the Son of Destiny. After all, there was not a single bump in the road to directly get such a distinction. It can be said that it is too smooth, and he himself was made the Hall Master, and below him were some high-minded core disciples, and not a single one of them questioned it? If you don't question it, what's the meaning of that sizzling color in your eyes? Alright, the beautiful Taoist nun, the second senior sister of Zishao, once again scorned the Holy Lord. What's the matter? Do you want junior brother to die of exhaustion? The Holy Lord's position was passed on to you by the Master, so just hold it honestly and be careful of Uncle Misty coming out to whack you. I'm not making an analogy for my youngest brother. Seemingly thinking of the ethereal Iron Fist, the Shaking Light Holy Lord scratched his head resentfully. Above the Great Hall, Zhuo Yuanfei, who stood at the very front, took a step forward, clenched his hands into fists, and shouted loudly with his spiritual energy, "Greetings to the Master of the Ling Shao Palace." All of the core disciples all reacted and spoke with the same respect. "Greetings, Master Ling Shao." The sound was so loud that the formations in the Great Hall began to fluctuate. Seeing that everyone was respectfully clasping their fists to congratulate themselves, Zishao had no choice but to stiffly walk forward and softly say, "Thank you all." With that, he waved his sleeve robe. Spiritual energy transformed into a soft breeze to assist all those disciples who were saluting. The eyes of the tens of thousands of core disciples looking at Zishao became a few shades hotter. Simultaneously dividing tens of thousands of forces to help them up was not something that could be done casually, and ordinary divine separation stages were afraid that they simply didn't have such a huge amount of spiritual energy to support them. The Shaking Light Sacred Lord and the group of palace masters also looked at Violet Sky with sighs of relief. Only Violet Sky herself couldn't help but feel a pang of remorse. Want to let them get up and say a sentence is not on the line. Good for nothing to pretend what this one time directly in his body most of the spiritual power to drain. One must know that he had just broken through the harmonization realm, and his cultivation was not yet stable, so after using it like this, he almost fell straight to the ground. But now that it's pretending, it can only continue to pretend. Junior brother, this is your token. The Shaking Light Sacred Lord took out a token from his Qinquan ring and handed it to Zishao. With this token, you can come and go as you please in my Shaking Light Sacred Ground, even the Forbidden Land and the old ancestors' dormant place. You can go in and out. They want to meet you too. Thank you, Senior. Zishao received the token and felt more and more bizarre. This Shaking Light Holy Land is a little too good for him, isn't it? Just the first day of initiation, gave a position of Hall Master not to mention, but also directly led him in the middle of the clan 100. Did pie really fall from the sky? Or maybe the damn heaven was in a good mood, so he gave him something sweet? If it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid that they would have been overwhelmed by this succession of luck, but Zishao remained clear and calm. Instead, he was pondering whether there was a problem here or not. Seeing Zishao's face, the Shaking Light Holy Lord once again nodded in satisfaction. Want to prove the immortal way? In addition to cultivation and talent, the most important thing is to have a strong heart, otherwise even with invincible talent, ultimately, but also a cup of yellow earth. Those who testify to the way are all those with great perseverance and tenacity. I have never heard of a person with a vain character being able to attain the great way. As for Zixiao, he was only 29 years old, yet he possessed such a state of mind, worthy of being a true demon. The Supreme Elder had picked up a treasure this time. The Shaking Light Holy Lord secretly sighed in his heart. Right, Junior Senior Brother, today is a rare day. Why don't you give the disciples a sermon? Senior Sister Lu suddenly spoke. These words were a sight to behold for the other palace masters. Right, today, to put it bluntly, I'm just here to introduce the disciples to Zixiao's identity and then to write his name. With the power of the purple sky, a casual sermon would be able to benefit these disciples greatly. At that time, Zixiao would definitely pull in the hearts of these disciples. Sermon? Zixiao stretched out his hand and pointed at himself, which meant asking the Shaking Light Holy Lord to let him deliver the sermon. Aha! The Shaking Light Sacred Lord nodded heavily. He felt that this proposal was simply too good to be true. Letting these disciples know how Zixiao, this heavenly pride, understood the word Dao was simply perfect. This, Senior Brother. I don't want to show off in front of all the senior brothers and sisters. In fact, regarding the Dao, I really don't have much understanding. Zixiao laughed bitterly. He really wasn't lying. As a villain himself, he was never favored by heaven. This situation to cultivate the immortal road is completely because of chance and coincidence. Repairing breakthroughs, the primitive heavenly devil body or ancient heavy pupil, are extremely powerful, is expected to become emperor's physique, so there's really no need to worry about practicing. Plus that heaven burial skill, it was completely the existence of stealing heaven's luck, causing Zixiao's strength to increase compared to the average person of the same age. It was simply like riding a rocket. But the Shaking Light Holy Lord didn't think so. Chapter 53, the Shaking Light Holy Land, have wronged you. In his opinion, Zixiao was speaking in such terms because he was too modest. After all, from the news that came out from Zui Yuanfei, this Zixiao is definitely a person with superior talent, character, and heart. Junior Brother Senior Brother, I've also heard that you're humble, but we're all on our own, so you don't need to be overly humble. The Shaking Light Holy Lord patted Zixiao's shoulder and said in a serious tone, it's okay for young people to be appropriately arrogant. Elder Brother, I see. Before Zixiao could finish her sentence, Senior Sister Lu on the side suddenly opened her mouth to interrupt. Zixiao looked at her with a confused face. You understand? What do you understand? Only Senior Sister Lu's eyes were slightly moist. Junior Senior Brother, he must have been walking on thin ice every day during those years of misunderstanding in the Tianxian sacred ground, being careful for fear that his actions would trigger another misunderstanding. Master or Elder, none of them have made decisions for Junior Brother. Obviously, he is still at an age where he should be arrogant, yet he is so humble, and being a holy son, there is no one beside him who can understand. Little Senior Brother, he has been too bitter all these years. When she spoke with emotion, Senior Sister Lu's beautiful eyes slowly shed 2 lines of clear tears. The crowd of palace masters all looked at Zixiao with compassionate gazes, and even the Shaking Light Holy Lord tilted her head inside, as if she was afraid that she was still shedding tears at her age. Those core disciples who were close by all looked at Zixiao, and they all empathized at the moment, putting themselves in their shoes. If they were treated like this by the Tianxian Holy Land, I'm afraid that they would have long since disappeared into the devil's path and then found an opportunity to destroy the sect. After all, the news that came out was that Zixiao had been misunderstood by the sect for several years, killing and setting fires, bullying men and women, just plain evil. Little Master, he is too bitter. That son of heaven's destiny, Zui Yuanfei, even widened those reddened eyes and stared straight at Zixiao. After experiencing so much suffering, yet still maintaining such a high and pure heart, Junior Master, he is truly a model for our generation. At this time, Zui Yuanfei still has a bearish anger in his heart. Personally, he thought that it was not too much to say that he was an idol after meeting with Zixiao and greatly admiring Zixiao's talent or heart. Tianxian Holy Land, you guys are so good. In a while it will be the clan competition. At that time, I will take good care of your disciples. I heard that there's a guy called what's his name? Lin Knight, who was the junior uncle's former senior brother. As the closest person, it's just as well that he doesn't trust junior uncle. He even wants to compete for that holy son position. Good enough. We'll see what happens underhand when the time comes. At this moment, Lin Knight, who was far away in the Tianxian Holy Land in closed-door cultivation, felt a vicious chill. During this period of time, he was planning to close his eyes to death, in order to directly win the top spot during the sect competition, and at that time, he would pick up his eldest senior brother. What is this feeling all about? Second Master, I feel a wave of malice. It seems like someone is trying to scheme against me. Can you sense it? Buzz. As Lin Knight whispered, the ring on his hand emitted wisps of ethereal light. and a voice like an orchid in an empty valley resounded. You are a person favored by heaven's destiny, and your life has been full of misfortunes, so it's not too much to ask that some people have ill will towards you, so cultivate well. Only when one is strong can one defend oneself against any curiosity. I understand. Second Master. Lin Knight nodded and started cultivating again. The origin of this ring was that when he was meditating on the cliff because he missed his elder brother too much, a stream of light crossed his path, and immediately afterward, the ring landed on his head. Entering spiritual energy into the ring, a fairy-like voice came out from within. Junior, do you have a dream? Cough cough cough. I see that you have amazing bones. Is 1 in 10,000 cultivation wizards. The maintenance of world peace depends on you. I have a secret book here. No, I want to accept you as a disciple. What do you think? Originally, Lin Knight hadn't taken it seriously at first. After all, he already had a master teacher. As a result, when he came down from the cliff, he encountered a group of people who directly made a move against him without saying a word. And among them, there was also a cultivator at the late stage of divine separation. Lin Knight fought to the death and eventually fell to the ground in exhaustion. And if it wasn't for the help of a purple-clothed, dreamlike fairy that appeared in the ring, he was afraid that he would have died. In order to repay the favor of saving his life, he worshipped his master. But since he already had Mo Xiang as his master, Lin Knight insisted on calling the other party his second master. What Lin Knight didn't know was that there were other places within the ring. It was like a paradise, with a dreamlike fairy sitting in a rocking chair, her 2 little feet constantly swaying. Son of Heaven's Destiny. Great, I've finally found the Son of Heaven's Destiny. As long as I bind a bit of his chi, won't my old lady just take off? It's true, the routines inside the novels work. It's not in vain that I've read so many novels. The woman in the rocking chair happily eats fruit and looks forward to the future. The Shaking Light Holy Land. At this time, the disciples were all empathizing with Zi Shao, which caused the atmosphere in the main hall to become heavier and heavier. Even some of the discussions are starting to get stale. What sword pointed to the Tianxian Holy Land? For the little master uncle to seek justice. What public denunciation of the Tianxian Holy Land and so on. All the spearheads were directed at the Tianxian Holy Land. If this trend was allowed to continue, it was estimated that after a short while, the two sides would have to fight. Zishao was also speechless in the face of such a scene. What the hell are they brainstorming about? Have I been talking since just now? Just at this time, senior sister Lu came forward and took Zishao into her arms. This was the second time that Zishao had been held in a woman's arms after coming to the Shaking Light Holy Land. Although senior sister Lu was very material, after experiencing Ethereal Master's earthly ferocious weapon, Zishao was already tasteless. Hurriedly, he broke free from his arms. Senior sister, and all the senior brothers, I'm really fine. Although I was misunderstood in the Tianxian Holy Land, I also feel that it was just my bad luck. I don't blame anyone for this. But this explanation from Zishao was clearly a forced smile in the eyes of the crowd. The Shaking Light Holy Lord walked over to Zishao and once again patted his shoulder a few times. Good. Junior brother, I've known for a long time that you have a very high character. I didn't expect you to be so generous and repay grudges with virtues. Junior brother, my brother is incompetent. As the head of a clan, there are too many things to consider to be able to directly send troops to the Tianxian Holy Land. After all, we belong to the same righteous path. To aggrieve you, I, Shaking Light Holy Land, am sorry. The Shaking Light Sacred Lord was in tears with his words, and by the looks of it, if he wasn't still a Sacred Lord right now, he probably would have had to bring Zishao to fight his way up to the Tianxian sacred ground. Purple Sky's eyes were lifeless and had completely swung for the fences. Say what you like. Forget it. Get tired. Destroy. Chapter 54. I don't know how to preach. I'd better help you with the funeral. In the end, if Ethereal hadn't struck a spiritual force through the air to make the Shaking Light Holy Lord come to his senses, it was estimated that he would really make the wrong choice once he got on top of things. Cough cough cough. The Holy Lord of Shaking Light took the gap between coughing and straightening his hair. Junior brother, that matter of attacking the Tianxian Holy Land. Let's discuss it slowly. Why don't you give a sermon right now? I think for a heavenly pride like you, giving a sermon is a very easy thing to do. Well, I know you still have to be modest. We all understand that. So you can just go straight to the point. The Shaking Light Holy Lord directly predicted Zishao's prediction and blocked his path of retreat. Zishao was also speechless for a while. He wasn't pretending. The problem was preaching. He really didn't know how to do it. Did he give you a passage from the Tao Te Ching like the other travelers? Not to mention whether it's useful or not. He can't memorize all of the Tao Te Ching. Just a few sentences in front. If people ask questions, not to show their eyes? Turning to look at the disciples who were gazing expectantly, Zishao knew that he could not hide. It's true that he can't preach a sermon, but let's not forget that he's got the extras. The huge medicinal power that hadn't been absorbed before could just be used at this time. With this in mind, Zishao stood up and stabilized his body, his eyes gradually appearing to change, and the ancient heavy pupils were once again displayed in front of people. Seeing those eyes, the many disciples all sucked in a breath of cool air, and it had to be said that the might brought about by the heavy pupils was simply too strong. Buzz! After the ancient heavy pupils surfaced, the black runes on Zishao's body once again surrounded him. Immediately afterward, his eyes erupted in a burst of light that shot straight up to the ceiling. Click! Shattering sounds rang out as the light from the heavy pupil directly pierced through the skylight in the middle of the main hall, and the shaking light Holy Lord hurriedly waved his sleeve to make the main hall's counterattack formation disappear. Although he didn't know what Zishao was doing here, he thought that it must be related to the sermon, and as a senior brother, he naturally had to cooperate. Boom! The icy blue light struck the clouds, and the sky seemed to emit a roar as the rolling robber clouds covered the entire sky with a thunderous force. The great Tao was in the air, and 3,000 Tao rhythms flowed through the sky. The crowd seemed to hear the sound of the great Tao, and seemed to have a great man situated in the clouds to preach. Zigzag! The Tao of golden light shattered the robbing clouds, and one golden figure after another appeared above the clouds, and the emperor's silhouette in the very center of the monarch's reign. His illusory eyes locked with the purple sky toward. The golden beam of light clashed with the icy blue beam of light. Heaven and earth became chaotic. Hoo hoo hoo. Wild winds suddenly swept in, and the roaring winds were like ghosts crying and gods weeping, causing the sea of chi to be disorganized. But whether it was the palace master or the tens of thousands of disciples, none of them showed a panicked expression. Instead, they looked at this scene in awe. Celestial pride could naturally invoke a vision, but they had never seen such a sacred and bizarre vision, and it seemed that it had never appeared within the records of the ancient books. At this time, the black rune on Zizhao's body also shot toward the sky. The 3,000 golden figures turned into pure black as if they had been splashed with ink, and the emperor figure that reigned over the world was completely blackened as well, only to see him raise his two giant sky-covering hands up, as if dragging something along. Buzz! Black runes surrounded above his hands, and after a while, an aura of antiquity and strangeness covered the world. A pure black coffin appeared above the emperor's hands. Click here for. The black coffin slowly opened, and unlike the eerie black coffin, the opened black coffin actually burst out a seven-colored peaceful power from within. This power was as if it had leaked out from the immortal realm. Turning into raindrops that graced all things, they began to wave towards the entire shaking light Holy Land. Tick-tock! Accompanied by the falling raindrops, the shaking light Holy Land, which was already a heavenly realm on earth, was shrouded in a seven-colored radiance, and the many divine objects in the spirit material garden came to life at this moment. The clan's foreign beasts even raised their heads all the more, feeling the rising life force on their bodies. What is this? So magical. The dark wounds I suffered before have actually healed. My spiritual platform seems to have cleared up a lot, and it seems that my body is being cleansed, and I'm much purer. Ha 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 ha. I'm a body refiner. Junior uncle has given me too great a chance this time. Thanks to little master. The disciples felt the changes in their bodies and all bowed to Zishao on the high platform. Hiss! What kind of tactic is this? The shaking light sacred lord also sucked in a breath of cool air. How could he not have thought that it was just a matter of letting Zishao preach a sermon for these disciples, and as a result, he had actually used this kind of tactic. One must know that the shaking light Holy Land has an extremely wide area, with more than 1 million disciples as well as foreign beasts under its doors. He had just swept with his divine thoughts, and all of those inner and outer disciples and foreign beasts had been benefited. This tactic, even a supreme being doesn't have it, right? How much would it take to raise so much life force at the same time? The shaking light sacred lord, who was still proud of Zishao, was a bit worried at this moment, but at this very moment, the shadow of a grass suddenly appeared in the center of Zishao's brow. The grass gradually rose into the air, and immediately after, Zishao also slowly headed into mid-air, lightly cupping the grass's rhizome with one hand and making a casual stroke towards the sky. Swish! A terrifying sword chi burst out, and the ceiling of the great hall was directly split in two, and the entire sky seemed to have split in half as well. That shocking sword chi's might did not diminish, and it directly converged together in the sky, forming a huge sword blade that plunged straight down towards the shaking light Holy Land. Buzz! The shaking light sacred land's defensive array was awakened, and seven-colored light enveloped the entire shaking light sacred land, and in the ancestral ground, tomb after tomb exploded, and many terrifying powerhouses awakened. The huge sword that fell from the sky did not attack the shaking light Holy Land's defensive array. Instead, cracks began to appear in the sword's body as it was about to hit the grand formation. Boom boom boom! Explosive sounds rang out, and the giant sword began to crumble, pieces of light-emitting debris falling down, which passed through the defense array and fell down towards the disciples in the hall. Don't duck. Just as some of the disciples were fearful and planning to flee, the shaking light Holy Lord saw the problem and hurriedly roared out angrily. Hearing the Holy Lord's voice, that portion of the disciples, though alarmed, forced themselves to calm down and allowed those fragments to fall on their bodies, buzzing. As the fragments fell, the bodies of those tens of thousands of disciples began to erupt with a breakthrough aura. I broke through? What is this? I've been stuck in the middle of the gene dance stage for how long, and now this is a breakthrough? What was that grass just now? Junior Master chopped the sky with just one blade of grass? When I saw that giant sword appear just now, I thought our shaking light Holy Land was going to be destroyed. I broke through too. Chapter 55, Cracks in the Milky Way. I seem to have comprehended the way of the sword. Junior Master, you are my recreated parent. Me too. I've made a breakthrough in my sword Dao. It is said that the young master uncle is using a sword How in the sword road also has such insights. A plant of grass to cut the sky. This talent, tens of thousands of core disciples, at this moment, looked at the immortal-like figure in midair with scorching eyes. Zhuo Yuanfei, who was the son of heaven's destiny, was even more sincerely admiring Zishao at this time. Such a character deserves to be the disciple of an ethereal elder Zishao, no, young master uncle. From now on you'll be the direction I'll move forward. The shaking light sacred lord and the group of core palace masters all looked at the figure in midair with admiration. If before, I thought that junior brother had the posture of becoming an emperor, then now, I think that junior brother definitely has the posture of becoming an immortal. Become immortal? The path of immortality is slim. If someone can really break the shackles, it would be a figure like the supreme elder in junior brother. Wouldn't it? Incorrect. Senior brother. Something doesn't seem right. Logically speaking, junior brother has already given these disciples grace. He should come down. Why does he keep floating in the air? What is that thing? Just at this moment, one of the palace masters screamed out in horror. Only the blackness in the sky began to be gradually invaded by a mysterious force. It was possible to see through the shattered ceiling of the great hall, as one thunderbolt after another wove a large net in the air. The large net that shone with electricity wrapped around all the visions that Zishao had made. Tai. The already blackened emperor figure let out a roar towards the higher cloudy skies, and immediately afterward, that emperor figure hugged the black coffin that covered the sky and smashed it towards the power grid. Zip zip zip. The black coffin crashed on top of the power grid, making a piercing sound, and those thunderbolts formed ropes that began to crumble. But whenever it was about to completely shatter, that mysterious power would always intertwine the crumbling thunderbolts once again. The 3,000 black shadows simultaneously sent out a destructive strike towards the power grid. But there was no effect at all. Is this a thunder tribulation? Heavenly jealousy junior brother? The shaking light Holy Lord looked at the vision crashing in the sky in shock. In the past, there has never been such a situation. Even if a demon who is envied by heaven is just suffering from a thunderbolt. But the grid that appeared, as well as the subtle power, even he, a cultivator of the saint realm, felt a tremor in his heart, as if he wanted to submit to it. The heavens will not allow little master? Zhuo Yuanfei's pupils tightened. He could feel the affectionate feeling of that heavenly power towards him. But if this power with a kindred spirit was going to lay hands on his own young master, then he would risk his life to go forward and help. Boom! A roar sounded above the clouds. Click here for. It was clearly daytime, but the stars could be seen in the sky, planet after planet shining in the Milky Way. Immediately afterward, a crack seemed to open above the Milky Way. What's that? Inside the slit, a black and white intertwined finger suddenly appeared. Originally, that emperor alien appearance made by Zishao was already in existence that covered the sky, but something appeared in that galactic slit. Just one finger alone was even more gigantic than that emperor's vision. Those planets were like a rice plant in front of the fingers. This is now a big trouble. All palace master elders, together with me set up the shaking light grand formation. Little senior brother cannot afford to lose. Even if we have to fight with that laborious heavenly Tao, we have to protect junior master. The shaking light saint lord roared in anger. He could already see that the great terror that had appeared from within the Milky Way rift was running towards their junior master. After roaring, the shaking light sacred lord leapt up in the air. His hands unfolded, and the Tao spiritual power spread out towards the surroundings of the shaking light sacred ground. Buzz! At the same time, thousands of silhouettes also appeared beside the shaking light Holy Lord, and they followed the Holy Lord's example by spreading their entire body's spiritual energy in all directions. What's going on here? It seems like the Holy Lord and the Palace Master and all of them have gone to stop the heavenly punishment. Heavenly punishment? Even the heavens can't look down on Junior Master's talent? It's really scary. We'd better hide. It seems that we can't participate in this kind of hiding my ass. After the young Master Uncle came, he didn't hesitate to use up his own cultivation to help us break through, and for that reason, he attracted the heavenly punishment. If we don't help, what's the difference between that and a beast? If a gentleman takes me with a nationalist, I will repay him with a nationalist. This is what worldly men often say. If I were to hide today, I would have an unsteady Taoist heart. That's right. For the sake of little master, fight with this dog heavenly Tao. With someone taking the lead, tens of thousands of core disciples emanated their spiritual energy onto the shaking light grand formation as well. Unlike those seniors who could easily cross the threshold of the saint realm, their realm was weak, but there were many of them, coupled with the fact that the disciples of the inner and outer sects had all been favored by Zi Xiao. At this time, seeing that Zi Xiao was in trouble, it would be strange if they didn't help out. For a time, within the interior of the shaking light sacred ground, multicolored spiritual energy erupted in all directions. At this moment, Zi Xiao's eyes were tightly closed in midair. He wasn't pretending, but he really didn't have the means to spread his spiritual energy to fall. There seemed to be a bizarre aura in the sky that was tightly locked onto him, an aura that made Zi Xiao's sweaty hair stand on end because he had felt this aura before. When he was in the Tianqian Holy Land, he had presumed to change the plot about Lin Night, and at that time as well, this aura descended upon him as if it was going to erase his entire being. If the system hadn't paid the price in the first place, he would have disappeared long ago. Rumble. There was a constant roar in the sky above. The emperor-like person holding the black coffin kept attacking the power grid, but never shattered it. The rift above the Milky Way was also finally torn open. The black and white intertwined giant hands stretched forward. Countless planets collapsed in a complete and direct manner. The great Tao lamented, and space collapsed. 10,000 Devil's Domain, Sirius Star Domain, Yaoqi Holy Land, Qilian City, etc. The people in the nearby regions and starfields all felt this world-destroying aura, and all the major sects and holy places all set up their own defense formations. In the middle of the forbidden zone, whispers rang out. Above the Taiku Divine Mountain, a demonic monkey roared forward. The ordinary loose cultivators were even looking at the starry river with lifeless eyes. In front of the Great Terror, they even lost their fighting spirit. Qilian City was clearly in ruins 2 days ago, but at this moment, it was bustling with prosperity, and some powerful people had rebuilt Qilian City with great means. But the ground in the center of the city began to crumble once again, and the creatures hidden underneath Qilian City seemed to have begun to awaken. The outside world was still like this. As the shaking light Holy Land that was directly facing that Great Terror, it was even more like the sky was collapsing. Crunchy. The sect protector formation emitted an ear-piercing sound, and the space outside the formation continuously collapsed. Chapter 56, The Great Law of Transfiguration and Self-Realization. In the middle of the ancestral land, one grave after another exploded. The ancient aura spread out. Boom boom boom. As soon as these ancient auras revived, they rose up from the ground and shot toward the sky. Countless Tao rhythms went across the sky, and although these old ancestors didn't know what had happened, they knew that the shaking light sacred land had encountered a crisis. Buzz. An ethereal dressed in white Taoist robes appeared at Zi Xiao's side, her eagle eyebrows slightly frowning as her jade hand lightly tapped Zi Xiao's forehead, seemingly checking on his condition. Although he didn't know what had happened to his own disciple, he was relieved to see that he was unharmed. Then the beautiful eyes looked straight up towards the sky. You didn't allow me to search for the opportunity to become an emperor, and now you want to take action against my disciple? Simply looking for death. After saying that, the ethereal Taoist robe lightly waved, and 3 streams of light shot out from Zi Xiao's body, and if one looked closely, one would be able to see that these 3 streams of light were the 3 books of heaven, earth, and man. The 3 books came to the ethereal and floated there silently. Use the heavenly book to suppress the 9 heavens of the heavenly vault. Boom! The heavenly book transformed into a curtain of light that directly covered the sky above. Suppress the mountains and the rivers and the earth with the book of earth. Boom! The earth book also turned into a stream of light and merged into the ground, and the earth that had been constantly crumbling and vibrating gradually quieted down. Only the book of man was left in ethereal's hands. The Taoist robe on her body was austere, and her entire person even carried a dusty aura. To use the book of man to suppress the human race's qi, my generation of cultivators should be Ling Tian. Boom! The book of man directly erupted with a blinding light, enveloping everyone's body in a halo of light, and immediately afterward, the 3 books of heaven, earth, and man linked up, and countless streams of light shot toward the sky above. Those streams of light directly shattered the huge net of intertwined lightning, and immediately afterward, crashed towards the middle of the Milky Way. Click here for. The large hand in the middle of the Milky Way seemed to feel threatened, and in the darkness, it was as if there was a pair of scarlet pupils looking at the earth through the cracks. Immediately afterward, the space crumbled more and more, and the cracks above the Milky Way continued to expand. The large hand that spanned the universe, spanning time and space, covered over toward this starfield. The streams of light produced by the 3 books of heaven, Earth, and humankind impacted on top of that giant hand, emitting a planet-shattering like ringing sound, which was evident of its great power. Even so, it only slowed that giant hand down slightly. It didn't really stop it in its tracks. The star field where the shaking light sacred land was located was even more unbearable, and all those planets in the periphery began to crumble. The gigantic hand spanned the universe, seemingly wanting to pinch the entire shaking light holy land inside the palm of his hand. There's no way out. Ichizu must be invited. The shaking light sacred lord gritted his teeth and looked at the sky above the dome of the sky, that giant hand, and shouted out to the group of masters and brothers around him. Ichigo? Originally, a few people wanted to say something, but after seeing the giant hand enveloping the starry sky, they all nodded solemnly. With that, several people took out the tokens that were exclusively for them and placed them together. The way can be the way, not the way, the name can be the name. Just as a few people were moving, the sound of chanting once again came from the sky. Looking up, he wondered when even the giant hand had stopped moving. The violet sky in midair violently opened its eyes. Swish, 2 robotic lights shot out from his eyes. If I don't come back, you have to die here. Now you know what the system is for. A voice resounded in Zixiao's mind. Ding dong. System loading. Villain system binding. Get them all feature. Get the check-in feature. Access to mission functions. Get the hit feature. Accompanied by an electronic sound. The system that was once there actually reappeared in Zixiao's mind. Why did you come back? Zixiao said suspiciously. Nonsense. If I don't come back, won't you be thwarted by that play? What's that? Needless to ask, you should have felt it too, right? Is that, Tendo? Well, with the system's reply, Zixiao fell silent. He should have guessed it a long time ago. This asshole Heaven's Way never seemed to let him go, always staring at him. There was one question he wondered though. System. You're saying that thing is Tendo? Yeah, what's the problem? So what are you? Nonsense. I'm your system. The way of heaven is a weird thing that's black or black and white. And you, as a villainous system, recite the Tao Te Ching as soon as you show up? It makes sense that I, as a system, would order something from your blue planet, doesn't it? Besides, don't you think it's pushy? Alright, hurry up and fix the trouble outside. We have plenty of time to talk. Moreover, this time I came back I brought you a meet and greet gift. Meet and greet? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the immortal shield. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the immortal talisman. Congratulations to the host for gaining 50 years of cultivation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 boundary-breaking talismans. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the great law of transfiguration and self-realization. Feeling the electronic tone ringing in his mind and the things that appeared inside his storage space, Zixiao was a bit puzzled. Where's the Pangu essence blood? Without Pangu essence blood, to be honest, I don't recognize it. You dang villain system. You can't play middleman to make a difference, right? Is it bullying that I haven't read any novels? Which villain of others mustn't get a jar of Pangu essence blood? What do you think Pangu essence blood is? The system didn't have the good sense to say. You receive a jar. He receives a jar. It's long since been emptied. Okay, forget it if you don't have it. In fact, Zixiao was only joking as he immersed his mind on the last reward. The great law of transfiguration and self-realization. This thing is a good thing. It's said to be able to visualize all the strongest people in the past and present. The immortal talisman was obviously the offering that the system had prepared for him. Illuminate the immortals of the past and present to battle the heavenly Tao? It's a little exciting to think about. I say host, you need to hurry haha, or the cheap master of yours won't be able to hold out much longer. Hearing the words of the system, Zixiao used his divine mind to feel the scene outside. At this time, the netherworld used all of his spiritual energy and continuously urged the 3 books of heaven, earth, and man as a way to resist the invasion of that monster in the middle of the Milky Way. As for the shaking light sacred lord, they were burning their tokens with spirit fire. The Tathagata self-realization dharma, said to be a technique, it was more like a skill. With the sacrifice and with the help of the system, Zixiao quickly comprehended it. After a few moments, Zixiao opened his eyes and formed seals with his hands. Transfiguration of the self. Buzz. In the spirit platform, the immortal talisman flew out directly and stood in the sky. Zixiao's body also changed as the 3,000 great avenues surrounded his body, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth converged madly towards his side. Chapter 57, Responding to Only Myself. The Dharma of Tathagata self-realization is a short-lived possession of someone else's Dharma. In other words, by utilizing this immortal talisman that recorded the Tao rhythms of countless powerful people throughout the ages, Zixiao could communicate with it and draw on its power. Use that borrowed power to fight against heaven. This was the bottom card the system had prepared for him. In the underworld, Zizhao's god traveled too far into the void, and saw one light mass after another, which contained the Tao fruits of powerful people, and as long as they were fused with them, the power would be at hand. Now that time was urgent. There was no time at all to pick carefully. Thinking that the strong people recorded above this immortal talisman were bound to be all existences capable of shaking the heavenly Tao hard, Zizhao walked towards one of the light masses, the greatest of the 100 battles. As soon as he touched this great emperor's light mass, before he could merge his power, Zizhao's divine thoughts shook and directly retreated from it. What's going on? The system was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. You seem to have been rejected. Reject? Zizhao said in amazement. This thing can still reject me? They are ancient and modern level powerhouses. Some are from the past, some are from the outside. This kind of extremely powerful meditations are able to sense that you are intercepting the power, and by utilizing the great divine power, of course they are able to reject you as well. Ahem. You try someone else's. This 100 battles emperor is a great emperor born in the future. It's also possible that you did something, so he sensed your aura and rejected it directly. Zizhao didn't say anything, but instead maneuvered his divine thoughts to the next mass of light. Red flame ancient emperor. Boo! Zizhao's divine thoughts were once again ejected. I don't believe it yet. Zizhao once again walked over to the next mass of light and extended his hand. The great primordial emperor. Boom! Heavenly sword emperor. Boom! Green emperor. Boom! The ancient emperor of the golden rock. Boom! In order to save time, Zizhao traveled one after another to one of those light clusters, only to be rejected by all of them. Those ancient and modern powerhouses would rather spend a great price to cut the karma between Zizhao and them away, not to mention responding, and they directly met their fists head-on. Now even the system was speechless. After a moment, with difficulty, you, them, me, I say system, you won't get me a fake, right? I've read so many novels. People use this other self-transformation method. It is simply a handful of to me here. All to my refusal is what do you mean? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Do you know how much it cost me to grab this thing? It must be the real thing. Consider yourself. What kind of things have you done in the future that people and gods are so furious about that so many extremely powerful people have refused to have karma with you? The system was also aggravated. Could he not know if that thing was real or not? He just wanted his host to live. How was it so hard? I'll pick it one last time. Zizhao came to one of the larger light clusters and slowly threw out his divine thoughts. Buzz. At this instant, the dim space was completely illuminated, and the large light mass burst into a dazzling light. The system spoke in horror on the side. This is Di-Shur Tian? Don't you move his light mass? But it was obviously too late, as Zizhao's divine thoughts had already melted in. Dishonored heaven. These three words appeared in Zizhao's sea of consciousness, and immediately afterward, he seemed to see a man sitting on top of a throne, with the stars of the circumference surrounding that man. 3,000 Tao rhythms submitted for it. The man was dressed in golden armor, and his face was shrouded in Tao rhythms that made it impossible to see at all. Zizhao's divine thoughts were at the forefront of the men, and the man seemed to sense something and spoke. It's you? Buzz. As soon as the man opened his mouth to speak, the whole world began to tremble violently. The sky collapsed and the stars shattered. The man, however, didn't care at all. Instead, he continued to speak. It seems that you're in big trouble. The Tathagata self-transformation has even come to me. I'd like to thank you a little for your enemy, and since you're here, I'll try to block your future. After saying that, the man stretched out a large hand and grabbed towards where the violet sky divine idea was. The man's large hand reached forward extremely slowly. A long river of time appeared around his palm. The power of time was constantly stopping the man, but even so, he grabbed towards Zizhao without any concern. Boom! Immediately afterward, with a roar, the image shattered. The realistic Zizhao's brow was tightly knit, and essence blood spewed out of his mouth. Even his body was cracked. This damned bastard, Empyrean, you have indeed betrayed. The system roared out, followed by an electronic voice. Ding dong, sensing a karmic attack on the host. Systematic forceful blocking. Blocking failure. Blocking failure. Blocking failure. The block was successful. After several consecutive failures, it finally succeeded, which allowed Zizhao's body, which had begun to crumble, to gradually begin to recover. System. Violet Sky spoke quietly. You can't really blame me for this. The system complained. I've reminded you not to touch that light mass. That light mass originates from the past and sails into the future. You can't grasp it. Can I still use this Tathagata self? All of the light clusters were gradually extinguishing ever since Empyrean's light clusters burst forth with a terrifying light. It was unknown whether those extremely powerful people had sensed the presence of the purple sky or whether they had been erased by Empyrean with great means, and the light clusters all disappeared. The system was also directly dumbfounded. He had never encountered such a situation. He's a self-made man, and this time he's not self-made at all. The light masses are all gone. Nope, there's another one, the system suddenly said in surprise, only to see that in the midst of the dim space, there was another light ball standing there. The size of the light ball was not in the least bit weaker than that of Tion. It was only because the light on it was a little dull that I hadn't noticed it before. Watching his own master's father about to fail to hold on, Zixiao gritted his teeth and directly rushed onto that light mass. Let's beat a dead horse. Since these things are self-inflicted, of course they have to be resolved on their own. Buzz. Zixiao's divine thoughts began to merge with the light mass, and the details of the light mass appeared in his mind. The name inside the cluster of light is Purple Sky. In reality, the shaking light sacred lord as well as those palace masters surrounded the burning token as if they were playing a bonfire party, and the shaking light sacred lord even twisted his body, and if it wasn't for the fact that he was kicked by palace master Lu in the end, he would have let himself go. Aizu was still on his way. Crap, can't top that. Wisps of blood flowed from the corners of Ethereal's mouth, adding even more beauty to her dusty face. Her supreme realm cultivation fully activated the 3 books of heaven, earth, and humans. But the great terror in that Milky Way was simply too powerful. A hand stretched out, the sky collapsed, everything ended, and all the many planets in the Milky Way crumbled. Chapter 58, A Figure from the Future. Now, only the 3 books of heaven, earth, and man and the imperial figure holding the coffin in both hands were left to hold on. But it was clear that it wasn't going to last much longer. The ethereal spirit power was about to bottom out, and the ink-like figure of the emperor was vaporizing. Now it's safe to say that all is lost. Zhuo Yuanfei, the son of heaven's destiny, his eyes were covered in blood, staring fiercely at the silhouette in the middle of the Milky Way. Before this, he felt that he was always able to survive in desperate situations and was proudly gifted, all because of the favor of the heavenly Tao. It was right to say that the great terror in the middle of the Milky Way was an unseeable and unspeakable existence for others, but he was able to feel the intimacy. That thing was the words of the heavenly Tao, and no matter how much it favored him, after today, it would be immortal. If the little master is ill, what is the point of going against this heaven? All the disciples and elders of the Shaking Light Holy Land used their last bit of strength to reinforce the grand formation. Their hearts did not have the slightest bit of resentment towards Zixiao. Instead, they felt that it was Zixiao who had paid a huge price to try to make the Shaking Light Holy Land flourish, which was something that the heavenly Tao would not allow. Is my Shaking Light Holy Land under some kind of curse? Shouldn't we be able to prosper? Dog Heaven's path. I'm on a collision course with you. Even if I die, I'll still escort junior brother out. At that time, the big deal is to let him rebuild the Shaking Light Holy Land. That's right, doggone heavenly Tao. If we don't die today, in the coming day, we'll have to poke a hole in you. The Holy Lord and the others are already inviting the old ancestors. Let's hold on a little longer. As long as the old ancestor arrives, what's the point of fearing the heavenly Tao? How is little master? Did any of you see little master? Isn't he at the side of the supreme elder? I think the young master uncle he. You guys look. The shout of one of the disciples drew everyone to look in mid-air. One could only see that at this moment, Zixiao's eyes were tightly closed. Streams of light were constantly flowing through his body, and the aura in the Shaking Light Sacred Land was converging towards him. Behind him, there seemed to be a large area of black gas that was condensing into a figure. That figure grew larger and larger, and that imperial figure above the clouds stopped moving his hands, and those eyes, which looked like mountains, lowered their heads to look at violet sky. Purple sky? Ethereal turned his head and looked at his own disciple with some concern. The latter, however, seemed as if he hadn't heard Ethereal's words at all, still keeping his eyes tightly closed. That great terror above the Milky Way also looked at Zixiao through the crack, and those blood-red eyes carried a hint of humanized amazement. Phew! Between the heavens and the earth, there was suddenly a fierce wind, the mountains shook, and a transparent river connecting the stars of heaven and earth emerged beside Zixiao, and within that river, there were countless shadows flowing. Boom boom boom. Rumbling sounds were constantly emanating from the long river of time, and ancient existences were constantly awakening. A pair of eyes that were like the size of stars gazed at this long river of time that led to the ancient and modern world. They were watching, who had induced the long river of time to surface. The long river of time. Ethereal beauty eyes lightly narrowed. It is rumored that the battle between emperors will lead to a surge of the long river of time. As for Zixiao, he was nothing more than a distraction. So how could he cause the long river of time to surface? Not to mention, those beautiful eyes of Misty looked straight at the long river of time. She was already in the supreme realm and was able to see the strangeness on it. The past, the present, and the future. Countless gazes looked straight at Zixiao as if they wanted to discern something from his body. And there was malice in those stares. What's happening to you, little one? Boom! Right at this moment, a roar that resounded through the world caused everyone to briefly go deaf. When he came back to his senses to look at Zixiao, it was discovered that at an unknown time, a gigantic figure with its feet on the ground and its head in the sky had appeared behind him. The figure was as dark as ink, and it was completely impossible to tell who it was, except for Ethereal, whose cicatrices were slightly raised, looking towards the figure's face, and then towards Zixiao. It always seems that the two are very similar. Roar! In the middle of the universe, that great terror let out a roar. The sound ran through the entire universe, causing countless nearby stars to explode with it, and billions of lives disappeared completely in the midst of this explosion. Above the clouds, the emperor-like figure began to dissipate, and wisps of black mist merged into the figure behind Zixiao, causing that figure to become more and more solid. Interesting. A frivolous voice came out from that huge figure. Zixiao also opened his eyes at this time, his ancient heavy pupils flowing with the Tao rhythms of life and death as he gazed at that great terror in the universe. You seem to be jumping? It's my turn now, right? X2. Zixiao's voice overlapped with the voice of the black figure behind him. Is that little master? The shaking light holy lord, who was still gathered around the bonfire below, stared in disbelief. Misty also came to the front of the crowd at this time and said softly, that little guy didn't know what forbidden technique he used, and from inside the long river of time, he brought his future self over. The future him? So strong. The shaking light saint lord was drooling because his mouth was open too wide, and he was directly kicked away by senior sister Lu on the side. Supreme Elder, Junior brother, he used such a forbidden technique. Will it really not have an effect? I don't know. Misty shook her head, looking out into the universe with worry. Swish! Between the surges of aura, Zixiao's figure disappeared. When it reappeared, it had come to the universe. The crowd of the shaking light Holy Land raised their heads and looked into the vast and boundless universe. At this moment, Zixiao was standing face to face with that great terror, and as they came into the universe, the black shadow behind Zixiao grew larger and larger. The stars were already like stones in front of that black shadow. The black coffin that the emperor was carrying before was now floating above the figure's head. The black coffin spanned the universe, emanating decaying burial intent. Boom! In the middle of the universe, the stars tremble. That majestic figure had a black coffin hanging over its head, which was entwined with the aura of age, as if the hell was depicted in history, with grievances and ghosts crying. This figure seemed to have come from the future to the current world, his body and the black coffin almost fusing together, blasting that ancient god being that was like the heavenly Tao, domineering to the extreme, raising his hands and feet like a heavenly emperor across the sky. The black coffin was lightly waved by his sleeve robe and directly smashed towards that ancient godlike being. The black coffin carried an aura that was too astonishing, too terrifying, and that burial intent caused the universe and stars to decay with it. And when he lifted his hand, the black mist was majestic, fixing the ancient godlike beings there, directly bound. The ancient godlike being stretched out the large hand that covered the starry realm and slapped fiercely towards the black coffin. Boom! There was another loud bang as the sky-covering hand and the black coffin collided together, and the long river of time appeared to crumble. Chapter 59, Someone's in the coffin. That burial intent above the black coffin directly corrupted that ancient god's large hand, revealing the Tao bones inside that were constantly emitting a halo of light. The trend of the black coffin did not decrease, and actually smashed straight toward the crack in the Star River. At the same time, Zixiao also killed toward the crack. The figure behind him was exactly the same as Zixiao's movements, as if it was a phantom of heaven and earth. When he came to the crack, there was a foul odor coming from inside, and there were beings roaring madly inside. Zixiao grinned, revealing that mouthful of white teeth. I have a move I got from signing in that I've never used, and now I have just enough spiritual energy. Try it. After saying that, Zixiao cupped a strange spell with both hands, and the heaven and earth Dharma phase behind him also cupped the spell at the same time. Demon! I can tell at a glance that you're not human. The great mighty dragon, the great Dharma mantra, the Prajna Buddhas, the world-honored earth store, Prajna Ba Lama boom, flying dragon in the sky, boom. In the universe, golden light shone brightly. A stream of light continuously converged from all directions, and the spiritual energy in the stars was gathering together to form the silhouette of an ancient divine dragon. Roar! Accompanied by a roar as if it were an ancient divine dragon. The universe began to shake wildly. At this very moment, a golden pillar suddenly emerged and stood in the universe, and there was even a golden divine chain intertwined, which was not truly cast in divine gold, but rather a manifestation of the rules of order. The divine dragon comes from the ancient times, and the order of this world does not allow it to appear. The chains bound the Taiku divine dragon, but they were not able to completely stop it from moving forward at all, and the chains that the order had been transformed into made a banging sound. Swish! Right at this moment, Zixiao's other hand casually waved, and the black coffin, which had already smashed into the crack, rushed out of the crack with a bloody aura. The lid of the coffin also slowly opened at this time. Stronger forces of decay spread throughout the entire Star River, and those chains formed by the order decayed at this moment. The dragon shadow of the Taiku Shenlong casually broke it apart with a struggle. Immediately afterward, accompanied by the sound of a dragon roar, that ancient divine dragon directly crashed into the arm of that ancient godlike being. Boom! One black hole after another appeared at the cracks, crazily devouring everything around them, even light. On the other hand, Zixiao stood in place, those ancient heavy pupils of a born saint staring tightly at the crack in front of him. From the duel just now, Zixiao had already sensed the power of the other party. The heavenly Tao was emotionless. As the embodiment of order and rules, the heavenly Tao was supposed to be devoid of any emotions, but Zixiao clearly felt resentment, anger as well as killing intent from that ancient godlike being. Even at the sight of the black coffin, the thing showed a hint of fear. Is this still the way of heaven? Coupled with his suspicion of the system, Zixiao felt that things were getting more and more out of place. Click here for. Just as Zixiao was still pondering, the crack in the middle of the starry river let out an ear-piercing sound. The crack continued to widen, and that being's arm was actually shattered by the dragon shadow of the swift dragon. The huge arm fell downwards, but before it could hit the star, it turned into a wisp of Tao rhythms back to the heavens and earth. The region below where the shaking light sacred ground was located had previously been depleted of spiritual energy due to Zixiao's execution of this Tathagata self-realization. Now after receiving the return, the spirit vein was revitalized, even far more so than before. Ha 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 ha. The shaking light sacred lord flew back from the distance. He had just been kicked straight away by Palace Master Lu, and it was not easy for him to fly back. Seeing the rushing aura of the Holy Land, he laughed out loud. Indeed, my shaking light Holy Land shall prosper greatly in this world. Little senior brother is our mascot, and it's still a terrifying mascot. With little senior brother in hand, the world is mine. What the hell is the heavenly Tao? Boo! Before he could finish his words, he was kicked off by another palace master. Even if our clan has now decided to fight against the heavenly Tao, this kind of thing can't be put into the open. You want us to become the devil's way? The Holy Lord is too unreliable. If it doesn't work, ring him up? I think it's fine. It's just a tool man anyway. Just keep it as a pig. At the same time, the burst of spiritual chi also allowed those disciples to constantly break through the realm. And it was no exaggeration to say that the 10 holy places, if they just came to be ranked according to the average cultivation of the disciples, the Shaking Light Holy Land would definitely be able to rush into the top 3, and even the top of the list would be able to compete for a fight. And these disciples thought of the current realm breakthroughs all brought about by Zixiao. One looked at the crack in the middle of the starry river and let out a jia laugh. It's not as if the sky can't be reversed. In the middle of the universe, Zixiao looked at the blood-red eyes inside the crack and could clearly feel the other party's hatred. But for some reason, it just wouldn't come out when it was clear that the crack was already so big. It was at this time that Zixiao realized what the problem was. The black coffin above his head was now open a crack because he had just helped the dragon shadow of the Taiku Shenlong break free from its bonds. Within that gap, there was clearly a hand as white as jade. There's someone in the coffin. This was the first time that Zixiao found out what was inside his black coffin, but was not at all sure what the person inside there was. There was no breath of life, and he could not distinguish between male and female, or their cultivation level, just looking at that hand. It's a human hand. The heavenly Tao inside the crack in front of them or the ancient gods were also staring closely at that hand. It was because of the hand inside the black coffin that he was too scrupulous to appear. Right at this moment, the heaven and earth Dharma phase behind Zixiao suddenly moved. The familiar voice sounded again. What? Too scared to come out? Where's your energy? You've got to get up. Listening to this tone as well as that frivolous voice, Zixiao had a head full of black lines. This person is clearly the future self. Even if one's future was already characterized by forces capable of suppressing the heavenly Tao, was one's personality still as jumpy as this? The being in the crack didn't speak, and the blood-red eyes that looked like the sun, moon, and stars grew angrier and angrier. If you don't come out, then I'll make you never come out again. After saying that, the heaven and earth Dharma phase behind Zixiao stretched out its hands. Boom! The black coffin's decaying aura grew denser and denser. And this decaying aura caused the black hole that swallowed nothing to completely turn into nothingness. One could only see the heaven and earth Dharma phase slamming its hands forward. The black coffin also shot directly toward that crack. The black coffin crashed hard into the crack, and the ancient godlike being inside let out a cry of pain. That's not all. The heaven and earth Dharma phase continuously used its starting decree, and the spiritual energy in the universe continued to converge as the order tried to blockade this starfield. but the chains formed by the order were directly shattered just as they appeared. Boom 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 boom. Explosions rang out one after another. Chapter 60 End of Matter. The Chenkuan exploded. Chaos emerged. And this universe had countless runes. And the most terrifying great collision occurred. Treasure arts intertwined into light. And in the starry river, reincarnation manifested. The terrifying collision stopped time. In the depths of the universe, an ancient aura explored this way, and they were all drawn here because of this great battle. Feeling the heaven and earth dharma behind Zishao, all the ancient auras all froze. It was the breath of time. Someone is playing with time. Who's so bold? Wanting to show up to see it, they were worried about triggering that powerful person who would come across the long river of time to strike at them. You know, playing with time can cause great terror. If it really came to that, no one would be able to save this universe. So those ancient existences were furious and puzzled at the same time. It was clearly the scent of the long river of time. But why hadn't that person been disciplined? That long river of time above the star river flowed slowly, and the powerhouses from the epochs that stood on the river's edge were all subjected to solidification. Looking at the figure behind the violet sky was full of battle intent, but no one was swimming against the current, crossing time to come here to fight. The karma was too great for them to bear. The group of beings at the top of the long river of time, on the other hand, were unleashing their killing intent without a care in the world. They did not look at the heaven and earth phantom behind Zishao, instead fixing their eyes on the man himself. Oh, you guys want to try it too? The Dharma phase of heaven and earth obviously also sensed those gazes filled with malice and turned to look at the river of time, and two beams of light suddenly shot out above his face that was shrouded in 3,000 Tao rhythms. This beam of light struck straight through time. Follow that river. Upstream. Boom. The long river of time was instantly divided into two heavenly rifts. The beam of light kept shooting forward, and there were some strong people standing by the river who seemed to want to try out the strength of the beam of light, but as a result, just as soon as they struck out, before they could wait for the time to intervene, they were injured by the aura of the beam of light. If they hadn't pulled out in time, they wouldn't have even needed time for the backlash. They would have been reduced to ashes by that beam of light. Zixia, how dare you! At the top of the long river of time, a being roared. However, the heaven and earth phantom behind Zishao did not care at all about the other party's roar, and the occasional corner of his face seemed to have a mocking smile hanging on it. Boom! Finally, two beams of light traveled upstream against the current and struck across those beings standing at the top. Some people roared in anger, some people cried out in sorrow, and some people attempted to resist with their treasure arts, but the blow ultimately landed among them. The terrifying power caused the river of time to become illusory and constantly vibrate. I don't know how long it took, but the beings at the top of the long river of time all disappeared. The cracks in front of his eyes were also healing. It's time. Zishao subconsciously raised his head as he felt the vastness of the starlight true chi in his body was gradually disappearing. The heaven and earth dharma phase also lowered its head at the same time to look at Zishao. One of the two is the present body and the other is the future body. Looking at each other through the layers of Dao rhyme, they all seemed to sense what the other wanted to say. After a while, the heaven and earth phantoms gradually disappeared, and Zishao also developed that sense of falling. Swish! Just as Zishao was planning to go down, an ancient aura had tightly locked onto him. Sensing that the powerful person who had come here across the long river of time had disappeared, those ancient existences of course wanted to see what kind of being Zishao was, but at this very moment, several streams of light from the shaking light Holy Land arrived in the universe. Boom boom boom! A powerful aura raged out, causing all those ancient existences to retreat. When the shaking light Holy Land encountered a crisis just now, many of the old ancestors had been blown out from inside their graves. Hearing the shaking light Holy Lord say that this was their shaking light Holy Land's disciple, where else could he allow others to get ideas? Several old ancestors forcefully blocked back all the beings that were gazing at this place, and when they turned to face Zishao, they were filled with gentleness and kindness. Zishao, right? You are the disciple of my shaking light Holy Land. This time you suffer. My shaking light Holy Land's first ancestor with a part of the old ancestors went to fight the autumn wind, went to discuss the Tao. Otherwise, will certainly shelter you. I hope you don't misunderstand. Upon hearing this, Zishao smiled and said, don't worry, all the elders, master teacher, as well as a group of senior brothers and sisters have given everything. The kid has seen it all in his eyes, so how could he possibly have any other thoughts? That's good. A few old ancestors breathed a sigh of relief. As one of the 10 great sacred lands, their shaking light sacred lands had countless depths, but this time the enemy faced was the heavenly Tao. Ancient godlike beings were the creations of the heavenly Tao, and how could a human being be compared to the heavens? The strongest ancestors had gone to discuss the Tao, and the remaining ancestors could do nothing at all. But luckily for Zisho, he didn't know what method he used and actually got his future self off the top of the long river of time. It had to be said that these old ancestors were excited when they felt the aura of that heavenly earth Dharma phase at that time. This is their disciple. The shaking light holy land shall prosper greatly in this world. As for defying heaven, they didn't give a damn. What kind of laborious heavenly Tao? The tradition of their shaking light holy land. Not to say that it was contrary to the heavenly Tao, but it was definitely not the kind that was close to it. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the shaking light holy land to be at the bottom of the 10 great holy lands for so many years. This world was said to be the golden great world, but there were only a handful of disciples from their shaking light sacred ground who could hold their own. Now it's finally a decent one. Not to mention the fight against the heavenly Tao. Even if they disappear into the devil's way, and what's the big deal? Anyway, go out to discuss the way of those ancestors one by one to do things with the devil's way of doing things, and the person is not too bad. Well, we'll escort you down with us. A few old ancestors did not wait for Zishao to open his mouth and surrounded him in the center while they were responsible for policing the surrounding area. A stream of light streaked by, and purple heaven finally managed to land. As soon as I landed, I entered a warm place. Little fellow, do you not want to die? Or are you looking down on your master? Are you afraid that I won't be able to protect you? How? Zishao, who was in Ethereal's arms, hemmed and hawed. When he used his tattooed self, Zishao unintentionally glanced at Ethereal, and the other party's body exuded an icy aura. Not a conceptual aura, but a real chill. At that moment, Zishao seemed to sense that Ethereal had a big secret on her. This cheap master teacher of his own family seems to be no oil lamp. The moony mortal body, this kind of physique. Just like the primordial heavenly demon body, but it has never been recorded. A group of palace masters also rushed to gather around, and as more and more people came, Misty then let go of Zishao. Junior brother, you're good. In the future you're actually a big shot like that. Looks like I'm going to hug your thighs. Senior sister Lu joked. Junior Shifu disciple. Who would have thought that just as senior sister Lu finished speaking, Zishao's thighs were hugged. Look down. Good lord. It's the shaking light holy lord. At this time, the shaking light holy lord, which still had a little image of the holy lord. That face was green and purple. It looked so woeful. Chapter 61, is the son of heaven's destiny my own? You in the future. But you have to make a decision for senior brother me. Each and every one of them doesn't put me in their eyes. I'm not as good as a disciple watching the door as a holy lord. The shaking light holy lord opened his mouth with a sniffle. The tone was so aggrieved that it brought tears to the ears of those who heard it. How about this? Senior brother, I will transfer all the resources within the sect to you. Then you grab and get stronger. And suppress all of these old farts in the outhouse for them. Boom 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 boom. Before he could finish his sentence, a group of palace masters let out GGG laughter and surrounded the holy lord with a circle kick. Even the disciples were not surprised to see this scene. There were even a few disciples who moved their bodies away in disgust when they saw the holy lord roll to their feet like a ball. Zishao was completely surrounded by tens of thousands of disciples whose voices of concern were endless, and this scene caused him to feel a slight warmth in his heart. It's a feeling I've never had before, and it seems that when you get to this Shaker sanctuary, which is outside of the script, you really don't let the so-called villainous plot get the best of you. If it was possible, it would probably have to wait until the clan competition. With the Shaking Light Sacred Ground as the main venue, people from all the major sacred grounds would come here, not knowing what would happen. There was no point in thinking too much, and Zishao followed the disciples around him as they chatted, and Misty had long since disappeared when the crowd gathered around, not knowing if she didn't like crowds or if she was in some kind of hurry. After chatting with the crowd, Zishao returned to his Ling Shao Palace. System, talk about it, confess and resist. First there was a silence, and after a while, the system slowly spoke. What do you want to know? Are you a man or a woman? Me, I'm asexual. Oh, so it's a. Are you? You polite like that? Crap. Zizhao's emotions also suddenly agitated. You come to tell me. As my system, I have uninstalled you. How did you come back on your own? And, is that thing I fought against before the heavenly way or not? What have you found? The system murmured. I actually found out what the problem was when I was in the Tianqian Holy Land. Thanks to those novels I read before. Zishao slowly said. It's right that I'm a villainous destiny. It's just that the heavenly Tao doesn't favor me. Why would he even kill me? Shouldn't he let the son of heaven's destiny do it himself? Also, when I was using the great technique of transformation and self-realization, I was able to clearly feel what was inside the crack, and that thing was definitely not the so-called heavenly Tao. Well, you're right. The system didn't find any more excuses to stall this time. Instead, it directly laid out its cards. It really isn't the true heavenly Tao, and today's heavenly Tao has been contaminated, and this contamination is too strong. resulting in the world collapsing and the Great Tao being damaged. Sure enough, Zi Shao had expected this. For so many years before, he had kept himself locked up in the sacred Sun Peak. Apart from because of avoidance, there was another reason. He wanted to figure out the system, the heavenly Tao, the heavenly destined sun, the villain. It was only after seeing that ancient godlike being that Zi Shao confirmed that that thing was not the heavenly Tao at all. If I'm not mistaken, this system of yours, it can't be separated from the heavenly Tao, right? Ha! The system was shocked. How did you know? Crap, Zi Shao disdainfully said. Come on, tell me yourself. You're giving away physiques and resources, and at a critical time, you came out to save me. You're not even hiding anymore. You've even given out things like the Tathagata self-realization dharma. How can a system, even if it's a little more exaggerated, be able to defy the heavenly Tao right off the bat? If you really didn't fear the heavenly Tao, you wouldn't have made me, for so many years, be forced to seal the mountain. The system fell silent again. Zi Shao also rarely spoke again, and I don't know how long it took before the system spoke. Instead of saying that I have a relationship with the heavenly Tao, I'd say that I'm a part of the great Tao. Whether it is the heavenly Tao, the son of heavenly fate, or the system, it always escapes the word Tao. And this Tao is the great Tao. As the Tao was damaged, so the Tao was divided into countless fragments, and I was one of them, the biggest one, and came here and naturally changed into a system of travelers. Nice one. Zi Shao directly to clam up. He guessed that the system has a relationship with the heavenly Tao, but did not guess at all. This goods is actually a fragment of the great Tao. So what's he with the system? Villain? What's wrong with villainy? I have a fragment of the great Tao, and the son of heaven is me? You don't say anything. Are you thinking that the heaven's destined son is actually yourself? The system predicted Zi Zhao's prediction and mocked. Don't think about it. You're just a villain. What kind of character are you? Don't you have any idea in your own heart? Do you look like the son of heaven's destiny? The system continued to speak on its own. Under the great Tao, there is no such thing as the so-called son of heaven's destiny. The son of heaven's destiny was made by the heavenly Tao, and now that the heavenly Tao is compromised, it is destined to stand on the opposite side of the great Tao. So you're the villain, and you're not wrong at all. Gotta. Still the villain. So what do you, the system, want me to do for you? No, it's not you helping me, it's you helping yourself. The system calmly replied. You should remember that when you were using the Tathagata self-realization technique, none of them responded to you, which means that none of those people had any good feelings towards you, and more than that, they even had a grudge against you. Although I don't know what exactly the future you did that was so heavenly angry that you made enemies all over the world. It's obvious that if you don't get stronger and continue to put up a bad fight, in the future they'll absolutely come across the long river of time to strike you down. The Emperor's release. As soon as the matter of the Tathagata self-realization dharma was brought up, Zi Shao remembered the Emperor Shurtian who sat on his throne as if he were an immortal king. The others just didn't lend their power, and that Empyrean even tried to directly erase him across the river of time. He'll take this revenge. To slay an existence like that, one would need to become their future self in order to do so. Otherwise, it must be for nothing. Tell me, how can you help me get stronger? You finally stopped swinging. When the system heard Zi Zhao's words, it simply couldn't wait to directly kneel down. God knows how helpless Zi Zhao's swinging life has made the system for so many years. Just like the moment he found Zi Shao in the very beginning. In order to make Zi Shao board the thief ship, the system directly transformed into a signing system. As it turns out, he was right to do that, and Zi Shao ended up turning on the pendulum and even uninstalling the system after learning that he was the villain. The system also has to thank that infected heavenly Tao at the same time. If it wasn't for his help, it's estimated that Zi Shao wouldn't have allowed him to reload back at all. Chapter 62, System, forget it. Destroy it. Host, don't worry. I'm the world of the heavens, the first avenue fragment. So it's not impossible that you'll inevitably transcend the heavenly Tao as well, or even reach the level of an avenue. You want to get stronger, right? Come, I'll help you. Ding dong. A system beep sounded within Zi Zhao's head. The strong will of the host is felt. Purposefully turn on the quest to become stronger system. Mission 1, kill the son of destiny. Lin Knight. Task 2, kill the son of destiny. Zui Yuan Fei. Empty the chances of the son of heavenly destiny by means of snatching the chances including but not limited to snatching the daughter of heavenly destiny. Changing the original plot. Changing. Wait. Before the system's voice finished prompting, Zi Shao directly interrupted the other party. Killing the son of heaven's destiny, snatching the opportunity, and snatching the daughter of heaven's destiny? Can you be any more cliched? What words? What words is this? The system seemed to be insulted, and its tone became shy and angry. I'm the first great Tao fragment of the heavens, so naturally I'm different from other people's. So how can I simply let you kill the son of heaven's destiny? Zishao really wanted to say, if you had an entity, your mouth would be hard after you died, but thought better of it and didn't continue to irritate the system. Instead, he spoke, so tell me, what do you mean by these tasks? Are you done reading? I'm just asking if you've finished reading it. You haven't even finished reading it and you're saying it's corny. You listen to me before you speak. Well. Zishao said 3 good words as if coaxing a child, and then closed his mouth. Ding dong. The system's beep sounded again. Immediately afterward, the quest panel appeared in Zishao's mind. Mission 1, Kill the Son of Destiny. Lin Knight. Task 2, Kill the Son of Heaven's Destiny. Zui Yuanfei. Emptying the destined son's chi by means of snatching chances including, but not limited to, snatching the destined daughter, altering the original plot, and changing the destined trajectory of the destined son. Of course, if the host does not want to kill the son of heaven's destiny, it can also, just need to mess with things. The bigger the things, the more rewards to get. Cannot be signed in, go to a new place. You will be able to sign in to get rewards. If you can't anymore, just breathe and get stronger. You'll be able to get stronger without taking a breath. If you can't do it anymore, just swallow pills. The system sends you pills every day. Get high and get stronger. Whatever works as long as it doesn't swing for the fences. Zishao was utterly speechless. Dude, why do you have typos? Not a breath? It's every breath, right? This is the rule you changed now, right? What with the breathing, getting high, and signing in nonsense? It's clearly because of a cliché you said yourself earlier. The strongest Tsukiko in the world? This time it's not. It's not cliched, is it? The system panted, looking as if it had just come from frantic yard work. It's not corny anymore. Well, sincerely, Unity, I'm sorry, my tone just now was a bit too heavy. Zishao's tone carried an apology as well as a drop of sympathy. It's okay. We're all buddies. Don't worry about it. System said with a big grin. According to your no. According to your novel model, I can indeed continue to get stronger. But what can you get? Me? I can't get anything. More than that, I have to give you a ride some. You think those rewards are cabbage? Do you know how much effort and sweat it took me to grab and get them? The system said painfully. Then what's the point of you helping me get stronger? Don't tell me you like doing good things. It seemed that because of the personality of a traveler, Zishao had a few guarded feelings no matter what he was facing, even if the other party was his own system. I just need your help to collect the fragments of the Great Tao. Like I said, the Great Tao are randomly scattered everywhere. They may turn into chances, they may turn into systems, or even allow people to be reborn, cross over, and take over their lives. It's all possible. As long as I collect enough fragments of the Great Tao, I will be able to restart the Heavenly Tao, and at that time, you can be the Heavenly Tao if you want to be the Heavenly Tao. You can be the son of the Heavenly Destiny if you want to be the son of the Heavenly Destiny, or even if you want to be the Great Tao. Forget it, this character of yours is not suitable for being the Great Tao. All in all, it's just a matter of collecting those shards. Of course, it definitely doesn't conflict with you getting stronger, and it's not mandatory. It's just along for the ride. Hearing the system say this, Zishao put his heart down. Indeed, if the system was telling the truth and he was part of the fragments of the Great Tao, then after collecting the fragments and fusing them together, a complete Great Tao, casually suppressing an infected Heavenly Tao, wouldn't it be a game? At that time, it was true that he wouldn't have to be a villain. But of course, if he had a cultivation level that was on par with the Great Tao, a villain would be a villain. The current him had the backing of the Shaking Light Sacred Land, and he also had the Tathagata self-realization technique, the Burial Heaven technique, and the system, which were such extras on his body. Collecting Great Tao fragments was indeed a smooth task, unless the system was just bragging that he was the biggest piece among whatever Great Tao fragments. If it's not bragging, then it must be crushing to other systems or chances. Junior Master? Just as Zishao was about to agree to the system, a pleasant voice like that of a lark came from outside the Lingxiao Palace. Okay, Tun-chan, I see what you mean. We'll talk afterward. After saying that, Zishao returned directly to reality, and with a wave of his hand, the Lingxiao Palace's protection formation was cancelled, and the people outside walked in. The person who came was the disciple of the Shaking Light Holy Lord, Yen Linger. After the great battle, the Shaking Light Holy Lord purposely introduced his own disciple to Zishao to get to know him. It was also the sect holy daughter of the Shaking Light Holy Land. She was dressed in a light, ice blue dress that resembled a fluttering butterfly, lingering big eyes flashing with curiosity, smiling like a flower, exuding youthful vitality. Her pace is brisk, like a jumping note, every step is full of vitality and vigor. With a bounce, he came to the front of the purple sky. Junior uncle. In broad daylight, you've erected the palace protector formation. Is it possible that you're afraid of someone peeking at you bathing? Yen Linger's large, soulful eyes blinked like stars, filled with wry colors. Alright, don't tease me. Say it, what are you doing here with me? Zishao smiled gently, returning the favor. The shaking light Holy Land from the old ancestor to the Holy Lord as well as those disciples all treated him as one of their own, even going so far as to fight against the heavenly Tao together. For such a clan, Zishao would naturally treat it gently. That unlucky master of mine wanted you to make a trip to the main hall, so he sent me to poke around and see if you've recuperated. Yen Linger's little mouth pouted high when she mentioned the shaking light Holy Lord. This is the Ling Shao Palace, but the original is called the Taiji Palace. Yen Linger to this magic treasure but coveted for a long time. But the Naiha her master did not have the intention to pass the treasure palace to her. Chapter 63, The Real Deal. This is a bandit's nest. Temple of the Holy Lord. At this moment, the shaking light sacred lord had an excited look on his face. Those old ancestors who had blown up from inside the grave had made a point of praising him for his contribution to the sect. After all, with a demon like Zishao joining the shaking light Holy Land, the future was promising. Of course, the shaking light saint master had not seldom complained to the old ancestors that all those disciples of theirs, that is, their own senior brothers and sisters, all ignored this saint master of his and beat and scolded him at every turn. Because of this merit of Zishao, those core palace masters were all confined by the old ancestor, sitting in the chair that was uniquely his own. The shaking light Holy Lord's face was full of coziness. Cool, the years are finally clear. It's all thanks to junior brother Ah. The shaking light Holy Lord let out an exclamation. Just at this time, the formation pattern outside the temple door fluctuated. A man and a woman both walked in from outside. Taking a closer look, who could it be if it wasn't his longed-for junior apprentice brother? As for that apprentice brother, he directly chose to ignore it. Junior brother, you came all the way up. This sinful disciple of mine didn't let you worry about it, right? Hey, I told you to find a reliable person to pick you up. But, what did you say? Before the shaking light Holy Lord could finish speaking, Yen Linger bared her small teeth and was about to give the other party a good look. Don't come over, junior brother is here. What does it look like? The shaking light Holy Lord had a wary look on her face. After seeing Yen Linger did not directly move is also very puzzled. Since this disciple's small temperament up but no one spoiled how today but so well behaved. As soon as he saw Zishao next to him, he probably understood something, and hemmed and hawed. If the two could. Not true. Before he could even think in that direction, the shaking light Holy Lord immediately dismissed the idea. Can my own disciple be good enough for junior master? Are you kidding me? Forget it, we mustn't be able to drag our little brother down. Junior brother, this time I asked you to come, mainly because I want to ask you what you mean. In a few days we will be starting the sect competition. I want to ask you to be the host of this. I don't know what you think. Of course, if you don't want to be the host, that's fine. I'll go and arrange for someone else. It was not easy for the clan to have Zishao join them and be the host of this clan competition, just to let all the great Holy Lands see that their clan was going to rise. However, if this move went against the wishes of the Violet Sky herself, it would be unattractive instead. That was why the shaking light Saint Lord had asked his own disciple to invite Zishao over for a face-to-face chat. Clan competition? Zishao's brain began to run. This sect competition would definitely see people from the Tianxian sacred ground. And originally, he didn't want to get involved. But if he wanted to help Unicorn come up with more fragments, then he definitely couldn't miss it. After all, where there were a lot of geniuses, there were definitely some strange chances. Together with the Eye of Insight, it would be easier to find the Avenue shards. Thinking of this, Zishao smiled and said, Senior brother, I promise, it's just a moderator. It's fine. Great. The shaking light sacred lord slapped his thighs in excitement, knowing that his senior brothers and sisters usually didn't put him in their eyes at all. And even his own disciples disliked him. And then look at other people's little brother, knowing that in the future he was a man who could strike across the river of time. But he was so warm-hearted. Sure enough, people then people will die. Goods then goods will be thrown away. If the other senior siblings were half as good as Zishao, it would be perfect. By the way, senior brother, I want to make a trip to Qilian City. Hearing Zishao's words, the shaking light Holy Lord first stared blankly, and then spoke immediately afterward. Junior brother, those old guys in Qilian City have a lot of grievances against you, so if you go to the right place. Originally, the shaking light Holy Lord did not want Zishao to go, but suddenly thought of something. The painting style turned. It is fine if you want to go. Just in time, the first ancestor and the others are coming back. Qilian City we have been coveting for a long time. If they dare to make a move on you, Just in time. Junior brother, what do you think about the matter of being a city lord? Lord of the city? Right. After you came to the sect, how can you have a meet and greet gift to do so? That Lingxiao Palace is what you deserve. Of course you need a special meet and greet gift. I see that the position of the city lord of Qilian City is very suitable for you. Zishao looked at the shaking light sacred lord who was constantly emitting jie laughter. Is this sure it's a holy place and not a bandit den? What's the point of making a bratty laughing noise? It seems to make me look like the villain is dull. Aren't you the sect of the chosen one? As a result, you have to rob things at every turn? Seeing that Zishao hadn't said anything, the shaking light holy lord slapped his head. Right, I forgot. Junior brother, you are of high character. You should abhor this kind of thing, right? But don't be psychologically burdened. It's all about the rules set by our first ancestor. He said one thing, and that is that the things of the immortal cultivator that can be called robbing? That is clearly Beauchamp's. My fist is harder than yours. What's yours is mine. This sentence has been enshrined by several generations of our shaking light holy land, so I'm sorry to make you laugh. But don't worry, our clan will definitely not do anything to make things difficult for you. And this matter of the Qilian city is just a matter of concern. Good man. This time the evidence is conclusive. The shaking light holy land is definitely a bandit den. Taking that to heart, you might as well just say kill, rob and burn. And it seemed like the shaking light holy lord had a deep misunderstanding of himself. Zixiao sighed darkly. Since when does one have the title of being of high moral character? Isn't that what villains are supposed to do? Little master. You, senior brother, stop it. I'm willing to make a trip to Qilian City, Zixiao calmly said. Sifu. The shaking light sacred lord was touched and even clasped Zixiao's hands tightly. I get it. I really get it. You're going to that Qilian city even at the expense of smearing your own reputation because you want to make the sect's underpinnings richer, right? Senior brother. I am because I am about to make a trip to Qilian City itself. After all, I am there. Don't say it. I get it. Zixiao wanted to explain that he wasn't someone with a noble character, but before he could say anything, he was interrupted by the shaking light holy lord with a wave of his hand. The shaking light holy land, really had smoke coming out of my ancestors' graves to be able to allow you to become my senior brother. Senior brother. Don't worry, I will not fail you, the shaking light holy lord said with tearful eyes. Can I give you a fist bump? Looking at the old face of the shaking light holy lord that kept moving closer to him and was holding his hands tightly. It couldn't be helped. The way the shaking light holy lord looked right now was just too beat up, and Zixiao forced himself to hold back the thought in his heart that he wanted to beat him up severely and fatly. What do you mean I won't let you down? We're familiar with each other, but I'll sue you for libel if you say anything. Chapter 64, Visiting Qilian City again. He now understood why those senior sisters and brothers, at every turn, punched and kicked the shaking light holy land for a while. Who can bear this? The veins on Zixiao's forehead, along with the proximity of the shaking light holy lord, became more and more violent, and the originally deep pupils began to change, as the ancient heavy pupils were about to manifest. Fortunately, about to break through a safe distance, the shaking light holy lord backed off. Senior brother, when do you plan to move? I have to contact the first ancestor and the others on my side, and I still don't know if they've finished fighting the autumn wind on the Tao yet. I'll move tomorrow. I'll go prepare now. But senior brother, I'm really too grateful to you. After saying that, the shaking light holy lord was about to move forward again, and Zixiao hurriedly took a step back when he saw this, his eyes full of vigilance. Senior brother, you have gone out of your way to smear your own reputation for the sake of the clan. Don't worry, no matter what happens in the future, I will stand behind you, said the shaking light holy lord with a gentle face. The first thing I want to do is to make sure that you have a good understanding of what you are doing. Thank you senior brother for your concern. Then I will leave first. Junior master. Wait. Talk some more. I still want to talk to you more. When Yanlinger heard that Zixiao was leaving, she hurriedly tried to retain the other party. However, Zixiao acted as if he hadn't heard it, completely ignoring Yanlinger's retention and directly turning around to leave, which could even be described as running. He was deeply afraid that if he stayed a little longer, he would have to give the shaking light holy lord a hard punch. What Zixiao didn't know was that the shaking light holy lord looked at his departing back and shed tears of emotion. Senior brother treats me so well. Hey, old man. The shaking light holy lord was in the middle of moving himself there when he was directly pulled back to reality by his own disciple. You rebellious disciple, do you know that you have to call your master? Tell me, what's the matter again? Only Yanlinger beamed her little mouth and said in dissatisfaction, if it wasn't for you showing that disgusting expression, how could little master leave so quickly? I still want to talk to him more. What a disgusting look. What words this is, the shaking light holy lord said angrily. I was sympathizing with junior senior brother and couldn't help myself. Little senior brother, he is such a noble person. Yet he smeared himself for the sake of the sect. Can I not be moved? If you could be as good as your junior senior uncle, I would be relieved. Half? Can't I just become little master's other half? Yen Linger's pretty face was slightly flushed. Hey! The shaking light sacred lord sighed and then spoke. Apprentice, you must know that junior brother, he is a heavenly pride amongst the heavenly prides. Such a person would definitely be surrounded by heavenly daughters. And it is said that there are uncountable fairies in the Tianshan sacred ground that are in love with him. Oh old man, don't you have confidence in your own disciple? Can I not be worthy of junior master? As she spoke, Yen Linger even raised that swan-like neck in a condescending manner. Apprentice, look at. The shaking light holy lord reached out and pointed to the outside of the great hall. In the middle of the distant mountain peaks, there was a tree that was out of place with its surroundings. It was clear that the surrounding area was filled with immortal trees. But on the contrary, it was a mortal tree that still stood tall amidst the crowd of immortal trees. Yen Linger immediately had an epiphany. I see, master. What you mean is that even if you are ordinary yourself, you can still stand out from the crowd of heavenly prides. Right. But your analogy is not right. Disciple, I am also a heavenly pride. I'm no worse than them. Only to see the shaking light holy lord shake his head and say with a despondent expression, Oh disciple, you've got it wrong. What I mean is that if you dare to harass your little uncle, I'll hang you from that crooked neck tree to death as a teacher. Old man, you seek death. Early the next morning, Zishao directly left the shaking light holy land. The disciples guarding the gate had long since received the order from the shaking light holy lord, and coupled with the fact that they had a lot of respect for Zishao, they didn't say anything and respectfully escorted Zishao away. After walking out of the shaking light holy land, Zishao was able to feel a few wisps of breath hidden in the surrounding space. Needless to say, it must be the protector of the way that the shaking light holy lord had prepared for him. Now that the old ancestors had been blasted out of their graves one after another, there was naturally no problem with protecting the path for the violet sky. Red Training City was not too far away from the shaking light holy land, and soon, Zishao arrived at the city. There were no dogged incidents of heroes rescuing women along the way. The Chilean city was destroyed at that time by the ethereal fighting that terrifying being, and now it was restored by a great means. Seeing this intact city, Zishao also sighed for a while. Arriving at the city gates, the guards saw Zishao with a few odd looks in their eyes. Zishao's portrait had long since spread throughout the surrounding starfields. That was why the guards saw Zishao's identity at a glance. But they didn't say anything. Instead, they directly released him. The moment Zishao walked into the Red Training City, the array patterns surrounding the entire Red Training City seemed to light up, but there was no one keeping an eye on the array pattern, so no abnormality was detected. Looking at the bustling surrounding, Zishao felt a few moments of interest. One must know that the previous great battle had already proved that this so-called neutral city was nothing more than a pretense. If there was really any problem, those beings underground would come right out. But even so, there was still an endless stream of cultivators coming and going, and even the stores in the city had reopened their doors. It was evident how important a city that could accommodate cultivators from both the righteous and demonic paths to interact with each other was. Duke, just as Zishao was wandering along, the former follower of the Qingfeng building, Steward Qian, walked over head-on, his face filled with anxiety. Steward money? Seeing the person who came, Zishao was also a bit delighted. After all, the other party's arrangements for him were indeed very well placed. Steward Qian came to Zishao's side and spoke in a low voice. Sir, why have you come to Chilean City again? Oh, what? Are you afraid I'll ask you for the witch? What are you so nervous about? Zishao snickered. Oops, Your Excellency. You were staying well in the shaking light holy land. Why did you come to this place of wrongdoing? Steward Qian's tone was extremely serious. Ever since last time, your portrait has been everywhere in Chilean City and a bounty has been placed on you. And it also says that the Chilean City's forbidden martial contract is not valid for you, which means that no matter who strikes at you, it's fine. That's interesting. Zishao looked at the surrounding cultivators. He felt the ill will of those around him after he entered Chilean City. Now, it seemed that it must be because of this matter of him being wanted by Chilean City. It was estimated that the reason why those people delayed making their move was because they were concerned about him being accepted as a disciple by Misty. The rewards were even higher, but only if you had the life to claim them, and everyone was on the lookout. What? Don't you want to claim that bounty? Look at those idiots around you. Every one of them seems to be dying to eat me. Chapter 65, Encountering a Divine Destiny Villain. Your Excellency is joking. Steward Qian smiled bitterly and said, You are a valued guest of our Qingfeng house. We at Qingfeng house would never take action against a guest. Rather rare. Zishao sighed. Indeed. In the midst of this man-eating world of immortal cultivation, Every cultivator is constantly fighting to cross over for the word immortal, non-relative. Just because he had spent money at the Clear Wind House, the other party treated him like this. This kind of person is also a rarity in the immortal cultivation world. Old Qian, you guys are still reopening Qingfeng House here? Haven't these guys been looking for trouble from you? With those words, Zi Xiao pointed at the ground. He had clearly seen that day that the Supreme Realm beings had rushed up from the torn earth. It's okay, Gong. When he said this, Steward Qian's face carried a hint of self-satisfaction. My Qingfeng building is not some place to be taken by anyone, and the Qilian city won't be able to tear their faces off with them. Let alone. Steward Qian didn't continue, and Zi Xiao didn't pursue the matter. Instead, he drew a change in style. By the way, how is Ruyu doing? Miss Ruyu, she is no longer accepting guests. Our shopkeeper said, let Ruyu stay inside the Qingfeng building. Whenever you come to the Qingfeng building, sir, you will be entertained directly by Ruyu. Oh, Zi Xiao's eyes lit up. Does that witch still have it? It has to be. Steward Qian patted his chest. I left in such a hurry last time that I haven't properly said goodbye to you guys. And, if I'm not mistaken, someone from your side should want to see me. It's not a shame to be a male. Please also follow the old slave. Steward Qian made a pleased gesture and led the way forward. The figure behind Qingfeng building was very interested in Purple Sky. After all, aside from because of all the fame he had spread in the Tianxian Holy Land, the most important point was that Zi Xiao had taken on a Saint King with a distraction. He is arguably the first person in all of history. No matter how heaven-defying the other heavenly prides were, they wouldn't be able to span so many great realms to fight against a Saint King. A heavenly pride that didn't grow up was just that, a heavenly pride. But Zi Xiao was an exception. And that was the reason why all the major sects were interested in him today. Ta. The two of them were walking in the direction of Qingfeng building when they ended up coming face to face with a group of people. That group of people Zi Xiao was very familiar with was none other than those guards of Qilian City. Only the person in charge was a youth. That young man surrounded by the radiant light of the golden great sun. His body's qi and blood power surging like a tide. A pair of golden pupils full of majesty. Obviously a young man, but it seems as if the God King descended generally. How did he get out? Steward Qian's jaw also dropped for a moment when he saw the visitor. Those surrounding cultivators were even whispering. Have those taboos in the underground of the Supreme Sun finally sent out an heir? Lu Changming, said to have a dragon and lion bloodline, a qi and blood power that crushes his peers, once chopped the late stage of the divine separation against the odds with his Yuaning stage cultivation. Now that a few years have passed, he should have long since become a divine separation stage cultivator, right? What's the point of beheading a demerged god? You should know that Zi Xiao himself is at the demerged god stage, and he's still able to powerfully defeat a Saint King. You should know what kind of price you have to pay to fight against a Saint King with a distraction. That Zi Xiao was injured by the Dao when he left. Lu Changming is a few years older than Zi Xiao, the same heavenly pride, so I guess he's running towards Zi Xiao. This is going to be interesting. Zi Xiao has suffered a Dao injury. It's impossible to heal without an imperial medicine. And against Lu Changming, hey, it looks like we won't be able to get the bounty. Speaking as if you dare to make a move if Lu Changming doesn't come out. The shaking light sacred ground is going to send someone over at any time. What are you afraid of? It is said that 2 days ago, the weirdness in that universe almost wiped out the shaking light Holy Land. And even so, the old ancestors of the shaking light Holy Land didn't show up, and must have not returned from the ancient battlefield. The current shaking light Holy Land, not to say it's an empty shell, it's almost the same. In the middle of the crowd's discussion, that Lu Changming had already arrived in front of Zi Xiao. Ding dong. The system beep suddenly sounded at this moment. Avenue fragment detected. Zi Xiao had been disinterested, but as a result, he didn't expect that he would actually encounter a fragment of the Great Tao. The Eye of Insight was opened in a hurry. Name, Lu Changming. Bone age, 25. Race, demon beast. Physique, dragon and lion body, gradual return to ancestry. Realm, early harmonization. Tags, physically strong. Supreme posture, dragon bloodline, heavenly pride, berserker. The Eye of Insight saw so much information this time. Although Lu Changming was considered a celestial pride, he wasn't strong to any extent, and he wasn't even as good as Lin Knight as well as Zui Yuanfei, let alone compared to him. Don't look at possessing the same cultivation realm as him, but Lu Changming was a full 7 years older than him. After 7 years, Zi Xiao felt like he was able to cross the threshold. Moreover, the other party didn't show the Great Tao fragment among his tags, so was it not him? Thinking of this, Zi Xiao once again turned his gaze to the others around him. Among the guards of Qilian City, there was a man who covered half of his face with a hood, and was so plain and ordinary among the crowd that if he didn't look closely, he would have been directly ignored. But Zi Xiao was different. he had his eye of insight on. Name Lu Chang'e. Bone age, 19. Realm, mid-divination. Physique, heaven-swallowing demon body. Tags, hypocrites. Yin and yang. Behind the scenes. Magic heart. Goldfinger, the divine destiny villain system. Recent chances, lurking in Chilean City. 3 days later, devouring Lu Changming with the devouring heavenly devil technique to obtain a strong body. 10 days later, entering the underground world and becoming the disciple of the Supreme Being. 3 years later, taking advantage of the Master's nirvana to devour his essence. 4 years later, on. What? Zishao almost couldn't tense up when he saw the other party's message. You're the chosen villain? Then what am I? My label has only 3 words in it. Villain, sounds like it doesn't have the same level of compulsion as the divine destiny villain. Host, please don't make boring jokes. The Heavenly Fate villain and the Heavenly Fate Son are mutually exclusive and belong to the same category of the Heavenly Tao. Even if this so-called Heavenly Fate villain was able to reverse the Heavenly Fate Son, it would only be absorbing its label. Is the divine destiny villain as strong as the big bad? What a joke! The system's irritated voice sounded in the middle of Zishao's mind. This drew a burst of speechlessness from Zishao, who had felt before that his own system seemed to have a bit of a problem, whether it was taking names or giving rewards, or the process was a bit earthy. She is also a strong person, and she can't bear to say anything bad about him. If he wasn't wrong, the system that this Lu Chang'e carried on his body must be one of the great Tao fragments. In other words, in the future, his enemies would not only be the sons of Heaven's destiny, but he would also have to count the Heaven's destiny villains as well? This was truly an enemy of the world. And it seems that all Heaven's destiny villains start a bit higher than Heaven's destiny sons. The others, Lu Chang'e, were distracted as soon as they came up, and they also targeted Red Lining City. Chapter 66, You're not even worthy of letting me use my heavy pupils. As Zishao sized up Lu Chang'e, the other party similarly looked at Zishao. The system in Lu Chang'e's mind also appeared with information about Zishao. Of course, under the concealment of the purple sky system, Lu Chang'e was able to see very little information. However, he saw the ancient heavy pupil as well as Zishao's cultivation level of the harmonious realm. Hiss! Lu Chang'e sucked in a breath of cool air. At the age of 18, possessing such a terrifying physique as the ancient heavy pupil, not to mention, even his cultivation had reached the harmonization realm? It's simply the perfect tonic for yourself. But why is it that a person with this much strength is not the son of destiny? Lu Chang'e looked at Zishao with some puzzlement, and even communicated with the system in his mind. Are you sure that this Zishao is not the son of Heaven's destiny? Host, don't worry, the system won't be mistaken. The person in front of you doesn't have the aura of Heaven's mandate felt on his body. Then how does he possess such a terrifying cultivation? I think it's a person of great fortune, but it's definitely not a son of heavenly destiny. I don't feel the aura of heavenly destiny on his body. Ha 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 ha, that's good. In that case, there's no need to deprive him of his fortune value. Just find a chance to swallow him, and I'll definitely be able to override the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Reality. You're Zishao? Lu Changming's indifferent voice rang out, causing Zishao to return to his senses. Seeing the anger in the other party's eyes, Zishao really wanted to say, buddy, you don't have long to live. Even if you don't meet me, you'll surely let others swallow you. However, Lu Changming obviously didn't know what Zishao was thinking. He only knew that this human race in front of him was overly arrogant. Knowing full well that the Red Lining City had already placed him on top of the must-kill list, to actually dare to walk into the city in such a grand manner was simply looking for death. Mr. Lu, this Prince Zishao is a valued guest of our Clear Wind House. Please step aside. Steward Qian also had a head full of black lines. It was clear that as long as they arrived at Qingfeng House, the people of Chilean City would not dare to mess around. Nay, they were robbed on the way. In case if Zishao were to misunderstand that he and Chilean City's union had set him up, wouldn't he have offended Zishao for no reason at all? Steward Qian, you have a lot of guts. This is Chilean City. Even if we have an agreement, it's limited to your Qingfeng building, and on the streets of this Chilean City, you want to defy my will. Boom! With Lu Changming's anger, his golden hair flew wildly, and the terrifying aura on his body caused the ground around him to start crumbling. Dawning dragon might erupted from his body, as if there was a true dragon coiled around it. Steward Qian also blanched. Although he was the steward of Qingfeng building, he was not good at fighting at all. His cultivation was mediocre, not to mention that he didn't have any bloodline, so it was difficult to resist this terrifying dragon's might. And right at this moment, a figure blocked in front of him. It was the purple sky. That true dragon's general dragon authority instantly disappeared without a trace. Duke! Steward Qian somewhat secretly hated his own powerlessness. He had obviously come to invite Zishao to go to Qingfeng House before, but as a result, he had now become the object of Zishao's protection instead. You are very strong. beyond my expectations. Lu Changming opened his mouth. His body was shrouded by a golden great sun. The true dragon's silhouette coiled in the void, majestic and sacred, and the sound of the dragon's voice resounded through the universe. He was of the dragon and lion bloodline. His fleshly body was strong and unrivaled, and his divine sense was powerful. So of course, he could sense that there was also a rolling sea-like blood chi in Zixiao's body, vast and infinite, collected in his flesh and blood. Once it breaks out, it will shake the world. It was also because of this strong physique that he was fearless of the dragon's might. Is that so? Zixiao spoke faintly. But you're too weak. So weak that it's outrageous. I don't know what kind of relationship those old things under the ground have with you, but if I want you to deal with me, it's really... Boom! Before Zixiao could finish his words, Lu Changming brazenly struck out, only to see his hands turn into claws, the golden hair on his head flying. The true dragon shadow in the void opened its mouth wide, and one after another dragon breath that looked like a great sun smashed fiercely over towards where Zixiao was. Seeing this, Zixiao was pleased and unafraid, her long silver-purple hair flying backward, a thunder seal imprint appearing in the palm of her right hand, blue-purple electricity blossoming and blasting into the sky. It was a violent quake. The sky dome seemed to have been pierced through. Thunder roared everywhere, and dragon breath exploded, shining into every corner, endlessly, with a buzzing sound. At the critical moment, the formation pattern of Qilian City lit up, and a red light enveloped the entire city, which was created by the runes, and the red light covered the sky, sealing the void, so that the energy of Zixiao and Lu Changming could not pour out, or else the other people would be in danger. You don't even have the qualifications to make me use my heavy pupils. Zixiao floated in midair, his entire body surrounded by wisps of electricity, his long silver-purple hair flying like an ancient god born from bathing in thunder and lightning. Hearing Zixiao's words, Lu Changming frowned tightly, followed by a soft shout, and hundreds of green dragons rushed out from the underground, each one as powerful as flesh and blood. The many cultivators who were watching the battle were all shocked. What kind of treasure art did this Lu Changming use? He was actually able to summon hundreds of green dragon shadows, and this shadow seemed to have a solid body, with amazing chi and blood. Seeing those thousands of dragon shadows roaring in midair, Zixiao was not the least bit panicked. Dharma of heaven and earth. Boom! With a roar, a giant figure tens of meters tall emerged behind Zixiao. The figure was like a replica of him, except that it was as black as if it had been eroded by ink. Zip zip zip. The light of thunder surrounded Zixiao in his Dharma phase. Immediately after that, the sky was covered by dark clouds, and there were one thunderbolt after another in the tumbling dark clouds, and the terrifying thunderbolt made the hairs of the cultivators below stand up in sweat. They felt that if that thunder fell on their bodies, they would definitely be split to pieces on the spot. At the same time, they were also glad that they had not been blinded by greed just now and struck out at Zixiao. The world-destroying general thunder tilted down directly from the sky as Zixiao's hands fell. The thousands of green dragon shadows roaring up to the sky faced the thunderous thunderbolt that fell from the middle of the sky. Boom 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 boom. Deafening roars resounded throughout the entire city, and layers of fluctuations appeared in the incomparably sturdy formation patterns of Qilian City. This is a battle of the younger generation? Some cultivators looked at the scene in the air with shock, and even wiped their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Such terrifying might was unheard of. Dragon shadows and thunder continuously intertwined in the air, while Lu Changming below could no longer hold back, casually taking out a golden battle spear and charging towards the purple sky in the air. Lu Changming transformed into a stream of light, and a heavenly Tao sacred sound emanated from above his battle spear. This was the Tao rhythm of the crowning life, something that could only be displayed by a forbidden existence, and had historically only appeared in legends, but now it was really seen. Chapter 67, The Divine Destiny Villain versus the Great Villain. After all, Lu Changming was the son of that supreme being underground. It was normal to use forbidden means. The dragon lion roared in the sky, and a ripple appeared in the void. All the foreign beasts in the vicinity of Qilian City all crouched down. That kind of suppression from within their bloodline made them unable to raise their heads at all, and some of the foreign beasts that were close to them directly began to crumble their bodies. The battle spear in Lu Changming's hand was also not a mortal object. It was a holy weapon, and only this kind of heir who was a supreme power could have such an underpinning. Looking at the incoming stream of light, Zixiao stood with both hands in front of his chest and lightly tapped. Snap! A Taoist rhythm along his palms slowly spread to the surroundings. Space seems to be in this moment stood still. That is fighting with the sky of thunder of the green dragon. The movement has become slow. The golden light on Lu Changming's body gradually dissipated, and all of his spiritual energy was actually sealed at this moment. Swish! Before he had time to think much, Zixiao had actually appeared in front of him, only to see a magnificent golden hall appear behind Zixiao, flowing with divine light. Every brick and tile, every stone step had a luster, incomparably sacred and majestic, like the place where gods were born. One could faintly hear the sound of the great Tao Brahma in that precious hall. It weighed as much as billions of R, and could collapse heaven and earth, which was difficult for a fleshly body to resist, and suppressed it towards Lu Changming. Boom! The earth sank as if it was the end of the world. The mountains on the distant horizon continued to collapse. Smoke and dust rushed into the sky, and the formation patterns of Chilean city began to shake continuously. Break me! Wisps of blood appeared at the corners of Lu Changming's mouth, and his face was hideous as he held a holy weapon and struck fiercely at the treasure hall called Lingxiao. The war spear and the treasure palace seemed to be like pinpoints facing each other, and as the same holy weapon, they collided together at the first moment. A holy weapon was called a holy weapon because it was surrounded by the resonance of heaven and earth that only a saint could use. Although the Lingxiao palace did not have this resonance, its materials had made up for it, and in terms of hardness, it was far superior to the battle spear. Rumble! The golden hall pressed down. The door of the hall was wide open. With a force that swallowed the sky, Lu Changming was forcibly taken in. This holy hall was extremely powerful and terrifying, as if it was able to suppress all living beings. Taoist sounds, Zen chants, and sacrificial sounds and images came from the ancient years, coming together and pouring into a brand new golden sanctuary, making it more and more mysterious. Flowing out of the Tao rhythm, Zi Xiao as its master, also felt secretly shocked. This Lingxiao palace is definitely not as simple as it seems. At this moment, Lu Changming had already been sucked by that heaven-swallowing force, and was about to break through the gate of the hall and be refined by the Lingxiao palace. A dark shadow from below came barreling over. Ha! Zi Xiao's pupils transformed into two as the ancient heavy pupils surged forth. The heavenly robbing light of life and death burst forth at this moment. Thumbs up! A bottle surrounding 3,000 Tao rhythms appeared on the head of that black shadow, which stood horizontally in the air, with strands of Tao rhythms enveloping it. Heavy pupils of those two heavenly tribulation lights struck each other's bodies directly. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, and the heavenly tribulation light, the power that could erase all traces, was actually directly blocked by it. The Avenue vase? The system's voice rang out within Zi Zhao's head, his tone full of heat. Host, no, bully, please, get that thing now. Play your true colors. You've got to branch out. Ding dong. Congratulations on obtaining the holy weapon, the heavenly immortal sword. Congratulations on receiving the holy elixir, the sunflower. Congratulations on obtaining the feat, cold sky illusion technique. Congratulations on getting. The system was like crazy, constantly stuffing things into Zi Xiao, but the current Zi Xiao didn't have the time to pay attention to the beeps ringing in his head. He was also attracted to the magic treasure called the Great Tao Treasure Vase in front of him, crushing 3,000 Tao rhythms and transcending the heavenly Tao. Saint artifacts, supreme artifacts, even emperor artifacts were probably not as terrifying as this Great Tao Treasure Vase. In the middle of his thoughts, the black shadow had already arrived in front of Zi Xiao, and the person who came was none other than Lu Chang'e. He's mine. There was a domineering as well as grim look in Lu Chang'e's eyes. He had come here for Lu Changming. For him, Lu Changming, who possessed the bloodline of a dragon lion, was the best tonic. Seeing that Zi Xiao was about to use that holy temple to refine him, Lu Chang'e couldn't hold back any longer and didn't care about revealing his identity, directly striking out at Zi Xiao. Pust! Only to see Lu Chang'e open his mouth and spit out a ray of haze light. That light wrapped around a flying knife. The haze was colorful. The moment that flying knife came out, it chopped towards Zi Xiao. The speed was so fast that it was almost too late to dodge. Dang! The clang of metal rang out. Oh! Lu Chang'e looked at Zi Xiao with interest, not knowing when. Black armor had covered Zi Xiao's entire body. This was the wonderful use of the ancient heavy pupil armor. Just now, he had to fly his sword straight for Zi Xiao's head, but it was blocked by the heavy pupil armor. What a great pair of eyes! Greed filled Lu Chang'e's gaze. Want my eyes? Zi Xiao smiled as he looked at Lu Chang'e, and a fighting spirit was ignited within him, because of his own physique, coupled with the possession of countless heavenly materials and treasures. His realm could be said to be rocketing, and it was difficult for anyone among his peers to compete with him. Zui Yuanfei and Lin Knight might be qualified to fight him in the future, but definitely not now. These two sons of destiny had not grown up yet. On the contrary, Lu Chang'e, the heaven's destiny villain, was different. Having a villain system and that flying knife just now, if I'm not mistaken, it's that immortal chopper flying knife. Being the same villain and also possessing the same demonic skills, Zi Xiao had a special feeling for Lu Chang'e. Similarly, so did Lu Chang'e, his eyes tightly fixed on purple sky, completely ignoring the system's beep. Something about laying low for a while. Something about waiting for the chosen one. He must die by my hand. It was a thought that appeared simultaneously in both of their heads. Boom! After the two looked at each other, they instantly battled together. Above the sky, black gas surging, volatile 8, like a black ocean in the boiling, flooded the world. The dark clouds cut out a piece of thunder and lightning, electric light piercing, rumbling ear-shattering, powerful. Although the cultivators below have the protection of the array pattern, but the power of this world still makes them feel fear. Lu Chang'e stood erect in his majestic posture, and it was obvious that he had already gone all out. His body was boiling with black spiritual energy, and the bloodline of the heaven-swallowing demon body was completely revived, slapping the heavenly dome apart, and his eyes were horrifyingly bright. Immediately after that, only Lu Chang'e's hands formed a seal, and the great Tao treasure vase in the air tilted towards the violet sky, and the black spiritual energy inside that tumbled and covered the sky directly. He was like a demon god radiating a monstrous might, startling many people with trembling, and through that heavy aura, it seemed as if a pair of scarlet eyes could be seen. Chapter 68, Sitting on the Throne. Good timing, Zi Xiao called out, similarly forming seals with both hands, and the Ling Xiao palace that spanned heaven and earth was directly moved over by him. Mountain moving technique. The precious and solemn Ling Xiao palace directly smashed towards Lu Chang'e. Buzz. The sound of the Mi Dao resounded through the sky, and the cultivators below only felt their heartbeat accelerate, their spiritual platforms obscure, and the bursts of Brahma sounds resounding in their heads seemed as if they were going to be sensitized. Above the sky filled with that black ocean flooding up to cover the sky with huge waves, slapping towards the violet sky. Swallow the sky. Lu Chang'e roared. His black hair fluttered about, and the rolling black waves formed a huge mouth in the sky, as if it was going to swallow Zi Xiao in one gulp. Boom! As Lu Chang'e performed that heaven-swallowing technique, that precious and solemn Ling Xiao palace ruthlessly smashed onto his body. At the same time, the purple sky was also flooded with blackness. Put! The Ling Xiao palace shook down the space and time of the ancient world and slammed into Lu Chang'e's body. Even with a defensive magic treasury emitting ethereal light on his body, he couldn't withstand it, and with hundreds of broken bones, he flew out horizontally. As for Zi Xiao, who was in the midst of the black waves, he was unharmed, and more than that, he even felt that those black waves around him had a trace of affection for him. Primordial heavenly demon body. He was originally the first devil to open up the sky. How could such a demonic body be affected by other demonic techniques? Lu Chang'e, who flew out horizontally in the distance, didn't bother to be surprised with why Zi Xiao wasn't affected by the demonic power. His hands formed seals, and a large area of spiritual energy gushed out. Zi Xiao also greeted Lu Chang'e. They exhibited all sorts of wonderful techniques that crumbled the heavens and earth, and every move the two of them executed was able to draw resonance from the great Tao. This Lu Chang'e didn't know what kind of forbidden technique he had opened, allowing his cultivation to directly reach the peak of the harmonization realm, so his spiritual power was no less than that of Zi Xiao. Ka-ching! At this very moment when the two were fighting, a golden lightning bolt cracked the sky, causing many people to close their eyes. It was too blinding and bright, cutting through the sky and arriving in an instant. Zi Xiao! Lu Changming let out a roar and charged over. Previously, he had been trapped in the Ling Xiao palace, but when Zi Xiao used the mountain moving decree to come and slam the holy temple into Lu Chang'e as if it were a brick, he was also shaken out. This instantly caused him to be in seventh heaven, and it took him a long time to regain his senses, only to see that at this moment, Zi Xiao was fighting with another young man. The two of them floated in the air, their harmonization realm cultivation enveloping the entire city, and all the cultivators watching the battle let out gasps of surprise because of the battle between the two of them. On the contrary, he, the forbidden heir, had become a backdrop instead, without anyone caring about him. This caused Lu Changming to become infuriated, and after slowing down, he directly burned his dragon lion essence blood, and a terrifying spiritual energy wrapped around his entire body, directly charging towards the two people in mid-air. Zi Xiao is mine. Get out of my way, you bastard. Lu Changming's realm instantly broke through because he burned his essence blood, and he managed to break through to the Mahayana, and he threw the battle spear in his hand towards Zi Xiao, while he himself charged towards Lu Chang'e. In his opinion, everything was because of the sudden appearance of Lu Chang'e that stole the limelight away from him. Zi Xiao was his opponent. As a forbidden heir, how could he let others compete for the luster? Madaka! Zi Xiao's hand was as brilliant as a section of crystal and jade, and his eyes were cold and endless as he held the battle spear with 2 fingers. Such a strike was enough to destroy a city, sink the earth, and strike down a meteor. Yet now it was caught in 2 fingers. The cultivators below were all shocked. After receiving the battle spear, Zi Xiao didn't rush to strike. Instead, he reached out and waved his hand. The spiritual energy around him instantly converged and a throne appeared in mid-air. He directly sat down and watched with interest as Lu Changming struck out against Lu Chang'e. At this moment, Lu Changming, like being possessed, had endless killing intent in his eyes, his head full of blonde hair rooted like a dragon, and his murderous aura was boiling. Lu Chang'e, on the other hand, smiled wryly. It's such a shame to let you burn your essence blood. It might be less powerful. It's just that, after all, you have a dragon and lion bloodline. Swallowing you will be able to make my physique advance one level further. Swallow me? Lu Changming was laughed at. You, a rat who hides his head, wants to swallow me too. Let's see which one of us swallows who. Who? The dragon and lion roared to the heavens. Lu Changming roared. His body's essence surged. He was like a divine furnace. Radiant, his blood chi surged, as vast as an ocean. He swung his fist and arm with force, striking out 9 savage dragons, the most rigid and masculine. Seeing this scene, Lu Chang'e wasn't the slightest bit flustered, as he used a secret method to raise his realm and had already arrived at the peak of the harmonization realm. Seeing Zishao sitting on the throne in the distance, he had a mischievous smile on his face and immediately reached out with a wave of his hand. Boom! On top of the black ocean waves that covered the sky, a huge wave came and directly impacted Lu Changming's body. This directly caused the bones in his entire body to emit a shattering sound, and blood splattered the sky. That terrifying power struck Lu Changming's body, causing him to shoot toward the purple sky like a shooting star. You evil bastard! When Zishao saw that stream of light, he also lightly waved his sleeve robe. Boo! Lu Changming once again transformed into a golden light and attacked towards Lu Chang'e. Boo! 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 The cultivators below all stared in disbelief as they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Zishao and that mysterious youth, the two of them hitting the forbidden air. Lu Changming, the son of the supreme being, in the air as if he were a leather ball? This is in Chilean City. Where do they get the courage to be so arrogant? Boom 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 boom. That golden light in the air was getting faster and faster, and it was obvious that both Zishao and Lu Chang'e were using their strength. The bones in Lu Changming's entire body had long been shattered, but because of the dragon lion's bloodline, it caused him to remain barely alive. But he had already turned into a ball, constantly being hit, and even at the end of the day, the sound of the strikes emitted sonic booms, causing the void to quake. Boom! Zishao slapped another blow on Lu Changming's body, and this blow caused blood and pieces of internal organs to spill out in all directions. Lu Changming turned into a stream of light and attacked towards Lu Chang'e. Ha! Lu Chang'e's eyes were filled with gravity, although both of them were having fun, toying with Lu Changming, but when they were playing, they were using their own Dao rhythms. A different kind of crossover, so to speak. Now this purple sky's casual strike, the sphere above the Dao rhythms make Lu Chang'e no longer relaxed. Swallow the sky. The demonic power was monstrous, and Lu Chang'e pushed his hands forward fiercely. Boom! Black magic flames exploded. Lu Chang'e stifled a grunt. This one made him suffer a considerable loss. And most importantly, at this time, Lu Changming had already turned into a mass of broken flesh, dead beyond death. Purple sky. Wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lu Chang'e looked towards the person on the throne in the void. At this moment, Zishao was sitting on top of the throne, his eyes full of teasing. Obviously, he didn't use his full strength to do so. Chapter 69, You Don't Speak of Martial Virtues. Lu Chang'e looked at Zishao with a grave expression. The light pouring out from the great Dao treasure vase enveloped his entire body, making the people below unable to see his appearance at all. With regards to Zishao, Lu Chang'e began to doubt himself inwardly. He wasn't one of those stupid people who only knew how to follow the system's quests. That's why the words of the system were also half believed, especially after meeting Zishao. Such a man. You say he is not a man of destiny? Either there was something wrong with the system, or there was a big secret beyond imagination in Zishao's body. Some days ago, Zishao had shaken the Saint King with the strength of the divine separation stage, and all the details of the battle had been rumored. The black coffin, the meaning of decay. The current Zishao, however, did not offer up that black coffin at all. Is he or she unworthy of the opponent's use of the bottom card? Thinking of this, Lu Chang'e's expression became more and more serious. Zishao, you really are a special person. I think if I can swallow you, it will be of great help to me. The power of that peak harmonization realm on Lu Chang'e's body came out recklessly, and the air resounded with bursts of great Dao tones. He intended to swallow Zishao at all costs, and only then would he be able to figure out the secrets on the other party. It might be a bit troublesome if I reveal my magic skill now, but it's too late to think about it. Lu Chang'e's eyes stared, and immediately afterward, a powerful wave of black chi burst out from within his body. The cultivators below seemed to have seen an ancient demonic god roaring up to the sky. Phew! Lu Chang'e brought rolling black waves with him as he charged towards Zishao, who was sitting on top of the throne, and the light pouring out from the great Dao treasure vase grew denser and denser. Devil's work? Zishao felt the rolling demonic might on Lu Chang'e's body and also brightened up. This heaven-swallowing demon body combined with the demon heart was definitely a 1+1 to the extent of 2. Should I say no less than the great villain of destiny? Unfortunately, using magic power against him would be the most idiotic thing to do. Rolling demonic might directly wrap Zishao in it. Lu Changa's eyes had turned ink black, and his body's aura was even more filled with tyranny, death, and destruction. Zishao casually waved his hand. A blue pillar of light directly pierced through the black waves in the sky. The pillar of light with the power to tear everything let struck at Lu Changa's body. The light of the great Tao treasure vase resisted that blue pillar of light, and the two forces collided, causing the surrounding emptiness to begin to crumble. Click here for. Just as the two fought against each other, the earth was torn apart again and again and again. The forbidden aura enveloped the entire heaven and earth. Taboo is coming. Get out of here. A cultivator shouted, and the entire Chilean city panicked. After all, when a supreme being strikes, it is the earth turning over and the heavens tumbling down, and if one remained in Chilean city, one would be caught in the middle of it if one was not careful. All of the major forces inside Chilean city activated their formations. Ever since what happened last time, no one would think that Chilean city was absolutely safe anymore, and in order to avoid the repercussions, that's why they had spent a lot of financial resources to inscribe formations around their own properties. Buzz. For a while, various colors of light were lit up within the Chilean city. Zishao and Lu Changa above the sky stopped fighting at the same time and turned their gazes to the ground. A giant hand stretched out from within that constantly cracking earth. Resuscitation is contraindicated. Lu Changa turned his head to look at Zishao and teased. Zishao, you should be in big trouble. It looks like our fight is going to be. Swish. Before Lu Changa could finish his words, there was a blur before his eyes, and Zishao actually came directly in front of him, and reached out to grab his own great Tao treasure vase. Asterisk. You don't speak martial arts. Lu Changa could no longer maintain his noble persona. How could he not have expected that Zishao would reach out and snatch his magic treasure at this moment? The great Tao treasure vase was a special magic treasure that contained the great Tao, so it was simply impossible to truly recognize the owner. So once if it was taken away by Zishao, he would lose this card. Originally, he thought that the taboo was revived and he should leave. Who would have thought that this bastard, Zishao, would not speak of martial virtues? That's my stuff. The surrounding black waves transformed into a giant black hand that wrapped around towards Zishao, but the latter didn't care and allowed those black hands to wrap around his body. The demonic might on Lu Changa's body was monstrous, and those black hands wrapped around Zishao's body and began to burn rapidly. Corrupted spirit spectral fire. This was one of the moves in Lu Changa's demonic power. As long as you were scorched by this fire, then even if you had a world-class cultivation, you would gradually be tortured to the point that life was worse than death. But the scene that made his jaw drop in shock appeared. That corrupted spirit spectral flame not only didn't burn Zishao's soul, but instead, it was like a pure spiritual chi that was constantly nourishing Zishao. Magic power is useless to you? At the critical moment, Lu Changa couldn't care about being appalled, but Zishao had immediately grabbed the great Tao treasure vase. The system helps me. Lu Changa let out a roar, and immediately afterward, shot towards the location of the purple sky, a mysterious aura emanating from his body. This is the power of the system, or the way. But the force was stopped just as soon as it appeared. A disdainful voice resounded in Zishao's mind. Who are you scaring? Using that weak Tao rhythm you possess and still want to deal with my host? What class? Use the same power as me. At this moment, Zishao had no time to pay attention to what the system was saying as he directly grabbed that legendary secret treasure, the great Tao treasure vase, with one hand. Bring it on you, Buzz. The moment he entered his hand, the word Tao surged into his spiritual platform. At this moment, Zishao's understanding of heaven and earth, and all things in the world directly increased by a level. Give it back. Lu Changa also rushed up at this time. His face was hideous, his eyes were covered in blood, and his face, which was originally somewhat evil, was already twisted at this time. The great Tao treasure vase was an important magic treasure that he used to refine those heaven's destiny sons. As the son of heaven's destiny, who was himself blessed by the heavenly Tao, if he didn't use this great Tao treasure vase, and just simply used his demonic powers, he didn't know how long it would take before he could swallow one. That's why Lu Changa was now having a seizure. Hey! Zishao lowered his head to look at Lu Changa and grinned, revealing those white teeth. Want it? I'm not giving it. After saying that, he casually slapped his hand at Lu Changa. Lu Changa's eyes were tightly fixed on the great Tao treasure vase, and even when he saw that Zishao had struck out at him, he didn't have any intention of dodging. This time when he came to Chilean City, he didn't swallow any beings of the dragon lion bloodline. He hadn't obtained the forbidden inheritance either, and now he was even going to lose the great Tao treasure vase? It's simply intolerable. Zishao, you despicable bastard. Give me back my magic treasure. Boo! Zixiao's palm slapped hard on top of Lu Chunga's chest. Chapter 70, Forbidden Beings. This palm directly caused Lu Chunga's chest to dent, and the corners of his mouth even sprayed out a mist of blood. But even so, he had no intention of leaving, and instead reached out with the intention of snatching the Great Dao treasure vase back. TSK 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 TSK. The guy who endlessly pestered is really a headache. This avenue treasure vase is already mine. Don't you know? It won't go with you. Give it back. Boom. Lu Chunga didn't pay any attention to Zixiao's smacking lips as his devilish power was run to the extreme. His cultivation was even more as if he was about to break through the shackles of merging. The demon god's shadow became more and more solid behind him, just like the heaven and earth phantasm that Zixiao had used earlier. Lu Chunga was strong and domineering. At this moment he was really like a god and devil, raising his hands and feet. His terrifying aura was monstrous. Next moment, Lu Chunga's right hand clashed with Zixiao's fist, erupting a blinding light, and the berserk demonic might dispersed, causing the void to roar. Those residual forces that fell to the ground even traveled along the earth's veins, causing a stone mountain in the distance to explode into pieces. After such a delay between the two, the taboo in the middle of the ground finally came out. Boom! A huge being slowly crawled out of a crack in the ground. That being was so huge that the entire Chilean city was like a toy in front of him. He was golden in color, and his face was completely unrecognizable. But the dragon's might on his body as well as the two golden dragon silhouettes that surrounded above his arms still revealed his identity. Forbidden beings, descendants of dragons. The sky collapsed with every step that being took, and all kinds of Tao rhythms constantly flowed around it. Humph! A cold snort sounded like a thunderbolt, and the formation pattern of the red training city directly collapsed, and Lu Chunga above the sky even flew backwards with blood spitting out of his mouth. On the contrary, Zixiao held the great Tao treasure bottle and floated motionless in the air. In itself, he had the aura of transcendence that allowed him to simply ignore anyone's pressure. And with the addition of the great Tao treasure vase, even if it was a supreme being in his presence, it would be impossible to make him bow down by virtue of a cold grunt. Human race Zixiao, you still dare to come to my red training city now and kill my red training city's heir? Do you know your sin? A voice filled with majesty resounded through the heavens and earth, and the Tao rhythms in the air shook with it, and the beings was devoid of a trace of emotion. As if it were a god king sitting high above the 9 heavens, casting judgment on a weak ant. The puddle of flesh and mud on the ground was obviously Lu Changming. That being didn't care at all about this, instead directly asking for the offense of Zixiao. Obviously, for beings like them, any kindred bloodline was empty, and only the path to the emperor and the chance to become immortal could make their emotions fluctuate. Know your sins? Amidst the shocked gazes of a group of cultivators, Zixiao said with a teasing smile, this heir of yours is so unbearable that you blame me instead? He doesn't even have the qualifications to be used as a ball. I advise you guys to get a new heir. Is this Zixiao looking for death? A supreme being cannot be insulted, even if he has joined the Shaking Light Holy Land, but insulting a supreme being to his face like this will not escape death. Ha, is still too young a mere descendant of the divine separation realm, thinking that he has forbidden means to be able to have a couple of strokes with a Saint King. And then he thinks that he can be tough in front of the Supreme Being? What a pity! A generation of heavenly pride is about to be buried here. This Zixiao is as wild as can be, and coupled with this demonic talent of his, I'm afraid that a non-emperor's son can't be defeated. The golden great world is here. Ancient heavenly prides, emperor sons, and forbidden beings will all appear in this world at the same time, and I'm afraid there will be less killing for that chance to become an immortal. The road to immortality is also the road of withered bones. It's not easy to win that slim line. Zixiao didn't pay any attention to the sounds of discussion from below. The reason why he was so arrogant wasn't because he was tired of living. By using the burial heavenly skill and paying a certain price, he could indeed have the strength to cross swords with a Saint King for a short period of time, but it was just to cross swords. Just like that dragon lord. If it was not for the appearance of ethereal, I am afraid that Zixiao would have to pay an even greater price to be able to escape from his hands. The reason why he was so arrogant now was entirely because he had received a transmission. That transmission only told him 5 words. Get mad at me. It was these 5 words that made Zixiao face the Supreme Being and also be extremely arrogant. When he came out from the Shaking Light Holy Land, the Shaking Light Holy Lord had told him that those old ancestors from the Holy Land were already on their way back, and that this Chilean city was theirs for the taking. However, because the powerhouses above the Supreme Lord all made an agreement that they would not be able to strike each other without reason. So they need a reason. It just so happens that the 2 words arrogant, but on the purple sky tailored, even the heavenly way is planning to do people. District Supreme, what is there to be afraid of? Yes? That being had no intention of being angry. Instead, he spoke in a light tone. Since you don't admit your guilt, I'll punish you for kneeling here in my Chilean city for 3,000 years, and after 3,000 years, I'll let the people from the shaking light sacred ground come and lead you back. 3,000 years? The crowd of cultivators looked at each other in dismay. 3,000 years was simply too much for these cultivators. Even some of them were just Yuaning, Jin Dan, and they didn't have 3,000 years of lifespan. For a pride like Zi Xiao, even 1 year would be enough for the rest of his peers to surpass him. Not to mention that today is the Great Golden Age. If you really kneel down for 3,000 years, not to mention the opportunity to become an immortal, want to cultivate cannot cultivate, but also will make the purple heaven road heart crumble. It's not a bad idea. Make me kneel? You deserve it. When Zi Xiao heard the tone of that being judging him like an exalted deity, his heart similarly rose with true fire. It won't take 3,000 years. Give me 3 years, and I will behead you. Zi Xiao's arrogant words not only caused the crowd of cultivators to freeze in their tracks, but even that forbidden being froze for a moment, followed by his golden pupils turning ice cold. Boom! The earth trembled, and the shadow of a dragon formed by an earth vein rose up from the ground. The sage realm could manipulate the great forces of heaven and earth, while the supreme realm was already able to utilize the true power of laws. Words follow the law, and a single thought can cause mountains to topple and the earth to fall into the sky. The shadow of the dragon formed by that earth vein let out a roar and charged towards Zi Xiao, who just wanted to resist, but realized that the space around him and the spiritual energy were all blocked. Not to mention resisting, you can't even move now. This was the might of the supreme realm. System, host, why don't you give me the great Tao treasure vase, and I'll burn myself and slaughter that little snake? You still want to take advantage of the fire. Ha! What words this is. This, cough cough. I just want to help you a little bit well. As for this avenue treasure bottle, is a necessary means otherwise you think I can really fight against the supreme What do I need you for? You, hearing Zi Xiao's disgusted voice, the system was also furious. I'm very useful. Okay, you'll know if you use it more. Before, you kept posing as a lousy person. How would you know about my many functions? Chapter 71 This is called professionalism. Zi Xiao and the system were talking. The shadows of the dragons transformed by those earth veins also came to his side. Who? A true dragon silhouette opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards Zi Xiao, and the great Tao treasure vase emitted an eerie shimmering light in his hands, but there was no stopping the attack of the vein of earth. Just as Zi Xiao was about to be devoured by the true dragon shadow, a voice suddenly rang out between heaven and earth. Shun! Boom! This word Jin directly caused those earth veins transformed into true dragon silhouettes to dissipate, and the dark clouds in the sky disappeared along with them, with one figure after another floating above the void under the clear sky. Wisps of Tao rhythm surrounded each of their bodies. The laws of the great Tao resonated with it at this moment, and Chilean City was silent at this moment. You guys, that forbidden being, whose golden pupils seemed to be burning with a blazing flame, looked straight toward the group in the air. The supreme realm possessed the power of laws, and the laws of all things in the universe were naturally entwined around their bodies. He could feel that at this moment, the laws under this heaven and earth were already completely out of his control. The reason being that the group of people in the sky definitely had an existence that was even stronger than his, and there was more than one of them. The kid, a teasing voice drilled inside Zi Xiao's ears. Didn't I tell you to get mad? You can't either. Later, I'll have someone give you a sample. At those words, the corners of Zi Xiao's mouth twitched slightly. This was still not crazy? Just now, he was on the verge of dancing into someone else's forbidden being's face, and if it wasn't for that, would the forbidden being have directly struck out at him? But apparently, the group in the air didn't give him a chance to explain. One of the people shrouded in Tao rhythms stood out and with a wave of his hand, a spatial teleportation array appeared in front of him, inscribing a teleportation array with the laws of heaven and earth. This person was bound to be a powerhouse of the supreme realm. Buzz! The teleportation array gave off a dazzling light, followed by a middle-aged man being teleported over. As soon as Zi Xiao saw this person, he froze. The person who came was none other than the Shaking Light Holy Lord. At this time, the Shaking Light Holy Lord appeared to have just finished taking a bath. Her body was still wrapped in a towel, and she looked at the surroundings with a confused face not knowing what had happened. When he saw the group of people in the air, he didn't care that he was unkempt. He directly bowed with both hands and spoke respectfully. Tian Hao has met all the old ancestors. Sure enough, Zi Xiao tilted his head slightly, and when he saw that group of people appear, he knew that it was bound to be those old ancestors from the Shaking Light Sacred Land who had gone to beat the autumn wind. Little Hausie, how did you teach your senior brother? One of the old ancestors said angrily. Ha! The Shaking Light Holy Lord was dumbfounded. He was brought here without even knowing what happened. Could it be that junior brother had caused trouble? Can't be. Is there anyone more capable of causing trouble than them? The old ancestors? Snap! That old ancestor waved his hand and gave the shaking light holy lord a smack as he continued. What are you looking at? Are you cursing old ancestor me in your heart? As the future bearer of my shaking light holy land. Is not. As the future sea-framing purple and gold beam of my shaking light holy land. Naturally I have to be proud of the world. As a senior brother, you don't teach him how to be arrogant. Say it yourself. Are you a competent senior brother? The shaking light holy lord sighed in relief. So that's how it is. Thought that junior brother had done something heavenly and angry and just wouldn't be arrogant? Looks like it's time for senior brother to demonstrate it himself. Thinking of this, the shaking light holy lord came directly to Zixiao's face and inquired about what had happened earlier. Upon hearing that his own junior senior brother had almost allowed that forbidden being to be suppressed in this place to make amends for 3,000 years, the shaking light holy lord also blew up. What? He dares to be so arrogant. After saying that, the shaking light holy lord looked directly at the forbidden being that stood in the middle of the field. The shaking light saint lord was in the saint realm, but the supreme being was in his face. But he was pleasantly unafraid and even raised his head to look at the other party with his nostrils. You're the kid who wanted my senior brother to kneel before you for 3,000 years. Seeing as you're golden, why don't we do this? You come with me to the shaking light sacred ground, and it would be quite nice to be an illuminated statue for the entrance of the palace where my senior brother is. Swish! With those words, the shaking light holy lord flew directly in front of that forbidden being. There was a clear gap between the height and size of the two, and the shaking light holy lord was only as big as one of the other person's eyeballs. The shaking light holy lord, wrapped in a bath towel, stood in front of that forbidden being's eyes and spoke with a condescending demeanor. Hear that? Boy, be a good boy and follow me back to the Holy Land. You still have. You seek death. 3 times insulted. Even a supreme being couldn't stand it. Not to mention the forbidden ones who thought they were born to be kings. Boom! The forbidden being extended a giant hand, intending to directly crush the mole cricket in front of him. Click here for. But as soon as he acted, chains condensed by Tao rules appeared everywhere in his body, sealing off his entire body. Several old ancestors also appeared at his side. Those old ancestors clearly looked immortal, but when they opened their mouths, they directly made people wonder if they were bandits in origin. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How dare you make a move? Gave you face, didn't you? One of the old ancestors waved his sleeve robe. Boom! The spiritual energy transformed into a hand in the air and slapped the forbidden being's face fiercely. The powerful airwave almost blew the shaking light holy lord's bath towel away, but fortunately he held on to it at the critical moment. Otherwise, even if he had a thick skin, let him walk the bird in front of so many people, then he would have to hate to directly find a crack in the ground to let himself drill in. Shaking light holy land, do you guys want to go to war? The forbidden being couldn't help but roar out in anger as he saw his entire body being bound. The earth instantly shook. If not for the several shaking light ancestors who had blocked all of his spiritual power, even a casual roar from the Supreme would not be something that an ordinary cultivator could withstand. Alright, shut up. The shaking light sacred lord stepped forward once again and snapped his ears, revealing a disgusted expression. You disregarded the rules and struck out at our hall master, and now you're talking about us going to war against you? He was the one who killed our heir first. The forbidden beings roared. Shut up. The shaking light saint lord stepped forward and just gave him a kick. The flesh of the supreme realm was not something that a saint could injure, so this kick was not very lethal, but it was extremely insulting. The eyes of that forbidden being were already about to spit fire. Do you know what level the position of palace master belongs to in my shaking light holy land? That is an existence on par with this seat. Not to mention killing your heir. Even if your true walk of Dangshur appeared, you would have to honestly call out to a senior. Making a move against my shaking light holy land's hallmaster is tantamount to declaring war on us. What kind of stinking fish and shrimp dares to come out and call out to our shaking light holy land? It really gives you face. The shaking light holy lord's words were not only addressed to the forbidden beings, but also to all the people in the 8 wastelands and 10 lands of the 9 regions. Not surprisingly, the news will soon spread around the world. At that time, whoever wanted to take a shot at Zixiao would have to weigh their options. Chapter 72 is just threatening you. The old ancestor on the side was clearly satisfied when he saw how the shaking light holy lord was behaving and even winked at Zixiao, as if to say, see, this is called professionalism. You learn. Zixiao also nodded comprehendingly. The shaking light saint lord's side kicked on that forbidden being from time to time. After all, such opportunities were far too few. Now that his own group of ancestors were present, he was still afraid of nothing. Don't look at the bath towel. But he seemed to be wearing imperial robes and was filled with pride. I'll let you take a shot at my little master. Make you mad. I'm still taking a bath, and I was caught and slapped by my old ancestor. And you still want to be nice? The surrounding cultivators all froze in place, staring blankly at this scene. the shaking light holy lord, who was wearing a bath towel, was punching and kicking the forbidden being, and this forbidden being was a supreme being. Just at this time, an old voice entered everyone's ears. Okay, stop, you hide your head in your ass. Well, snap. Before the shaking light holy lord could finish speaking arrogantly, he was covered by the old ancestor on the side and even slapped. This aggravated him, and he looked at his own old ancestor with tearful eyes. Alright, the others in charge have come out to speak. I, shaking light holy land, am the righteous path on earth. How can I not know how to be courteous? Do you still want to be this holy lord? Looking at the old ancestor who had a serious face and was filled with righteousness, the shaking light holy lord even wiped his eyes. Dare I say that it wasn't you old man who made me arrogant just now? Now I'm being told to keep a low profile, but I'm not ready to start playing the fall, and I'm still on the right track. Shaking the light of the holy lord in that shattered. The result was the old ancestor a look immediately sealed the whole body cultivation. Stood there did not dare to speak. One of the group of old ancestors stood out and smiled. Fellow Daoist, since we're all here, why don't we show ourselves? We are far away in the dark abyss. We can't show up to discuss the Tao with fellow Daoists and the others anymore. How about I ask you to be magnanimous in this matter of Chilean City? At this time, the shaking light holy lord heard that the other party was not here, and immediately shook. That mouth was sealed, but his eyes were tightly fixed on his old ancestor. The latter also understood and gave a quiet flick of his hand behind his back. Buzz. The shaking light sacred lord had just been unlocked from his restraints when he directly and arrogantly spoke. What far away in the dark abyss? You guys clearly don't want to recognize it. Zi Xiao. He's my brother in arms, a beloved family friend, as the junior brother of all of us from the previous generation, plus the position of temple master. You want to put the matter behind you without compensation? You think you're the emperor? Don't talk too much nonsense. You have to add money, or this won't end. The several old ancestors on the side waited until the shaking light sacred lord had finished speaking before speaking in pain. You, how could you possibly unlock our prohibitions? Sins, how dare you be so disrespectful to seniors? You bastard, but after all, you are the holy lord, and when you speak out, you represent our shaking light holy land. The old ancestor sighed and said helplessly, just as well, let's do as you say. After saying that, one of the old ancestors turned his head to look into the void. Fellow Daoist, this matter is not something I wish to do, but as you can see, my family's saint master is amazingly talented, but the saint realm was able to forcefully break through my restrictions. It can't be helped. He's the saint master, and these few of us old farts are only able to listen to him. How about you send some emperor scriptures, emperor pills, emperor weapons and whatnot to bring this matter to light? No sound came out of the void, and it seemed as if that forbidden being who was far away in the dark abyss was also shocked by this shameless appearance of the shaking light holy land. Only after a long time did he slowly speak. Fellow Daoist, you should understand how important the emperor pill is to us. As for the emperor scriptures and the emperor artifacts, I have no way to give them to you either. Do we here have to fight each other with swords? Who's your dog? Before the old ancestor could reply, the shaking light holy lord grabbed the opportunity to speak. I'm the holy lord. Now there's only one way. Either give compensation or let that bastard tied up as a dumpling go to our holy land and serve as a lighting statue for my little senior brother. 2 paths, choose one. Boom. Right after the shaking light holy lord finished speaking, the cloudless sky resounded with the sound of explosive thunder. In the void, it seemed as if some inexplicable existence was trying to break through over, and it took a long time before calm was restored. Don't you dare threaten me. Upon hearing this, the shaking light holy lord didn't spoil him either, but directly said angrily, nonsense. I'm just threatening you. Do I have a heart-to-heart talk with you? Now it's just these 2 paths. Choose one, or else even if I, the shaking light holy land, go to war with you, I won't hesitate to do so. You guys are in the dark abyss, right? Do you want me to ask first ancestor, his old man, to make a trip? At these words, the voices in the void fell silent once again. Even the forbidden beings that were tied up like dumplings in Chilean City had their pupils clenched. No one knew what the first ancestor of the shaking light sacred ground was like better than them. That was a supreme powerhouse that had once amazed an era. Now that their clan is plotting great things in the dark abyss, if they are interrupted at this time, the plans of many epochs will be lost. It was only after a long time that the voice resounded again in the void. Say it, what do you want? Say it in advance. Going too far is definitely not an option. Imperial artifacts, imperial scriptures as well as imperial medicine. We're useful. Hey, the shaking light holy lord smiled lewdly. Since you guys don't want to part with the emperor pill, there's nothing you can do about it. You should know that the emperor pill is incomparably precious. And that little snake of yours has caused our youngest senior brother to have a Dao injury. The Shaking Light Holy Land, used an imperial medicine to save him from being cured. Having struck out at our youngest senior brother one after another, I'm afraid that he's harboring a shadow over this place, and his future path will inevitably be unsuccessful. Hey, so be it. For the sake of junior brother, let's just take a loss and ask for this Chilean city. The supreme being tied up in a dumpling stared wide-eyed. He really wanted to say to the Shaking Light Sacred Lord, "You really dare to open your mouth and ask for the Chilean city?" The reason why they were entrenched in Chilean City was for a chance. And Chilean City, as a former immortal burial site, was also very suitable for their clan to reside in. To put it bluntly, Chilean City was going to be even more precious than the Emperor's Pill. After all, although no one had been able to successfully study the chances of the land of buried immortals for many years, once they succeeded, they would be able to glimpse the chance of becoming an immortal. The people all knew in their hearts which one was stronger or weaker when compared to what kind of emperor medicine and emperor weapon was compared to becoming an immortal. No way! Far away on the other side of the Starry River, in the dark abyss, the most powerful of the Forbidden One clan let out a furious roar. The powerful force made all the surrounding dark creatures tremble. Don't even think about Chilean City. That place is our territory. If you Shaking Light Holy Land, then go to war. You think I'm kidding you? The Shaking Light Saint Lord didn't wait for the other party to finish speaking before interrupting once again. I'm going to invite the first ancestor right now. First, I'll decapitate all your forces in Chilean City, and then I'll head to the Dark Abyss, and I won't stop with you. Chapter 73 I'm going to shake people. When these words came out, there was an uproar in Chilean City. As I said before, because Chilean City was a neutral place, all forces gathered here. Now the Shaking Light Holy Land and the Forbidden Clan entrenched in this Chilean City. The two behemoths are about to go to war, which can't help but shock people. Like this kind of top Taoist system once war, the impact is very large. The star field collapses, the earth sinks and the sky collapses or light. A battle between supreme beings could easily trigger the collapse of time as well as space. If it was really going to be a battle, I'm afraid that all of the surrounding forces would have to migrate ahead of time in order to be able to do so. Inside the Dark Abyss, that Forbidden One supreme being was on the verge of going crazy. And it was agonizing for the surrounding dark creatures that couldn't die anymore. Crazy. A bunch of crazy people. This Shaking Light Holy Lands people are simply looking for death. They think that we are afraid of him. Let's fight. Wait. Just as that Forbidden Clan's supreme powerhouse couldn't hold back his intention to go to war, his companion on the side hastened to dissuade him. It's not a good thing to go against the Shaking Light sacred ground at this time now. They're a bunch of crazies. Who knows that? They are just forcing you to answer the war. Once the war starts, there's no way it'll be over without a couple of epics. And, speaking here, a trace of scorn appeared in the pupils of that supreme being that flowed with the rhythm of the Tao. That first ancestor of theirs you should also understand. He is reckless, regardless of gains and losses. If we let him come here, I'm afraid that all of our calculations will come to naught. And there's that one. When speaking of the latter, that supreme being didn't even dare to mention the other party's name, deeply afraid that if he mentioned the other side, it would trigger karma. At that point, I'm afraid it's really going to be war. Is it possible to just hand over the Chilean City? That burial immortal land is the best place to raise corpses. Silence. The other side of the supreme power interrupted what the other side was about to say with direct seriousness and slowly spoke. The Red Lining City will just be given to them. And when we have succeeded in our calculations, then we will settle the score with them one by one. Just as well, it looks like it will have to do. Inside the Chilean City, the Shaking Light Holy Lord who was picking his nose gave Zi Xiao a look. Junior brother, how is your Dao injury? Does the Emperor Pill work? Zi Xiao also immediately comprehended the meaning of the Shaking Light Sacred Lord. With spiritual power will shocked his chi si, the whole person instantly became shriveled up. Cough cough. Senior brother, I have nothing to do. This time it is to let the clan's old ancestors to take the trouble. Put. Towards the end, Zi Xiao even directly coughed out a mouthful of blood. Ha! The Shaking Light Holy Lord's eyes widened as he hurried to Zi Xiao's side. Senior brother, you're like this and you're still saying it's fine? These bastards from Chilean City are simply inappropriate. They actually injured you to such an extent. Now, it seems that one red training city can't solve it. Let's go to war. Start the war. I'll shake people now. Along with a stream of light, a large flag appeared in the hands of the Shaking Light Holy Lord. The banner was stained with strands of unidentified black blood, and it looked exceptionally terrifying. Chu Tianhao. This asshole. What's the point of bringing out this big flag? He really wants to go to war? Crazy. Pure madness. The supreme being bound into a dumpling twisted his body crazily, just like a large silkworm chrysalis. The one in the hands of the Shaking Light Sacred Lord was a crippled imperial weapon. Shaking the light flag. Ancient times, shaking the light holy land main attack, that really who messed with him, people will shake the flag. Once the flag fluttering with the wind, the whole shaking the light holy land people will sense the call. This was telling them that the clan was going to war. Again, it was stating that the shaking light holy land was going to be immortal with that power. Once the flag is waved there is no turning back. Wait, the voice in the void resounded once again, and this time, it could be clearly heard that the tone of the supreme being who was far away from the dark abyss was somewhat trembling. No one expected that the shaking light holy lord would really dare to bring out this great banner. Talking to who? What an attitude. Whatever. I'm waving the flag. Although he said waving the flag on his lips, the shaking light holy lord didn't mean to move at all, as if he was waiting for the other party to take the initiative a bit. As expected, the voice in the void first stuttered, and then immediately spoke in a voice with clenched teeth. Dao, fellow Daoist, please wait a moment. Hey. The shaking light holy lord stretched his waist and opened his mouth in a comfortable manner. Is it right to talk like this? We all know that I, Chu Tianhao, have always been a civilized person, and I try not to do anything if I can, but nay, you guys have injured my most beloved little brother. If there's an explanation today, it's not impossible for us to talk about it. Good. Shilian City is yours. What? The shaking light holy lord put his hands on his ears and exclaimed. What did you say? I can't hear you. I say, Akira, the city is given to you guys now. The voice in the void rang out word by word, and in the sky, wisps of Tao rhythms continued to flow, and it was clear that that supreme being of the dark abyss was about to suppress his anger at this point. That's more like it. Junior brother, what do you think? Zixiao smiled faintly. Senior brother, I think this matter is very good. Why don't we? Poof. Before the words were finished, another mouthful of blood sprayed out from Zixiao. Blood directly spilled all over the shaking light holy lord's face, and the latter was directly confused. What's going on? You're still acting. You didn't inform me either. Unbeknownst to him, Zixiao was similarly dumbfounded, and this mouthful of blood was completely unexpected. Feeling the injuries in his body, he realized the problem before the system came back, but gave him 50 years of cultivation. However, I am afraid that forcibly pouring in these 50 years of cultivation will hurt the fundamentals. So Zixiao has sealed all this cultivation in the Qi Si, intending to take it slowly. As a result, he didn't expect that when he used his spiritual power to shock his Qi Si just now, it pulled the sealed cultivation, causing the spiritual power to be disorganized, and he was really slightly injured. Coupled with the loosening of the seal of that 50 years of cultivation, he was now surging with spiritual energy, as if he had actually suffered a Tao injury. Seeing that the shaking light sacred lord hadn't reacted yet, Zixiao smiled bitterly and said, Senior brother, I? The old ancestor directly walked over and looked at Zixiao with a solemn face. Zixiao, the emperor medicines didn't even cure your Tao injuries, so why don't you say so? Hey, shaking light holy land, have lost too much, letting such a heavenly pride like you suffer such a serious injury. Immediately afterward, he looked towards the still dazed shaking light holy lord and slapped him on the back of his head. You see your own senior brother suffer such a heavy injury and you still don't care about it. What are you thinking you? After saying that, the old ancestor even deliberately winked at the shaking light holy lord. The latter also reacted immediately. Chapter 74, The Land of the Buried Immortals. Yes, the shaking light sacred lord shouted into the void. My senior brother, he's seriously injured. I'm afraid that one Shilian city won't be enough. Bring me all the emperor pills, emperor weapons, and emperor scriptures. In that case, shame on you. Before the shaking light sacred lord could finish his sentence, an exasperated voice came out from the void. The red training city is yours, and the things stored inside belong to you as well. So hurry up and release my man and tell him to get his ass back here. After saying that, calm was once again restored in the sky. The shaking light holy lord muttered unsatisfiedly. If you don't give it, just don't give it. Why are you like a shrew? What are you cursing about? Randomly, he looked at Zixiao and gave a thumbs up. Senior brother, you are worthy of being you. You are already perfect in this aspect of acting. I think the future shaking light holy land will definitely be handed over to you. TSK, the heavenly treasures stored will be ours. Ha 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 ha. Those shaking light holy land's old ancestors were also all hot-eyed, and before they could say anything more, they directly shot toward the city. The treasure of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, according to the rules passed down from the shaking light sacred land. In addition to surrendering half of it to the clan, whoever snatches the rest counts it as theirs. The crowd of old ancestors all rushed towards the middle of the Qilian city. Now no one dared to take advantage of the fire at all. After all, the shaking light sacred ground's ancestors were here. Who would mind their own life long enough to go and play robbery with the robber's den? Seeing as how that Forbidden One clan had been forced to curse, it would be better for them to keep a low profile. The Shaking Light Holy Lord in Violet Sky also landed on the ground. Senior brother, in a moment, I'll have someone come to officially take over Red Lining City, and you'll be the city lord. By the way, now that things are settled, you don't need to disguise that you're suffering from a Dao injury. Zixio, but his entire body was still bursting with spiritual energy. How the Shaking Light Holy Lord looked at Zixio right now was satisfying. A high and pure character, and for the clan to be able to put down their own character of people, simply as the treasure of the clan. Really cannot figure out Tianxian Holy Land. That group of idiots is not a collective brain pumping will let such a talent flow. No matter what, he, the Shaking Light Holy Land, wouldn't do such a stupid thing, not to mention that Zixio hadn't done that kind of thing, and even if he had, so what? Thanks senior brother, it's okay, I'm more afraid of the dark, making myself brighter is just right. At this point in time, Zixio also had no way to explain that he had just caused his body to glow because of the turbulence in his chi, but he wasn't thinking of acting. So it is. Shaking Light Holy Lord nodded. It is an individual will be a little bit of pet peeves, since the senior brother he likes to glow, then light up. This is also quite good, bright and shiny, and the surrounding cultivators also frequently side-eye them. So pretentious function. Want to next time they also try it? The two of them walked towards the city as they spoke. Rumble. The ground that was bound dumplings, more and more twisted up. Woo woo woo. Because his mouth was gagged, he was only able to make whimpering noises as well. It was as if to say, there's still me, let me go. However, the old ancestors at this time were all enchanted by the heavenly treasures, which have the time to care about him. The surrounding cultivators, even if they want to help, but also do not have enough cultivation, was tied up with the dumplings. But the supreme something that could bind a supreme being, was that something they could unravel? Lu Chang'e, who was 10,000 miles away, was currently looking at the depression in his chest with a cold light in his eyes. System, what's going on? This Zixio, are you sure you didn't give the wrong information? Host, don't worry, the Heavenly Fate villain system will definitely not make mistakes. I think that Zixio must have gotten some special resources, and as for the future, he must be the backdrop for some heavenly destined son, so we need to be the first to snatch his chance. Lu Chang'e smiled coldly. Robbing his chance? Now not only did I not snatch his chance, even the great Dao treasure vase was snatched by him. What do you want me to continue to fight him with? Don't worry host, I'll help you. You can utilize your heaven-swallowing demon body to devour those heavenly pride. He has an upper limit and you don't. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang'e exited the system and looked his gaze into the distance. Zixio, it's going to be the clan competition soon. At that time, I'll use the identity of the eldest son of the everlasting Willow family to visit your Shaking Light sacred ground. I hope that at that time, you'll still be able to remain strong. After saying that, Lu Chang'e left towards the distance without looking back. The reason why he couldn't withstand Zixio was definitely because he had just awakened his demonic power and hadn't absorbed enough bloodline. As long as he went back to find that one or two heavenly destiny sons and devour their chi, he would only be qualified to face that man on the day of the clan competition. Qilian City. The Shaking Light Holy Lord had already changed into a golden tawdry costume at this time and brought Zixio to the underground in the middle of the city. After coming underground, Zixio realized that there were other places inside. Where's the cave? It's a complete underground graveyard. The area is not at all inferior to the ground. And the reason why it is called a graveyard is because as soon as you come underground you see tombstone after tombstone standing here. There was a black stone pillar at the very front, which was flowing with an ethereal light, and on it was inscribed with the word burial in Dao rhythms. The air was filled with a sense of decay, and the sound of howling winds could occasionally be heard in the ears. And with this graveyard, it was as if the ghosts were crying and wolves were howling. One undead soul after another that had lost its mind wandered around. The dirt on the ground seemed to be thick with blood and flesh. The smell of blood pungent to the nose. Broken limbs and exhausted white bones could be seen everywhere. These broken limbs or white bones. I don't know what epoch was buried here strong, with a wisp of antiquity, but even though they died for so long, they still did not weather, so it can be seen how strong their cultivation was in life. What is this place? Hearing Zixio's inquiry, the Shaking Light Holy Lord turned his head and patiently explained. Senior brother, you don't know. This is the legendary graveyard where immortals are buried. But of course, it's just a legend. In the last epoch, the spirits of that forbidden clan turned this place into a forbidden zone. The other Dao lineages naturally disagreed, so there was a tragic battle here, and in the end, although those forbidden beings won, the price they paid was not small at all. They wanted to look for the opportunity to become immortal here, but many years have passed without a single clue. Hearing this, Zixio had a few moments of doubt. Senior brother, they don't have a single clue about this matter. How did you know? Ha 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 ha. The shaking light sacred lord laughed out in triumph. Senior brother. Senior brother, you must know that my shaking light sacred land is exceptionally knowledgeable about the major secret realms that possess opportunities. Why do you think our old ancestor is absent from the sect all year round? It's natural to go out and grab scouting information. It's still a bandit den. The only thing Zixio knew now was that he had come to an abstract sect, but he didn't hate this feeling at all. After not many days of coming, a sense of belonging was born. Perhaps this was why the Shaking Light Holy Land was able to unite up and down. Chapter 75, A Handbone. Phew, phew, that constant onslaught of ghastly wind around them scraped against the bodies of the crowd. Even the Shaking Light Holy Lord, whose cultivation had reached the saint realm, couldn't help but shiver. It wasn't that he was timid, but these cloudy winds were extremely bizarre, as if they were constantly sticking into the bone marrow, making one's whole body cold. On the contrary, Zixio not only didn't have any abnormalities, but also had a few expressions of enjoyment. This place was clearly an excellent venue for practicing the burial skill. The heavenly burial technique required a burial intent to condense, and this burial site fit the bill. If before, Zixio was still not interested in the position of the city lord of this Chilean city, then now he only wanted to say a word. It's so fragrant. Hey, senior, are you okay? The Shaking Light Holy Lord arrived in front of Zixio and kept waving his hand. He had seen his own youngest junior brother giggling there since just now, as if he had been possessed by something dirty, and if he hadn't still been able to feel the Tao rhythms on the other party, he would have had to call back all the old ancestors. I'm fine, elder brother. Zixio shook his head and continued. There seems to be a great chance for me here, so for a moment I was a bit frozen. Oh, upon hearing about the great opportunity, the Shaking Light Holy Lord's tone turned serious. Senior brother, you have to be careful. This is the legendary land of immortal burial. Even that forbidden clan stood here for an epoch, and they didn't find the slightest clue. The word immortal is a murderous knife. If you're not careful you might end up in hell. No matter what chance there is, you must think twice before you do so. Seeing the concerned Shaking Light Holy Lord in front of him, Zixio's heart was also warmed. He had obviously only joined this sect for a short while, but both his own master, as well as the many elders, ancestors, and even disciples, all cared for him. If he didn't have the word villain blatantly above his label, he would have thought he was the chosen one. Walking on top of the dirt that was covered in blood, Zixio didn't notice that a trace of blood was appearing in his deep pupils. What is this? Just at this time, the words of the Shaking Light Holy Lord interrupted Zixio's thoughts. Looking forward, there was a stone platform, on top of which there was a hand bone that was as crystalline as white jade. The bones of that hand were palm up, 5 fingers extended, as if they were trying to grab something. Shifu? The Shaking Light Saint Lord realized that Zixio did not pay attention to him and instead walked towards that hand bone, worrying that there was a fraud. He immediately reached out and pulled Zixio back. What are you going to do? Senior. Zixio's tone suddenly became serious, his eyes staring straight at the hand bone. The great chance I mentioned before should be it. There's no need to stop me. It's okay. After saying that, Zixio pushed away the Shaking Light Sacred Lord's hand and walked straight towards the hand bone. Shoo 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 shoo. Stream after stream of light passed by, and the old ancestors had clearly found loot that satisfied them. They came to the Shaking Light Holy Lord's side and similarly saw the hand bone. There's a big secret on that hand bone. That's right. It's clearly a human bone, but I can't feel the breath on it in the slightest. It's as if it's covered by something. How about it? Should we stop this kid? He's the future of our Shaking Light Holy Land. We can't afford a single slip. No need. Can't you see that Tion how the kid is all standing in place? It's obvious that it's not stopping him. A heavenly pride? Especially to a heavenly pride like Zixio. Surely he has his own chances. We just need to stand here and quietly watch. If there is any danger, we can always help him out as well. The old ancestors were discussing with each other, but they were all communicating with their divine thoughts for fear of disturbing the violet sky. Soon, Zixio arrived in front of the stone platform and looked at the hand bone. For some reason, he felt that this hand bone was very familiar, as if it was a deceased person. However, as a traveler, he had stayed in the Tianxian Holy Land for the small half of his life and had never come out at all. And those disciples of the Tianxian Holy Land were obviously not the owners of this hand bone. What the hell is going on? Violet Sky murmured in a low voice. What he didn't notice was that his hand was reaching uncontrollably toward the hand bone. Click. Finally, his hand covered on top of that hand bone with its palm facing the sky, and the moment his 10 fingers gripped each other, that hand bone actually made a crisp sound, and it also continued to tighten its grip on Zixio's hand. Boom. Just at this time, the entire burial ground shook violently. The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling was unceasing, and that one wandering ghost let out a hoarse roar, as if something horrible was about to happen. There seems to be a problem. It's okay. We have to trust him and wait. Waiting my ass. If something happens to such an outstanding heir, how are we going to explain to the sect? Still the clan. If something happens to him, you guys should first consider whether that Misty girl will blow up our graves. Go and drag him back. The old ancestors couldn't hold back. The aura in the air made them, who were supreme beings, feel their souls tremble. This kind of chance. Don't want it. If something happens to Zixiao, then it would be really hard to blame for all the deaths. Thinking of this, an old ancestor reached out and tried to yank Zixiao back. It was at this time that the change came suddenly, accompanied by a roaring sound. The stone platform directly exploded. A corrosive intent erupted towards the surrounding, and the purple sky at the very center was completely wrapped up in it. Help! The crowd of old ancestors were jealous. If something really happened to Zixiao under their noses, it would simply be an insult to them. Boom boom boom. The breath that belongs solely to the most powerful spreads throughout the entire burial ground. Mountains tumble down. Ghosts go up in smoke. Tombstones crumble. One terrifying vision after another spread across the sky. The eyes of these old ancestors were red, and a large amount of spiritual energy sent the still dazed shaking light sacred lord flying, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the most miserable toolman in history. However, when the supreme power's spiritual energy reached the location where Zixiao was, the latter actually disappeared out of thin air. What's going on? Where is everyone? Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell happened? Where did my shaking light holy land's hot air go? Asshole. The old ancestor's hair danced wildly as one after another fell into a frenzy. One of the old ancestors flicked his sleeve robe, and countless amounts of spiritual energy condensed into a large hand that grabbed the shaking light holy lord who had been shaken away. Tianhao boy, you give me that. Where did Zixiao go? Ha! The shaking light holy lord was practically crying out. Old ancestor, I don't know. Just now, senior brother said that there was a chance for him, so he just walked over there by himself, and I'm just standing here just like you guys. What's the point of having you as a holy lord? Why don't you stop him? The shaking light holy lord was practically speechless, muttering in a low voice. Why didn't you guys stop him just now? Chapter 76, The Funeral Coffin. What? What did you say? The old ancestor had a threatening look on his face, and his aura grew thicker and thicker. Feeling that terrifying pressure, the shaking light holy lord was aggrieved like a little daughter-in-law. Old ancestor, I really don't know. Who knows that the senior brother he suddenly, in order to not let that slap from the old ancestor hit his face, the shaking light holy lord seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Yes. I said, how could those assholes give up Chilean City to us so simply? There's definitely something going on here. What? As expected, the old ancestors blew their beards and eyes out one by one, and they too associated with the problem. Why were these forbidden clans so good at talking nowadays, giving such a large burial ground for immortals when they said they would, and they even let them have the treasure trove? Is there a conspiracy here? The purpose was to try to slaughter their most favored disciple? If you can tolerate it, you can't. Assholes. These bastards. I'll never die with them. The forbidden ones. Right? The dark abyss is right. Well. You guys are actually playing this? Then don't blame me for not being martial. That's right. Dare to count our heirs. Fight them. Go to war. We're not going to war this time. They still think we're made of clay. The group of old ancestors turned into streams of light and sped off into the distance. Only the shaking light sacred lord and the old ancestor who had sent him flying earlier remained at the scene. Tian Hao. You kid. There must be a conspiracy, right? Hey, old ancestor, how did you see it? Crap, the old ancestor said without a trace of anger. If you really thought that they were plotting to assassinate our disciples, I'm afraid that you would have already brought out that big flag by now, wouldn't you? You were able to endure it. What a joke. The shaking light holy lord hemmed and hawed and took out an ancient lamp from his bosom. It's still you, old ancestor, who understands me. Just now when my senior brother left, I've already bound this lamp to him. Once he encounters any crisis, I can use this extradition lamp to extradite him back. As for why we're at war with these grandsons, when he said this, the shaking light holy lord's eyes also took on a few points of viciousness, and the aura of his entire body directly changed. With the aura of the sage realm on display, they know that there are many weirdnesses here, and they still don't inform us in advance. They are simply looking for death. If we don't let the first ancestor, his old man, go and knock some sense into them, these assholes will still think that we're really idiots. In the meantime, Zixiao arrived at a secret room. The moment he made contact with that hand bone just now, the teleportation array activated as a result, but his intuition told him that the hand bone wouldn't harm him, so he let it teleport him to this place. As far as the eye could see, the large chamber was deserted. On top of the surrounding stone walls, there were one mysterious and bizarre pattern after another, and it seemed that one more glance would lead to falling into it, so Zishao didn't watch too much. Walking forward along the verdant stone path under his feet, the sense of decay in the air became more and more intense. In a short time, it came to a connecting corridor. The ground of this connecting corridor had been covered by weak water. The reason why it was said to be weak water was because the water was ancient and had no ripples. More than that, the color of the water was ghostly black. Even the reflections were not there. The crystals on top of the stone wall emitted a faint light, and the reason why it was said to be faint was because the weak water had sucked all the light away. Weak water can absorb everything under the sun, and once you fall into it, you will absolutely die. Even if you have a monstrous cultivation, you can't get rid of the fate of your soul flying away, and you can't even leave a trace of ashes. The connecting corridor was only about one person high, so trying to leap over it was simply delusional, and if one was not careful, one would be sucked inside the weak water. Therefore, Zishao was only able to stay here to ponder the method of crossing over. How is this going to get past? While Zishao was wondering, he suddenly realized something and looked down carefully. A line of footprints? Someone's been here. In the very center of the weak water, there was a line of faint footprints, and the weird thing was that the footprints were obviously not much deeper, but the weak water completely avoided those footprints and went around the flow. Buzz! Zishao took out a spirit stone from his storage space and threw it directly on top of that footprint. As expected, the weak water for that line of footprints as if how scrupulous. Simply do not dare to approach. The spirit stone safe and sound. Seeing this scene, Zishao gritted his teeth and directly stepped on his footprints, walking towards the front step by step. It was obviously not much of a distance, but when he reached it, Zishao was as if he was in a different world, and bits and pieces appeared in his mind as he walked. Those fragments are blurry. There's blood and bone everywhere. It was a dark time. However, it is completely impossible to see it if you want to take a closer look. Ta-ta-ta. In the empty connecting corridor, only the sound of Zishao's footsteps echoed. Walking aimlessly forward for I don't know how long, he finally came to another room, which was more like a catacomb than a room. For in front of the wide room stood a huge tombstone. Body after body, shrouded in darkness, fell to their knees in front of the headstones. Even if his body was wrapped in darkness, Zishao was still able to feel the pressure from his body that seemed to be able to tear his body apart. These beings must have been top-notch powerhouses before they died. A few lines are inscribed above the gray headstone. Bury the heavens, bury the earth, bury all beings, digging up bones, pulling out souls, and destroying reincarnation, now buried since. The words that followed were obscured by some black substance that was no longer readable. Zishao didn't have much understanding of these words either, and what made his eyes widen was the black coffin behind the tombstone. When using the burial sky technique, he could sacrifice a black coffin. That black coffin was the burial sky skill itself, which meant that it was the skill that was used to inscribe the Tao rhythm and derive the black coffin. And at this moment, this black coffin in front of him was actually exactly the same as the black coffin that he had derived from his burial sky skill. Those bizarre patterns on the black coffin, the flow of decaying intent, and the one slit that was vaguely opened. System, what's wrong? The system's voice was drowsy, as if it had just woken up from a nap. I'd been a little off since just now, as if something went wrong with the laws of the great Tao. But the system suddenly acted as if it had exploded. Where are you? Where are you? I don't know. Can you tell me what's going on with the black coffin in front of me? The burial heaven technique was a technique given by the system, so Zishao thought that the system must know the origin of this black coffin. Why is it that inside this so-called land of buried immortals, there is a black coffin that is exactly the same as the one derived from the burial heavenly skill? I don't know. At this moment, the system was like a scared little girl. Its voice was full of trembling. This technique, the burial heaven technique, is not able to diffuse the so-called coffins at all. That's just a demonic technique. The black coffin you diffused before, I thought it was your fetish. Zishao was able to hear that the system wasn't lying. What about the black coffin in front of us? Forget it. A man dies a man's death. Zishao put his heart on the line and walked directly towards the black coffin. Dude, what are you doing? Let's not go, okay? It's scaring the system. Come out with me and use the boundary-breaking talisman I gave you. It's too weird. I can't. I really can't. Chapter 77, A Drop of Blood. Zishao ignored the cries of the system and walked straight to the black coffin. Just as soon as he got close, he was able to feel the thick sense of decay. Dude, be a man and listen to advice. How about this? I'll give you whatever reward you want. Let's not touch this. It's not good to touch. Ding dong. Your system is about to crash. The progress of the crash is 99.9999999%. System, Zixiao sighed and said doubtfully, "Aren't you a system? What are you afraid of? What's wrong with this thing that it can still eat you?" "No way. I can't. You don't know. I'm feeling like I can't tell. Geez, I'm going to lose it anyway. Don't touch it. Use the boundary-breaking talisman. Turn off the voice. You king. Ding dong. The system's voice function is turned off." After Zixiao turned off that noisy system voice, the entire world cleared up, and he sank his breath, reaching out his hand to gently place it on top of the black coffin. Boom! A sense of decay immediately filled the entire tomb. Woohoo! It was obviously a closed grave, but I heard someone choking in a low voice, and the sound made your scalp tingle. But Zixiao did not have the slightest fear. He was an atheist in his previous life, and this time he came back to the world of immortality. "I am still afraid of you, what ghosts and monsters? Click here." Zixiao reached out his hand and kept pushing on the coffin lid. Along with an ear-piercing sound, a powerful corrupting force wrapped around Zixiao's entire body. His hands began to age, like withered branches, and his skin was beginning to crack, with pieces of skin on them constantly drifting down. Buzz! Zixiao revved up his burial heavenly skill to resist that terrifying corrupting force. Obviously burial heavenly skill was the most resistant to this corrupting force, but at the moment it was not useful at all. He was only able to watch his white jade-like hand continue to decay, and the power of that decay had spread to the top of his arm, revealing the white bones. "I don't believe it yet. Drive me." Zixiao let out a roar as the primordial heavenly demon body began to operate, black runes constantly surrounding his body, and the burial intent of the burial heavenly skill burst out. If one hand doesn't work, then two. Both hands were placed on the top of the coffin and kept pushing the lid on it. Strangely enough, that coffin had clearly revealed a crack, and logically, it was simple to push it open. But Zixiao felt as if he was pushing a mountain. It was as if the lid of the coffin had been absorbed, and even after exhausting his entire body, he was only able to make the lid move a hair's breadth away. Good. Can't push it. Right. Then I'll break it for you. Zixiao's eyes stared. His hands formed seals, and the burial intent of the burial heavenly skill became stronger and stronger. And within a short time, a black coffin appeared behind him. Both hands grasped the diffused black coffin and smashed it fiercely against the solid black coffin in front of him. Boom! A roar rang out and the entire tomb began to shake. The two black coffins simultaneously erupted with the power of decay and fought against each other. Zixiao did not notice that the black coffin that he had derived by running the burial heavenly skill. At this moment, inside the cracked slit, the hand that was as crystalline as jade once again reached out. The moment that hand reached out, the black coffin in front of him was opened. Boo! The decaying intent inside directly impacted Zixiao's body, and the skin on his body was peeling off. But Zixiao didn't flinch in any way, directly shaking the Qi, using the residual Emperor Pill medicinal power as well as those 50 years of cultivation to continuously repair themselves. Boom. With the sound of a strong heartbeat, Zixiao took a step forward. At this time, the black coffin had been completely lifted off, revealing what it looked like inside. And just by taking a look at it, Zixiao's eyes widened. Within the coffin was he himself. His body was dressed in black attire. His silver-purple hair was scattered casually, and his evil face carried a hint of a smile. How is this possible? Turn on the system voice. Ding dong. The system voice function is turned on. Zixiao you %%%. Hashtag. Just as soon as he opened his voice, he heard the system's broken voice, but at this moment, Zixiao didn't have time to pay attention to it, and went straight to the topic. System, tell me, is there reincarnation in this world or not? Hearing Zixiao's words, the system went silent, and after a while, slowly spoke. Host, you have to remember that the truly strong never believe in reincarnation. There is no reincarnation in this world, not even the Great Tao. He will only be shattered and then reorganized. But after reorganization the Great Tao will still be the same as the original Great Tao? Even the Great Tao cannot be reincarnated, let alone living beings. Even parallel worlds don't exist. So those so-called rebirths since the beginning of time are all fake. They were merely a memory stuffed in by the heavenly Tao. Never really reincarnated or reborn. Time is a concept given by man. A concept that has no meaning to the Great Tao. So reincarnation and rebirth into the past, this is something that absolutely cannot exist. Even when you traveled to this world, didn't you start as a baby? You just had your life carried on. But that wasn't rebirth. You can't reincarnate. So what was that thing I saw from inside the coffin? Zixiao thought that inside the coffin was his own past life. Or maybe it was him in a parallel world. But it turned out that this idea was directly overturned by the system. What did you see from inside the coffin? Wasn't that just a drop of blood? What else? Hearing the system's words, Zixiao froze and once again looked down. Sure enough, inside the coffin, he was gone. And in his place, a drop of black blood. silent inside the coffin, without the slightest fluctuation. No reincarnation, no rebirth, just a drop of blood. Zishao even felt that he was hallucinating, but he knew in his heart that what he had just seen of himself was definitely not a hallucination. If it's not your past self, then what the hell is it? Future self? Buried inside a coffin? Host. At this time, the system also slowed down and anxiously said, "What exactly did you just see from inside the coffin? Don't tell me you saw yourself in your previous life. Don't tease me. Let me tell you, I have a bad temper. I'll really get mad." Phew. Zishao exhaled deeply and said quietly, "Don't worry. I didn't see anything. Just like you said. Isn't this just a drop of blood? That's good. That's good. That's good." The system said 3 then in a row, and it wasn't clear if he was comforting himself or if he really believed in Zishao. Zishao ignored the system and looked at the drop of black blood in the middle of the coffin and subconsciously extended his hand. No! It was too late for the system to stop, and Zishao's slender fingers had already touched the drop of black blood. Boom! A violent tremor occurred in the burial ground outside. Tombstone after tombstone directly shattered, and the ghosts even directly dissipated. Chapter 78. You say the Dragon Kingdom people don't lie to the Dragon Kingdom people. The tremor lasted a long time before it ended. Zishao also slowly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of an inexplicable smile. "Host, buddy, are you okay? Even I can't see through the origin of that drop of black blood bead, but I can feel its bizarre aura. Are you really alright?" The system cautiously tried. "It's okay." Zishao shook her head. "This blood may have expired. I don't have any reaction." "No really? Absolutely not. And do you know that you stood here stupidly for over a month after you touched this drop of blood? This who knows? The tomb itself is dark and cannot distinguish between day and night. Plus Zishao has been in a metaphysical state before. One stop for over a month? I guess it should be that the drop of blood expired, so I was fainted." "Don't worry. I'm fine," Zishao said indifferently. "It better be okay. Or not." Amidst the system shredding, Zishao turned around and walked towards the front. This month's coma seemed to have made him unusually familiar with this cave, only to see him walk to the back of the black coffin and reach out to gently caress a stone pillar. That stone pillar was similarly carved with bizarre patterns on top. After Zishao reached out and pressed, boom, the entire tomb shook, and immediately afterward, a door appeared in front of him, the very place that led to the outside world. "Dude, do you swear you guessed this exit?" The system roared wildly. "Well, I was more of a fan of speculative dramas when I was at Blue Star, so I guessed it." "Blue Star? Oh." The system laughed coldly. "Then I'll believe you if you tell me that the Dragon Nation people don't lie to the Dragon Nation people. You're not human, so there's no point in me saying that. Just say it. You say it. Come on. I want to hear you say it myself. Do you have ears?" The system fell into silence. Only after a while did it quietly open its mouth. "Okay, I get it. It's true that feelings can fade, right? I take you as a pro-host. You take me as a table system. Okay, that's it. I get it. I shouldn't ask no more." Zishao did not respond and walked towards the outside of the cave on his own. "Are you sure you don't want to think about talking about it? I thought that Unity was hurt and was in the middle of a heartbreak, but then the system popped up again just as I reached the burial site. You talk a little too much." "Alright, I talk a lot. I talk a lot. In the past when you call me a small Unity, cannot be used to throw me aside, right? You really. System, turn off the voice function. Zishao, you big ding dong, turn off the system voice function." The entire world cleared up once again, and Zishao also walked out of the burial ground. At this moment, the burial ground was a mess. The tombstones all crumbled, and the ghosts disappeared without a trace. In this month's time, it was obvious that something had happened here that Zishao didn't know about. "Young master," just as Zishao was planning to walk out, Senior Sister Lu from the Shaking Light Holy Land quickly rushed up, her eyes filled with surprise. "You're finally out." Seeing the visitor, Zishao was also stunned and quickly spoke. "Senior Sister Lu, what brings you here?" Senior Sister Lu came to Zishao's side and grabbed his hand as she inquired with concern. "Are you alright? After you disappeared from the burial ground, eldest senior brother was only able to return to the sect first in order to look after the overall situation, but has been sending people to guard here just to pick you up. It's finally my shift today. I didn't expect you to come out here." "Great. Quickly follow me back to the sect. Looking out for the big picture?" Hearing what Senior Sister Lu said, Zishao's heart trembled. Could it be that the Divine Destiny Sun effect had appeared? Because of Zui Yu and Fei, the clan was in some kind of crisis of being destroyed? That's not good. Not to mention what the Shaking Light Sacred Ground had done for him, but just speaking of the love and care that his ethereal master had shown him, as well as the fact that the Shaking Light Sacred Lord had actually assigned the Core Palace Master to come here to wait for him. This favor had to be repaid. If one really encounters a heavenly event of the dog heaven's way, one must stop it even if one has to give everything. Thinking of this, Zixiao hurriedly inquired. Senior Sister Lu, did something happen to the clan? Yes, the old ancestors have traveled to the Dark Abyss to wage war? What? The Dark Abyss? As a once authentic holy son of the Tianxian Holy Land, Zixiao was also very knowledgeable about the hidden secrets of this world. The Dark Abyss, that's an absolute forbidden place. Unlike those forbidden clans that had drawn out forbidden zones, forbidden lands, as the name implied, were places that one could never go to. In the darkness of the abyss, there was no spiritual energy or light, let alone any heavenly treasures. There were only tired white bones as well as broken limbs and arms, because for the dark beings inside the Dark Abyss, the flesh and blood of the creatures was simply a great tonic. Once a cultivator entered it, he would be watched by the darkness until he was consumed by endless dark creatures. In the ancient era, there was once an accomplished pathfinder who went to the Dark Abyss, trying to figure out where these dark creatures came from. But after that accomplished pathfinder went in, he directly disappeared without a trace. No one from the Sengoku province can go there, let alone the rest of the world. What exactly are the old ancestors going to war with in the Dark Abyss? Senior Sister Lu, it's not too late. Let's hurry back to the sect. Zixiao didn't want to see a devastated sect when he returned. Seeing this anxious look on Zixiao's face, Senior Sister Lu soothed. Senior brother doesn't have to be so anxious. The old ancestors are just going to the Dark Abyss to deal with that Forbidden One clan, and aren't going to figure out the truth of what the Dark Abyss is all about. So they won't be going any deeper. Why are we at war with the Forbidden Ones? Because of you. Senior Sister Lu extended a slender jade finger and tapped Zixiao's forehead. You don't know that since you disappeared, the old ancestors found a reason to directly attack towards the Dark Abyss. For is going to blackmail. That threat. Not. Oops. Anyway, just want to let them out of the bleeding just. This time my ancestor followed. You do not have to worry. Right. Senior Sister Lu's words changed. This is not a good place to talk right now. Let's go out first. Yes. Although Zixiao was curious about the matter of the old ancestors going to war with the Forbidden One clan, now was not the time to pursue the matter. He had already disappeared for a month, so how could he not return to the clan first? With that said, the two left in pairs towards the exit of the burial ground. After the two had left, a hand reached out from amongst a crumbling grave. In the meantime, Dark Abyss. At this moment, at the entrance to the Dark Abyss, the stars shook and the Tao erupted as stream after stream of light scattered in all directions. The surrounding mountains all collapsed, and the starry river seemed to have torn a huge hole in it. The aura of the most powerful one caused those dark creatures to directly turn into flying dust. Those forces that were still holding down this place also quietly left. They knew that there were supreme beings exchanging blows here. Chapter 79. Just you kid called 100 battles off? Shaking light Holy Land. You guys are bullying people too much. Boom. Along with a roar, the Dark Abyss also began to tremble violently. The casual actions of a supreme being would trigger a resonance between heaven and earth, and although there was no Tao rhythm in this Dark Abyss, the power of that supreme being himself was already capable of causing the void to collapse and the 10,000 paths to submit. Just to bully you, the old ancestor of the shaking light Holy Land roared. You know that there are weirdness everywhere in that burial ground, but you still didn't tell us, allowing my palace master to go and risk his own life, and now the person hasn't been found until now. You guys are just looking for death. Fart. The Forbidden One clan's most powerful person retorted. That is the land of the buried immortal. You guys had to grab it, and we complied with you, and our own stupidity fell into the bizarre trap, and this can be blamed on our heads? Also, you guys killed our clan's supreme ancestor and sacrificed him to the flag, and even refined his Tao bones into a magic treasure. Do you really think that we are afraid of you? Jia. The old ancestor of the shaking light Holy Lord laughed out a villainous voice. Not afraid? Aren't you afraid to come out? Hiding in there like a shrunken head turtle. Come on, come out. Let's talk face to face. Just at this time, an indifferent voice came out from the Dark Abyss. There is no need to say much. People of the shaking light Holy Land, state your intentions. If you continue to bully and insult our clan, even if the great Tao collapses and the sun and moon shatter, I will still fight you. Boom. Before that Forbidden One's supreme powerhouse could finish his words, the entire Dark Abyss was suddenly illuminated briefly, and countless stars were manipulated by the most powerful one with great power, smashing towards the Dark Abyss. That one star was covered with Tao rules. If they were all allowed to smash into the Dark Abyss, it was feared that it would lead to the appearance of a great terror in the Dark Abyss without any surprises. How dare you? Seek death. Stop him. The supreme warriors of the Taboo clan were all enraged. How could they not expect that someone would actually be so bold as to bring out the great terror in the Dark Abyss? That was an existence that even the Tao formers were afraid of. For a moment, Tao rules covered the Dark Abyss. and one giant hand after another emitting golden light blocked those smashing stars. As one star crumbled, it also revealed the figure behind the star. It was a figure covered by the Tao, and even though it didn't reveal its appearance and couldn't distinguish its gender or race, it was able to feel the meaning of its splendor. The sun, moon, and stars surrounded him, and wisps of Tao drifted recklessly, like the heavenly Tao that supreme and full of majesty voice rang out. This world does not allow people who can pretend more than me. Little Golden Hair Clan, you have passed. What? The supreme beings of the Forbidden One clan all froze. They had recognized the ineffable figure, only for the other party's words to make them instantly doubt their lives. What do you mean the world doesn't allow for people who can pretend more than you? First ancestor of the Shaking Light Holy Land, don't be too crazy. If my clan hadn't been trapped, do you think you could still be so arrogant? If I go one step further, even if I carry the dark abyss on my back and the stars in one hand, I will be equally. Boom! Before the words were finished, the magnificent figure in the middle of the Star River shot toward the dark abyss. Boom boom boom. The crowd of old ancestors only heard a terrifying roar from inside the dark abyss as well as the voice of the first ancestor of the Shaking Light Holy Land. Carrying the dark abyss, huh? Hands on the stars, huh? I'll let you carry it. I'll let you carry it. Boom boom boom. Immediately followed by a scream. It was obvious that a great terror had occurred inside the dark abyss. On the contrary, the Shaking Light Holy Land's old ancestors were all peaceful, with no intention of going forward at all. Hey, really sympathize with him. What do you think you're pretending for a good reason? What we, Aizu, hate the most is when someone is madder than him. This kid is miserable. He's still carrying the dark abyss. Ha 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 ha, what a shame. No, how did he dare? The last person who was this wild has been suppressed by the first ancestor into the land of defilement for tens of thousands of years. Hey, still too young to understand. The matter of the dark abyss was unknown to Zi Xiao. He had just come out of the burial ground, and had planned to go forward to Qingfeng House to take a look at the Paitbao Ruyu. I ended up meeting a teenager who was setting up a stall. This teenager looks 17 or 18 years old. Thick eyebrows and big eyes and straight back. A look is the kind of simple and honest people. The reason why Zixia was flabbergasted was not anything else. Rather, after he came out of the burial ground, he directly opened his eye of insight, wanting to see what kind of demons and devils were inside the city that belonged to him in the future. And he found this teenager's panel. Name, Li Baizhang. Bone age, 17. Cultivation, middle foundation establishment. Physique, berserk battle body. Tags, great emperor's posture. Many children. Thick and thin. Ill-fated. Martial arts roots. Recent chance, 50 years later in the Panlong domain as saint in the secret realm of the forging of the body method. From then on a flight to heaven. In 51 years. A great emperor? Li Baichun? Add to that a chance that comes only after 50 years. Thick and thin. And great guy. Zi Xiao directly thought of the first massive light that he had encountered when he had once used the Tathagata self-realization technique. The great emperor of the 100 battles. Well, we met in person, right? Junior brother, where are you going? On the side. Senior sister Lu saw Zi Xiao rolling up her arms and sleeves and rushing over to a teenager. Unsure, Zi Xiao didn't explain too much and walked directly to Li Baizhuan. This fellow Daoist, may I ask which piece you have your eyes on him? Before Li Baizhuan could finish his sentence, he was directly carried out from the stall by Zi Xiao grabbing his collar. This fellow Daoist, what do you mean by this? Hands are not allowed in the middle of Red Training City. Li Baichang struggled continuously with his hands and feet, but it was obvious that his struggles were minimal and it was impossible for him to escape from Zi Xiao's hands. Li Baizhuang, you've made me look for you. Zi Xiao lightly squinted his eyes and almost said the words through clenched teeth. Come, let's have a good chat. After saying that, Zi Xiao stopped senior sister Lu from following with his eyes as he carried Li Baichang's collar and walked directly towards the inside of the alley. Boo! After arriving at an unoccupied corner, Zi Xiao threw Li Baizhuang to the ground with one hand. The latter rubbed his body, which was sore from the fall, and looked at Zi Xiao in disbelief. This fellow Daoist, I've never seen you before. Why are you being so personal? Against? Jia. Just you kid called Li Baijun, right? Boo! Zi Xiao viciously punched Li Baichang in the eye, and the latter's eye socket was instantly bruised. Before Li Baichang could finish his sentence, Zi Xiao was raining punches and kicks on him, shouting as he did so, speak or not speak. Say no. Say it or not. Say. Finally, Li Baichang still couldn't stand the pain in his body and cried out in aggravation. What do you want me to say? You ask instead. When he cried out like that, Zi Xiao also came back to his senses. Right. I'll let him say something. Originally, when Li Baizhuan saw that Zi Xiao froze in place, he thought that the other party had figured it out and was planning to let him go. But in the next second, Zi Zhao's fist struck again. Borrow or not? Borrow or not? Borrow or not? Chapter 80, going to be the main character in someone else's house. Boom boom boom. In the middle of the silent corner, only punches and kicks could be heard for who knows how long. It was only then that Zi Zhao slowly walked out of the alley, leaving behind the scaly Li Baijun, the future Baijun emperor. Ahem. Poof. Li Baichang spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with flames of hatred. Although I don't know who you are, but 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the youth. No kidding? Just as Li Baizhang was there firming up his Dao heart, a ghostly sigh came from behind him. Li Baizhang turned his head violently, and only then did he realize that at some point, Zixia was actually standing behind him. This old six, he didn't leave. He. Li Baizhang laughed out bitterly. This, fellow Daoist, if I say that those words just now were all a misunderstanding, will you believe me? Guess what I believe. Click here. Zixia once again moved his bones a few times, making a clicking sound, and then walked forward with a sardonic smile on his face. Mo deceive the young and poor, right? Then I'll help you out. I'll let you skip Mo to dear middle-aged poor, Mo dear elderly poor, and come straight to the dead being the greatest. You want to kill me? Li Baizhang couldn't believe his ears. This Taoist friend. We have no grudges in the past. I don't even know where I offended you. You want to borrow what you directly tell me cannot. It's too torturous. I have nothing. It's all right. You'll have it, but when you had it, you didn't lend it to me. I'll borrow. I promise to borrow. Don't fight it. Outside the alley. Senior sister Lu didn't go into the alley with him because of her own junior brother's eyes earlier, and had been waiting patiently outside. Hey, that teenager is probably selling fake goods that were recognized by junior senior brother, right? After all, junior senior brother will soon become the city lord of this city, and I think that the first thing he will do when he takes office is to purge the bad customs of these unscrupulous merchants. Speaking of bad customs, senior sister Lu gritted her teeth. It was obvious that she had been pitted. You know, no hands are allowed in the middle of Qilian City. However, the merchants in the city were a mixed bag, and many of them would use some trashy stuff to disguise as great opportunities. This leads to countless people being cheated can only blame their own eyes. After all, people do not go out of town. What else can you do? Junior brother is junior brother. Who can compare to this high and pure character? He's already started working hard for Qilian City even before he's taken office. Ta. Amidst senior sister Lu's admiration, Zi Zhao slowly walked out from the entrance of the alleyway, and even poo-pooed the inside. Junior brother, have you finished settling things? Hearing senior sister Lu's inquiry, Zi Zhao smiled and said, yes, senior sister, I met an old friend, so I chatted a little more. Well, then let's go back to the sect. I think the sect competition will be held in the next 2 days. It's not good for you as the host to be absent. Clan competition? A group of familiar figures appeared in Zi Zhao's head. He didn't know what kind of expressions the people would have when he saw them again then, but since he had already come out of that holy land, he naturally never thought of going back. And with so much talent in the Shaker Sanctuary, and good talk, he super likes it here. The two arrived on top of the flying boat outside the city, and between surges of spiritual energy, the flying boat sped away. Above the deck, Zi Zhao looked down at the multitudes below and subconsciously felt his realm, realizing that he didn't know when, but he had actually rocketed again. Peak of the Mahayana realm? About to cross the threshold? When did this happen? Why wasn't I informed? Snap! Zi Zhao slapped his forehead, as if he suddenly remembered a certain tutelary son that he had forgotten. Turn on system voice. Ding dong. The system voice function is turned on. Originally, Zi Zhao thought that after opening his voice, he would get a wild bombardment from the system. This system of his, after all, was a system with a little temper. But after waiting for a few moments, he heard nothing. System? Well, the system's voice sounded quietly. You're banning me as a habit now. Before I can even wait to say anything, you're just going to forcefully shut down my voice function. That's right. After all, are you the host? I'm just a system. What can I do? Just be a good assistant and be done with it. Too much for me to think about either. You're a mature host and can go fly on your own. Zi Zhao was speechless for a while. He suddenly remembered those dogged romance dramas in his previous life. Being a system, are emotions so variable? Not talking I see. Anyway, you're not even bothering to be perfunctory with me now. The system's sultry tone made Zi Zhao's scalp tingle. Hastily speaking, he said, I say system, did you introduce some strange and weird system? Before, you gave me the sign-in system, and you gave me getting stronger just by breathing. Getting high or something? What is it this time? A romance system? Getting stronger just by talking about love with you? as if the system had exploded. It said loudly, "We're all buddies. Can you not disgust me? You disgusted me first." Zixiao sighed in relief. The system was finally normal. Otherwise, if it continued, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist uninstalling it for the second time. Say, what's the point of releasing me this time? Speaking of the main topic, Zixiao also became serious. How did my cultivation level directly become the peak of the Mahayana realm? Just this? Isn't it normal for you to be in the Mahayana realm? Could it be that you are directly given a great emperor? Even though I'm a fragment of the great Tao, I can't exert much power after this side of the heavenly Tao has been disturbed. I'm asking, is the Mahayana realm so casual? I don't have to cross the tribulation? People's heavenly destiny son or not? Heavenly destiny villain or not? Bearing a forbidden physique, moving to attract heavenly tribulation, visions and whatnot. I somehow break through the Mahayana realm. Always feel that there is a shortcoming. And the normal ones of those fictional sets. What with the 10 great caves, the 9 revolutions of Jindan, and the 3 phases of Yuaning, I don't have any of them. You can pull it off. The system's tone was full of dislike. Listen, are you speaking in human language? There's still the 10 great caves and the 9 revolutions of the golden elixir. That's someone else's novel, not ours. If you like it, go be someone else's protagonist, right? You, buddy, I tell you, don't think of those useless. Your spiritual power has been continuously compressed for so many years. Breaking through the realm is simply as simple as drinking water. And compared to people in the same realm, his sea of chi, if you say it's a swimming pool, you're a piece of the sea. That's not even a magnitude. As for the Mahayana realm, it is true that you need to invoke a heavenly tribulation, but I've blocked it for you. What? You still want to use that what's it transformation self-realization technique? Let's not talk about whether or not we can continue to get you in the future. Play with time for a long time, and you can't even cry when time plays with you. Chapter 81, The Manifest Destiny of Heaven. The system complained. Soon, the two returned to the sect. The only ones who regretted this time in Chilean City should be Ruyu and that witch. Something is wrong with the clan, and Zixiao must come back first before he can do so. Even though senior sister Lu said that the old ancestors went to the dark abyss together and didn't need to worry about it. But what if that curse of the destined son happens again? To be on the safe side, Zixiao did not go forward to Qingfeng House, but directly returned to the clan with senior sister Lu. Junior Master. A few guarding disciples were so excited to see Zixiao that they saluted on the spot. Even Master Lu, who was the palace master, they forgot to greet him. However, the latter didn't mind and instead looked towards Zixiao with a smile on his face. Junior brother, you're becoming more and more popular in the sect now. Don't mock me, senior sister Lu. Zixiao laughed bitterly, preaching he is really not. Who thought? Only want to give these disciples some chance. The result attracted the heavenly Wei. If this really led to the destruction of the shaking light sacred land, he would not be able to pass the hurdle in his heart. How could it be a mockery? Junior brother, like I said before, right now, even if you were to be the Holy Lord, it is expected that no one would disagree. But you mustn't fall for eldest brother's trick. Senior sister Lu said with a serious face. Sacred Lord, as the name suggests, to be responsible for an entire Holy Land. That's simply how troublesome it would be. Eldest senior brother back then has also been with the senior uncle to show that he has no intention of the position of Sacred Lord. Nay, a group of brothers and sisters have all elected eldest senior brother. I still remember that day, when eldest senior brother took the throne. That face of snot and tears. Those who didn't know, thought that he was being moved, but in reality, he was lamenting that he wouldn't be able to look for a girl openly and honestly. It really fits your persona. Big brother. Zixiao sighed in his heart. The two of them walked towards the Sacred Lord's Hall, and the disciples coming and going all looked at Zixiao with scorching gazes, and if they didn't have other things on their minds, they probably would be itching to stick it directly to him at this moment. There's going to be a clan competition soon, when the 10 great sacred grounds gather. Eldest brother said that our clan must have face, so he's keeping these disciples busy. The things that needed to be busy were nothing more than making the interior of the clan a bit more gorgeous. As far as safety is concerned, there is absolutely nothing to worry about. The 10 holy places were assembled, but anyone with a normal brain wouldn't come to cause trouble. Otherwise, they wouldn't even shake the yolks of the eggs apart. It should be said that it was worthy of the taste of the Shaking Light Holy Lord. The entire Shaking Light Holy Land was glittering with gold, and all kinds of golden decorations covered the entire clan. Why don't we just change the name to the Golden Light Sanctuary? The two of them arrived directly at the Holy Lord's Hall against that blinding light. At this moment, the Shaking Light Holy Lord, dressed in a golden robe, saw the arrival of Zixiao and directly jumped up from his seat, arriving in front of Zixiao in 3 or 2 steps. Junior brother, you finally come out. If you don't come out again, When First Ancestor and the others come back, they'll probably turn the entire burial ground upside down. Elder brother. Sorry for the trouble. Hey, a family doesn't talk about two families. The shaking light holy lord waved his hand, not caring in the slightest that Zi Xiao was causing him trouble. Moreover, this was where Zi Xiao's chance lay, and he had already spoken to him before. So what was there to say about trouble? By the way, the clan competition is coming up in the next 2 days. People from all the great holy lands will be arriving one after another. Junior brother, you should like to be clean. Why don't you hide for a few days first? Hiding for a few days? Zi Xiao realized the problem in the shaking light holy lord's words. What does hiding for a few days mean? Could it be dangerous? TSK. The shaking light sacred lord had a difficult look on his face, and after a while, he still decided to speak up. Junior brother, you don't know. There are several people from the Holy Lands who have approached me, asking if I can let them have you. It's simply an insult to my shaking light Holy Land, especially that group of godly guys from the Tianji Holy Land, saying something like, they have to be you. Can you imagine the kind of scene where a group of old men say to me that they have to be you? Our hallowed 10 holy places have actually produced this group of old and unashamed people. If you let them see you. The shaking light sacred lord didn't speak. His body trembled a little, and it was clear that he didn't even dare to imagine that image. Zixiao also froze. Tianji Holy Land. He had only heard of it. After all, that hefty Tianji lock was invented by someone else. Under normal routines, those cultivators who have calculated the sky should be on the opposite side of the fence from the villain himself. What do you mean? He's not the one who has to do it? Is it a trick to go in for the kill? But he's now the hall master of the shaking light Holy Land. Is the Tianji Holy Land crazy? Little master ah. Seeing that Violet Xiao was dazed, the shaking light holy lord thought that he was considering whether to jump ship or not, and directly made a flying leap to hug Violet Xiao's thigh once again. Senior sister Lu stood back in disgust. Zi Xiao was also brought back to his senses by the movements of the shaking light holy lord, and subconsciously wanted to kick him out. Strongly suppressing that impulse, he smiled in a far-fetched manner. Eldest senior brother, you'd better stand up and talk. What's this for? Junior brother, you can't leave. If you leave, those old guys will have to skin me. The shaking light holy lord was having a fit again. Don't worry, eldest senior brother. Since I've joined our holy land, it's naturally impossible for me to leave. Zi Xiao struggled to pull out his leg, and without a trace, pulled away from the shaking light sacred lord. How the sect treats me, I have seen it in my eyes, and there's absolutely no way I'm going to leave just because of someone else's 2 words. That's good. Ha 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 ha. When the shaking light holy lord heard Zi Xiao's words, the snot and tears on his face instantly disappeared, and the movie star of his previous life came to shout out a good guy. Just get your promise from senior brother. As for those shameless guys, I'll take care of it. Senior brother, you can do whatever you want. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that the shaking light sacred lord was about to have another seizure, Zi Xiao hurriedly found a reason to leave. Who would have thought that having just dodged a seething holy lord, as soon as he stepped out of the gate, he would encounter a seething heaven's destined son. Junior master. Originally, Zi Xiao wanted to leave directly as if he didn't see the other party, but Zui Yuanfei directly blocked him. At this time, Zui Yuanfei, which still has a little bit of the image of the son of heavenly destiny, his face is covered with vicissitudes, black circles under the eyes, deep sunken eyes, and the uneven stubble, simply a refugee. However, the aura on his body grew more and more terrifying, and between his hands and feet, golden chi and blood flowed. Obviously, the other party must have been playing hard to get during this period of time to allow his destiny to begin to manifest, and even his realm had broken through the divine spirit. Left brother. Originally, Zi Xiao was planning to continue to call Zhuo brother, but then he saw Zui Yuanfei's eyes instantly widen and said in a deep voice, Junior uncle, if Yuanfei has angered you, I won't need you to say anything, I'll just kill myself right here. Ha, what makes you say that? Zi Xiao simply cried and laughed. He didn't know what this son of heaven's destiny was smoking again. Then why don't you call me Yuan Fei as my junior uncle? Yuan Fei? Hey. Chapter 82 Junior Master. I've come to my senses. Zui Yuanfei's this hey almost made Zi Xiao's goosebumps fall off. It was downright nasty. Looking at this hot-faced son of heaven's destiny in front of him, Zi Xiao really wanted to draw the system-rewarded greatsword and take his life on the spot. I was just wondering why I called you Yuan Fei. It wasn't a direct call. Do you understand? The good son of heaven's destiny has nothing to do but learn from the shaking light holy lord to have a seizure. Junior uncle. From now on, just call me Yuan Fei, no other names, or else Yuan Fei will have to kill himself in front of you. It was you who gave Yuan Fei a second life. It was you who made Yuan Fei understand that the heavenly Tao is not benevolent. There's no harm in reversing the sky like this. Zui Yuanfei's eyes were filled with determination, and it was clear that he had already held a grudge against the Heavenly Tao. One must know that last time, the Heavenly Tao had nearly wiped out their shaking light sacred land, and if it wasn't for the young master in front of him exchanging a large price for his future self to make a move, I'm afraid that he would have died there as well. When the nest is upset, no egg is left intact. Little master had not only given him some life maxims, but had even given him a second life. How can such a person not put forth every effort to repay? Okay, you need to stop talking. Listening to those treacherous words of Zui Yuanfei, Zi Xiao hurriedly interrupted him. He is the same and the Heavenly Tao has a grudge, yes. But what kind of person is Zui Yuanfei, the illegitimate son of the Heavenly Tao, and now playing with his life and cursing the Heavenly Tao, even with the covering function of the transcendental aura? But his own son has been turned. The Heavenly Tao will be strange if it is not angry. Zi Xiao didn't want to use the Tathagata self-realization technique again. Although his future self was invincible, the great karma that would be induced would be equally terrifying. Junior senior uncle. In 2 days it will be the clan competition. People from the Tianqian Holy Land should come here. Zui Yuanfei was a bit embarrassed, not knowing whether to continue. The moment the words Tianqian Holy Land appeared, Zi Xiao couldn't help but sigh a little. They were all equally holy places, and they were all equally the sons of heaven's destiny, but the attitude of the Heavenly Tao was a bit strange. For the Tianqian sacred ground to strengthen its control, whoever dared to say anything unfavorable to the Heavenly Tao was immediately infected with a weird and ominous infection. But what about the Shaker Holy Land? Not to mention the weirdness, just the hot eyes of each of those disciples, as well as that occasional jia laughter. It is known that the shaking light sacred ground, the Heavenly Tao, cannot be controlled. Even if there was a heaven's destined son in here, the Heavenly Tao couldn't do anything to completely control it. There are some big questions here. Zi Xiao was pondering about the Heavenly Tao, while Zui Yuanfei looked at the silent Zi Xiao and seemed to understand something as he said in a cold voice. Don't worry, junior uncle. The people from the Tianqian sacred ground will never think of getting a ranking this time. I've already contacted my close friends from the other Holy Lands. When it's time for the sect competition, we'll target the Tianqian Holy Land with all our might. Zi Xiao came back to his senses and looked at Zui Yuanfei, who had an angry face. No dude. I'm the one who got framed. Why are you so angry? Left. Yuanfei originally wanted to call Left Master Nephew, but as a result, when Zui Yuanfei heard that word left, his eyes instantly glared like copper bells. Having no choice, Zi Xiao could only call Yuanfei with a stiff upper lip. Yuanfei. I don't care about yesterday's sorts of things anymore. The Tianqian Holy Land is a stranger to me now. There's no need to deliberately target it. Strangers. Zui Yuanfei lowered his head and pondered for a moment before he came to a sudden realization. Junior uncle. I've come to my senses. You're saying that you don't need to have any scruples. Now that the people of Tianqian sacred ground are strangers in your eyes, then I know what to do. Hearing this, Zi Xiao hurriedly exited to dissuade. Yuanfei, you do not misinterpret my meaning. Although strangers, but we are the same righteousness. Cannot be. I get it. Before Zi Xiao could finish his sentence, Zui Yuanfei directly opened his mouth to interrupt, and also revealed a look of understanding. Junior master, you mean you can't lay your hands on them openly and honestly, right? I understand. After that I will tell them what exactly is called a black hand. Forget it. Zi Xiao felt powerless. It seemed that whatever he said would be misinterpreted. One chosen one laying hands on another chosen one? What the hell is this? Don't worry, junior uncle. I know what to do. Definitely won't let you down. After Zui Yuanfei solemnly left these words, he turned around and left. It was obvious that he was planning to take advantage of this last time to make himself stronger. After the awakening of the desolate ancient saint body, it was destined that he would soar to the heavens. Let's go back to the Ling Xiao Palace first. Zi Xiao turned around and walked towards the territory that belonged to him, and along the way, he kept hearing those disciples within the gate letting out jia laughter, which could cause him to be alarmed for a while. System, these disciples aren't being led astray, are they? How come they look more like villains than me? The system was silent for a moment and slowly opened its mouth. This clan of yours, well, is a bit odd. It seems that the Heavenly Tao descended its power with the intention of controlling your clan, but was stopped by an inexplicable force, and some of the leaked Heavenly Tao power instead. It made these disciples hate the Heavenly Tao more and more. Coupled with your many aura, I guess it's going to be the villain's nest. As for that Heavenly Destiny son, TSK, it's hard for me to evaluate. Hearing the system's words, Zi Xiao didn't know how to react. A villain's den? Listen, is that a good word? Hopefully, this time, the clan competition can't go wrong. Back to the Ling Shao Palace of Zishao concentrated on consolidating their own cultivation, the peak of the Mahayana stage. Immediately crossing the threshold. This cultivation is simply like a rocket. If he is not deliberately hidden words, shaking the light of the Holy Lord before the just repaired that the roof of the holy temple to lift. Zishao sat on top of the throne, and the light in his hand flickered. A bottle flowing with wisps of Tao rhythm was taken out by him. It was precisely the great Tao treasure vase of Lu Changa's. Things related to the great Tao have always been ridiculously strong, and the system was drooling in the middle of Zizhao's head, clearly coveting it. You want? Give it to me. Give it to me. I want it. Hearing Zizhao's teasing words, the system couldn't care less about any so-called dignity and hurriedly spoke excitedly. Will you give it to me? Well, don't give a damn. Host, do you realize how much damage you did to me before? What's wrong with giving me a little sweetness now? What's wrong? The system was about to switch to romance mode again, and Zishao had a chill of evil as he hurriedly planned to give the great Tao treasure bottle directly to the other party. But at this very moment, the Tao flowing around the great Tao treasure vase grew brighter and brighter. This is buzz. The great Tao treasure vase flew up in the air uncontrollably. At the same time, the entire Ling Shao Hall also emitted golden light, and the hall appeared to be dignified and magnificent. Buzz. The sound of the great Tao Brahma was unceasing, and there seemed to be countless figures floating in the great hall. Each of those figures flowed with the aura of the Tao, and they were clearly all unearthly powerhouses. Bending down and bowing to where the violet sky was, he was full of piety. Chapter 83, The Holy Land of Heavenly Chance arrives. The great Tao treasure vase in midair poured out a seven-colored light at this moment. The light gradually merged into the entire hall, and after a while, one could only see the great Tao vase turn into a stream of light, rushing straight towards the console by the throne. That console originally had a spirit core on top of it, to maneuver the entire hall. However, the moment the great Tao treasure vase arrived, the spirit core directly dissolved and the great Tao treasure vase took the place of the spirit core. The entire hall has also changed radically, not so much in shape as in substance. The Ling Shao Palace itself was a holy artifact without a spirit, which Zishao used as a sharp weapon to smash people, and the addition of the great Tao treasure vase made the overall aura of the Ling Shao Palace mysterious and unpredictable, especially the walls inside the hall that were carved with mysterious patterns, as if they had come to life, with the heavenly soldiers and generals on them coming to life. The true dragons on top of the several pillars in the hall also seemed to come to life. Looking down on the hall from the highest point, Zishao sat on top of the throne. At this moment in front of his eyes seemed like a sudden hallucination. The empty hall was as if it was full of people. Instead, he became the high and mighty emperor of heaven, controlling the destiny of all beings. Host, Zishao, you king. Just as the system was about to break into a rage, Zishao also came back to his senses and let out a puzzled voice. The system's tone instantly became fawning. Hey, host, I'm saying, when do you, the one who was born to be a king, plan to give the great Tao treasure vase to me? I think you won't be unable to keep your words, right? Well, you're right, I am. The system was about to be pissed off. Where's the promised vase of greatness for him? Zishao helplessly said, this does not depend on me. You can also see, the current great Tao treasure bottle became the control crystal core of the Ling Shao Palace. I would like to give it to you. I have no way to take it down. Ding dong. Your system has felt the 10,000 point blast and is in autism at this time. Countdown to self-imposed closure. 52 hours. This system crap can be too much. Zishao originally wanted to spit, but for the sake of the other party's self-absorption, let it go. Turning his head, he began to study this brand new Ling Shao Palace. 3 days passed quickly. During this period of time, there were large and small forces coming towards the shaking light Holy Land one after another. After all, it was the clan competition of the 10 great sacred grounds, and besides the 10 great sacred grounds, there were many other forces of all sizes that were invited to visit. Because there were many forces gathered here, the shaking light Holy Land had also sent a large number of disciples and elders to guard the door, along with one flying boat after another traveling over. The shaking light Holy Land became more and more lively. Look, it's a dragon. A dragon pulling a cart? Which Holy Land is this so extravagant? Can't you see the yin and yang 8 trigrams on top of the dragon carriage? The people from the Tianji Holy Land are coming. Didn't this bunch of godly clowns talk about the heavenly Tao and heavenly chance or something like that every day? And now they're all so generous when they go out? TSK, Jiao Long, they're really giving it up. Shoo, keep your voice down. Haven't you heard? This Tianji Holy Land seems to have gone crazy lately. The whole clan is so crazy that whoever dares to mess with them will immediately be overwhelmed by an army. That's right. Several of the forces in the surrounding star domains have been exterminated by the Tianji Holy Land, and it's as if the entire clan has vanished into the devil's path. and the old puritanical look is gone, replaced by one after another letting themselves go. The other day I even saw several disciples of the Tianji Holy Land in those wind and moon places, and they had their arms around at least 2 girls each. Aren't they the self-proclaimed standard bearers of righteousness? Fallen? I don't know. They're the ones who got those scaly dragons from the Imperial Dragon Dynasty, and the other forces belonging to the same 7 dynasties don't even dare to fart. As he spoke, the dragon carriage of the Tianji Holy Land also slowly landed in front of the gate of the Shaking Light Holy Land. A group of black-robed cultivators slowly walked down from the dragon carriage, a look that froze even the elders of the Shaking Light Holy Land. Those everyday noble guardians don't like to wear white robes anymore? This black robe is inexplicably a bit handsome? And what do you mean by the elders of the Tianji Holy Land wearing smoky makeup? Have you gone dark? The dust whisks in the hands of that one Tianji elder were even more cuckoo with black gas coming out. This is the righteous sect? The Devil's Gate isn't as evil as you guys, right? Boom boom boom. The Shaking Light Sacred Lord within the sect, having received the news that the Tianji Sacred Land had come, immediately transformed into a stream of light and arrived in front of the sect gate. After all, they were all in the same 10 holy places, and the other people's holy lords would also be coming. So if he, the holy lord, didn't go, it would be a bit of a breach of etiquette. It's been a long time, brother Mon. You, the Shaking Light Holy Lord was about to greet him as soon as he arrived, but as a result, when he saw his former deceased smoky face, he froze in place on the spot. Brother Mon? Tianji Holy Lord Jun Mon inherited the mantle of the old man Tianji. A hand of diffractive heaven art is as strong as it needs to be. He said that if you have a plague of blood and light, you definitely cannot hide. In front of him, you have no secrets at all, and it's hard not to be scandalized by someone like that. That was why in the previous era, only the Shaking Light Holy Lord, a thick-skinned one, had a good friendship with Jun Mon. He is so thick-skinned. What can you do even if you poke holes in his secret of going to the land of the wind and the moon? Jun Mon is cold. Chu Tianhao is passionate. These two on ice and a fire together every day. At that time, but attracted a lot of people headache. In the blink of an eye, both of them have become holy lords. At this time, the Shaking Light Holy Lord once again saw the deceased instead of knowing what attitude to use to stick up. The change is really too big. And it wasn't just the dress that changed, only to see the Tianji Holy Lord suddenly laugh bashfully. Ha 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 ha, brother Tianhao. We haven't seen each other for a long time. This time I will definitely get drunk with you. Ha! The Shaking Light Holy Lord's mouth was simply open enough to be able to stuff a duck egg into it. Is this your character, Jun Mon? When did you get this smile? Don't you smile. I'm scared. What's wrong? What's wrong? I haven't seen you in years and you don't recognize me. The Tianji Holy Lord directly walked forward and swept over the shoulders of the Shaking Light Holy Lord, that mouth grinning almost to his ears. This instantly gave the Shaking Light Holy Lord a whole won't. But etiquette can't be lost. A far-fetched smile. No. Mon brother, are you really okay? What words? Tianji Holy Lord pretended to be serious and said, it seems that we haven't seen each other for many years, and our friendship is going to fade. No way. Absolutely not. By the way, on my way here, I saw that Chilean City has a lot of moonshine places. It's just right. We haven't seen each other for many years. Why don't we go there to get in touch with each other? And I'll pay for all the consumption. What? The Shaking Light Saint Lord was no longer shocked now. His jaw was about to dislocate. Jun Moyan, he said all my words. Chapter 84, all of them are here. The young disciples of the Tianji Holy Land also all walked into the Shaking Light Holy Land. Everyone's body exuded a powerful aura of righteous people not to be approached. After all, a black robe coupled with smoky makeup was out of place with the surrounding righteous people. And even those ordinary disciples of the Shaking Light Holy Land who occasionally let out jia laughter were dumbfounded at the sight of this group of people. One by one, they whispered, how does this look? The people of the Tianji Holy Land are even sicker than us? We just decided to go against the grain and they're playing with smoke and mirrors? We cursed the heavens before our feet, and their usual group of guardians changed. Surely against us. Who on earth let the word slip? Tell everyone to be careful. Compared to the panic of the disciples, it was obvious that the Shaking Light Saint Lord was even more miserable, as he was basically forcefully embraced by the Tianji Saint Lord and boarded the flying boat. Stop. I say brother Mon. Now I have to stay behind to receive the guests. The other holy places of the people have not rode to the full. Really cannot accompany you to go to the Red Reinforcement City. The Shaking Light Holy Lord simply wanted to cry. If it was a normal day, he couldn't wait to hurry and run to those wind and moon places, but now he really couldn't get out of it. Even if he could get away with it, he wouldn't dare go there when a deceased person who was clearly insane took him forward. God knows that this blackened June Moyen is still not the June Moyen of the past. On that smoky makeup, the shaking light Holy Lord looked at the straight hot eyes. And how can I feel at ease to play on it? So says. The Tianji Holy Lord stopped moving and looked toward the shaking light Holy Land sect. How about this? I'll accompany you to receive the guests, and the two of us will catch up on old times, and you will do the same. No. Before the Tianji Holy Lord could finish his sentence, the shaking light Holy Lord directly jumped up and interrupted the other party. Brother Moyen, you are a guest. How can a guest welcome a guest? This belongs to my duty. You'd better go and take a rest. I've specially prepared a place for you to enjoy, and I definitely won't let you down. Well, after pondering for a moment, the Holy Lord of Tianji turned his words around. Right, since you won't let me accompany you, why don't you tell me a little bit about that new disciple of yours? Your senior brother, Zi Xiao. Where is he right now? What are you doing? Mentioning Violet Xiao, the shaking light Holy Lord's expression was filled with vigilance. One must know that before, these guardians were planning to take Violet Xiao away, and now that this matter was being brought up again, it would be strange if they weren't vigilant. Although Zi Xiao had not joined the shaking light sacred land for many days, from the old ancestor, the palace master, down to those disciples, Zi Xiao was loved and cared for. You dared to take Zi Xiao away on the front foot, and with the way these people in the sect are letting themselves go now, on the back foot, they would dare to fight their way up to the Tianji Holy Land. Brother Tianhao doesn't have to worry much. The Holy Lord of Tianji waved his hand. After you rejected my offer last time, I didn't have this idea anymore. I merely wanted to meet with him. You'll be able to meet when it's time for the grand competition. Why do we have to meet at this time? The shaking light sacred lord still hadn't let his guard down. It was really because the group of people from the Tianji Holy Land had changed too much, too big for him to recognize. If he did something to his junior brother under the darkening, he, the shaking light Holy Lord, wouldn't be drowned in saliva? Brother Tianhao, you, Buzz. Just as the two were discussing, a flying boat landed from the middle of the sky. That's the Tianxian Holy Land and the Phaseless Holy Land? They've arrived as well. Someone exclaimed in shock. That's right. The visitors were precisely two of the 10 great sacred grounds, the Tianxian sacred ground as well as the No-Phase sacred ground, the former being the sect before the violet heavens, and the latter being the sect that used Buddhism to teach the world. Rumble. The flying boat landed on the ground, and the two groups of people walked down from the flying boat as well. The Bald-ass clan and the Stupid-ass clan? They've arrived as well? The Tianji Holy Lord said with a disdainful expression. The shaking light sacred lord already didn't know what to say. In the past, these were all his lines. Good your thick eyebrows Jun Moyen, come to my shaking light Holy Land wanna rob people not. This time rob my persona, right? Although they were in the same righteous path, the shaking light Holy Lord didn't have much goodwill towards that group of Buddhists. After all, those Buddhists didn't move to degree this and that, and if you reason with him, he recites the scriptures to you, and you recite the scriptures to him, and he uses his fists with you, and you use your fists with him, and he reasons with you. Totally a mixed-up clan. As for the Tianxian Holy Land, Jun Moyen was right. It was a stupid sect. What was there to say? But after all, people were here as guests, and the shaking light Saint Lord wasn't able to directly put his attitude on his face, was he not? And even advised the Tianji Saint Lord at the side. I say brother Moyen, we all belong to the same righteous path. Isn't it a bit presumptuous of you to speak like this? Taking liberties? Oh, the Tianji Holy Lord let out a cold laugh. Not to mention the manipulated idiot sect that is the Tianxian Holy Land, but just that group of vultures, honoring the heavenly Tao? It's simply too stupid to be true. Jingtian Tao stupid? The shaking light Saint Lord had a head full of question marks, and he couldn't wait to stick it right in the face of the heavenly key Saint Lord and ask him, think about what your clan is called before you say such things. Amit Ba Buddha. Fellow Taoist Chu. The poor monk is courteous. A group of monks in monk robes walked down from the flying boat, and the shaking light Holy Lord greeted them. Bald, coughing, forgotten anger fellow Taoist, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Do you still have the same elegance? Fellow Taoist is joking. The phaseless Saint Lord laughed, and then looked to the side of the Tianji Saint Lord. Fellow Taoist Jun, the poor monk observes that your hall of seals is black, a great evil. Swish, before the phaseless patriarch could finish his words, the floating dust that was bubbling with black air was directly placed onto his shoulder, and the Tianji Holy Lord sneered. Old man, you're purposely targeting me, aren't you? My face right now is originally black, yet you me saying that the hall of seals is black. Compared to the art of divination, you're from a mere Buddhist sect. How can you compare to my Taoist sect? If you don't want to get beaten up, you'd better swallow back the following words. Ha! Even if the phaseless patriarch was well cultivated, his eyes were wide at this moment. He had not expected how this Jun Mon had become what he was now. It turned out that the two of them hadn't spent much time arguing together. No one could convince each other, but at that time, the two had always been at peace, especially Jun Mon, who was a living, breathing, out-of-this-world ice cube. He will not speak a second word to you except in discourse. What kind of changes happened to such a person to become such a character? Sure enough, my Buddha's prophecy was right. This Tianji Holy Land has begun to deviate from the right path. Thinking of this, the phaseless Saint Lord's eyes narrowed lightly as his mouth continued to recite Amitabha Buddha. The disciples of the phaseless Holy Land and the disciples of the Tianji Holy Land were also glaring at each other, with an air of starting a fight at the drop of a hat. Chapter 85, I don't have your disciple here. Ha 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 ha, the two of you haven't seen each other for a long time, but your feelings are getting better and better, and you're even whispering. Just when the atmosphere was tense, it was still the shaking light sacred lord, a mixed-up miser, who stood out, took a handful of the two men's shoulders, and said in a low voice, with so many disciples watching, we in the 10 great sacred grounds cannot afford to cause internal conflicts at this time. Amitabha. After the phaseless Holy Lord recited a Buddha's name, he gestured, and the disciples of the phaseless sect all relaxed. Seeing that the group of monks were not hostile, the people from the Tianji Holy Land naturally paid no more attention to them, and one by one, they walked towards the inside. Senior Sister Lu, you first bring fellow Daoist forgotten anger forward to the council chamber, and I'll chat with Brother Mon for a little while longer. Yes, Holy Lord. Upon hearing the shaking light Holy Lord's order, Senior Sister Lu didn't go against him as she normally would. Instead, she became exceptionally obedient and led the phaseless Holy Lord right toward the clan's interior. At this moment, people from another clan also walked down from the flying boat, the head of the person's eyes like a clear water, looking at the time of its own some elegant and noble temperament, so that people are intimidated, ashamed of themselves, do not dare to blaspheme. A white veil covered her pretty face, making it impossible to see her face. The person who came was none other than Zizhao's former master, Mo Xiang. After all, this time it was to participate in the sect competition, so naturally, the Holy Lord should lead the team. She was followed by Luo Tingxian and Lin Knight. The three of them, as well as a group of disciples from the Tianxian Holy Land, walked towards the shaking light Holy Land. Has the Tianxian Holy Land finally arrived? Those are the people who defamed Junior Master. They really deserve to die. Jia. It just so happens that they didn't bring many people with them. Why don't we? You're crazy. We're on the right path. How can we do it openly and honestly? Why don't we drug it? I see that the Holy Lord as well as his own disciples still have a few good looks. In a moment I'll go get some medicine and throw them directly onto Little Master's bed, so that he can relieve his anger. The disciples of the Shaking Light Holy Land each looked at the people of the Tianxian Holy Land with grim eyes. The disciples of the Tianxian Holy Land obviously felt the malice as well, but now that they had come to someone else's territory, they couldn't say anything more, not to mention that their own Holy Lord hadn't uttered a single word, so how could they come forward? At this time, if there was any difference between Mo Xiang, it might be that her skin was a few points paler, and her watery eyes seemed to carry a hint of red light, but that red light was extremely secretive, and could not be seen at all without looking closely. Lin Knight and Luo Tingxian seemed to look around as if they wanted to see that familiar figure, but soon, the two of them lowered their heads in disappointment. They didn't see the man they were longing for from among the crowd. Just at this time, the Shaking Light Saint Lord hurriedly greeted him. Saint Lord Mo, long time no see. How have you been? Mo Xiang didn't say anything and looked at the Shaking Light Sacred Lord indifferently, the reason being, she heard that hint of gloating from the other party's tone. What's so good about her hallowed Holy Master? After falsely accusing her own big disciple, she ran over again. Is it? Well, just as Jun Mon was still there, shaking the light, the Holy Lord hurriedly covered his mouth, joking, dark poke taunting 2 sentences on it. You also dance to the face of others, before the phaseless Holy Land. Now the Tianxian Holy Land, you Tianji Holy Land is to go crazy Besides, this is my Shakyamuni sanctuary. If you guys really fight, it doesn't matter if you kill each other. My disciple's life is worth too much. You can't afford to pay for it. Excuse me, Sage Lord Mo. This brother Mo his head doesn't seem to be quite right lately. There's no harm, Mo Xiang said lightly. Shaking Light Holy Lord, my disciple has been troubling you for this recent period of time. I don't know when I'll be able to let us master and disciple see each other. Hearing Mo Xiang's words, the Shaking Light Saint Lord slowly let go of the Tianji Saint Lord. That face normally covered in lewd smiles instantly became serious and icy, the aura of a saint covering the entire field. Boom! Dark clouds covered the entire sky, and thunder continued to build up within them. Finally not pretending anymore. Tianji Holy Lord looked at Shaking Light Holy Lord with a few moments of appreciation in his eyes. One must know that the Shaking Light Saint Lord Chu Tianhao was the top heavenly pride of the previous generation, and the crowd would have overlooked his strength due to his often personality. For so many years, no matter how many times they had discussed the Tao, Jun Mo Yen, who was also a Holy Lord, had not won against Chu Tianhao even once. So if it came down to who knew the Shaking Light Holy Lord the most, aside from those senior brothers and sisters, it belonged to him. Holy Lord Mo, what do you mean by that? The Shaking Light Sacred Lord's robes were blown in an awe-inspiring manner, and at this moment, he no longer had any hint of a flirtatious demeanor, but instead, he was like an emperor who was at the top of the world. That golden costume was like a dragon's robe, adding a bit more might. Facing this great power of heaven and earth, the red light in Mo Yuxiang's beautiful eyes grew more and more intense, and even the opposite Shaking Light Holy Lord noticed her problem. You're creating a heart demon? Shut up. I'm asking you. Where is my disciple? Mo Yuxiang's eyebrow was slightly wrinkled, and her beautiful eyes were filled with jealousy, possessiveness, and sickness. Where was the previous appearance of the fairy above the 9 heavens? Boom! The saint's chi exchanges caused the surrounding atmosphere to instantly emit sonic booms, and as Jun Mo Yen flicked his dust aside, those disciples were all sent by him to the Shaking Light Sacred Ground. At the same time, the Shaking Light Sacred Ground also slowly raised its defensive array pattern, resisting the heaven-destroying aura. Sacred Lord Mo, now that Zi Xiao is already the personal disciple of my clan's ethereal elder, that is, my senior disciple, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. If you want to find your disciple, please go elsewhere. I don't have your disciple inside my Shaking Light Sacred Ground. What if I have to take him away? Then we'll have to see if your Tianqian Holy Land is tough or not. Boom! The aura on the Shaking Light Holy Lord grew more and more terrifying, and the Shaking Light Holy Land formation behind him rippled, seemingly echoing with it. Lin Knight, who was on the side, hurriedly came forward when he saw this. Elder Chu, Senior was excessively worried about eldest senior brother, that's why he lost his manners. Please don't blame him. Luo Tingxian also ran to her senior, her pretty face filled with anxiety above. Senior, we are here to participate in the grand competition. If we start a war with this Shaking Light Holy Land, how can we go back to the sect to explain ourselves? Moreover, wouldn't that make it more difficult for eldest brother? Originally, when she heard the words of war with the Shaking Light Sacred Ground, Mo Yuxiang did not have the slightest fluctuation of emotions, but when she heard the second half of Luo Tingxuan's sentence, Mo Yuxiang seemed to be deflated, and the saintly aura that made heaven and earth emit the sound of the Tao sound disappeared in an instant without a trace. The red light in the beautiful eyes was yet more prevalent before. The Shaking Light Saint Lord frowned. He didn't know what this woman was up to, but of course it is best if there is no conflict. After all, the people from the 10 great sacred lands would all be there, and if they, the Shaking Light Sacred Lands, made a move against the Tianqian Sacred Lands in the meantime, I'm afraid that it would cause people to be verbally abusive. The righteous sect is to emphasize a sense of propriety, righteousness, honesty, and shame, or else wouldn't following one's heart's desires become a devil's sect? Chapter 86, Two Sons of Destiny. Mo Yuxiang stopped talking and led the disciples of the Tianqian Holy Land into the Shaking Light Holy Land. Jun Mo Yen, who saw this scene, skimmed his lips instead. Obviously, he was a little upset about the outcome of not fighting. Then he walked over to the Shaking Light Holy Lord and spoke. Where's that character of yours from before? You have to branch out. Beat the hell out of him. Jun Mo Yen. The Shaking Light Holy Lord couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out. What the hell are you doing? Are you out of your mind? If I really fight with her, will this sect competition even be held? Upon hearing this, the Tianji Holy Lord was obviously stunned. What's the point of organizing or not organizing this sect competition? If you believe me, let's join forces to exterminate the people from the Phaseless Holy Land and Tianqian Holy Land first, then I'll go back to the sect to shake people. No day later we will send troops to attack those two families. Jia. After this world is still not you and I say? No dude, how presumptuous are you? Is wearing smoky makeup really a demon? If you're a demon, then be a demon. And you're still trying to steal my persona? Can you get circle kicked by the division? Do you have the strength? What class? And you want to use the same persona as me? Go find a cool place to calm down and chill out. I've got things to do. I'm not going to go crazy with you. After saying that, the Shaking Light Holy Lord turned around and left, deeply afraid that if he stayed with this Black and Tianji Holy Lord for a long time he himself would have an attack. As the group of young disciples entered the hall, the interior of the hall became more and more noisy. Are these the disciples of the Tianqian Holy Land? They don't look very good. Their realms are far worse than ours. Nonsense. Previously, Junior uncle had to grant us a boon even though he was fighting with the heavenly Tao. What is a mere Tianxian sacred ground worth? Still misunderstanding our little master uncle. A bunch of idiots. Little master uncle bullying men and women? I can't wait to be bullied by little master. If little master is willing to look at me one more time, I'll crawl into bed that night. Bro, calm down. You're a guy. What's wrong with a male? I've heard that there's a sex change method within the devil's sect, so it's not like I can't sacrifice a little for the sake of little master. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're not right. You stay away from me. The disciples of the Shaking Light Holy Land didn't lower their volume at all, so both the disciples of the Tianxian Holy Land and the disciples of the Phaseless Holy Land all heard their discussions. The disciples of the Phaseless Holy Land were fine. After all, they were cultivating Buddhism and were concerned about meditation. Not to mention that Zi Xiao was not a disciple of their sect before. However, the group of young disciples from the Tianxian Holy Land were different. Their faces flushed red and even began to blacken. The local clan is so rude. It's all dancing in your face bright and early. Indeed, it was a group of us at the top of the Holy Land who were blinded by lard and misunderstood eldest senior brother. But what does it have to do with them? The ordinary disciples. And, feeling the realms of those Shaking Light Holy Land disciples, the others were also a bit hot-eyed. One must know that when the violet heavens graced all things before, it had benefited these young disciples greatly, and their general realm was above that of the disciples of other sects. I told you that eldest senior brother is the one who possesses great fortune. If he had been in our sect, we would be the ones breaking through the realm right now. Damn it! I now feel a pang in my heart every time I think of my eldest brother at the time being slandered. Eldest brother, you come back soon. We can't live without you. It's because of them. The disciples of the Tianxian Holy Land all looked at Lin Knight and Luo Tingxian with resentful eyes, and the latter duo's faces were a bit pale. It was right to say that the departure of the eldest senior brother was directly related to the two of them. It's okay, as long as I win this clan competition, I can make a request with the Shaking Light Sacred Ground, and if eldest senior brother doesn't return to the clan with me at that time, I'll just kneel here and wait for his forgiveness all the time. Lin Knight was constantly firming up his beliefs within his mind. Just at this moment, a sweet figure came to mind. I say Shaolinzi, are you crazy? And kneel until you die. You're a heaven's mandate. Ahem. You're a person with great fortune. How could you possibly do something like this with no self-respect in order to salvage a person's forgiveness? The person who spoke was none other than Lin Knight's second master, the divine soul in the ring. At this time in the middle of the ring, the purple-skirted girl was holding a half-shoot apple in one hand, and the other hand was clasping her small feet, which was called a cozy. But that flawless face was full of anger. You're the son of heaven's destiny and you're kneeling? Didn't we agree that the son of heaven kneels to heaven and earth and his parents? And judging from what you've been through, your big brother is purely a villainous template. Of course, the purple-skirted girl would definitely not say these words to Lin Knight, and would only be able to remind the other party in a different way. You, that big brother of yours, it's best to leave him be, I think. Second master. Before the purple-skirted girl could finish her sentence, Lin Knight directly interrupted angrily. Second senior, you have saved my life and taught me, but even so, I don't want you to stop me in this matter. Eldest senior brother quit the sect all because of me. Every time I think of this, my heart aches unbearably. If I'm not able to bring him back this time, what's the point of practicing immortality and becoming a Taoist? Yo, isn't this the reserve holy son of the Tianxian Holy Land? Just as Lin Knight was communicating with the second master in the ring, a provocative voice rang out. Looking back, a thick-browed, wide-eyed young man came in front of him, and being of the same young generation, although Lin Knight hadn't crossed paths with the other party, he was able to know who the visitor was by virtue of the other party's aura. Zui Yuanfei of the Shaking Light Holy Land? Tianxian Holy Land. Lin Knight. Zui Yuanfei looked at Lin Knight in front of him, his heart filled with anger. He had once poked around and found out that it was the man in front of him who led the group to falsely accuse his own junior uncle. The young master is that kind of gentle and courteous, but anyone who has a brain can't possibly think that the young master can commit those kinds of crimes. I've met a real person today. Kid, you kind of bumped into it. Although there was a trace of inexplicable favor in his heart towards the other party, this favor was immediately washed away by anger. Lin Knight was the same. As soon as he saw Zui Yuanfei, it was as if he had seen his own brother. But the other party's nonchalant tone caused Lin Knight's face to instantly chill. Zui Yuanfei, we're here as guests, not looking for trouble. If you want me to go through the motions, we'll wait until the clan competition. Ha! Zui Yuanfei scoffed. Wait until the clan competition? People like you deserve it. Let me ask you this. Was it you who took the lead in slandering Junior Master's uncle for the grievances he suffered in your Tianxian sacred land before? At those words, Lin Knight gritted his teeth. Yes, but, alright, Before Lin Knight could finish his sentence, Zui Yuanfei directly reached out and interrupted the other party. Chapter 87. Do you want to remember the dance too? Then let's say I haven't wronged anyone. Since you've already admitted it, what face do you have to step into my shaking light holy land? Do you really think that any trash can enter our place? Facing Zui Yuanfei's mockery, Lin Knight clenched his fists, but didn't retort something. The matter of slandering eldest brother can be said to be his handiwork. Why was he blinded by lard at that time, not thinking about how good eldest brother had once been to him? A mistake is a mistake, and it's redundant to try to weasel your way out of it, no matter what excuse you use. The scolding, himself, was deserved. At this time, the fairy realm within the ring, the purple-skirted girl watched what was happening in the outside world, and the small antennae on her head suddenly lit up. Another Destiny's Child? What's going on? There isn't only one heaven's destined son in this world. Ha! What about this? What about my happy life? If the two sons of heavenly destiny go against each other, who wins and who loses? System quests are troublesome as hell. Outside in, Zui Yuanfei looked at the silent Lin Knight in front of him and didn't abate his anger. Instead, he continued in a cold voice. What? You don't speak anymore? Now you've learned to be silent. Weren't you quite able to speak when you slandered Junior Master in the Tianqian Holy Land before? Wait. Just at this time, a dainty cry came from not far away. Luo Tingxian finally couldn't resist stepping forward. Just as she was about to arrive in front of Zui Yuanfei, a young man in black robes walked over at the side. The holy son of the Tianji Holy Land, Wei Zhenbin. At this moment, he was just like the other people from the Tianji Holy Land, dressed in a black robe with smoky makeup on his face. But that smoky makeup not only didn't have the slightest effect, but instead added a hint of evil to his handsome face, only to see him directly in front of Luo Tingxian, smiling. You want to dance too? Clunk. At this time, Zi Xiao, who was in the middle of the Ling Xiao Palace watching the footage, almost fell off his throne. He couldn't wait to run straight to Wei Zhenbin and ask him, "What? Your last name is Uchiha? Dancing all the way out?" The reason why he was able to see the images in the Great Hall was that the Shaking Light Holy Lord was worried that he was too bored, so he had installed an image crystal for his Ling Xiao Palace. You don't need to go forward to the sanctuary to be able to see the kinds of things that go on in there. Earlier, when Zui Yuanfei and Lin Knight faced off, Zi Xiao was like he was chasing a drama, wanting to see how things would develop, and as a result, Wei Zhenbin, the holy son of the Tianji Holy Land, had actually surprised him, in the middle of the sanctuary. At this time, Wei Zhenbin was clearly standing with Zui Yuanfei. Those Tianqian Holy Land disciples in the back rushed straight forward, intending to help Lin Knight and Luo Tingxian, but just as they were about to step forward, the disciples of the Tianji Holy Land were one step faster and directly all blocked in front of them. Can you not be scared when a person dressed in black robes and smoky makeup with a jia laugh coming from the innermost part of them surrounds you? Especially since these were the same group of people who had previously prided themselves on being role models of righteousness. Jia. Wei Zhenbin let out a classic villainous laugh and looked mockingly at the disciples of the Tianqian Holy Land. Comparing me to the number of people? Look at you guys. I'm so crowded that I can't even hear what you're saying. In the face of Zui Yuanfei's questioning, Lin Knight but suffered in silence. But he couldn't help it when his own brothers and sisters were threatened. Second master, help me. Boom! Powerful aura burst out from Lin Knight's body. He was already a cultivator of the divine separation stage, and in order to welcome his own eldest senior brother, he had practiced day and night during this period of time. It was to win the top spot in the clan competition. In our Shaking Light Holy Land, can you still be allowed to go wild? The core disciples of the Shaking Light Sacred Land all rushed out, unabashedly exuding their terrifying auras. The reason why core disciples were called core was that they had strong talent, plus the power that Zi Xiao had added to them earlier. Tens of thousands of Yuaning stage as well as the core disciples of the Parting of the Spirits stage all lashed out at the same time, and this nearly caused all of the Tianqian Holy Land's disciples to get down. The difference in fighting strength between the enemy and us is too great. How is this possible? How is it possible for the Shaking Light Holy Land to have so many geniuses? Before they said that the big senior brother brought them the chance. I thought it was just mouth bravado, but I didn't expect. Deception is too much. Let's fight them. Come on. You're still fighting? Let's not talk about the Shaking Light Sacred Ground for now. Just look at the group of smokers around us. Do you think we'll be able to rush out? Lin Knight was momentarily anxious when he saw that his own brothers and sisters were all suppressed, but the aura on Zui Yuanfei's body was not weaker than his at all, and was also vaguely superior. That golden blood aura was about to light up the entire hall. Luo Tingxuan's side was even worse. Wei Zhenbin was like his name, usually in a courteous manner, but he who had turned into a smoky makeup. At this time the breath on his body was simply terrifying to the extreme. A true testament to the saying, whitewashing is 3 times weaker, blackening is 10 times stronger. The spiritual energy in Luo Tingxuan's body was suppressed, and her pretty face was pale. Wei Zhenbin laughed evilly. If it weren't for the fact that that man didn't come out to speak, I would have slaughtered you by now. Luo Tingxian spoke with difficulty against the other party's terrifying aura. We are of the same, righteous path. You dare to kill? Ha 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 ha. Hearing Luo Tingxuan's words, Wei Zhenbin laughed out loud, even to the point of tears. Belonging to the same righteous path? What is righteousness? What is evil? You bunch of idiots who are being manipulated by the heavenly Tao are also worthy to speak to me about the righteous path? At this moment, Lin Knight was constantly communicating with the second master in the ring, but for some reason, the one in the ring hadn't responded to him in the slightest since just now. Within the ring fairy, the purple-skirted girl ate the rest of the apple in her hand and muttered, "The Son of Heaven's destiny versus the Son of Heaven's destiny? I'd better not get involved, right? After all, this system quest is a bit tricky." With Lin Knight's communication after being fruitless, he looked towards Zui Yuanfei and gritted his teeth. "Zui Yuanfei, I'm the one who's sorry for what happened to my eldest senior brother, but since we're here as guests in your shaking light holy land, I hope you'll be able to get people to not make things difficult for my brothers and sisters, and if there's any enmity or grudges, we'll settle it between the two of us." "Ha," Zui Yuanfei said disdainfully. "If it was yesterday, I would have agreed to this proposal of yours without any hesitation. After all, I don't like to involve other people either. But yesterday, the Holy Lord personally taught me a lesson, pulling me to chat from the night to the dawn. At that time I realized that where the little master's sword blade points is the direction I'm moving in. He may be mindful of his old feelings and can't bear to take a shot at you bunch of white-eyed wolves. So I'll take my place. Even if all hell breaks loose, I'll take it out for him." Boom! The golden blood chi on Zui Yuanfei's body burst out, striking straight into the sky. However, there seemed to be some darkness floating vaguely between the eyebrows. Chapter 88, The Wife Comes to the Door. Lin Knight felt the powerful aura on the other party. Now the second master didn't know what had happened and could no longer be contacted. In that case, he could only rely on himself. Boom! Lin Knight and Zui Yuanfei's two people's auras clashed together fiercely. The powerful force caused the crystal floor underneath the two men's feet to appear spiderweb-like cracks. Both of them were the same heaven's destined son who could not be defeated in 100 battles. So naturally neither of them would concede defeat. Buzz! Lin Knight's chest shone with the light of the Tao rhythm, and his piece of bone finally blossomed after feeling the opposing saint body's suppression. The two top physiques issued a violent clash at this moment. The surrounding young disciples all avoided their sharp edges, but only the holy son of the Tianji Holy Land Wei Zhenbin motionless, and the eyes tightly stared at the two people. The divine order? Right together? Ha 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 ha. This is really getting interesting. At the same time, the two of them, Zui Yuanfei and Lin Knight, were not letting anyone in, and powerful Tao rhythms continuously flowed around them. Click here for "See you in the hand." Accompanied by Zui Yuanfei's roar, golden blood chi burst out, and the whole person bathed in it like a golden god of war. On the opposite side, Lin Knight did not show any weakness. The treasure art of the supreme bone flowed through his entire body, and as his hands waved, a roar of an ancient holy beast resounded throughout the entire hall. Just at this time, an icy voice rang out. "What are you going to do?" Turning her head to look, Mo Yuxiang had already arrived above the main hall at an unknown time. Ba. Seeing that Mo Yuxiang had come, the Buddha Lord of the Phaseless Holy Land also stood out. "Tu Junjies, it's not too good to make a big fuss above this great hall, is it? Hypocritical old vultures?" Tianji Saint Sun Wei Zhenbin disdainfully looked at that Buddha Lord, not giving the senior the slightest bit of face. "Crap, just now to start the fight. You are there to watch the fun, but the result is that Mo Yuxiang came. You are pretending to be a saint again. Do not know. Thought that this bald donkey moved the mortal heart. Besides, Mo Yuxiang doesn't see you. Night child, Ting Xian, come back and sit down." Mo Yuxiang did not pay attention to Lord Buddha. Instead, she directly greeted the two disciples and returned to their seats. "It looks like there's no fight, which is a shame." Yan Linger, the shaking light Saint Lord's personal disciple, skimmed that cute little mouth, obviously very unhappy with this scene. The big stick she was holding in her hand was also thrown to the ground by her. Just as Wei Zhenbin was confronting Luo Tingxian, she had long since quietly walked behind the ladder, intending to go straight up and take a smothering blow. This was the homework taught to her by her master, the shaking light Holy Lord. Treatment of the enemy, regardless of what he is moral or not. You just need to quietly give the girl from behind a stick. Everything is solved. If this time someone accused you of not doing the right thing, simple. Just memorize the man's face and wait until you meet him later to run up behind him and give him a smack in the back as well. Although Yan Linger was usually full of dislike for her own master, She had never forgotten a single trace of the other party's teachings. It was so close. Wei Zhenbin's expression was also slightly regretful. Of course he saw Yan Linger's movements, and even directly cooperated to keep all of Luo Tingxuan's attention on himself. I didn't expect the Holy Lord of the Tianxian Holy Land to actually come over at this time. TSK. Should I say it's worthy of heaven's mandate? Someone comes to solve the problem as soon as you encounter a crisis. But I want to see how long you can solve it. At this time at the clan, accompanied by a fresh fragrance, the surrounding disciples with shallow cultivation were all mesmerized with their eyes. The shaking light sacred lord frowned as he looked toward the high sky not far away, only to see a black-colored flying boat slowly landed down, and the scent was coming from above the flying boat. Boom! The instant the flying boat landed, it splashed a cloud of dust and smoke, and it also brought those disoriented young disciples back to their senses. This is the Heavenly Demon Palace? What are they doing here? Could it be that they are here to attack the mountain gate? Go and inform the elders. Notify my ass. Even the Heavenly Demon Palace wouldn't be stupid enough to attack the mountain gate at this time, right? People from the 10 great sacred lands are going to gather here with us. Is it hard for the Heavenly Devil Palace to come looking for death? Ahem. I'm telling you, they don't look like bad people. You just covet people's beauty. You're cheap. On top of the flying boat, a graceful woman dressed in munsel walked down with a graceful lotus step. The woman at the head of the group, she was dressed in a black tulle, like the elf of the night, mysterious and charming. The curves of her body were hidden under the black veil, exuding endless sex appeal. The reflection of the black veil made the slender jade legs that could occasionally draw a glimpse of people appear even whiter, emitting a soft luster like a pearl. That face is even more amazing. Eyes with spring water waves flow. A smile, a soulful, phoenix eyes with a black tear mole, adding a few more charming. It could be said that this is an earthly creature, capable of arousing the primal desires of those around it. Such a seductive woman was standing beside a fairy-like person who, by the looks of it, should be this woman's maid. The combination of a witch and a fairy simply delighted the surrounding cultivators. If Zi Xiao was here, he would be able to recognize it. Who could that fairy-like person be if not Ru Yu? The shaking light Saint Lord greeted him, his eyes clear and his aura majestic, without the slightest hint of the lewd look he had when facing one of his own people. He came in front of the black-veiled woman and said in a hushed voice, "Palace Master, ye should please take away the heavenly demon technique. These disciples of mine can't stand up to the temptation of this technique of yours." Ha! The black-veiled woman known as Palace Master Yi covered her mouth and laughed softly. "Saint Master Chu, it's been a long time. Why don't we let the seniors around us come out together as well? We are old friends. Why do we need to be so vigilant?" It was clear that Palace Master Yi hadn't intentionally used seductive feats, but the timbre of her speech was evocative. It is evident that she was born to seduce the world. Good and evil don't go hand in hand, the shaking light Holy Lord said in a cold voice. "I don't think we're any kind of old friends. Now you guys leave quickly and I can pretend I didn't see it. Otherwise, I'll only be able to ask all of you Dao friends who are guests in the clan to exterminate the demons together." Swish and brush. As the shaking light sacred lord finished saying the word demon punisher, one figure after another appeared at his side. These people were the core palace masters of the shaking light sacred land, as well as several old ancestors. In the face of such a scene, the heavenly demon palace's Yi palace master clearly did not have the slightest fear, letting out a silvery laughter as she slowly spoke. "There's no need to make such a big deal out of it. Sacred Lord Chu, perhaps after today our two sects will be even closer to each other." The shaking light Holy Lord was puzzled, not knowing what drug the other party was selling. After a few moments he was just about to open his mouth, but he found countless gazes converging on him. Turning his head, those senior brothers and sisters, senior uncles were all staring at him closely, as if they were looking at garbage. Asterisk. What are you all looking at me like that for? What's it got to do with me? Chapter 89, Let them in. No. What are you all doing looking at me with such eyes? I really haven't messed with anyone from the heavenly demon palace. Besides, my lady has been watching me so closely lately that I haven't had time to go out and look for. Ahem. Anxiously halfway through his explanation, the shaking light Holy Lord suddenly sensed more disciples converging their gazes on him, and hurriedly turned around and spoke in a pretense of majesty. "Demonis, don't be unbridled. What good does slandering this Holy Lord do you? I dang. Okay, stop. Phew." The witch hastily gestured for the other to shut up. Shaking light Holy Lord, this pretend to be halfway to be interrupted, and still interrupted in the way of calling a donkey. Can tolerate it. You. Before the shaking light Holy Lord could lash out, he only saw the demoness in front of him push the fairy-like maid beside him forward. "My home little Karen, but let one of your shaking light Holy Land senior to eat dry clean. Obviously privately set down for life, but always chaotic abandonment. Even left a word. may I ask? This matter you shaking light holy land does not give me an explanation? What? Looking at Ryu's pretty and dusty face with a hint of blush, he knew that what the witch had said was not true. A senior? Who is it? The shaking light holy lord's brain began to work frantically, and at this time, those gazes that seemed like sharp blades were once again placed on his body. It really wasn't me. You guys are unbridled. Don't I, the holy lord, deserve your trust? Roaring in anger didn't have any meaning, but instead deepened his suspicion. And those senior brothers and sisters hated the fact that they could not wait to directly slaughter the shaking light holy lord with their eyes. Scourge the women of the demon sect? And it was also found at the door. One must know that it was during the clan competition. Once this matter was sat down properly, their shaking light holy land was going to become the biggest laughingstock. The shaking light sacred lord was anxious for a while, and he was even doubting himself a bit. Could it be that he had really met such a redhead and ended up forgetting about it? I shouldn't have. I obviously like mature women. So how could such a young girl possibly go down on them? This girl? Come on. Don't even think about it. Can my little lovely girl look at you? Before the shaking light sacred lord could raise his voice to inquire, he was directly interrupted by the demoness. Didn't you guys recently see a Hall master? It's that kid, who took down my family's little Ryu, and now I'm bringing people to find him. Say it, do you guys give or don't you give me an explanation for this matter? Junior? Hearing the devil woman say the word temple master, not to mention the shaking light sacred lord, those surrounding core palace masters were also stunned for a moment. Their little master is a person of high moral character. How could he do this kind of always messy abandonment thing? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The shaking light holy lord waved his hand, his face full of disbelief. My junior senior brother is an exiled immortal descending to the earth, a celestial being reincarnated. So how would he be consistently messing around and abandoning a woman, much less having any relationship with you guys from the devil's path? Oh, the witch's seductive phoenix eyes flashed dangerously. You mean you're planning to cheat? The shaking light sacred lord wouldn't dare to directly drive the person away. If the other party was really the confidant of junior brother, wouldn't he be bad? Just as he was hesitating, a disciple quietly came to his side and whispered, Sacred Lord, I was in Chilean City earlier with senior brothers while looking for the movements of the three books of heaven, earth, and humans, and when Elder Misty took Junior Master away, Junior Master said that it seemed as though he had a wife, and was about to have a baby or something, and I didn't hear him clearly. What? It's really little brother? The shaking light sacred lord was greatly alarmed. Nice guy. No wonder people are looking for it, isn't it? At the very beginning, Uncle Misty had kidnapped junior brother back. It's clear that they're the ones who made this whole thing happen. For a while, the shaking light holy lord couldn't decide what to do. On the other hand, the witch's delicate red lips approached Ryu's crystalline earlobes and whispered, Silly Ryu, what are you thinking about? Cry for me. Ha! Ryu was dumbfounded, completely at a loss as to how to react. The witch was also furious when she saw the expression on the other's face, but after thinking about it, this was one of her own, so she just gave her a blank stare without any goodwill. The shaking light sacred lord and the others all heard the whispers of the demoness and Ryu, thinking that the other party was letting them hear it on purpose. After all, looking at Ryu's expression, it didn't seem like a fake. What should be done about this? The shaking light sacred lord actually wanted to let Ryu in, but naturally, this was the heavenly demon palace, a demonic sect. If the devil sect had entered the shaking light holy land in a dignified manner, or if they had entered in front of the 10 great sacred lands, it was simply unimaginable what would happen. Just at this moment, a cold voice rang in the ears of the shaking light holy lord. Let them in. Yes. The shaking light holy lord made a salute to the distant void, then turned his head to look at the witch. Heavenly demon palace. You are here as guests this time. I hope that you can keep to yourselves, or else, there is no need for me to say what will happen. You surely understand. Naturally. The witch nodded and continued. Send someone to take us directly to where that hall master is. Well, but only 2 of you will be able to go in. You and that young master's woman. The rest of you wait outside. Palace master. Once they heard this, the people of the heavenly devil palace couldn't sit still. The shaking light holy land is the holy land of the righteous path for others. But for them, the devil's sect, it is purely the tiger's den. This if the palace master went in with his personal disciple Ryu, wouldn't no one know what happened, and they wouldn't be able to do it even if they wanted to rescue them, unless there was an all-out war. It's alright. I think that people shaking light holy land will naturally not do anything to victimize us. After all, they are the righteous path and we are the devil sect. There was a hint of cunning in the witch's phoenix eyes. She wasn't worried at all about the people of the shaking light sacred ground making a move on her. If it was any other sacred ground, she would still have to ponder whether or not to go straight in, but the shaking light sacred ground didn't need to think about it. After all, this clan, you say he is the right way it, but those old ancestors every day outside with others, Tao, and is not the kind of empty Tao, as long as the old man is not shy to stare at, you do not pay a certain amount of money, then pay the life of it. Say they are the devil's door, but they are still one of the 10 holy places, really evil. At one time the two had a brief couple of collaborations as well. Therefore, the witch was not worried about her safety at all. The henchmen tried to say something, but were drank back by a look from the witch. Come with me, both of you. A core palace master stepped forward and made a gesture of invitation. Without the slightest hesitation, the witch directly walked in towards the shaking light holy land, and Ruyu was like a little rabbit, carefully following beside her own palace master. Chapter 90, Just come. What gifts are you bringing? At this time in the Ling Xiao Palace, Zi Xiao was holding a watermelon in his hand, and looking at the picture in the crystal in front of him, he was also a bit dumbfounded. Before, when Mo Yuxiang didn't show up, Zui Yuanfei and Lin Knight had almost fought. It's funny to think of two sons of the divine order facing off, but there was one problem that made Zi Xiao stop eating his melon. That's right, why do you keep mentioning me when you two can just fight? What do you mean the point of my sword is the direction you're heading? I play with swords. That cursive sword technique hasn't even been used much. Even if all hell breaks loose, to take it out on me? Dude, you're on the wrong set, aren't you? Who are you going to take it out for? Zi Xiao covered his forehead. Hearing those words from Zui Yuanfei, his toes snapped out a complete Lingxiao palace on the ground, embarrassed to the core. Now it's still just going through the crystal to see that image. All feel spicy eyes. This if you wait to be a host. That image is unimaginable. Buzz. Just as Zi Xiao was pondering, ripples emerged from the formation pattern of the Lingxiao palace. A voice also came out from in front of the temple door. Junior brother, there is a guest to find you. Guests? Zi Xiao walked down from under the throne with doubts. Tianxian Holy Land's people but all in the hall. This time if you say there are guests. With the disappearance of the array pattern, the three also appeared in front of Zi Xiao. Kisame? Seeing the person who came, Zi Xiao's eyes with surprise. This is his enlightenment. Not, is his confidant. Ah, what brings you here? Zi Xiao took a step forward. Ruyu's pretty face was blushing, her head slightly lowered, somewhat unsure of how she was going to face Zi Xiao. And just at this time, the witch behind her pushed her. Accompanied by a yelp of surprise, Ruyu directly jumped into Zi Xiao's embrace. So it really is Junior Brother's wife? That core palace master also put his heart down when he saw the scene. If the demoness was lying, he wouldn't mind leaving these two heavenly demon palace people behind at this time. Junior brother? Then I won't bother you guys to catch up. Looking at the beauty of Zi Xiao in her arms, that core palace master winked at Zi Xiao and then turned to leave. The witch, on the other hand, was left behind. After all, she still had some things she wanted to talk to Zi Xiao about. Duke. Feeling the warmth of Zi Xiao's embrace, Ruyu rubbed herself like a kitten, and Zi Xiao also doted on her and rubbed her head, then turned her gaze to the seductive witch. Could this be the same witch that old money said he had prepared for himself? Good man, you're delivering directly to the door, aren't you? Worthy of being old money, he is reliable in this aspect. Ruyu, tell me about you. Just come, what gifts are you bringing? After saying these words, Zi Xiao walked forward with Ruyu in one arm, and just as the witch was about to open her mouth to say something, she was swept into her arms by a large hand. After feeling the other party's body heat, the witch's phoenix eyes carried a hint of coldness. Kisame, on the other hand, was completely confused. A phrase kept echoing in the little head. How dare you, taking the palace master directly into your arms? This was the heavenly demon palace master who had killed a great reputation in the 10 places of the 9 states, and because of her seductive looks and temperament, she had a constant stream of suitors, and even those guys who claimed to be of the righteous path had a covetous heart for their palace master, but they only dare to show their feelings. How can they dare to make a direct move? You're good. Not only did you do it, but you even called the palace master a gift? It's over. It's over. The witch's delicate body was a little stiff at this moment, and subconsciously she was about to run her magic power to break this wanton man in front of her into pieces. However, just in the moment when her magic power rose, a clear and cold feeling wrapped around her entire body. Ethereal. The devil girl's phoenix eyes were slightly cold. She had already sensed the owner of this Tao rhythm. It was clearly the shaking light sacred ground supreme elder Misty. Sure enough, the shaking light sacred ground couldn't be at all assured of them. From this, it could be seen that Zi Zhao's position in the shaking light holy land nowadays. Helplessly, the witch pretended to be relaxed and opened her mouth. Kid, no, Donzi, let's just go inside the hall first and talk again, right? This is outside. Don't hug, right? Ha, Zi Xiao looked at the witch in his arms with some surprise. Are you so bold? It's daytime now. Looking at Zi Xiao's shameless appearance, the witch's shell teeth clenched. If not for that old woman's Dao rhyme has been in the old lady. Now you have to use this colorful and daring boy no what is called the devil's way. But one has to bow down under the roof. The witch was also only able to make a petulant appearance, using that tender little fist to continuously pound on Zi Xiao's chest. This scene was one that made the well-behaved Ruyu on the side almost drop her jaw in shock. Zi Xiao also subconsciously froze for a moment, but he quickly regained his clarity. Eureka! This is the first thing that Zi Xiao felt. The word which is well-deserved Lao Qian. Lao Qian. When we return to Qilian City, we will definitely let you eat and drink. With gratitude towards old Qian, Zi Xiao held one in one hand and walked directly into the main hall. In the Qian Ice Palace in the distance, the corners of the mouth of the ethereal one with a Taoist robe rose lightly. This little fellow actually has such a close relationship with those people from the Heavenly Demon Palace? It doesn't matter. Just do whatever you want to do. Master will carry it for you. Lingxiao Palace. As soon as she entered the Lingxiao Palace, the witch immediately broke free from Zi Xiao's arms like a loach. Ruyu didn't know if it was because of her thin skin or because she didn't dare to see her own palace master get angry. She directly buried her face into Zi Xiao's arms. Her little ears were all red. Her appearance was very cute. And the witch, who could no longer feel the ethereal aura, let loose at this time, only to see her walk towards the center of the hall above the throne in style. After sitting on it, she directly bent over and lay down on her side, her long, white legs shining in front of her eyes. Kid, you bullied my family Ruyu and then patted yourself on the back afterward. How do you plan to settle this matter? Listening to the words of the demoness, a strange thought suddenly welled up in Zi Xiao's mind. Immortal jumping in the fairy world? What's the solution? But look down at the bird like Ruyu. It seems that you don't need to solve it yourself. And the witch on top of the throne spoke to herself. Tell you what, I'll say away. As long as you agree, this matter will be over. And it will give you untold benefits. Ruyu is a member of my Heavenly Demon Palace. How about you join my Heavenly Demon Palace? You were the palace master in the Shaking Light Holy Land. And when you arrive at my Heavenly Devil Palace, you can be given the position of Vice Palace Master. One person under 10,000 people. The righteous path is full of hypocrites. I think you've already seen it in the Tianqian Holy Land. My devil path is different. 100 no holds barred. That's us. As long as you join the Heavenly Devil Palace, make whatever conditions you want. Of course Ruyu is also yours. I will also give Ruyu the position of the Holy Maiden. And in the future the Heavenly Devil Palace. Stop. Before the witch could finish her sentence, Zi Xiao directly called for a halt. This attitude caused a hint of coldness on the witch's seductive face. It wasn't as if there was no one who had the qualifications to interrupt her, but this definitely didn't include this heavenly pride in front of her who hadn't yet completely grown up. Chapter 91 You give birth to one. However, Zi Xiao didn't pay any attention to that witch's demeanor. In his opinion, this witch was just a gift. Even if she had some amazing identity, so what? This is his territory. The Lingxiao Palace had already recognized him as its master, and with the addition of the Great Dao Treasure Vase, even saints would have to die in this holy temple, and saint kings would not be able to take advantage of him even if he came. So Zi Xiao didn't care what the other party thought at all. Instead, he lowered his head and said softly, Little Ruyu, are you from the Heavenly Demon Palace? Ruyu opened her mouth in a soft voice and responded, Yes, Gongzi. I'm sorry, Ruyu lied to you. What's there to lie about? It has no effect at all. And besides, didn't you give me your all when you started without knowing my name? Looking at Zi Xiao's bad smile, Ruyu once again shyly lowered her head. In his head, he also recalled the indescribable images of the two of them for those 3 days and 3 nights when they were at the Qingfeng building before. And just at this time, the witch couldn't help herself, only to see her foxy face covered in frost, clearly unhappy with Zi Xiao for leaving her out to dry. The palace is talking to you. Ha 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 ha. Forgot about you. Zi Xiao let out a loud laugh and gently patted Ruyu's roundness, signaling him to leave first. Ruyu also behaved herself and walked out of Zi Xiao's embrace. The latter, on the other hand, came to the throne in 3 or 2 steps, looking at the enchanting woman lying on her side in front of him, and said disdainfully, Let's not talk about what kind of ghostly power you are in the Heavenly Demon Palace, but let's just say that the little condition you mentioned. You're insulting me here? Which cultivator can't withstand such a test? Vice Palace Master. One person under 10,000 people? TSK, and giving Ruyu a position as a holy maiden. You guys are really generous. Laozi is now the palace master of the Shaking Light Holy Land. The Supreme Elder is my senior. The Holy Lord is my senior. I've got a brain cramp. And I'm going to your Heavenly Demon Palace? Just for the position of a Vice Palace Master? Can't you let Ryu stay here with me and tease those cute nephews every day? How sick do I have to be to accept your Thai offer? Say less if you don't have the strength. You think your heavenly demon palace is some kind of meat and potatoes? Being bombarded like this by Xiao, the witch directly froze on the spot, as if she had never thought that the other party would reject herself like this. Subconsciously, he murmured, what did you say? Why are your ears still bad? Xiao leaned forward, reached out his hand and directly cupped that pearly chin, and spoke with a single word, I said you're an idiot. Boom! This time, the witch couldn't hold back any longer. Powerful demonic energy burst out from within her body, and those phoenix eyes gradually turned blood red. The black veil on her body was constantly being drummed by the spiritual power. If she was a seductive creature before, then at this moment, she was like a female emperor who was at the top of the world. Looking at your cultivation of the sage realm, you should still be a not-so-small official, but having come to my territory, I can still let you bully me? Xiao was not the least bit afraid of the other party's saint realm cultivation, as he had said before. In the midst of his Lingxiao palace, let alone a saint king would have to come with his tail between his legs. Only when he waved his sleeve robe, the formation pattern of the entire hall lit up. The golden dragons on the pillars of the temple roared, and the carvings of the gods and generals on the walls seemed to come to life, pointing their weapons directly at the witch. The great Tao treasure vase radiated a dim light, resisting the great power of the heavens and earth that surged from that sage realm. Buzz! The great Tao Brahma sound resounded throughout the entire hall, and the many divine warriors and generals made Thai sounds above the walls, as if they were questioning the demonic maiden on how she dared to act recklessly in the holy temple. Wow! Chain after chain of order stretched out from the carvings in all parts of the great hall, tying up all of the witch's limbs. That chain refers to the order made. Even the shadow of the ancient divine dragon was able to bind it, let alone a sage realm cultivator. What is this? Panic appeared on the witch's thousand-fold face. How could she not have thought that Xiao's methods were so bizarre that saints couldn't even restrain him in front of her? Moreover, if I am not wrong, the aura released by Xiao just now was clearly the Mahayana realm. Didn't he say that he was distracted before? When is the Mahayana realm? No one told her either. If she had known that Xiao was so heaven-defying, it wouldn't have been impossible to let him have the position of palace master of the heavenly devil palace. Palace master. When Ryu saw her own palace master was in trouble, she hurriedly trotted to the front of Xiao, her pretty face full of pleading. Gongzi, you just let the palace master go. She is not a bad person. It's just that her mouth is poisonous. Little Ryu, stand there obediently. No need to rush. I won't slaughter her, but I won't let her go so easily either. Otherwise, it's a person who can come to me and be arrogant. Do I still have a sense of compulsion me? Ryu didn't dare to say anything more after hearing that harsh rejection from Xiao. At this moment, within Xiao's head, the system once again spoke excitedly. Right. Restrain her, host. Don't blame me for not reminding you, this doesn't look like a good person, but she happens to have a top-notch hearth ding physique. You trust me. Just get her. I'll help you bring up the baby when it's conceived. Are you out of your mind? I'm going to be a father at such a young age? Xiao was speechless for a while. I didn't expect the system to jump out at this time, but also said something about being pregnant with his belt? What kind of system is this? Going to rob again? Giving birth to a child to become stronger? Hearing Xiao's words, the system muttered, Hey, you have changed your heart towards me. The secret of a drop of blood is not even willing to share it with me. I also look away. Instead of this, it is better to pin your hopes on your child. It's called fat water not flowing out of the sky. This physique of yours, together with her physique, giving birth to one would not be heaven-defying. Quickly on. If you really can't, I'll help you push it. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the true man elixir. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a shot of spirit liquid. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the dual cultivation secret method. UING. Turned off the system voice. After turning off the noisy system, Xiao returned to his senses and looked at the constantly struggling witch in front of him. The order chains suppressed her cultivation. At this moment, she was the fish meat on the chopping board. Her phoenix eyes were round and full of killing intent as she looked at Xiao. How dare you glare at me? Xiao is really going to laugh. You are like this, and you are still mad. You think you are the shaking light holy lord. You can be arrogant when you are wearing a bath towel? Come on. Now. Immediately. Change your expression for me right now, or I'm going to fulfill my previous promise with old money and taste the witch. Ha! Hearing that, the witch wasn't calm. What did it mean to taste the witch? Taste her? Xia. I'm telling you, you'd better let go of me or I'll have to. Hissing, the sound of the black veil tearing interrupted the witch's words. Spring sunshine shakes people's eyes. Zizhao's hand held a piece of black veil and teased, "Do you want to try and see if I dare to continue?" Chapter 92, Demoness. Don't be reckless. You dare to be rude to me. The witch felt the coolness on her body and looked at Zizhao incredulously. She hadn't expected the person in front of her to be so bold. Which of us is the right way and which is the devil's way? Rude, what did you say? I can't hear you. Fizzle. Again the sound of the black veil tearing. This time the witch can be panicked. This is if this junior in front of her is so bullied. Spread out. Her whole life reputation will not be ruined. Hall of Heavenly Devil Palace Master. Sweeping the 8 wastelands of the 9 states. All day long to fight the eagle results in being pecked by a small family bird? Zizhao didn't care what the person in front of him thought. He was too busy enjoying the scenery. Good lord. Second only to Master Shifu in majesty? Witch, you're proud enough of yourself. Feeling the gradual perversion of the gaze of the person in front of her, the witch's shell teeth clenched, pretending to be seductive and opened her mouth. Little Zizhao Gongzi, just please let go of the slave. The slave knows the wrong. Ah, this Ru Yu, who was on the side, with her big eyes glaring round, didn't seem to think that her own palace master would also have this look. The witch sensed Ryu's surprise and was mortified, but at this point there was nothing else she could do. Wasn't I told to have a good attitude? This time is good enough. Wait for you kid to untie me. I will let you know what is called the Heavenly Devil Dafa. Obviously Zizhao couldn't hear what was going on in her mind. This witch's voice was already seductive on its own, and now she was deliberately clamping down on her speech. That sound does make your body tingle. Ahem. What's that? Since you said that, it's not like I can't forgive you. Let's put it this way. You should know that I had Ryu call me by my nickname before, right? Little name? After a few moments of thought, it dawned on the witch. So it is. The name he had asked Ryu to call him before. He had searched for it for a long time without finding any clues, but now it seemed that it was not a fake name. But his nickname? How could an intelligent witch not know what Zizhao wanted? When I escape, I'll kill you. But that's all afterward. The most important thing now is to say a few soft words, so that the other party will let themselves go before they can do so. Nujia knows that I'm wrong. Please be magnanimous and let go of Nujia. Hiss. It's scary as hell. Zizhao sucked in a breath of cool air. No wonder people were magical girls. Listen to that little voice. Who wouldn't be confused by that? And when the witch saw that Zizhao didn't react, she thought that she hadn't made her heart sing, so she hurriedly made an effort to take off one of her black shoes, and then lifted her leg against the pressure of the chains. The bright, rounded jade foot rested on top of Zizhao's chest. Just let the slave go. I heard from Ryu that you like. Wow. Before the words were finished, those chains of order all retreated, and seeing this scene, there was a hint of cunning in the witch's phoenix eyes. Sure enough, the old lady just slightly used her means and the other party was finished. Just wait, Zizhao. I'll tell you right away what's called the Heavenly Demon Technique. But after the chains receded, the witch realized that her cultivation had not been restored, and those chains of order seemed to have left a seal on her body, thus causing her cultivation to be sealed. However, even though her cultivation was sealed, the witch still couldn't sit back and wait for death, and took down a hairpin emitting spiritual energy from above her waterfall like green silk, and stabbed it fiercely at Zizhao. Dang! Ha! Watching her hairpin bend instantly, the witch's phoenix eyes rounded. What's the deal with this guy's physical body? Sure it's not a humanoid ferocious beast? Jia. This is what you asked for. I was going to let you go, but now it seems demonic. I want you to help me cultivate. After saying that, Zizhao lightly waved one hand, and a spiritual force struck the great Dao treasure vase directly. Rumble. A room transformed at the back of the main hall, and Zizhao wrapped his arm around the witch and headed towards that room. You let go of me. My heavenly demon technique can't be that way until I reach the supreme realm. Zizhao ignored the witch's petulant voice and looked towards Ryu, who was not far away, and directly used his spiritual power to turn into a large hand to similarly drag Ryu into his arms. When he entered the middle of the room, Zizhao casually threw the witch onto the ground, sealing her spiritual energy and forcing her to open her eyes again. With that, he walked over to his initial initiation teacher. Ryu, teacher, shall we continue with the second lesson? Old teacher? Ryu was a bit confused and didn't understand what exactly Zizhao's words meant, but she didn't need to understand. Zizhao directly threw Ryu onto the bed and her entire body pounced on her as well. Wait, my lord, the palace master. She's still at the edge. It's okay, let her watch. Isn't she quite arrogant? There were no words for a day and a night, and the only sound that came out of the Lingxiao palace was the occasional sound of breathing. Early the next morning, Zui Yuanfei came to the Lingxiao palace. His body exuded an aura that made him unapproachable, and the golden blood qi of his holy body continuously churned. Obviously, he's not in a good mood at all. After arriving at the Ling Xiao Palace, he directly punched above the array pattern. Dang! Golden blood chi spilled out in all directions, and ripple after ripple appeared in the array pattern. Zui Yuanfei's double fists continuously struck on top of the array pattern and roared, "Demonis! Don't be reckless! Hurry up and release my little uncle. Otherwise, I'll kill you all." Even if the Holy Land was powerful and unrivaled, how could it possibly be broken in the face of this Ling Xiao Palace's great formation? If Zi Xiao hadn't just turned on the defense formation without turning on the counterattack formation, just with these punches from Zui Yuanfei, the counterattack formation would have been able to take most of his life. Boom boom boom. You have the ability to break into the Holy Land. You have the ability to come out. Let go of my little master. Zui Yuanfei kept smashing the big formation as if he was mad. Finally, along with the disappearance of the array pattern, a man who looked like an exiled immortal slowly walked out. His black robe was casually draped over his body, and his hair was not tied up, but left to fall out. Looking that wild and unruly, who else could the visitor be if not Zi Xiao? What about a night of enjoyment that had him engrossed, only to have it clang and chisel the door before he woke up? Only to see Zi Xiao come to the front of the main hall door with a black line on his head, especially when he saw that the person coming was Zui Yuanfei. The veins on his forehead burst out. He simply wanted to punch the simpleton to death. Junior Master. Seeing Zi Xiao appear, Zui Yuanfei excitedly greeted him. Are you alright? I heard from my master that a demoness from the Heavenly Demon Palace came to look for you, and there are still 2 of them. I'm worried that you're in danger. That's why. Hold it. Stop it. Stop it. The more you listen, the more wrong, especially Zui Yuanfei's scorching eyes. Zi Xiao felt a lot of pressure. Hastily interrupted the other party, said in a bad mood. You kid got up early in the morning. Do not go to fall in love with that Lin knight yesterday. Ran to find me to do what? You think others can be able to lay hands on me in the Holy Land? Or am I that bad in your eyes? Where are the words in this? Zui Yuanfei was a little flustered. Junior uncle. I was worried about you because I was too worried. That's why I ran straight over here. There is absolutely no intention of underestimating you. And the clan competition is about to start. So I just happened to come to ask you to go with me. Clan competition. Chapter 93. Is it good? Snap. Zi Xiao slapped his forehead, almost forgetting about this. The clan competition was about to start. How could he, the host, not show up? With this in mind, Zi Xiao subconsciously spoke. How is it? Are you ready? Don't worry. Zui Yuanfei patted his chest with an expression of leaving it all to me. You don't have to worry about me. Junior Master. Today the people of Tianqian Holy Land will definitely understand what it means to be a black hand. I'm not talking about that. Never mind. Go ahead and go over there. I'll be there in a minute. After saying that, Zi Xiao patted Zui Yuanfei's shoulder and then walked towards the hall. As for Zui Yuanfei, he stood in place, staring blankly at Zi Xiao's departing back. Junior Master actually tapped my shoulder? Sure enough, you were worried about me. But don't worry, Junior Uncle. A mere Lin knight. I can suppress it with the flip of my hand. Just wait until I dedicate my victory to you. I won't disgrace you. After saying that, Zui Yuanfei put on a sad expression and left with a big stride towards the location of the martial arts training ground. Zi Xiao returned to the middle of the room. At this moment, Ruyu was lazily lying on the bed, her eyes tightly closed like a kitten. On the other hand, the witch was sitting on the ground. Her phoenix eyes were all bloodshot, and her originally crystalline jade-like skin was cloaked in a layer of redness. Rapidly gasping for breath, the whole person was drenched in fragrant sweat, as if fighting a battle. Seeing Zi Xiao come in, the phoenix eyes looked straight at Zi Xiao. There was a hint of disorientation in those eyes in addition to killing intent. Once upon a time she had watched strange images through crystals, but this time it was better. The real person was staged, still right in front of her, and she wasn't able to close her eyes. The excitement is palpable. As the palace master of the Heavenly Devil Palace, it is natural to practice the Heavenly Devil Dharma, and less than the Supreme Realm will forcefully lock the body, and I thought that Zi Xiao had no other way for her. But how could I have imagined that this asshole would actually let her watch live? Yo, you look more pleasing now than yesterday. I'm going to go and get busy with my business, so when I come back, let's continue. After saying that, Zi Xiao straightened his clothes and walked towards the outside. Wait until Zi Xiao had completely left. The witch spoke without any good humor. Little Ruyu, if you're still pretending to be asleep, I'll beat you up later. Ha! Like a frightened kitten, Ruyu jumped up from the bed at once, and that was Snow White as far as the eye could see. And if Zi Xiao was here, he had to start the third course. Palace Master, how did you know I was pretending to be asleep? Kisame trotted over to the witch's side and helped her up. Who, the asshole? The witch's breathing still did not stabilize, not knowing whether she was infuriated or there was some other reason. Even her legs were a bit soft, only able to rely on Ryu's assistance to be able to barely stand. Palace Master. Gonzi, he didn't mean it. He just has a bad mouth. Didn't he not bully you yesterday? Isn't that bullying? The witch's phoenix eyes rounded and looked at Ryu as if she was looking at a white-eyed wolf. Tell me about you. You haven't even married yet. And you're already speaking for your little groom? Is there even me? The Palace Master. In your eyes. Since, naturally, there is. Palace Master, forgive me. That's all. The fault is not yours. In a moment, give me what I put in your place. When he comes back. Humph. Old lady must give him a surprise. This. Alright. I won't really kill him. No need to make such a face. Thank you, Palace Master. Ryu cheered, causing the witch to give her a blank look. It's like having a cabbage that you've been raising for a long time, and it's been given to another pig. Right. The witch seemed to have thought of something and turned her head to look at Ryu. Those phoenix eyes filled with a desire for knowledge. Is it really comfortable? If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was the Palace Master, Ryu really wanted to say, how presumptuous you are you. Is this something you can ask? Ahem. Don't want to talk about it? Fine. But the next question. You have to answer me. Yes, Palace Master. After receiving Ryu's affirmation, the witch slowly spoke. Is it delicious? On the other side, after Zishio had straightened out his clothes, he directly turned into a stream of light and paddled towards the location of the martial arts training ground. In the middle of the martial arts training ground, the 10 great sacred grounds had all arrived at this time. In order, they are the Holy Land of Heavenly Pivot, the Holy Land of Tianxian, the Holy Land of Tianji, the Holy Land of Tianquan, the Holy Land of Yuhong, the Holy Land of Kaiyang, the Holy Land of Shaking Light, the Holy Land of Wuxian, the Holy Land of Yaoqi, and the Holy Land of Transportation. These 10 holy places were the Taoist lineages that belonged to the righteous path in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Of course, it wasn't like there weren't forces in the outside world that could rival them, such as the Eternal Life Family, the Immortal Imperial Clan, and that Taboo Clan. However, those forces were either hidden or not of the human race, and could not be divided between the righteous and demonic paths. Among the 10 Holy Lands, the Heavenly Power Holy Land was the first, the Heavenly Pivot Holy Land was the second, and the Heavenly Chi Holy Land was the third, and the other Holy Lands did not have an overly obvious gap. But this time, the tens of thousands of core disciples of the Shaking Light Sacred Grounds leading cultivation level had dazzled all the other sacred grounds. When did this bandit den get so strong? How can they continue to be so strong? Not every day to block the door of each Holy Land to grab resources. After all, everyone knew the style of the Shaking Light Holy Land. The Heavenly Power Holy Lord was like a divine king sitting high above the chair. His aura was like that of an emperor in the world. Just sitting there had an endless majesty. But the moment he opened his mouth it was a shock. I say Chu Tianhao, are the people under your sect high on drugs? This one by one. They're all crazy, right? Universally a realm ahead of the disciples under my sect. Hey! The Shaking Light Holy Lord smiled lewdly and winked. That doesn't make any sense. The disciples that the Shaking Light Holy Land, have recruited since the beginning of time have all been heavenly prideful people. So how can mere mortals be comparable? Ha 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 ha. The Jade Balance Holy Lord let out a big, boisterous laugh. I haven't seen you for a while, and sure enough, you still have the same personality. Speaking of which, Chu Tianhao, what's going on with those old guys from the Tianji Holy Land? Do you have any clues? Upon hearing Holy Lord Yu Heng's inquiry, Holy Lord Shaking Light first turned his head to look at Holy Lord Tianji, only to have the latter directly blink at him with those eyes that were coated in thick black eyeshadow. That one almost made him spit out his overnight meal. Good man, good man. He used to be the one to make others speechless. And here comes back a more abstract one. I guess they're all crazy. Why don't we take advantage of the clan competition this time and let's slaughter those blackened old Taoists? Just as the Shaking Light Holy Lord spoke in a joking tone to the two people on the side, a Buddhist cry suddenly rang out. Amitabha Buddha. The people of the Tianji Holy Land have had a great change of heart. My Buddha has already foretold that they may have entered the devil. Being of the same righteous path, we should indeed unite as one. First put the people of the Tianji Holy Land under guard, and allow the poor monk to use the Heart Sutra to cure them of their heart's demons. The faceless Saint Lord put on a look of great compassion, like an enlightened monk. Chapter 94, you've kind of run into a tough guy. Old Baldy, are you talking about me? Clunk. The sudden appearance of the voice made the faceless Holy Lord almost did not sit down and fell from the chair. How could he not think that just now was still over there with the Shaking Light Holy Lord eye to eye Tianji Holy Lord? When did she come to his side? Amitabha Buddha. June sure master, you have thought about it. The poor monk is merely, Before the phaseless Saint Lord could finish his sentence, he received a solid blow to the eye. The punch went straight down and gave him a smoky eye as well. Just as the phaseless Saint Lord was about to counterattack, a smoking black flying duster once again arrived in front of him. Old bald donkey, this disguise suits you quite well. Serve your what's-his-name Buddha well and don't come to pick on me, or else from tomorrow onwards, I won't do anything. I'll just chase after and beat up you guys from the phaseless Holy Land. I'll beat you up until you're convinced. Sins. Although the veins above the bald head of the phaseless Saint Lord were bulging, he really didn't dare to tear his face off with the other party. Not to mention how strong the heavenly chi sacred ground that defied the heavenly Tao was. There were quite a few people among the 10 great sacred grounds that were allies of these guys. In a real fight, the one who suffers is definitely himself. That was why the phaseless Saint Lord closed his eyes and began to silently recite the Heart Sutra. I'll be damned. Where's the ing raging eyes? You don't even dare to fight back after being beaten up. The Tianji Holy Lord was clearly very dissatisfied with the phaseless Holy Lord's goading. This little episode caused all the surrounding Holy Lords to be dumbfounded. Indeed, the changes in the Tianji Holy Land right now were just too scary. How was it that it was kind of starting to look like the people of the Shaking Light Holy Land? If this went on, wouldn't the 10 great Taoist systems of their righteousness be turned into bandit dens? The Shaking Light Holy Lord felt the gazes around him and was also stifled. What are all looking at me for? If you guys are dissatisfied, go talk to Jun Mo Yen. I'm sitting here properly and you guys are staring at me. Are you targeting me? Before, the senior brothers and sisters had doubts about his character, and when people's magical girls came to the door, they all felt that they had caused the affair. This time, it was Jun Mo Yen who caused trouble, and these people were still looking at themselves. If we can't tolerate it, let's go to war. Seeing that the Shaking Light Saint Lord was really angry, the crowd of Saint Lords chose to turn their heads away. No one wanted to provoke a madman. Seeing this, the Tianji Holy Lord immediately ran to the side of the Shaking Light Holy Lord, and took the other party by the shoulders. You see, it's still the two of us who are on good terms. These people are too meaningless. How about you reconsider my proposal from last time? Get out. Okay. On top of the high platform sat all the Holy Lords as well as the elders, and below them were the younger generation of each Holy Land. The exchanges between the 10 great sacred grounds were all for the younger generation to imprint their Tao on each other. After all, only when the younger generation grew up would they be able to truly inherit the 10 great sacred grounds. One by one, these heavenly prides looked towards the people from the other Holy Lands with warlike intent. The aura released from two of them in particular drew frequent side glances from the people around them. The two were none other than Zui Yuanfei and Lin Knight. Since yesterday's brief confrontation, both men had made the other their greatest enemy. It's really hot. Tianji Saint Sun Weijianbin shook his head, seemingly unfazed by these two people's passionate stares at each other, and instead turned his gaze to the others around him. Participating in this clan competition, besides the clan's holy sons and daughters, there were also sequence disciples. After all, the Holy Maiden and Holy Son alone could not determine the overall strength of the sect, so this crowd of celestial pride, under Wei Jinbin's divining art, was directly distinguished into 4 classifications: those with strength, and those without strength, the damned, and the indifferent. The Buddhist son of the phaseless Holy Land, a young monk, had his hands clasped together at this time, with a slight dissatisfaction between his eyebrows. Amitabha Buddha, why hasn't the host Zishou arrived yet? Isn't this? Boom! Before Buddha Z could finish his words, 3 powerful auras directly pressed on his body. Turning his head, good guy, Lin Knight, Zui Yuanfei, Wei Jinbin, the 3 powerful young celestials all glared at him angrily. Little bald donkey, if you want to die, just squeak out. Little master's name is also something you can call out? Under the teachings of the Shaking Light Holy Lord, the low-key and humble Zui Yuanfei at the very beginning had disappeared, replaced by a dynamite barrel, especially when it came to things related to the purple sky. He simply couldn't calm down. The supreme bone on Lin Knight's body chilled slightly as he said in a cold voice, "A Buddhist son of the phaseless Holy Land? Apologize to eldest brother, or else don't blame Mr. Lin for being impolite." Even that holy son of the Tianji Holy Land, Wei Jinbin, was like this? Damn, bald ass, who gave you the courage to talk like that? Ah, do you, the phaseless Holy Land, not want to mix anymore? In a moment, I'll light the heavenly lanterns for that fat oil of yours. The Buddha son of the phaseless Holy Land was also furious when he heard the 3 of them speak so nonchalantly. He was already a young heavenly pride, so he naturally didn't fear anyone. So what if Zishou had made a heck of a name for himself? A person who went against the heavenly Tao was not destined to go very far. What's more, as the host, he was late and he just complained. What do these 3 people mean? One is talking more than the other. Amitabha Buddha. I don't know what the relationship between the 3 monks and that purple sky, But the Buddha also has a time of anger. The three of you so insulted me. A little while on the ring to see the results of it. The little monk is surely. Before the words were finished, a figure came directly in front of him. Burning golden blood chi, desolate ancient saint body Zui Yuan Fei. I'll make you rage. Wei Zhenbin was closest to the Buddha. Not only did he not stop Zui Yuan Fei, he even directly took out the big stick that Yan Linger had intended to knock Luo Tingxian with earlier from within his Qianquan ring. Little bald donkey, you've run into a tough one by messing with us. How dare you? Seeing Zui Yuanfei who rushed towards him and swung his fist without saying a word, Buddha Z's eyes widened angrily, and then his hand holding the rosary beads slammed up. Great hand seal. Buzz. A burst of golden light emanated from the Buddha's body. His face was serious, like a living Buddha in the world. A Buddhist sound was constantly recited from his mouth. The sound was amazing to the souls of the gods, and blinded their spiritual platforms. A huge golden palm slapped fiercely towards Zui Yuanfei. Wherever the golden palm went, even the air made a shattering sound. Zui Yuanfei didn't retreat when he saw this scene. His golden blood chi shot straight up into the sky, and the visionary silhouette of the Bittersea golden lotus emerged from his back. One golden blood chi after another burst out from his fists. Boom! The golden palm and golden fist collided together, and the Buddha's shadow and the Bittersea golden lotus behind the two of them slowly rose into the air, intertwining continuously in midair. Some of the surrounding young celestials looked on with cold eyes. Some were shocked, and some had their eyes lightly narrowed. Powerful waves of air raged out towards the surroundings. The holy lords on the high platform did not have the slightest intention of stopping this scene. Chapter 95, Zishao's appearance. Oh, young people fire some? Let them play. Wait a moment, the host to come people called, let him solve it. Sacred body in the world? I say Chu Tianhao. Your shaking light holy land has picked up a treasure. That Buddha's son should have inherited the Buddhist teachings of the past Buddha, right? A golden body with a precious appearance. A great blessing. It seems that you have cultivated a good seedling. Old monk. The holy lords on the high platform all talked and laughed, except for the two of them, the shaking light holy lord and the Tianji holy lord, who showed their arms and sleeves and yelled, Zui Yuan Fei, you kick his ass. Can a little bald ass still be difficult for you? Wei Zhenbin, you're holding up a big stick there as a statue? Hit him. Beat him. Hit his bald head hard. The two holy lords were so unimaginative, giving their own disciples advice there. This made the faceless holy lord on the side be infuriated. But this was the territory of the shaking light sacred ground, so he wanted to get angry, but was afraid of being punched. Not to mention a maddened holy lord Tianji. What's the difference between these two and that bandit? Under the stage, Zui Yuanfei and Buddha Z blasted against each other with spiritual power, and the vision exploded a golden lotus in the air. The battle between the two young heavenly prides was as terrifying as it was, and the ordinary disciples all watched the scene with wide eyes. Amitabha Buddha, although this is your shaking light sacred grounds territory, if you are so rude, left cultivator, you will not blame the young monk. After saying that, the golden light on Buddha Z's body flourished, and the Sanskrit sound in his mouth also read faster and faster, and from afar, the entire martial arts training ground was enveloped by the Buddha's light, and the Buddha's vision in the sky also became bigger and bigger. That Buddha seemed to have a spirit. His hands cupped the spell and he put on a look of compassion. Immediately after that, along with a rumbling sound, the huge Buddha vision slapped down a palm at Zui Yuanfei. Bald ass, you deserve to die for being rude to junior master. Today, I will kill Buddha. Zui Yuanfei was not the least bit afraid of the Buddha's palm that was covering down. The muscles on his body bulged layer by layer, and the golden blood chi that uniquely belonged to the holy body surrounded his entire body. Terrifying divine power surged, like an immortal divine furnace burning the heavens. The golden fist fiercely blasted towards the large handprint in the air, and the moment the fist struck out, sonic booms were unceasing. The sea of bitterness above the sky boiled, and golden lotuses descended. Boom! Finally, the fist collided with the Buddha's palm. Click here. The huge Buddha palm crumbled the moment it came into contact with Zui Yuanfei's fist. This scene drew heavy faces from all the surrounding celestial pride. This Zui Yuanfei's flesh is so strong? Is he some kind of ancient ferocious beast? The power of the sacred body is truly amazing. I wonder if it can catch my sword. That Buddha son of the phaseless Holy Land is said to be the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha. And it seems that he can't take advantage together against the holy body. Ancient Buddha reincarnated? You're the only one who believes that. Boom! The big explosion was still going on. Zui Yuanfei's eyes were wide open. Golden flames were burning in his pupils, and his fists resisted the Buddha's palm without the slightest feeling of strain. Drink! Along with a roar, the huge Buddha palm was directly shattered by the golden fist. Ha! The Buddha with his hands clasped together was also surprised. He knew that the sacred body was very strong, but he did not expect that he would be able to harden his ancient Buddha palm with just the power of his flesh. Then next, boo! Just as Buddha Z was planning to strike with all his might, he suddenly felt a shock at the back of his head, followed by pain and fainting sensation flowing throughout his body. Inexplicably, he turned his head and saw that smoky made-up Wei Jianbin was holding a big stick and looking at him with a smile on his face. You, Wei Jianbin, what are you doing? Ha! Wei Jianbin glanced at Buddha Z in surprise and murmured, could it be that the force was used less? Immediately after that, the veins above his hands rippled, and black spiritual energy surrounded the big stick as he violently smashed it fiercely against the bald head in front of him. I don't know if Buddha Z was confident in his golden body or if he was just blinded and didn't react, but he actually allowed the big stick in Wei Jianbin's hand to smash on his bald head. Dang! This time the sound rang through the sky. Good magic treasure. Wei Jianbin glanced in admiration at the large stick in his hand that he didn't know what material it was made of. On the contrary, Buddha Z. At this moment, his golden body was shaking, and above his white bald head, it was reddish, and had even begun to ooze blood outward. Wei Jianbin. Buddha Z gritted his teeth and looked at the Tianji holy sun in front of him. Furious. I'm sorry, you're not mad, are you? I just want to try to see if this head of yours is a good head, and now it seems. It is indeed quite good. Come on, I'll try again. With that said, Wei Jianbin held the rod in both hands, intending to knock at the Buddha's head once again. How dare you? Harpies! The faceless Saint Lord on the stage was unable to sit still. His own Buddha's son was being bullied and humiliated in such a way, clearly competing with the holy body in a fair and square manner. But this Wei Jianbin went behind his back. Simply inappropriate. The aura of the sage realm caused the heavens and earth to lose color, and the faceless sage lord clearly intended to strike. But he had forgotten that there was a Jun Moyen next to him who had been staring at him. Old Denga dare. When Jun Moyen saw that the faceless Saint Lord was going to strike out at his own saint son, how could he bear it? The duster in his hand threw out a burst of black air, directly wrapping around the faceless Saint Lord. The faceless Holy Lord had previously kept his attention on his own Buddhist son, which resulted in a sneak attack by Jun Moyen, who struck him on the head with a whisk. Dang! Black chi splashed out in all directions as Jun Moyen smiled. Ha 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 ha! Worthy of being master and disciple, both have a good head start. That disciple of mine is knocking up at the bottom, so I'll knock up at the top. Jun Moyen. I have to go through life and death with you today. The fire of the faceless Saint Lord was also aroused. Good guy. Ignoring you. You really think I'm afraid of you? It's useless for anyone to come today. This fight has to be fought. Seeing that the two Saint Lords were about to fight, the Saint Lords on the side rushed up to pull the fight. Alright. It's all about the younger generation. Let the moderator decide when he arrives. All hundreds of years old. It's not good to let the juniors see the jokes here. Yes. All calm down. What's with all the tantrums? The two of them, Sacred Lord Wuxiang and Jun Moyen, were directly stopped, and the former angrily roared, Chu Tian Hao, if you pull a fight, how much do you mean by taking advantage of the opportunity to kick the poor monk in the face? Ha! Shaking Light Holy Lord pretended to have an innocent expression. I didn't pay attention to it. Maybe it was accidental. Why are you so petty? Just kick it a little bit. You can't die. You. Swish. Just as the crowd on the stage was fighting, a stream of light streaked by. The purple sky has arrived. He was dressed in black robes with golden cloud patterns running around the edges, and his purple and silver hair fluttered in the wind. The handsome face carried a few smiles that made people feel like spring. Standing in the air, he looked like an exiled immortal descending to the world, and the moment Zi Xiao appeared, countless gazes were directed at him. There's curiosity, anger, murder, and adoration. Chapter 96, Luo Tingxian. You're shameless. This time, the sect competition was not only the 10 Holy Lands, but the number of large and small forces participating in the spectacle was equally countless. Among them, the Immortal Dynasty and the Eternal Life family had all come here as well. Although their power was not weaker than one of these 10 Holy Lands, they were all sitting on top of the guest seats because it was not their home ground. At this moment, at the location of the everlasting Willow clan, an evil-looking youth with lightly narrowed eyes looked at the purple sky in the sky. Zi Xiao, I'm coming, and this time, I'm going to take back everything I've lost, and also swallow you. This person was none other than Lu Chang'e. As the heir of the Eternal Life family, he was naturally qualified to sit here without hiding his identity. Unlike other heirs of the Eternal Life family, Lu Chang'e's reputation outside was simply too good to be true, and there was even a part of the population that vaguely regarded him as the top figure of the younger generation. Of course, this was before Zi Xiao had broken into that great fame. Brother Lu, what do you think of this purple sky? The eternal life Wang clan heir to the side inquired to Lu Changde. Lu Changde responded with a smile. Zishao? Oh. Looking at the Tao rhythms flowing around him as well as that strong blood chi, one can tell that the rumors aren't all fabrications. He is indeed a powerful heavenly pride. Brother Lu has a very high opinion of him. In a moment if you have the chance you can go and ask for a few lessons? Nature. The conversation between the two didn't attract the attention of the people around them, and now all of them put their eyes on the exiled man in the air. Big brother. The two of them, Lin Knight and Luo Tingxian, looked at the figure in the air with complicated gazes. When they met again, things were different, and the other party was no longer the big senior brother who loved them. It was they who had chilled Big Brother. Now that we've met this time, will we be able to break the ice? The core disciples of the Tianqian Holy Land also murmured out the word senior brother one by one to the figure in the air. This title of senior brother was a source of anger for the shaking light disciples on the side. He's obviously already our junior uncle. You guys don't call him uncle even if you don't. You still call him senior brother? What? You want to be a generation ahead of us? Don't blame us when we compete later. As for the cool figure sitting on top of the high platform, the moment she saw Zishao appear, her delicate body began to tremble slightly. The other holy lords were busy doing their jobs, so of course no one noticed the difference in her. Zishao slowly landed on the ground, looked at the shaking light disciples who rushed up that were full of hot eyes, reached out to calm the crowd's excitement, and slightly apologized as he opened his mouth. I'm sorry everyone. Let's all wait for a long time. I've been in an epiphany before. I'm sorry, Junior Master. This matter of epiphany belongs to a heavenly chance, not to mention that it's not something you can control. So what's wrong with it? That's right. Rather, it's this sect competition that has to be held today. If it affects Junior Uncle's epiphany, that's really a sin. Junior Master, I cultivated from the outside world and occasionally obtained this dual cultivation method, but I've never been able to get to the door, so I'd like to ask Junior Master to find some time to guide me. This senior brother, you're a male. What dual cultivation method do you want Junior Uncle to instruct you in? How about letting Senior Sister have this method? Fart. I'm a male. And Little Master is also a male. How in heaven can there be such a coincidence? It must be destined by heaven. Bah! What is heaven? Can it be as big as Little Master? This senior brother, tell me in detail. What is the young master's great? The crowd, you and I, surrounded the purple sky and were just chattering away. This scene caused all the people from the other holy lands to be dumbfounded. One must know that it had only been a month or two full of time since Zishao quit the Tianqian Holy Land and joined Shaking Light, right? In such a short period of time, Zishao has become the group's favorite? Looking at the hot gazes of those disciples, it is estimated that now that Zishao is taking them to vanish into the devil's path, they are willing to do so. Hiss. The phaseless Saint Lord on the high platform sucked in a breath of cool air. This son is as terrifying as he is. Such a powerful brainwashing. If he didn't go against the will of heaven, I would really like to have him join my Buddhist sect. What? Hearing these words, the Shaking Light Holy Lord was offended and looked at the phaseless Holy Lord with a threatening face. You're a bald ass looking for death? What words that is, but also join your Buddhist sect? Wash up and go to sleep. Dream of everything. Below, Lin Knight and Zui Yuanfei also walked towards where Zishao was. The latter saw that the former had followed his footsteps along with him to the young master's front, and was very dissatisfied. Lin Knight, last time in the Great Hall, I let you escape. If you continue to harass the young master, I'll definitely let you know what it means to be miserable. Lin Knight didn't say anything and walked towards Zishao's front on his own. Just as he was about to arrive, a figure took the lead and walked to the purple sky. That emerald green skirt, pretty face, who can it be if not that Luo Tingxian? Only to see her speak with a trembling voice. Big senior brother. In the face of Luo Tingxuan's miserable appearance, Zizhao's eyes did not have any emotional fluctuations. For him, the past is the past. If you say hate, cannot talk about it. After all, once the master Mo Yu Xiang single-handedly brought him up. But if you want to break the mirror, I'm sorry, but I don't have time for that. This Taoist friend. Our 10 great sacred grounds are connected by the same branch, so don't mess up the seniority. Of course, if you don't want to follow the seniority, then it's fine to call out a Taoist friend. Zishao said indifferently. Eldest brother, I still want to be shameless? Luo Tingxian. Just as Luo Tingxian was about to say something, a voice like a lark stopped her. Turning her head to look, at an unknown time, the Shaking Light Holy Lord's personal disciple, Yan Linger angrily walked over, her cute little face puffing with anger at this moment, obviously pissed off, only to see her walk up to Zizhao's body, completely blocking it behind her, and angrily say to Luo Tingxian, in the beginning, it was you guys who misunderstood Junior Uncle and kicked him out of the clan, and now that you see that Junior Uncle is invincible, You are planning to get him back? And put on a soft face. Who are you dead out for? I'm telling you, now that Junior Master Uncle is already a person of our Shaking Light Holy Land, he is the Junior Master Uncle of us disciples. If you continue to use this dead mother expression with the intention of tugging at Little Master's compassion, my big stick will not be unfavorable. After saying that, the Qianquan ring in Yan Linger's hand lit up, as if she wanted to bring out her weapon. It turned out to be half lit and nothing. This could be a bit embarrassing for her, and it was just at this time that there was also the sound of clanging in the distance. Turning his head to look, that Tianji Saint's son Wei Zhenbin was holding a large stick, knocking continuously at the little bald donkey lying on the ground. That figure was like knocking on a wooden fish. That's a crunchy sound. Wei Zhenbin while beating also shouted again. I let you honor the way of heaven. I let you Amitabha Buddha. I let you disrespect the destined person. I let you have no hair. No buddy. Aren't you going a little overboard with that last sentence? Chapter 97. Are you saying I'm wrong? Luo Tingxian. On the contrary, ignored that Wei Zhenbin knocking wooden fish. Beautiful eyes with tears looked at Zixiao, elder brother. Can you really not original? Snap. Before she could finish her sentence, Yan Linger went up and slapped her. I've told you that you're not allowed to call yourself eldest brother. With whom both of you? I let you call. Slap. Yan Linger went up and was firing bows left and right, and Luo Tingxian, for some reason, didn't even have the intention of dodging, even letting the other party beat her face red. And this scene was something that made Lin Knight over there unable to stand still. Let go of little sister. With a roar, Lin Knight charged towards Yan Linger. In his opinion, the only one present who was qualified to punish them was the eldest senior brother. The eldest senior brother hadn't even made a move. So what qualifications did this woman, who had never seen her before, have to punish the youngest senior sister? You think I'm fake? Lin Knight had just rushed up when Zui Yuanfei blocked him. After all, the Buddha over there had already been knocked as a wooden fish, and he didn't have to bother with it. Seeing as Lin Knight wanted to make a move on his little sister, how could that be? The two young celestial pride once again confronted each other. Zui Yuanfei, it's you again. What the hell are you trying to stop me from getting to? Stop, stop, stop. Before Lin Knight and Zui Yuanfei could fall in love with each other, Zi Xiao directly spoke, stopping the confrontation between the two. Hearing that her own junior uncle had spoken, Yan Linger also obediently retreated to his side, and those Shaking Light disciples who were holding sharp blades and holding tables, chairs, and benches also stopped their movements. What a shame! If Little Master hadn't spoken up, they would have gone to lay their hands on him long ago. But think about it, after all, people are coming to the Shaking Light Holy Land to participate in the sect competition. If they blatantly bullied them, wouldn't it be corrupting the reputation of the young master? Well, brother who knocks on the wooden fish, you also stop first, because Zi Xiao hadn't used the Eye of Insight yet. He didn't know what Wei Zhenbin's name was. The latter heard Zi Xiao's voice and clanged it twice more, followed by returning the big stick to Yan Linger with a grin on his face, and spoke up. This thing is so useful. Nonsense. This is a magic treasure that Master has specially found for me. Yan Linger proudly raised her head like a little peacock. Wei Zhenbin noticed Zi Xiao's gaze and hurriedly spoke. Brother Zi. No. Young Master Uncle. I'm the holy son of the Tianji Holy Land. Wei Zhenbin. I've always admired your mighty name, and today I finally saw a real person. My admiration for you is like, Zui Yuanfei had a black question mark on his face? I'm not little uncle's #1 lapdog anymore? What a man you are. Don't look like you've helped me twice. We're brothers now. No one is good enough in front of Little Master. But this man is above me and patting himself on the back. It seems that when this great competition is over, one will have to seek out the Holy Lord to delve into some lessons. Zi Xiao was also unusually puzzled as she listened to Wei Zhenbin's endless compliments, and even wondered if there was something wrong with the heavenly Tao. Is this what I deserve as a villain? Open the Eye of Insight. Ding dong. Wei Zhenbin's message appeared before his eyes. Name, Wei Zhenbin. Age, 20. Identity, Holy Son of the Tianji Holy Land. Cultivation level, peak Yuaning, middle stage of distraction. Tags, humble man, none. Divining heavenly calculations. Model of righteousness, none. Heavenly stance, none. Man of luck, none. Peach blossom luck. Black and smoky makeup, new. Heavenly thief, new. Heavenly reversal, new. Misfortunate fate, new. Recent opportunities, blindsided. Seeing Wei Zhenbin's series of no-one additions, Zi Xiao was also a bit dumbfounded. This label can still change? And the change before and after is actually that big. What do you mean? Thief of heaven? It's becoming allies with me. Wei Zhenbin saw that Zi Xiao had been staring at him and even blinked with those smoky eyes. This scene made Zui Yuanfei look furious. But at this moment, the youngest uncle didn't say anything, so he couldn't say anything more. Amitabha Buddha. This Taoist friend. Just as Zi Xiao was still marveling at Wei Zhenbin's tag, a Buddhist cry came. Zi Xiao turned her head to look and exclaimed out in shock at that time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who invited Rulai over? Rudra? Buddha Zi was dumbfounded. He didn't know how Zi Xiao knew the name of that ancient Buddha of the Buddhist family. But where was Rulai? How did he not see it himself? Can't blame Zi Xiao. At this time, the Buddha sun because just now by Wei Zhenbin as a wooden fish knock. His head appeared on the big and small bags. Those bags covered this brain shell, as if a pile of small mountains. The image is genuinely a bit of a novelty. Ahem. Zi Xiao coughed twice in order to cover up the embarrassment, and then said with a straight face, "What's wrong? This as a mount. This Taoist friend? The young monk's name is Duo Yu." Buddha Zi Duo Yu at first made a slight Buddhist salute, and then he told Zi Xiao everything that had just happened. "You're the host, right? You shaking light disciples disregarded the laws of etiquette and struck out at me, as well as the holy son of that Tianji Holy Land. The two of them were so wanton. And you came late, so how can you give an explanation before you can do so? Not to mention disqualifying Zui Yuanfei from the clan competition. At least let your shaking light Holy Land lose face in front of the rest of the Holy Lands." "So it is." Zi Xiao looked at those bumps on the other party's head and sighed slightly, even giving Wei Zhenbin an appreciative look. Not anyone can be Ka. It had to be a good head for that to work, and it looked like the little monk in front of him had a good head. Knock on it when you get a chance to. Still, it's only fair to settle this now. After all, people are asking questions to their faces. Thinking of this, Zi Xiao spoke in a serious manner. "Yuan Fei." "Yes, Junior Master." Zui Yuanfei came forward with a face full of scorching heat. This expression directly made Buddha Zi look dumbfounded. "Good guy. Those who don't know would think that you are here to be rewarded." "Yuan Fei. This bald. What is that? Is what this Taoist brother said true?" "Back to Junior Uncle. What he said is true," Zui Yuanfei replied in an unassuming manner. Zi Xiao looked at Zui Yuanfei speechlessly. "The Holy Lord took you on a retreat for some days and taught you this? You haven't even learned the 3 points of the Holy Lord. You've been given a chance to weasel your way out of this one." Hey, heart tired, but thinking about the fact that this was after all his own master-nephew, and that the shaking light sacred ground was treating him so well, if he didn't protect his shortcomings, then it would be unjustifiable. Zi Xiao faced serious, pretending to think for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Well, the process of this matter I already know. This one. What comes?" Hearing that Zi Xiao didn't remember his name, Buddha Zi held back the anger in his heart, but still opened his mouth to explain. "Junior Monk Duoyu. Oh, Duo. This whole thing is your fault." "What?" With suspicion in his eyes, Buddha Zi stretched out his finger and pointed at himself. "You're saying I'm not right?" Chapter 98. The Shaking Light Holy Land's heart is really dark from top to bottom. "Crap," Zi Xiao said in a good humor. "Tell me about you. As a monk, you should be the most calm and peaceful. Abstain from anger. I at least in your master is the same generation it. You come up to call me by name. As a nephew of the master's Zui Yuanfei to do it to you. This is obviously logical. What's the point of him striking out at you and you striking back?" "Heh." Buddha Zi was directly exasperated and laughed. "You mean, you people from the Shaking Light Holy Land have struck out at me, and I can't strike back?" "Of course," Zi Xiao said with a serious face. "Although I'm not proficient in Buddhism, I still know some Buddhist tales. In the past, there was a Buddha who cut his flesh and fed it to the eagle in order to use his own flesh to sensitize the other party. What about you? Being a son of Buddha, have you forgotten all that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Not of Buddha, all that great compassion of Buddha? When someone slaps you on the left side of your face, you have to bring the right side of your face up and let the other person hit you again. Isn't this the supreme principle of the Buddha's way? To disrespect one's elders is unfilial. To disrespect the Dharma is unfaithful. And to treat one's peers unkindly is unrighteous. If you dare to fight back today, you'll dare to kill tomorrow. The day after that you will not just lift the lid of Buddha's coffin? Hey, disloyal, unfilial, and unrighteous. You have already disappeared into the devil's path without realizing it. In this way, what Buddhism do you still practice? What Amitabha Buddha? Zi Xiao looked at Buddha Zi with a pained expression. This comment directly froze Buddha Zi on the spot. How could he not figure out why he took a beating and got it all over his head, only to end up being wrong in the end? The most aggravating thing was that it was obvious that the other party was being sophomoric, but in his heart he subconsciously felt that the other party was making sense. Worthy of a young master. You, worthy of being a junior master. Wei Zhenbin with a smile on his face was just about to open his mouth when he was loudly interrupted by Zui Yuanfei. The young master uncle is able to understand even the supreme principle of the Buddhist sect. It is not worthy of, not worthy of the human, days, this, if you can't compliment people, Don't do it. Wei Zhenbin walked up and mocked Zui Yuanfei before looking at Zixiao. Little master is little master. The Buddha's way is nothing more than child's play for you. And if this little bald donkey can't see through it, it's also in vain to become a Buddha. Zui Yuanfei was speechless for a while, his eyes staring tightly at Wei Zhenbin. That's good. You have taken your death. Alright, get ready to start the sect competition. Zixiao walked to the ring in front of him. As a martial arts practicing ground, it was definitely necessary to prepare the ring. Plus, for the sake of this clan competition, the Shaking Light Holy Land had made a bloody effort. The ring was reinforced with hard materials, and the surrounding formations, not to mention the heavenly pride. The attacks of saints were blocked. After all, the surrounding high platforms. In addition to the Holy Lord, there were also young disciples watching the ceremony. If one was not careful and broke the ring, wouldn't many people be injured by mistake? Earlier on, Zixiao knew the process of this sect competition. The 10 great sacred grounds were connected as one, so naturally, they wouldn't engage in anything too ruthless in the way of competition. The first game was a big melee. The core disciples each sent out 100 people to decide the winner. And when the time came, the one with the most people, or the one with only them left in the ring, was considered the winner. The rest of those holy sons and daughters, as well as the sequence players, competed for first place in a knockout tournament. Of course, everyone is going to be on point. That's why moderators are needed, to be the first to stop a bout when they realize it's going wrong. Looking at those core disciples of the 10 great sacred grounds, Zixiao did not open his eyes of insight to observe any heavenly fate sons. It was already known that there was more than one heaven's destiny son, so the people in here definitely had heaven's destiny. It didn't even need to be thought about. Being able to worship the 10 great sacred grounds was in itself a manifestation of good fortune. But if one by one to find in detail, is not idle out of the disease, people did not provoke their own, naturally need not pay attention to. Everyone, now that the sect competition is ready to begin, disciples of the various holy lands, you may go up to the stage. Along with Zixiao's words, 100 core disciples walked out from amongst the crowd of each holy land. Their young, boyish faces were full of brattiness. A young man should be proud. If you are not proud at this time, when else will you be proud? Fortunately, the ring prepared by the Shaking Light Holy Land was large enough that the 1,000 people standing on it didn't seem crowded. After these disciples stood in the ring, they set up their battle formation, obviously having done their homework before coming. But there are two forces whose disciples are out of place. One was the disciples of the Tianji Holy Land, only to see that they all wore smoky makeup, each holding a magic treasure covered in black gas, and letting out jia laughter as they look towards the disciples of the other holy lands. If you don't know, you'll think it's a demonic invasion. The other was the disciples of the Shaking Light Holy Land. Instead of holding phallic treasures, it would be better to say that they were holding tables, chairs, and benches, and that phallic treasures were one more odd than the other, as well as those with brooms. Their gazes stared straight at the disciples of the Tianqian sacred ground, and those eyes were on the verge of popping out of their sockets. What a clear direction! What a clear goal! Although Zixiao had said that he didn't hate those people from the Tianqian sacred ground, he wasn't some kind of holy mother, so he naturally wouldn't care about this matter. So after seeing that everyone was ready, he pinched a spell with one hand, and the Tao spiritual energy converged into his hand. Swish! A flash of sword light. A stone slab in the center of the ring was instantly split in two. Begin! Kill! Slaughter the sons of Es. Amitabha Buddha. The young monk has come to overtake you. Jia. This fellow Daoist, I think you're in for a bloodbath today. Look at the spell. Which one of you shameless people hit my bottom three? Accompanied by the word start from Zixiao's mouth, the thousands of disciples instantly warred into a ball. At this time, what battle formation is not a battle formation? All forgotten. As long as the other person is not wearing the same clothes as you, they are the enemy. And in stark contrast to the shouts of murder on the stage were the Buddhist children standing below the stage. He looked at the sky in confusion, wanting to yell out, "Won't anyone ever speak up for me?" But everyone was now focusing on the stands, and no one paid any attention to him at all. Even the phaseless Holy Lord on the high platform watched his own disciple play on the stage. The other celestial pride on the stage noticed the tragic state of the Buddha's son. I've heard about it before, but I've only seen it today. This Shaking Light Holy Land is so black-hearted from top to bottom. This is also considered a black heart. Just look at the stage. Man, the disciples of the Shaking Light Holy Land are simply not human. How much does it mean to specialize in attacking the lower three roads? You're panicking. The disciples of the Shaking Light Holy Land are there playing hard to beat the Tianqian Holy Land. What are you afraid of? I'm from the Tianqian Holy Land. Why are you asking me what I'm afraid of? Excuse me. The people of the Shaking Light Holy Land are even. After all, they are not interested in Z. Er's feelings for brother Z. You have all seen it. Surely they want to seek justice for it. What does the people of the Tianji Holy Land mean? Chapter 99, have I become the faithful heroine? Yes. Is this Tianji Holy Land sure it's not reclining into the devil's path? Even the soul refining method has been used. Where's the referee? Referee, quickly stop them. Did we invite you to the phaseless Holy Land? Bastard. You guys actually only struck out at us. And it's so insidious. Referee. Zi Xiao was sitting on a chair near the ring. Yan Linger was at the back holding a small fan and constantly fanning him. That flattering expression. Watching the shaking light Holy Lord on the stage were all speechless for a while. Hearing the comments made by those people, Zi Xiao bristled. What kind of insidious poison? I didn't see it. I don't know. On top of the high platform, Phaseless Saint Lord's face was completely gloomy. However, when he turned his head, he realized that both the shaking light Saint Lord and the heavenly key Saint Lord were there staring at him and were dumbfounded. Good for you. Good for you too. You know I'm going to get mad. So you're just waiting for me to get up and come back to beat me up? That's how you bully me in your shaking light Holy Land's territory. I'll take this revenge. Above the ring, although they were all core disciples, they were not weak in the slightest when they moved their hands. Standing up to the 4 words of young pride, coupled with the melee of thousands of people, that powerful fluctuation caused the formation patterns around the ring to flicker. It's this bunch of birds from the Tianxian Holy Land. The ones in blue are them. Beat them up for me. With the shaking light disciples' command, the other Holy Lands, Yao Qi, Yu Hong, Kai Yang, and other Holy Lands all sent out a portion of their people and rushed up towards where the Tianxian disciples were. In itself, the core disciples of the Shaking Light Sacred Grounds cultivation level was a layer higher than the others. This time, coupled with the large number of people, the Tianxian Holy Land's people were completely blocked in the corner. These bandits from the Shaking Light Holy Land, what are they going to do? We're all the junior siblings that eldest brother used to love. These bastards, so unforgiving? Eldest brother, eldest senior brother, take a quick look. They're targeting us. Hearing that this group of people still dared to mention the young master uncle, the eyes of the Shaking Light disciples turned red, obviously being buffed. Bastard, how dare you guys mention junior master? You guys are worthy too. Can a broken mirror be reunited? Even if it can, I'll break him to pieces. In the beginning, it was you group of white-eyed wolves who trapped eldest brother into a reputation of unkindness and injustice. And now you're licking your chops to come back and beg? You're all thinking beautifully. Today we'll tell you what is called Black Hand. A group of Shaking Light disciples wielding strange weapons were blasting away at the Tianxian disciples, coupled with the help from the other Holy Lands. This battle, there wasn't even the slightest bit of suspense. The meanest thing was that it was clear that knocking the opponent off the stage would be considered a loss for them. But these people had no intention of knocking them off the stage at all. Instead, one by one, they took out ropes from their waists and directly tied them into a dumpling. Playing hard to get. Begging, right? Framing, right? Regret, right? I made you all fly. The Tianxian disciples were directly tied into dumplings, followed by punches and kicks, except for the lower 3, which were to the face. One hit harder than the other. Even the Shaking Light Holy Lord on the stage was in a state of shock. The little calves are too ruthless, and they just beat those bald guys so badly. And this time, they're laying their hands on the disciples of the Tianxian Holy Land? There won't be a war at this clan competition, right? There are still 2 people from the Heavenly Demon sect in the sect. Brother Tianhao, Jun Moyen, who had a smoky face, appeared out of nowhere and smiled wryly at the Shaking Light Sacred Lord. So it turns out that Brother Tianhao was planning to start with the disciples first. It seems that you said you disagreed with my proposal the other day, but you've actually already started to take action. Don't worry, we won't lag behind either. After saying that, Holy Lord Tianji made a gesture. Seeing this scene, Wei Zhenbin from below nodded heartily, then winked vigorously at the disciples in the ring. We understand. Senior. A group of Tianji disciples whose kukuks were bubbling with black gas no longer stayed their hands. Their mouths emitted jia laughter, while their hands were more vicious than one another, especially after they kicked down the monks in front of them. They directly aimed a hard kick at that important part. Click. That sound of a chicken flying out of the sky was so loud that even Zi Xiao, who was sitting in his chair, sucked in a breath of cold air. This bunch of disciples of the Tianji Holy Land are really not doing anything. No wonder people have black gas coming out of their cuckoo. If you do, you do too. The Shaking Light disciples froze for a moment when they saw how viciously the Tianji disciples had struck. Have we been robbed of our thunder? Yeah. Where's the promised Black Hand? And before ours is over, they're on permanent abstinence? No way. Brothers, we can't be outdone by them. Abstinence is right. Who wouldn't? Seeing the disciples of the Shaking Light Sacred Ground so crazy, especially that group of young monks lying on the ground wailing, The people from the Tianqian Holy Land were on the verge of crying out. Stop, stop, stop. I concede. I admit defeat. Stop fighting. Don't lay a hand on my second brother. I can jump myself. I concede. We all admit defeat. Hearing the words of Tianquan's disciples, Shaking Light's disciples were not the least bit shaken. Is it up to you? What a beautiful thing to think about. You still want to admit defeat. You're too good to be true. Brothers, go. The holy lords on the high platform were all dumbstruck as they watched the scene in the ring. Good lord. The disciples of the Shaking Light Holy Land and the disciples of the Tianji Holy Land were competing over strange things. Phaseless Saint Lord's face grew darker and darker. Veins rippled on his forehead. And if he hadn't been unable to defeat them, he would have lifted the table with them right now. But there was no way around it. He could only endure it now. The Amitabha Buddha was recited and blessings were offered for the disciples who had lost their lives. The bout passed quickly with a wail. Without the slightest surprise, the winner was the Shaking Light Holy Land. After all, the cultivation was a big step ahead, not to mention that those disciples of the Tianji Holy Land hated to wear the same pants as them. 1 sick 1. And a fight. 200 all sick. How's that for a fight? At the end of the day, it was basically the Shaking Light's disciples who just looked at whoever jumped right out of the ring. We're here to communicate, not to bury second brother. In the blink of an eye, only the Tianqian disciples and the phaseless disciples who were still wailing were left in the ring, and everyone else gradually walked off. Below, Lin Knight's fists were clenched tightly, and the anger within him grew stronger and stronger as he saw with his own eyes the miserable state of these senior brothers and sisters. A pair of eyes looked straight at Zui Yuanfei. Coming up is the all-important one-on-one bout. Everything he had lost, especially his eldest brother, he would use his strength to take back with his own hands. On the other side, Zui Yuanfei did not show any weakness and locked eyes with it. The golden blood qi on his body was about to be suppressed. The two subconsciously murmured out at the same time. Eldest brother is mine. Junior master is mine. These words caused Zi Xiao to almost not spit on Linger, staring at the two with wide eyes in incomprehension. What do you two mean? I become the divine fate heroine. Chapter 100, the duel begins. Damn it! Linger was behind Zi Xiao's back, her shell teeth clenched, and her big bright eyes were filled with anger inside. Her inner obsession for Zi Xiao had never diminished. After all, before, the Shaking Light Holy Lord, that is, that master teacher of hers, said that the youngest senior uncle definitely couldn't look at her. In order to prove it to himself, he had to take the young master down. As a result, not only do we have to guard against other senior sisters, this time we even have to guard against senior brothers and sisters? It's not too late. Hurry up and start the next match. Zixiao can't dare to let these two goods continue. What are the words of tigers and wolves? I'm a villain. And I'm yours? The disciples from the Shaking Light Holy Land were responsible for clearing the ring, only to sneak in a few more kicks as they moved the disciples from the Tianqian Holy Land as well as the Phaseless Holy Land down. As a fair and impartial referee, Zixiao directly chose to ignore it. It makes sense that he has heavy pupils and some poor eyesight, doesn't it? The second bout finally came to the point. The crowd of teenage prides were all so excited that they couldn't wait to start fighting straight away. The exchanges between the sequential disciples were secondary, while the main thing was the battles between those holy sons and daughters, that is to say, those who represented the entire Holy Land. The one from the Shaking Light Holy Land was Zui Yuanfei. The one from the Tianqian Holy Land was Lin Knight. The one from the Phaseless Holy Land was the Buddha son with a big head, and Wei Zhenbin from the Tianji Holy Land. The other holy places, Yao Qi, Yu Hong, Kaiyang, Tian Shu, Tian Quan, and Transported One had all sent out their own talented disciples, who were of the same generation as Zui Yuanfei and the others. After all, it is an exchange meeting. Naturally, it is not possible to fight like the other competition fights. Fight to the death. Of course, except for the last one. A group of second brother are broken people. If there is no heavenly material treasure is estimated to be difficult to recover. Zi Xiao came to the middle of the ring, and Linger obediently handed over the list of competitions. Yoo-hoo! Once he looked at this competition list, Zi Xiao's eyes lit up. The surnames of those four great families seem to be on it. I just don't know how many of these are people with heavenly destinies, so I guess I'll have time to look at them slowly in a while. He himself was the referee, and a group of people with heavenly destinies were shouting and fighting at the bottom, which was quite exciting to think about. First match, Tianqian Holy Land vs Shaking Light Holy Land, Zui Yuanfei vs Lin Knight. Yo 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 yo, come up with the big one. Zi Xiao also didn't think that things were just this coincidental, or maybe it was that when the Shaking Light Holy Lord was preparing this list, Zui Yuanfei asked himself to go first? It was thought that the latter was possible. After all, shouldn't the template of the Son of Heaven's destiny always be to be given a beating by others, and then finally hit everyone in the face with the finale? It seems that after the onset of Zui Yuanfei, it seems to be not in accordance with the trajectory of the heavenly Tao. Zishao didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. But of course, if the shaking light sacred ground was affected, even if it was burdened with a great karma and could potentially attract the horrors outside of the long river of time, Zishao would still choose to use the Tathagata self-realization great law once. Bring in your future self. After reading out the names, Zishao directly ascended to the high platform. Although it was also comfortable to sit down below, but this kind of fight seems to be higher in order to watch it. Who wouldn't be excited about a fight between two destined sons? Everyone also turned their eyes to the ring. The Shaking Light Holy Lands Reserve Saint Sun as well as the Tianshan Holy Lands Reserve Saint Sun. The battle between these two would definitely be exciting. Only to see both men slowly make their way to the ring with all eyes on them. Zui Yuanfei's saint body in the world. Golden chi and blood rushed straight to the clouds, and everything in the world seems to be able to be melted by it. Lin Knight, on the other hand, had the supreme bone revealed, and that bone was inscribed with an exclusive treasure art that was extremely divine. The two heavens' pride glared at each other angrily as soon as they were on top of the stage. Lin Knight, it's finally time. The clan competition. I won't take your life, but I'll let the grievances that junior uncle endured be returned one by one on you. Zui Yuanfei, for eldest brother, I do have a guilty conscience, but I have decided to pay it back with my life. Only this life is eldest brother's, not something you can easily take away. How similar the two looked. The reasons for fighting are likewise all because of one man. This made Zishao, who was eating melon on the high platform, feel diaphragmatic. And these two people had a mouthful of elder brother and a mouthful of younger uncle. Who are you talking about? Do you really think I'm your destined heroine? No. What's wrong with them? And Zishao always felt a gaze on his back ever since he made it to the side of the Shaking Light Holy Lord. Turned my head and couldn't see anything again. Boom! At this time the two men on the stage had already collided with each other. In the next moment, Lin Knight's palm glowed white, and an ancient rune appeared, holding supreme divine might, charging fiercely, with floating light rising from his palm and fingers, and dozens of ancient ferocious beasts appeared around him all of a sudden. The treasure art of the supreme bone was originally derived and inscribed by a ferocious beast. Lin Knight had diffused the shadows of those ferocious beasts, and for a while, the ferocious beasts in the ring roared wildly. It's a big momentum. Lin Knight had already penetrated his supreme bone to the point of purity, and even though he hadn't utilized the supreme bone's accompanying treasure art yet, the shadow of this ancient ferocious beast alone would be difficult for an average heavenly pride to resist. Just by looking at the group of celestials under the stage who kept sucking in cool air, one could tell how terrifying this derivate fierce beast was. Little Doyle, Zui Yuanfei sneered, pleasantly unafraid, only to see him dragon walking and tiger stepping, rushing in at extreme speed, not avoiding retreat at all, his body glittering with golden runes, robust as a humanoid beast, letting out a long whistle, his fists and feet unfolding a fierce attack. For the sacred body, the body itself was a treasure art. Let you change in 1,000 ways. I will break it with one force. Two palms, one white light flashing, like crystal white jade, the other body golden, such as the power of the ancient gods, under the violent collision, even though the ring has been reinforced, but still issued a clicking unbearable sound. Awesome! The onlookers were all in awe. These two people collided together. If the waves rolled, like thunder descending, the terrifying roar reached one's bones, and everyone sighed. Like this kind of heavenly pride, in the past days appear one is rare. The result of this first fight competition appeared too? The eyes of Lu Chang'e on top of the grandstand narrowed lightly, and the people around him were all attracted by the battle between the two heavenly prides. No one saw the greed on his face. The system had already told him that both of them were sons of heavenly destiny, and they were the extremely powerful kind. I don't know what the two have gotten themselves into, but they can be their own best feeders. The ring. In the middle of a frontal battle, Lin Knight's physique was not as good as Zui Yuanfei's, and he was clearly at a disadvantage when his fists clashed, but he was surrounded by dozens of swift ancient fierce beasts. Those ancient ferocious beasts each opened their teeth and claws, and with a shocking might, they lunged at Zui Yuanfei. Looking for death. Zui Yuanfei's holy body shone with a golden aura. His fist struck the ferocious beasts directly. This punch contained all the essence of the holy body, and the divine power was vast and incomparable. This was a kill. Ruthless and steady, accompanied by a sonic boom. The few ferocious beasts that were close to him were turned into fragments on the spot. Chapter 101, The Fierce Beast White Zephyr. Just as Zui Yuanfei was fighting those ferocious beasts, Lin Knight rushed up from the side. As his hands waved, the Tao rhythm spread out in all directions. Those Tao rhythms intertwined in the air to form one magic treasure after another. Flying swords, treasure swords, bronze tripods, ancient bells, thousands of magic treasures exuding Tao might. and ruthlessly smashed over towards Zui Yuanfei. Lin Knight himself shot straight at Zui Yuanfei like an arrow. Boo! Another ferocious beast splattered its blood on the spot. Zui Yuanfei saw the thousands of magic treasures that came at him head-on, especially the sharp arrows that Lin Knight had diffused. Not surprised but pleased. Come on! The roar resounded through the ring. Zui Yuanfei's body was like an immortal divine furnace. Golden flames wrapped around his entire body. This was the chi and blood of the saint body burning madly. The air around them began to distort because of this small sun-like holy body. Dang it! Hundreds and thousands of magic treasures smashed against Zui Yuanfei's body with clanging and crashing sounds. Golden blood spilled across the air, but immediately after, the wound was covered by golden runes, and in the blink of an eye, it was restored to its original state, worthy of being a sacred body. Everyone let out an exclamation because of the strong physique of Zui Yuanfei. Only Lin Knight, who had transformed into a sharp arrow, lunged at Zui Yuanfei with the momentum of breaking all laws in one go. Put! The sound of entering flesh rang out as Lin Knight's figure appeared. He had arrived in front of Zui Yuanfei, and one of his hands transformed into a sharp arrow and plunged into the other party's chest. Golden chakra blood splattered all over him. Thumbs up. The blood fell on top of his sleeve robes, sending out wisps of white smoke. The temperature was really a bit high and scary. The rest of those ferocious beasts also rushed up at that moment. Take him while he's sick. Roar! Those ancient ferocious beasts let out earth-shattering roars, clearly intending to directly tear Zui Yuanfei into pieces. You lost, Zui Yuanfei, said Lin Knight indifferently. Ha 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 ha. However, he didn't want Zui Yuanfei, who had his palm thrust into his chest, to let out a loud laugh that sounded like madness. It's you who's been caught. Lin Knight. One of Zui Yuanfei's hands violently grabbed Lin Knight's arm, and the muscles above his chest were shrinking by inches, making it impossible for the other party to get away. Lin Knight's pupils tightened. He hadn't thought that Zui Yuanfei was actually planning to use his serious injuries to invite the king into the jar. Hey, want to learn? This is the holy bishop's way of fighting me. Zui Yuanfei hemmed and hawed, and with the laughter, his entire body rose up in a radiance. Ancient symbols surfaced, resonating with this heaven and earth, as if the heavenly Tao had blessed him, and a curtain of light had been added. In midair, the vision of the Bittersea Golden Lotus slowly rose. The aura on his body was becoming more and more terrifying, causing one's heart to tremble. Especially Lin Knight, who was grabbed, was able to intuitively feel the power released from the other party's body, and it was as if he was tightly locked by a chi at the moment. Plus his arm was still in the person's chest, so he was unable to retreat at all. Go to hell, Lin Knight! A flash of blackness flashed through Zui Yuanfei's eyes. The other fist fiercely struck at Lin Knight's body, the arm surrounded by ancient and powerful runes. Bone chirping rumbled, golden light intertwined, and a fist seemed to contain the supreme principle of the heavenly Tao. Seeing this scene, Lin Knight didn't dare to be arrogant at all. The supreme bone at his chest glowed faintly, and the precious art finally appeared, only to see the white light of Lin Knight's body flourish, and white hairs grew out from every part of his body, and within a short time, he had diffused into the ancient ferocious beast. The White Zephyr, an auspicious beast, is capable of understanding the feelings of all things, and knows the affairs of ghosts and gods. Dragon head, white fur, wearing horns, the white light avoids all evil spirits. The moment Bai Zhe appeared, the remaining dozens of ferocious beasts also brazenly rushed towards Zui Yuanfei. Seeing that Lin Knight had suddenly turned into a Taiku fierce beast, Zui Yuanfei not only didn't have the slightest bit of fear, the incoming punch instead grew stronger and stronger. Boom! Heaven and earth lose their colors. The two colors of white and gold covered the entire heaven and earth. Click here. Above the ring, the reinforced stone bricks continued to crumble, and the ring formation patterns began to appear. Everyone was shocked by the scene. Along with the first impact, the sacred body and White Zephyr kept exchanging blows in the air. Boom boom boom. The ring rumbled and trembled, from time to time setting off a furious momentum, accompanied by an endless flow of terrifying runic Tao rhythms. The saint body was astonishing. Every punch and kick was invincible, and wherever the golden spiritual power passed, it was indestructible, and the ring formation patterns all began to tremble continuously, and the White Zephyr tends to avoid evil. Whenever the full force of the holy body's strike arrives, it will always be avoided by it, seizing the gap, and the wisps of electricity surrounding its horns collide directly into the holy body. The speed of the two was getting faster and faster, and the ordinary disciples could only see two streams of light like comets constantly colliding in the air, erupting into a terrifying mass of light, and the vastness of the fluctuations were mind-numbingly depressing. The fight went on for who knows how long, from the sky to the ground and back again. The two colors of white and gold rays of light continuously entwined and intertwined together, and then separated again. Boom! With another shocking bang, two streams of light shot toward the back. It fell on the ground, directly shattering all the surrounding stone tiles. As the smoke cleared, the two were also finally seen. Zui Yuanfei's chest is still constantly surging forward with golden blood. The clothes on his body are also broken. Lin Knight is not much better. In addition to wounds everywhere on his body, the left arm is like a twisted and deformed. The two were seriously injured, but their expressions remained resolute. The aura on his body was also rising upwards, and it was obvious that the battle was not over yet. This scene had made the surrounding people a little confused. Were these two people in some kind of deadly feud? It's just a competition, but they're actually playing with their lives? Knight of the Woods. Zui Yuanfei muttered the name under his breath. Even if he wanted to defeat or even kill him, he had to recognize the other party's talent. Lin Knight was the same. The power of the saint body he had thoroughly learned today. Above the stands Lu Chang'e saliva are going to flow out. These two people's strength is stronger. It means that the more luck, if all can be swallowed by him. But before that, purple sky. As soon as he thought of this name, Lu Chang'e looked toward the high platform. Zi Xiao, who was on top of the high platform, sensed the gaze and turned her head to look, just in time to lock eyes with Lu Chang'e. The latter smiled slightly, as if in a gesture of goodwill. However, Zi Xiao, who possessed the eye of insight, could tell with a single glance that he wasn't the Heaven's Destiny villain that he had met in Qilian City. People were also kind enough to give him the Avenue treasure vase. It was just that I didn't know what kind of gift the other party had brought with them this time, and when the great competition was over, it would be possible to exchange a few words. Little Master Ah. Just as Zi Xiao was contemplating how to return the greeting to Lu Chang'e, the shaking light sacred lord on the side opened his mouth. In a moment, if the two of them fight to an unmanageable point, you'll step in to stop it. Zi Xiao turned his head to look at the shaking light sacred lord. It seemed like this wasn't the kind of person he was. Wouldn't it be normal for him to sneak up on stage and do the dirty work? How is it that he is still required to block the fight between the two? Ahem. Seeing the look in Zi Xiao's eyes, the shaking light holy lord knew what he was thinking. Chapter 102. He's a Mahayana? He hastily coughed falsely twice, then transmitted his voice. I see that the strength of the kid called Lin Knight is not weaker than Yuan Fei. If it continues, in case this good seedling of our clan injures his roots, it will not be good. You find a chance to stop this fight, and wait until after the grand competition is over before we beat up and have a good exchange with this rising star. Right. That's what the picture of the Holy Lord of Shaking Light is all about. Zi Xiao nodded non-committally. Indeed, even though Zui Yuanfei was the son of Heaven's mandate, he had always called himself his little fan. It would be bad if we saw that his foundation was damaged. The son of Heaven's destiny. The best thing is, when you meet a strong enemy, either burn your lifespan, or burn the foundation of the root. Anyway, you have to suffer a serious injury, and then you get a chance to suffer a serious injury again. However, under the observation of the Eye of Insight, Zui Yuanfei's label of the Son of Heaven's Destiny didn't seem to be as bright as it had been before, and it was obvious that something had changed. Maybe the Heavenly Tao discarded him because the other party got too close to himself? That's not right either. If it was the discarding of the Heavenly Tao, wouldn't it be enough to just remove the label of the Son of Heaven's Destiny? Why would it be necessary to dumb it down? For the sake of his own research, Zi Xiao naturally will not let Zui Yuanfei really go to play with his life. At this moment, the two of them in the ring, Lin Knight and Zui Yuanfei, were still constantly exchanging punches and kicks. Although the White Zephyr is an auspicious beast, but as the most ancient batch of the ancient beasts, there is no doubt about its strength. And the White Zephyr that was derived from the Supreme Bone is also strong. Even though Lin Knight's left arm was twisted at this point, White Zephyr's recovery ability was not in any way weaker than a holy body. Soon it had been restored as before. Accompanied by the roar of the beast, the two once again ruthlessly collided together. Boom! With the two as the center, the ground on the ring crumbled inch by inch, and countless pieces of debris shot out in all directions. And if it wasn't for the formation pattern on the ring blocking it, it was estimated that there would be countless deaths and injuries. The battle between the two had come to a white heat. Abandoning those so-called moves, you throw a punch and I throw a kick directly at each other. Each stroke caused blood to gush out, and even though the sacred body in White Zephyr possessed almost terrifying recovery power, it was far from being able to match such consumption. I don't know how long the fight lasted, but gold and crimson blood was scattered all over the ground. Both men's bodies were also covered with wounds that were difficult to heal. Standing on opposite sides of the ring, they continued to look at each other with hatred. We've fought long enough, let's split the next move. Hearing Zui Yuanfei's words, Lin Knight nodded non-committally. In terms of sustained consumption ability, he wasn't as good as the sacred body, especially since he didn't know what had happened to his second master, and he hadn't been able to get in touch with him during this period of time. Instead of continuing to consume, It would be better to just put forth their best effort and decide the winner with a single move. Boom! The golden chi and blood on Zui Yuanfei's body gushed out again, and the bittersea golden lotus above the sky also slowly landed, emitting rays of light that showered down on his body, and the might of the sacred body once again became stronger. The white zephyr that Lin Knight had derived from the supreme bone similarly looked up to the sky. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was converging towards him in a steady stream. Both are continuing their big moves. The people watching this battle all held their breath, staring intently at the ring, because they knew that the next second could be the difference between a winner and a loser. In such a case, it is possible to miss the excitement with a blink of an eye. Snap! As a droplet of blood fell to the ground with a subtle sound, both men moved at the same time. Boom! Terrifying spiritual energy ravaged the entire field. The holy body was like a sun, smashing viciously towards Lin Knight's side with the furnace that burned everything, and white zephyr Lin Knight was similarly knocked down. White light flourished. Auspicious chi, ancient ferocious beasts of intent, transformed into a round of bright moon to meet the sun. The spiritual energy fluctuations that the two raged out caused the formation patterns around the ring to tremble. The originally clear sky was covered by dark clouds, and the two people's spiritual power was utilized to the extreme. Kill. The golden sun gradually grew larger. The saint body was extremely sublimated, and the spiritual energy was scorching hot and overbearing. The bright moon is ancient but leaves heaven and earth silent. The sun and moon finally collided. Tao rhythms spread out in thousands of strands in all directions. Ancient runes filled the ring, and in an instant, the void collapsed, the ring shattered, and the grand array trembled violently. The terrifying and incomparable explosion caused the crowd of ordinary disciples watching the battle to lose their hearing. The holy lords on the high platform also sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed as if they hadn't expected the two to actually possess such talent. With such a big explosion, I'm afraid that even if a harmonization realm cultivator went in, he would probably be instantly turned into flying dust. One must know that the two were only just distracted. The name of heaven's pride is well deserved. Above the ring, click here for. The jousting continued, and the two men's bones emitted mournful sounds because they were overwhelmed. But even though the bones in their entire bodies were about to shatter and blood kept spewing out of their mouths, neither of them had any intention of giving in. The battle between the sun and the moon is expanding. The sheer force of the power caused dents to appear in both men's chests. Swish! Just as the two were fighting against each other with the determination of certain death, a black figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the two. You know, the two of them are still in a constant confrontation. The power of the sun and moon explosions did not diminish but grew bigger and bigger. At this time someone ran into the middle was not looking for death? I'm afraid I'll take the full force of the duo directly, especially when they saw that familiar face. Both Zui Yuanfei and Lin Knight's eyes widened. Shower! A dainty cry came from above the high platform, followed by the terrifying cold ice Tao rule blocking the heaven and earth. If it wasn't for the critical moment when the shaking light sacred lord stepped in, I'm afraid that countless disciples would have been affected by it. Eldest brother, junior master, the two Zoran men were in a rage, afraid that they might hurt the man. That figure was none other than Zishao. At this moment, he had a bland face and his hands directly held the fists of the two men. The terrifying power of the sun and moon Tao rules continuously ravaged his body. Only a slight frown was seen as points of starlight flickered on his body, and that one star was a world. The 3,000 worlds are all in his body. The struggle between the sun and the moon seemed small and insignificant under his Tao rhythms. Boom! Powerful spiritual energy to the purple sky is the center of the spread in all directions. That a star seems to change into a star-eating beast. Directly the sun and the moon will be competing with the Tao rhyme to the big mouth swallowed. The shaking light sacred lord on top of the high platform nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Junior senior brother is using the shaking light mysterious technique? But it was only taught to him not long ago. How did he learn it straight away? And the aura on his body. He's at the Mahayana stage? Or peak? Not to mention the shaking light Saint Lord. The other Saint Lords were all wide-eyed. Zixia was clearly from the same era as Lin Knight and Zui Yuanfei. The latter two were already talented enough, and were simply the top heavenly pride that could only appear in the Golden Great World. Then even if Zishao is no longer heaven-defying, he's one level higher than them, right? As a result, this cultivation level of the Mahayana realm, not to mention a layer higher, is simply higher than a mountain peak. Can people of his generation still compete with him? Even if those ancient celestial pride that were sealed within the divine origin were taken out, it wouldn't be enough for him to fight alone. Chapter 103, as a referee, it's reasonable for me to have a billion points of privilege, right? This is not worthy of being a destined person. A destined person is a variable. It is the best person to fight against the heavenly Tao. Sure enough, it's him. The Holy Lord of Heavenly Mechanics had even shed 2 lines of tears due to his overexcitement. directly smudging his smoky makeup, but he had no time to care about such things now. A pair of eyes stared at violet sky in death, as if they were making a pilgrimage to their faith. The veiled Mou Xiang, a pair of beautiful eyes full of cold ice meaning. Just now, when the ice sealed the heaven and earth, it was her saint's will that flared up, almost injuring one of her own people. Seeing Zi Xiao appear in the center of the sun and moon, at that moment, she subconsciously shouted out the word shower. The red light in her beautiful eyes grew more and more intense. The veil also floated slightly, revealing that stunning face. Fortunately, in the end, there was nothing wrong with Zi Xiao. If Zi Xiao had really had something wrong just now, she would probably have just disappeared into the devil's path. After all, a saint's will storming out was no fun. The many palace masters of the Shaking Light Holy Land all surrounded her, and only slowly retreated after seeing that they were unharmed. Ba. It was different from the curious awe in the eyes of the other holy lords. The gazes of the Phaseless Saint Lord as well as the Kaiyang Saint Lord looking at Zi Xiao were filled with killing intent. Such a person should never be able to grow up. The Buddha said that those who go against the heavens must be thwarted. O Shaking Light Holy Land, O Shaking Light Holy Land, in this life, you still can't rise because I don't agree. Both holy lords murmured out their thoughts within their hearts. Now that he was in the Shaking Light Holy Land, he naturally wouldn't directly open his mouth and say something about slaughtering the other party, or else I'm afraid that even if he was able to escape, those disciples he brought with him would have to be wiped out. Big brother, little master. Although Zui Yuanfei and Lin Knight's bodies were already in tatters, at this moment, they were just like two children who had made a mistake. Lowering their heads and not daring to look at Zi Xiao's face, the aura of seconds of heaven and earth just now had completely disappeared without a trace. What? Anxious to die? It's not the right time yet. Hurry back and nurse your wounds. Yes, times X2. Both of them thought that Zi Xiao's words were addressed to themselves and sent out a response at the same time. Lin Knight's eyes were filled with emotion. Sure enough, eldest brother, he still cares about me. And Zui Yuanfei, not to mention, he had prepared a small book before. The purpose of that small book was to record what Zi Xiao said. Now hearing the care of the purple sky, where can not be like a wisp of heavenly music? What Junior Master says is right. Let me recuperate my injuries. So I'll go and recuperate my injuries. The current me isn't competitive enough to take down Lin Knight in a short period of time. And I even let Junior Master come to the rescue. Guess he must be disappointed. Don't worry, little uncle. There's absolutely no next time. Next time I. Boo. Before Zui Yuanfei could finish thinking within himself, he felt a huge force kicking at his body, and he directly resembled a cannonball, shooting toward the location where the Shaking Light disciple was. Of course, the disciples of the Shaking Light Holy Land caught him up and observed his injuries. Zui Yuanfei had just given their Holy Land a face. The one who kicked him was naturally Zi Xiao. The reason why he kicked him was solely because Zi Xiao had just seen Zui Yuanfei there with his eyes looking straight at him and occasionally showing a smile at the corner of his mouth. It simply creates physiological discomfort. Under the overly vicious cold, he directly kicked Zui Yuanfei out. Seeing this scene, Lin Knight raised an eyebrow at Zui Yuanfei, as if to say, see, eldest brother didn't even kick me, but instead kicked you out. Zui Yuanfei is not angry but happy. The eyes seem to say, the little master kicked me, did not kick you. Do not know that you now have no place in the heart of the little master. Are you two that close? Hearing Zi Xiao's words, Lin Knight was still immersed in being moved and didn't react, subconsciously humming, which resulted in another kick, directly sending him to where Zui Yuanfei was. The two sons of divine destiny crashed together with a bang, and rolled toward the distance with their arms and legs entwined as if they were a ball. Only after the two had completely disappeared did Zi Xiao breathe a sigh of relief. The world is finally clear. If these two people had stayed a little longer, I'm afraid he would have had to hold back the killing intent in his heart, and would have killed the two people under his palm. Let's start the second match. Tianji Saint Sun versus Phaseless Buddha Sun. The two of you take the stage. Ha! Seeing Zi Xiao lazily utter these words, the Phaseless Saint Lord on the high platform frowned. He had also read the list of this sect competition. The second match was clearly Yao Qi's Holy Daughter versus Jade Balance's Dao Sun. How is it that the sky is against the unseen? The two sides inside this competition have never even touched each other. The Buddha's son on the stage, who had a hairstyle like Rudra's, was even darker. How could he not have thought that it was actually his turn to play? Tianji Saint Sun Weijianbin possessed the art of diffracting the heavens, and it seemed that the other party possessed an even more bizarre treasure art this time when they met again. Otherwise, could Weijianbin really sneak up on him? The answer is definitely no. Therefore, the Buddha's son was very scornful of the holy son of Tianji, plus his big head bag for some reason. The swelling did not go down even after taking many elixirs. Right at this time, Yen Linger smiled like a little devil and walked over to Weijianbin's side, taking out her big stick from the Qiankuan ring. Hey, Smoky makeup drawer. I'll lend you this thing for now. Remember to return it. Many thanks to this senior sister. Don't worry. I definitely won't leave this magic treasure in the dust. Aha! Linger bounced back to Zixiao's side, once again obediently kneading his shoulders. The list for this tournament, naturally, was changed by him now. As a host and referee, do you not have the right to do that? Zixiao did not have the slightest bit of goodwill towards these Buddhist sect members ever since she knew that this side of the heavenly Tao was damaged. The reason for this was not only because the other party was obedient to the heavenly Tao, but also that one time, when he was using the Tathagata self-existence. Damn! This Buddha child was one of them. While viewing the words, Zixiao realized this. If we don't arrange for him to have a go, the Taoist heart will be unstable. Wait, there's something wrong with the order of this match, isn't there? Finally, the faceless Saint Lord still couldn't hold back and directly opened his mouth to question. Zixiao turned his head to look at the other party and said disdainfully, "Old Baldy, what are you being arrogant about? I'm such a big cadre as a referee, don't you know? Besides, it's just arranging for your family's little Baldy to go on the field early. What are you so blindly excited about here?" Unbridled. Hearing Zixiao speak in such a manner, the faceless Saint Lord immediately roared out in anger. "You're a junior. How dare you insult a poor monk like that? You're reckless." The shaking light sacred lord immediately stood out. "He's my junior brother. He's of the same generation as you. Who are you calling junior? Why don't I have Misty Master Uncle come out and talk to you?" Ethereal. Upon hearing this name, the expression of the faceless Saint Lord immediately stiffened. "Having to mention people to you, you really owe it to yourself." The shaking light Holy Lord glanced at the faceless Holy Lord full of disdain, and then stopped ignoring the other party. Several people did not lower their voices to speak, and the Buddha child who was preparing to mount the ring had obviously heard the words on the high platform, and looked at Zixiao with eyes filled with resentment. Chapter 104 Buddha and Devil Discussion. The whole half day. This clan competition. All depends on you. This referee preferences act just because of you before. You were inexplicably beaten up by Zui Yuanfei and Wei Zhenbin. Now it's good that it's because of you that I'm facing this asshole Wei Zhenbin in advance. How on earth did the little monk provoke you to be so targeted? Buddha son of that grudging eyes. Zixiao directly ignored. He is senior. How can he and junior's general knowledge of the grudging on the grudging? Tianji Saint's son Wei Zhenbin carried the big stick Linger had lent him in his hand, and with a hefty smile, he stepped into the ring. The gaze that looked at the Buddha's son was full of coldness and cruelty, as if he was looking at a prey. Because that big head full of bags hadn't gone down yet, and seeing that big stick again, Buddha Z's heart was a bit flustered. I don't know what kind of magic weapon that thing is. The injuries from the fight can't be recovered with elixir. He won't just stare at such a lofty head shape for the rest of his life, right? Little Baldy, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Do you want to grow more height this time? I'll help you. Wei Zhenbin patted his chest with a look of leaving it to him. When Buddha Z saw this scene, he gritted his teeth, clearly reciting Amitabha Buddha continuously with his mouth. But this anger could not be subdued no matter what. Master Wei, the Buddha said that the reward of good and evil follows like a shadow. The karma of the 3 lifetimes. The cycle is not lost. The cause you planted today, you will definitely get its result in the coming day. So the young monk advises you, think twice before you act. Oh, Wei Zhenbin raised an eyebrow. Little Baldy, you're talking about karma with my Tianji Holy Land? You're really funny. Don't worry. The so-called evil retribution, I will bear it all by myself. As for you guys, when the time comes to settle the score in the future, I don't think you guys can even make it to the so-called nirvana. Future clearing? Buddha Z said in a bland tone. It seems that your heaven diffracting technique has also counted to the future? Then no, you should understand that acting against the heavens will eventually lead to evil consequences. Today, you have planted evil fruits that you won't be able to pay back in the future for several lifetimes. The next few lifetimes. Ha 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 ha. So true of you. Wei Zhenbin burst out laughing. Reincarnation? Is there really reincarnation in the world? If there really is reincarnation, like you and other enablers, the next life should become right? Buddha Z was furious. Today, the young monk will use his life's Buddhist teachings to dispense with you all the karma. Let's redeem it today. Degree me? Come on. Let's see how you can degree me. Buzz. Above the ring, terrifying spiritual energy erupted from the bodies of the two. Amitabha. The Buddha's son mouthed the Buddha's name, all of his body glowing, and a golden palm slapped out with an incantation power that was incomparably sacred. The corners of the Tianji Saint's son's mouth rose, his expression becoming more and more evil as he similarly blasted out with a palm. Unlike the diffractive heaven technique, this palm was mixed with the destructive Tao rhythm that wiped out everything, and where the black chi spread, everything withered. Boom! the power of the two collided together, forming a storm of energy, and sand flew in the ring. Tens of thousands of pounds of boulders were shaken away, and a large crack appeared on the ground as if it had been chopped by a divine blade. How can it be so strong? Buddha Z felt the destructive intent in the other party's Tao rhythm and his heart was shaken. He already knew that Tianji Shangzi was not a simple character, but once they exchanged hands, that feeling became a few points stronger. Wei Zhenbin leaped up, black gas tumbling between, a palm pressed down, the hair sad sound above, that the wind is like a knife blade, in ravaging everything. Buddha Z raised his head, not meaning to dodge, and folded his hands together. His Buddha's light flourished. All bodhisattvas mahasattvas should subdue their minds in this way, all sentient beings and the like, if oviparous, if fetal, if wet, if transformed, if colored, if colorless. As he meditated on the scriptures, light erupted in the sky above, and an ancient Buddha face slowly coalesced into shape, that ancient Buddha's hand pinching the spell, his mouth similarly murmuring scriptures. A layer of golden light gradually enveloped the Buddha's body. Boom! Wei Zhenbin's turquoise wave-like attack struck the golden cover with a deafening roar, but the Buddha's sun was motionless. Vajra Lohan. Buddha Z suddenly opened his eyes, and his entire person's golden light flourished, and the ancient Buddha phase in the sky suddenly stretched out two huge arms, constantly slapping at the ring. Boom 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 boom. The clouds were directly punched out with large holes one after another, with a terrifying and overwhelming power. Seeing that horrible scene in the sky, Wei Zhenbin didn't have the slightest fear. Instead, he had a smile on his face. His aura was strong and overbearing. The destruction Tao was added to his body, and he raised his hands and threw his feet as if he were a god or a demon. Holding the big stick given by Yen Linger, he roared towards the sky, just like a mixed demonic ape on top of the mountain of the Swidden gods. The diffractive heaven technique isn't just divining heavenly calculations. Next I'll tell you what is called shattering heaven. Wei Zhenbin let out a roar, and the big stick in his hand violently swung out towards the sky. Boom! The great rod emitted a roaring sound, and the Tao of destruction was like wave after wave of giant waves, impacting towards the Buddha statue in the sky. Destruction of the Tao rhythm against the ancient Buddha phase. The attacks of the two great prides of heaven collided one after another, bursting out countless divine lights, and the runes blossomed like fireworks, causing the heavens and earth to be radiant. The sight was quite horrifying. The first battle was symbolized by the sun and the moon. Then this battle was between Buddha and the devil. Such heavenly pride, actually gathered in one world. Is this really the Golden Great World? A strong man murmured to himself. Since ancient times, the Golden Great World has had the opportunity to become an emperor and become an immortal. Which is true, but the exchange competition between the 10 holy places, the two battles, are all top-tier heavenly pride. Plus there was the appearance of such a heaven-defying figure like Zi Shao. The powerhouses who had explored their destinies were all at a loss, not knowing whether this so-called Golden Great Age was a thick and thinning of the ground, or the calm before the storm. Above the ring, at this moment, the battle between Buddha Z and Wei Zhenbin was still continuing. Boom boom boom. The Buddha statue in the sky seemed to crumble under the impact of the destructive Tao rhyme, and even pieces of his face fell off, and the Buddha statue no longer had an expression of kindness and universality, and was replaced by a face full of grimness and murderous intent. I don't know who is good and who is evil. I still like your expression better. Wei Zhenbin let out a loud laugh, his entire body resembling a black-winged heavenly demon as he waved more destructive Tao rules with both hands. Click here for. The Buddha statue finally couldn't hold it up any longer and began to crumble inch by inch. Put. Buddha Z spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The Buddha statue was shattered, and he was also quite injured. But he didn't give up on this fight. Abandoning the Dharma phase instead, he charged directly towards Wei Zhenbin. Good timing, Wei Zhenbin bellowed, and the two of them directly battled together. A moment like an eagle strikes the sky. A moment like a devil ape treading on the mountain. A moment like the universality of all beings. Strong and domineering and Buddha's light coexist. The constant collision with Wei Zhenbin caused sweat to ooze out of Buddha Z's forehead. The earth under his feet kept crumbling away, spreading into the distance. That was the might of the destruction Tao rhyme. Even with the golden light protecting his body, once his spiritual power was exhausted, this destruction Tao rhyme was able to make him directly go up in smoke. Therefore, the Buddha's son did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Chapter 105, Inviting the Buddha. Boom! Another impact was made, and the golden light on the Buddha's body began to fade in and out. The powerful Tao rhyme of destruction actually affected even his protective golden light. This discovery was a shock to the Buddha's son. Originally, he thought that with his powerful Qi, he would still be able to maneuver with the other party and find an opportunity to kill him with a single blow. But I didn't realize that the first one who couldn't hold out was actually myself. Is the betrayal of the heavenly Tao for this destruction Tao rhyme? The Buddha's son laughed coldly. Ha 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 ha, then you're really wrong. Boo! Wei Jianbin repelled the Buddha Z with a blow and laughed. We are different from you. From beginning to end, those who obey the heavenly Tao can only be you, right? Cultivators testify to the way of the heavens. They are supposed to act against the heavens. When did it actually become natural to obey the way of the heavens? Little bald donkey. You're thinking about it. Humph. Buddha Z snorted coldly and said angrily. Crooked reasoning, you group of evil devils in crooked paths. You must be purged. After saying that, the Buddha's son's body once again flourished with golden light, and an ancient aura slowly emanated from his body. This scene caused Wei Jianbin to frown as well. His hand pinched the spell and activated the divining heavenly calculation. Inviting Buddha to your body? Playing this shameless trick again. This is something I learned from you guys. Being able to get rid of demons. It's a great merit. The moves are nothing more than external objects, Buddha Z said as a matter of course, and immediately afterward, he began to silently recite the Buddhist scriptures, accompanied by the sound of the Buddha resounded throughout the scene. The Buddha son of the feet appeared under the golden lotus. The golden lotus is a virtual shadow, but as if there is a solid general, supporting the Buddha son of the body slowly rose into the air. He himself is sitting cross-legged on top of the golden lotus, on top of the high platform. When the shaking light Holy Lord saw this scene, his brows tightened and he spoke to the phaseless Holy Lord in dissatisfaction. Hey, I say old baldy, you're being a bit unreasonable. Inviting the Buddha to come up to your body, such a move is something that should appear in the midst of a sect competition? Amit Ba, the sacred lord of no phases, recited a Buddha's name and spoke. This invitation to the Buddha's upper body is the companion divine ability of the Buddha's son. So naturally, the poor monk will not stop him. Not to mention, fart. Before the phaseless Saint Lord could finish speaking, the heavenly Chi Saint Lord directly cursed out. That thing of yours is a companion divine ability? Who doesn't know that your Buddhist sect has a magic surplus? And that surplus can briefly invite the projection of an ancient Buddha to descend into the world. If you had said this was possible earlier, do you believe I would have directly given my family's holy son an imperial weapon and smashed that little bald ass to death? Apparently the unceremonious words of the Tianji Holy Lord caused the phaseless Holy Lord to stutter, but immediately afterward, he continued to speak. It's not impossible for the Junshi master to want to give the younger generation the emperor artifact inheritance, but right now it's still in the midst of exchanges, and in accordance with the rules, we are not allowed to support it. Can I kill him? Can I kill him? The Tianji Holy Lord directly stood up and intended to make a move with the phaseless Holy Lord, but fortunately, he was stopped by the shaking light Holy Lord at the critical moment and gave him a wink, transmitting, when the sect competition is over, whatever this old bald donkey encounters will have nothing to do with us. But we can't do it now. Once if we move against him, I'm afraid it will give the devil sect a chance to take advantage of it. When he leaves the mountain gate, we'll both sneak in and smother him. Upon hearing this, Holy Lord Tianji didn't say anything else and sat down with a puff of air. Above the ring, Wei Jianbin lightly narrowed his eyes, sensing the ancient Buddha-like aura on the other party. Divining heavenly calculus had already made him understand what kind of move the other party was using here. Let the projection of the ancient Buddha descend? The little bald ass can't play anymore. What's so scary about a man who can't play? The big deal is that we lost this one, and when we get out, we'll just get it back. Just as Wei Jianbin was planning to reach out and admit defeat, a voice suddenly came out from within his head, a voice that caused Wei Jianbin to be stunned at first, followed by ecstasy. Good. You're inviting Buddha to your body, aren't you? Then it makes sense for me to invite a fairy into my body, right? On the other side, the Buddha who was sitting on top of the golden lotus saw the smirk on Wei Jianbin's face unknown. Could the other party not see that he had already invited the projection of the ancient Buddha? Even when they were young, ancient Buddhas were still ancient Buddhas. The understanding of the word Tao was not something that others could compare to. Not to mention that the ancient Buddha projection that was invited was at the cultivation level of the transition realm. What makes Wei Jianbin so confident? Must be a bluff. After all, after the other person had worn smoky makeup, the whole thing had started to go wrong, and insanity was to be expected. Thinking of this, the Buddha's son's heart stabilized a little and he continued to silently recite the Buddhist scriptures. As the Buddhist scriptures resounded through the heavens and earth, the heavenly Tao seemed to resonate, and the dark clouds in the sky completely dispersed. One after another heavenly Tao golden lotus slowly fell from the middle of the sky. It seemed to be putting on a show for whatever people were there. Dang it! A sound of a pounding wooden fish suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. As the ring formation pattern surged forth, the golden light on the Buddha's body grew more and more intense until he had become completely invisible in person. Dang! Another voice that sounded like a twilight bell rang out. The blinding golden light disappeared, and once again, he turned his gaze to the ring. only to see the Buddha's son sitting on the golden lotus change. That person could no longer be called a Buddha's son. An ancient Buddha with a dignified appearance was sitting on top of a golden lotus. The ancient Buddha's face was kind, his brow revealing wisdom and serenity, and his hair curled into one tower after another coiled on his head. His eyes were deep and bright, as if he could see everything, and his mouth often had a faint smile, giving people a feeling of tolerance and compassion. Long earlobes symbolize his blessings and wisdom. Holding a string of golden rosary beads in his hand, his mouth constantly recited the Buddhist scriptures for the elimination of all beings. Seeing the appearance of this person, Zi Xiao on the stage was dumbfounded. Good lord, did you really invite Rudra here? The hairstyles are alright. Guanzi Zai Bodhisattva. When he performs deep prajna paramitha, he sees that the 5 skandhas are all empty, and transcends all suffering and doom. Shariputra. Color does not differ from emptiness. Emptiness does not differ from color. Color is emptiness. Emptiness is color. And the same is true of the feelings and thoughts of the body and the senses. Shariputra. The Buddhist Heart Sutra was recited from the mouth of that ancient Buddha, giving a feeling of transcendence. Even saints were able to feel the terrifying intent of that Buddhist scripture and seemed to subconsciously want to fold their hands. The projection of the ancient Buddha could only be in the transitional realm, and the impact was actually so great, showing how strong its Buddhist teachings were. When such an ancient Buddha appeared, everyone thought that Wei Jianbin had lost. But what's the reason for the constant delay? Could it be that he thought he had the power to fight against an ancient Buddha of the transitional realm? Wei Jianbin also sighed when he saw that ancient Buddha projection descending into the world at this moment. It really brought the ancient Buddha here. It's really worthy of the Buddhist sect. Should I say you guys are united? Or should I say that you're compelling the masses? The most precious treasure of the phaseless Holy Land, the Dolan robe, summons the projection of the ancient Buddha. It cannot be summoned without a great wish. How many believers did you guys compel before you dared to summon a projection even for an ordinary competition? TSK 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 TSK. Still have to be you guys. Chapter 106. What's that? I've been summoned. Wei Jianbin's tone was full of mockery. However, the ancient Buddha was not a Buddhist son, and faced with this kind of mockery without the slightest bit of anger, his face remained kind, putting down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha on the ground. Scholar, the poor monk will degree you with great karma, and hope that you will be able to attain transcendence soon. Ha 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 ha, playing the cut meat and feed it to the eagle said again. But don't come, like to summon isn't it? Bullying my Tianji Holy Land no one ah? It doesn't matter. Don't you know how to invite a Buddha to your body? You think I won't know this trick? When Wei Jianbin's words came out, the crowd of onlookers were shocked. It is a well-known fact that the people of the sacred land of the unseen are able to utilize the power of aspiration as well as the Dolan robe to invite the Buddha to take on their bodies. But I've never heard of the Tianji Holy Land having this trick too? Not to mention the others. Even the heavenly key sacred lord was in a daze. He had absolutely no idea what his own holy son was talking about. You summon too? What are you summoning? I'm afraid you're not inviting a ghost into your body, are you? Is this disciple mentally deranged? If it wasn't for the surrounding holy lords all staring at him there with puzzled gazes, he would have broken into a fit of rage. What's the matter with you? You're not going to surrender? People can't afford to play and cheat directly, but this time, they came in a hurry, and their own sanctuary did not prepare any cheating props for you. Why don't we just admit defeat and wait for them to walk out of the shaking light sacred ground before we hit them? You're still holding out. You just don't give in. People summon. You summon. You summon a ghost you summon. Wei Jianbin didn't pay any attention to what expression his own holy lord had, as he took out 3 incense sticks from his Qiankuan ring at this time in a godly manner. The ancient Buddha above the golden lotus also seemed to be curious as to what he was going to do, so he didn't interrupt. Only after Wei Jianbin took out 3 incense sticks, he used his spiritual power to light them. Then he turned to the sky, raised his hands incense above his head, and began to meditate. Eat grapes without spitting out their skins. Don't eat grapes. No one knew what he was reading there because he was speaking too fast. After reading for half a day, Wei Jianbin's eyes widened and he yelled, Heavenly Father of the Infinite Ternary Mother, by the edict of the one who ordered it, show your spirit quickly. After saying that, Wei Jianbin directly threw the 3 cones of incense in his hand towards the sky. Immediately after that, he casually struck out a spiritual power. With a bang, the 3 incense sticks in the air instantly turned into flying ash. Seeing Wei Jianbin's series of maneuvers, many people had their mouths wide open, completely unaware of what he was up to. The Tianji Holy Lord was even more desperate to find a crack in the ground. It's a family tragedy. It's a family tragedy. How did this come out and what the hell is he doing? Anyone can feel, Wei Jianbin, the 3 incense sticks above. There is not any spiritual power. People Buddha's son to summon the ancient Buddha. At least also used the Doran robe and the great wish power it. Some moves believe in equivocal summoning. The more you give, the more power you get. Good guy. You casually lit a 3 constructed incense. And on top of that, you blew up the 3 constructed incense. What do you want to summon? Are you really going to invite a ghost? The ancient Buddha sitting on top of the golden lotus was also confused by this, and seemed to want to say something, but didn't know how to open his mouth. His pair of wise eyes looking at Wei Jianbing with some sympathy. Even if Wei Jianbing was thick-skinned enough, he was slightly reddened at this time, deliberately coughed twice, then whispered, "Ahem, big brother, you should come out. I cannot get off the stage boom." Right after Wei Jianbing finished saying these words, the heavens and earth changed color, and the sound of the great Tao Brahma resounded through the sky. Green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, Xian Wu. The silhouettes of the 4 ancient sacred beasts continuously roared in the air. That might cause the foreign beasts below to tremble. Boom! The dark clouds in the sky converged again, and the intertwined thunder seemed like it was going to destroy the world. The Holy Lord of Tianji looked at the ring with wide eyes. His own disciples' juggling moves had really summoned something? Boom 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 boom. A powerful heartbeat resonated throughout the room, as if some powerful and ancient being was reviving. Even the ancient Buddha on top of the golden lotus, his wise eyes became serious and heavy. He had a bad premonition. It seemed that some absolute great magic medicine had appeared. Lu Chang'e, who was on top of the grandstand, felt the sound of this heartbeat, and the demonic blood in his body seemed to have a hidden tendency to go berserk. So he hurriedly suppressed it with his powerful strength. Woohoo! The sound of ghosts weeping and God crying makes one's scalp tingle. After an unknown amount of time, a figure appeared in front of Wei Jianbing. Black robe, purple and silver long hair, exiled immortal-like face. Who can this person be if not that Zixiao? What? All the people watching this battle were nearly stunned out of their minds. Nice guy. A whole lot of nice guys. You're saying that the one you summoned is the purple sky? You summoned him. Could it get any more outrageous? Wei Jianbing quietly walked over to Zixiao's side at this time and whispered, "Big brother, if you don't come again, I'll be disgraced." Hearing Wei Jianbing's words, Zixiao spoke without any good humor. "I told you to casually make some noise out, so I came here directly. Who would have thought that you were juggling there? I was dumbfounded. I thought that you were really going to invite the ghosts to take over." Wei Jianbing was a little embarrassed for a moment. The one who had just sent him a voice message was none other than Zixiao. Invite the ancient Buddha to come up? The old man beat up the ancient Buddha. Through Wei Jianbing's panel, Zixiao already knew that the sky thieves should be the group of people who are against the heavenly Tao. Just now, on top of the high platform, he casually looked at the people of the Tianji Holy Land with his eye of insight. As expected, every person from the Tianji Holy Land carried the label of Heaven Stealer. In other words, this is your own big brother. Who would he help if he didn't? Thinking of the row that the ancient Buddha made when he descended to the world before, Zixiao naturally couldn't lose to the other side. So he directly turned on the transcendent aura, and with the help of the system, he directly filled up the push grid. Didn't you see that even that ancient Buddha froze before? Is the transcendental aura something that you, an ancient Buddha, can understand? The entire room was silent. Everyone was confused by Zixiao's entrance. Ahem. That what? I was summoned over by Wei Jianbing. Just now in the underworld, I felt something tugging at my divine soul, and after casually touching it, I didn't expect to appear in this ring. Well, the truth of the matter is like this. Zixiao opened his mouth to the people around him and explained. But he's an explanation that no one in their right mind would believe. Why don't you go to heaven? But also Wei Jianbing summoned you here. He still has this function? That's right. Just as Zixiao was a bit embarrassed, Wei Jianbing jumped out and spoke loudly to the surroundings. As we all know, I simply adore the Shaking Light Holy Land's Violet Hall Master to the extreme. And we have a saying in the Tianji Holy Land that it's better to believe in no one than yourself. But I'm different. I've stepped out on my own path. Trusting no one is better than trusting Zixiao. Such an outstanding human being. It's quite reasonable for me to worship him and pray to him, isn't it? Summoning him over is naturally also a very reasonable thing to do. Chapter 107, Reasonabler. Reasonabler. Everyone looked at Wei Jianbing with contempt. Why don't you say Zixiao is your long-lost brother? Still believe in who might as well believe in Zixiao. Listening to your previous sentence, out of their own way. I thought it was some kind of powerful path. And that's it? It's still reasonable. Where is it reasonable? The faceless Saint Lord on top of the high platform, his old face red from anger, roared. This is cheating. This is blatant cheating. What do you mean he summoned Violet Sky over? He should be disqualified from the exchange. What words? Boo! The Shaking Light Saint Lord slapped on the table. Fortunately this was his own property, so he didn't use much power, or else with a strike from a saint, it would be strange if this table didn't go up in smoke. only to see the shaking light holy lord with a dog's tail grass in his mouth. He squinted his eyes at the faceless holy lord. If my little master says it's reasonable, then it's reasonable. Didn't you hear the other Tianji saint's son open his mouth? He admires my junior brother very much. I vaguely remember that in the ancient times, there was a law called that. Right. Calling great law. This method is similar to my shaking light holy land's shaking great method. The function of this Tao is to summon people of trust, of faith, with great karma to fight for them. TSK. Wei Zhenbin is truly a man of great fortune. Such a long-lost Tao has been found by him. The shaking light holy lord's tone was filled with admiration. On the side, the holy lord of Tianji also hurriedly agreed. That's right. This ancient Tao was indeed found by our Tianji Holy Land at a great cost. Alas, you don't know in order to calculate the location of this Tao law, our Tianji Holy Land has paid a big price. This Tao is called that what? Ahem. The shaking light holy lord on the side hurriedly coughed twice and reminded, calling out the great law. Right. The holy lord of Tianji slapped his thigh and said in a loud voice, it's the evocation of the great law. Didn't your disciple get the ancient Buddha projection here? Then there's nothing wrong with my family's saint son summoning a living person out. The faceless Saint Lord was on the verge of vomiting blood as he looked at the shameless appearance of the shaking light Saint Lord as well as the Tianji Saint Lord. I didn't expect to come to the shaking light holy land and participate in this so-called sect competition and suffer internal injuries about to spit out blood not from fighting someone, but from being angry. All of the people here were cultivators who already possessed excellent ears. Plus the many holy lords did not lower their volume when discussing. This caused everyone to hear what the shaking light holy lord and the heavenly key holy lord had said. Great. Never have I heard such a refreshingly unassuming reason. However, the Buddha's son had violated the rules first, and the other Wei Zhenbin was merely returning the favor in his own way. Otherwise, wouldn't any of them have to learn about this so-called inviting Buddha to the body when they faced the Buddha's son? Having Zixiao, the host, teach him a lesson couldn't have been more perfect. It was just that he didn't know that Zixiao's cultivation at the Mahayana realm was able to fight against the ancient Buddha projection at the transitional calamity realm. Even if it's just a projection, he is also the ancient Buddha, the so-called heaven's pride, of course, had the ability to fight across borders. But what if the other party was also a heaven's pride, and it was also a wayfarer, let alone fighting across a large realm? Even a small realm was impossible. That was why most people had no hope of winning even when Zixiao made his appearance, and only hoped that Zixiao would be able to survive until the ancient Buddha projection disappeared. Big brother, is it really okay? Wei Zhenbin quietly opened his mouth to Zixiao with a hint of a worried look in his eyes. The ancient Buddha was originally a man who had become a Taoist, and a man who followed the heavens, plus the transition realm. Even though he knew that Zixiao was destined to be extraordinary, he was still a little worried. Zixiao squinted at Wei Zhenbin and said, you can do it, can't I? Right. Then, big brother, I'll find a cool place to rest, so if there's anything you need me for, feel free to order. Well, there you go. Okay. After saying that, Wei Zhenbin transformed into a stream of light and came to the corner of the ring, literally taking out a small bench from the Qinquan ring, and after sitting down obediently, he turned his gaze towards Zixiao's side. After Wei Zhenbin left, Gufua also snapped out of his daze. The reason why he recognized Zixiao's identity was because the memory of the Buddha's son resonated with him. So he is now both an ancient Buddha and a son of Buddha. Seeing Zixiao make his entrance, there was a hint of resentment and murderous intent in Huey's eyes. Ba Buddha. Good. Sure master. I see that you have a great calamity in your destiny. Why don't you convert? Swish. Before Gufu could finish his sentence, a black shadow came directly in front of him, and it was none other than Zixiao. At this moment, Zixiao had a look of contempt on his face as he violently struck out with his right fist. Just do it. What's the waste of words? Boom! Powerful Tao rhythms struck straight out from above Zixiao's fist. A monstrous divine light rose up, rushing up from behind Zixiao's back, and the divine power was like a piece of divine sword that resisted the sky, directly tearing through the array pattern, blossoming with light and flooding this ring. On the side of the shaking light holy land, several core palace masters were immediately deployed and stood at the corners of the ring to restart the formation patterns. Amidst the light, only Zixiao's fist could be seen changing from dull to brilliant, from a dark light release to being a golden color, which was a qualitative change. It's so fast that it's inescapable. Using the power of the sword Tao to move his fists, wherever he passed, he was invulnerable. Even the air was torn in half. Above the sky, the silhouette of a grass slowly rose into the air. A single blade of grass chopped up the sun, moon and stars. The grass sword technique was as terrifying as it was. The ancient Buddha sitting on the golden lotus folded his hands together. a golden essence of the Buddha Tao spewing out from his mouth and nose, and above his hands, countless golden runes lit up with such power that they resonated with this side of the heavenly Tao. This was the ancient Buddha's Buddhist teachings, manifesting in both arms, blocking Zixiao's sword path horizontally, and this was the first time that the two of them had a hard blow and encounter. Dang! A huge roar resounded through the party. The layers of stone bricks on the ring lifted up, and even the ring, which had a self-repairing function, lost its proper effect at this moment. Zixiao vibrated his fists and sprayed sword light between his palms and fingers. That sword light was as thick as 10,000 swords returning to the clan, splendid and violent. The ancient Buddha silently recited Amitabha. The golden Buddha light in front of his chest enveloped the sword light that was capable of cutting through everything, preventing it from crossing the line in the slightest. This is the ultimate counterblast of the sword way and the Buddha way. The robes of both sides are awe-inspiring, and their faces are even more resolute. Whoever loses in this first encounter, I am afraid that they will be suppressed at every turn in the subsequent battles. So while it was clearly just a simple test, both of them had run their spiritual energy to the extreme. The disciples watching the battle at this time all sensed the understanding of the Tao and the use of spiritual power in the two of them. Boom boom boom. The engagement continued, neither of them willing to take a step back. The berserk spiritual energy recklessly kept crashing in the air, and the sonic booms made it feel as if the sky was collapsing and the ground was generally terrifying. Chapter 108, Beating Up Rudra. Chop! Zixiao shouted, and the shadow of the grass in the air became more and more solid. Tao sword chi shot out from that grass. Boom boom boom. The deep channel that was left above the ring. Sitting on the golden lotus, the ancient Buddha's golden light flourished, and 4 arms suddenly reappeared behind his back, and 2 heads appeared above his neck. 3 heads, 6 arms, angry eyes, parole. The golden lotus under the ancient Buddha's seat erupted with light. Each of the 3 heads and 6 arms showed their divine abilities, and the void was inscribed with the laws of truth, and every sword chi that attacked him was blocked by this truth. Seeing this scene, Zixiao did not stop, and the grass character sword technique was run to the extreme by him. Everyone present could feel that shocking sword intent, and the spirit swords at their waists trembled madly. This time, the battle was intense. Both sides shook. Sword chi and true words intertwined in the air. Endless runes blossomed and extinguished. Between the two a star river opened up, extremely bright. The end result was that both of them went backwards. Boo! Zixiao's feet directly stepped on the ring, and the surrounding stone tiles all cracked like a spider web. The golden lotus under the ancient Buddha's seat was also directly split in two and dissipated into the air, and he and Zixiao stood opposite each other. In the first exchange between the two, it was clear that ancient Buddha had lost the battle, because the golden lotus was destroyed, the compulsion was dissipated, and the ancient Buddha's wise eyes became cold. Those who defy the heavenly Tao shall not be allowed to pass on to the next life, not counting karma and not entering the cycle of reincarnation. There will be no place for you in this heaven and earth anymore. Sinner, don't you come to your senses yet? Buddhist lions roar. The voice was like thunder descending to the world, word by word, collapsing people's hearts and minds. Hearing these words, Zixiao's face was filled with disdain. Originally, seeing that you and a deceased person from my former hometown were somewhat similar, I thought of giving you some face, but it turns out that you, this old bald donkey, really deserves to die. Not entering reincarnation? The truly strong never believe in reincarnation. As for karma, the karma I owe can be too much. By the time today is over, there will surely be another karma on my body of trampling the ancient Buddha to the ground. I'll take this karma. Amitabha. The ancient Buddha was infuriated and laughed at Zixiao's words, and all 3 heads were covered with a sneering expression. Sinister Zixiao, today I will put the devil to death, and subdue you in a pagoda for eternity, with no chance of transcendence. Buzz. After saying that, a small golden tower appeared in the palm of the ancient Buddha. That tower was flowing with glazed light, dazzling people, only to see the ancient Buddha throw the small tower forward. The small tower that was originally the size of the palm of his hand suddenly rose 10,000 feet. Golden glazed pagoda. In the windows on the tower, it was visible to the naked eye that one of the beings trapped in this room was making wailing and agonizing sounds. Instead of a pagoda, this is a tower of demons and evil. The living beings in the tower suffer from the fire of karma and are not allowed to transcend and enter the wheel of reincarnation, which is the great means of the ancient Buddha. The 10,000 foot tall pagoda carried a thunderous momentum as it suppressed towards Zixiao. Hit me with a stupa? Old thing, you really want to die. Let's see if your glazed pagoda is harder or my Lingxiao palace is harder. After saying that, Zixiao leaped up in the air and formed seals with both hands. Immediately afterward, the sound of the great Tao Brahma resounded between heaven and earth. That Sanskrit sound was like immortal music, and auspiciousness fell from above the sky, with 7-colored light covering the entire sky. a huge palace appeared abruptly at the overhead. That palace's precious appearance was solemn, flowing with immortal light, just like that legendary place where immortals lived. The palace is located above the clouds. The flow of fairy light, as if there are 9 heavenly fairies in the above graceful dance, but also as if the heavenly soldiers and generals descended to the general, full of murderous intent. The sign above the huge palace clearly read the 3 words Ling Xiao Palace. Seeing this scene, the shaking light holy lord on the high platform was a bit confused. Isn't there something different about this palace? Moreover, does junior brother have any special fetishes? There's nothing to do but like to smash people with this thing. Buzz. Seeing that immortal palace appear, the ancient Buddha's wise eyes also carried a trace of confusion. His wise eyes that were able to see through the past and the future actually couldn't see through the origins of this palace at all. More than that, his divine soul even felt a tremor. What is this thing? Before the ancient Buddha could figure out the origin of the Ling Xiao Palace, the grand hall with its solemn treasures smashed hard towards the pagoda below. Boom! The void collapsed and heaven and earth shook. This Ling Xiao Palace fell down with a strong and unrivaled aura. The 10,000 foot tall golden glazed pagoda was like a broken house in front of the Ling Xiao Palace. Its light was completely obscured. Finally, the Ling Xiao Palace and the golden glazed pagoda collided together. Rumble! At this moment, everyone's eyes were stung by the blinding glare. The mountainous momentum generated by the collision directly shattered the stone bricks on the ring, and the formation pattern surrounding the ring instantly shattered, recovered, and shattered again. A process that continued continuously. The disciples who were close by even flew directly backwards out of the exit, spitting blood from their mouths. If the grand formation hadn't withstood enough of the impact, this instant would have been able to kill them. That golden glazed tower began to gradually disintegrate and fall apart. It was originally made of wishful thinking, and when it was smashed by the Ling Xiao Palace like this, it directly turned into golden fragments and disappeared into the air. A huge crater appeared above the ring, so deep that it was impossible to see the bottom, and the other side where the ancient Buddha was covered with dust and ashes. When the dust and ash disappeared into thin air, the crowd also sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw what was inside clearly. As everyone knew, which one of the successful pathfinders was not an amazingly talented person, crushing all the heavenly prides of the same era to become that unique successful pathfinder, basically invincible in the same realm. But it is the ancient Buddha who became a Taoist. At this moment the whole person was pressed into the ring. The body of the Dolan robe is even more broken in many places. The 3 heads and 6 arms have disappeared. The whole person looks so wretched. This is an ancient Buddha. It was still a transition realm ancient Buddha, 1 realm ahead of Zi Shao. The young ancient Buddha was actually defeated? Defeated by Violet Sky Retrograde. It's hard to describe this feeling. Everyone looked at the teenage heavenly pride standing in the middle of the ring with complex expressions. The golden great world has just opened, and this kind of heaven-defying pride has appeared. It seems that this great world will once again be filled with white bones and countless barren graves. Some powerful people are sighing. This time, the golden great world opened in an unusually strange manner, with spiritual energy suddenly gushing out without any warning. So some of the ancient celestial pride didn't even awaken from their divine origins. Another fantastic heavenly figure appeared before his eyes. When things go wrong, they go wrong. This bizarre golden great world had left every strong person who had seen through the word Tao in a state of bewilderment. Click. At this moment, the ancient Buddha that was plunged into the middle of the ground. No, I should say that it was the Buddha himself. And at this moment, the Tao rhythm on his body had disappeared as much as it could. Of course, his head is still in the shape of an ancient Buddha. Except that when the other Gufwa came out, his hair was curled into a small tower, and he, on the other hand, was purely bulging with a bunch of big buns that formed a tower. Ancient Buddha Tao rhythm was slowly floating in the air and dissipating. Chapter 109 Rotting Withered Hand. The wishing power is no longer enough to support the descent of the young ancient Buddha. Just as the crowd watched that golden light gradually dissipate, suddenly, with a loud boom, a large hand suddenly appeared in midair. That large hand carried a decaying burial intent as it grabbed the ancient Buddha's Tao rhythm. Immediately afterward, the sky cracked open like a bloody mouth, and that giant hand threw the ancient Buddha Tao rhythm toward the crack. Click 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 click. An ear-piercing chewing sound rang out. Ancient Buddha's Taoist rhythm was swallowed by someone? This turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. It was the shaking light sacred lord who was the first to react. What kind of demon? Unbridled in my shaking light holy land. The ancient Buddha Tao rhythm was swallowed. He could have ignored it and even gloated. But this giant hand entered the shaking light sacred ground and directly passed through the gate guarding formation like it was no one's business. That would be their business in the shaking light holy land. And that giant hand was as if it was withered. The flesh and blood on it had long since decayed, and the white bones were exposed, and a few pieces of skin just drooped, looking unusually horrible. At first glance, It's evil. Letting this kind of guy dance to his face. It would be strange for this arrogant character of the Shaking Light Holy Lord to be able to tolerate it. One after another aura was seen awakening in the ancestral land at the back of the Shaking Light Holy Land. An old ancestor let out a roar. Immediately afterward, aura erupted and countless Dao rules shot toward the large hand. Boom boom boom. All of the Dao attacks on top of that giant hand did not cause any impact. Even that giant hand was still absorbing the incoming Dao rules. The Great Terror in the crack clearly had no intention of entangling with the crowd either. And after devouring the ancient Buddha, it was ready to leave. Only, before the Great Terror in that crack departed, it gazed at violet sky with those scarlet eyes. You still won't succeed this time. This raspy voice transmission resounded within Zixiao's head. Immediately afterward, the cracks in the sky slowly healed, and countless old ancestors rushed towards the stars, seemingly wanting to seek that thief. Hearing these words, Zixiao fell into silence, letting the system keep calling him, but he didn't respond. It's over for Gufuo, and he walks slowly down to the ring. As for Wei Jinbin, who was far away from the ring to cool off, after seeing Zixiao leave, he picked up the big stick on the ground, and with a hee smile, he approached Buddha Z. The latter's eyes were somewhat frightened when he saw Wei Jinbin walking towards him. Allowing the ancient Buddha to descend had already depleted his spiritual energy, and at this time, he had no room to counterattack at all. If Wei Jinbin took advantage of the opportunity to retaliate, would he not be beaten up again for nothing? Thinking of this, Buddha Z quickly raised his hand. I recognize. Boo! Before Buddha Z could finish his sentence, a big stick slammed hard on his face, causing him to directly swallow back the words he was about to say. Buddha Z felt a rush of blood entering his throat, and was just about to cough violently when storm-like attacks began to greet him in the face. Boom 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 boom. Old me told you to summon the ancient Buddha. This time I'm convinced. If you can summon it, so can I. If I don't beat you full of peach blossoms today, you won't know why the flowers are so red. Boom boom boom. Above the ring, a series of popping sounds rang out. The crowd was pondering what that large hand filled with death just now was, and they didn't notice Wei Jinbin's movements. By the time the crowd noticed, the Buddha's son had been beaten to the point where he had only one breath left. At this time, the Buddha's son had lost that clear face, and his entire head was swollen several times. There were also pieces of skin on the ground as well as a few broken teeth. However, Wei Jinbin's hand was extremely delicate, and nothing happened to the Buddha's tower-like brain. Now it's estimated that even his mom won't recognize him when she comes. Unbridled. You stop it, the Faceless Saint Lord roared out in anger. But then, the Tianji Saint Lord stepped in front of him and teased. The other host didn't even say to stop. So what's your hurry? Besides, hasn't that disciple of yours not yet admitted defeat? Does he still have a chance to admit defeat? Zixiao! What is Zixiao doing? Go stop him. Hearing the roar from the high platform, a sequence disciple from the Faceless Holy Land also returned to his senses. He was the sequence number 1 disciple, and was once a strong contender for the Buddha's son, except that when it came to the phallic nature of the Buddha's teachings, he was one step weaker, which allowed Duo Yue to become the Buddha's son. So in terms of strength, he's also tough as nails. At this moment, he saw that Wei Jinbin on the stage was furiously beating up his own Buddha son. Although there was some pleasure in his heart, the Holy Lord had already given his word, so he had to go and stop it. Thinking about the terrifying combat power of Zixiao, he was a little weak in his heart. If he went straight to the stage, wouldn't he be easily taken as breaking the rules and then beaten up violently? He didn't feel that he was a match for a character who was able to defeat even the junior ancient Buddha. Since we can't fight, let's be reasonable. I thought that since the Buddha's son had been beaten up like this, Zixiao should let go of him, right? With this in mind, that sequence disciple of the Faceless Holy Land saw Zixiao not far away and hurriedly rushed up with an arrow step. Zixiao's eyes were a bit dull at the moment, not knowing what he was thinking, and Yan Linger on the side obediently kneaded his shoulders without interrupting. Right at this moment, that sequence disciple walked up to Zixiao. Uncle Violet. Oh, Master, we from the Faceless Holy Land have admitted defeat in this match. Can you please terminate the match? The sequence disciple of the Faceless Holy Land opened his mouth to plead with caution, but it didn't get a single response at all. Zixiao's eyes were listless and dull, as if he hadn't even heard what the other party was saying. The sequential disciple gritted his teeth and wanted to turn around and leave when a voice suddenly came out from within his head. Speak to him directly and forcefully. There's no need to be afraid. He's in the host's position now, so what are you afraid of? Hurry up and get the dodo out. The sequential disciple looked up. It was a transmission from his own Holy Lord. The former was a bit aggravated. Zixiao's powerful strength had left him with a small shadow. Be strong and talk to him? I'm afraid it's not an itchy skin. For the sake of his own face, It was naturally impossible for the phaseless Saint Master to take the initiative to seek out Zishao to propose that he admit defeat, and it would be best to let his disciples handle this matter. Using a stronger attitude would also be able to slightly warn Zishao. Even if Zishao stormed out and hit someone, a disciple was just a disciple. It wouldn't hurt, and it just so happened that he was still able to use it as a pretext. The sequential disciple gritted his teeth and thought of the criminal law of his holy land. So he took 2 steps forward. Hey, little bald donkey, can't you see that my little master is resting here? I advise you to get lost. Yan Linger's tone was not polite at all. Zishao. The sequence disciple summoned up all his strength to call out Zishao's name and spoke forcefully. As the host and referee, why don't you stop the match now that we've all conceded defeat? Hiding behind a woman and pretending to be deaf and dumb. Ha? You seek death? Yan Linger bared her 2 small tiger teeth and swung her fist as if she was going to strike out at that sequence disciple. Just then, a slender hand appeared on her shoulder, stopping her move. Little master. Yan Linger's original look like a little devil immediately turned into a good girl. She didn't want to leave a bad impression on her own little master uncle, while Zishao was simply ignoring her at this moment. After stopping Yan Linger, Zishao walked directly to that sequence disciple. The latter subconsciously gulped when he saw the figure in front of him, but thinking of the Holy Lord's order, he immediately spoke stiffly. Zishao, you, boo. The little monk instantly turned into a mist of blood. Chapter 110, Facts Aside. How dare you? Unbridled. Zishao, how dare you? The scene that took place under the ring was seen by everyone. The 2 or 3 saint lords on the high platform let out roars of rage. Among them were the holy lords of the Kaiyang Holy Land as well as the Phaseless Holy Land. And that Jade Balance Holy Land was actually involved as well. The clan competition. As the name suggests, it was an exchange of the younger generation between the 10 holy places. It's more of a competition than a show-off. The position of moderator-referee was created only to go forward and stop the disciples when they were in danger. But who would have thought that this host had personally executed a disciple? Even the Shaking Light Holy Lord was dumbfounded. How could Junior Brother be so this impulsive when he was clearly a good-tempered person? Could it be that those bald asses had laid their hands on Junior Brother? When Wei Jinbin in the ring saw this scene, his pupils clenched and he breathed heavily, obviously very excited. Looking down at the Buddhist sun below, a hint of sternness flashed in his eyes. Buzz. The big stick in his hand exudes a dark light at this time, and the destined one has laid down a black hand. So what is he afraid of? Boom! Just as Wei Jinbin was about to lay his hands on the killer, a Buddha light exploded and the Buddha sun with a big head disappeared in front of his eyes. TSK. What a shame. Almost killed him. At this moment, Zishao did not care to pay attention to the angry shouts from above the high platform. His head was starting to get confused. Earlier in that chamber, the inscriptions above those walls also suddenly began to flash continuously. What the hell is this? Zishao covered his head with one hand. Just now the weird spirit in the crack did not appear, but his tone made Zishao feel very familiar. Subconsciously, he looked over at Zui Yuanfei and Lin Knight. Inside his mind, one broken image after another was becoming clearer and clearer. He saw the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the scorched earth, saw the monstrous demonic might, saw the ancient beings walking slowly in the river of time. There were great emperors roaring. The heavenly Tao crumbled, the great Tao cried out in sorrow, and stream after stream of light scattered across the 3,000 worlds. In the middle of the cosmic stars and rivers, a black shadow was like a Geisher devil, his black robe covering the entire universe. Star after star turned into flying dust as he raised his hand. Among those images, he saw many familiar silhouettes. Misty, the Shaking Light Holy Lord, Zui Yuanfei, Lin Knight, Mo Xiang, the Buddha's son, and so on. Everyone was launching attacks against the Demon Lord in the middle of the cosmic star river. When the light of the explosion that rippled throughout the universe lit up, everything was reduced to nothingness. Only a faint red light flickered in the dim starry sky. On the other side, after the Phaseless Saint Lord on the high platform saved the Buddha's son, he planned to turn on the Shaking Light Saint Lord. As a result, before he could roar out in anger, the Shaking Light Holy Lord instantly arrived in front of him, and those eyes were filled with killing intent. Bald ass, what have you done to my little senior brother? Ha! Even if the Dharma is profound, even if it is beyond the red world, at this time, the Phaseless Holy Lord is still wide-eyed, that eyes with unbelievable as well as a trace of aggression. It's not. Aren't I the one who should be asking for forgiveness? Your senior brother slaughtered my disciple and now you're yelling at me? You're a bully, aren't you? What do you mean? I'm asking you, what did you do to my little master? Give me an explanation. Pissed off poor monk, the Phaseless Saint Lord was shaking with anger. Trembling and pointing at the Shaking Light Saint Lord, your senior brother killed the poor monk's disciple, and now you're looking for me to give an account? You're still human. Crap. The shaking light sacred lord's expression was also a bit distorted. Who am I looking for if not you? My junior brother has excellent character and conduct, and has the title of absolute junior master in our sect. How could he possibly kill someone for no reason? Putting aside the facts, are you not at fault? Who doesn't know that you have the most compelling moves among the Buddhist sects? It must be you. This bald donkey, who has put some kind of trick on my senior brother, causing him to have a drastic change in temperament. Just now, you got some ghostly ancient Buddha, and now you've poisoned my little senior brother. Does your no-face sect still want to leave from us? Do you really think that there is no one in my shaking light holy land? Swish swish swish. Just as the shaking light sacred lord spoke, one stream of light after another streaked by. Dozens and hundreds of palace masters had all arrived on top of the high platform and were looking at the faceless holy lord with unfavorable expressions. One by one, they rolled up their arms and rolled up their sleeves, with the air of starting a fight at the drop of a hat. Originally, there were still a few saint lords who wanted to come forward to fight for the faceless saint lord. As a result, after seeing that one of the palace masters who were like crazy batches, the next second the picture changed and everyone looked at the faceless sacred lord. Ahem. So what? Forget the anger, why don't you apologize? Yeah. Facts aside on this one, you must have had some part in it. Purple Hall Master his person. We all see it in our eyes. Cough cough cough. There must be a misunderstanding here. The faceless Saint Lord looked at the group of shameless people around him and was practically ready to summon the ancient Buddha once again. Do you listen to yourselves and speak as human beings? What does it mean to put aside the facts? It's all about throwing out the facts. So what's the point of talking about it? There is also your little senior brother. Let's not talk about his reputation at the time of the Tianxian Holy Land. Just those things he just did. Which one of them can be called some kind of absolute young groom? What an eye-opener. I can kind of see that you guys are just targeting me. Faceless Holy Lord was furious, I tell you. Chu Tianhao. Today this matter does not give me an explanation no end. Must be Zixiao he. Click here for. Just after uttering the words violet sky, ice began to form underneath the faceless Saint Lord's feet, and the ice crystals were able to freeze even the air. If it wasn't Mo Yuxiang's extreme coldness, who could it be? Mo Yuxiang. Tianxian Holy Land was targeted before as well. Have you forgotten that? One would have thought that the Holy Lord of the Tianxian Holy Land would side with him. After all, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. What do you mean by that attitude now? Mo Yuxiang didn't speak. Those eyes like ice crystals stared at the faceless Saint Lord in death, and the red light in her eyes was heart-stopping. Ouch! That hurts my ass. Just at this time, a sultry voice rang out, interrupting the saber rattling above the high platform. The crowd turned their heads to look, and amidst the ruins, two women appeared at an unknown time. One of them was good-looking and had the air of a fairy. The other one is voluptuous and seductive. It's the palace master of the heavenly demon palace. How did someone from the devil sect show up here? Can it be that they want to take advantage of our clan's grand competition to cause trouble? Those two were none other than Palace Master Yi and Ruyu. One must know that when Zixiao came here before, he had left the two of them inside the Ling Xiao Palace. However, just now, when he was confronting the ancient Buddha's golden light-glazed pagoda, he summoned the Ling Xiao Palace and smashed it fiercely. These two also fell straight into the rubble. Ruyu was fine. After all, she had a notable cultivation, but not Yi Palace Master. Her cultivation was sealed. Chapter 111, he is the husband of the old lady. That one just now almost didn't kill her. Luckily, because she was free from the shackles of the Ling Xiao Palace, her cultivation recovered little by little. The only reason it's coming out now is because it's just recuperating from an injury. At this moment, the witch glanced rather grudgingly at that distant Zixiao who was in a daze. Good boy. It's not enough to humiliate me before, but now you're slamming me. We're not done. You're in big trouble, Palace Master. Ruyu weakly tugged at the corner of the witch's coat, those big bright eyes carrying a few hints of pleading. All right, look at your dead out. I'm not going to lay a hand on your little groom now. Keep your heart in your pelvic bone, you little wretch. As soon as she heard that the palace master would not lay hands on her groom, Ruyu's expression instantly became like 100 flowers blooming. As for the last two sentences, she automatically ignored them. Swish swish swish. As the two of them were speaking, all the other holy lords except for the Holy Lord of the Shaking Light Holy Land as well as the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Chi Holy Land came to their side, looking at the two of them with unfavorable gazes. The only one whose gaze carried a hint of greed was the Kaiyang Holy Lord when he looked at the demoness. But at this moment, the attention of the crowd was not on him. Plus he was well hidden, so no one noticed his abnormality. Heavenly Demon Palace's Palace Master Yi. What exactly is he trying to do by coming here so squarely? Demoness! Your previous murder of the elders under my sect will be brought to an end today. Demons of the devil's way who treat human life like grass. Hurry up and say, What exactly is the plot for coming here today? Otherwise, have to make you. Stop, stop, stop. The witch directly shouted a halt to the crowd's words, a hint of impatience on her seductive face. Are you all idiots? I would come and throw myself into a trap at this time for a clan competition between the 10 great sacred grounds? Can you guys please think like pigs? And, I treat human life like grass? Which one of your eyes saw that? As for that idiot elder of the Jade Balance Holy Land, he's been surrounding me like a fly for 3 days. So why not kill him and keep him around? Good guts. The Jade Balance Sacred Lord's beard fluttered in anger, as if he had been poked by the devil girl to find out the scandalous matter of his own elder. And he said in shame and anger, "You devil girl, facing us, you still dare to be so arrogant. Simply looking for death. Come on, old man. What's with the fire? Why don't you let that bald ass take the edge off?" Originally, the witch was still continuously mocking these people, but suddenly she saw a figure that looked like an ice lotus on a snowy mountain not far away. Buzz. The witch's figure flickered and brought Ruyu directly to Zizhao's side, slightly teasingly looking at the veiled woman in front of her. Yo, isn't this Holy Lord Tianxian? What? Trying to sneak attack while people are unprepared? Mo Xiang looked at the witch in front of her, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions in her beautiful eyes. Seeing her like this, the witch continued to open her mouth. It really is worthy of being an iceberg beauty. When you see an old friend, you don't open your mouth to say hello. Instead, you keep staring at a man, or your own former disciple. TSK 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 TSK. You've degenerated. Facing the witch's snark, Mo Xiang spoke faintly. Leave shower side. Leave? Oh. The witch smiled delicately. Then in Ruyu's shocked gaze, her hands directly wrapped around Zizhao's arm, allowing him to enjoy her tenderness. After all, that level of terror was only half a point inferior to ethereal, so Zizhao's arms sunk deep into it. Click here for. Extreme coldness erupted, and the earth froze once again. A murderous intent emanated from Mo Xiang's body. Let go of my shower. Yours? The witch's phoenix eyes widened as she stretched out a hand and patted her huge size exaggeratedly. It's really scary. This amazing killing intent. TSK TSK TSK. But I won't let go of him. You said he's yours. Haven't you heard that he's my husband? What? The Shaking Light Holy Lord, who was originally afraid that his junior brother was in danger, had just arrived here when he heard this shocking news. Almost tripped straight over my left foot and gave myself a good fall. Isn't little brother related to the girl beside the witch? Since when is he related to the witch herself? The hallowed path of righteousness, the hall master of the Shaking Light Holy Land, had a relationship with the palace master of the heavenly devil palace. This is simply, it's so exciting. The sacred lord of Shaking Light's eyes flickered with the soul of a bear's gossip. As for the matter of what righteousness and devil are not two sides, it had long been thrown out of his mind. Don't say that Zizhao is the disciple of the supreme elder ethereal, just the words left behind by the first ancestor before. He would unconditionally support Zizhao. As for the palace master of the heavenly devil palace, that would be a perfect match for junior brother. Tianji Holy Lord Jun Imoyen also arrived at this time, and like the Shaking Light Holy Lord, he didn't say anything, instead standing with him to eat his melon. Tianxian Holy Lord Mo Xiang, the number one beauty of their generation, cold and dusty, the heavenly demon palace's palace master, Demoness Yi Zimei, was likewise the number one beauty of the demon Dao, charming the world. This ice and fire of the Shura is simply a rare encounter in 100 years, so close to the melon. That is not to eat a painful. So when the other holy lords rushed over, a duster with a cuckoo of black vapor directly interrupted them. Want to ask why Zizhao casually smashed that little monk? That's fine. Wait until the melon is finished. You're looking for death? Mo Yuxiang's beautiful eyes were filled with red light, and her tone made people feel as if they were in an ice cave, and that terrifying might made several holy lords all look grave. But the witch did not spoil her in the slightest, her jade fingers caressing Zizhao's cheeks, that phoenix eyes with a hint of infatuation. This man is my lady's husband. Are you threatening me in front of my man now? Isn't that a bit too much? I said. Release. Open up. Him. Mo Yuxiang took a step forward, and heaven and earth changed color, and iceflower after iceflower actually began to fall in that sky. It was obvious that her sage's intent had been comprehended to a terrifying state, but even so, the witch didn't have the slightest fear, not to mention the fact that the two of them had the same identity. Even this cultivation was no less important. Mo Yuxiang, I've heard that you expelled your disciple. No. Ex-disciple. That is, my husband, from the sect and allowed dirty water to be poured on his body. So what the hell kind of face do you have now to come running here to ask me to let go of his? Not to mention that he's not even your disciple right now. So what if he is? A master doesn't smell as good as a maiden. The witch revealed a white reflective plump thigh and gently rubbed against Zishao. Damn you! The red light in Mo Xiang's eyes flourished as she slapped her palm fiercely at the witch. The extreme coldness completely enveloped the demonic girl, the will of the saint affecting heaven and earth. And at this moment, everyone felt their bodies chilling. The bone-piercing coldness caused some disciples with low cultivation levels to tremble. Just as the witch was about to counterattack, she suddenly heard a voice coming from the side, and the gathered demonic aura instantly dissipated. Instead, she looked at Mo Xiang in a provocative manner. Chapter 112, I will trust him unconditionally. Zishao woke up leisurely. He had just been in a metaphysical state, seeing that the 9 heavens and 10 lands were a scorched earth, especially that black figure spanning the universe, made him have mixed feelings. At the same time, he also knew who it was that had felt the familiar aura when that big corrupted hand had appeared earlier. Zuo Yuanfei. It's his breath. That large corrupted hand was not an ancient god derived from that heavenly Tao. Quite the contrary. The corrupted intent was definitely not the heavenly Tao, but Zuo Yuanfei. Being the son of heaven's mandate, why was the aura on his body so similar to that giant hand? Before Zishao could consider it in detail, the coldness sobered him up. As soon as he came to his senses, he saw that familiar figure, and a jade hand also slapped towards his side. Zishao's voice was also heard by Mo Xiang. At this moment, it was already too late to retract the palm, and under the haste, he was only able to withdraw his force. But even if he was a cultivator of the sage realm, withdrawing his force at this moment, the feeling of the backlash also made Mo Xiang stifle a grunt. The palm of his hand slapped the witch's chest in a not so gentle and not so heavy manner. Ouch! The witch let out an exaggerated cry, and her entire body went limp on top of Zishao's body. You're so cruel. I'm just not letting you get close to Zishao. And you actually want to kill me? The witch's acting skills were at their best in this moment. The beautiful eyes of Mo Xiang, who was already injured due to the force of the backlash, widened as if she was scolding the other party for being shameless. After feeling Zishao's ghostly gaze, Mo Xiang hurriedly spoke. Shower. She lied. I didn't. What? No. Before Mo Xiang finished her sentence, the witch directly interrupted. Now she, which still has the appearance of a female devil, completely is a woman I see in pity. In a petite tone, she spoke to Zishao, who was to the side. Husband, my chest hurts from her beating. I didn't expect that the woman you used to be so ruthless. Zishao watched the witch act with interest. In a teasing voice, he transmitted to him, don't pretend. Do you think I didn't know what happened just now because I wasn't sober? Also, when did I become your husband? Kid, don't you give your face away. I want half. Don't forget that when you were in the temple earlier, you made me watch you and Ruyu do that kind of thing. And just now you used the Lingxiao Palace to smash that bald guy. You forgot that my mother is still inside? If you don't cooperate with me, I'll have to fight you to the death. Of course, if you cooperate with me, maybe someday when I'm happy, it's not impossible for me to taste it myself. Although the witch was that fierce when she was transmitting with Zishao, she still had a delicate appearance on the surface. Even at the end of his words, those phoenix eyes blinked hard, and his vermilion lips curled so lightly that a mischievous little tongue could be seen. Hiss! Zishao almost had an unstable Dao heart. Good man. Worthy of being a witch. Tough as nails. Tough as nails. In fact, even if the witch hadn't said anything about tasting it or anything like that, he would have taken the initiative to relieve it. Not to mention the fact that the witch had never harmed her and had even given her a lot of benefits. Just because of Ruyu's relationship, it was impossible for Zishao to watch her suffer. With that, he put an arm around the witch's shoulders and made a show of being close. One could clearly feel the other's petite body stiffen slightly. Master, more sacred lord, I don't know why you are making things difficult for my maiden. Zishao looked at Mo Xiang in front of him with a bemused gaze. He didn't mean to punish the other party. The heavenly Tao had selfishness, and as the Tianqian Holy Land where he, the great villain, was born, he was bound to increase his control. An entire holy place, except for a few who broke free, was contaminated. This control is not the ability to manipulate the will though. In other words, at some point, Mo Xiang did indeed not trust him. The grace of nurturing and teaching was in front of him. Zishao would not blame the other party, but he would definitely not continue to go back and play any over-the-top games either. So he would only treat Mo Xiang with his usual attitude. Your maiden? Mo Xiang was bewildered at first. Then she became anxious. Do you know if you know that she is? She's a witch, right? Before Mo Xiang could finish her sentence, Zishao directly interrupted her. So what if she's a witch? As long as she is the one I like, she is my person. No matter what she has done to harm heaven and earth. If you want to hurt her, kill me first. Listening to Zishao's words that were full of firmness, The witch looked at the man beside her in surprise. Even she had to admit that just now, it seemed that her heartbeat had accelerated. Ru Yu, who was not far away, saw this scene and had a black line. Are you polite, palace master? It was just a matter of saying my husband was yours for the sake of acting. Why are you hugging him tighter and tighter now? Do you really want to taste it, palace master? Thinking of this, Ru Yu's little mouth opened slightly, looking at her own palace master with some shock. Mo Yuxiang subconsciously remembered the past when she heard Zi Zhao's words. Yeah, why hadn't she? Zi Zhao's once closest master trusted him completely and unconditionally when the disciple was first splashed with dirty water? Obviously in the entire Tianxian Holy Land, she was the one who knew Zi Xiao the best, wasn't she? It turned out that the only people in the entire Holy Land who discovered the abnormality were the Penalty Peak and the Purple Bamboo Peak. How could Zi Xiao's words not be a reminder to her? Mo Yuxiang's face grew paler and paler. Seeing her former old rival like this, a hint of triumph flashed through her phoenix eyes, and she said in a delicate tone, Sacred Lord Mo, you've heard it all. Go wherever you need to go. My husband is not going to leave with you. Abandoned before and now trying to get it back. There's no such thing as a good thing in the world. Wait. The faceless Saint Lord finally stepped forward at this time as he looked angrily at Violet Sky. Violet Sky, you and the demon girl of the devil Dao have already tied the knot. It's simply an unforgivable crime. Plus you just killed a disciple of my holy land for no reason. You have already disappeared into the devil's path, in front of the 10 great sacred lands. Do you still not confess? Unbridled, the shaking light holy lord didn't eat the melon either, and walked directly to the faceless holy lord's face, angrily spraying, bald ass, what are you farting about? What is the crime of my little senior brother? Freedom of love, do you know? Don't say that junior senior brother he is with the devil, coughing, and ye palace lord, even if he likes guys, it's his freedom. What? Zi Xiao was here watching his own eldest brother come out to defend himself, and was originally a bit touched, but as a result, when he heard the next sentence, it was called a scalp numbness. He slandered me. He slandered me. Strong words. The faceless Saint Lord was now completely hardened. After all, Zi Xiao had personally admitted that he was related to the witch. With this reason, it would be a shame not to take advantage of the opportunity to strike and send this rebellious disciple into the land of doom. Zi Xiao, I now think that all those things you did in the Tianxian Holy Land before were true. Sacred Lord Mo was blinded by you, thinking that he had wronged you, and at this point in time is trying to get you to turn back. Don't you still wake up? Chapter 113, He is my disciple. Speaking here, the faceless Saint Lord spoke in a soft tone to Mo Yuxiang, who was to the side. Mo Saint Lord, is the poor monk right about this? Before he could finish his words, he realized that Mo Yuxiang's beautiful eyes were looking at him with full killing intent. No, what do you mean? The poor monk is speaking for you. Is it appropriate for you to be so murderous? The faceless Saint Lord was completely unaware that at this moment, Mo Yuxiang was feeling guilty because of her previous lack of firmness in trusting Zi Xiao, and this monk was mentioning whichever pot he was in. The killing intent was completely real. Crazy woman. After angrily cursing Mo Yuxiang in his heart, the faceless Saint Lord once again turned his gaze towards Zi Xiao. Zi Xiao, poor monk can ask you, why did you kill that disciple of mine just now? Wasn't it because your demonic nature was so great that you couldn't control it? I say, old bald donkey. Meals can be eaten indiscriminately. Words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. You said that I killed your disciple. I admit it, but I don't admit it when I have a demonic temperament. Zi Xiao let go of the witch and walked forward on his own, standing in front of the faceless holy lord. It was the shaking light sacred ground that they were stepping on under their feet now. You can still be bullied when you're on your own turf? As we all know, just now I went. Just now I was summoned above the ring to confront that ancient Buddha. That was a juvenile ancient Buddha. It's still in the transitional succession realm. As the top person in your Buddhist sect, can they not have some means? I just felt a Buddhist spell enveloping my soul in the underworld, and I was completely unaware of what happened immediately afterward. And when I opened my eyes, I saw blood on my hands. Isn't this your Buddhist tactic? Zi Xiao said with righteous indignation, looking as if he had really been wronged by how much. So there is such a thing. The shaking light holy lord said angrily, old bald ass, is what my junior brother said true? The ancient Buddha among your Buddhist sect is actually that shameless. Helping a junior to compete is just a matter of course, but also manipulating my junior brother to do this slaughter. My little senior brother can't even kill a chicken on a regular basis. Do you know how much damage it would do to him to let him kill one? Do you know? If my little senior brother shrivels up from now on, washing his face in tears every day, can you afford to pay for it? No. Shameless. The faceless Saint Lord felt like he was going off the deep end. After coming to this shaking light holy land, the treatment that was due was not enjoyed, and he had been suffocating from beginning to end. Defeated at the Shaking Light Holy Lord, deflated at the Tianji Holy Lord, deflated at the Tianxian Holy Lord, and now being slandered by Zishao in such a manner. You know, the usual thing of throwing dirt is his monopoly. What else do you say about feeling a Buddhist law enveloping the divine soul in the underworld? Can you change the words? When you went to the ring to help Wei Jinbin, you said that you felt a strange movement in your soul, and your soul can be touched by anyone, can't it? You don't have any reserve at all. Zizhao's previous abnormality was obvious to everyone, and it was true that he had been in a daze for some time. Adding to that, the Buddhist sect's numerous means of compelling people's hearts, so the other holy lords also looked at the phaseless holy lord with slight suspicion. The killing intent on Mo Yuxiang's body was even more like substance. This kid believes what he's saying. How can you all believe him? My Buddha son from the phaseless Holy Land has not yet awakened from his serious injuries, and now another disciple has died. The other core disciples have even suffered injuries of varying sizes. What? This sect competition is for me. The phaseless Holy Land? Just to target us. The phaseless Saint Lord was now hysterical. He was aggrieved like a 200-pound child at the thought of how he was treated. Eldest brother, junior master, Zui Yuanfei and Lin Knight, the pair of Heaven's Destiny sons, strongly supported their injured bodies and ran to Zizhao's face. The two of them naturally didn't have any good feelings towards this old monk, the phaseless Saint Lord. You Buddhist sects have already taken the way of death by treating your junior uncle/eldest brother in such a way. Seniors, the late generation has a word that I don't know whether to speak or not. Just at this time, a gentle voice rang out. The crowd looked in the direction of the voice, and two celestial pride were walking slowly. The Eternal Life family, the sons of the Wang and Lu families. The person who spoke was none other than Lu Changge, and his handsome face wore a smile that made people feel like they were in the spring breeze. The whole person has a gentle and bookish demeanor. Such a man, whenever he speaks, inspires conviction. The people present certainly recognized this son of the Lu family. After all, people were also top-tier heavenly prides that were famous all over the world, not losing out in the slightest to the holy sons and daughters of the great clans. So it's Changgu. The jade-balanced sacred lord was obviously very familiar with Lu Changge and directly opened his mouth to inquire. Changge, there's no harm in saying what you want to say. Thank you, senpai. After Lu Changge slightly saluted, he turned to look at Zishao, a hint of an inexplicable look inside those gentle eyes. According to seniority, I should also call you senior uncle, but I know you at first sight, so I open my mouth to call you brother Z. Please don't be offended. Lu Changge, for this Heaven's Destiny villain. Zishao was familiar with him. I don't know what he was trying to say by coming forward at this time, but reaching out is not a good idea. So Zishao laughed lightly and said, of course, you and I are already of similar age. No need to be polite. Thank you, brother Z. After Lu Changge said a thank you, he straightened up and spoke to the people around him. Seniors, Changge believes in brother Z's character. There must be a misunderstanding here. The ancient Buddha's methods are simply unimaginable to us, and perhaps inadvertently really infested Brother Z's divine soul. In order to prevent Brother Z from suffering from an unrighteous injustice, I believe that the seniors should be the ones to personally examine Brother Z's divine soul. No matter what kind of infestation the divine soul suffers, it is bound to leave traces. If you seniors don't trust each other, I still hope that you seniors can give Changge a chance and let Changge come and personally prove it for Brother Z. This speech was reasoned, and with that expression on Lu Changge's face, those who didn't know really thought that he was some kind of life and death friend with Zishao. It wouldn't affect Zishao if he was just checking his divine soul. It would just be a bit offensive. For a while, everyone was thinking, Zui Yuanfei and Lin Knight, on the other hand, were looking at Lu Changge with unfavorable expressions on their faces, and for some reason, when they saw Lu Changge, a feeling of malice welled up in the bottom of both of their hearts. The wickedness was very palpable. The son of Heaven's Destiny had great trust in his intuition, so at this moment, he didn't believe a single word of Lu Changge's words. Zishao lightly narrowed her eyes at Lu Changge. So that's what he was playing at. Whether or not the divine soul would be imprinted by the Buddhist teachings is not to be said first, but the demonic power would definitely leave an imprint. Is Lu Changge trying to prove that he's a demon, and then find a reason to do it? No way. Before Zishao could speak, Mo Yuxiang took the lead and stood out. The red light in her beautiful eyes was getting more and more intense, and it was already very obvious. I won't make the same mistake again. This time I trust Shower. No one is allowed to touch him. Looking at the chilly Mo Yuxiang, the crowd was a bit uncertain, not knowing what was wrong with her. Just at this time, a cool voice came from the sky. He is my disciple. Why bother anyone else about protecting him? Ethereal is here. Chapter 114, if you continue, you'll be punished for kneeling. Accompanied by a powerful pressure, all those present all felt that strong Tao. The derivation of the Tao is a power unique to the Supreme Being. The Supreme Being is not to be dishonored. Even though the Holy Lords present had traveled as far as they could on the path of saints, they were still like ants when they encountered Supreme Beings. Lu Chang's eyes carried a bit of deep meaning. He had wanted Zishao to expose his demonic skills. In that case, it would be able to provide him with quite a bit of cover. After all, he had devoured a bit too many celestial pride recently. Once those large and small forces reacted, they would know that the possessor of the magic power had reappeared. If Zishao was proven to possess demonic powers, wouldn't he be safe? What's more, if you want to make a secret move against Zishao, the other party has the title of the Temple Master of this shaking light Holy Land. It's not a joke. If not, the sky and the earth will be turned upside down. Why don't you make Zishao after everyone is shouting at you? And then you'll figure it out yourself. The idea was good. Borrowing the power of the surrounding Holy Lords to forcefully pressurize Zishao. If he didn't agree to inspecting the divine soul, then it proved that there was a ghost in his heart. And he definitely wouldn't be able to pass on this side of the phaseless Holy Land. And one is bound to be invincible. After all, everyone had seen that he had come forward in order to prove Zishao's innocence. But 1,000 calculations had not counted on Ethereal. And this Supreme Elder of the Shaking Light Sacred Land would choose to come forward. The moment the Supreme Lord came out, the great power of those Holy Lords instantly collapsed. Who dares to be reckless in front of the Supreme Being? The Tao flowed between heaven and earth, and the Ethereal, who was dressed in a Tao robe, also appeared in front of the crowd. Misty did not pay attention to the crowd, but instead walked to Zishao's side by herself, stretching out her jade hand to gently caress her long purple-silver hair. Little fellow, why don't you remember to look for Master when you encounter danger? This, Zishao scratched his head in embarrassment. A handful of years old, was still treated as a child. More or less old, face a bit untenable. Master, I'm not thinking that I don't need your old man to make a move yet. Eldest brother, he slightly made a move, is already the pinnacle of this scene. The Shaking Light Holy Lord on the side couldn't help but puff out his chest and look proud when he heard his junior brother actually praise himself in such a way. Misty, on the other hand, was interested. Oh, you don't need the help of an old man like Master? It seems my disciple has really grown up. Oops. Although Ethereal's intellectual and delicate face was smiling, Zishao could still feel her own master's little temper. Whether on the blue planet or in this world of light, it seems that if a woman is said to be old, the consequences can be very serious. Thinking of this, Zishao hurriedly spoke. How could that be? Whoever dares to say that my master is an old man, I'll be the first to cross him. Has he ever seen such a beautiful old man? What a joke! Ha! Misty covered her mouth and laughed lightly, that smile filled with doting on Zishao. After flirting, not with his own disciple, after chatting with his own disciple, Ethereal turned his head to look at the many holy lords. The face that was still with a smile was instantly like 10,000 years of cold ice. You guys, who wants to probe my disciple's divine soul? Ha! Although the voice was light, it was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, shocking the crowd of holy lords to speak or be silent. Joking, in front of the Supreme Being, saying that you want to take a look at his disciple's divine soul? This is not looking for death. Everyone is smart, even if Zishao is lying. Who dares to say a word? This is the deterrent power of a big fist. Even the faceless Saint Lord, whose face was red with anger, began to be a good boy. He wasn't as headstrong as his own Buddha's son, and had nothing to do with messing with any Supreme Beings, but the big deal was to settle scores after the fall. Now that we are outnumbered by the enemy, it is only wise to stay honest. Seeing that the crowd could not be relied upon, Lu Chang'e frowned slightly and once again spoke in that gentle tone. Elder Misty, Senior Lu Chang'e, is a member of the Lu family from the Central State. Senior Lu has been yearning for you for a long time, and cannot wait to become your personal disciple. But nay, after searching for a long time, I have not been able to find that heavenly, earthly, and human 3 books. Rather a great pity in life. The everlasting Willow family? Ethereal looked at Lu Chang'e, and in the face of Ethereal's might, Lu Chang'e appeared unassuming and stood there blandly. If it is other people's words, but to say on the word, good a calm heart of the young pride of heaven. Normal plot indeed. But let's not forget that this is the Shaker Sanctuary. No matter how normal Ethereal was on a regular basis, she was still someone from the Shaking Light Holy Land. What's more, it was Lu Chang'e who had previously said that he wanted to examine his disciple's divine soul. Phew! The ethereal Taoist robe was lightly waved, and a wave of spiritual energy shook out, striking directly at Lu Chang'e. The latter's eyes widened roundly, as if he hadn't expected Ethereal to actually strike out at him regardless of his status. In his haste, his body's spiritual energy surged and he swung his hands forward with force, attempting to counteract it with his own cultivation. But how could a strike from a supreme being be something he could block? Even if it was 1/1,000,000th of the power, It was still far beyond what his realm could withstand. Accompanied by a muffled sound, Lu Chang'e flew directly backwards like an arrow off the string. Boom! Lu Chang'e's entire body slammed into the edge of the ring with a deafening ringing sound. His bones were going to shatter for the most part this time. After doing all of this, Misty did not have the slightest fluctuation of emotions, and spoke in a bland tone. If it wasn't for the fact that your Lu family had had an old relationship with my shaking light sacred ground in the early years of his life, you would have already taken the path to death. And my disciple isn't someone who can be slandered by anyone. It's so domineering, worthy of being a senior uncle. Shaking the light of the Holy Lord on the side of the excited face read. As for whether it will offend the Changshan Lu family, offended on the offended. So many ancestors every day outside to find things. Offended by the forces of the Moor. Still worse than this one? Mo Yu Xiang. On the other hand, frozen place. She had never seen ethereal. She had only heard of it. This time truly seeing it with my own eyes. Obviously a supreme being, yet he went out of his way to strike at a junior for shower. The two had a few similarities in their temperament, and should have had a sense of intimacy, but now Mo Yu Xiang felt a strong sense of crisis. It seemed that his own shower was going to be irreparable. Ethereal turned around and locked eyes with Mo Yu Xiang. The two belong to the first beauty of the immortal world, and the temperament is extremely similar. If there is a difference, that is Misty more a few points of maturity and intellectual, and that body, the first of the 9 days in 10 places of the proud posture is not too much. Mo Yu Xiang is even more cool and unearthly. Are you Shower's former master? I don't know what happened to you guys, and I don't want to know, but the past is the past, and if you keep pestering me, I'll have you punished by kneeling in front of the gate of the Holy Land. Ethereal did not spoil the other party in the slightest just because she was a holy lord. After leaving these words in a domineering manner, he turned to look at the many saint lords. My disciple said that he was affected by the ancient Buddha. Then he was affected. Phaseless Holy Land, you have to give an explanation. As for how to give an explanation, that's your business. As long as my disciple is satisfied. If he is not satisfied, you will stay here as guests for a while in peace. Elder Ethereal, the phaseless Holy Lord said in a deep voice. This time it is my phaseless Holy Land that has suffered a loss, and I still have to give an account. You are not free. Buzz. The supreme pressure surfaced again. The phaseless Saint Lord stifled a grunt. His feet plunged into the ground. At this moment, he felt as if he was carrying a star on his back, and that pressure made his whole body's bones emit a mournful sound. Chapter 115, The Great Hand of Corruption in the Central State. The phaseless Saint Lord no longer dared to say anything more and could only break his teeth and swallow them inside his stomach. Ethereal's mighty name had resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands in the previous generation of these Saint Lords of theirs. That prestige was hard to kill. If you don't want to die here, you'd better choose to shut up. She really dared to make a move. Just look at that Changshan Lu family's male son and you'll know what happens. At this moment, Lu Chang'e, who had collapsed amidst the ruins of the ring, slowly stood up, his head lowered, and no one could see the viciousness in his eyes. That's a grudge he's taking. The protector of the Tao was outside the mountain gate of the shaking light sacred land and was unable to come to his aid, not to mention that even if he was present, so what? Would it be able to defeat the ethereal of the supreme realm? If you want to take revenge, you first need to have your own demonic kung fu accomplished before you can do so. Zhuo Yuanfei, Lin Knight, and most importantly, Zixia. As long as he swallowed the 3 of them, his demonic skill would reach its realization, and at that time, he would have the qualifications to ask for the top of the great world. Ta. Just as Lu Chang'e was there secretly planning, a silhouette arrived in front of him, raising his eyes. Black robes, purple and silver hair. Who could it be if not Zixiao? Purple brother? I did not expect things to come to this. Changgu offended place, please bear with me. Apparently, Lu Chang'e thought that he hadn't revealed his identity when he was in Qilian City before. After all, he had a system to mask his face at that time, so how could he be seen through? Zixiao looked at Lu Chang'e and pretended to be concerned. Brother Lu this matter is indeed my problem I didn't think that Master Shi was overly concerned about me, resulting in actually seriously injuring Brother Lu. How is the injury? I have a few herbs here for you to try. After saying that, Zixiao handed the few herbs in his hand to the other party. Lu Chang'e was just about to thank him, but he froze in place on the spot after getting a good look at the herbs. It was indeed a herb, but it was the most common herb in the world, not to mention treating the injuries on his body. At most it could manage a wind chill. Other than that, there was no other use. You're here to disgust me. Lu Chang'e's eyes showed a cold light. He didn't know what Zixiao meant by this. Just at this time, Zixiao took a step forward and whispered, the person who was in Qilian City that day was you, right? It's quite a decent act. Don't worry, I won't expose you. After all, you're useful to me. Lu Chang'e was in shock. How could he not have expected that Zixiao had actually discovered his identity? Hadn't the system said that even those who pried into the heavens would not be able to detect it after taking the initiative to help him cover his face? Why would Zixiao know his identity? Central State is a great place. You wouldn't mind if I came over to you, would you? Lu Chang'e was no less than a person with the destiny of a heavenly villain, and quickly came back to his senses and smiled in a far-fetched manner. If Brother Z comes to the Central State, Chang'e will surely sweep the couch to welcome him. Sweeping the couch is even better. You and I, who cultivate? What couch is there? Dirtbag. After Zixiao left this contemptuous remark, he lightly patted Lu Chang'e's shoulder twice, then turned around and left. After Zixiao left, the Wang clan heir on the side also immediately came to assist Lu Chang'e. Brother Lu, are you alright? Many thanks to the king, brother. I have nothing to do. In the final analysis is indeed to blame for my too abrupt. I was thinking of excusing Brother Z. A moment of haste, actually thought of the wrong way. Alas, how can you be blamed for this? Forget it, let's go back and talk. The Wang clan heir reached out and assisted Lu Chang'e as he walked toward his previous seat. If he didn't heal his wounds in time, he wouldn't be able to walk far at all with this injury. And although Lu Chang'e was ostensibly chatting with the Wang clan's heir, he had actually immersed himself into the sea of consciousness long ago. System, what's going on? Why did he discover my identity? Didn't you say that your method of concealment was seamless? Yeah, there's definitely no problem. That Zixiao couldn't possibly have discovered your identity, let alone him, even if it was a supreme being in his presence. He couldn't possibly have seen your origin. You're really useless. System. Lu Chang'e's tone carried a bit of indifference. Don't worry, host. Didn't he say he was going to Central State? When we get there, I'll help you devour him. It better be. On the other side, Zixiao, who had walked back, was similarly immersed in the sea of consciousness. Are you sure? Unico. That corrupted hand Lu Chang'e, he must have something to do with it because he has that corrupted intent on him. What's more, I've helped you so much. Can't you help me devour a system? I thought you said you couldn't see the system on him? What's with the energy again? Joking. Mosquito is also meat. I helped you rob. Not. I helped you get so many resources. If you do not cease to grow a little bit of their own, easy to be sneak attacked. You just said rob, right? Where did you get the system reward you gave me? You heard wrong. Definitely heard wrong. I'm like you, is an honest and lovely noble man. So well behaved little tutelage. Where can you find to go? How can I go to steal? Go to rob it. I give you. You feel at ease with. There is no little thing. Ow. An uneasiness suddenly surged in Zixiao's heart. If the system's rewards were really grabbed, who the hell did he grab them from? However, the Central State was a must. The corrupt giant hand that appeared before was too important to him. Zhuo Yuanfei, the son of Heaven's destiny, and Lu Chang'e, the villain of Heaven's destiny, were all related to him. Only after the puzzle was made complete would he be able to know the truth. Apprentice? Just as Zixiao was pondering, the ethereal voice rang in his ears. Zixiao turned back to Misty. Master, I'm sorry, I was just thinking about something. It's alright, between you and me, master and disciple, there's no need to be so raw. Those vultures, what are you going to do about it? Just as Zixiao was about to reply, a transmission was suddenly received in his head. A moment later, he looked a little odd. Obviously, Ethereal, who had the cultivation of the supreme realm, also noticed the difference, and there was a hint of inexplicable meaning above her delicate face. In that case, I'll listen to you. After saying that, Misty looked at the faceless Saint Master. My disciple no longer blames you, so let this sect competition end here, and you all can leave as well. As the faceless Saint Lord listened to Ethereal's tone, how did he feel that the other party was asking him to speak out in gratitude? Just kidding. I'm the Holy Lord of Faceless. I don't care if I eat a dumb loss, but you want me to thank that person after I've suffered a loss? Simply delusional. Buzz. Just as the faceless Saint Lord was planning to toughen up a bit, that supreme realm pressure once again arrived on his body. Helplessly, the faceless Saint Lord came to the front of Zixiao and said with a dark face, Fellow Taoist Z, thank you for not pursuing the faults of the poor monk. The poor monk is deeply sorry. It's okay. Zixiao waved his hand. Little forget just pay attention next time. The faceless Saint Lord turned around and left, as if he didn't want to say another word to Zixiao. Chapter 116. There is the old six. There were still many matches left in the sect competition, but because of this time, the corrupted giant hand appeared out of nowhere, and that bloodshed. So it's cancelled for now. The shaking light sacred lord ascended to the high platform and announced the news. The holy sons and daughters of the other holy lands had their brows furrowed. After seeing the battle between Zui Yuanfei and Lin Knight, as well as Zixiao's battle with the ancient Buddha, they also wanted to imprint their own paths. Cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If they were not able to surge forward, they would only be eliminated in this golden age. So the best way was to fight these people who were also Heaven's pride to seal their path. Now you're saying you won't do it? What about them? It's over before they're even out of the game? The one who was the most anxious was Lin Knight. He didn't care about his injuries. He rolled and crawled to the high platform and roared. Why did it end? What about the rewards from the sect competition? This rather froze the shaking light holy lord's words. You've got big eyes. You've robbed me? The clan competition was cancelled, and the rewards were naturally gone. Besides, you didn't win the fight with our disciples. What are you barking at? Although he thought so in his heart, he certainly couldn't say it directly in the open, only to see the shaking light sacred lord speak with a kind face. This little friend, I don't know what kind of treasures you have your eyes on in my shaking light sacred land. After all, you and Yuan Fei have given everyone a wonderful fight. As long as it's not excessive, I'll satisfy you. I want eldest brother Zishao to come with me. Ha! Shaking light holy lord's eyes are glaring out. What the hell do you want? I thought you were in love with a magic treasure, but you're in love with a person. Would that work? The clan competition has never taken someone as a reward, and it is still his own junior brother. What are you messing with? This little friend really knows how to joke. I'm not kidding. Lin Knight simply ignored the steps given to him by the shaking light sacred lord. His gaze sizzled as he looked towards Zishao, who was not far away with an odd expression, and once again opened his mouth. I'll take eldest senior brother. I don't want the rest of anything. If you guys don't think I can do it, then let's have another match. If I win, I'll let eldest brother go with me. Fart. Before the shaking light sacred lord could say anything, Zui Yuanfei also stood up with his injuries and roared. Lin Knight, you're simply looking for death. If it wasn't for the youngest uncle stepping in to stop us from fighting just now, I would have decapitated you. Good. Then let's have another match. Whoever wins, gets big brother. Just compare. Who's afraid of you? Boom boom. Zishao couldn't listen to it anymore, and directly walked up and gave one person a big earful. Good fellow. Can't you notice that the gazes of those disciples of the various holy lands around him are starting to look at him strangely? I'm not one of those attributes that decapitates women and then men. So what are you two freaking out about here? As the two slaps fell, silence returned to the scene. There were a few holy lands that intended to stay in the shaking light holy land as guests, while the rest, such as the phaseless holy land, the Kaiyang holy land, and the Yaoqi holy land, all left directly. As for the demon girl from that demon palace, people misty supreme beings have come out. There is still room for them to speak? I'm afraid that I don't want to be similar to the phaseless holy lord, and after being threatened a bit, I'll lose my wife and my army. The shaking light holy lord was obviously a bit anxious, and after announcing the end of the sect competition, he directly walked towards Zishao together with the Tianji holy lord. Senior brother, let's go. My brother will take you to do great things. Zishao didn't say anything, but left along with the shaking light holy lord. Earlier, when Misty had asked him what he was going to do with the phaseless saint lord, the shaking light saint lord had sent him a message. The words were brief. Just that. Junior brother, let him go for now. After he leaves our holy land, my brother will take you to knock the stuffing out of him. Originally, Zishao had expressed his rejection of this kind of old sixth behavior, but there was no way around it. Seeing the dark hatred within the eyes of the phaseless holy lord, Zishao knew that there was no way to unravel the hatred between them. Anyway, it's already offended, so it always feels like a drawback if you don't take the opportunity to get more back. Misty had obviously also heard the shaking light sacred lord's transmission, which was why she had that expression tinged with deep meaning. The two saint masters, Shaking Light and Tianji, took Zishao with them and left the martial arts practice field. As for the devil woman, she brought Ruyu with her, intending to return to the Ling Shao Palace. After the people from the Shaking Light Holy Land heard that the demoness was Zishao's maiden, each of their eyes were filled with respect. They had all received favors from Zishao. The witch noticed the eyes of those righteous disciples around her, but it felt very new. After all, the righteous and the devil are not two sides. Under normal circumstances, the people of the devil's way in the holy land of the righteous way, not to say that everyone shouted, but also almost. As a result, that one disciple, who honored her so much, had a strange sense of vanity. Just at this time, Ruyu, who was on the side, spoke quietly. Palace Master, little Ruyu, what are you doing looking at me with those eyes? You really think I'll steal your husband from you? Don't worry, I can't look at that kid. Really? But Palace Master, you always asked me what it tasted like before, and asked me if it was comfortable. I think. Shut up. What words this is? I'm just curious. Besides, little Ruyu, you're a little loose with me now. Having a backer is different. Alas, I'm sad. Palace master, don't be sad. Ryu didn't mean anything else. That's more like it. The witch brought Ryu back to the Lingxiao palace with a bounce in the eyes of all the disciples in respect. On the other side, Mo Xiang, looking at Zixiao's departing back, was a bit dazed. Why don't you leave yet? Do you want to be punished by me kneeling in front of the door? Misty spoke faintly. I won't give up. Mo Xiang's teeth under the veil were biting her red lips, and the blood that flowed out dyed the veil a few points red. Whether you'll give up or not is none of my business. But if you upset my disciple, I guarantee that I'll make sure that you'll have chickens and dogs up and down the Tianxian sacred land. Mo Xiang didn't refute Misty's words, even if she didn't know Misty well. Just by listening to the other party's various deeds, she knew that this woman could do absolutely anything. If we leave like this time, I'm afraid we'll never get another chance. No matter what, she was going to have to wrestle with it. Witch or not, Misty or not, none of them ever possessed what they had. And that was the feelings that the two of them had spent time together when they were young in Zixiao. Sooner or later, she would bring her favorite disciple back again, even if it cost her everything. At this point, outside of the Shaking Light Sacred Land, everyone from the Phaseless Sacred Land took a flying boat, and of course, the vast majority of them were carried back, especially the Buddha's son. Regardless of what heavenly materials are used, those meat bumps on the head just can't go down, and the big stick Weijin being used seems to have some weird power. The injury healed, but the head won't recover? One could only return to the Holy Land to make a decision. Hurry up and go. Damn it, those old sixes from the Shaking Light Holy Land are not allowed to block us. Hurrying up and leaving is the right way to go. Chapter 117, Who do you think I am? Run me over. Also, as a top 10 Holy Lands, the Phaseless Holy Lord was very well aware of the punching nature of that group of people from the Shaking Light Holy Land. This time there was also this group of morbidly old Tianji Dao that just couldn't believe that I was able to leave safe and sound. So run before they react. Rumble. The huge flying boat let out a loud sound, and immediately afterward, along with the surge of spiritual energy, the flying boat slowly rose into the air. The people from the Phaseless Holy Land obviously didn't want to stay a second longer and directly shot off into the distance. When the people from the other Holy Lands saw this scene, they were stunned for a moment, not knowing what kind of urgent matter the other party had to leave in such a hurry. It was only after the flying boat sailed into the air that the Phaseless Saint Lord breathed a sigh of relief. Bunch of crazies. This Shaking Light Holy Land is really getting more and more excessive. There's also that Tianji Holy Land. Sure enough, a group of heaven-defying disciples will always join together, so it's good to wait until it's time to liquidate. It's just convenient. The Phaseless Saint Lord was filled with a scowl. This time, their Holy Land had become a laughing stock here. The disciples brought in were all physically castrated, not to mention that he, the Holy Lord, was forced to apologize. The Supreme Realm? It wasn't like they didn't have any in the Phaseless Holy Land, but it was just that for a sect competition. It would be even more humiliating if they had a Supreme Realm ancestor escorting them. Who would have thought that ethereal does not speak of martial virtues? Zixiao, Lingxiao Palace, you have already taken the way of death. This day is not with you want to reverse on the reverse. The Golden Age is also the time for the heavens to make a great reckoning. And when that day comes, those hidden forbidden zones, the Dark Abyss, and even the Taboo Clan will all be your enemies. A disciple of heaven's abandonment who still wants to bark at the heavens is simply looking for death. The poor monk will definitely make sure that you don't enter the cycle of reincarnation and are not allowed to be reborn. Holy Lord. Just as the Phaseless Saint Lord was roaring in the direction of the Shaking Light Holy Land, the little shamans on the side walked over, and by the look of him sweating profusely, they knew that something serious had happened. What's wrong? The Phaseless Saint Lord calmed his emotions and spoke faintly. He didn't feel that he had left the realm where the Shaking Light Sacred Land was located, so there could still be any danger. There's an unknown flying boat approaching with no markings on it. I don't know what it's up to. Ha! Phaseless Saint Lord's pupils tightened. He was deeply afraid that his previous suspicions would come true, and he hurriedly walked over to the edge of the flying boat to look over. And as expected, in the distant sky, there was a flying boat that was rapidly rushing over towards him. Move! Hurry up and go! Whoever he is, do not make contact with him. The Phaseless Saint Lord's eyes were wide with anger. Even if it wasn't what he had guessed, he still had to hurry up and leave. It was better to do more than less. Who knew whether that flying boat was a foe or a friend? If it was approached, it would be too late. At this point, above the flying boat in the distance, Tianji Holy Lord Jun Mo Yen was constantly driving the flying boat with his ink-like spiritual energy, and every now and then he had to let out a jia laughter. The Shaking Light Holy Lord stood at the deck, his face full of excitement. Zixiao, on the other hand, looked at the two with a slightly speechless expression. If you're hiding your identity, can you find some kind of magic bullet? Who can't tell from a piece of torn black cloth? But the shaking light sacred lord didn't care about that at all. Looking at the flying boat in the distance that was planning to speed away, she said in a loud voice, Jun Moen, can you do it? Hurry up. Let them get away in a moment. Old me has already used all my strength. Where did you find such a crappy flying boat? Can its speed be compared to that of someone else's dedicated to the Holy Land? Nonsense. If I used my own flying boat, wouldn't that be seen? Okay. I'll say this first. This you found. If it accelerates with all its might, if we don't control it well, we're going to crash into it. Bumped. Then bump him. The big formation on top of that flying boat. Can you handle it? Don't crash into it and we'll shatter first. Shut up. Who do you think I am? Run me over. Hearing the shaking light Holy Lord's angry roar, the heavenly key Holy Lord didn't dilly-dally anymore and directly used all of his spiritual energy, and in an instant, this flying boat began to pick up speed and transformed into a stream of light, shooting straight toward the flying boat in the distance. Click here. The massive spiritual power of the sage realm caused the entire flying boat to emit an unbearable sound, and it had even begun to disintegrate. However, at this moment, the shaking light Holy Lord as well as the heavenly key Holy Lord, both of them had a look of madness on their faces. Zixiao frowned slightly. He found out that the heavenly Tao can indeed manipulate the direction of the plot, but the only thing it can't do is manipulate the mad batch. And as long as you're crazy enough, you won't have your mind affected by the heavenly Tao. Lin Nightensui Yuanfei estimated that it was because of this, obviously a man of destiny, but increasingly derailed. Does that mean that when you see crazy people in the future, they are your own companions? In the middle of their thoughts, the flying boat they were riding in had already crashed towards the flying boat of the phaseless sacred ground under the state of the heavenly key sacred lord's playfulness. The phaseless saint lord and the others had a look of horror on their faces as they hurriedly turned on the flying boat's defense array. It would be no fun to crash at this speed. The shaking light sacred lord made a seal with both hands. A stream of light enveloped the entire flying boat, and without looking back, he shouted, Ram! Ram him directly. Don't worry about anything. I have to knock him down. A hint of madness also flashed across the eyes of the Holy Lord of Tianji. Rolls of black gas swept out. Finally, amidst the look of excitement on the face of the shaking light Holy Lord, the two flying boats crashed together. Boom! The array pattern trembled and the void collapsed. As a cultivator's rushing tool, this flying boat, besides the material itself being strong enough, the crystals inlaid on it were also not extraordinary, plus the defense array. Although the one that Zi Xiao and the others were traveling on didn't have any great power, the shaking light sacred lord did. A strike from the saint realm, plus the impact of the flying boat. The powerful might directly caused cracks to appear in the surrounding sky. When the void returned to calm, the two flying boats all disappeared, replaced by the wreckage on the ground. Ahem. Crazy. The phaseless saint lord crawled out from the ruins and spat out a few mouthfuls of dust. Even though he possessed the cultivation of the sage realm, he didn't react under that sudden situation. This caused the disciples on his flying boat, not to mention being seriously injured, to die a large portion of this time. A black cloth covered the faces of the shaking light saint lord and the Tianji saint lord, and Zi Xiao stood there in a pressurized and barefaced manner. They didn't even try to hide it. I can't believe it just hit me. Aren't they afraid of starting an immortal war? Jia, old bald ass. Accompanied by a bubbling black gas, the Tianji Holy Lord arrived in front of the phaseless Holy Lord. Our brothers have been short of spirit stones to spend lately, and we just happened to see this gorgeous flying boat of yours. Come on, take out all of the treasures in your storage rings, and our brothers can still let you leave. That's right. The shaking light sacred lord also jumped out and arrogantly said, Look at you bunch of vultures. There must not be any female cultivators on the flying boat. In that case, we won't rob sex. We'll rob money. Hurry up. Don't make me bother. Chapter 118. Why are you looking at me? I didn't do anything. The sacred lord of the unseen was furious. You two come out with a rag over your mouths? Still think of me as a human being. What kind of robber is two saint realms? He then turned his gaze to the violet sky on the side. You have no respect for me. The other two at least had a rag over their mouths. And you came out so bright? What are you looking at me for? You old buzzard? Zixiao spread his hands, with a look of nothing hanging. I didn't say anything. It's not me who robbed you. I'm just passing by to see what's going on. Can't I? That's right. The shaking light saint lord came to Zixiao's side, patted his shoulder, and spoke in a proud tone to the phaseless saint lord. I see that this little friend is destined to be with me, and I have specially granted him permission to watch me rob here. Quickly, bring me the Qian Koan ring. It can be tolerated. The veins on the phaseless saint lord's forehead rippled. Having been insulted several times, his patience had reached its limit. A holy lord, and a saint realm Buddhist cultivator. You guys are so insulting. Do you really think that I am soft? Boom! Between heaven and earth, Buddha's light flourished. Multiple golden lotus flower platforms emerged around the phaseless Saint Lord, and his appearance at the moment was precious and solemn, filled with the light of compassion. Mouthing Amitabha Buddha, his hands joined together, the streams of light surrounded his body, and the sound of Sanskrit resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. Ouch! How dare you resist? Seeing this scene, the shaking light Holy Lord was slightly surprised, and then both of his fists clenched tightly, making clicking sounds. On the side, the Holy Lord of Tianji took out the duster that was bubbling with black gas, his aura bizarre and dark. Beat the hell out of him! Accompanied by a furious shout from the shaking light Holy Lord, he and the heavenly key Holy Lord bullied their way up. The Buddha and the Devil's Way are three flowers in one. Countless roboclouds rolled in. The will of the saints affected heaven and earth, so when the three of them struck, it was a great destruction. The mountains, rivers, grass, and trees were all destroyed, and in the sky, thunder descended. Buddha's voice was heard, a sea of weak water appeared, and the flowers of the great Tao blossomed, which was the derivation of the rhyme of the Tao. There was a flash in Zixiao's hand. A shield filled with an ancient and powerful aura was stood in front of him. That shield had knife marks and sword marks and gun lines on it, and it was obvious that it didn't know how many great battles it had gone through. He was now at the peak of the Mahayana stage. With three saints striking at the same time, that might could also potentially affect him. So he directly offered up this reward that the system had once gotten for him. Immortal Shield. The Immortal Shield, as its name suggested, had an immortal aura surrounding it, and even the fluctuations generated by the three saints' indiscriminate bombardment couldn't hurt him in the slightest. The sky is round. Where the Immortal Shield was shrouded, Zixiao was invincible. He even took out the Enlightenment Tea from within his storage space and savored it. The battle between the three saints was very powerful. However, it was able to be seen that the phaseless Saint Lord had been suppressed the entire time. All three were saints themselves, and their realms were the same. But the heavenly mechanism Saint Lord and the shaking light Saint Lord were clearly the best of their generation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a headache. With two such people still joining hands, it was already a sign of his exceptional talent that the phaseless Saint Lord was still able to hold on. Asshole! You two don't speak martial arts. It's you who are beaten. I'll make you arrogant. I'll make you disobey. The two of them, the heavenly mechanism Saint Lord and the shaking light Saint Lord, were deadly in their moves, and if the phaseless Saint Lord was not careful he might be accounted for here, and he had to use his spiritual energy to protect those remaining disciples, suffocating them. The battle didn't last long at all, and the phaseless Saint Lord was knocked to the ground by a duster. With a roar, a deep pit appeared on the ground, and the phaseless Saint Lord fell inside. Although he didn't suffer too serious injuries physically, it was obvious that his mind had been severely traumatized, and those eyes stared straight up at the sky. Boom boom! The two of them, the shaking light Saint Lord and the Tianji Saint Lord, also landed on the ground. Seeing this lifeless expression of the phaseless Saint Lord, not only did he not have any sympathy, the shaking light Saint Lord even directly took out a large stick from within his Qinquan ring. The material of this big stick looked similar to the one Linger had, obviously made together. Only this one of his was bigger. Holding a large stick in his hand, the shaking light Holy Lord came directly in front of the phaseless Holy Lord. I see that your disciple's head shape is closer to that of the ancient Buddha, so in order to be able to make you realize the Buddhist principles as soon as possible, I'll help you get the same one. With that said, the shaking light Holy Lord held a large stick aimed at the head of the phaseless Holy Lord. Boom 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 boom. A series of strikes made the ground splatter with dust and smoke. Zixiao carelessly came to the front of the giant pit and looked down at the phaseless Saint Lord below who was constantly getting beaten up. TSK. So cruel. The shaking light Holy Lord saw the figure of Zixiao and said in surprise, "Senior brother. Ah, not right. Little friend. It's not appropriate for you to just watch from there. Why don't you come and have a good time too?" The phaseless Saint Lord had obviously resigned himself to his fate, but his eyes were staring straight at Zixiao, and there was resentment in those eyes. Exposing his arms and sleeves, Zixiao came directly to the side of the shaking light Holy Lord, reached out and took the big stick made of that special material, and cursed at the phaseless Holy Lord. "You bald ass. What are you always staring at me for? I've told you. I'm just passing through, targeting me right. Well. You've heard it. This is someone's kind invitation. I have no way to refuse. That's why I hit you. It has nothing to do with the shaking light sacred ground." After saying that, Zixiao swung that big stick round with both hands and ruthlessly smashed it against the phaseless Saint Lord's brain. "Dang. Good head." Zixiao sighed in admiration, then ignored the other party's eyes that could eat people, slamming one after another against that good head. The Mahayana stage is definitely not able to break the defense for the saints, but it doesn't matter. There are two old sixes next to them. not to mention that the big stick in Zi Zhao's hand was itself made of special material. In a very quick effort, the originally rounded brain of the phaseless Saint Lord turned into the appearance of a lump of flesh into a tower. Well, this looks much smoother. It's not that I'm talking about you. If you don't get your head shaped like this, how do you deserve to say that you're a Buddhist cultivator? Zi Zhao said with a mocking face. That is, look at my senior brother. See how nice the little friend person is, and also give you a hairstyle. You are good. Have been here to resent the little friend. What cultivation of Buddha people? I bah. The shaking light Holy Lord spat onto the head of the phaseless Holy Lord. The latter's eyes had completely lost their high beams at the moment. Spreading his hands out, he mouthed, kill me, kill me. It's too torturous. Kill you? The Holy Lord of Tianji sneered. We only rob money and do not harm lives. Hurry up and hand over the Qiankuan ring to me. The phaseless Saint Lord slightly sidled his head and said quietly, no harm to life? My disciple. Dang. The words were barely out of his mouth when he was hit in the head again. The phaseless Saint Lord looked angrily at Zi Zhao. What is this stick because of? Sorry. My hand slipped and I just noticed that you still have some imperfections in this head shape, so I'll make it up to you. Chapter 119. You call this a threat? The phaseless Saint Lord was lying on the ground, suffering unimaginable torture. After a while, the shaking light Holy Lord and the Tianji Holy Lord left with their loot in satisfaction. Zi Zhao moved the Buddha's son who had fallen amongst the rubble as well, and only after trying the feel of the two heads, did he follow along with a slight reluctance to leave? On the way back to the shaking light sanctuary, Zi Zhao spoke in doubt. Eldest senior brother, after this incident, won't those bald asses start an immortal war against us? La. The shaking light Holy Lord waved his hand and said with a face full of disdain. It's the golden great world right now, and every Dao lineage is thinking about being able to build up their power so that they can gain benefits in this great world struggle. Starting an immortal war? That group of vultures? It's impossible even if we give them a few guts. The reason why our old ancestor chose this time to go out every day to grab arguments is that he is certain that those forces don't dare to act rashly. Besides, it's no big deal even if we start an immortal war. The first ancestor has come out from inside the divine source, so we're still afraid of them? Tianji Holy Lord also immediately opened his mouth. That's right, senior brother, don't need to worry. The district phaseless Holy Land. We turn our hands over to destroy it. Shaking light Holy Lord, you flip your hand? Then I'll spit and destroy them. Holy Lord Tianji, then I'll take off my pants. Zi Zhao watched the two people's increasingly outrageous conversations and once again felt what it meant to be insane. The previous guess looks right. As long as the onset of the disease, then the heavenly Tao would not be able to bring it under control. And it was thought that the reason why everyone in the Tianji Holy Land had smoky makeup was a form of rebellion against the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was tainted, and one's future was world-renouncing. And now that he saw the appearance of the shaking light sacred ground and the Tianji sacred ground, Zi Zhao wondered why the future would be world-renouncing. Not a single person beside yourself? At least the current master, as well as the entirety of the shaking light Holy Land would trust him unconditionally. What exactly is the future of this situation? It seemed that the trip to the central state would have to be quick, and only by finding the large, decaying hand would he be able to unlock a part of the truth. Junior brother? Nah. Just as Zi Zhao was still pondering, the shaking light Holy Lord directly handed over a Qiankuan ring. We're good brothers, so we'll meet in half and split the loot equally. Those bald asses still have a pretty good collection. Upon hearing this, Zi Zhao's heart warmed. Then she reached out and took it. If she refused, it would be too much of a stranger. So even though there was nothing missing, Zi Zhao still took it. Later on, they could be used to train the disciples of the Shaking Light Holy Land. He was now the junior master of the Shaking Light Holy Land. The three of them returned all the way back to the Shaking Light Holy Land, and after learning that too few Holy Lands stayed behind as guests, the Shaking Light Holy Lord pulled the Tianji Holy Lord along as if he intended to go and say something to those Holy Lords. Before leaving, he winked obscenely at Zi Zhao. Junior brother, the great matters of the sect will be left to us to solve. You go and enjoy yourself. TSK. Two heavenly demon palaces maidens, really envy you. After he said that, he didn't care what the Tianji sage was going to say. He directly pulled the other party and ran. Zi Zhao smiled and shook his head, then walked towards his Ling Shao palace. Along the way, he encountered quite a few disciples who greeted him, and when he saw which one had potential he directly threw out the magic treasure from the Qiankuan ring. Anyway, it's all looted from the bald donkey and he can't use it, so it's a waste of time not to give it away. One must know how powerful the collection of a Holy Lord of a Holy Land is. Those ordinary disciples received the gift from Zi Zhao and simply cried out in gratitude. They felt more and more that their own junior master was simply the perfect person, and to be punished by heaven before? That was heaven's mistake. The deeper the morbidity, the more able to resist the control of the heavenly Tao. And the more they resisted the control of the heavenly Tao, the more they worshipped the purple heaven. And basically, they had fallen into a virtuous cycle. Soon, Zishao returned to the hall that was uniquely his own under the adoring gazes of a crowd of disciples. Buzz! Just as he waved his hand to cancel the array pattern, he stepped into the great hall with one foot, and a powerful force bound him with the next, only to see that on top of the throne, a magical girl in a red dress was lying on her side, her white reflective thighs hidden. That seductive face had a slightly teasing look on it. Zishao, my old lady can finally wait for you. Zishao felt the blockade on his body, which was the means of a saint. The demoness was originally a supreme celestial pride of the previous generation, or else she wouldn't have become the palace master of the heavenly demon palace. Plus being prepared, the moment he came in, Zishao was directly attracted to the path. This was a derivation of the devil's work and the formation. It doesn't have any killing power, but the binding power is top-notch. It was estimated that under a single carelessness, even a fellow saint would not even be able to move a finger. At this time, Zishao was not panicked, and spoke with a bland expression. Which, you're lifting up your fall pants and denying it. Just now outside, I cooperated with you. What do you mean by binding me now? Gongchan. Ruyu trotted to Zishao's side and looked at him with concern. Originally, he wanted to remind Zishao before, but the moment Zishao came in, Ruyu was blocked by his own palace master. Only after seeing that Zishao was also bound did the witch release Ruyu. Little Ruyu, you're still a good boy. Zishao let out an exclamation as he looked at his first enlightened teacher in this world. Unlike some guy who doesn't mean what he says. When he's out there one thing, when no one's around, another thing, and before that he said he'd try. Shut up. The witch became annoyed and directly jumped down from the chair, taking 3 or 2 steps to Zishao's side. The current her had recovered her cultivation, while Zishao, being bound to the great hall, he actually dared to be so tongue-tied. Look at Ruyu's slightly contemptuous and puzzled look. That look seemed to say, Palace Master, didn't you just say that you had no other intentions for my husband? What do you mean you still have to taste it? What do you want to taste? I'm telling you, kid, don't talk nonsense. The witch's phoenix eyes carried a threatening intent. You can't even move a finger right now. If you continue to be so offensive, even if Ruyu begs me, I won't even give face. Ha! Zishao lightly laughed twice. Offended? So what if you're offended? Are you trying to make a move against me in my territory? Boo! The witch was worthy of being a witch. Her body was soft, and with a slight lift, that crystal-clear little foot was against Zishao's chest. Although I can't kill you, I can still give you a small punishment. Ruyu, well, you know my husband is good at this, and you came to this. You call that a threat? Ha! You call that a threat? You're not even stealing my husband behind my back anymore, are you? Have you forgotten what you said before? Chapter 120. Isn't this a reward? Ruyu Beiyu's teeth lightly bit that red lip, her face somewhat unwillingly looking towards her own palace master. Sisterhood. Liar. When you were observing before, you clearly knew all about my husband's special fetish, and threatening him was to put your foot against his chest? Do you have to use such a difficult position? Can't you use your hands? What if your hand is cut off? The witch was focusing on Zishao's body at the moment, completely missing Ruyu's sultry little eyes. Kid, the previous conditions are still valid, and I can give you even more. As long as you agree to join my heavenly demon palace, I will give you the position of palace master immediately. After you become the palace master of the heavenly devil palace, the beautiful women within the palace will be at your disposal. And I can also see that among those 10 holy places, there are at least 3 of them that are filled with murderous intent towards you. If you join the heavenly demon palace, I dare promise that even if you want to start an immortal war, the entire heavenly demon palace will absolutely support you. Zishao hummed in a nasal voice. This is still like a bit of a tempting offer. Those conditions you said before were simply looking for a deal. A drop in treatment. A drop in status. That's called a deal? When the witch heard Zishao's words, her expression was delighted. So you've agreed to join my heavenly devil palace? Disagree. Very well, just agree. And after that you'll realize that you can't make a wrong choice. Originally, the witch thought that Zishao had agreed to join her heavenly devil palace and was still talking to herself there. But then she looked back and realized that the other party had faintly said that she didn't agree. Seeing that the witch froze there, Zishao was afraid that the other party hadn't heard him, and once again spoke word for word. I said, no, boy. Boom. The saints will burst out, and the entire hall rumbled. The witch was obviously infuriated, and her seductive and delicate face was suffocated in red. Ruyu on the side covered her mouth and laughed lightly, but she didn't dare to laugh too obviously. The best thing about my own husband is this mouth. It's simply unbeatable. It seems like the palace master is always at a disadvantage here. Kid, you're a toast. Palace master. Ryu stretched out her arms to block the witch's face, her cute little face full of stubbornness. Ryu, duck. The witch gritted her teeth with a face of anger, being fooled one after another. It would be strange for her to be happy. She used to be the one who fooled others. Now he's being teased so much by a junior. And the cute little cabbage he raised himself is starting to elbow his way out. He thinks he's soft if he doesn't teach him a lesson. Get out of the way. I have to teach this little bastard a lesson today. Palace master, don't. Ryu's face had a pleading look on it. Just at this time, a large warm hand was placed on Ryu's shoulder, and a soft voice sounded at the same time. There, good boy. Duck. Ryu turned her head to see that Zi Xiao was actually able to move, and she was overjoyed. The devil woman, on the other hand, looked at Zi Xiao in shock. She had used heavenly materials to set up a binding formation and manipulated it with her heavenly demon technique. By all rights, even a saint would have to bow down. This kid was clearly a Mahayana realm. How did he break free? After Zi Xiao pushed Ryu away, he walked slowly to the demoness and laughed lightly. Striking out at me in my territory? Do you think I'm talking about the Shaking Light Holy Land? I'm talking about this Ling Xiao Palace. The Ling Xiao Palace was already mysterious and unusual, and with the addition of the Great Dao Treasure Vase, besides being able to smash people, Zi Xiao could even defy Saint Kings inside. It's not just talk. So what if it's a saint's grand formation? In this Ling Xiao Palace, he was the true heavenly emperor. You. The witch stretched out her finger and pointed at Zi Xiao. She knew that the other party had a special power in this great hall. That was why she used the formation. I thought I had it in the bag, but I still lost? No way. Absolutely no way. It's a hallucination. Well, yes, it's a hallucination. Zi Xiao snickered. Close your eyes and act like an ostrich? Buzz. With a light wave of Zi Xiao's sleeve robe, the witch's power was once again sealed. The witch is really crying without tears at this moment. This is purely stealing a chicken. Now there's no telling what the little bastard is going to do to himself. Duke. Ryu's glutinous voice sounded at this moment. Can you spare the palace master? Zi Xiao came to the front of Ryu. A hand will be its ring in the embrace, gently caressing that lovely little head. Soft voice, do not worry, I will not kill her, but well, still have to punish some can. Zi Xiao used what the witch had just said to Ryu and mimicked the tone perfectly. The witch's face flushed red. She was furious with shame, but it was useless to try to resist. Within this great hall, she was simply unable to defeat Zi Xiao. Just like before, it was only after being thrown out of the great hall that his cultivation was restored. It was clearly impossible to run out under the eyes of Zi Xiao now. My lord, then how will you punish the palace master? Hearing Ryu's inquiry, Zi Xiao pondered for a moment and said with a bad smile, doesn't she want to taste it? Let's let her taste it then. Ha! A big question mark rose on Kisame's tiny head. After a few moments, a small voice whispered, isn't that a reward for her? Zi Xiao and the witch are not very human. Ryu, that small murmur two people all heard. Zi Xiao was dumbfounded for a moment. As for the witch, her face went from white to red, from red to purple, little, like, Jade, you are saying, what? Ha, I said it. Ryu was like a panicked little rabbit, directly burying her head into Zi Xiao's arms. Ha 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 ha. Ryu's appearance obviously amused Zi Xiao, and in the next moment, Zi Xiao directly waved his sleeve robe, and the construction of the great hall changed. Immediately after that, the defenseless witch was led by Zi Xiao and went to that mysterious room with Ryu. Upon reaching the room, the witch was once again blocked from movement and thrown to the side of the bed. As for Ryu, she didn't know whether it was because she was shy or because she was afraid of seeing her palace master's gaze that was capable of eating people, and hid her little head under the quilt. Zi Xiao arrived in front of the witch and looked at the other party condescendingly. The witch, on the other hand, immediately changed her expression to a pitiful one. Little punk. No, Prince Zi Xiao. Stop it. I know I'm wrong, I promise. I'll definitely not look for trouble with you after I leave. Your credit is now 0 with me, so what do I have to say before you'll believe me? How about this? Wait a minute. Don't you don't take it off. I shall not have to make you fulfill your promise before I do. What you said earlier when we were outside. I didn't say anything. I don't care. Don't you dare. I'm telling you. Be careful, I'll kill you after I recover my cultivation. Slaughter me? You're untamed. I still quite like it. You keep it. Come on. I want you. Chapter 121. I want to go to the central state. Early the next morning, Zi Xiao left the Ling Xiao Palace early. The two women who looked like heavenly fairies were once again left in the large Ling Xiao Palace. At this moment, the witch was looking at Ryu slyly. Ryu, on the other hand, was at a loss for words as she was nervous. pinching the corner of the quilt from time to time, and her eyes were darting around. "Nei-san, why didn't you help me yesterday?" Mentioning this matter, Ryu was practically in tears. "Palace Master, you have snatched your husband from me. I still have to help you. Besides, I don't have that ability to help you." "Good for you, little ninny." The witch was furious and rushed forward, battling with Ryu. Because her cultivation was sealed, she was no match for Ryu and was quickly restrained by Ryu. The witch who was held down was visibly stunned and spoke incredulously. "You even dare to make a move on me? Ha!" Ryu hurriedly let go of the witch and stammered. I was subconsciously counter-reacting. I really didn't make a move against you, Palace Master." "Humph." The witch grunted coldly, straightening the already torn and tattered dress that barely covered her body, and the entire floor of the room was littered with pieces of her red dress. "What else would you not dare to do? You even dared to help him hold me down yesterday." Upon hearing this, Ryu resentfully lowered her head and murmured in a low voice under her breath, "Gongzi, he didn't fail to break through your last." "What did you say?" Before Ryu could finish her sentence, the witch suddenly increased her volume. "You're trying to say that you haven't broken through my last line of defense yet, aren't you? Isn't that because of my heavenly demon technique? That bastard couldn't get away with it at all. Besides, what else do I have left but that now? From head to toe, ah, that asshole." The witch clenched her shell teeth, clearly hating Zishao, but she also forgot that she was the one who first struck out at Zishao yesterday. The two women in the Lingxiao Palace gabbled. On the other side, Zishao had already arrived in the Holy Lord's Hall. He didn't expect that besides the Shaking Light Saint Lord, his former teacher, Tianqian Saint Lord Mo Yuxiang, was also there. At this moment, Mo Yuxiang saw Zishao, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a complicated look. She wanted to go up and say something, but didn't know how. Zishao didn't care about that much and came directly in front of the Shaking Light Holy Lord. "Eldest senior brother. Ha 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 ha. Junior brother, you're here. How was yesterday?" "Aha." The Shaking Light Saint Lord raised his eyebrows obscenely. He had to say that this Saint Lord of his was really in need of a beating. Even when he became the Saint Lord's position, it was probably a case of playing the and going up. Just as the Shaking Light Holy Lord was waiting for his own junior brother's response, he suddenly felt a cold aura behind him that went straight to the sky. "Someone's trying to hurt me?" Turning his head, he was only able to see the bland and dusty Mo Yuxiang. "That's not true. There is no one to harm me. Alas. It seems to be out of the hallucination. Nothing, still need to go out to relax a little bit to be able to do. Recently overworked. Senior brother, I want to go out." "You're going out again?" Hearing the words of Zishao, the Shaking Light Holy Lord quickly opened his mouth and inquired. "I said junior brother. Recently you still go out less. We just what? That." The Shaking Light Holy Lord gestured to knock his head with a big stick. Obviously Mo Yuxiang was here, and there were some things that were not easy to say explicitly. Zishao was of course able to understand what he meant, and softly said, "Senior brother, I am wanting to make a trip to the Central State, where there is a chance for me." "Another chance for you?" The Shaking Light Sacred Lord froze. The last time Zishao was in the Burial Immortal Land, he said that there was a chance, and as a result, he directly disappeared for a month. Though I know there is no danger. After all, the soul lamp is here. But those old ancestors one by one but almost skinned him, saying that if Zishao didn't come back, he would be thrown inside a pigsty and confined. Now there's a chance in Central China? How long will it take to go again? Shidoshi, the Shaking Light Holy Lord suddenly wailed out. "Senior brother can't hold out any longer. If you disappear again, not to mention the old ancestor, those senior brothers and sisters will have to take my life." In the face of the Shaking Light Saint Lord's wailing voice, Zishao was unmoved and instead smiled. "I have a feeling that there are chances for our clan there as well." What? Where? The Shaking Light Sacred Lord instantly stopped wailing, and the entire person was refreshed, directly coming up with a trifecta of questions. In fact, Zishao wasn't wrong. The aura of that big corrupted hand was mottled and complex. It had the aura of a heavenly destined son, the aura of a heavenly destined villain, and then there was the aura of the land of the buried immortals. At that time, in the land of buried immortals, Zishao obtained a drop of blood. Now if he was able to figure out the origin of that corrupted hand, he would definitely be able to learn more. In this golden age, everyone wants to fight for the fairy. Now is just the beginning. To the moment the opportunity is revealed, all the Dao lineages, elders, forbidden clans, and forbidden zones will all be involved, and no one will be spared. After all, who doesn't want to suppress a world? So if one could learn about the chances of that immortal burial ground in advance, it would also be absolutely good news for the entire Shaking Light Holy Land. The chance is in the Central State. Oh, Central State. When mentioning the Central State, The shaking light Saint Lord's expression was also slightly sighing. It's not like our places. The central state is the gathering place of the eternal life family as well as the immortal imperial dynasties. They don't have a clan sanctuary to speak of there, so it is also the most difficult place for us to intervene. The old ancestors have gone forward to grab the argument several times, but every time they go forward, those eldritch families and immortal imperial dynasties will join hands to target. Thinking about this makes me angry. Tell me, how much chance do they all owe us now? Looking at the shaking light holy lord with an angry face, Zishao was also slightly speechless. The whole thing is that what you didn't grab is what people owe you. You're quite the villain in this thinking. It seems that I am still too conservative. Well, that's the routine we're going to follow if we go to the Middle Kingdom this time. In order to not let the shaking light sacred lord worry, Zishao slowly spoke. Senior brother, I'll keep a low profile this time and won't go too far. I'm going too. Just as shaking light sage was about to say something, Mo Xiang, who was on the side, suddenly opened her mouth. The two of them turned their heads and both looked at Mo Xiang with incomprehensible expressions. We're discussing the affairs of our own sanctuary. Why are you following along? Even though Mo Xiang was already looking a bit sick at the moment, she was a bit embarrassed to be stared at like this by Zishao. Then he said softly, "There in the central state. I have some things to do. You can't do that." The shaking light holy lord looked at Mo Xiang with a look of contempt. What do you, Tianqian Holy Land, have in central China? Hair? Not a single one. If you want to go to Zhongzhou, you still have to go with my little master. Can't I guess your little mind? And aren't you looking at my little master a bit wrong? You're his former master. Never be able to have an affair with your own disciple. At this time, Misty, who was far away from the palace, sensed that something seemed to be wrong with her Dao heart, but didn't think much about it as she kept on comprehending the three books of heaven, earth, and man. Chapter 122 beginning in the past, leading to the future. No way. Times 2. The shaking light holy lord in violet sky spoke at the same time. The former was because he was afraid that his youngest brother would be taken for a ride. The reason for the latter was simple. He no longer wanted to face everything that had been, including those so-called deceased people. The Tianqian Holy Land was a vortex, an existence targeted to death by the heavenly Tao. It was no exaggeration to say that even if Zishao were to return to the Tianqian sacred land now, for a period of time, the entire sacred land would surely rejoice. But as long as the will is not strong enough, or the trust in him is not enough, the heavenly Tao will definitely repeat the drama again. On the contrary, the morbid shaking light sacred ground and the blackened Tianji sacred ground were what Zishao currently needed. If that's the case, why should he give himself a hard time? Junior brother, I can see your determination in wanting to go to the central state, but here's the deal. I'll give you the first ancestor's token. After saying that, the shaking light holy lord pulled out an ancient piece of wood from his bosom, and with a serious face, he spoke to Zishao. If you want to summon the first ancestor, use spirit fire to set this wood on fire and then do a bonfire dance around it, and the first ancestor will sense it. What? Dancing? Zishao's eyes widened. Is this how you guys summon Ichijo on a regular basis? Was it the first ancestor who was unorthodox? Or was it this token that was unorthodox? It was completely unimaginable to imagine the spicy dance of the shaking light holy lord and those palace masters when they summoned the first ancestor. Zishao quickly shook his head and refused. Senior brother, why don't you change me to a second ancestor or something? A first ancestor is such a heavenly figure. Don't bother him for the sake of a junior like me. No. The shaking light saint lord shoved the wooden token into Zishao's arms as soon as he did so. If you don't agree to take this, I'll only be able to report to a few of the old ancestors and have them be your protectors and leave with you. When Zishao saw the serious look on the face of the shaking light holy lord, he knew that he could not refuse. The big deal is that you won't be summoned when the time comes. As for finding a few protectors, Zishao did not want to do so for no other reason than that from the burial coffin, the drop of blood, and the broken images. He had a premonition that this was an indescribably dark future. If some people are allowed to follow and witness, great unforeseen karma will inevitably occur. Besides, he still had Unity's son with him, and there were so many boundary-breaking talismans, so if anything happened, even if there was danger, he could still run. Seeing Zishao silently take the token away, the shaking light holy lord gave him a look that all men understand. I knew you didn't want your old ancestor to follow. You're just like me when I was young, but you're even stronger than my brother. Going to Qilian City brought back 2 magical girls. It's still for you to go to the central state. You won't be able to turn over the sky. The shaking light holy lord was speaking with vigor when he felt that killing intent again. Obviously there was no one behind him except Mo Xiang, so that killing intent was still an illusion? When the youngest senior brother leaves, he himself will also go to visit Qilian City, which is all his own anyway. and before the youngest senior brother, the city's lord, returns, he will first go to identify a few excellent teachers who can help him eradicate his illusions. Wait a minute, wait. Just as Zishao was planning to ask the Shaking Light Sacred Lord how he was going to travel to the central state, a voice rang out. In an instant, Jun Moen, the Holy Lord of Tianji, who was wearing smoky makeup, appeared in front of the two of them. Seeing the visitor, the Shaking Light Holy Lord directly blocked Zishao behind her and looked at the other party with a wary expression. He hadn't forgotten that this asshole had been coveting his family's young master. Now that junior brother had become the treasure in the heart of the entire clan, if he was scooped up by someone, he, the Holy Lord, would truly be captive. Jun Moen, what are you doing here, you bastard? I'm telling you, you don't want to. Shidoshi. Originally, the Shaking Light Holy Lord intended to use his roar to make the Tianji Holy Lord know better, but it turned out that he didn't expect the latter to simply ignore him. Straight away, he came before and after Zishao, handing the other party a piece of mirror in his hand. Senior, Jun's senior brother, what is this? Zishao looked at the small mirror in his hand suspiciously, able to feel a subtle power from it, and there was also a hint of intimacy. Hearing Zishao's inquiry, the Holy Lord Tianji smiled and said, Senior brother, this is a gift given to you by my senior uncle, also known as the Elder Tianji. I don't know what he has calculated, but his old man said that when you are idle, input your spiritual energy into this mirror. You will see everything you want to know from it. When he said this, the Holy Lord of Tianji's expression suddenly became serious, but definitely don't be overly concerned, because what has happened in the past has already happened, but the future can be changed, and if you can't penetrate the flavor, you'll be lost in it, so don't try it out easily without being ready for it. Jun Moen, upon hearing something so dangerous, how could the Shaking Light Holy Lord hold back? Are you a bastard without good intentions, giving such a dangerous contraption back to my senior brother? What do you mean by being careless and getting lost in it? Explain it to me. Holy Lord Tianji ignored Holy Lord Shaking Light's wailing dog barking and stared at Zishao with a pair of eyes. This thing, you want it? Well, Zishao didn't know what would appear in this mirror, but his intuition told him that it would be of great use to him, so he directly accepted it. Junior brother, you really want this? The Shaking Light Sacred Lord had a worried look on her face. Those of them who play with heavenly mechanics are the dirtiest. Maybe there are 100 or 80 beautiful women in there, intending to contaminate your Dao heart. Chu Tianhao, are you an idiot? I would hide 180 beautiful women inside? Beginning in the past and leading to the future. This Tianji mirror is a supreme treasure. How could it be something so vulgar? Nonsense. You've said it all. One slip up and you're lost in it. I can't imagine anything else but 100 or 80 beautiful women in there. Holy Lord Tianji looked at Holy Lord Shaking Light breathlessly. Sigh. It's true. What else is in your head but those scraps? If you don't use this brain, you can donate it to someone useful. Watching the two men about to argue again, Zishao hurriedly spoke up. Senior brother, how am I going to travel to the central state? As soon as she heard her own junior family master brother open his mouth, the Shaking Light Holy Lord directly discarded the Heavenly Chi Holy Lord and turned her head to smile. Junior family master brother, aren't you going to the central state? It's too far there, so you can just go there directly through the teleportation arrays inside of our Holy Land. Although we don't have much power in the central state, a small teleportation array is still available. After saying that, he even looked at the Tianji Sacred Lord with a smug look on his face, as if to say, we have a teleportation array, do you have one? The entire central state was controlled by the immortal imperial dynasty and the eternal life family. Teleportation array, this kind of thing, but a big taboo. After all, if you are not careful, people directly through the teleportation, the army directly to the interior, then it is not a direct sneak attack? Therefore, if the immortal Dao system wanted to establish a teleportation array on the other party's territory, it would either be a cooperative relationship where they trusted each other, or they would have a big enough fist to directly force people to agree. Obviously, with a tradition like that of the Shaking Light Holy Land, the second method was the only one that was more likely. Chapter 123, Heavenly Intervention. Then there's no time to lose. Senior brother, let's go straight there. It was obvious that Zishao no longer wanted to watch these two living treasures play on, directly interrupting the words of Tianji Sage's main counterattack. Upon hearing this, the Shaking Light Holy Lord nodded proudly. Let's go. Junior brother, my brother will take you to our teleportation hall. Zishao nodded and followed after the Shaking Light Holy Lord. The Holy Lord of Tianji also followed closely behind. And the only thing that made people wonder was Mou Xiang, who actually followed suit as well. This scene caused Zishao to frown slightly. He had already said that he didn't want to get too involved with his former division. So after arriving at the teleportation hall in a moment, He definitely wouldn't agree to Mo Yuxiang traveling to the central state with him. With the shaking light Holy Lord leading the way, the few people arrived at the teleportation hall. As soon as he entered the door of the temple, all he could see were the transmission arrays that shone with light. Several palace masters are guarding this place. After all, teleportation arrays go both ways. If something went wrong and there was an enemy attack, these palace masters would be able to be the first to confront it and spread the news throughout the Holy Land. Seeing the arrival of the Holy Lord, several people hurriedly saluted. The shaking light sacred lord waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to be courteous, and spoke. Where is the teleportation array to the central state? Is it normal now? One of the palace masters hurriedly picked up the crystals and began to examine them. Not long after, the response came. Sacred Lord, the transmission array to the central state is normal and can be used now. Well, the shaking light Holy Lord nodded. That's good. Then he once again turned his head to look at Xiao. Junior brother, do you really want to go to the central state? Do you want to reconsider? Senior brother, I have to go to the central state. If I don't go, I'm afraid it will have an impact on my path. The way is the path of one's cultivation. If it has an effect on the path, it can be very serious. Hearing this, the shaking light Holy Lord did not persuade him any further, and spoke to a few palace masters. You will open the transmission array in the central state, so that Junior Master can teleport over there, as well as, make sure to guard the transmission array during this period of time. But wherever Junior Master comes back, you must tell me at the first opportunity. Yes. A few palace masters nodded and then walked over to a teleportation array that emitted blue light and respectfully said to Xiao, Palace Master, this is the teleportation array to the central state. Please also stand up. Aha. Xiao nodded to the heavenly Chi Sage Lord as well as his own senior brother and stood up without a moment's hesitation. Seeing that Xiao was ready, several palace masters made seals with their hands, and the light on the teleportation array grew brighter. Just as that blue light reached its peak, a figure violently scurried into it. Mo Yuxiang. The shaking light Holy Lord's eyes widened. How could he not expect Mo Yuxiang to actually come with such a hand? Before there had been no movement, he thought she had given up. It turned out to be a matter of practicing this banditry. Asterisk. Leave her behind for me. Don't go and cause trouble for little master. Unlike the shaking light Holy Lord who was cursing profusely, the Tianji Holy Lord on the side wasn't the least bit surprised by this, but his face carried a slight sense of mockery. Several palace masters had their hands full, trying to stop the teleportation array, but it was impossible to force it to stop since the large array was already up. Right at that moment, the blue light above the teleportation array flashed, and Mo Yuxiang was directly ejected. Great job! The shaking light Holy Lord gave those palace masters an appreciative look, but the latter few people looked at each other in dismay. They hadn't done anything. How did this Mo Yuxiang get ejected? Unbeknownst to him, at this time, Xiao was also confused. He saw the moment Mo Yuxiang came in, and was bounced out again. This teleportation array is not a trampoline? Are there any more of these features? Just as Xiao's figure gradually vaporized and the teleportation array was about to be completed, suddenly, the blue glow was shrouded in red. On the side, the Holy Lord of Tianji was in a rage at this scene. Quickly, Chu Tianhao, quickly stop the teleportation array. Damn! The heavenly Tao interfered with the teleportation array. We can't let it succeed. What? Boom! The entire teleportation hall shook, and a dusty figure suddenly appeared in the teleportation hall. It's ethereal. At this moment, there was no icy color above her pretty face, and her face was full of anxiety. As soon as he appeared in the teleportation hall, the first thing he did was to turn his spiritual energy into a giant hand, wanting to yank out Xiao, who was inside the teleportation array. The teleportation array at this time also turned from a blue glow to a blood red color. Apprentice, Ethereal chirped out, his Tao robes being blown in an awe-inspiring manner. The ice blue giant hand violently covered over the teleportation array, but it was still a step too late. At this moment, the teleportation array was restored to its original state, and Xiao disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. On the side, Mo Yuxiang also widened her beautiful eyes and came to the side of those few palace masters in the first place, and an icy cold aura instantly covered the entire hall. Turn the teleportation array on. I'm going to find him. Several palace masters looked at each other, completely unaware of what had happened. At this moment, the Holy Lord of Heavenly Mechanics made a seal with one hand, his body exuding a mysterious aura as he intended to use divining heavenly calculations to figure out the location of the violet heavens. After a few moments, the Holy Lord of Tianji's eyes widened. Put! Blood splattered on the teleportation array. Obviously, he was suffering from the backlash of the heavenly Tao. Jun Mo Yen, how are you? The shaking light Holy Lord hastily reached out and helped the heavenly key Holy Lord up. Well, Did you figure out where Junior Brother is? Counting. The Holy Lord of Tianji gasped for air, his entire body as if he had aged a few years, but his face wore a mocking expression. The heavenly Tao is unkind. This bastard heavenly Tao utilized the power of the heavens and the earth to forcefully reverse the teleportation array, switching the location where the array arrived to a different place. Another place? Where is it? Misty, Mo Yuxiang all gathered around, wanted to know the whereabouts of Zhixiao. At this moment, the Tianji Holy Lord's tone carried a bitter smile within it. Zhixiao, he was teleported to the false spirit domain. What? The shaking light Holy Lord was instantly shocked by these three words. Pseudo-spiritual domain. It belongs to another big world, and it was still an extremely powerful world. There were cultivators there as well, but they wouldn't call themselves the human race, they called themselves the spirit race. This world they were in, and even the countless universes were known together as the 8 wastes, 9 heavens, and 10 earths. The relationship between the two domains was purely hostile, not to mention friendly. From the desolate ancient before the ancient era, and even the chaotic ancient era, there was constant strife between the two domains. Countless immortal Dao lineages were reduced to nothing in the midst of the battle. Even an immortal Dao lineage would be broken, let alone an ordinary cultivator. And the conflict was only formally terminated when several ancient emperors joined forces to isolate the two domains with a supreme array pattern. However, it didn't take long for the isolated array pattern to change. First, above the array pattern, the sky tore apart and the stars of the universe obliterated. And immediately afterward, channels of black gas surged into the realm abyss. As long as the cultivators who were close to the black gas, they would instantly disappear into it. No one knew where those cultivators went, and even the ancient great emperors had difficulty in surveying the truth. Chapter 124, Where did you get me? Is this still the country? As the black chi covered the boundary abyss, all sorts of bizarre dark creatures also diffused in it. That would be the dark abyss now. In other words, the location that connected the two domains was in the dark abyss, and if one wanted to go to the pseudo-spiritual domain, or if someone from the pseudo-spiritual domain wanted to come over, the teleportation array was useless, and one could only cross the dark abyss. But who could do what even the ancient great emperor could not do? Every golden great age, a gap would appear in the dark abyss, and at that time, in order to seal their own way, the supreme celestial pride of the two domains would have people go forward to fight in the realm abyss, and there would even be great powers who would come here to try to break the shackles, wanting to invade the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The pseudo-spiritual realm must be waiting for this opportunity now. Once Zhixiao entered the false spirit domain, he would definitely be captured by them, and in addition to forcing him to ask about the method of coming over, he would even use that soul drawing and practicing technique to understand this world thoroughly. So the moment she heard pseudo-spiritual domain, Mo Yuxiang directly collapsed to the ground. Ethereal's face turned pale as well. Crap. Pseudo-spiritual domain. Pseudo-spiritual domain. The shaking light sacred lord's eyes were lost in thought, and his mouth constantly murmured the words pseudo-spiritual domain. After a while, the shaking light holy lord came back to his senses, and his eyes turned firm again. To the side, the holy lord of Tianji hastily spoke. What are you going to do? Need you ask? The shaking light holy lord's expression gradually became hideous. Then he got up and walked toward the door in large strides, roaring angrily as he did so. False spirit domain, right? Dark abyss, right? Start the war. So what if the ancient great emperor can't fight his way through? Junior brother is now being bullied by that dog Tendo. It would be idiotic for us to just stand here and wait for news. Somebody. Several palace masters hurriedly came to the side of the shaking light sacred lord. The inside of the latter's eyes were covered in blood at this time, and he roared word for word. Spread the news out for me. From now on, I, the shaking light holy land, will fight to cross the darkness abyss, and no one is allowed to come and stop me. And if you dare to have an opinion, then set off the immortal war for me, the golden age, the opportunity to become an emperor and ascend. We don't even want it. When I sacrifice the emperor's flag, all of you will follow me into the dark abyss. Yes. Hearing the hissing voice of their own holy lord, several palace masters also responded angrily, and immediately afterward, they went down to begin preparations. On the other side of the netherworld gradually calmed down. She seemed to be thinking about something. Not long after, with a hint of determination on her gentle face, she turned around and left. Mo Yuxiang sat paralyzed on the ground, and the red light in her beautiful eyes grew more and more intense. Tendo. Again. Seeing Mo Yuxiang's demonic-like appearance, Holy Lord Tianji sighed and spoke. Holy Lord Tianxian, are you alright? I'm fine. Mo Yuxiang stood up and resumed the same icy coldness as before. However, the only one who knew it was the Holy Lord of Tianji. The aura on the other party was simply disordered to the extreme, and if he was not careful, he would die. The old ancestor once said that if the ancient bell of Tianxian could be struck 13 times, the sky would fall apart. I wonder if it could shake out the heavenly Tao. Holy Lord Tianji was a bit confused. The reason why he had called the Tianxian Holy Land a stupid sect was that aside from the fact that they were blind, there was another important reason, and that was because the Tianxian Holy Land was different from the others. The heavenly Tao Qi was shrouded, and it could be said that the old ancestor of the Tianxian sacred land had relied on the heavenly Tao Qi to create the sacred land. It was also because of the existence of this great fortune that the Tianxian sacred ground was getting stronger and stronger. You're going to shake out the heavenly Tao now? And with the Tianxian ancient bell? But don't be ridiculous. Would your half-buried ancestors agree? Mo Yu Xiang, however, didn't pay any attention to the look on the Holy Lord of Heavenly Qi's face, as she seemed to be just talking to herself. After a while, slowly left the teleportation hall. In the entire teleportation hall, only one person was left, the Tianji Holy Lord. The heavenly Tao is not even giving us that glimmer of life. Since this is the case, what's wrong with going against heaven in advance? Dark abyss, pseudo-spiritual domain. Old me, the heavenly Tao doesn't even give face. Still afraid of you guys. Wait, now I'm going to shake people. After the heavenly mechanism Holy Lord growled disdainfully at the distant sky, he also left the teleportation hall. At this moment, Zishao didn't even know what was happening. He only knew that as the light of the teleportation array surged, the picture in front of him changed. At that last moment, he saw the anxious look of his own master. Ethereal, isn't it just going to a central state? Why are you worried? Is there some great terror in central China? With such doubts, Zishao began to survey his surroundings. It didn't matter if he didn't measure it, but when he did, his eyes nearly glazed over. Under normal circumstances, a two-way teleportation array is from one teleportation array to teleport to another teleportation array. Instead, he had solid ground under his feet, and there was something wrong with the surroundings. As far as the eye could see, it was simply barren, as if the land had lost its vitality. There are dead trees and windswept sand everywhere. The incoming madness blew on his face like a knife chopping and axe chopping. Even though he had the cultivation of the peak of the Mahayana stage, he was able to feel the pain, so it could be seen how strong this gale was. Where did you me? Is this still the country? Ding dong. It was at this time that the system, which had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. Host, if I'm not mistaken, you appear to have arrived in the false immortal domain. There are still fake ones in the fairy realm? Yes, this is the pseudo-immortal domain, but it seems to be called the pseudo-spirit domain by the people on your side of the world. It's very dangerous here, so we'd better think of a way to get out first. For some reason, Zishao felt that his own Unity Son's tone was strange, as if he was a thief. Why do you want to make yourself leave quickly? How can you come to a new place and not take a good look around? Dude, listen to me. I'm not going to hurt you. Let's figure out how to get out of here first. Or I'll give you some more stuff. You use that stuff to get out of here in a hurry. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the interdimensional shuttle. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Holy Weapon X10. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Holy Pill X10. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Extreme Spirit Stone X100. Hearing this series of rewards, the clueless Zishao became even more clueless. In order for him to leave this so-called false immortal domain, the system gave him the cross-domain flying shuttle, a highly targeted magic treasure that was just fine. What's the point of those rewards at the back? Wholesale holy pills and holy weapons? I say, little Tuzi, is this cross-domain shuttle of yours some kind of expendable magic treasure? Why did you give me a bunch of holy weapons, holy pills and spirit stones? Ahem, it's okay, cross-domain shuttle you feel free to use. This is my exclusive magic treasure. The old good use. The rest of those as make-up, taste. The more he spoke, the lower his voice became, and in the end, Zishao simply couldn't hear what the system was saying. But the words cannot be heard. The tone of voice but heard very clear. Typical of a thief is not this. System, tell me the truth. What the hell did you do? Chapter 125, my name is Zui Yuanfei. Ding dong. Host, your little unicorn has fallen into a dormant state. The dormant state counts down to 52 hours. Zishao, who heard the system beep, was speechless for a while. Dormant? That's dormant. And to say you're not a thief. And it's 52 hours again. Why is it 52 hours every time? Does it have any special meaning? At this moment, Zishao really wanted to yank the system out of his body and give it a hard whipping, but there was no way. He was completely unable to do so. We can't stay in this place much longer. Let's go find a. First, ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the masking spell. This magic treasure can conceal the identity of the host as a cultivator of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Before he could finish his sentence, A beep came from the system over here. The appearance of this thing made Zi Xiao seem to understand something. People from the pseudo-immortal domain, or pseudo-spirit domain, seem to hate cultivators from the 9 heavens and 10 lands? Looks like we'll have to be careful with this one. Saying that it was a covering magic treasure, but it was just a ring. Zi Xiao put it on top of that slender ring finger and then sped off into the distance. Right now, where he was, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was extremely scarce. Not only that, stepping on the ground, as if the whole person is hard absorbed by the ground, and always feel that there is a pair of eyes in the dark staring at themselves. The average cultivator was afraid that they would only be able to walk out in order to keep their spiritual energy from drying up. But Zi Xiao was different. If other people's spiritual energy was a small river, then his spiritual energy was an ocean. Both quality and quantity are completely different. So in order to get out first, Zi Xiao used his full strength. Even though he had the cultivation of the Mahayana realm, when he walked out of this weird land, it took him a day and a night. The spiritual energy in his body was consumed by most of it, and the whole person had the feeling of being deflated. The flight in that weird place was really too consuming of spiritual energy, more than exponentially more than what he consumed on a normal day. Finally out, Zi Xiao saw another forest in front of him, and he had to know that he had never seen any breath of life during this day and night. Not to mention the woods. I've never even seen a blade of grass. Now I can't tell you how excited I am to see that lush patch of woods. The moment he stepped out of the weird area, the feeling of being spied on completely disappeared and his whole body relaxed. It's not at all an exaggeration to say that it's one thought of heaven and one thought of hell. Coincidentally, there happened to be a few cultivators at the woods in front of them, and they were all staring daggers at Zi Xiao. This made Zi Xiao a bit puzzled. Could it be that his identity had been exposed? The system gave him an imposter? You're the imposter. Your whole family are imposters. Don't you hibernate anymore? Hearing Zi Xiao's ghostly words, the system once again played dead. The eyes of those few cultivators were staring straight at themselves, and in order to make sure that their identities were not exposed, Zi Xiao slowly landed in front of the few people. Fellow Taoists, I don't know what you're looking at me like that for. Is there something wrong with me? Zi Xiao inquired tentatively. Those few people looked at each other first, and immediately afterward, one of them gulped and spoke in an unbelievable tone. This, Taoist friend, you walked out from the Forbidden Zone? Could it be that you are a Forbidden Zone being? The penalty box? Hearing this, Violet Sky's sweaty hairs stood on end. Turns out there's a no-life zone here, too. No wonder he felt like he was being spied on before. No wonder the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was so weak. Now it all lines up. Flying inside the Forbidden Zone by yourself for a day and a night? Not being slapped to death by the beings in the Forbidden Zone was simply a stroke of luck. One must know that the beings that could turn the land into a forbidden area were all great terrors passed down from the ancient times. They were not in the least bit weaker than any of the immortal Tao lineages, and there were even some forbidden zones that were vaguely stronger. After all, there were some forbidden zones that had all the supreme powerhouses gathered within them, only that they shunned the world because of such and such a reason. And those supreme beings were not the kind of unusual cultivators. Either their lifespan was about to run out and they hid inside the forbidden zone and fell asleep, or they were former witnesses who had meticulously survived and lived on with their flesh and blood. In short, there was a great terror inside the forbidden zone. This was an indisputable fact among the cultivators of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Just came to this what pseudo-spiritual domain actually went to the forbidden zone. Screwed. Totally screwed. Looking at the several people in front of him staring straight at him, Zi Xiao also finally understood why. Coming out from inside the forbidden zone, one was either a supreme powerhouse or a forbidden zone being. The average cultivator can still come out? What a joke. Ahem. All of you rest assured, I am not any forbidden zone beings, just a moment of inattention. Lost. So there is a forbidden zone. I said how so horrible it. I also just walked around the edge, sensed that it was not right, and then directly withdrew. So it is. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several cultivators only slightly relaxed, while at the same time sympathizing somewhat with Zi Xiao. Mistakenly entering a restricted area is normally nothing more than going the wrong way. But for monks, often that means death. The forbidden zone of life, forbidding all living beings to enter is not just words. By the way, this Taoist brother, I haven't asked for your name yet. Upon hearing this, Zi Xiao pondered slightly for a moment and spoke briskly. My name is Zui Yuanfei. So it's Brother Zhua. A few of us are disciples of Mount Kunwu, and we happen to be here for training. My name is Chung Feng, and these are my senior siblings, In Zichu and Li Jiao. A few people greeted each other. Mount Kunwu. It seems that it is one of the forces of this pseudo-spiritual domain. I just don't know what kind of force that is. Brother Zhua, I don't know which sect you are a disciple of. Chung Feng smiled. This, Zixiao pretended to have an embarrassed expression. Truth be told, I am a casual cultivator, only having gained a bit of chance to have this strength scattered. Now, several people were all unsettled. From the aura on Zixiao's body, they were able to sense that this was definitely a harmonization realm cultivator, and it wasn't the kind of person who was dying in the wind. Instead, he was vibrant, which meant that this person was definitely very young. Such a young harmonization realm cultivator. It wasn't like they didn't have any in their area. But those people weren't casual cultivators. They were even the clan's top heavenly pride. Of course, this was Zixiao hiding his true cultivation. After all, his cultivation at the peak of the Mahayana stage was a bit exaggerated. Brother Zhua, I wonder if you've heard of our Kunwu mountain? In response to such a question, Zixiao had already expected this and quickly spoke. As several fellow Taoists also know, I am a casual cultivator, and in order to obtain this cultivation, I have been in seclusion in the deep mountains and old forests for many years, and it is also because of my unfamiliarity with my surroundings that I mistakenly entered the forbidden zone before. So for these clans, worldly matters, I really don't know anything about them. The sincere tone matched with that bitter smile. A few people did not have the slightest doubt. Indeed, most of the days were not so good for the casual cultivators. Chapter 126, Joining Mount Koanwu? Learning that this exceptionally gifted loose cultivator in front of him actually didn't have any clan. This could make Chung Feng excited. They, the disciples, came out to train, and besides strengthening themselves, they also had a mission, which was to find suitable seedlings for the sect. View in front of the eyes of this cultivator known as Zui Yuan Fei, a body of qi and blood to make people shocked. Looks and temperament like banishment, said that it is a loose cultivator who can believe. If such a person was able to join their sect, then the three of them, the senior brothers and sisters, would surely receive a not-so-small reward from the sect. One must know that now that the Great War was imminent, all the sects and forces of the pseudo-spiritual domain were all ready to go. At this moment, they were in the greatest need of heavenly figures who could hold their hands. Brother Zhua, I wonder if you would like to join our sect. Our Kunwu mountain is definitely a top power. As long as you join the sect afterward, there will be an endless supply of resources. And even with your talent, Brother Zhua, you might even become our sect's saint son. This, Zixiao deliberately looked hesitant. If you show too much, I'm afraid that people will suspect ulterior motives. After hesitating for a long time, in the midst of the three people's hot gazes, Zixiao slowly opened his mouth. A few fellow Taoists. It's not that I'm unwilling to join amongst the clans, but I'm used to being loose in my day-to-day life, and I'm afraid that suddenly joining a force will easily cause a big mess if I'm not careful. Never mind. In order for Zixiao to be able to join the sect, Cheng Feng patted his chest. Brother Zhua, I'm not going to lie to you. If you were to join another sect, you might be bound by the rules and regulations of the sect, but our sect is completely different. Our patriarch once said to be spontaneous, so there aren't any harsh rules in the clan, and with the recent opening of the realm abyss just around the corner, and the two domains about to instigate a great war, a pride like you will surely have the best treatment when you join the clan. Brother Zhua, you have probably been practicing in the deep mountains and don't know the cultivation level of your peers, those who can be called geniuses, at your age, Brother Zhua, are only at the divine separation stage. As for the harmonization stage, that is definitely a genius among geniuses. Brother Zhua, you are still a casual cultivator. As long as you join the sect, you will definitely be appreciated by the sect master. On the side, the senior disciple called Zichu also stood out. Dao brother, how about this? If you don't mind, first return to the sect with us, and after you have seen the atmosphere of my sect, you can then decide whether to join or not. Yeah, Cheng Feng's eyes lit up. It was still his own youngest senior brother whose head was spinning fast. First, this person in front of me will be tricked, not right, to bring inside the clan, and so on into the clan. I think he, a loose cultivator, will certainly soon be indulged by the atmosphere and resources of the big clan. At that point, are you afraid he won't join? Dao brother, we know each other at first sight, so how about returning to the sect with us? Don't worry, we're definitely not any evil devils. What's more, you mistakenly entered the forbidden zone only before. If you can return to the clan with us, we can have the clan's elders come and check on you to avoid getting an ominous aura on you. Unknown. Zixiao squinted his eyes lightly, seemingly pondering about the forbidden zone. Seeing that the words were effective, Cheng Feng hurriedly struck the iron while it was hot. As you know, Dao brother, the forbidden zone of life is not something that ordinary people can go into, and the fact that you were able to come out safely and unharmed is strange in itself. It's possible that those forbidden beings have their eyes on you. It's inevitable that you, a loose cultivator without the shelter of a clan behind you, will not be safe. If you go to our Kunwu mountain, even the spirits in that forbidden area will be scornful. Okay, Zishao clenched his teeth and seemed to have made up his mind. Then thanks to a few fellow Taoists, I'll go with you to this sect. Great! Brother Tao, please follow me. A few people were overjoyed and hurriedly left with Zishao, deeply afraid that in the next moment, this person would change his mind. The reason why Zishao agreed to go to that so-called Mount Kunwa was not because she wanted to change her sect. He was interested in the opening of the boundary abyss and the battle between the two domains that Chung Feng had mentioned earlier. If one didn't guess wrongly, the battle between the two domains would be the battle between this false spirit domain and their 9 heavens and 10 lands. And of course, one couldn't rule out that there were other great worlds as well. However, listening to what the system said, and giving him a magic treasure to conceal his breath, it was obvious that the two domains were hostile to each other. So the two domains' war would inevitably be a battle between them. One more thing, that is, this pseudo-spiritual domain had sufficient spiritual energy, and even the celestial pride was a few points stronger than the side of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Zishao was now hiding his cultivation so that others would only be able to detect his harmonization stage cultivation. The two of them, Zui Yuanfei and Lin Knight, were the sons of heaven's destiny, and with their luck added to their fortunes, they were only at the fractal god realm now. On their side, it sounded like the top celestials were already at the harmonization realm. Of course, if the duo grew up, they would definitely stand at the very top of the two domains. But right now, their start was really inferior to the cultivators of this pseudo-spiritual domain. Being called a pseudo-immortal domain by the system, one could imagine how many secrets there were in this region. Anyways, Zishao he was also a person from the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and traveling to Mount Kunwa was more for the sake of knowing one's enemy, just in case something unforeseen happens when it comes to the battle between the two domains. On the other hand, in the Shaking Light Holy Land, the great flag stained with black blood swayed in the wind. The Shaking Light Holy Lord stood on top of the martial arts practice field and began to count the troops. This time, the entire Shaking Light Holy Land, including those palace masters and elders all gathered here. All of them had heard that the Heavenly Tao was unkind and had secretly made a move to get the Violet Hall Master into an unknown great world. And to travel to that great world, you have to cross the dark abyss. In the face of this place where even the great emperors of the ancients had to fold their arms, there was not a trace of fear on the faces of these people. Little Master has been captured. If we don't go to the rescue, are we still human? Damn the Heavenly Tao. After this time, after rescuing Junior Master, I must cultivate hard in one day. Poke a hole in this heaven. The Shaking Light Holy Lord was located on top of the high platform, and at this time, his face no longer had a gagging expression, and was replaced by a solemn killing intent. Gentlemen, I won't say anything more. You should have gotten the message. Our Violet Sky Hall Master was caught up in other great worlds by the damned Heavenly Tao. And if we want to reach that world, we have to cross the dark abyss. In addition to that dangerous dark abyss, we may also face obstruction from other holy places. But will we be afraid? I, the Shaking Light Holy Land, have stood here for countless eons, and have never retreated by half, no matter what the danger. Today we'll set off the immortal war, raise the heavens with the black blood of the Emperor's flag, tread down the dark abyss. Even if this move is never to be recovered, we will not retreat for a single second. All those who wish to go with me, step forward. Boom boom. The hundreds of thousands of disciples all took a step forward, their gazes firm and their steps heavy, causing the entire mountain range to tremble for a few moments. Chapter 127, Mount Kunwu. Imperial flags stained with black ominous blood fluttered in the wind. Between the dances, wisps of Tao rhythms shot straight up into the clouds, and the dark clouds above the dome of the sky all formed a vortex. The Shaking Light Holy Lord looked at those disciples below with a pleased expression on his face. As expected, no matter what, the Shaking Light Holy Land was the Shaking Light Holy Land, and the ancestral system was never forgotten. When the Emperor's flag was flying, all disciples under the Shaking Light Holy Land would have to fight to the death. Prepare to depart. Tread the dark abyss. I'm waiting. Buzz. Just as the Shaking Light Sacred Lord was about to set off with his people, a 7-colored Tao landed at his side, and the figure wrapped in the Tao was absolutely magnificent. And when he raised his hand, the heavens and earth lost their colors. Seeing this person, the Shaking Light Holy Lord hurriedly bowed respectfully. Ichizu. The disciples below saw this and similarly cried out. First Ancestor. The arrival of the first ancestor caused the Shaking Light Holy Lord to rejoice greatly. Before going to the dark abyss, to discuss the Tao, it was the first ancestor who brought the other old ancestors forward. I guess Ichizu must know the place pretty well by now. Since that was the case, let the first ancestor lead them across the dark abyss. That absolutely magnificent first ancestor slowly spoke. Tian Hao. There's no need to go. Zishao he's fine. First ancestor, have you found Junior brother? The Shaking Light Holy Lord anxiously inquired. Didn't you place my token on him? Even though they are two domains apart, I was able to feel his aura. Once he's in some kind of crisis, I'll find a way to get over there. Available. Some sweat appeared on the forehead of the shaking light holy lord and said with difficulty, Misty Master Uncle, she seems to have passed. If we don't go to support, that's okay. The first ancestor shook his head. That Misty girl has her own chances. There's no need to worry about her. Yes, the first ancestor had spoken. So what else did the shaking light holy lord have to say? Hurriedly, he asked the various palace masters to dismiss their disciples. After all, the entire Holy Land was in a state of battle right now, and it could be said that each and every disciple was as if they had been beaten up, with so many people gathered together, and countless forces surrounding the Holy Land. A single slip-up could lead to a major incident. For the sake of the little master, it doesn't matter even if the sky falls, but now that the little master is fine, somehow fighting with other people, as if it seems like we're being unreasonable. The forces in the outside world were also relieved to see the Shaking Light Sacred Land side lay down. What they were most afraid of was that the Shaking Light Sacred Land was really going to go forward to cross the Dark Abyss, which was a place that even the ancient great emperors had to be banned from. Once something changed in the Dark Abyss, I'm afraid that the great terror hidden inside would bring the 9 heavens and 10 lands into a crisis of no return. That's why, in order to stop them, these people were guarding the outside of the Holy Land. Seeing the Shaking Light Holy Land's people disbanded, they could finally go back and have a good night's sleep. At this point, there was a flying boat on top of the clouds in the distance, and just by looking at the black gas bubbling up from the cuckoo, one could tell that this was the flying boat of the Tianji Holy Land. The Holy Lord of Tianji stood on the deck, and beside him was an immortal old man. Senior uncle, your calculations are really accurate. Chu Tianhao and the others really didn't go forward to the conquest. Well, Elder Tianji nodded. Now is not the time. The boundary abyss hasn't officially opened yet, and there is nothing wrong with the destined person's destiny. So this battle can't be fought yet. So when exactly will the battle of the turning heavens officially begin? To wait for the destined one to find his true self. That time is the beginning of the conquest. And the Dark Abyss side? Send someone to keep watch. Those things must never be allowed to come out. Yes, Zishao followed the lead of the trio and arrived directly on top of an immortal mountain. It was said to be an immortal mountain because the mountain towered over the clouds and was surrounded by stars, almost as if it were a heavenly pillar plunging across the universe. That aura was so abundant that it was atomized, and the entire immortal mountain was like a real immortal world. Walking into the atmospheric sect, the buildings were ancient and elegant. Staggered, the palaces and pavilions are built by virtue of the mountainous terrain, blending in with the natural environment, and the mountain paths wind their way to the various places of cultivation. Immortal cultivators are dressed in plain clothes and have extraordinary temperament. They either practice in seclusion in caves, or cut the Tao in courtyards, or collect medicines and make pills in the mountains. The atmosphere here was serene and dignified, with cultivators focusing on their own cultivation and pursuing the realm of transcendence. The mountains were rich in aura, with exotic flowers and plants all over the place, as well as rare spirit birds and beasts. In such an environment, immortal cultivators were better able to draw on the essence of heaven and earth to enhance their cultivation. Just aura into mist is already a rare sight in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, not to mention that this is only one clan. If all the clans in this pseudo-spiritual domain are like this, I'm afraid that the overall strength is going to completely exceed that of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Brother Zhua, this is our clan. How about it? Isn't it very imposing? Cheng Feng on the side was filled with pride. They, Mount Kunwu, were a holy land of cultivation, and in the entire spiritual domain, they were among the top-ranked powers. When he enters the boundary abyss someday, he will make the thieves of that broken land pay. Well, it sure is imposing. Go, Brother Zhua, I've already notified the clan elders. I'll take you to meet them now. Cheng Feng was very anxious. After all, as long as they made the elders look at this left brother, they would be rewarded by the sect. Also good. It just so happened that Zishao also wanted to take a look at the core members of this clan. Going to see their elders would be a good choice. Under the lead of Cheng Feng's trio, they soon arrived in front of an ancient and solemn hall. As the disciple guarding the hall reported, Zishao was also brought into the hall. Buzz. Inside this solemn and ancient hall, Dao formations were intertwined within it, and light flowed above the formation patterns. There was an immortal old man at the very front. Just by standing there, it was as if he had become one with the great power of heaven and earth. Zishao, who possessed the eye of insight, could naturally easily see through his opponent's realm. Sage realm. Elder is in the sage realm? It was just that I didn't know what kind of status this elder had within the sect. Elder Qingfeng. This is Zhuo Yuanfei, a loose cultivator. Wei. Cheng Feng recounted the encounter between the three in brief words. When he heard that Zishao had mistakenly entered the forbidden zone, Elder Qingfeng's eyes visibly trembled as a force of divine sense directly enveloped Zi Xiao's entire body. Zi Xiao, who was very confident in the system, did not change his face, as if he did not notice that the other party was probing himself. It also intentionally hid its cultivation to the realm of the middle stage of harmonization. After noticing that there was no abnormality in Zi Xiao's body, a smirk appeared on Elder Qingfeng's face. A loose cultivator? That's a good seedling. After saying that, Elder Qingfeng slowly walked towards Zi Xiao. The latter's face was as usual, but his hands had already formed seals secretly, although he believed in the system's magic treasure. But who knew if these people had any special means to be able to distinguish between the two domains cultivators? Therefore, Zi Xiao was secretly on guard. If the other party really found out, then he would immediately use the burial heavenly skill regardless, and as long as there was a slight chance to catch his breath, he would be able to use the interdimensional shuttle to leave this place. Elder Qingfeng stood in front of Zi Xiao, and the aura of a sage was directly released. The man who had been smiling with his eyebrows also became serious. Can a loose cultivator have a cultivation realm like yours? Can have an aura like yours? Boom! The Saint Will is as terrifying as this. Chengfeng crouched down on the ground in the beginning of Zilija. Three people in passing, the cold sweat on the forehead, completely do not understand why the usually amiable elders are suddenly like this. Chapter 128, Who's playing who? Only Zixiao stood still. His eyes narrowed lightly as he looked at Elder Qingfeng, and the aura of a sage pressed down on his body with a thumping sound. A stream of blue sword light flowed around him to resist that pressure. Elder Qingfeng snorted coldly as his terrifying aura strengthened once again. The formation patterns of the entire hall were faintly lit up. Zi Xiao deliberately took a step backward, showing his enemy that he was weak. After all, it would be a bit terrifying for a harmonization realm casual cultivator to be able to completely block a saint's pressure. But even so, his face remained resolute, as if he were a proud young man. Even a saint could hardly make him bend. The legs were slightly bent, but the waist and back were straight as a sword. What a strong sword intent! Elder Qingfeng was surprised by the sword intent that came out through the body of the young man in front of him, which was the purest sword intent he had ever seen. Unbeknownst to him, what he wanted to see was all that Zixiao let him see. In terms of using swords, although he possessed the 8-leaf sword grass and the grass sword technique within it, his most powerful was playing with swords. Only here to avoid trouble did he use Zui Yuanfei's name and the sword intent of that grass word sword technique. It was thought to be able to cover people's ears, and it was still unknown how much the pseudo-spiritual domains people knew about the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It is naturally good to be able to hide your identity. Just when Zi Xiao could not hold on any longer, he let out a roar. Fellow Taoists, did you bring me here with the intention of letting your own elders attack me? Then you have misjudged me. So what if it's a saint? Although I am a casual cultivator, I should have pride. Even a saint in front of me will never try to make me bend over. Boom! The shadow of a grass emerged behind Zixiao's back. The grass had 8 leaves, each of which was continuously gushing out light in all directions. That light carried a stern sword intent, as if it was shredding the air, emitting a snorting sound. Kid, hurry up and say, who the hell are you? If you tell me truthfully, then get off the mountain. If you still hide it, I'll kill you. Elder Qingfeng, hearing that their own elder was going to kill Zixiao, how could the Changfeng trio still maintain their composure? Although their time together was short, their exchanges along the way had made the three of them feel that Zi Xiao was a person who possessed the heart of a bare-bones child and was extremely gifted. If they were to put this friend they had just met in danger because of such a small reward, then the Tao would inevitably be unstable. Shut up! Elder Qingfeng didn't pay the slightest attention to the pleas of the three. Instead, his eyes stared straight at Zi Xiao. Say, who the hell are you? I'm your grandfather. Kill if you want to. Why nonsense? I left Yuanfei open and above board. Why fear you splashed dirty water? As a casual cultivator, although the road of cultivation is like walking on thin ice, but is not that greedy and fearful of death of the generation, Zixiao pretended to be furious. Immediately following the hand pinch hair trick, behind the 8 leaves of sword grass fell a leaf placed in the palm of the hand. Buzz! The moment the grass landed in Zixiao's hands, the formation patterns in the great hall directly lit up, and countless sword-ons went rampant, striking on top of those formation patterns and causing a fluctuation. Zixiao held the sword grass in his hand and flicked it at Elder Qingfeng in front of him. Boom! Sword chi poured out like a torrential river. The sword chi rushed into the sky, and the light shone brightly. Under the reflection of the sword, the face of Zixiao at this moment is even more resolute. The young man, when there is the will of the clouds, is probably so. The 3 people who were only able to crouch on the ground were all a bit shocked to see Zixiao. Knowing that the saint was in their face, they still cut out with a sword, but they didn't even have the strength to stand up. What kind of heart and talent is that? A trace of appreciation flashed through Elder Qingfeng's eyes. and immediately afterward, he gently waved his one hand into a palm, and his spiritual energy was like a sea, surging and surging, blocking all of the incoming sword light. Boom 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 boom. And Zixia wasn't the least bit discouraged. His precious body began to shimmer with a faint white light. Immediately afterward, accompanied by the sound of the great Tao Brahma, the sword grass behind him disappeared, and in its place, a piece of moonlight fell, and as night fell, the blue sea surged, the tide rose and fell, and a round of bright moon hung, giving people a feeling of bursts of emptiness and clarity. The sea rises to the moon. Vision. Elder Qingfeng and those three were all shocked by the vision behind Zixia. Looking at the shocked expressions of the several people, an imperceptible smile flashed across Zixiao's face. His own vision was not some sea rising bright moon. His true vision was the king's presence in the world, 3,000 saints worshipping, and this sea rising bright moon was merely something he had diffused with his transcendental aura. Previously, in the ring at the Shaking Light Holy Land, Tianji Saint Sun Weijinbin had summoned him to the ring, and for the sake of realism, he had also used this transcendent aura to diffuse the four holy beasts' roar. Now that I'm using it for the second time, I'm naturally very proficient. As expected, the vision of the sea rising to the moon brought a very great shock. Okay, no more fighting. Seeing that the young man in front of him was going to fight for his life, Elder Qingfeng suddenly dispersed all of his own pressure, and that killing intent instantly dissipated, and the whole person returned to his previous amiable appearance. Zixia stood on the ground, the bright moon behind him still constantly emitting a faint light. The inside of his eyes were filled with a wary look. What are you trying to do again? Ha ha ha. Facing Zixiao's question, Elder Qingfeng smiled slightly awkwardly and hurriedly spoke. That, little friend, I'm really sorry. In order to not let the clan be placed in a dangerous position, the old man was only able to do so. It's just a test to see if you were sent by a hostile force. Please don't misunderstand. Zixia clenched the sword grass with one hand and said in a cold voice. Oh, so you see it now? Naturally. Elder Qingfeng waved his hand. Our clan has feats that can distinguish whether or not someone's words are sincere. Little friend, those remarks you made just now were naturally made out of sincerity. Phew. Zixiao's figure flashed, and in the next second, he appeared directly in front of Elder Qingfeng, and the sword grass in his hand was aimed at his neck. Since you've realized that what I've said is not true, then why do you continue to fight with me? This, Elder Qingfeng, his old face reddened, said resentfully, I was just happy to see the hunt, and wanted to see your strength. Little friend, absolutely no malice. Ha! Zixia laughed coldly and continued. Then since the play has been completed, please ask this senior to disperse the formations within the hall. I am leaving. Brother Dao. Once they heard that Zixia wanted to leave, Chang Feng and the others were in a hurry. Dao. No, Brother Zhua. Elder Qingfeng, he really doesn't have any malicious intent. Since he's here, why don't you rest here with us for a few days? No, Zixia said coldly. Mr. Zhua can't afford your enthusiasm. I'll leave you here. Chapter 129, Another Son of Heavenly Fate? Wait a minute. Wait. Originally, although Elder Qingfeng felt a bit guilty, he still maintained the demeanor of a sage. But as soon as he saw Zixia turn around and was about to leave, he couldn't help it. If the sect knew that he had pissed off such a heavenly pride, he wouldn't want any of his year's spirit stones. Elder Qingfeng blocked in front of Zixia, but the latter could not give the other party the slightest bit of face. What? This elder still wants to test me? Or do you, the elder of Mount Kunwu, want to bully the small with the big and leave me here completely? Seeing the icy look on Zixiao's face, Elder Qingfeng also laughed bitterly. He was really blinded by pork just now. Why did he want to see how strong this teenager was? This time it's good that people are completely offended by themselves, but now it was still necessary to try to salvage the situation. Such a heavenly pride was definitely a strong candidate for the Holy Sons competition. Not to mention the fact that people were able to achieve such battle power when they were still a casual cultivator. If he had his own clan to cultivate him, he wouldn't be able to take off. Such a heavenly pride should never be spared. This little friend, what happened before was the old man's fault. How about this? What compensation do you want? You can raise it. The old man will satisfy you. The only thing I want right now is to leave this place. I don't think this senior will forcefully leave me behind, right? This, Qingfeng elder momentarily speech stagnation. Kunwo Mountain is not a magic cultivator. People have decided to go. They certainly cannot be forced to stay. If they really forced to detain it, for the clan instead of a bad thing. Yo, where is this heavenly pride character from? Actually talking to Elder Qingfeng like this? A teasing voice rang out, and immediately afterward, formation patterns surged in the great hall, and a young man walked in slowly. The corners of his mouth held a smile. A white dress appeared to be as dusty as an immortal. The entire body of the person surrounded a wisp of Taoist rhythm, sword eyebrows and starry eyes, and a strong strength. The young man slowly walked up to Elder Qingfeng. However, he didn't look at Zishao and instead looked at Zicho, who was at the side. I was wondering who it was, but it turns out to be someone that senior brother Fei brought back? That's no wonder then. What kind of friend of high moral character could a loser who joined the sect by relying on his fiancée have? Listening to the man's tone full of mockery as well as in Zichu's clenched fists, Zishao stared wide-eyed, as if he was a melon eater. The flavor is right. No, I should say the flavor is too strong. Fiancé, loser, villainous older brother, buffs all stacked up. The Eye of Insight. Open. Zishao silently opened the Eye of Insight. Name, Xiaoyi. Bone age, 25. Cultivation level, mid-conformity realm. Special physique, wind god body. Tags, drama villain. Gifted. Family history. Vindictive. Short-lived. Recent opportunities, you. Name in Zichu. Bone age, 19. Cultivation level, peak Yuaning. Special physique, human emperor body. Tags, son of heaven. Resilience, late bloomer. Mindfulness of the living. Dual king parents. Prosperous wife. Peach blossom. Most opportunistic, %carat and $% hashtag. Good man. It's true that he's a man of destiny. Desolate ancient sacred bodies Wei Yu and Fei. Supreme Bone Lin Knight. And this time there was a personal emperor body in Zicho. All three can fight the landlord. Unico. I am. Don't you give me to learn Xiao AI classmate ah? I'll tell you. What you did. After that, you'd better explain to me clearly one by one. Now I ask you, what is the pseudo-immortal domain in your mouth? Hearing that Zishao wasn't asking what he had actually done now, the system sighed in relief. Once again, he resumed the unruly and untamed tone from before. Dude, you remember Al. You're kind of asking the right person for asking me. You should have also noticed that the aura of this pseudo-immortal domain is ridiculously high. With this kind of aura, a pig can take off. That's why the cultivators of this domain will be a few points stronger than the one you're in. Before the ancient times, that is, during the chaotic ancient period, there was actually no such thing as a boundary abyss between the 9 heavens and 10 lands and this false immortal realm, until a strong man comes along. He struck across the heavenly Tao with his own strength in a vain attempt to find that legendary immortal realm, and the result was obvious. He failed. It clearly caused considerable damage to the heavenly Tao, and the location where that boundary abyss is located is also the place where part of the heavenly Tao fell. In order to be able to fight against the heavenly Tao, that supreme power used the last remnants of the Tao to diffuse the heavens and earth, intending to create an immortal realm out of his own Tao fruit. And as you can see, as a result, the aura rushed in and everything revived. So it can be said that he almost succeeded. But all hearts are greedy, and with that supreme powerful one sitting down, those Tao lineages that were related to him considered themselves superior. They call themselves the spirit race, and the site of the 9 heavens and 10 lands is called the barbarian race by them because it is farther away from here. Those so-called spirit race directly called this place a holy land, the spirit domain, not allowing those barbarians to come close. And over time, the two sides began to break out into a great war, until the ancient great emperor isolated the two domains, and the people over there called this place the pseudo-spirit domain. The people of the spirit realm, on the other hand, refer to that side as the land of ruin. As for the dark abyss, it was formed later. That's a part of the heavenly Tao's derivation. As for the dark beings inside, I'm not sure. Hearing the system's detailed explanation, Zishao was also a bit surprised at the history of the two domains. If you want to put it that way, the great battle in the future is the battle between the two domains. Then how exactly did they cross the dark abyss? I say, system, how do you know so much about these things? Do you doubt that I am? The system once again exploded. 3,000 worlds, all things and all spirits are within the Tao, as a fragment of the Tao. Isn't it reasonable for me to understand these things? Well, it makes too much sense. And another thing is, how much control does the heavenly Tao have over this place? Could there be manipulation going on? Don't worry about that. The heavenly Tao's control over this place is still relatively weak. Otherwise it would have directly let the people of Mount Kunwu find out your identity and slaughter you instead. I've told you, that supreme being from the chaotic ancient era intends to create this place into an immortal domain. So naturally, we have to beware of the heavenly Tao. But people with destinies like the Son of Heaven's destiny will still exist. After all, this place also belongs under the Heavens Tao. It's just a pseudo-immortal domain. At those words, Zishao secretly pondered. Now it seems that this Mount Kunwu must still be joined. The Shaking Light Sacred Land, as one of the 9 heavens and 10 immortal Tao systems and a righteous sect, would definitely join in the future battle between the two domains. No matter what, Zishao was now a person of the Shaking Light Holy Land, and since this was the case, Knowing one's enemy and knowing oneself would enable one to fight 100 battles without danger. Moreover, the heavenly Tao's control over this so-called pseudo-spiritual domain was weak, so it might be possible to find an opportunity to eat a hand of the heavenly Tao. Zixiao had never known deep down that he was a person who held grudges. From the very beginning, it has been targeted by the heavenly Tao, and if it does not give it some return gift, the Tao will not be stable. Chapter 130, You still say you're not a? Zixiao was still pondering. Needles had begun to be exchanged above the Great Hall. Then Xiaoyi, as the plot villain, is naturally targeting the son of heaven's destiny. What's more, by the look of his envy and jealousy it goes without saying that it must be another dogged love triangle story. He loves her, she loves him, he loves her. The Destiny's Child's physique that comes with hate attraction is simply superb. Fei senior brother. Remember, don't what people are to the sect. Dire senior sister is usually very busy. If you have nothing to do to the sect to bring so 1 or 2 people back, is not very soon, the sect will be overcrowded? We're here in a cultivation sect where the strong survive, called Mount Kunwu, not Mount Garbage. Xiao was filled with contempt. In Zichao's face went from white to red, the veins on his forehead bulged out, and it was clear that for this person in front of him, he could not wait to clasp his old fists. But nay, his own cultivation level was merely at the yuaning stage, and the other party was already a merged body. Xiao, don't you go too far. Chang Feng, who was on the side, shouted out angrily, Brothers Y is the one I invited back, and besides, with Elder Qingfeng in front of you, how dare you insult your fellow disciples like that? Yo, haven't said anything about you yet. Xiao turned his head to look at Chang Feng. Don't you even call out to your senior brother? All of you are just raccoons of the same tribe. Is there any honor or inferiority in your eyes? And, at this time, Zixiao was smiling and eating a melon, which could be described as beautiful. He encountered those 2 sons of heavenly destiny are a little crazy. It is not easy to meet according to the plot, but not the first joyful. As a result, I didn't expect the artillery to turn directly on him. This left what? Also does not matter. As said before, Kunwu Mountain is not a rubbish. Snap. Slaps on the wrist. Everyone in the Great Hall looked at Zixiao incredulously. Xiao hadn't even waited to finish his sentence just now before he was slapped. And the person who hit him was naturally the melon-eating Zixiao. I was eating melon there for a good reason. And you're talking about me? The manifest destiny has some kind of 30-year stoicism, which I don't have. You dare to hit me? Xiao opened his mouth incredulously. Zixiao sneered. I beat you? You're saying you're not being a? I'm standing there properly and you're trash. Who are you talking about? You damn well think you're the elder brother of Broken Water Stream. You're still quite wild. Elder Qingfeng held his forehead and expressed some headaches. This Xiao usually relies on his talent to act recklessly, but he has a father who was an elder and is immediately approaching the battle between the 2 domains. That's why he was allowed to do whatever he wanted. This time, it's a good thing he kicked the bucket. From the exchange of hands just now, Elder Qingfeng knew that the one in front of him, called Zhua Yuanfei, was definitely the best among the heavenly prides and did not have a small temper. Who do you think you're messing with? Why are you messing with him? But I still want him to join the clan. As for him slapping you, sorry, I didn't see it. Elder Qingfeng turned his head and whistled, looking like it was none of my business. Looks like I'm going to have to teach you what etiquette means. Xiao face was grim. He had only wanted to step on Zichor and ended up being slapped. If he could still endure it, it wouldn't be his character. Teach me? Zixiao stretched out a finger and pointed it at himself. You're not awake, are you? Come on, I'll help you wake up. Zixiao's body was like a scaly dragon. All of a sudden, he rushed up. The grass character's sword technique was exhibited. His palm transformed into a sword finger. His mouth lightly shouted, and in an instant, the 8-leaf sword grass emerged, vibrating above his head. Immediately after, the sword grass a leaf into a simple ancient sword, can be clearly seen, the sword body above the mountains and rivers, the sun, the moon and the stars. This was an ancient sword derived from sword grass. The might of the sword of the Emperor's Tao filled the great hall, and the sound of a dragon's roar resounded through the void. At the sight of the ancient sword, Zichao's eyes widened. Under his breath, he murmured softly, Human Emperor's sword? But hasn't the human Emperor's sword always been inside me? How would he know what the human Emperor's sword looks like? Good boy. When Elder Qingfeng saw this scene, his face was filled with admiration. Why didn't he use this move when he fought me just now? With such a rich aura of the Imperial Tao, this kid must have gotten the inheritance of someone from the Imperial Tao or perhaps a bloodline? Boom! The sword of the Emperor's Way is indestructible, and the mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars on the sword seem to have come to life. Seek death. Xiao-Yi shouted angrily. A bronze armor appeared on his body, holding a broadsword. His body was covered with a cold green armor, up to several meters high, and with one step, he cracked the ground. The broadsword wheeled up. The green chi surged and whined as millions of light shot out, like a rain of swords showering down. In front of the sword grass, all the swords submitted, not to mention the derivation of the Emperor's Way. The moment the green light came into contact with the golden light, the bronze armor on Xiao-Yi's body began to crumble inch by inch, emitting ear-piercing sounds of clicks and clacks. His tiger's mouth had begun to seep blood continuously. Even so, he was still struggling to support. On the contrary, Zi Xiao, standing on top of the void, holding the diffracted Imperial Dao sword in his hand, his appearance was indescribably comfortable. Obviously, the other party did not even have the qualifications to make him take out his real skills. Right at this moment, Zi Xiao shouted angrily at Xiao-Yi. Kneel down. Boom! The aura of the Imperial Way burst forth. Zi Xiao stood in the void as if overlooking the living emperor. One hand pressure. The surrounding ground directly crumbled. It was an incomparably terrifying might with an unrivaled sense of oppression. Xiao-Yi felt that his divine soul was unable to move due to its shock. The bronze armor on his body turned into fragments, and his shoulders seemed to have a mountain on them, and the enormous pressure caused his legs to constantly bend. His face was livid, and his hands were pressed dead against his legs, not wanting to fall to his knees. But as that imperial aura grew stronger and stronger, he finally couldn't support it anymore. Boo! With his legs bent, he directly knelt on the ground, and even his head hit hard on top of the ground with a crisp ringing sound. The light in the entire hall gradually dissipated. Zi Xiao stood calmly in front of Xiao-Yi's body and said softly, "And you still say that you are not a? With just this much strength, you are still learning from others. Senior brother Broken Water Current? You are quite a big dog, dare you." Brother Zhua. Zichou ran up to Zi Xiao with a look of adoration in her eyes. Such a strong person was exactly what he aspired to be. If he could reach this level in the future, wouldn't he never let anyone insult him again? In Zichu, just at this time, the Great Hall formation at the entrance shook, and a young girl walked in with a beautiful woman. Her pretty face was filled with anxiety. Earlier, she knew that Xiao-Yi was coming to find trouble in Zizhu, and after reporting to her own master, she hurriedly rushed towards this place. However, he froze when he saw the scene in front of him. Chapter 131, Sequential Disciple? They saw the middle of the Great Hall. Elder Qingfeng stood aside, pretending that nothing had happened. In Zichu and Chengfeng Li Jiao, the three of them were similarly dumbfounded at the scene in front of them. That unstoppable Qiu-Yi, the sequence disciple, is now kneeling on the ground kowtowing to a buxom man? Why are you kowtowing? What's the status of that young man? One must know that Qiu-Yi's father was the core elder of Mount Kunwo. What kind of young man could actually make him bow down? I thought it was Zichu who was being bullied, but it turned out to be someone else who was bullying Qiu-Yi. The beautiful young girl and the beautiful woman all froze, not knowing what was going on here. On the side, Zichu was the first to come back to his senses, and immediately walked up when he saw the young girl's eyes light up. Dale, you're here? What's happening here? The young girl known as Dyer frowned slightly, puzzled. Upon hearing this, at Zichu, he hurriedly opened his mouth. This is Zhua Yuanfei, brother Zhua, a loose cultivator that we met when we were out on the mountain training. He that mistakenly went into the forbidden zone of life, and then came out just in time to run into us. The forbidden zone of life? Hearing those 4 words, the young girl and the beautiful woman were once again shocked, viewing the breath on that teenager. It was a harmonization stage cultivator. The loose cultivator was able to have a harmonization stage cultivation at this age, so it could be seen how demonic it was. But that wasn't the capital he needed to be able to enter the forbidden zone of life. If you came out alive from there, you either have a relationship with the forbidden area spirits or you are a person with great fortune. Either way, this man was definitely not to be messed with. Then Xiao-Yi. At the mention of Xiao-Yi, there was a hint of indignation on Zichu's face. Xiao-Yi, he just insulted senior brother Chengfeng and I with his words, and finally spoke ill of brother Zhua. Brother Zhua couldn't stand it. That's why he was so angry. Sure enough, the beautiful woman beside the young girl, her beautiful eyes lit up. Such a heavenly pride and a casual cultivator. Shouldn't she bring it into the clan? Even Xiao-Yi was able to easily defeat him. Definitely a strong candidate for the Saint Sun competition. Click here for. A sound of grinding teeth rang out. The crowd turned their heads to look. At this moment, Xiao-Yi's eyes were covered in blood. Blood had flowed from the corners of his mouth, due to the fact that he had bitten through his gums in his indignation. To be seen in this miserable state by his beloved was a strange shame. Boo! Before Qiu-Yi could continue to let out harsh words, a foot stomped hard on his head, and his face came into close contact with the ground again. At this moment, Zi Xiao condescendingly looked at him, that indifferent look as if he was an emperor looking down on the living. Why don't you grow up and try to say something mean when you're like this? Have a nice close encounter with the floor. This one caused Qiu Yi's mouth to spit out blood again. He did not want to get up, but the foot on his head is like a mountain. The strength of the force, not to mention get up, want to raise his head cannot do. Aya, why is senior nephew Qiu sitting on the ground? Elder Qingfeng ran out at this time with a surprised look on his face. Could it be that it's because you have admiration for this teenage heavenly pride who will be joining our clan that you sat down to discuss the Tao with him? Zi Xiao turned his head to look at that Qingfeng elder. With this character of the other party, it was hard not to remind him of the group from the Shaking Light Holy Land. Old Six. The reason why he took a shot at this Qiu Yi, besides because he spoke out of turn, Zi Xiao also wanted to test whether there would be any contingencies if he were to take a shot at this Qiu Yi, being the same villain. Now it seems that random. It's all about the villains, and no one is given a face in heaven. Woo woo woo. Elder Qingfeng hemmed and hawed at Zi Xiao. Little friend, you should be joining us at Mount Kunwu, right? After all, Master Qiu Yi's nephew is so sincere in discussing the Tao with you. His tone of voice was aggravated by the word polemic. After all, Kunlun Mountain belonged to the top forces, and Zi Xiao was currently still a casual cultivator, so it would have been fine if he had simply left, but he had gone out and injured the other party's serial disciple, or in such an insulting manner. You're eating me up? Hearing Zi Xiao's words, Elder Qingfeng smiled and said, how could that be? Little friend, didn't we just say that we are done? I made amends to you, and Master Qiu Yi's nephew is also so sincere in discussing the Tao with you. And of course, after you join the sect, I will ensure that the treatment and status will be more than Qiu Yi's. Stronger people naturally have more resources, don't they? But if you insist on leaving, I promise I won't stop you either. For this last statement, Zi Xiao was willing to call it bull *******, still insisting on leaving and absolutely not blocking it yet. As long as he said to leave now, the array pattern of this hall can be transformed into a killing array, even without the array pattern. Now that the saint is in front of him, without having to put out his full strength, is it still possible to run out? I am willing to join Mount Kunwu, Zi Xiao said indifferently. Originally, this was what he had planned to do, and Elder Qingfeng had given him an even better reason. Great! In Zichu's excitement, his face was red. As long as Zi Xiao joined Mount Kunwu, they would have the opportunity to discuss the Tao together. Previously, Zi Xiao had used his sword intent to derive the human emperor sword. He couldn't wait to find out if Zi Xiao knew the secret of the human emperor sword or not. Nowadays, that sword but has been lying dormant in his body. It can't be used at all, and it will also consume his spiritual energy, which is why he is slow to break through the realm. Chen Feng and Lai Jiao on the side were also excited. They can get a reward from the clan now. Little friend, don't worry. I'll testify for you on this matter of you and Master Qiu Yi's nephew discussing the Tao. As soon as he heard that Zi Xiao wanted to join Mount Kunwu, Elder Qingfeng immediately patted his chest and said that he would take care of this matter. The beautiful woman's lotus steps lightly moved and walked to Zi Xiao's front, those watery eyes surveying him. The latter was looked at for a moment. It had to be said that there was a hint of something special about this beautiful woman. The beautiful woman, white skirt cover body, her big eyes with a smile containing playful containing demon, water cover fog around the ground, Mei swing, small ASR angle slightly up, red house slightly open. Want to attract people a kiss? This is a from the bones of the woman exudes a demonic charm seductive. She seems to be all the time in the seduction of the man, but her temperament has a few points of sensibility and gentleness. This demonic charm is not as good as the demoness of the heavenly devil palace, but that mature charm has a forbidden feeling. Rage against Chao's thieves. Understand Chao's thieves. Become Chao's thieves. Blah blah blah. Zi Xiao inwardly poo-pooed himself a few times. How could he become a Chao thief? He was reading Spring and Autumn. The eyes instantly regained their clarity. The beautiful woman was also slightly surprised when she saw the change in Zi Xiao's eyes. Her physique she understood herself. A young man at the harmonization stage was actually able to resist the first time he saw her? Sure enough, he was a rare and top-notch heavenly pride. Chapter 132, The Chao Thief's Aura. Ahem. Elder Qingfeng walked forward and looked at the beautiful woman with slightly wary eyes. I said, Elder Yu Yan, this teenager was the one I discovered first. You don't want to have any unorthodox thoughts? Elder Qingfeng. When the beautiful woman called Yu Yan opened her mouth, her voice was as penetrating and gentle as a clear spring in the forest. This youngster has just decided to join the sect and didn't say that he wants to worship you as his master. So naturally all of us have the opportunity to be masters, don't we? How does that work? Elder Qingfeng was directly anxious. He had gone through half a day's effort to get Zi Xiao to join the sect, in order to not be under his tutelage. Such a heavenly pride, There is no need to say what role it will play in this great world. If he could become his master, the resources within the sect or the future fortune would all have a share of him. He couldn't let someone like that get away. I discovered this teenager first. No matter. Let me tell you, Elder Yu Yen, you have such an outstanding disciple like Lin Dyer. Don't even think about competing with me again. Elder Qingfeng, whoever the disciple wants to worship as his master is naturally up to him, isn't it? No way. This is non-negotiable. The two had an argument about who Zi Xiao was going to worship as his master, giving the few disciples on the side a look of surprise. How come they didn't have such treatment when they were worshipping the master? On the contrary, Zi Xiao just stood there like nothing. By joining Mount Kungo, he was merely trying to understand the enemy. As for who to worship, isn't that all random? The only master in his heart was ethereal alone. He had always remembered the saying that masters and disciples were of one mind, going and returning together. Ding dong. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Chow Thief's aura. Heaven does not give birth to my purple Chow Thief. Chow Dao is as long as night. Passive effect. Under the enchantment of charm aura, Chow Thief aura is able to receive a 30% increase in the degree of women's devotion. Active efficacy. Say to the target, sister-in-law, don't turn around. I'm my brother. Sister-in-law, don't turn around. I'm my brother. Master, don't turn around. Trigger ignores realm fixation. Strong control for 1 minute. The panel is updated below. Name Purple Sky. Bone age, 18. Cultivation, peak Mahayana realm, disguised as mid-conformity. Physique, primordial heavenly demon body, $%. Ancient heavy pupils. Techniques, burial heaven technique. 8 desolate demonic techniques. Tianxian myriad technique. Mixed unlimited holy technique. Eye of insight. Martial arts, great mighty heavenly dragon. Burial finger. Grassword sword technique. Heavenly robbing light. Blood battle of the 8 wastelands. Heavy pupil armor. Ling Xiao blade technique. Prison killing blade. Running thunder palm. Etc. Mana, black sword, knight the mediocre Qin Kuan ring. 8-leaf sword grass. And summon wooden sign. Aura, villain aura. Charisma aura. Transcendence aura. Chow Thief aura. Tags, big villain. Shaking the light little master. Proud talent. Exiled immortal descending to the world. Ill-fated. Peach blossom robbery. Peach blossom luck. Short-lived person. Heaven-stealing thief. Chow Thief in the face. Zi Xiao was speechless for a while. This system seemed to have some kind of major disease. Who is the purple Chow Thief? And that strong control minute. Who are you burying here? Hey, who are we buddies with? There's no need to thank me. I'm just so understanding. Get out. Okay. In reality, the argument between Elder Qingfeng and the beautiful woman remained without a result. At the end of his words, Elder Qingfeng directly broke. I'll tell you, Shan Yuyen, if you dare to snatch this disciple from me, the big deal is that I will directly report to the patriarch and ask him to bring all the elders. I'll see if you can compete until the end. Don't you dare. Shan Yuyen was also in a hurry. Qingfeng, let me ask you, this matter of you stealing your little sister's bellyband before, do you want to let? Stop. Before Shan Yuyen finished speaking, Elder Qingfeng immediately made a gesture, followed by a face full of smiles. Ha 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 ha. Elder Yuyen, who are we with who? Disciple who accepts is not the same. I see that this teenager and you are very much destined for each other. To be able to have such a disciple, you're really congratulated. The few disciples on the side all looked at Elder Qingfeng with odd expressions, although Elder Yuyen didn't finish her sentence, but they had all heard the highlights. I can't imagine that the always decent Elder Qingfeng actually has this fetish. Shan Yuyen ignored the little looks the crowd was giving Elder Qingfeng. It wasn't her anyway. She whispered to Zi Xiao, this little friend, are you willing to join my sect? Become my third disciple? Of course, in terms of cultivation, as long as you join my sect, you are the eldest senior brother. Dyer is the eldest senior sister, and the youngest junior brother is Zichu, so you should know each other as well. In Zichu, he naturally recognized, is the son of heavenly destiny. As for the other, Zi Xiao turned his gaze to the beautiful-looking girl, only her age of 18 or 19 like, tall, voluptuous, demure and elegant behavior, hair like paint, skin like jade, eyes look forward to a smile between the knitted brows exudes a kind of indescribable charm. The most attention is that her pair of long legs it was longer than the life of that dragon lord that he had met in Chilean City before. From some previous conversations, Zi Xiao already knew that this young girl called Dyer was bound to be the fiancée of Zichou, the daughter of heaven's destiny. 2 men, 1 division. Relationship of the marriage contract. Again, the women are strong and the men are weak. TSK. It seems that Zichu should have a hard time ahead of him, and only when he awakens to his chance will he be able to truly embrace the beauty. right? Dyer noticed Zixiao's gaze and gave him a slight nod of her head, her expression not exactly warm, but at least it wasn't icy. I do. Zixiao spoke to Shan Yuyan. The chosen one could potentially be the central breaking point of a clan. I'm sure I'll be able to find out more by being around him. Just say yes. The beautiful woman's brows contained a smile. There's no rush to wait for me to take you back to the pavilion before performing the ritual of worship. Wait, I say this little friend is not right. Now should be called Master Nephew. Elder Qingfeng came forward. Although his face was unwilling, he had a handle that was caught by Elder Yu Yan, so he could only admit to it. The reason he came forward is, Zhou Yi is still being stomped by Zixiao. That face is about to wear out on the ground. Senior nephew Zhua, please raise your feet high. Senior nephew Zhou Yi is probably dying. Lift what? Before Zixiao could speak, Shan Yuyan, who was on the side, directly interrupted Elder Qingfeng's plea for mercy. Her voice was gentle but with an undeniable firmness. This Zhou Yi has not only pestered my family's Dyer, he has even repeatedly struck out at my little disciple. Does he really think that Zhou Zhuo can protect him? Don't. When Elder Qingfeng saw that Shan Yuyan was really angry, how could he not advise her? Although he is also not used to seeing Zhou Yi, but he is after all an elder. To see eye to eye with a junior. If the word gets out, he will still not be able to mix. Not to mention the fact that Zhou Yi has suffered enough today. Being suppressed by his peers to kneel and kowtow on the ground is a disgrace. Chapter 133, I'll be damned. Senior brother Zhou Zhuo is at least an elder of the law enforcement hall. Give this Zhou Yi a little lesson even. Seeing that Elder Qingfeng kept on rounding up the situation, coupled with the fact that he had led himself a good disciple, Shan Yuyan nodded after thinking for a moment. In that case, the matter is in your hands. I will take the disciples and leave first. After saying that, Shan Yuyan waved her sleeves lightly, and several people instantly disappeared into the great hall. At this moment, Elder Qingfeng had a bitter smile on his face. This mess had to be cleaned up by him again, and the disciple that was in his hands had also been snatched away. Hey! Looking at Zhou Yi, whose Dao heart had crumbled and was still kneeling on the ground, he knew that this was probably not over. When the time comes to convene the General Assembly of Elders, he will also have to stand in the faction of Shan Yuyan. After all, the little sister's belly. Sinning, Elder Qingfeng yelled out, but no one would comfort him now. On the other side, along with a burst of formation patterns flashing by, several people arrived in front of a quiet pavilion. Yuan Fei, this is our Pixie Orchid Peak. Within this pavilion, you can choose any room you want. Shan Yuyan's gaze towards Zixiao was filled with softness. For some reason, she felt that the more she looked at her own disciple, the better she looked at him. It was obviously the first time I had seen him, but it was as if there was a sense of familiarity. Zixiao respectfully said, "Many thanks, Master. There's no need to be polite. I don't have any rules at the Pixie Orchid Peak. You should get acquainted with your senior sisters and brothers first. My master has to go and get ready first." After saying that, Shan Yuyan's plump figure disappeared in front of several people. When Shan Yuyan left, only 3 people were left in the field, and Zichu sneakily looked at the beautiful girl on the side, while the latter looked at Zixiao with some curiosity. For a while, Zixiao only felt a little embarrassed. Pretending to speak carelessly, he said, "Senior Fei, when did you join the master's sect?" Shifu. Zichu came forward and smiled bitterly. "I was worshipped at Mount Kunwu a year ago, and thanks to senior sister Dyer's introduction, the master took me in. And unlike you two, I'm not some kind of heavenly pride, and my cultivation so far has only been at the yuaning stage. It's a waste of master and senior sister Dyer's hard work." Lin Dyer on the side came forward, her eyebrow slightly frowning. "Zichu, gold will always shine. Your cultivation is weaker now. It doesn't mean you can't do it all the time." Before Uncle Fei and the others disappeared, "But they asked me to take care of you. If you even feel lost and discouraged about your own path, then how can I stand up to them?" Senior sister Dyer's lesson is correct. Although Zichu said this on his lips, he couldn't hide the lost expression on his face. From the short conversation between the two, Zixiao had already grasped a lot of information. There is a column inside Zichu's tag, Parents Double King. The two of them disappeared under these circumstances, so they must have gone backstage to prepare for the chosen one. And Lin Dyer's relationship with him should belong to the kind of knowing big sister, getting the favor of its parents. The two families set a marriage contract, and pulling the son of heaven's destiny to walk on the path of immortality at the critical moment. The script has been guessed. It seems that the day when this is unsealed in Ziju's human emperor body will be the day when he officially opens the path of invincibility. It was only that in the case of both domains having plural sons of heavenly destiny, it was not certain who was invincible, not to mention the existence of villains in this world. Seeing how Lin Dyer was keeping her head down in Zichu, she softly sighed. It would be good if you could really figure it out. After saying these words, Lin Dyer turned her head to look at Zi Xiao. Senior brother Zhua. I'll go back to my cultivation first. My room is on the side of Senior's room. If there's any problem, you can come to me anytime. Senior's sister, take care. Zi Xiao did not care in the slightest about Lin Dyer's departure. What he really cares about is this in Zichu, human emperor body. This kind of physique is not a joke, and he is a person of this pseudo-spirit domain. And there is also the label of the parent's double king. It seems that we have to fool him. No, we have to use a sincere heart to turn him into our own people. Cultivating a heaven's destined son here as a lightning point is obviously more cost-effective than just getting him killed. After all, this world's heavenly control was relatively weak. And in that world, the reason why Zi Xiao wanted to stay away from the two that heaven's destined son was because he was afraid that those two would be manipulated by the heavenly Tao to backstab him one day. In this world where the heavenly Tao's control is relatively weak, Zi Xiao was able to accomplish some small experiments on the son of heaven's destiny. Senior? Zichu realized that this new senior brother of his was staring at the back of Dyer's departing back. Jia. His heart tightened and he hurriedly stepped forward to interrupt with a voice. Hearing the voice, Zi Xiao came back to his senses and looked at Zichu in front of him. What's wrong? Senior brother. Dyer's senior sister she. Zichu's face reddened. He stammered and spoke. Dyer, she is my fiancé. Zixiao was puzzled. I know. So what's wrong? Ha? This time instead in the Zichu hole won't. You stare at other people's fiancé. Jia laughter. This is really good? And it's so justified. Does he have a wife? But he should have been keeping an eye on his master. Master she. Blah blah blah. How could he disrespect his master in his heart? It was his benefactor. To keep your senior brother from hitting on your fiancé, you sold out your master? What a scandal. Zi Xiao also inexplicably looked at the spitting Zicho there. His heart was shocked. It seems that all the sons of heaven's destiny close to him would have a seizure. This Zicho wouldn't have a seizure too, right? Right. Elder brother. In Zichu. He hastily changed the topic. Where did that imperial Dao sword you used in the Great Hall earlier? Senior brother. Come from? Don't get me wrong. I'm just a little bit curious. I don't mean anything else. Fearing that Zi Xiao would misunderstand, he hurriedly explained in Zicho. Zi Xiao waved his hand. There's no need to explain. You're my senior brother. Can I still not trust you? That's an inheritance I got from a secret realm, named the Human Emperor's Sword. That senior said that if one day, I could find that sword and unite with the sword intent, it would be indestructible. Human Emperor's Sword. There was a flash of fire in Zichu's eyes. The sword within him was called the Human Emperor's Sword. From the time he was born, he had that sword in his body, only that it had been immersed in the sea of qi, with no way to take it out or use it. Now finally got a bit of news here in the violet sky. Sure enough, that thing wasn't extraordinary. Just, his own senior brother is also looking for that Human Emperor sword? Should I tell him about the sword? But having only just met him, who knew if this senior brother would dig the sword out of his body? In the world of immortal cultivation everything is vanity. The only thing that matters is one's own strength. It's not uncommon to see hand-to-hand combat over an opportunity. Chapter 134, Snubbing. Then snubbing. Shifu? Seeing that Zicho was in a daze, Zi Xiao pretended not to know what the other party was pondering, and hurriedly spoke out to inquire. Sorry, senior. I was just thinking about something. Because of lying to his own senior brother, there was a slight blush on Zichu's face. That's okay, Zi Xiao said without a care in the world. I see that you are very interested in that sword art. Senior brother? How about I teach it to you? You taught me? Zichu looked at Zi Xiao with some surprise. It is reasonable to say that that kind of powerful moves are all things that are in one's bottom of the box. How could one easily teach others? He hadn't known elder brother for long, and this was going to be pouring it on? It's a little surreal how you think about it. Having received too many cold stares before, Zi Xiao suddenly came up to show kindness, but instead, he was a little unsure of how to respond. Naturally, aren't you interested in that move? The matter of teaching sword strokes in Zicho. Zi Xiao wasn't just talking about it. The grass character sword skill, as the top sword skill in the world, and with the 8-leaf sword grass, a heaven-defying divine object, allowed Zi Xiao to easily diffuse any sword skill under the sun. Since it can be diffused, it can certainly be taught. It's just sword intent and stances. But, senior brother, isn't that your bottom card? So that's what you're worried about. Totally unnecessary. Zi Xiao waved his hand and spoke. You and I have now become senior brothers. Just like what Master said, we are already our own people. Not to mention that we've been together for a while and have a good relationship with each other. Moves and feats are nothing more than external objects, and I will certainly be happy when you are able to become stronger. Senior, The look on Zichu's face was somewhat touched. Thinking about all the worries I had earlier. It's just a small-minded person's way of thinking. Compared to the senior brother of his own, he could really be called a villain. Elder brother. I actually have. Hold it. In the heat of Zichao's head, he wanted to blurt out the matter of the human emperor's sword being inside his body, but was interrupted by Zichao's words. I only saw Zichao say with a serious face, "Senior brother, I don't know what you're going to tell me, but I can tell just by looking at your expression that you're going to say something big. Just because I plan to teach you sword moves? If that's the case, wouldn't the two of us be trading? I'll teach you sword moves and you tell me your hidden secrets. That would not only insult me, but yourself as well. So, what are you going to say? I don't want to hear it, and when you've quieted down, I'll pass that one sword move on to you." After saying that, Zichao headed to the pavilion, leaving behind a tall back in Zichu, hurriedly eating hot tofu, wanting to completely turn this heavenly fate son into a pseudo-spiritual domain's lay. There was still a need for careful planning. Looking at elder brothers departing back, in Zichu's eyes were slightly red, except for a few people. This was the first warmth he had felt since joining the sect. Such a person of noble character had actually become his senior. Instead, he was previously considering whether or not his own senior brother would be interested in Dyer, and whether or not he would snatch his resources. I'll be damned. Zichu now hated to slap himself. When did he forget his initial idea? If elder brother needed anything next time, he himself would be the first to step forward. The Zichao who had left didn't care what Zichu was thinking. Human emperor body. Human emperor sword. It didn't even need to be said that this thing must be the standard equipment of the son of heavenly fate, and it had already been seen from the panel before. The reason why he used that sword move above the Great Hall before was also for him to seek himself out at Zichu's initiative. For now, the plan seems to be working. The research he wanted to do on the Son of Heaven's destiny was whether or not he could change his destiny completely. Previously, when he was in the Shaking Light Holy Land, he had discovered that Zui Yuanfei's Heaven's Destiny Sun label seemed to have undergone some unusual transformation, but he still wasn't sure if this transformation was a good thing or a bad thing. Now on Zichu as a guinea pig, he could have a good test. In the middle of the main hall of Mount Kunwu, a crane-haired old man was saying something angrily. In front of him was a middle-aged man, who was dressed in a Taoist robe, surrounded by wisps of Taoist rhythm, and carried the great power of heaven and earth between his hands and feet. This person was none other than the patriarch of Mount Kunwu, Yumio. That crane-haired old man was Qiuyi's father, the elder of the law enforcement hall. Qiuzhua, patriarch. That new disciple joining the clan is bound to be a scout sent by other forces. Otherwise how would a casual cultivator defeat my ear? I still ask the patriarch to expel him from the clan and make him suffer the pain of skinning his skin and refining his soul before that. Qiuzhua is not to be described as vicious. Directly, Zixiao pressed the name of a scout of other forces. Yun Xiong, the patriarch of Mount Kunwu, reached out and lightly patted Qiuzhua's shoulder twice. Elder Qiu, Xingfeng, he has already tried. That child is definitely not sent by another power. As for the matter of Qiuyi, you can go to the alchemy peak and take out a holy medicine to heal his wounds. All of them are family, so you should not bother about it anymore. Oh, holy medicine. Qiuzhua sneered twice. Patriarch, do you know that that man humiliated my ear repeatedly, causing him to lose his Tao heart? So what good is a holy medicine? He must give me an explanation for this matter, or else I won't rest easy. Yun Xiong's eyes narrowed lightly as a powerful aura emanated from his body. That aura caused Qiuzhua's entire body to stiffen. But his only son had suffered such a severe blow, and even if it was the patriarch, whom he usually respected, he chose to tough it out. Patriarch, he's just a freshly initiated disciple. You won't hurt our hundreds of years of friendship just for him? Shu Zhu, do you realize what you're saying? Yun Xiong's tone had gone completely cold, but Qiuzhua still had no intention of backing down. A disciple, even if he is a genius. So what? The underpinnings of a loose cultivator doomed him to not become a climate. Patriarch, would you rather protect such a person than give me an explanation? Even if he's an ordinary disciple, in the midst of our Kunwu mountain, things have to be considered right or wrong. I've already heard Qingfeng say the details of what happened. That son of yours provoked first, plus his usual nastiness is simply too numerous to mention. So instead of properly educating your own son, you want me to punish a disciple in the name of the patriarch? You're simply getting back to life. I won't allow you to intervene in this matter any further. Or else don't blame me for disregarding my friendship. Well, back off. After saying that, Yun Xiong waved his sleeves and directly opened his mouth to send off the guests. That Qiuzhua, seeing that the patriarch had no intention of minding his own business, gritted his teeth and turned to leave. What Yun Xiong did not realize was that Qiuzhua's eyes carried a flash of golden light in them. That was an aura that belonged uniquely to the heavenly Tao. Chapter 135, Am I a Wanted Man? For 3 days in a row, Zishao cultivated in the middle of his room. It was simply difficult to break through at the peak of the Mahayana realm. The realm hadn't fluctuated in the slightest during this time. Boom boom boom. Just as Zishao was cultivating, a knock sounded at the door. Squeaky. Zishao went up to open the gate and saw a man and a woman. Naturally, it was his cheap senior brother and sister, In Zichu and Lin Dyer. Senior brother. Senior father asked us to go on a mission with you. In addition to getting to know the inner workings of the sect, we're also practicing a bit. After all, the competition for the position of Holy Son and Holy Daughter is coming up soon. Got it. Hearing Zizhao's words in Zicho, Zizhao's face didn't have any expression of excitement. This made him secretly sigh. Senior brother deserves to be senior brother. He was about to compete for the position of Saint Son, but he was actually still this calm. Unbeknownst to him, Zishao was pressurized to have little interest in this Saint Son position, and he was about to return to the 9 heavens and 10 earths after figuring out the information here. There was the only place he could call home now, and that was the shaking light sacred ground. In his mind, he flashed through that cool temperament as well as his mountain-like figure. Zizhao's heart warmed. He wasn't the least bit worried that the heavenly Tao would manipulate the shaking light Holy Land right now, because the people of the shaking light Holy Land were simply too epileptic for the heavenly Tao to grasp. The 3 of them headed to the mission hall. This journey attracted frequent side glances from the crowd. After all, Zizhao's aura was too outstanding, and the matter of Chiu Yi being beaten and kneeling down had long spread throughout the entire clan. The gazes of those people looking at Zishao had doubts, envy, surprise, and wariness. Apart from Zishao, the second one to receive the attention of the crowd would be Lin Dyer, whose delicate face drew frequent side glances from the crowd. What a handsome combination of men and women. There were even some female cultivators who were getting high on the pair. On the contrary, In Zichu, I don't know if it was because he was keeping a low profile or because he didn't want to walk on the side of his senior brothers and sisters. He stood at the back and walked with his head lowered, just like a little follower. Zichu, what's wrong, elder brother? Hearing Zizhao's voice, he walked forward in Zicho and responded respectfully. Don't be so polite. Have you forgotten what I said before? Mentioning what happened before. A trace of emotion flashed through Zichu's eyes, and he hurriedly spoke. Naturally, I haven't forgotten. I remember every word that senior brother said. Then puff up your chest and go. What's it like to sneak around? You're no worse than anyone else. Remember. Obviously, Zishao was saying this in a serious tone, but in Zichao's face, he was filled with gratitude, and after giving a heavy he walked side by side with Zishao. Instead, Lindell was left behind. Those beautiful watery eyes blinked. Am I holding you up? She didn't know what exactly happened between Zishao and Zicho in just 3 days. However, seeing that she regained her confidence in Zicho, her favor towards Zishao also increased along the way. Soon, the trio arrived at their destination. The reason why the mission hall was called the word mission was because the disciples of Mount Kunwa needed to take some adventure missions in there to gain points from the sect. With points, one would naturally be able to obtain more and stronger techniques and magic treasures. Whether it was the Tianxian Holy Land or the Shaking Light Holy Land, they all had such large halls, only that Zishao had never been there. In the Tianxian Holy Land, he was the Holy Son, and in the Shaking Light Holy Land, he was the junior uncle. He had nothing to do but run off to do some quests. Wasn't that idle? After entering the quest hall, the surrounding walls were filled with all kinds of quests, and there was also a wall with one after another fantastic portraits of people. Zishao couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. Zichu, what kind of adventure quest is on that wall? Ah! Hearing Zishao's question, in Zichu, he hurriedly explained for him, Senior brother, those are the evil cultivators who have committed countless evil deeds in our spirit domain. Most of these people either treat human lives as if they were grass and slaughter millions of people at every turn to refine pills and magic treasures, or they are just some big thieves who are wanted by other sects after stealing people's treasures. Oh, that's right. Then I wonder what kind of thief is Purple Sky in the top column. Purple Sky. That's right, it's Purple Sky. At the top of the wall, which was full of portraits, there were 2 big, bright words. The wanted man, Zhixiao. This person has done nothing wrong, and is arrogant to the extreme. If there is any clue, when given a 1,000,000 spirit stone reward, millions of spirit stones for the clues alone? What a terrible thing to have committed. Hearing Zishao inquire about the word Zishao, there was a hint of cynicism on Zichu's face. Senior brother doesn't know. This Zishao is simply the #1 enemy of all our forces. He acts arrogantly to the extreme. Whenever he encounters any favorite treasures, he immediately takes them away, and at the time he will also leave a note that reads, Zishao will laugh at it. So I hope that all of you do not mind. It would be fine if it was just treasures, feats, pills, and even at the very beginning, he gouged out a pair of Heaven's Pride's eyes just because that Heaven's Pride possessed ancient heavy pupils. Zishao was speechless for a while. He finally knew where the system got all those things from. You can steal all you want. What's the point of leaving my name? System, little tongue goose. Come on, come out. I promise I won't hit you. Tell me, what does this mean? Ding dong. Your system has entered hibernation mode. Hibernation mode counts down to 5,200 hours. Well, you're running away from me now, aren't you? It's strange to say that this evil man named Zishao has been stealing for many years, and has never left a single crack. Even for emperors, he steals, and he's stolen more than once. If he hadn't taken the initiative to leave his name behind, I'm afraid I wouldn't even know what his name is. As he said this, he couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration for this evil man even in Zichu. Trying to steal from anyone who can pull it off is no joke. Instead, Zishao noticed two words from Zichao's words. The Emperor? The Great Emperor. There really were great emperors in this domain, and one must know that in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, although one understood that there should be emperors at the bottom of one's own holy land, those emperors had never shown their faces. Whether the other party was a quasi-emperor or a great emperor, no one knew either. Now that Zicho had spoken of the existence of emperors, and it sounded like there was definitely more than one great emperor of the current generation as well, was this false immortal domain that heaven-defying? Without the jurisdiction of the heavenly Tao, the will of heaven and earth could no longer restrict cultivators from becoming Tao. Then if the boundary abyss was really open one day, what would happen? And would the 9 heavens and 10 lands really be able to defeat this spirit realm? Zishao had a slight worry in his heart, while his belief in becoming stronger grew stronger. In the past, he had swung for the fences in the Tianqian Holy Land because he had resigned himself to his fate, and now he wanted to become stronger because he had someone he wanted to guard, whether it was the people of the Shaking Light Holy Land or not. Ru Yu, the Demoness, and the master who had been hanging on to her, they were all people that Zishao wanted to protect with all his might. Chapter 136. Let's take this mission, shall we? Just as the two of them were talking, Lin Dyer slowly walked over, her hand holding a quest crystal. The two placed their hands on it, and a stream of information was transmitted into their sea of consciousness. Wisps of haze emerged from the barren mountains near the Arctic domain, suspected to be the tomb of the Supreme Being. Go and explore. 1,000 clan points. After the two of them had looked at it, Lin Dyer softly explained, Supreme Tomb, there are bound to be a lot of chances inside, and with many heavenly prides gathering, it's a good opportunity to seal the path. Elder brother, what do you think? If it was usual, if Lin Dyer said something, Zicho would naturally respond to it, but this time, he first turned his head to ask Zizhao's opinion. The latter nodded in approval. After all, his purpose was to come and figure out the many forces in this spiritual domain, and if he could meet the pride of other clans, he would naturally be able to find out more information. When Lin Dyer saw this scene between the two, she was a little angry and a little amused. Why do you always feel like you're in the way? In Zichu, what kind of magic soup have you been fed? In 3 days' time, you've become a little fan? You have to ask Zishiao's opinion on everything. Why don't you ask me? Of course, these words naturally would not be asked out by Lin Dyer. The three of them clicked together and headed towards the teleportation hall on the side. As for the people watching them on the road, although there were a lot of people, the dog looking for a fight didn't happen. Just kidding. Xiaoyi usually relies on his cultivation as well as his background to do no harm. Such a person has been beaten to kneel and kowtow. How many heads do they have to go up and look for trouble? With Ziju leading the way, Zishao had already roughly familiarized herself with some of the buildings within the sect. Once again came to the room where many teleportation arrays were located. Zishao inevitably had some doubts. The doubt was that the heavenly Tao would not strike again at this time, right? Don't worry. Although the heavenly Tao he can indirectly influence some things, but it's not unlimited to make a clear shot like before. Hearing the system's words, Zishao spoke quietly. Aren't you dormant? Since you're still awake, then explain to me what it means for me to be the most wanted criminal? Ha! You suspect me. You actually suspect me. I surely didn't do this. Ah! You suspect me for no reason. I'm going to make a scene. Goodbye you. Ding dong. Your system goes into hibernation. In the face of this system that was always in a little mood, Zishao resisted the urge to unload it and walked into the teleportation array. At the same time, it was also somewhat sobering, and it was fortunate that the name Zui Yuanfei was used. If he had come out of the forbidden zone at that time and directly said that his name was Zishao, then this joy would have been so great that he would probably have to use a cross-domain shuttle to teleport out of here in the next second. Even the Emperor's things had been robbed. Who knew what kind of great karma would be triggered by uttering the two words violet sky at this time? Ah, buzz. The three of them stood on top of the teleportation array, and along with the blue light illuminating, they were teleported into the Arctic domain. When he opened his eyes again, his surroundings were deserted and the air was filled with wind and sand. Previously, he had already roughly learned about the situation of this northern domain from inside the mission crystals. Many sects were mining source mines in this Arctic domain, and the source mines were able to produce divine source. Knowing that divine source was a necessary material for cultivators, whether it was to make magic treasures and pills, or seals. However, where the source mines were abundant, there were no spirit veins present, and the Great Tao unification would naturally not establish their own forces here. Therefore, this Arctic domain is a chaotic land, whether it is the various robbers, or wanted people, and even the major forces sent here to mine the source mine are too many to count. Battles naturally occur from time to time. Swish swish swish. The three of them had just explored the scene around them afterward, accompanied by a few streams of light passing by. In the blink of an eye, dozens of cultivators appeared in front of the three of them. The bodies of these cultivators were all wearing the Taoist robes of Mount Kunwo, and it was obvious that these were their own people. Tokens, crystals. The cultivator in the lead was not the least bit surprised to see the trio and directly walked the program. Lin Dyer nodded and handed over the token and quest crystals from within her Chin Kuan ring. The cultivator in the lead nodded to the people behind him after checking. With that, he handed the token and the crystals back. You can use the token to notify us of anything you encounter here. But of course, it's not free. With that, the cultivators disappeared from the trio's sight. Lin Dyer was accustomed to their words, but in Zichu, she was puzzled. Senior Sister Dyer, aren't they from our sect? Why are they so cold? After a moment of silence, Lin Dyer spoke softly. Mining source mines is an extremely dangerous thing in itself, and people in general won't come to do this, and the sect assigns them to come here to guard our source mountains, and for hundreds of years to just pass by. Anyone would have a problem with it. What's more, the environment here is that complicated, so it's normal to have some complaints, but there's no need to worry. They'll help us at the critical moment. So it is. In Zichu's silence, anyone else would probably go crazy if they stayed in this kind of environment for a few hundred years just to guard that source mountain. Let me see the directions. Lin Dyer took the crystal out, and along with a burst of bright light, an indicator emerged from the top of that crystal, pointing in the direction of the distance. Let's go over there before it's too late. Shall we? Yes. The three of them agreed at once. There is nothing to see in this source mountain. It's better to go to the mission location first to find out. Thinking of this, the three of them directly transformed into streams of light, shooting towards the distance. On the road, being at the Yuan-ing stage of cultivation, it was obvious that Zicho was not in a position of strength. Lin Dyer had just planned to use her own cultivation to carry the other party when she realized that Zi Xiao had already done so. In Zichu's face was filled with gratitude. If not for the fact that he was still in a hurry, he probably would have had to say some kind of words of gratitude. The three of them just flew for half a day and saw a city below. Behind the city was the barren mountain, which, as the quest had said, emitted a seven-colored haze, except that the seven-colored haze was both a reminder and a warning. The appearance of a large tomb is usually accompanied by a seal. If you want to enter it, you have to break the seal before you can do so, and it is estimated that there are already people from big powers who have started to act at this moment. First go down and poke around, and in the meantime, see where the heavenly pride has come this time. Hearing Lin Dyer's words, Zi Xiao nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. The three of them landed towards the city. With the appearance of the Supreme Tomb, the city had become overcrowded, with cultivators from all forces gathering here. Of course, there is no lack of evil thieves among them. After all, this Arctic domain was a chaotic place, and having such a person was not surprising. Many forces gathered here, and everyone tacitly agreed that they did not choose to make a move. Chapter 137, Tomb of the Green Emperor. Senior Sister Lin from Mount Kunwo? Just as the three of them were planning to find a place to settle down, two young cultivators walked up to them. Those two people, a man and a woman, both surrounded their bodies with an aura that could not be underestimated. With a casual glance, Zi Xiao knew that the two were at the harmonization realm cultivation level, and sure enough, most of the cultivation levels of the prides of this spiritual domain were a bit faster than over there. That man and woman were obviously acquaintances with Lin Dyer. You guys are here too. Let me introduce you. Lin Dyer directly spoke to the two. These two are my senior brothers. In Zichu, Zui Yuanfei. After the introduction, he spoke to the Zishao duo about each other's identities. Ho Wenbai and Hua Yuzhu of the Spirit Moon sect. Our two sects were originally friends forces. Ouch. Just as Lin Dyer was about to say something else, the elf-like Hua Yuzhu bounced over to Zi Zhao's side, those big soulful eyes looking him up and down. I say Lin Dyer, when did you have such a handsome senior brother? Isn't it too inadequate to keep hiding it all the time? You want to eat alone? Hua Yuju. Lin Dyer had a head full of black lines, turned around and spoke slightly apologetically to Zi Xiao. Senior brother Zhua. Although Hua Yuju is a crazy, she's a good person, so don't be general with her. Zi Xiao smiled and shook her head. Naturally not. Senior sister Hua is lively and cheerful, a rare character in this dull cultivation world. How could I blame her? Listen. Hua Yuju was as proud as a peacock with an open screen. Handsome and well-spoken. You can't find a man like that by beating your head against a lantern. Still saying you're not trying to eat alone. He's the new junior apprentice brother. Hua Yuju, can you stop being crazy? Ho Wenbai, who was on the side, also laughed softly and said, I'm sorry, senior sister Lin. I think that after not seeing her for a long time, Yuju, she's a little lonely. That's why you're the one who's lonely. Your whole family is lonely. Hua Yuju blankly glanced at her own senior brother without any good reason. Lin Dyer was afraid that this woman in front of her would go crazy without end, so she hurriedly opened her mouth and said, by the way, are you guys here for this supreme tomb as well? Bringing up the main matter. Hua Yuju's pretty face also became serious. That's right. I say Lin Dyer, are you just the three of you coming this time? Seeing Lin Dyer's puzzled look, Hua Yuju said seriously, if it's just the three of you who came here, I would advise you to report to the clan immediately, so that the clan can send an elder over to protect the path for you. This place is very uncomplicated. Nowadays, not only have our great clans arrived, there are also those ancient imperial clans that have sent people. And there's even news that the Forbidden Zone's heir has come out as well. Why? Just for the Supreme Tomb? Lin Dyer's pupils tightened, puzzled. If it was truly for that Supreme Tomb, it was normal for all the great sects to arrive. But what was the point of the ancient imperial race as well as the living beings of the Forbidden Zone coming to make a scene? The Supreme Catacombs could be far from enough to unseal them from the divine origin. The chances of getting it were simply more than worth it to them. Your Kanwa mountain is too far away, and the people sent to guard the source mine guard that tie place all year round. So naturally you don't know which supreme being left behind this tomb. Which one? Seeing Lin Dyer asking questions one after another like a disciple, Hua Yuju said with a proud expression, Chang Di. What? The Green Emperor? Hearing this name, Lin Dyer's shocked little mouth slightly opened. Seeing that both Zicho and Zi Xiao had a puzzled expression on their faces, after Lindell regained her composure, she explained for the two. This Green Emperor's original body was an ordinary green snake, and due to his innate spirit, he embarked on the path of cultivation, sweeping all the way with his essence body, once suppressing all the heavenly pride of an era. As his cultivation became stronger and stronger, he soon faced the calamity of becoming a Taoist, but he failed because his essence was an ordinary green snake with insufficient roots, and this was the calamity for him to become a Taoist. After failing, he retained his life and once again for the second time went from nothing to something until he reached the quasi-emperor realm. And the second time, unsurprisingly, he failed again. 7 witnesses in a row, all of them failed, and the realm even fell down to the saint realm. When he became a supreme once more, he didn't choose to become a paragon emperor, but instead chose to prove his Tao through battle. No one in the domain he killed dares to claim respect, and with no emperors out, he's the absolute best. But after killing several quasi-emperors, the Empyrean behind those quasi-emperors finally appeared. That battle caused the stars of the universe to lose their colors. The long river of time emerged, space and time overlapped, and the two killed from within the domain to outside the domain, from the land of the North Pole to the 33 heavy heavens, and no one knew the course of the battle. But a year later, the Emperor's corpse surfaced in the Starry River, and the Green Emperor has been lost ever since. He was also the first person to receive an emperor's title without having become an emperor but with amazing talent and battle prowess. Hearing Lin Dyer's explanation, he sucked in a breath of cool air at Zichu, and his eyes were filled with scorching heat. His dream was to become that kind of strong person who made the sun, moon, and stars accompany him. The Green Emperor's essence was a small green snake, all of which were able to contend with emperors and even make emperors float in the starry sky. What couldn't he? If we were to compare roots and feet, he would definitely be stronger than a green snake's Green Emperor. At this time, however, Zi Xiao was in a black line. Green Emperor? It was a name he knew all too well. When he first used the Tathagata self-realization, he touched the Green Emperor's light mass, and the other party rejected him, not to mention even gave him a divine serpent swinging tail. The huge snake body that spanned the universe almost smacked him to death with its tail. Yesterday's vengeance is like a sword in the back. Well, found your grave this time. If there's no body in there, I'll smash your tombstone, and if there's a body of yours in there, I'll use my burial skills to whip your corpse. Let you whip me. Lin Dyer didn't know what Zi Xiao was thinking, her eyebrows slightly frowning. The tomb of the Green Emperor is not a small one. not yet an emperor, but with the combat power of a great emperor, the tomb left behind by such a person. No wonder the Swift Emperor clan and the Forbidden Region wanted to come and get involved. Just as Lin Dyer was fretting about whether or not to go back to the sect for further discussion, Zishao spoke up. Senior Flower Sister, I wonder if there are any conditions for this tomb to go in it? Naturally. Hua Yuzhu blinked at Zishao. The Qing Emperor probably wanted to pass on his Dao lineage to his descendants, so the formation pattern he left behind prohibits cultivators above the Mahayana realm from entering it. After all, it's looking for an heir. How could we let those old demons in? If you forcefully break the formation, it will instantly destroy everything inside the tomb. I see. Hearing that cultivators above the Mahayana realm were prohibited from entering, Zishao sighed in relief. At the same time also Versailles thought. Fortunately, he did not reach the transition realm. Otherwise this revenge cannot be avenged. Senior brother Zhua, you're going to go in there? Well, chapter 138, Rebirth? Facing Lin Dyer's question, Zishao nodded. Didn't it say that it's restricted to those above the Mahayana stage, which means that those who enter it are of the younger generation? In that case, what's there to be afraid of? This, Lin Dyer glanced at Zichu with some concern. This time, going forward to the interior of the tomb would surely cause a great disturbance. Those ancient imperial clans as well as the heirs of the Forbidden Zone could have all survived from an era unknown how long ago sealed with divine origins. In other words, their realms were definitely a shade higher than the contemporary heavenly prides. In the case of each other being celestial pride, cultivation even if it was one small realm higher, it was still high, and was able to influence too much in the middle of a battle. This left senior brother of his was able to defeat Zhou Yi, so he thought that he had the power to defend himself. But in the beginning, sister, Zichu seemed to have sensed the meaning in Lin Dyer's gaze. Her face flushed a little. If senior sister is in trouble, I can wait outside. Looking at his somewhat twisted and conflicted expression, it was clear how much he wanted to enter the tomb and wrestle once, but if this made it difficult for senior left brother and Lin Dyer, then it would be unattractive instead. Therefore, in Zichu, he would rather give up the chance to change his destiny against the heavens than add to the chaos for the two. Just at this time, Zishao spoke faintly. In senior brother, have you forgotten what I said again? As I said, don't be presumptuous, the Qinkuan has yet to be determined. You and I are both dark horses, and this tomb is only able to allow cultivators of the younger generation to enter. We're all about the same age, and I don't think you're any worse than anyone else. So this tomb, you're going to. Sifu. Zichu was moved to tears. It didn't occur to him that the one who believed the most in his ability to become a strong person was actually Zishao. When he thought about how defensive he had even been towards his senior brother before, he simply hated to kill himself on the spot. Lindell looked at the state of the two. The feeling that he was superfluous welled up again. Ho Wenbai, who was on the side, exclaimed in admiration. It's aptly said that you and I are both dark horses before the dry heavens are settled. Hua Yuzhu's large, soulful eyes also blossomed when she looked at Zishao. In that case, we'll stay, and I'll inform Master Teacher with a sound transmission. Lin Dyer made an instant decision. Originally, she also wanted to head to that tomb, only that she was worried that Zishao and Zicho would be in danger inside. That's why she hesitated. Since both had said they were going, what did she have to dawdle about? Hua Yuzhu smiled wryly. By the way, there are quite a few heavenly prides partying inside the restaurant over there. Do you want to go over and take a look? Lin Dyer took one look at the other party's demeanor and knew that she didn't have good intentions, so without even thinking about it, he directly refused. We're not going. You and senior brother Ho should go over. Ha! Hua Yuzhu cried out. Let's go together. Maybe we can even get some inside information. If it was just an ordinary Heaven's Pride gathering, Lin Dyer naturally wouldn't go, but hearing Hua Yuzhu's last words, she considered it. The Qing Emperor's tomb. If he could know more about it, it would naturally be a little less dangerous. Obviously, Hua Yuzhu had taken hold of Lin Dyer. How about that? Go go go. After saying that, not waiting for Lin Dyer to refuse, Hua Yuzhu directly took her arm and walked towards a restaurant that looked relatively new. In this Arctic land, it would be good to have a tavern. Wanting luxury? That's absolutely impossible. After all kinds of thieves and wanted criminals were making a living in this Arctic land. And if one was not careful, I'm afraid that the hedonistic land that was made out of how much material was spent would be crumbled instantly. The interior of the tavern had a wide courtyard, exactly where the celestial pride gathered. Ding dong, discovering the fragments of the avenue. Hearing the system's prompt, Zizhao's face did not change. Since the people in here were all here for the tomb, it would be the best time to loot the tomb once they were inside. Walk into that wide yard. At this time there were several handsome men and beautiful women inside, each sitting on a chair and talking and laughing. The aura emanating from each of them was exceptionally terrifying, and they were clearly all heavenly prides. Seeing Lin Dyer and the others enter, several people immediately stood up and greeted them. People from Mount Kunwo and the Spirit Moon sect are also here? Ha 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 ha. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Sister Dyer, Brother Ho, what you said to me 2 years ago, I have finally realized. And this is? The crowd all came up to say hello, and the people introduced themselves to each other between laughs. Zi Xiao opened the Eye of Insight at this time. Name, Yi Danqing. Bone age, 21. Cultivation, late harmonization. Special physique, burning fire divine physique. Recent opportunities. Name, Zhong Chongshan. Bone age, 20. Cultivation level, mid-conformity. Special physique, savage tiger bloodline. Recent opportunities. Named Wanmu Shirwei. Bone age, 20. Cultivation, late harmonization. Special physique, flower god body. Recent opportunities. Name, Yin Tian. Bone age, 19. Cultivation level, peak harmony. Special physique, phoenix blood dragon vein. Tags, born again? Bitterness and sweetness. Anticipating the enemy. Peach blossom luck. Great luck. Perseverance. Recent chances, enter the Qing Emperor's tomb in 3 days and obtain the Qing Emperor's inheritance. Participate in the clan competition in 5 days and obtain the position of the Holy Sun. Enter the secret realm with Duanmu Shirwei in 3 months and obtain the flower god water. On. After taking a cursory look at a few people, Zi Xiao turned his gaze to the teenager named Yin Tian. Peak harmonization realm. Phoenix blood dragon vein. And especially a reborn amongst the tags? The reason for the question mark was probably like what the system said. There was absolutely no such thing as rebirth or reincarnation in this world. I thought that being born again was just the way of heaven or the great way stuffing that memory in. This person had obviously obtained the fragment of the great Tao. Or else he must be the son of heaven's destiny just by virtue of these labels of his. The reason for not being a heaven's destined son right now was like Lu Chang'e, who had gotten a fragment of the great Tao, but was the antithesis of the heaven's destined son. The one in Lu Chang'e was a fragment of the great Tao transformed into a system. Yin Tian's, on the other hand, had given him the memories of the so-called reborn with a fragment of the great Tao. Just as Zi Xiao was secretly observing, Yin Tian also turned his gaze towards Zichu. In his heart, he said, in Zichu, the one who will achieve human emperor in the future? Sure enough, he also appeared in this green emperor's tomb. But this time, that green emperor's tomb is mine, and I definitely won't let you get there first. So what if I'm a human emperor? As long as I'm strong enough, then I'm the real human emperor. I'll take your human emperor sword. After we enter the Green Emperor's tomb, I'll let you know what it means to be a true great Qi master. And that Lindel, you're my. Zi Xiao, who had been staring at Yin Tian, of course noticed the subtle change in his expression. Obviously, he had his eyes on Zichu, and the memories given to him by the Great Tao fragment should be the memories of Zichu's horizontal suppression of the spirit realm in the future. What he didn't realize, though, was that he was being watched just as much. Chapter 139 Yin Tian's plan. Everyone's almost here. Let's make it official. Yi Danqing interrupted the crowd's promises. His tone was full of seriousness. I think all of you know that this time for the Qing Emperor's tomb, both the Taiku Imperial clan and the Forbidden Area successor will be here. Since that's the case, our great clans will have to unite as well, and the chance will naturally have to fall into our hands before we can do so. Ha! Zhong Chongshan sneered. I would believe a few points if someone else said it, but if you Yi Danqing said it, TSK, what do you mean? Yi Danqing's eyes surged with crimson fire. Facing his threat, Zhong Chongshan didn't give the slightest bit of face. I'm asking you, how are you going to explain that incident that happened outside the city before, to strike out against our people along with the Swire Emperor clan? If I'm not mistaken, that person is now a member of the Lufeng clan, right? Who doesn't know that your clan is on the verge of wearing the same pants as that Lufeng clan? In this situation, you're talking to us about joining forces? I'm afraid it's not the case that after we join forces to suppress the beings of the other Taiku Imperial clans, you and the heir of that glazed Phoenix clan will stab us in the back. You're bloodthirsty. Boo! Yi Danqing slapped the table in front of him in pieces and stood up, surrounded by hot flames that burned and distorted the air. Humph! Zhong Chongshan snorted coldly and similarly stood up, the sound of a tiger's roar resounding through the restaurant. Everyone was a pride of a great sect, and no one defied anyone. You don't need to fling your face here. I wasn't the only one who saw what happened that day. I'll just ask you one thing. You said join forces, so where's your sincerity? Yi Danqing clenched his fists, clearly wanting to make a move, but at this time once he took the lead to hold back. I'm afraid that it would confirm the matter of his close relationship with the Taiku Imperial clan. After taking a deep breath, he said in a deep voice, if we encounter someone from the Glazed Phoenix clan in the middle of the tomb, I am willing to suppress them. If I fail to do so, all of you can join hands to target me. Is that alright? That's more like it. The words have been said to this point. Zhong Chongshan is not the kind of person who is a nuisance. Naturally there is no other opinion. Well, then I'll get on with it. Everyone should know that inside the Green Emperor's tomb, the most important thing is definitely that inheritance. But as someone who has repeatedly failed to prove the Tao but still managed to preserve his life and Tao fruit, Qing Di he must have left behind a few magic treasures. Treasure techniques. Inheritance we are each based on our own abilities, but those magic treasures, treasure arts and the like, we'll take them together and then split them equally. Or, of course, you can trade what you have. Would that be okay? Since they had decided to join forces to fight against those ancient imperial clans as well as the Forbidden Area heirs, it was only natural for them, the disciples of these great clans, to act together. But how to distribute what you get becomes a problem again. And if you don't get it right, you can easily disintegrate the small team from within. So Yi Danqing's proposal was very reasonable, and the crowd nodded, thinking that there was nothing wrong with it. Well, if that's the case, then we'll limit ourselves to the people in this room, and we'll all join together. Wait, just as Yi Danqing was about to clap, a voice interrupted him, being interrupted one after another. Yi Danqing's face completely sank as he turned his gaze to the person who had spoken. Seeing that person's appearance, Yi Danqing froze, and he who had wanted to lash out, directly held his tongue, because he knew who the man was, the son of the Imperial Beast Sect's patriarch, Yin Tian. As the young master of a clan, this Yin Tian could be said to have possessed a large amount of resources at birth, coupled with his terrifying talent. As a result, his reputation was exceptionally loud in the sect's Holy Land, and he was always able to obtain some secret inheritance, causing his battle power to become more and more terrifying. There were even some good people who referred to Yin Tian as the number one person of the younger generation. Although Yi Danqing might not be afraid of him, at this time, it was better to do more than less. But the matter of him colluding with the Taiku Imperial clan before had not yet been made clear. It was only possible to force down the anger and sit down. Yin Tian swept over everyone's face with his gaze, and when he saw Lin Dyer, a hint of possessiveness appeared subtly. In the end, the gaze was locked on Zichu's body. I don't have any problem with us joining forces and sharing the treasures equally, all of this, but I would like to ask, what qualifications does a Yuaning stage person have to share the treasures equally with us? Yuaning stage? Who is he talking about? Someone brought by senior sister Dyer? Because of Yin Tian's words, everyone turned their gazes towards Zichu. They hadn't looked closely before, but now that they did, it was true that this was only a Yuaning stage cultivator at Zichu. Such a person doesn't even deserve the name of Heaven's Pride. How can we share the chance with them equally? Even with Lin Dyer's face, cannot let him share equally. One more person can be one less chance. The things inside the Qing Emperor's tomb must all be very precious, and they hated the fact that there were two less people to share it with. What do you mean? Lin Dyer's beautiful eyes were cold as she looked at Yin Tian. The latter shrugged his shoulders. I'm just being honest. Fairy Lin, I don't mean to target you. I'm just stating a fact. Not to mention that this senior brother his Yuaning stage cultivation going in will also distract you, won't it? The reason why Yin Tian is targeting Zichu like this is to prevent him from going in. Through the memories he gained from his rebirth, he already knew that in the Qing Emperor's tomb, Zichu would receive the Qing Emperor's inheritance, then awaken the human emperor body and kill the four directions with the human emperor's sword in his hand. Although he already knew where that inheritance place was and could definitely be one step ahead of the crowd, who knew if the Qing Emperor had any backhanded ways of choosing an heir, in order to avoid accidents, not to mention joining forces. Yin Tian didn't even want to let Zichu enter the tomb, but he knows that it is impossible not to let Zichu enter. Now can only use the interests in Zichu kicked out of the team, lost the shelter of the crowd in the Zichu. Lin Dyer certainly will not let him enter the tomb alone. After all, the ancient imperial race and forbidden area heirlooms are involved. The danger would be too great if he entered the tomb alone, and the heartbroken Lin Dyer would definitely not let him go in. At that time, wouldn't the inheritance of the Green Emperor be secured? Standing in place, feeling the strange gazes around him, Zichao's face reddened and his fists clenched. This feeling of powerlessness was just too unbearable. Just as he was about to say that he wasn't going to the catacombs, a large, slender hand clapped on his shoulder. Turning his head to look, it was his own senior brother, the man who was like an immortal. Master, Master. In Zichu's voice was a little hoarse and his eyes were a little red, just like a child complaining to his parents. There's no need to care about what people say. Besides, when garbage people get together, they're just a bunch of garbage. You don't need their approval. And naturally, you don't need to play any kind of over-the-top joint game with them. Chapter 140, When Tai Lai, the Thunder Runner. How dare you? Unbridled. Who are you calling trash? A group of celestial pride all slammed the table. It was obvious that Zixiao's words had caused outrage. Hua Yuju's small mouth was slightly open as she looked incredulously at Zixiao, but that reddened little face spoke of her excitement. Ho Wenbai bitterly smiled and shook his head, obviously not expecting that this graceful left senior brother would actually be able to say such words. Lin Dyer's beautiful eyes instead carried a hint of warmth. In her opinion, these so-called heavenly pride offended, but her own master said that the road of cultivation, the most important thing is not to forget the original heart. That is, do not forget the word love. Neither family, nor friendship, nor love can be forgotten. If you really leave it all behind, then what's the difference between a man and a stone? Yin Tian looked at the handsome man. A hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes as he kept searching for him in his mind. The name Zui Yuanfei. He really didn't seek it from his memory. But after a few moments, his pupils suddenly tightened. Zui Yuanfei? That holy body from the 9 heavens and 10 lands? Like the Green Emperor, he was able to call out great emperors before he became an emperor. But it's not right. Holy body golden chi and blood rushed to the clouds. View this exiled man in front of him. It seemed that it was just a renaming. If it really was a sacred body, it shouldn't have appeared in this spiritual domain, much less become a disciple of Mount Kunwu. Thinking of this, Yin Tian let out a slight sigh of relief and then said in a deep voice, "This left brother, do you think there is something wrong with what Mr. Yin said? How can a Yuaning stage person have the virtue to share the chance equally with us?" That's right. A few celestial pride stood up and glared angrily at Zixiao. A person at the Yuaning stage, a random celestial pride will kill him, and in order to help him, we have to distract ourselves. We sheltered him, as well as sharing resources with him, and are not his father, so why should we spoil him so much? Also, who did you just call trash? Don't think that just because you're someone brought by Fairy Lin, we'll give in to you. Stop, stop, stop. Zixiao stood in front of a few heavenly prides, an inexplicable smile on his handsome face. He gently waved his hand, signaling the crowd to calm down. Guys, don't get so worked up. I'm not holding it against you. I'm saying that everyone here is trash. What? With these words, the scene was once again tense. Several celestial pride had already released their auras, clearly intending to make a move. Even Yi Dan Cheng, Zhang Chongshan, these core people, also looked at Zixiao with unfavorable faces. On the contrary, Hua Yuju as well as Duanmu Shirwei, their bright big eyes were full of curiosity as they looked at Zixiao, wondering what exactly this disciple of Mount Kunwu in front of them had to be so arrogant. Zixiao looked at the group of angry people in front of him. In his heart, there is also a trace of helplessness. Originally wanted to keep a low profile, but in order to reform in Zichu, he still stood out. And what's up with the inexplicable feeling of being a little cool? Is this the villain's self-cultivation? Friend, Yin Tian stepped in front of Zixiao, his eyes showing a cold aura and his tone carrying a hint of threat. I don't know why you're hurling insults at the heavenly prides here, but I'm telling you, there's no room for you to be reckless here. Yo, still playing the buyout game here? Zixiao looked at Yin Tian in front of him with interest. It's really a headache for these children of the divine fate. There's Lu Changa with the divine fate villain system over there. And then there's Yin Tian who's a born-again person over here. All wool gathering on the chosen one. If you guys are all over me, how can I lose face as the villain? I don't know what you're talking about. Just can't stand your attitude. Yin Tian, who had been poked in the heart by Zixiao, had some ugly looks on his face. How could he not have imagined that someone would actually dare to be so arrogant? If you disrupt your plans, regardless of what you do in Mount Kunwu, after entering the tomb, you will definitely take your life. But a nameless person, there is no name of yours inside the memory. Where do you get the courage to be so arrogant? Zixiao spoke again. Did I say anything wrong? I originally thought that you guys were here to discuss the Tao, but it turns out that I've been listening for half a day. Joining forces? What a laugh. Is this your so-called heavenly pride? Your so-called invincible path? Too scared to go into the catacombs by yourself, so you have to drag someone else along? What's the saying? Never the weak gather in groups. The strong will only walk alone. You guys don't even have the courage to enter the tomb to fight. Is it wrong to say you're trash? In response to Zixiao's words, Yin Tian was directly exasperated and laughed. Well, this friend, it seems like you're a strong person. In that case, there's probably no need to join forces with us, so please leave. Of course, Fairy Lin can stay. As I said, it was never directed at anyone. It was merely the truth. It's not necessary. Lin Dyer spoke faintly. I naturally want to work with my senior brothers. Me too. I'm with you guys too. Hua Yuju trotted over and looked at Zixiao with a face full of excitement. Obviously, the way Zixiao looked just now made her feel very excited. As Hua Yuju's senior brother, Ho Wenbai would naturally travel with him. Touched in Zichu looked at the senior brother in front of him who was shielding himself from the wind and rain. Senior brother. Don't say anything, I'm not doing you a favor. I just don't like the look of them. Well, nodding heavily at Zichu, he had already decided that when this matter was over, he would tell his senior brother about the human emperor sword. If senior brother wanted this human emperor sword, the big deal was that he would dig it out. Zixiao and Lin Dyer turned around and headed downstairs. Wait! Just as a few people were about to leave, Yi Danqing could no longer hold back and directly roared out, "Who do you think you are? After making a big speech here, you want to leave?" Originally, Yi Danqing was furious because of the interruptions one after another. As a result, he was again pointed at the face by Zixiao and said trash. This if he could bear it any longer. He don't be a heavenly pride. Simply go and be a turtle. Only Yi Danqing's body was seen to be surrounded by wisps of flame Dao rhythms. His eyes were crimson, and when he raised his hands and feet, waves of fire rose to the heavens. Just like an ancient god who controlled flames, the burning fire god body had been activated by him. Have you ever had me in your sights? Phew! The wave of fire burned all the surrounding tables, and the group of celestial pride each used their own means to block the blazing wave of fire. At this moment, the fire wave was constantly building up momentum, and the aura on Yi Danqing's body was getting stronger and stronger. Obviously, he was going to amplify his move. Swish! Right at this moment, there was a flash of streaming light, and Zixiao's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, waving his hand and slapping him. Boo! With a muffled sound, Yi Danqing directly flew backwards, knocking a large hole in the wall. Zixiao shook his hand in disgust, as if he had touched something dirty. Just fight. What's the point of wasting words? Still storing up power there? The forward swing is so long. Do you think you're the running thunderer when Tai Lai? Chapter 141. His senior brother should be the master of the human emperor sword. Seeing Yi Danqing fly directly backwards, the eyes of the celestials in the room also became grave. This new disciple of Mount Kunwa looks a bit strong. The exchange just now could not be considered a sneak attack. The flames of the burning fire god body had spread all around Yi Danqing's body. The temperature was capable of incinerating anyone who came close. However, the cultivator named Zui Yuanfei could ignore that divine fire and send Yi Danqing flying casually. This kind of strength was definitely the best amongst the Heaven's Pride, and was even able to rival those ancient imperial clans as well as the Forbidden Region successors. For a moment the scene fell into silence. Yin Tian stood there with his eyes firmly fixed on Zixiao, seemingly thinking about how to respond afterwards, such as, on the contrary, Zixiao, after shaking off his hand, casually said, "Let's go. What's there to say to a bunch of trash?" Well, Lin Dyer glanced at the Yi Danqing who was sent flying and wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't open her mouth and turned around to leave with Zi Zhuchu and the others with Zixiao. This so-called Heaven's Pride gathering had become a joke because of Zixiao's arrival. What a disgrace. TSK. Zhong Chongshan glanced at the large hole in the wall, and his eyes fell back to Yin Tian. Who he is talking about is naturally self-evident. Yun Tian didn't take the initiative to step up to the plate at this time. Instead, he kept pondering over the memories in his mind. If that person is not a holy body of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and possesses such combat power, why was he unknown in his previous life? Damn it, this man's presence could disrupt my entire plan. The Green Emperor's inheritance, the Human Emperor's sword, were all things that Yin Tian aspired to obtain. Therefore, he absolutely could not let Zizhu become a strong person by the book. But the appearance of Zixiao clearly interrupted this plan of his. Boo! Just at this time, Yi Danqing re-jumped back into the pavilion. His body was covered with wood shavings and dust, and his entire body looked wretched. Where are they, people? Brother Yi. Seeing Yi Danqing's appearance, another plan emerged in Yin Tian's mind and he hurriedly walked up to pacify the other party. Zixiao, who had already left that party, naturally did not know what they were discussing. But for him, there was no need to think that much. This time in the Qing Emperor's tomb, other than the crisis of the tomb itself, it was estimated that only those ancient imperial clans as well as the Forbidden Zone successors would be able to cause him some trouble. The current strength is still far from enough, and it is just the right time to use them to prove the way. A few people found an ordinary restaurant as a landing point, and it would be 2 days before the tomb of the Green Emperor was completely opened. As soon as he entered the restaurant, Hua Yuzhu tried to pester Zixiao, but was taken away by Ho Wenbai by the collar. Lin Dyer had some things she wanted to say to Zixiao, but seeing that look in Zixiao's eyes, she also silently returned to her room. Boo! As the door to the room closed, the entire room's array pattern flickered, and the place became a separate little world. This is the tavern that cultivators use to rest. Whether it's a wall with ears or a sudden intruder, none of these things will happen. Inside this kind of tavern, the rooms were the cultivators' practice rooms. Senior. As soon as he closed the door to his room, he immediately came in front of Zixiao and Zichou and bowed deeply. But in an instant, A soft breath dragged him to his feet. Zishao sat on a chair and spoke faintly. Get up and speak. Yes. After standing up straight in Zichu, his face was filled with guilt, and after clenching his teeth, he finally spoke. Elder brother, there's something that I've hidden from you. Please forgive me. Zishao pretended to be puzzled and looked at Zicho. What are you hiding? In fact, the reason why I would ask you about the sword intent you diffused in the Great Hall that day, the reason is that I recognized the sword you diffused. Mountains and rivers on one side, sun, moon and stars on the other. That should be the human emperor sword, right? Oh, Zixiao was surprised. You know about the human emperor sword? That's right. Zichu nodded vigorously. The human emperor sword is within me. Nowadays. Zichu directly opened the door, without the slightest intention to make things difficult. He then wanted to tell this secret straight away. Otherwise it would be too hard to keep it bottled up in his own heart, coupled with the guilt he felt towards his own senior brother. As a result, Zixiao's face did not show any surprise. Instead, he laughed softly. Is that so? That's your chance. No wonder you want that sword intent. I can teach it to you now. Looking at Zixiao's sincere eyes, in Zichu's unbelievable words, Senior brother, aren't you going to ask me what's going on with this human emperor sword? Or, don't you have any desire to obtain the human emperor sword? Are you kidding me? Zixiao said in a deep voice. What do you think I am? The human emperor sword, that kind of thing, is the sword of the human race's chi. And in your body, naturally it's the one that thinks you're qualified for this. Spiritual objects choose their masters. It chose you. You are naturally the master of the human emperor sword. If I were to snatch it away, wouldn't I be going against the way of heaven? Am I that kind of person? This, in Zichao's face, he was ashamed, and at the same time, he secretly decided inwardly that only someone like senior brother was qualified to be in charge of the human emperor sword. Elder brother, I have no other meaning. The human emperor sword will only be dusty in my place. I don't have that strength. Boo! Before the words were even finished, Zixiao followed up with a slap, striking at Zichao's chest. The blow didn't use much force, only causing it to take a few steps backward. I told you before, don't be presumptuous. Since the human emperor's sword has chosen you, there is naturally a reason for it. You just need to wait for the right time. I believe you can succeed. Sifu. Although there was some pain in Zichu's chest, he completely ignored it and instead looked at Zixiao in a moved manner. Compared to Lindel's sympathy and subconscious defense of him, Zixiao here gave him true respect and encouragement, and the feelings that came out of his eyes were not going to lie. Senior brother, I understand. I'll prove that with or without that so-called human emperor sword. I'll be at the top. Let me protect you in the future. After saying that, he turned around in Zichu and left. This instead left Zixiao dumbfounded. No, what do you understand? What do you mean? You can stand at the top without the sword of the emperor? I'm asking you to play the human emperor sword to understand. What about my plan? If you don't get stronger, what's the point of me burying this thunderbolt? Do you really think I said I didn't want the human emperor's sword in order to comply with the way of heaven? I can't wait to just raise the Tendo ashes. What kind of drama are you adding here? But apparently, Zichu could no longer hear anything, as he pushed open the door, and with a resolute expression, walked towards his room. As he closed the door, he took out a knife from inside his Qiankuan ring. Ding dong. Signing into the pseudo-immortal realm was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the human emperor streamer with black gas. Chapter 142, You are the big villain yourself. Hearing the system's beep, Zixiao was speechless for a while. This little Tungguz is definitely doing it on purpose. Check-in function? This thing has long since been lost to the system somewhere. Every time you give him something, you find inexplicable reasons to give it when you want to. Instead of being some kind of villainous system, it was more of a capricious pot of gold. Quests aren't released. So many features have been expanded out and not used, and now they don't even load and give rewards based entirely on mood. And, a human emperor's streamer with a black aura? Are you serious? Xiaotongzi, who heard the voice of Zixiao's heart, opened his mouth. I say buddy, give you something you still dislike. The human emperor streamer is definitely the human emperor streamer. I don't know if it's proper or not. What does bubbling black mean? Explain it to me. You're all crippled from fooling around for 3 of the fates, and honestly, I don't know if you're just swinging for the fences or making a play. Unity Z wisely continued his analysis. But if you go on like this, sooner or later you'll face the heavenly Tao head-on, and at that time, either you'll it up or he'll you up. You also remember the ancient god that was derived from the heavenly Tao. Those eyes were locked onto you. I robbed. Not. I extended so many features out of it and realized it wasn't helping you much at all. So I melted them all. Zixiao's eyes widened. You melted all the systems you snatched? What about the sign-in system? The breathing to get stronger system? Getting high to get stronger. All of them melted? What words? What words this is? Who snatched it? Tuanzi shouted angrily. It's clearly them sticking themselves on top of my fist. They belong to the bumper sticker. As you know, I'm a cynical villain system. They touched the porcelain, so I naturally helped them melt a little. And the benefits I got weren't all for you. For me? Oh, Zishao coldly laughed. Come on, you tell me. The people inside this spirit realm, they can't move without losing something. Even their heavy pupils were dug out. Is it a good thing that you did? You did it and then you did it. What's the meaning of leaving a note after you did it? I wasn't helping you then. Helping you become famous in the fake immortal region. How nice. You're most famous now. What about the primordial heavenly demon body? This thing? Where did you snatch it from? At the mention of this, Tadako suddenly fell silent. It was only after a long time that he slowly opened his mouth. Buddy, have you ever considered that this primordial heavenly demon body was originally your physique? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The unified sun continued in a deep voice. How can it be impossible? How can you be mortal when you have obtained the largest piece of the great Tao fragment that I have? And like I said, there is no real reincarnation or rebirth in this world. So the episodes you've seen before, where you thought you were wearing a book and becoming a villain, were all false. The truth is, you are, in your own right, the biggest villain in the world. Zishao fell silent, seemingly digesting this fact. The ancient heavy pupil was given to him by the system signing in, and that so-called primordial heavenly demon body was something he possessed himself? There was also the black coffin of the burial skill, and a drop of blood inside the coffin. The many mysteries added up and his head cracked. After a moment, he suddenly thought of something and took out a piece of ordinary mirror from inside his storage space. This was the mirror that the shaking light Holy Lord claimed had 180 beautiful women in it, and it was easy to get lost in it if one wasn't careful. It was given to him by the Holy Lord of Tianji, Jun Moyen, before he left. Begins in the past and leads to the future. It can only be used when it is ready. Right now, there were still 2 days before the opening of the Green Emperor's tomb, so it should be fine to use this mirror at this time, right? Thinking of this, Zishio lightly placed her hand on top of the mirror. Buzz! An ancient and mysterious aura instantly wrapped around Zhiao's entire body. It was as if a being was whispering softly in the underworld. A few moments later, when Zhiao was awake again, he saw a snowy mountain. This snow-covered mountain towers majestically into the sky, its top covered with year-round snow that shimmers brightly under the sun's rays. As far as the eye could see, it was all white. It was in the middle of such uninhabited snowy mountains that a mysterious figure suddenly appeared. The figure was completely wrapped in black clothes, and it was impossible to see his face or distinguish between a man and a woman. Only a child was seen in his arms. The child's eyes were closed, and the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned on his little powdered face. Wondering what kind of beautiful dream he was having. What was most noticeable was that the child's hair was a pale purple leaning silver color, faintly glowing. Not long after, the figure carefully placed the child on the ground, stopping for a moment before turning to leave. At this time, Zishao seemed to be in a state of out-of-body spirit, standing in place and staring blankly at this scene. He had already recognized that the child was himself as a child, but obviously as a traveler. Why was the memory of his childhood unusually vague? Just at this time, the figure suddenly stopped, and I don't know if it was Zhiao's illusion, but the person turned his head to look his way. In just a short glimpse, the figure disappeared into the white earth. Boom! Not long after that figure left, a sudden roar emanated from the child's body, and immediately afterward, countless black chi erupted from his body. That black wave went straight up into the sky. The snowy mountains, which were clearly a white world, seemed to be splashed with ink at the moment. In the midst of the black waves, there were living beings hissing, and the sounds of battle resounded through the sky. Right after the black waves had completely blackened the entire sky, a large hand slapped down violently in the middle of the cosmic stars. Zishao instantly recognized the large hand as the ancient god derived from the heavenly Tao. At this point in time, the heavens were onto him. The gigantic hand surrounded by countless stars tore through the heavens and ruthlessly slapped down towards this side of the snowy mountain. And the will of the earth and sky all appeared abnormally small at this moment. The world began to crumble. Instead, countless black figures emerged from the black waves, charging forward toward the large hand. But, countless black figures rushed towards the giant hand like moths to a flame. After crushing the figure for an unknown amount of time, the giant hand gradually disappeared. Clearness was also restored to heaven and earth. The child lay alone in the snow, not knowing how many days had passed. A barefoot elf-like figure slowly descended from the air, catching a glimpse of the child on the ground. The jade hand flicked up and the child landed in her arms. Although the veil covered her face and it was impossible to see her expression, the smile between her eyebrows could not be concealed. Come with me. With a cool voice, That barefoot elf left this white world with the child in her arms. Buzz. This image had just disappeared, and as Zi Shao had a heavenly spin, when he opened his eyes again, a scene of the sky collapsing into the earth appeared around him. Worlds crumble, stars fall, avenues wither. The sound of fighting came from the sky. The blood-stained imperial flag was tattered and torn, and the ancient bell was deformed and fell to the ground. Chapter 143, The Future is Dark. Blood and bone strewn everywhere in a crumbling world. A gust of ominous aura enveloped the entire cosmic starry sky. Boom boom boom. A roaring sound rang out, and Zi Shao looked up. A black figure was in constant battle with several ancient gods. The figure's face was slightly vicified, but he stood proudly, looking down on the world. And despite emanating a sense of decay, he was like a heavenly god looking down on the universe and stars, with supreme elegance. Those ancient gods on the opposite side of the room, each one of them emanated the aura of the origin of the Tao. Their bodies were like the universe itself, and the stars were like marbles in front of them. The crimson eyes were filled with the sight of the sun and moon collapsing, the stars destroying, and chaos filling the air. Countless killing formations covered the universe, but those killing formations were like scratching an itch to the ancient gods. It was at this time that the battle began again. Boom! The void exploded as the aura of immortality emerged, shaking the space and time of the ages, and strands of Tao transformed into killing light with the waving of that black figure's hand. Extremely splendid. A coffin spanned the universe, and burial intents surged forth with it. The ancient gods naturally wouldn't sit around waiting for their power to be the origin of the Tao. Several ancient gods urged the heavenly Tao to manifest a sharp weapon and struck out a brilliant light. The pillar of light filled with the aura of the Tao and rolled billions and billions of miles. The universe trembled. Immortal light erupted, and the collision of the two forces caused the entire universe to emit a terrifying Tao sound. Zi Shao, who had transformed into a soul body, looked at the black shadow with a bewildered gaze. It was clearly him, or the future him. A great enemy in the depths of the universe? Those ancient gods were all derived from the heavenly Tao, but he was the only one the heavenly Tao wanted to destroy. So why did it make this world so broken? Kill! The shouts of murder went straight to the sky. Zi Shao turned his head to look, and it turned out that besides the battle in the universe, there was also a tragic war happening on the other side. The Tao robes on those cultivators were clearly the disciples of the Shaking Light Holy Land. At this moment, the disciples of the Shaking Light Sacred Ground each had blood and determination on their faces. The enemies opposite them were beings whose bodies were covered in light and clearly had the aura of the heavenly Tao as well. The Shaking Light Sacred Lord stood at the very front, alone against several powerhouses. His body was covered in wounds everywhere. Even his right hand was severed by the roots. But even so, he still didn't retreat for half a minute. And the immortal sword in his hand was hardwired to try to kill a bloody path for the disciples. The many core palace masters were also fighting at the forefront. In terms of numbers alone, even if the Shaking Light Holy Land had hundreds of thousands or millions of disciples, they appeared to be isolated in the face of that incessant army. Every minute and every second, disciples lost their lives, but before they died, the sharp blades in their hands would still plunge into the chest of an enemy. It's a death wish. There is death without a death wish. Seeing this scene, Zi Zhao's eyes widened, and the tops of his eyeballs were covered in blood. Having already considered the Shaking Light Holy Land his home, what did he see now that his home was being destroyed? He was now a soul body. Not to mention joining the fight, he couldn't even speak, and was only able to watch the scene unfold before his eyes. This battle lasted for an unknown amount of time, and Zi Shao didn't miss a single image, those eyes staring intently at the Shaking Light disciples who fell one after another. On the other hand, the battle in the universe seemed to end with the victory of that figure, the future Violet Sky. However, countless wounds also appeared on his body, and those wounds were flowing with Tao rhythms, clearly suffering from Tao injuries. Just as he fell from the air, a white figure appeared in the air and took him into her arms. The visitor was Ethereal. At this moment, Ethereal looked at Violet Sky with a soft face. On the latter's dry and cracked lips, he lightly spat out the words Master. Misty reached out her jade hand and gently caressed the future Violet Sky's brow. Get some sleep. The battle isn't over yet. Well, Ethereal slowly landed on the ground and took out a blanket from the Qianquan ring, placing the Tao-injured Zi Shao on it. Buzz. Accompanied by the distortion of the void, an overwhelmingly gorgeous silhouette appeared. Seeing the visitor, Ethereal whispered, First Ancestor. Aha. The First Ancestor nodded and sighed softly. There is also a great battle over at the Tianji Sacred Ground. The Tianji Sacred Lord, the Tianji Elder have died in battle one after the other, and the Sacred Ground's old ancestors have all come out as well. I'm afraid that the only way for this battle to end is with death. In the face of this heavy topic, Misty also did not know what to say. Her jade hand gently covered Zi Zhao's ears, as if she did not want him to hear these bad news. Ichizu. Zui Yuanfei rushed over at this time, golden blood flowing everywhere on his body. The great completion saint body, who was supposed to have an invincible physique, also suffered such a serious injury, which showed how grueling the battle had been. Yuan Fei, you're here. First ancestor, why don't you let Junior Master take that last step? Zui Yuanfei's face was filled with determination. The heavenly Tao is not kind. Since death is the end, the only way to transcend is to let the young master uncle alone. Hey! The first ancestor sighed quietly and said in a tone filled with pity, this child is too stubborn. He is unwilling to transcend alone and would rather fight to the death. And up until now in the battle, he has already killed an unknown number of beings from the past and future. There are even countless injuries on his body. Even imperial medicines won't help. If he hadn't stopped the heavenly Tao, I'm afraid we would have been defeated long ago. All the more reason to let him take the last step. I'm keeping this remnant of my body to be the last piece of the puzzle for Junior Master him. And Lin Knight, In Zichu, Yi, they're all willing. That's just it. In that case, let me give him a hand. Wait. Just as the first ancestor was planning to make a move, Misty stood up. She first tenderly glanced at Zi Xiao, her beautiful eyes carrying a sense of reluctance and love. Let me go first. If I go first, he should completely give up everything. After saying that, icy blue spirit flames suddenly appeared on Ethereal's body, and those flames were continuously burning her Tao rhythm. Two silhouettes also emerged behind them, and although they couldn't see their faces, they were able to tell that those two were similarly ethereal themselves. No! The purple sky of the soul body was in a rage. He wanted to reach out and block it, but he simply couldn't do it. At this point, he was just a soul body. Just as the ethereal was about to burn out, the screen turned to mixed darkness once more. Zixiao became muddled at this point. After a long time, the image in front of him changed again. The same world shattered. The same great Tao collapsed. The difference was that this time, it was the future incarnation of Zixiao who stood in the middle of the universe, standing on top of the black coffin and looking down on the living beings. The ground was full of those he knew so well, shaking like Holy Lord, Misty, First Ancestor, Zui Yuanfei, In Zichu, Lin Knight, Mo Xiang and so on. Chapter 144, You are the villain to this world. This time the Zixiao stood on top of the black coffin, and the great hand derived from the Tao grabbed toward the bottom. Countless powerhouses below sent attacks towards the purple sky. Their eyes were dull, as if they were manipulated puppets. The Tao rhythm that surrounded the violet sky was above the 3,000 Tao. Is this another outcome? The soul-bodied Zixiao secretly said in his heart. Countless Tao rhythms shot straight up into the clouds, but facing that large hand of the violet sky was like a moth to a flame. The moment all the Tao rhythms were overwritten, that giant hand that covered the sky also slapped. Boom! The entire world completely collapsed. The universe became silent, and only Zixiao remained standing on top of the black coffin. He turned his head to look into the depths of the universe, where a 9-heavenly immortal palace seemed to have appeared. Wisps of immortal music resounded and immortal light burst forth, as if the path to immortality was right in front of them, but in the blink of an eye, the immortal palace disappeared. The long river of time manifested, and countless living beings who wanted to fight their way across roared to the heavens in the river. The moment when the heavenly path bloomed with light, the long river of time shattered, and beings from the future and the past all appeared in this universe. Their gazes were dead set on Zixiao, and their killing aura was like substance. The big battle is imminent. The moment Zixiao's black robe floated slightly, the sun, moon, and stars lost their colors. Boom boom boom. A great battle that shocks the past and future illuminates the shadowy universe. There were no years of fighting. Countless strong people rushed forward and back, brazenly rushing towards the purple sky, as if fighting for that ray of life. I don't know how long it took, but the moment the universe was calm again, Zixiao's figure once again appeared on top of the black coffin. His body was crippled and tattered, but he still exuded supreme majesty as he glanced at the heavenly Tao that had been shattered by the beating. Zixiao reached out and opened the lid of the coffin, and immediately afterward, he pinched his hands together to seal, and this world was constantly being compressed, and the broken heavenly Tao was completely obliterated. When the world was compressed into a ball of light, Zixiao buried that ball of light into the black coffin. At the same time, he lay in rumble. The black coffin closed and everything returned to silence. The soul body of Zixiao stood in the darkness, not knowing how many years it had been. It was as if he had been floating here, completely lost. Dude. When that familiar unicorn voice rang out, only then did Zixiao's eyes regain their light, and in the next moment, his soul flickered with light, illuminating the darkness. Click here. The sound of a mirror shattering rang out, and Zixiao regained consciousness. How long have I been in this state? Hearing Zixiao's calm tone, the unified sun carefully spoke. It's probably just 2 hours. 2 hours? Zixiao stretched out his hand in front of his eyes, as if to see if this was real. In the mirror, he had spent countless years. After all, that great battle alone had lasted for an unknown amount of time. At the end of the day he was still floating in the darkness, pressed for time. Dude, don't scare me. Are you okay? Hearing Unity's words, Zixiao shook her head. I'm fine. I turned on vision sharing earlier. Did you see those images? Well, if there is no reincarnation and rebirth in this world, then what are those images considered? A future occurrence? How can there be two outcomes in the future? That's not really the future. Or maybe it's just a reflection for your future. No, Zixiao retorted. What about the black coffin and the drop of blood? Tadako fell into silence, as he didn't know what was going on either. That is the future you. Already so strong that a single drop of blood is able to reflect the heavens and the worlds. But in the end, who knows? Because the present you exists here. So I'm the big bad. Zixiao had figured everything out. Calling him a villain. It doesn't seem like he's done anything outrageous. Villain, plot villain, destiny villain aren't his word tags. He's tagged as the big villain. The big of the avenue. That's right, the system affirmed. Your existence is in opposition to this world. That's why you're the big villain. Phew. Zixiao let out a deep breath. He was quickly able to come to terms with this reality. As for mirroring those two futures, he can't take it. Not strong enough? Then just become a little stronger until your feet step on the heavenly Tao. Before that, make the world his. The heavenly Tao wasn't able to deal with him directly today and teleport him to the spirit realm. Instead, it was to his advantage in a world where the manipulation of the heavenly Tao was extremely weak. Then use this as a starting point to gradually take control of the heavens and the worlds. Thinking of this, Zixiao dispersed the room's array pattern, intending to go out and take a look. The result was that just as soon as he opened the door to his room, he heard a gasp of surprise from outside. That voice was clearly Lindel's voice. Boo! Zixiao pushed open the door and rushed out directly, only to see that Lin Dyer was currently standing outside Zixiao's room, and the door to Zixiao's room was opened. There was a hint of blood coming from inside. What happened? Zixiao walked forward in a daze, and the next moment he too froze. There was no difference between Zixiao's room and his, and at the moment, this heaven's destined son was sitting on the ground, surrounded by all the blood that had flowed out of him. He also had a knife in his hand and a slash appeared above his abdomen. Even though his injuries had been stopped, he had lost too much blood and was still pale and weak as he collapsed on the ground. Senior Fei, what's wrong with you? Zixiao hurriedly walked forward, and Lin Dyer also returned to her senses and quickly came to Zixiu's side. Who? He was panting heavily in Zixiu, but those eyes of his were unusually bright. Senior brother, you're here. Seeing Zixiu in this miserable state, how could Zixiao not know what had happened? This bastard must have dug out the human emperor's sword inside his body. No, is the lull so smooth? It went so well it's a little unreal. Even if heaven's control over this place is weak, you're still the chosen one. It's never been the ordained son of God who gave someone else a wisdom drop. It's the first time I've seen one that gives itself an active wisdom drop. And dude, you dug up the emperor's sword. Did you ask if I could use that thing? Obviously there was no way for Zixiao to say these words. At this moment, he took out a sacred pill from his Qinkuan ring and handed it to Zixiu. After the latter received the holy medicine, he spoke with gratitude. Senior brother, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Zixiao didn't even know what to say. It seemed that each of these heavenly fate sons had become strange after they got close to him. Zui Yuanfei was like that. Lin Knight was like that. And the last one was like that in Zixiu. Although he took the initiative to snub Zixiu, who could have thought that the snub would be so complete? You've sold him and you still have to count the money for yourself, right? At this time, the system quietly opened his mouth. Buddy, it's not that I'm jealous. I ask a mouth. You fooled 3 sons of destiny one after another, giving them your shape. With this strength, why not coax me? Chapter 145 gives you my token. Zixiao didn't pay any attention to Tuan Zi, who was playing a little temper, but directly looked at Zixiao. The holy medicine took effect. His face regained its blood color, and the wound in his abdomen was gradually healing. Seeing this miserable state in Zixiu, Lin Dyer said in disbelief. Senior brother Fei, what's going on? Could it be those people? No. Before Lin Dyer could finish her sentence, she waved her hand directly at Zixiu, interrupting the other party, and said with a bitter smile, I got this injury on my own. Got it yourself? Lin Dyer's beautiful eyes were filled with doubt and incomprehension. Could it be that my own senior brother is practicing some kind of magic power? Hurting people before hurting themselves. That's not right. The most obvious effect of magic power. That is extremely fast progress. Otherwise, who would have nothing to do with practicing magic? Although this kind of statement was very sorry for his own senior brother, but at the peak of the Yuaning realm, It shouldn't be possible for him to be practicing demonic techniques. Zi Xiao, who was on the side, naturally knew why she was like this in Zicho. It's so hard to fool people into just digging their bellies into their swords. If the human emperor body is in the beginning without the human emperor sword, can it still be the son of heaven's destiny? After opening the eye of insight and viewing the opponent's words again with no changes, Zi Xiao was relieved. You can't just play around with the minds you've gone to the trouble of laying. Elder sister, can you go out for a moment? I have something I want to talk to senior brother about. The first sentence after Zichu's breath changed for the better almost directly made Lin Dyer jump up and curse. Yeah, you're not the little junior who used to follow me around every day, calling me sister and fiancé? A new generation? Then can you get a woman? What's the deal with you just abandoning me after a man comes along? Am I keeping you from getting a man? The more you hold back a step, the more you think about it, and the more you think about it, the more you lose. If not for the fact that Lin Dyer's character wasn't that spiteful in the first place, she would have wanted to hang and beat Zichu up right now. Ask him, is it the fiancé that's important, or is it your big brother? Okay, I'm out. Lin Dyer's tone was slightly heavier. Then she huffed and turned to leave. Zichu's eyes were filled with puzzlement. What was going on with senior sister Dyer? Why is she angry? Zi Xiao suddenly thought of a T-phrase above the blue star. His head jerked, and he spoke quietly. If you just let senior sister Lin go out like this, she won't be angry, right? After saying this, he didn't feel much at all in Zichu. After all, he wasn't that so-called traveler. But Zixio herself was almost sickened and vomited. It's over. Infected by the system. When did I teared up myself? I think senior sister Dyer is like this because I hurt myself, right? We don't need to care about her. Shaking his head, Zichu stood up and looked at his own eldest senior brother with a scorching gaze. With that, he took out a small, golden-colored sword from his arms, just like in the legend. Although the small sword was small, it was still possible to clearly see the inscribed lines on that sword. Mountains and rivers, sun, moon and stars converge. The human race's greatest treasure. The sword of the human emperor. Senior brother. I took this out. In Zichu as if offering a treasure. He handed the human emperor's sword to Zi Xiao, with an expression as if he was a child waiting for a compliment. Zi Xiao, who felt that imperial aura, was also speechless for a while. He did not know how to react. You Hall of Heaven's Destiny son. So not fooled. Casually say 2 sentences. You dig sword. Host. Just at this time, the system spoke quietly. Am I mistaken? Could it be that you are the innate charmed demon saint body that decimates women and men? These heavenly destined sons, when they encounter you, they descend in wisdom and then gradually turn into your shape. Get out. After saying a word to the system kindly, Zi Xiao looked at Zi Chou in front of him. Senior Fei, as I said, this human emperor sword is yours. Why are you acting against the heavens and digging out this human emperor sword? Hearing Zi Xiao's words, he tightly gripped the human emperor sword in Zi Chou. Senior brother, I know you're doing this for my own good. This human emperor sword has been in my body for more than 10 years, but it hasn't had a single movement at all. Even when I dug it up, it looked like this. Those who achieve greatness must suffer their hearts and labor their bones? If this is the will of heaven, then I'll the will of heaven. I don't need such alms. A wisp of darkness seemed to appear in Zichu's eyes. Only that black gas was still so weak today that it was impossible to see it. I remember the ancient records that the human emperor of the ancient times once swept across the heavens with the human emperor sword, ordering the human race to fight against the Forbidden Zone and the ancient imperial race. A man like that is a man of honor I look up to, but I don't want to be him. Shaking his head in Zichu, he continued to speak. Senior brother, it is your trust in me that has rekindled my confidence. This so-called gift of the heavenly Tao. I don't want it. Even without the help of the heavenly Tao, I'll still be able to become strong. I won't let you down. Senior brother, now that this human emperor's sword has been dug out by me, it's simply impossible to put it back. And among the people I know, only you, senior brother, are worthy of this human emperor's sword. If Lin Dyer were here, she would probably say again that it's me who doesn't deserve it. After saying that, Zizhu directly placed the small sword in his hand in Zi Zhao's hand, and in order to prevent him from returning the human emperor's sword back to him again, he even held Zi Zhao's hands tightly. Senior brother, we've only known each other for a few short days, and you're the one who gave me confidence and dignity, and have always been by my side to selflessly help me. This human emperor's sword will be taken as a token from senior brother to you. Not, thanks. What? You were going to say something about a token, weren't you? What's the point of giving me a token? A chill ran through Violet's sky. This at the beginning of the day looked quite normal, but now it seems. Then Lin Knight left Yuan Fei 2 people sick even more powerful. Although he wanted to plant a thunderbolt in the middle of this spiritual domain, Zishao didn't think that this thunderbolt would blow up to himself. Thinking about this word token, Zishao felt that human emperor's sword in his hand get a little hot. Senior brother, don't worry. So what if I don't have that so-called heavenly blessing? As long as I have you by my side to help me, I am destined to. Boo! Before Zishao could finish speaking, Zishao had already disappeared into the room as a stream of light. Are you kidding? This is getting scary in what Zichu is saying. Press can't even think about it in detail. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Looking at Zishao's departing back, there was still a look of gratitude in Ziju's eyes. His body faintly emitted a golden light as he spoke softly. Senior brother, you may not know that after digging out this human emperor's sword, my physique has awakened. This green emperor's tomb is the beginning of my metamorphosis. At that time, I will be the one to protect you. After saying that, Ziju sat down on the ground. He had to quickly familiarize himself with his physique and raise his realm so that he could snatch all the things from the Green Emperor's tomb back for his senior brother. Chapter 146, Am I a part of your play? Zishio, who returned to her room, had some wicked chills and a few moments of fear. The eyes in Zichu's eyes were too damn scary. And sure enough, this heaven's destined son couldn't be fooled around. It was easier to accept him as he was. Zishao, who had taken a sip of tea, began to scrutinize the small sword in his hand. The sword of the Emperor's way. The human emperor's sword. There was naturally no need to talk about the divine nature of this sword. To be able to call it a human emperor's magic treasure, it would not be wrong to say that it was an imperial weapon. It was just that I did not know why this human emperor's sword had turned out to be like this. Buzz. A faint light flickered above the human emperor's sword. A royal aura emanated from it. This aura was exactly the same as when Violet Sky had diffused the human emperor's sword earlier. Zishao frowned. This human emperor's sword had not been reacting in Zichao's body. If it was because his physique had not been awakened, then it would make sense. But why did it take such a turn once it was in his hands? Having seen the mapping of the past and the future, Zishao did not think that the Heavenly Tao would be so kind as to transfer the ownership of this human emperor's sword to himself. Nope. There's a trick. Buzz. As expected, the light of the human emperor's sword grew bigger and bigger, and the sword chi began to wreak havoc in this room. Swish swish swish. Sword light after sword light continued to chop at the array pattern. Fortunately, Zishao in order to cultivate, specially selected a room with a strong array. Otherwise, I do not know how much turmoil will be triggered by the sudden madness of the human emperor's sword. The human emperor's sword slowly rose into the air and stalled in midair. It was clearly a sword, but it was as if it was an emperor who was suppressing the heavens and the worlds. The emperor's Tao aura gradually coalesced and took shape, and a golden dragon continuously flowed around the sword blade. Obviously, the human emperor's sword had no intention of letting Zishao get close, and more than that, it even took the initiative to attack. Shoo shoo shoo. Several sword chi intertwined in the air to form a heavenly net, directly covering Zishao. If one were to be covered by the net formed by this sword chi, they would probably be crushed in an instant. A sword still wants to kill me? Zishao's eyes stared as his heavy pupils appeared. The body was armored with Tao rhythms and the power of life and death, resisting the ravages of the sword chi at the same time. The black light in Zishao's eyes burned, and this black light was like a spectral fire from hell, flourishing with a destructive aura, burning the void distorted and nearly collapsed. The power contained in the heavy pupil is both destructive and vital. Open up the heavens and the earth and comprehend the meaning of death and life. That black light shot out and directly burned all the sword chi in the air. Immediately afterward, Zishao bullied his way forward, and light bloomed in his hand as he grabbed the tiny human emperor's sword. The latter was still struggling, and the golden dragon above him let out a hissing sound as the sword chi continuously chopped at Zishao's hand. But it's no use. The power of the heavy pupil had completely suppressed the human emperor's sword. The human emperor's sword kept struggling in the heart of Zishao's hand, but just like that mixed devil ape encountering the ancient Buddha, no matter how much it struggled, it couldn't jump out of the palm of his hand. At this moment, the human emperor's sword had not completely revived. Looking at the constantly trembling palms, Zishao seemed to have thought of something and grinned. Don't like being held by me, do you? It's just a magic treasure. Since you like to fight so much, I'll let you have a good fight. After saying that, Zishao directly threw the human emperor's sword into his spirit platform. Under normal circumstances, allowing a supreme treasure that had not been collected to enter one's spirit platform was tantamount to an act of seeking death. After all, if that supreme treasure attacked the cultivator's spiritual platform, then the cultivator would become an idiot or die outright. The reason why Zishao dared to be so reckless was because there was still something in his spiritual platform. 8-leafed swordgrass, also both being supreme treasures. The mutated 8-leaf swordgrass had been in the midst of continuous evolution, but had never bloomed that 9th leaf. It was not yet known which was stronger, the imperial way or the way of the sword. But if it was just about sword intent, The human emperor's sword was nothing more than a sword. Comparing it to that 8-leaf sword grass, what qualifications could a human emperor's sword that hadn't been completely revived have to resist? Just as soon as he entered the spirit platform, the human emperor's sword began to let loose. The sword's light flourished, clearly intending to strike. But just at this time, a blade of grass appeared beside it. The 8 leaves shook continuously, and wisps of sword intent emanated from those 8 leaves. It directly covered the light of the human emperor's sword. At this moment, the human emperor's sword also sensed the danger and directly tried to escape from here. However, facing that ever-evolving 8-leaf sword grass, it had no chance of escaping. Those 8 leaves were like a spider's web, completely covering the human emperor's sword in it, and between the sword chi drifting out, it continuously suppressed it. With this human emperor's sword, the 8-leaf swordgrass rising to 9-leaf should be fast, right? As for whether or not this human emperor's sword would completely disappear after being devoured, Zi Shao didn't care at all. 9-leaf swordgrass, derivation of the world's sword Dao, and it was still an imperial artifact itself, so Zi Shao naturally knew the difference between the stronger and the weaker. As for what the future is using at the beginning of the sub, what's the point of thinking about it? Didn't the system give him a human royal streamer with black gas coming out of the cuckoo? Wouldn't that thing be a perfect match for the human emperor body? The system also sensed what was going through Zi Zhao's mind at this moment. Then he said softly, "So that's how it is. Am I also a part of your play? The reward I gave you, you want to exchange it as a token? Toon-chan, is there any chance that you could turn into an entity?" At those words, the system suddenly became alert. "What do you want? What do you want? You give me the word. Speak clearly." "I don't want to. I just feel that if one day you can really turn into a solid body, I'll definitely let you know what it means to get punched without being able to make a sound. You're going to beat me up if I say 2 words of truth? Do you still have a conscience?" "Shut up." "Fine. Fine. I'll shut up. I won't talk." "Okay." After saying this, the sad little tutelary found a corner and went off in secret. As for Zi Shao, she began to consolidate her cultivation. There were still 2 days before the opening of the Green Emperor's tomb. You know, that Green Emperor was the one who had sent himself flying with a tail. If you want to dig his grave and dig his tomb, how can you be prepared for everything? As the junior master of the Shaking Light Holy Land, he had long since possessed many feats. It was just that he hadn't had the time to learn it. Plus now that he was at the peak of the Mahayana realm, it was time for his burial sky skill to be refined. Wisps of black gas continued to rise from Zi Zhao's body. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. More and more forces and celestial pride came to the Arctic lands. The fact that no one above the Mahayana realm was allowed to enter was already something that all the forces knew. Then the Supreme Celestial Pride became the best candidate to enter the middle of the tomb. After all, how many ordinary cultivators came was not enough to kill for the Jedi Heavenly Pride. Not to mention the involvement of the Taiku Imperial clan and the Forbidden Zone. Chapter 147, The Green Emperor's Tomb opens. Boom! Above the barren mountains, the haze of light rose straight into the sky. Wisps of Tao rhythms spread throughout the heavens and earth from the haze. That was extreme emperor might. It has been rumored that even before the disappearance of the Qing Emperor, he had not been able to truly certify the Tao. And now it seems that even if he had not certified the Tao, it is not far from it. Imperial might caused countless ancient existences to tremble. Above the Emperor's tomb, a green serpent's silhouette spanned heaven and earth, and that green serpent did not have horns on its head, nor did it transform into a dragon. But with such might, even if a true dragon came, it would have to bow down. It was clear how talented Cheng Di was, using his own weak roots to harden himself and charge straight into the Emperor realm. Boom! The entire barren mountain underwent a great tremor, followed by the barren mountain rising up from the ground, as if there was some ancient beast below the peak carrying it up. Not long after, the barren mountain plunged into the sky, surrounded by clouds and mist, accompanied by the wisps of haze, as if it were a fairy realm. From afar, the barren mountain looked as if it was a prime pillar connecting heaven and earth, as expected of the Qing Emperor. What a masterstroke! There are mighty men in admiration. Even this tomb has become a realm of its own. If we force our way in, I'm afraid that in an instant the sky will collapse, the void will be disorganized, and the entire tomb will be destroyed. Not to mention that it might even trigger the living beings on the other side of the void to cross over. Oh Qing Di, are you picking an heir for yourself? Even if talent is as great as the Green Emperor's, he is still sinking here. How on earth can he be transcended? Numerous great powerhouses were lamenting the Qing Emperor, but all the heavenly prides in this Arctic land had sizzling eyes, and they knew, the tomb of the Green Emperor is open. Swish swish swish, stream after stream of light shot toward that barren mountain. Various races appeared in unison. There were soaring underworld phoenixes, flying trees, winged devil butterflies, and cloud-swallowing dragons. There were gigantic beings tens of meters tall, immortal Dao lineages, ancient imperial clans, and forbidden zone beings all flickering with runes as they rushed towards the desolate mountain emitting a haze of light. The chance of the Green Emperor's tomb was something they had to get. On the other side, Zixio, In Zichu, Lin Dyer, and Ho Wenbai and Hua Yuzhu, all of them walked out of the cultivation room as well. At this moment, In Zichu, his eyes were resolute, his body exuded a strong aura, and there was a shimmering light around him. Gee, aren't you getting a little different? Hua Yuzhu looked around at Zichu, and only then did she realize that the other party had actually unconsciously reached the middle stage of divine separation. Before that, it was still a peak Yuaning. This cultivation speed is really a bit fast. Just as Lin Dyer was planning to praise Zichu twice, the latter came directly to Zizhao's side. I'm able to have the strength I have today thanks to eldest senior brother. This time at the Green Emperor's tomb. I will do whatever it takes to find a chance for eldest senior brother. Zaixiao, Lindell, I hashtag $% at carat. With those big, bright eyes, Hua Yuzhu continuously sized up Zixiao and Zichou, occasionally letting out a silly laugh. Seeing that his own senior sister seemed to be about to fall ill, Ho Wenbai hurriedly spoke. Everyone, let's go. If we don't go, we won't be able to make it to the first entry. Several people nodded, then turned into several streams of light and headed to the barren mountain. At this moment, in front of the barren mountain, all the forces of all sizes converged here. Especially the celestial pride were hostile to each other. A heavenly pride who wanted to walk the path of invincibility would have to suppress all enemies, which meant that they were all rivals. Several old men were watching from the entrance of a shimmering cave. Why isn't this Green Emperor's tomb opened yet? Is it going to be a boom? Before he could finish his sentence, several streaks of haze light suddenly erupted from the mouth of the cave. That haze light fell on their bodies, instantly turning them into flying ash. Not even a piece of their clothes left behind. Hiss. The people present all sucked in a breath of cool air, knowing that the old men observing at the entrance of the tomb were mighty cultivators. That haze actually left them defenseless? The entrance to the tomb alone has such greatness. Wait until you enter it. For a moment, a portion of the crowd became alarmed. They were considering whether it was worth traveling to one of them or not. Bunch of losers. Just at this time, a disdainful voice came out from the crowd. Immediately afterward, it was accompanied by a strong fluctuation of Dao rhythms. A young man with Sangyan underworld flames surrounding him walked out slowly. With every step he took, Sangyan burned beneath his feet, incinerating everything around him. The Swift royal family? From that Sangyan, it was able to be seen that this was an heir to the underworld Phoenix clan. That young man's body exuded a terrifying aura, especially that Sangyan, causing the people around him to rush to avoid it. Without any nonsense, the underworld Phoenix successor walked straight to the entrance of the tomb. Looking at the ever-flowing haze, his face showed disdain, and then two huge black feathered wings appeared on his back, with every part of the wings being wrapped in Sangyan. As he lifted his wings, the Cthulhu flourished, and the young man rushed into the mouth of the tomb with it. The Green Emperor's tomb has opened. Hurry up and go in. Accompanied by a loud shout from amongst the crowd, countless cultivators scrambled forward and rushed towards the entrance of the tomb. The heir of the underworld Phoenix was able to go in, so why couldn't they? For a while, people crowded between the tomb entrances to rush inside. Boom! The intent of decay turned several people directly into withered bones, and a young man with a pale face and godless eyes walked slowly forward. Withered bones everywhere he went. The Forbidden Zone. Forbidden Zone heir is here. The word Forbidden Zone was a taboo for the average cultivator. Seeing that the pale-faced man was attacking the people around him indiscriminately, the cultivators didn't dare to squeeze inside, and they couldn't wait to dig a hole directly into the ground. Humph! An indiscriminate attack? Who gave you the courage? Roar! The dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. The heir of the Jiaolong clan, clad in dragon-scale battle armor and holding a halberd, ruthlessly smashed against that forbidden area heir. The power of chi and blood surrounded the halberd, breaking the air with a single blow. Click here for. That forbidden area heir's body's ebony light flourished as he stretched out his withered-like hand, aiming a palm at the incoming halberd. Boom! The two forces collided, directly causing the surrounding ground to crumble, those cracks spreading for tens of miles. The godless pupils stared at that Jiaolong clan's heir without a single fluctuation of emotion. Playing God. Jiaolong clan heir saw that pair of eyes cannot have the slightest fear. The halberd in his hand was dancing, glittering, driving the void debris, swinging, like a real dragon roar, shaking the world. The black light flowed from the hands of the forbidden area's heir, and one after another withered corpse stood up on the ground around him, and those withered bones carried green flames in their empty eyes, a scene that sent chills to the bottom of one's heart. One was an heir of the Taiku Imperial clan, while the other was an heir of the forbidden region of life, and neither of the two had any intention of retreating. It was clear that they hadn't even entered the tomb. Yet a great battle was taking place at the mouth of this tomb. There were even many supreme celestial pride leaping to the side. No one wants to be one step behind in the great world struggle. Chapter 148. Have you been drugged? Swish! Just at this time, a stream of light suddenly arrived beside the two. When the two of them were looking at each other with the intention of continuing the battle, their attention was on each other's body. How could they react? Not to mention that the speed was simply not too much to say that it was extremely fast. Boom! That stream of light directly knocked the duo out. The cultivators at the scene were dumbstruck for a moment. In the blink of an eye, two Jedi are set into the wall? What happened? The stream of light faded away, revealing the person inside. The Taoist robes of Mount Kunwu, the handsome face, the exiled temperament, and the long hair that was silver with a hint of purple that flew in the wind. All around him, the 3,000 Dao were subjugated. Who could the visitor be if not Zixiao? In the past, when he came this way, originally Zixiao, Lin Dyer and others went forward together. But as a result, on the way, Zixiao found that Zixiao looked at him with a gaze that was called a fiery awe. If he hadn't kept persuading himself in his mind that this was a thunderbolt he had planted, he would have had to slap him out of the way. In the end, he couldn't endure it, and Zixiao turned on his extreme speed to charge this way. Came to the entrance of the barren mountain just in time to see a group of skeleton fremen that play God, and as seemingly once the dragon big man general dragon people. This is not good for these two things. Zixiao thought this is some kind of tomb guarding beast. After all, if it is not a tomb guarding beast, why those two things to look at each other in love? So straight up there are two big bibs. After slapping the tomb guardian beast away, Zixiao revealed a smile. Finally, I've waited for the opening of this Green Emperor's tomb. Xing Di, you smoked my tail, right? Come on, let's settle our score today. Can't beat you at your peak, and still can't move your tomb. Senior. Just at this time, in the distance, Zichu's voice rang out. Hearing this voice, Zixiao's entire body shook. This is not a place to stay for long. With that, he turned into a stream of light and entered the tomb. By the time Zizhu, Lin Dyer and the others arrived, they were just in time to see Zixiao enter the tomb. Worthy of being a senior brother. Is this an intention to go ahead and clear the way for us? There was admiration all over Zichu's face. Now, on the side, that Hua Yuzhu finally couldn't help but open his mouth. I say, Fei senior brother, you seem to be, TSK, how to say it, are you cultivating Kung Fu to get into the fire? Upon hearing the words going off the deep end, Lin Dyer, who had planned to rush into the tomb, also stopped her movements. Yeah, she said that recently in Zichu's behavior how so abnormal it, IQ has become not too high appearance, maybe going crazy frowning at Zichu, he said suspiciously, senior sister Hua, what do you mean by that? Hua Yuzhu directly spoke out her doubts. This time, after you came out of the gate, in just but half an hour's time, the word senior brother in your mouth was mentioned at least 70 times. Whatever that senior brother of yours does is infinitely magnified in your eyes. And seriously, I feel as if you've been drugged. Before Hua Yuzhu could finish her sentence, Ho Wenbai on the side hurriedly covered her mouth. Sister can't you see Fei senior brother's face that is getting darker and darker? What the hell are you talking about? It's normal for people who are senior brothers to look up to their senior brother. I'd wake up laughing in my dreams if you would. Lin Dyer naturally didn't believe Hua Yuzhu's words about drugging. After all, there didn't seem to be anything unusual in Zichu except for being a bit overly close to another senior brother. Besides, there's no such thing as a miracle drug. A love potion? Although she didn't believe it, she still wanted to hear what Zichu had to say about it. And as a result, in the next second, she directly broke her defense. I only saw an angry face on Zichu's face. Both eyes stared straight at Hua Yuzhu, as if they were looking at some enemy. Elder brother doesn't pick his nose. Boo. Before the words were finished, Lin Dyer finally couldn't hold back and directly kicked him into the tomb. Then with a head of black lines, he spoke to Hua Yuzhu Howenbai. Let's go in as well. Good. This time, Hua Yuzhu nodded obediently. Several people also turned into streams of light and rushed towards the tomb. Click here. On top of the barren mountain, two figures walked out from two large holes. It was that forbidden area heir as well as the Jelong clan heir. The chi and blood in the Jelong clan heir's body at the moment went straight to the clouds, and the halberd in his hand was all creaking in his grip, obviously being infuriated. The forbidden area transmitter on the other side wasn't much better, as his already miserable face turned a few shades whiter. A wave of death rippled through his godless eyes. Damn! Where did that asshole go? The Jelong clan's heir roared, and a few cultivators on the side extended their hands to point tremblingly at the tomb. Fine. Dare to sneak up on me, When I go in, the first thing I'll do is to cut you down. After saying that, The Jelong clan heir didn't care about the forbidden area heir on the side and took the lead to jump into the tomb. The latter followed suit. Immediately afterward, those immortal Taoists, eldritch families, and the pride of the great clans all rushed straight in a swarm. It's almost as if the 8 immortals are all over the place. The Tao rhythms that flowed from each person were different. The multicolored Tao rhythms lit up the entire entrance of the tomb. After those supreme prides went in there, the ordinary genius cultivators also rushed in with a rush. Lastly, there were some twilight old cultivators whose chi and blood were withered, and it was obvious that they all had a short life ahead of them. In order to be able to continue living, he chose to come to this Green Emperor's tomb for one last fight. Zi Zhao's eyes lit up as he entered the tomb. This is a tomb that is its own little world. The entire tomb could not be seen at a glance, and there were even sun, moon and stars in the sky. The breeze that brushed by made people feel relaxed. Everywhere was filled with birds and flowers, and one could even occasionally see some strange little beasts roaming among the flowers. This bastard is quite good at enjoying himself, making a small world for his tomb, and it's still a small world rich in vitality. How difficult it was to independently open up a small world. It was probably only an emperor who could do it. It could be seen that this Green Emperor did have the means of a great emperor. It was just that he didn't know where the inheritance of this tomb of his was. Right, Zixiao suddenly remembered. Isn't there a reborn then? Other people don't know where the inheritance is, but he definitely knows. And looking at his reaction to being in Zichu in the pavilion before, he knows that this Green Emperor's inheritance could possibly be obtained by his own cheap senior brother. If it's some kind of magic treasure or technique, there's no harm in letting Zichu take it away. But if this inheritance was some kind of Taoist system or something, Zi Xiao would have to smash it for him. After smoking me, you still want to find a heir to come out. How can it be that good? Chapter 149, I'm sure I don't have good intentions. I guess the final legacy is not that easy to get. Until then, might as well look around. Zi Zhao's figure flashed as he moved forward into the middle of this world. Swish swish swish. Once he was gone, one figure after another rushed in as well. Seeing this scene in front of them, the crowd let out a sigh of admiration. And then they headed in every direction to find their own chance. Zixia was apparently very casual all the way. Rather than saying that he was here to look for a chance, it was more like he was here to take a break. When he saw those little beasts around, he would go up and pet them a few times. Those little beasts showed expressions of enjoyment, but Zixiao felt that there was something strange about this world. Obviously, everywhere was full of vitality, like a fairy realm. But what was with that sense of dissonance? The mountains are beautiful, and the birds and flowers are fragrant. This small world can be described as comfortable to the extreme. If retirement, that is definitely a good place to go. But it doesn't look like a tomb in any way. Holding that snow-white little beast in his arms, Zixiao carelessly continued to walk forward, and in a short while, he arrived at a medicinal garden. In the middle of this medicinal garden, a haze of light erupted and the fragrance of medicines was overwhelming. Just by listening to the sound of those medicinal herbs twittering, one could tell that these medicines already had spirits, and their grades were definitely not low. Ouch! The little beast in his arms that looked like a snow-white fox wailed at Zixiao, its big eyes filled with longing. You want a pill? Ow! After getting a response from the little beast, Zixiao directly walked into the medicinal garden. The moment he stepped into the medicinal garden, a breeze hit him, and immediately afterward, all those medicinal spirits stopped their chattering, and a pair of eyes that came out in form stared tightly at Zixiao, sparing Zixiao's larger nerves. This sudden scene caused a chill to run down his back. What is this Green Emperor playing at? Nothing to build a haunted house? Why are these herbs so unorthodox one by one? Zixiao walked over to a medicinal herb. The little beast was already drooling in his arms. Click! Zixiao uprooted that medicine with one hand. Just like the previous 8-leaf sword grass, these medicinal herbs have a spirit, will be in the hands of its inevitable words to beg for forgiveness, either directly to escape. But the hands of this medicine not only did not have the intention to speak, but the eyes instead continue to stare at the purple sky. At the same time, a charming medicinal fragrance emanated from its body. It's clearly inviting people to eat it. Ow! The little beast didn't care about that much, directly struggling and exploding up from Zixiao's arms. Its two little claws grabbed the medicine, and then swallowed that medicine in one bite. The juice sprays on the ground and emits a faint glow. After the little beast devoured the herbs with a face of enjoyment, it closed those big eyes and began to sleep. However, Zixiao realized that its body was emitting wisps of black qi. That black gas was extremely bizarre. Just moments after touching his skin, white hairs began to grow on his hands. Placing the little beast on the ground and looking at the increasing amount of white fur on his hand, Zixiao struck out with a sword finger. Dang! The clang of metal rang out. The hairs were actually so hard that a casual strike simply couldn't cut through them, and as the white hairs became more and more numerous, Zishao sensed a Brahman sound appearing in his divine soul. The eyes became mesmerized. The voice seemed to whisper in his ear, constantly compelling him to eat the herbs planted in the garden. Buzz. Right at this moment, black runes appeared around Zishao's body. Those white hairs were continuously suppressed by the black runes until they disappeared. Zishao also looked back around. The herbs still had the same expression of staring straight at him, and there seemed to be a darkness in the distant sky. Playing shenanigans on me? I'm all against the Tao of Heaven. I'll get a black coffin out of it if I have nothing to do. Playing spooky? I'm your ancestor, the doggone Green Emperor. He really didn't have a good heart. The green snake pattern above a mountain in the distance seemed to tremble. These Zishao does not know yet. This bizarre herbs. Whoever loves to want it. Anyway, he does not want it. Here's the big medicine. Just as Zishao picked up the sleeping beast and left, the shouts of the cultivators came from the distance. With a surge of haze, several cultivators arrived in the middle of this bizarre medicinal garden. Seeing Zishao's appearance, they were first stunned and then alerted. Earlier, when he was outside, he had seen with his own eyes the scene where Zishao had sent all of that Taiku Imperial clan and the Forbidden Area heir to the ground flying. Now that this medicinal garden had been shortchanged again, it was inevitable that the other party would not slaughter themselves and the others. Seeing the expressions on those people's faces, Zishao shrugged. I have little interest in the medicinal herbs around me. If you guys like them, go get them yourselves. But don't blame me for not reminding you that those herbs are not right. Many thanks to this fellow Taoist. One of them bowed slightly to Zishao. Such a heavenly pride had said that there were problems with those medicinal herbs, and among the crowd, there was a part of them that had already beaten a retreat, but in the end it was still greed that prevailed. If there's a problem, big deal. Just take the herbs out and find a professional to appraise them. With so much great medicine, it would be a shame to give it up. Whatever. A few people gritted their teeth and stepped directly into the medicinal garden. The moment they just entered the medicinal garden, their eyes all became mesmerized. The medicinal fragrance alone was too much for them to bear. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? The cultivators outside let out shouts, but these people had clearly lost their minds, uprooting those large medicines on the ground and immediately afterward began to eat them in large mouthfuls. Click here. Looking at how juicy and tender the herbs were, two more of the cultivators outside walked in. There was no way around it. The herb was just too tempting. A group of cultivators held the medicinal herbs and began to feast on them. There were only a few people who were still in shock. After all, Zishao had already reminded them that they were in front. There are times to listen to people and eat. This is especially true in the world of cultivation. People say it's dangerous inside. You have to go in and break in. Either your strength is hard enough or your luck is good enough. Otherwise you will definitely die. Look at their hands. As expected, not long after those cultivators ate the herbs, white hairs began to grow continuously on their arms. Those white hairs were getting longer and longer, and those taking the medicine didn't even notice. Instead they continued to feast on them. Not long after, white hairs had covered their entire body, and these cultivators looked more and more bizarre. His mouth salivating and his eyes red. Buzz. A darkness was filling the sky above. Zishao's eyes narrowed lightly as he was able to sense that the darkness was none other than the bizarre aura he had discovered earlier. Phew. Phew. What had been a paradisiacal scene suddenly blew up in a gusty wind. With a black wave covering the medicinal garden, everyone could not clearly see what was happening inside. When the darkness dispersed, the cultivators who had grown white hair all disappeared. Chapter 150, In Tian. Boo. Because the scene was too frightening, it caused a few cultivators to sit directly on the ground. They were incomparably remorseful, regretting why they and the others hadn't listened to Zishao. The people who had to be allowed to enter that medicinal garden were so good that before they knew what had happened, those companions had disappeared before their eyes. Seeing this scene, Zishao did not say anything, and after gently caressing the little beast in his arms, he walked towards the distance. That darkness is burial intent. He really couldn't be more familiar with burial intent. However, if you want to verify the conjecture in your mind, you have to continue to explore before you can do so. As for the few cultivators sitting on the ground, I thought that when they came to their senses, they would be eager to flee outward. The other side, In Tian and Yi Dancheng, those clans' heavenly pride alliance, then came to a river. The river was fast flowing and a few small fish could be seen vaguely leaping out of the lake. There was also a thatched cottage by the river, as if the place was inhabited. Brother Ian, you really have seen the map of this place. Yi Dancheng opened his mouth full of excitement. In Tian led the way all along the way. The reason being that he told the crowd that he had once seen part of the map of this place in a secret realm. Probably know where there is a chance somewhere. The people were also half believing this until they came here. And before that, In Tian had said that there might be a chance in this thatched hut. As expected, the thatched cottage exuded wisps of Taoist rhythm, obviously once inhabited. Ha! Yin Tian smiled gently. Everyone, we're all on our own now. Since I've seen the map, I'll naturally tell you the truth. After all, we agreed to act together, didn't we? For Yin Tian's unstinting gesture, the crowd was also greatly touched. For the chance, who was not hiding, which is like Yin Tian the selfless to share with others? For a while, inside this small group, the crowd had the vague intention of letting Yin Tian be the center of attention in regards to him. Only that Duanmu Shirwei didn't know what she was thinking. She was a flower god body, and flowers, plants, and trees were all close to her. But when she entered this small world, she lost the ability to communicate with flowers, plants, and trees. The flowers and plants in here clearly radiated life but were incapable of communicating. It's simply very creepy. Shirwei, what's wrong with you? Yin Tian came to Duanmu Shirwei's side and softly inquired. It's okay. Duanmu Shirwei shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Previously, the relationship between the two was quite good, as the Imperial Beast sect and their 100 Flowers Valley were considered allied forces, and the two naturally had a relationship that spoke for itself. But with that Heaven's Pride gathering, she didn't know if she was a bit sensitive or why, but she suddenly felt that the Yin Tian in front of her was a bit strange. It was just a subconscious feeling. She couldn't say exactly what it was. Seeing Duanmu Shirwei's slightly cold appearance, Yin Tian was slightly stunned. This flower god body was also a part of his plan. It absolutely could not be lost. It seemed that he would have to design something in this secret realm. Come on, there's something in there. Just as Yin Tian was thinking about it, there were shouts of alarm from the cultivators inside the thatched hut. The people outside rushed in, entering into the middle of the thatched hut. Seeing the plain one table, one chair and one bed, he knew that someone must have lived here. And on top of the wooden table, there were several scrolls. The wisps of Taoist rhythm felt outside earlier came from above the scroll. There was also a sword and a rusty axe hanging above the wall. What is this? Zhong Chongshan subconsciously reached out his hand and tried to pick up the scroll. Look out! Just as he was about to get the scroll, the rusty axe on the wall slammed into his hand. In a critical situation, it was Yin Tian who pushed him away. Swish! The table was split in two, and the harsh blade of the axe plunged straight into the ground, revealing a section of the axe handle outside. Just that axe light flashing. No, this axe is definitely not an extraordinary weapon. Once if it is cut, I am afraid that their hands will not be able to keep. Zhong Chongshan looked at Yin Tian gratefully. Seeing Zhong Chongshan's figure, a hint of smugness flashed under Yin Tian's eyes. He is a reborn person. His previous life for this Qing Di tomb is exceptionally understand. Naturally know where the organs. The reason why did not remind, but just to buy hearts. The current him was already strong enough, but there were too many heavenly prides gathered in this tomb. The ancient royal family, the forbidden area heir, the holy sons and daughters of all the great clans, and even the kind of future powerhouses that would shock the heavens and the worlds in Zichu and Lin Dyer. Yun Tian also had question marks about his ability to come out on top in the end, so buying people's hearts and minds is a necessary option. These heavenly prides of the great clans were all strong and powerful, and if they were able to join forces with them, they would naturally be able to defeat the other contenders. And only he knew how to open the final legacy of that Green Emperor's tomb. How else can anyone compete with him? As for the chance inside this thatched hut, although it was very divine, it was just a fly in the ointment. As long as he obtained the inheritance of the Green Emperor, he would also be able to soar to the heavens like Zizhu in his previous life. Thank you, Brother Yin. Even if it is arrogant and unruly Zhong Chongshan, in this kind of saving hand of grace, but also said thank you. Amputation rebirth of the great medicine he is not know. After all, at least is also a clan herit. But that kind of great medicine that can instantly recover. Use one less than the other. And now also just entered the tomb. If you use it in advance, you will inevitably fall one step behind. So Zhong Chongshan was truly grateful to Yin Tian. The latter waved his hand. There's no need to thank me. As I said before, we're together. Naturally we have to help each other. This tomb is full of strangeness. We have to be careful. Even if I know the location of some of the chances, I'm not able to predict the dangers ahead of time. What Brother Yin said. Yi Danqing was very careful this time, first spreading his spiritual energy all over his body, followed by taking out his defensive supreme treasure, and carefully reaching out for those scrolls. This time there was no danger. At the same time, the crowd was also a bit puzzled. It was normal that there were dangers in taking the treasure, but it was just an axe falling. Would it be too childish? No one saw the wisps of black gas that surrounded the outside of the thatched hut. This is Gong Fu? Yi Danqing opened the scroll and was instantly surprised when he saw the words on it. If this was truly a place where the Green Emperor had once resided, then whatever Gong method was used, it was absolutely powerful and incomparable. After all, that was the Gong method used by the Qing Emperor, so how could it be simple? When the crowd heard Yi Danqing's exclamation of surprise, they all gathered around as well. There were 3 scrolls in total, each one opened up to a powerful feat. They've picked up a treasure. The sword on the wall was next. Because the scene with the axe before had made people a bit scared, no one even bothered to move the sword. But Yin Tian was the only one who confidently stood out. I'll do it. Other people don't know if there are any prohibitions or organs on it. Can he not know? Chapter 151, White-Haired Monster. There were no other organs at all in this thatched hut except for that axe, which was a bit weird. After all, this is a place where someone once lived. Nothing to do in the middle of their own room to make what organs are. Thinking of this, the corners of Yin Tian's mouth rose as he reached out his hand to touch the sword. Buzz. Just as his hand touched the sword, suddenly, the black aura outside the door came tumbling toward the house. What the hell? Block it! Block it! Even if they didn't know what that black gas was, the many celestial pride were all on alert. One treasure art after another burst out. Click! At this moment, Yin Tian had just managed to bring down that sword, and was also a bit stunned when he saw the incoming rolling black aura. That's not true. He didn't see the appearance of these black chi in his previous life. This thatched cottage is the chance he encountered in his previous life. Not to mention the black gas. There wasn't any danger at all. Otherwise how could he have brought this group of people here? But that churning black gas. Just at this moment, a heavenly pride let out a miserable scream. The crowd had no idea what was going on because of the vision that was obscured by the black gas. Yi Danqing gritted his teeth, and the flame that burned everything on his body burst out once again. Break me! Phew! The hot wave of fire directly wrapped the entire thatched hut, and the wave of fire instantly incinerated the thatched hut, followed by Yi Danqing's maneuvering. The wave of fire formed a giant vortex that surrounded all those black chi. At this moment, Yi Danqing's eyes were red. Countless flames wrapped his entire body like an ancient god. The other celestial pride also quickly calmed down in the midst of their panic, dodging the flames that were rippling into them while using their treasure arts to disperse the black chi around them. What the hell is this? Above Yin Tian's palm, divine power surged and he directly struck out with a palm strike. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the black chi that attacked him were all dispersed. He gritted his teeth and looked around him, wondering what turn of events this was. That black chi actually gave him a palpitating feeling. This was definitely a great terror. What had changed in the tomb of the Qing Emperor? Was there something that he had forgotten? Or was it that someone hadn't acted according to the trajectory of their previous life? Either way, the road ahead is going to be tough as hell. What are these monsters? Just as Yin Tian was still pondering, Zhong Chongshan's voice came from the side. Turning his head to look, the black aura was dispersed, revealing what was inside. The heavenly pride who had previously let out a miserable scream was currently lying on the ground while several monsters covered in white hair were gnawing on his corpse. Logically speaking, how could such a heavenly figure be devoured by that kind of monster? It must have been panic coupled with a sneak attack when the black mist attacked, so it was taken out straight away. Kill! The ancient god descended into the world in general. Yi Danqing transformed into a flaming giant. His body was ablaze with fire. His battle intent was surging, and his shouting and killing sounds shook the 4 directions, only to see that flame giant slamming its fist towards those white monsters. Boom! Tons of fire raged and red flames were in the air. Rumbling sounds interspersed with the bursting of runes resounded through the heavens and earth. That celestial pride that was being gnawed on was Yi Danqing's best friend, and seeing his best friend die a horrible death, it would be strange for him to be able to maintain his sanity. I'll help you. Zhong Chongshan lands a leg kick. Rumble. With him as the center, the earth cracked spider web-like in all directions, and immediately after, along with Zhong Chongshan's roar, a fierce tiger emerged behind him, and the tiger's roar shook the void. The golden tiger shadows were like substance, and with open teeth and claws, they wanted to completely tear those monsters apart. Although he and Yi Danqing were very much at odds with each other on weekdays, he would definitely be united when those bizarre enemies were in his face. Boom! Waves of fire rushed into the sky, curling up 1,000 feet high and flooding the place. The runes were endless, burning in the void. The golden-colored giant tiger roared up to the sky, and its 2 huge claws also slapped down fiercely towards the white-furred monster. Now damn it! Everyone looked toward the deep pit not far away, and when the dust and smoke cleared, their pupils tightened. Those white-haired monsters are unharmed? Under the joint efforts of 2 such powerful heavenly prides, neither of them actually caused any harm to them. What the hell kind of monster is this? A heavenly pride was murmuring. Even Yin Tian was stunned by this scene. A white-haired monster. He had never heard of it in his previous life. What kind of mutation had happened in this Qing Emperor's tomb? Roar! Several white-haired monsters let out strange cries and stood up, pouncing towards the surrounding celestial pride. Everyone join forces. Yi Danqing gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. It was too late to hesitate in this situation. If these weird monsters weren't taken care of urgently, who knew what other changes would happen? Hearing Yi Danqing's voice, the crowd couldn't care less about panicking, and each of them glowed through and through. The blazing haze shone in the air, and a dozen figures rose up almost simultaneously. Everyone was a heavenly pride, and their hearts were naturally strong. They quickly calmed down after panicking, and joined forces to meet the group of monsters. Spiritual power erupted with light and obscured the sky. Killing machines shook the heaven and earth. Rolling waves of fire crossed the sky. There were savage tigers roaring, spirit swords flying, and there were also magic treasures standing across the sky. The celestial pride no longer stayed their hands. Seeing that Yi Danqing and Zhong Chongshan had not even finished those monsters off when they joined forces earlier, Yin Tian's face twisted as he took out a jade seal from within his Qianquan ring. This is their clan's imperial beast seal. The appearance of the white-haired monster could potentially disrupt all of his plans, and it had to be taken care of quickly before he could do so. Just see Yin Tian will be in the hands of the square seal thrown into the void. That square seal in the void gradually become bigger, like a mountain. Tongue snake, fire phoenix, earth dragon, savage tiger. Various kinds of ancient ferocious beasts were inscribed on top of the square seal. Clang clang. The square seal emitted endless ripples spreading out towards the surroundings, and the roar of ferocious beasts was faintly heard. Go to hell! The mountain-like square seal violently smashed towards the white monsters. The power of all the beasts between heaven and earth pressed horizontally here, and the terrifying square seal shook the void to collapse. Yin Tian's first strike was a killing move, which was a form of pride and a desire to quickly resolve the battle. Many of the heavenly prides felt the might of that square seal and all of them revealed a horrified expression. Although everyone had heard of Yin Tian's reputation before, they had never seen him personally strike, and now at a glance, it was as terrifying as it was. If that square seal landed on any of them, I'm afraid that they would be instantly crushed by the square seal, crushing all of their souls and bodies. The power of the 10,000 beasts. What a terrifying might this was. Click 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 click. Before the square seal arrived, the bodies of those white-haired monsters made a sound as if their bodies were crumbling. However, they seemed to not have any sanity. Knowing that the square seal in the sky was smashing towards them, they still lunged towards the surrounding heavenly pride with open teeth and claws. Chapter 152, You're not going to give me a couple bottles of flower water, are you? Boom! The square seal finally fell. The void shook. Everything died out. Golden spiritual energy like flower petals bloomed, revealing the radiant square seal in the middle of the radiance. 10,000 feet of light. Ruiqi steam. The runes densely covered the void. 10,000 beasts whistling heavenly sound endless. Such a party of great seals vibrated down, and if it was the outside world, I was afraid that it would cause the entire ground to completely collapse. In the middle of this small world, it was just a deep pit smashed out. It was evident that this small world was completely different from the outside world. The 10,000 beasts hissed continuously, and a hint of smugness flashed across Yin Tian's face. Now you guys deserve to die? Buzz. Yin Tian cupped his hands to seal, and as the Tao spiritual energy intertwined in the air, that imperial beast seal shrunk once again and returned to his hands. As expected, the monsters became a mess of flesh. Hiss. The present celestial pride sucked in a breath of cool air. The flesh of that white-haired monster from before was obvious to all. There was no problem at all in saying that it was incorruptible. Water and fire were not invasive. But it was such a strong monster that was smashed into flesh at this moment. This Yin Tian was truly worthy of being the young sect master of the imperial beast sect. And now it seemed that he was indeed a step ahead of most of the sect's heavenly prides. Wait! Just as the crowd was about to go up to see what the monsters were, one of them shrieked out, "Those monsters are still alive." How? Someone laughed at the man's nerves. They've become mush. Can they still come back to life? But when approached only to find that the man was right. The piles of flesh on the ground, at this time is constantly writhing. The appearance is disgusting. Alive? Yin Tian was also shocked. He had smashed those contraptions into mush and they were still alive. What in the world was this thing? Roar! A low roar resounded once again, and wisps of black gas surfaced above those flesh slimes, followed by the white-haired monsters crawling up from the ground intact. Get your stuff. Let's get out of here. Yi Danqing roared. This monster was completely undefeatable. Even if it was beaten into mush it was still able to resurrect, and if they continued to pester it, they were afraid that they would be consumed to death. Nowadays, the only plan is to take the chance here and then quickly leave. Hearing Yi Danqing's angry roar, the celestial pride did not have time to think, and directly loaded all those scrolls, axes and swords on the ground into the storage ring, then followed Yin Tian and the others as they sped off into the distance. On the way, everyone hated to use up their spiritual energy straight away so that they could go faster, because they realized that the monsters were in hot pursuit of them. Bloody aura emanated from their bodies. not knowing if it was their own scent or the blood of that heavenly pride they had devoured earlier. Right at this moment, a heavenly pride was grabbed by the white-haired monster because he wasn't good at speed. He tried to struggle against it, but the white-haired monster's claws were already embedded in his bones. Wisps of black gas surfaced, and the spiritual energy on Tianjiao's body instantly dimmed. He didn't even have the chance to use his life-preserving undercard before he had already lost the ability to resist. The observant celestials had already seen the problem. For these monsters, it was absolutely impossible to let them get close. It was as if those monsters had some kind of bizarre means on their bodies. Once close, one's spiritual energy would be instantly depleted, and all means would be unavailable. Click 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 click. The two monsters devoured that heaven's pride in 3 bites, and the other monsters were still in hot pursuit of Yin Tian and the others. This is not the way to go. Yin Tian gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with resentment. His own memories were absolutely not wrong. That is to say, there must have been some butterfly effect that happened, and now it seems that it must have been in Zichu as well as that Zui Yuanfei. They are the ones who disrupted their plans from the very beginning. This Green Emperor's tomb is so abnormal, it must also be that they have touched some taboo. What to do next? Yin Tian didn't know. All he could do now was to run for his life. Those white-haired monsters were just too weird. One after another, the celestial pride were captured by the white-haired monsters, and as those white-haired monsters continued to nibble on the flesh and blood, their bodies grew bigger and bigger as far as the eye could see. The breath got more and more terrifying. And these monsters will evolve? Discovering this, those celestial pride's speed was even faster. At this moment, the one who landed at the end was Duanmu Shirwei. A gush of fragrant sweat flowed out from her forehead. The flower god body, she wasn't good at speed. If she was in the outside world, she would still be able to utilize the flowers, plants, and trees to help out. But right now, she simply had the heart to do nothing. Yin Tian certainly noticed Duanmu Shirwei, but he didn't come to help at the moment. He was destined to be the one who would be proud of the heavens and the worlds in this life. Even though he coveted the flower god body, he still had to survive first. The windswept Yin Tian suddenly saw a person not far away. Black robes, handsome face, and that unusually striking hair. Who else could it be if not the one called Zui Yuanfei? It's you assholes that are messing up my plans. Thinking of this, Yin Tian changed direction and rushed towards Zixiao's location. At this moment, Zixiao was holding the sleeping little beast in his arms and enjoying the scenery around him. Just at this time, he saw several streams of light shooting towards his side at the distant sky, and there was no killing intent on those people. Instead, it looked like they were fleeing for their lives. Since he's not here to pick a fight, what business is it of his? With the beast in his arms, he hummed as he walked slowly forward. Just at this time, accompanied by a bang in the air, 2 white-haired monsters grabbed an elf-like young girl and fell down, landing right in front of Zixiao. Bumper sticker? Zixiao gently stroked the little beast and looked at the scene in front of him. Who could that young girl be if not Duanmu Shirwei? She was caught by the white monster because of her momentary inattention and tried to fight back, but the spiritual power in her body suddenly disappeared, so she fell straight down. I didn't expect it to fall directly in front of Zixiao. Roar! Just at this time, the white-haired monster also let out a low roar, and those scarlet eyes looked at Zixiao with a full of scorn. So that's what this is. Zixiao looked at the 2 white-furred monsters with interest. When I was in the medicinal garden before, I saw how this white-haired monster was transformed, so I thought that these monsters were the same, and the aura on their bodies was indeed burial intent. And please save me once. At this moment, Duanmu Shirwei saw Zixiao and weakly opened her mouth. Save you? Zixiao sized up the Duanmu Shirwei in front of her and laughed lightly. Why should I save you? I can pay you. Pay off? Zixiao suddenly remembered the chants on Yin Tian's panel and subconsciously spoke. You're not going to give me a few bottles of flower water, are you? Flower water? What's that? Duanmu Shirwei's was also stunned for a while. What exactly was the other party talking about? Could it be the flower god water? But how could he know the secret of the flower god body? Chapter 153. I see. Roar. Hearing that white-haired monster let out a threatening low roar, Duanmu Shirwei smiled miserably. Fine, please save me this time. I'll give you the flower god water. Zixiao looked at Duanmu Shirwei inexplicably. When did he say that he wanted that flower water? Flower god water. And besides, is that water a real thing? Where the hell did you get it from? Flower god body. Flower god water. These 2 words put together really did make Zixiao a bit headstrong. And just as Zixiao was still pondering, the 2 white-haired monsters on the opposite side hissed and rushed towards him. A rotting burial intent instantly struck, and the white-haired monster was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Zixiao. Swish! The sharp claws directly sliced open the void, and it was obvious that the white-haired monster was planning to get rid of this threat in front of him first. Get out! Zishao didn't even raise his head and waved his hand to slap him. Boom! That palm bursts out a dazzling light. Obviously a casual strike, but it seems to be with the great power of heaven and earth in general. The terrifying roar is like 1,000 horses in the gallop. In the fight, rumbling, the light of the sun hit the sky, the might of the horror of the infinite. Amidst Duanmu Shirwei's shocked gaze, the glistening, glowing palm slapped down on the white-haired monster's body. The two monsters were like kites with broken strings, flying directly backwards. The flowers, trees and jagged boulders along the way were all smashed, and then disappeared from sight. To an ordinary cultivator, this white-haired monster was difficult to invade the Dao and was adamantine. But to Zishao, who possessed the burial intent, this thing wasn't even a small experience monster. Play burial intentions. I'm your ancestor, and playing funeral intentions in front of me. Zishao's gaze looked towards the distant sky, and his mouth said disdainfully, "Vicious idiot, still playing this kind of small trick. When I find you, I'll tell you what is meant by true burial intent." At this moment, Duanmu Shirwei, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, had her beautiful eyes rounded, couldn't seem to believe what he was seeing. Previously, so many heavens pride gathered together and joined forces to launch an attack on this white-haired monster. And what was the result? Not only did it not destroy the other party, but instead, on the side of the heavenly pride, those who died died and those who fled fled. That unbeatable monster was actually so unbeatable in front of the man in front of him. Duanmu Shirwei only felt her three views being violently shaken. Could it be that he's some ancient extinct heavenly pride? It's been hidden in the divine origin by Mount Kunwo and only recently released? This idea was also correct. After all, in the midst of every era, there would be those demonic scholars with great talent, but because they didn't have the chance to become immortal, they could really be forced to enter the divine origin, waiting for the opening of the golden age before they break the seal. Now is the great golden age. Not long from now, the battle between the two domains was even more of a battle to seize the creation. What are you doing there? Zishao arrived in front of Duanmu Shirwei and looked at her with an odd expression. That white-haired monster had obviously injured her quite a bit earlier. The dress on the body is broken. A large area of white exposed some dazzling. Dao wound is very shocking. But the reason why Zishao feel odd, because Duanmu Shirwei out of the blood actually with a scent? This is the flower god body? Nafa Shinsui. Much thanks to Dao brother. Duanmu Shirwei also saw what was happening to her body and hurriedly took out a bodice to cover her body from within her Qinquan ring. There was also a slight blush above her pretty face. No need to thank me. I didn't do you any favors, but if you really want to thank me, I'd like to ask you. I understand. Before Zishao could finish his sentence, Duanmu Shirwei spoke out to interrupt him. With a self-deprecating tone in her voice, Dao brother naturally won't save me for free, and I haven't had that much of an extravagant hope. The flower god water that I promised you will naturally be given to you, but it'll have to wait for me for a little while. What do you understand? Zishao was also speechless for a while. He had no intention of asking for favors. Previously, that white-haired monster had charged directly towards him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the leisure to care about this crap. As for the question you want to ask, it's just a curiosity about how the flower god water came to be. As a result, Duanmu Shirwei was good. Directly said that she would give him the flower god water. Give it? Wait a little bit is what do you mean? You do it now? Thinking of this, Zishao stared at Duanmu Shirwei with wide eyes. Incredulously, to say that Duanmu Shirwei's appearance was indeed worthy of the name of fairy. The emerald green robe covered the body, black hair lightly dancing, eyes like water, like a mist of water, giving people a dreamlike feeling. Looks are also very delicate, like a flower flying between the elves. Especially her body emits a burst of flower fragrance let a person addicted. But even if you're good looking, you can't just make flower god water now in front of me. You're looking at the wrong person. I'm a decent man. Can I do that kind of thing? Besides, what do you need that for? Does it have the same effect as floral water? Does it repel mosquitoes? Duanmu Shirwei saw that Zishao hadn't said anything and thought that the other party was waiting for her to repay her. Shell teeth bit her lower lip. Then she took out some pills to treat her injuries from within her Qinquan ring. Her red lips slightly opened, and she took that pill. Buzz. Wisps of Dao rhythm emanated from her body, and within a short time, those bone-deep wounds recovered as far as the eye could see. Immediately afterward, she lightly waved her jade hand. The fragrance of flowers overflowed, and one after another delicate flower bloomed out of thin air, and between the fluttering petals of the flower, her figure was completely obscured within it. The green breath of life covers the earth. If it were normal, this land should be full of vigor at this time, and 100 flowers are waiting to bloom. However, such a strong churning of vitality did not bring any changes to the earth, showing the magic of this small world. What's this about? Zishao watched as the petals gradually blocked Duanmu Shirwei's delicate body. and was also puzzled for a while. No, dude, no, sis, what are you doing? What are you going to do in broad daylight? A huge flower skeleton emerged from where Duanmu Shirwei was until it rose into the air, and the fragrance of the flower spread all over heaven and earth, refreshing the heart. At this time, Yin Tian and the others who had already escaped were resting in a hidden place. Each of them had a look of celebration on their faces after the robbery. After all, that white-haired monster was just too weird. It was already a blessing to be able to escape from them. Yin Tian was still thinking about what to do next when he suddenly saw the blooming flower skeleton in the distant sky. Duanmu Shirwei? She's not dead? And, what's with this floral scent? Damn, you're going to give the flower god water to someone else? Yin Tian's eyes were wide open. If Duanmu Shirwei had died in the hands of the white-haired monster, he would only be a little sorry that he didn't get that chance. But if she didn't die, and even had to give the flower god water to someone else, he wouldn't be able to endure it. Chapter 154. Where did you get this from? When I was escaping just now, I encountered the man with the same name as the holy body. I think he was the one who saved Duanmu Shirwei, and in order to repay the other party, he sent the flower god water? Yin Tian guessed the general course of events with just a little thought. Asterisk. Imperatori lands a jab to the body. Luckily, at this moment, everyone was looking at the huge flowers in bloom in the distance, and no one noticed Yin Tian's kind of twisted face. Flower god water was divine water condensed from the essence of the entire flower god body. That thing, even for the flower god body, could only be condensed once in a lifetime. If one were to obtain the flower god water, one's understanding of the word Tao would definitely increase by several notches, as well as one's physique, vitality, and even enlightenment. It can be described as an all-around great tonic water. Even compared to the Emperor's pill, it was still no better. After all, the efficacy of the two was different, but when it came to the degree of preciousness, it was simply not in the same class. The flower god body hadn't appeared a few times since ancient times until now. A flower god body was yet only able to condense it once, showing how rare it was. Yin Tian's hatred for Zixu was growing stronger. In Zixu was considered one, and Hua Xinshui was the second. Zuo Yuanfei, I necessary you to die in this Qing Emperor's tomb. It is your honor to be buried with the Green Emperor. I am not right. I'm going to set your bones to ashes, condense into a human Dan. The more you think about it, the more angry you get, and the more you think about it, the more you lose. Yin Tian was practically biting his back teeth to pieces. He couldn't wait to go over there right now and kill Zixu on the spot. But right now, he hadn't obtained the most important inheritance of the Green Emperor's tomb, so the matter of killing that Zui Yuanfei can only be put on hold. Thinking of this, Yin Tian took a deep breath. His face, returning to its previous appearance, slowly stood up and spoke to the various celestial pride. Everyone, this Qing Emperor's tomb is really too bizarre. We need to be even more careful and prudent in our next actions. But more than the secret treasures of this Green Emperor's tomb, there's one more thing, and that's for us to join forces and repel the others first. Only in this way will the chances here be able to belong to us as much as possible. After all, we just lost a few people. If we don't take more chances, this time it's really too much of a loss. Hearing Yin Tian's words, all the Celestials nodded. Yin Tian was right. If they didn't get more chances, what were they still uniting together for? Although the tomb of the Qing Emperor was weird, there was definitely a great opportunity inside. Those scrolls that were obtained before, the techniques on them were extraordinary, as well as the ancient sword and the axe. All of them were not extraordinary. If he could obtain more chances, it would be worth it even if he faced the danger of dying. Their biggest advantage right now was the joint efforts of the crowd. After defeating or even killing all the other contenders, the chances of the entire tomb could be equally divided. Thinking of this, the crowd began to have a heated discussion about joining forces to retreat from the enemy. Unbeknownst to him, Yin Tian looked at them as if he was looking at a group of dead people. An equal share of the odds? He had never thought of sharing any chances equally, getting some insignificant chances to plug their mouths and still be able to buy people's hearts. When he himself obtained the inheritance of the Green Emperor's tomb and had the support of many heavenly prides, he thought that when he went out, he would definitely be able to fly all the way across the world. The other side. Zixu looked at Duanmu Shirwei, who was surrounded by flowers in front of her, in dismay, eyes tightly closed, like a flower genie. But the question is, where are your clothes? It was fine when you went in, but not when you came out? Only to see Duanmu Shirwei slowly open her eyes, seemingly aware of her dilemma. Her jade hand lightly waved, and the petals once again clustered together, accompanied by a rustling sound. Duanmu Shirwei, who was dressed in a clean white dress, walked out from among the flower clusters. Her face was a little flushed and her forehead carried a little fragrant sweat. Obviously, sacrificing that flower god water had consumed a lot of her and her entire body had become weak, as if she would fall at the slightest blow of the wind. Here's what you get paid. Duanmu Shirwei slowly walked to the front of Zishao and handed over an exquisite little bottle. Through the bottle, it was possible to see that the flower god water inside was flowing with a dreamy luster. In the face of this scene, Zishao did not reach out to catch it. Duanmu Shirwei was a bit puzzled. This is the flower god water you wanted. Take it. Zishao didn't say anything, but his face had resistance written all over it, clearly not intending to ask for it. Seeing the slightly disgusted expression on Zishao's face, Duanmu Shirwei was about to be exasperated and laughed at. You just said you wanted flower god water, and now you're acting like you don't care? With that, she took another step forward to shove the bottle into Zishao's hand, who took a step directly backward. The face was still full of resistance. Duanmu Shirwei was truly infuriated. What do you mean? Step back? I've easily sacrificed the flower god water and you don't want it. Do you even know what this thing is? Zishao looked at Duanmu Shirwei with a wary face, as if the other party was some kind of flood beast, and a moment later, some stuttered and opened his mouth. That what? Fong is not convenient to ask. This thing, where did you get it out from? Duanmu Shirwei looked at Zishao suspiciously. After realizing that the other party's expression did not appear to be fake, it was then that he realized that he really didn't know what flower god water was all about. But why did he say flower god water as soon as he opened his mouth just now? Where else could I get it out? I sacrificed it, of course. Oh, sacrifice. Zishao nodded and continued to inquire. You are the flower god body, correct? Exactly. This thing is not right. This treasure is called flower god water, right? Exactly. Duanmu Shirwei didn't know what exactly the other party was going to ask. Wasn't it obvious? That flower divine water. Zishao was a little hard to say, and after looking the other party up and down, he still shook his head. Keep this for yourself. What? This is flower god water. Do you know the efficacy of flower god water or not? It's able to make you closer to the Tao, whether it's feats, physique, vitality, enlightenment, all around stronger. Duanmu Shirwei was now like a salesman, constantly talking about how good her product was. But the more she said, the more flowery, the opposite side of the purple sky, the more she shook her head. That head shook like a rattle drum. Do not want this flower god water. Why the hell don't you want it? Duanmu Shirwei finally couldn't help but chortle out. You give me that. Why on earth don't you want it? Say it. You just went in with your clothes on, and when you came out it was gone. Can you be a good way to get this stuff? And you insisted on giving it to me, even after I said no. Do you have any strange fetishes? Chapter 155, Slight Changes in the Small World. Duanmu Shirwei listened to Zishao's strange tone, coupled with his eyes. It also finally dawned on me what he was talking about. For a moment, I don't know whether it was shame or anger, but her entire body was red warm, and it was as if she had smeared a thick blush on her delicate face, as if it was going to go up in smoke the next second. You. Duanmu Shirwei stretched out her jade hand and pointed at Zishao, saying 3 you words in a row. If she didn't know that she couldn't beat her opponent, she would have to fight with him. Keep that to yourself. I really don't need it. Well, I'll leave if there's nothing else. After saying that, Zishao turned around and was about to leave. Swish! A burst of floral scent came, and Duanmu Shirwei directly rushed to Zishao's front, shoving the small bottle in her hand into his arms before he could react. Immediately afterward, she droned. Today you have to take it even if you want it, and you have to take it even if you don't. And I don't want to see your face again. Bye. Nope. Never again. Originally, Duanmu Shirwei, who wasn't good at speed. At this moment, it was as if she had burned her sea of qi, and directly disappeared into the sky. Ha! Zishao looked at the small bottle in his hand, and then looked at the disappearing figure in the distance. You don't want your payment and you still have to give it, so it's really not a serious thing. It's a shame to throw it away though. I can't wait until I get back. As a gift for the witch. She just likes to drink weird stuff. Thinking of this, Zishao directly stuffed the small bottle into his storage space and continued walking towards the distance. The further inside you went, the more you could feel the eerie aura. I'm afraid that the legacy of this Green Emperor's tomb isn't a good thing either. But as the Son of Heaven's mandate in Zichu, how could the thing he got be such a thing? Zishao was also a bit puzzled. Boom! Just at this moment, a thunderous boom suddenly sounded above the sky. The earth shook, and the mountains collapsed. Something big has changed. Zip zip zip. Wisps of electricity fell from the sky, constantly ravaging everything around them. It's as if some cultivator is transiting here. The thunderclap lasted for a long time before gradually dissipating, and strange changes appeared on the devastated earth. First of all, it was those flowers, plants and trees that withered one after another, completely devoid of vitality, and the next change that appeared was the foreign beasts that were still alive and kicking before. and their bodies began to distort. The fur fell off. Large swaths of flesh and blood flared out, and the lovely appearance gradually became hideous. Those scarlet eyes were full of tyranny and bloodlust. The big sun above the sky also turned blood red, and under that red light, the ordinary cultivators felt themselves becoming unusually irritated, and even looked at their companions next to them with a bit of killing intent. The paradise of birds and flowers has completely disappeared, replaced by the dead silence and weirdness that is like a forbidden zone of life. The little beast in Zixiao's arms was also affected and let out a low roar, but the fur was just about to fall off when wisps of black gas appeared in Zixiao's hand. Surrounded by this black gas, the little beast actually fell into a deep sleep once again. Is this what the tomb was supposed to look like? Or maybe you can't hold out much longer. Qingdi? Zixiao lightly narrowed his eyes as he looked towards a mountain peak in the distance, which seemed to have a palace underneath it. Wisps of black gas continuously drifted away from above that palace. There was the source of the weirdness, and the only way to confirm your suspicions was to go there. With this in mind, Zixiao transformed into a stream of light and sped off into the distance. Meanwhile, inside a cave in the middle of a waterfall, at the beginning of Lin Dyer and Ho Wenbai, the siblings, were exploring the situation. The weird changes in the world before they also found out. The most obvious one was the waterfall. The river, which was originally crystal clear, had turned into blood water at this moment. There was a hint of blood in the air, unusually pungent. What's wrong? What's wrong? When Hua Yuzhu saw such a change, she almost jumped up. This is too scary, right? How did it suddenly become like this? It's a good thing I didn't go and drink the water there just now. Otherwise, vomit. Seeing his senior sister who kept dry heaving, Ho Wenbai thoughtfully patted her back. Taking a look at the blood and water outside, with its heaviness, he said, "It seems that there has been a change here that we don't know about, but this also makes sense. After all, is such an atmosphere considered a tomb?" Well, Lin Dyer nodded. If there is a mutation in this small world, we will have to be careful in our next actions as well. Senior brother, what are you doing? Lin Dyer, who had originally said to proceed with caution, suddenly saw that Zichu's eyes were tightly closed and her mouth seemed to be chanting something. Hearing Lin Dyer's inquiring voice, slowly opening her eyes in Zichu, she said with a serious and heavy face, "Elder sister, I am praying for my senior brother. He is by himself. I think he must be you." Lindell really wanted to slap Zichu in the face. Originally, I thought that after separating from Zixiao, I would return to normal in Zichu. Who would have thought that he still doesn't seem to be in his right mind? You're a monk. Who do you pray to? And inside this tomb, the roaming gods and goddesses can hear your prayers? When Hua Yuzhu, who was still continuously dry heaving, heard Zichu's words, she immediately returned to normal and stared at him tightly with those big eyes that were flowing with light. Knock on wood. Knock on wood. Well, it's true. Senior Fei. TSK TSK TSK. Snap. Hua Yuzhu was in the middle of that beauty when she was slapped on the back of her head by Lin Dyer. The former was like a fried kitten at that moment. Are you crazy? Lin Dyer, what are you doing hitting me? Lin Dyer spoke without a trace of anger. Can you stop thinking dirty things with that little head of yours? My senior brother is worried about another senior brother. Isn't that normal? What? Hua Yuzhu seemed to have heard something unbelievable as she opened her mouth in an exaggerated manner. This is concern between fellow disciples? Senior brothers seems to be quite normal, but this senior brother Fei of yours definitely has a problem. I've never seen a grown man able to care so much about another man. Add Zichu. She looked at Hua Yuzhu. You can also see that I care for elder brother? It seems like elder brother he should be able to feel it. Look at him. Hua Yuzhu said excitedly to Lin Dyer. The latter was speechless for a moment. A pair of beautiful eyes looked slyly at Zichu. Let's not have this engagement. Roar. Just as a few people were chatting idly, a hissing sound suddenly came from within the cave. A few people instantly calmed down, their aura spreading all over their bodies as they looked vigilantly into the depths of the cave. There seems to be something in there. I never felt it before, and saw that it was after this world changed that thing appeared. No matter what, there's no reason not to want the treasures that come to hand. Let's go in and take a look. Chapter 156 Opportunity in Zichu. A few people looked at each other and nodded, then headed deeper into the cave. Earlier in the day, a few people had once found a fruit inside a medicinal garden that was very strange. It gave off a slight glow, and there were strange patterns running through it, patterns that pointed exactly in the direction of this waterfall. The glow above the fruit became more and more pronounced with each point of approach. What is this if not chance? That's why a few people had come here, and now that they heard the hissing inside, they didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. If you are afraid of the danger, then simply do not enter the tomb of the Green Emperor. The opportunity itself is accompanied by a crisis. If you can fight through, this opportunity can only be in their hands. Boom! Song Yan erupted, and the blood-colored waterfall was directly knocked out of a large hole. Immediately afterward, a man with wisps of Song Yan underworld flame surrounding him walked in slowly. The aura on his body was powerful and thick, and he wore a black crown on his head, just like a teenage king, looking out of the world with his eyes wide open. The two huge wings on his back transformed into a cloak filled with ethereal light. The heir of the Taiku Imperial clan, the underworld Phoenix clan. He's here. Feng Xiu, what brings you here? Apparently Hua Yuzhu recognized the person in front of her and directly opened her mouth to inquire. Only her tone was not very friendly. Ha 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 ha. The man known as Feng Xiu let out a loud laugh that was filled with disdain. If you humble human races can come, can't I come? Do you think you're the only ones who got that fruit? Says who's humble. Hua Yuzhu immediately stopped, raising her small fists to give the other party a good look. But immediately was Ho Wenbai stopped. His own sister a few kilograms he is still very clear. Not to say that is the weakest among the heavenly pride of the batchet, but also absolutely not the person in front of the opponent. But if the senior sister can't, it's time for the senior brother to get on. Ho Wenbai's face was gloomy. With regards to the Taiku Imperial clan, the human race didn't have any good feelings towards them. These Taiku Imperials prided themselves on their superiority and often hunted down and killed the cultivators of the human race. Once there was any special physique, it would be swallowed by them on the spot. The Taiku Imperial race was generally stronger than the human race because of their innate bloodline, plus the fact that for many years, the human race's great emperors had been in a bizarre state. The ancient emperors of the Taiku Imperial clan, however, were intimidating, causing the human clan to grow weaker and weaker. The two races are in a hostile relationship with each other. Feng Xiu, if you make a big deal out of it again, then let's fight. The silhouette of the heaven and earth chessboard emerged behind Ho Wenbai's back, and the magic weapon in his hand was a brush. The aura of Confucianism and Taoism emanated from his body, illuminating the entire cavern. A battle with me? Humph. Feng Xiu snorted coldly, and the Song Yan underworld fire on his body flourished. Click here for. The ground as well as above the cave wall began to continuously freeze. That was the outbreak of coldness. The Song Yan underworld flame of the underworld Phoenix clan is the coldest and most flame in the world. As a branch of the true Phoenix clan that manipulated the world's spiritual fire, they seemed out of place. But now that the true dragon and true Phoenix have disappeared, coupled with the fact that the underworld Phoenix clan is powerful, they now consider themselves to be the orthodox. There is arrogance among the race from top to bottom. Naturally, Lindell would not sit idly by. After all, in front of the Taiku Imperial race, the human race when united, and Ho Wenbai and Hua Yuzhu were still their companions. Ha 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 ha. Facing Lin Dyer and Ho Wenbai's wariness, Feng Xiu's black hair flew, and he walked forward step by step. Each step driving the momentum of heaven and earth. I will be the phoenix in the world. Who can stop it? Which can stop it? Swish! Two huge wings appeared behind Feng Xiu's back, and between swings, the Song Yan underworld fire landed on the ground, causing the temperature of the entire cavern to drop a few points again. Kill! Ho Wenbai didn't say any more nonsense, bullying his way forward and landing a piece on top of the chessboard behind him. Boo! As soon as one of the pieces fell, the board changed, and the entire cave was wrapped in formation patterns, truly ancient formations that Ho Wenbai had obtained from a relic, combined with the greatness of his Ru Dao. It was like a tiger with wings. That formation pattern concealed killing opportunities, and blocked off heaven and earth, with the chi tightly locking onto Feng Xiu in front of him. Little Doyle. The latter roared angrily, exuding a dark light all over his body. He was invincible to all laws, like a mountain, lofty and unmoving, exuding that powerful aura that made the cavern send out tremors. Boom! He blasted his fist towards the heavenly formation patterns, divine light blinding his eyes and the sky shaking with the momentum of swallowing heaven and earth. Ho Wenbai did not panic when he saw this scene. The brush in his hand was constantly waving and splashing ink, using the void as the cloth and spiritual energy as the ink, and the array pattern was under his enchantment. One stroke, one kill. This was the formation pattern of extinction, bound to kill Feng Xiu in it. Seek death. Facing Ho Wenbai's constant urging of the killing formation, Feng Xiu roared in anger and immediately charged forward at extreme speed. Two wings wrapped themselves around it and were used to shield it from the attack of the killing formation. But before he could reach Ho Wenbai's face, Lin Dyer rushed up, and with a light wave of her jade hand, she was filled with light, endlessly blazing. That roiling light blocked Feng Xiu's path, causing him to stop and respond. The three heavenly prides began a shocking battle in the middle of the narrow cave. Feng Xiu was 1 against 2, and for a short period of time, he didn't show any weakness, utilizing his extreme speed to constantly dodge the killing moves of the two. Even in this cave, extreme speed still gave him a great advantage. Seeing this scene in Zichu, both fists clenched. His realm wasn't enough to participate in this battle at all, and in the battle of the heavens pride, realm was also a large part of the factor. It's not easy to fight across the border when you're the same heavenly pride, but in Zichu's mind at the moment, the figure of that man flashed. The eyes gradually became resolute as well. I promised my senior brother that I will definitely be proud of the 9 heavens in the future. If you can't even pass this hurdle, what's the point of talking about getting stronger? Buzz. In Zichu's body exuded a golden imperial aura. The presence of Lin Dyer, Hua Yuju Ho Wenbai heart-shocked, as if in the face of the emperor. Feng Xiu, on the other hand, felt endless killing opportunities. There was actually a true dragon's chi in this killing machine? The suppression of his bloodline caused him to look incredulously at Zichu, who was not far away. How is it possible? It's just a human race that actually possesses the true dragon's aura on its body. Could it be that you've swallowed the true dragon's precious blood? Thinking of this, Feng Xiu's eyes held a slight greed in them. They claim to be the orthodox phoenix clan above the true phoenix. But the bloodline is still no match for those true dragons and true phoenixes. And now there is a true dragon's precious blood in front of him. And if he can refine it and devour it, won't it allow his bloodline to advance? Asterisk 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 off. Feng Xiu couldn't hold back any longer, and directly knocked Lin Dyer back with a blow, and immediately after, ignoring the incoming killing formation, his spiritual energy transformed into a claw, and fiercely grabbed at Zichu. It wanted to devour that which possessed the true dragon's precious blood in Zichu immediately. Chapter 157 Human Emperor Body showing its power. Good timing. In the face of the incoming giant claw, not only did Zichu not have the intention to dodge, he even took the initiative to meet it. Boom! The aura of the Imperial Way erupted from Zichu's body. 9 golden pillars of light were shot out by him between his hands. 9 for the extreme of the number. 9 golden pillars of light bloomed with brilliant light, shocking the cavern to send out the sound of rumbling. The walls of the cave cracked and the ground crumbled. A terrifying aura of the Imperial Tao swept over. Facing the incoming giant claw, the 9 golden pillars transformed into 9 true dragons. Who? The true dragon let out a roar, and the waterfall outside the cave was directly cut off, and the mountains in the distance were even directly shattered. The golden ripples were vast and magnificent, and in his haste, Feng Qiu was directly hit by that 9 dragons. The Tsanyan underworld flame instantly exploded. The 2 wings also blocked in front of his body, trying to block its might. But how could Lin Dyer and Ho Wenbai, who were on the side, let him block it unharmed? Senior brother Ho, let's strike together. Yes. After Ho Wenbai responded, the heaven and earth chessboard silhouette behind him solidified for a few moments, and one chess piece after another fell down. With each drop, the rumbling rumble could be heard throughout the cave as the killing formation began to gather power, and multiple changes directly pressed down on Feng Qiu's body. Lindell didn't hold back in the slightest either. The sleeves of his clothes were lightly waved, and the light struck above the wings covered in underworld flame, erupting into a shocking roar, as if he were beating iron, and as if the war drums of the immortal realm were roaring, each one of which sent out an extremely shocking fluctuation. Boom boom boom, the chi of the Imperial Tao, the heaven and earth chessboard, and the attacks of that Luyun flying sleeve all landed on Feng Qiu's body. The whole cavern resounded with a great crash. Countless Tao rhythms flowed through them, causing many cultivators in the vicinity to feel a pang of fear, thinking that some powerful person was sparring here. No one dared to bother. After all, in a battle of this level, one slip up in the fluctuating Tao rhythm alone would cause them to die. Boom! With another roar, a black shadow flew backwards out of the cave. It was then deeply embedded in the earth. In this small world, both the earth and the mountains were too hard. Otherwise, just by virtue of the battle just now, it would probably cause the entire mountain to collapse directly. Although it could not do any harm to the people in Zichu and the others, the chance was definitely gone. Today the cave was in disrepair, but it was good that it hadn't completely collapsed. Sifu. Lin Dyer pursed her lips, a little puzzled. She didn't know what kind of change the senior brother of hers had undergone after meeting another senior brother in Zichu. Wisps of imperial aura enveloped Zichu's body, making him resemble an emperor. Could it be that senior brother's way he really is senior brother Fei's noble person? Or is it that this is because of senior brother Fei's concern for senior brother Zhua that he has exploded his potential? Either way it was possible. Lindale had a feeling of unreality. The previous Zichu had always thought that he didn't deserve him, so whether it was in the sect or outside, it was that feeling of caution. Ever since Zhuo Di came, in Zichu not only could speak calmly to her, but even his eyes seemed to be full of that man's figure. Taken over by a man? Thinking of this, Lin Dyer's beautiful eyes rounded. She couldn't believe that she had lost to a man. Although she had always had that kind of hazy feeling towards Zichu, there was no such thing as love. But even so, inexplicably stolen home, or by a man to steal home, this feeling, Simply hate head hit the wall. Seeing Lindell dazed there, even talking to herself. Frowning at Zichu, she came to Lin Dyer's side and spoke. Senior sister, what are you fuming about? Fengxiu was only temporarily repulsed. Let's hurry and take the chance inside first. Then fight him, he will definitely come back for more. Well, Lin Dyer looked at Zichu slyly. That look made the latter a little hairy. But now that things were urgent, he didn't think much about it. The four of them walked directly towards the interior of the cave. Along the way, they encountered many mutated ferocious beasts, and the fur on those beasts all disappeared, with large swaths of red flesh and blood exposed. Unusually terrifying. Although those mutated ferocious beasts were extremely strong and bloodthirsty, it was obvious that they couldn't be stopped in their tracks when facing the Four Heavens' pride. After walking into the depths of the cave, Ho Wenbai seemed to have thought of something. Gritting his teeth, he said to the side in Zichu and Lin Dyer, I think that Fengxiu will come over very soon, although I don't know what kind of chance there is inside this cave, but I definitely can't give it away. I'll guard the entrance of the cave, and the three of you will go in. If there are any chances, please give my senior sister an extra share. Sifu. Hua Yuzhu looked at her own senior brother with tearful eyes, then smiled wryly. Don't worry, I won't tell my master about you peeking at those children's books. Lin Dyer and Zichu both looked at Ho Wenbai with strange eyes. The latter reddened. What words is this? I'm merely looking at that so-called dual cultivation path, using it to understand more of the Tao rhythms and fill in my own gaps. I'm holding out to learn. I know. You're most cognizant of learning. Hua Yuzhu nodded with an I know you very well look. Instead, Zichu spoke solemnly. Don't worry, senior brother Ho, if there are more chances in the cave, I will give senior sister Hua an extra share. If there is only one, then just let senior sister Hua get it. Aha! Ho Wenbai nodded gratefully. With that, his hands began to continuously pinch seals, utilizing a large formation to seal up the entire cave entrance. He sat in the eye of the formation, his eyes staring tightly at the cave entrance. Fengxiu he, as an heir of the Swift Emperor clan, would definitely not leave so simply. Wanting to completely defeat such a heavenly pride was not something that could be done in a short period of time, and instead of endlessly pestering him, it would be better to let him directly block Fengxiu, while the others went to get their chances. The three of them continued their journey towards the cave. It didn't take long to come to an open space. There was nothing fancy here, just a stone platform and a few inscriptions on the walls. There was an arrow on top of the stone platform. The arrows were inserted into the cracks of the stone platform, and it was unknown what material the arrows were made of. And although the marks on them were speckled, they were still not weathered and broken. What's that pattern? Hua Yuzhu walked forward and began to scrutinize the patterns inscribed on the walls. Only a cosmic starry sky was inscribed on the wall. There was a huge being on it, carrying the sun and moon on its shoulders and stepping on the stars, with 3,000 Tao rhythms bowing down before it. Everything in the universe withered, countless stars shattered, and the meaning of deadness and withering made people's hearts panic. The eyes of that being were indifferent to everything, like a god on high. Chapter 158 Green Snake falters the Emperor. And across from him was a green snake that spanned the universe. That green snake's face was grave, and the scales on its body were broken beyond repair, obviously suffering a heavy blow. But even so, the green snake still emanated and roared at the deity, as if asking him why he was doing all this. This is the Green Emperor, right? Then the one on the opposite side. Is that great Emperor of life and death? Their battle footage? Hua Yuzhu excitedly looked at the images on the wall. One must know that after the battle between the Qing Emperor and that Emperor, he obtained the title of Emperor while completely disappearing, and the same was true for that Emperor. The disappearance of the twin emperors was a great event that caused the heavens and the worlds to tremble. But no matter how many powerful people went to the cosmic star river, they never found the figures of those two emperors. Look at this last picture. Hearing Lin Dyer's voice, Hua Yuzhu also hurriedly turned her gaze to the end. Only half of the green snake's body was blown to pieces, while the one opposite, the great Emperor of life and death, had his head chopped off. The green snake spat out a mouthful of strange qi, corrupting that emperor's corpse directly, but that head flowed down into the universe and disappeared. Having done this, green snake also lay down in the universe and slowly disappeared into the darkness. They died together? Hua Yuzhu opened her small mouth and looked at the final pattern incredulously. This doesn't make sense. If they all died together, then where did this green emperor's tomb come from? Whether it was the silhouette of the green snake above the barren mountain, or the Tao rhythm felt as he entered the tomb, it was clear that it came from the Green Emperor. Otherwise, how could the many powerful people be so sure that this was the Qing Emperor's tomb? Is the Green Emperor still alive? But if he didn't die, where did this tomb come from? And why did it disappear after the Emperor War? Many mysteries lingered in the minds of several people. It's useless to think so much. There's no other chance here nowadays. There's only this arrow, although I don't know how it works, but I'll leave it to you, Senior Flower's sister. Zichu directly took the arrow off the top of the stone platform and handed it to Hua Yuju. The latter waved his hand with a look of disgust. It's better to give this to you. What do I need it for? Ha! In Zichu's doubt, he said, we've all agreed on this. And it's true that this is the only arrow left here. This thing also counts as chance. I think the image on it is the chance. I've already used the memory crystal to keep the diagram on it. Wait until after we get outside. Humph. Hua Yuju proudly waved the memory crystal in her hand. Whoever wants to see this thing, trade for it with treasures. And, Master Fei, just please destroy all of this pattern. Only orphaned items have value. Hearing Hua Yuju's words, Lin Dyer was speechless for a while. This good sister of hers was falling into the eyes of money. In Zichu's case, he didn't think about it that much. Walking directly in front of the stone wall, the chi of the Imperial Tao converged on top of his fist. Immediately after, boom! Accompanied by the bursting out of the chi of the Imperial Tao, Zichu's fist slammed fiercely on top of the stone wall. Buzz! The stone wall lit up with a faint glow, and none of the three of them noticed that while the stone wall was flickering with light, a faint ray of light drilled into Zichu's arm. Boom! Along with the stone wall being shattered, the cave also made a shaking sound. This place seems to be collapsing. Let's leave first. Yes, the three of them headed out of the cave. And just as they were about to reach the entrance, they heard shouts and booms. There was a piercing chill in the air, and it was obviously that Birdwing, coming over again. Damn little bird. I'll cut him down this time. Hua Yuju raised her small fists and bared her teeth. Lin Dyer and Zichu on the side both nodded. They didn't have any good feelings towards the Taiku Imperial clan itself, coming to provoke again and again. It would be a shame if we didn't behead him. The three of them sped directly toward the cave entrance, while Zichou and the others were experiencing a great battle over here. Zishao over there wasn't idle either. He made this slow journey towards the palace in the center. Halfway there, he encountered a battle between an heir of the Taiku Imperial clan as well as an heir of the Forbidden Zone. These two people were not letting anyone, and between the Tao rhythms competing, even the cultivators who were watching were chopped up by the two of them. The cause was a rusty chain above a tree. The chain was covered with green rust and looked like a broken thing, but the rampant Tao rhythm impacted on it, not to mention damaging the chain. Even the green rust on it didn't fall off a bit. One was an heir of the Jiaolong clan, clad in dragon-scale battle armor and holding a halberd, just like a god of war. The other was a Forbidden Zone transmitter, who was covered in death aura, and when he raised his hand, everything withered. These two people were exactly the people who were embedded in the mountain peaks that had been given a bump by Zishao earlier, now fighting again over a chain. The dead cultivators around them all became the puppets of that forbidden area's transmitter, constantly providing him with dead chi, and the surrounding environment was the same. After the mutation, the small world, to the place of dead chi clusters, like a forbidden area of life. The penalty box passer is in his element here. The Jiao Dragon clan heir on the other side wasn't the least bit afraid. The Tao rhythm on his body glistened, and each dragon scale above the dragon scale armor emitted a different Tao rhythm. This is his original treasure. It was also a card that he had condensed over many years of fighting. Between the two of them exchanging blows, the sky turned over, the void collapsed, the dragon's roar resounded throughout the world, and a deadly aura filled the entire land. The battle between the top heavenly prides would not be divided into winners and losers in a short period of time, so it had attracted many people to watch the battle. And those who did not have the strength had already turned into withered bones beside the Forbidden Region's heir. Some of the powerful ones are watching from the other side of the fence. If the two of them fought a defeat, they can also come to pick up the advantage. Zishao held the sleeping little beast in his arms and walked towards the palace step by step. As for the battle between these two, it was none of his business. He didn't know them. There were only three purposes left for him in this tomb. One was to find the inheritance of the Qing Emperor. Another was to figure out his suspicions. And the last was Yin Tian. That's a living fragment of the Great Tao. He must be killed to patch up the system. After all, the system has done a lot of things in this world in the name of Zishou. Whether it was Zishou himself or the system, they all needed to become stronger in order to do so. Speak of the devil. Zishou was still pondering where to look for Yin Tian, when the latter came directly to this neighborhood, and together with him, there were also those clan celestials from Yi Danqing. They are now completely in the same pants. Apparently it was the battle over here that drew them in. Yin Tian also noticed Zishao and his gaze became dangerous. That's him. That's him. Not to mention disrupting my plans. He even got the flower god water. He must die. Zishao naturally noticed Yin Tian's gaze and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. You idiots really think you're the chosen one reborn? Delivered to me. It would be too much if I didn't take you in. Chapter 159, Looking for Death. Yin Tian first slowly retreated behind Yi Dancheng, avoiding the line of sight. A twitching of the lips immediately followed, apparently transmitting a message. Boom boom boom. The heirs of the Taiku Imperial clan as well as the heirs of the Forbidden Zone who were in the middle of the battle stopped their hands, their brows slightly furrowed, and then they looked towards Zishao, who was taking a stroll not too far away. Zishao looked at Yin Tian with interest. How could he not know that this situation was Yin Tian's doing? The one who sent me flying in front of the tomb before, was you? The Jialong clan heir gazed straight at Zishao, his body emitting wisps of dragon might, and between the flow of the dragon might, it was as if a true dragon was on earth. The forbidden area transmitter similarly looked at Zishao. When they were at the entrance of the tomb earlier, the two of them were all struck by a huge force, causing them to be embedded in the mountain peak. It's a strange shame. Too unparalleled pride was actually sent flying by one person, although it is said to be a sneak attack, but it still can't change this fact. Wouldn't they be the object of ridicule if they treated it as if nothing had happened? The words of the Jialong clan's heir caused Zishao to fall into deep thought. He pondered when he had knocked his opponent away. After a few moments of thinking, it dawned on him. In order to avoid being pestered by Zichu, Zishao came to the tomb with extreme speed, and it seems that she bumped into something at the entrance. Is it these two? I'm asking you a question. Can't you hear me? Who? An ancient true dragon's shadow burst out from the body of the Jialong clan's heir, and those with a slightly weaker cultivation level in general even developed the feeling of bowing down. Zishao snapped his ears with a disgusted expression. Just talk. What are you blindly screaming here for? It's noisy to me. Seek death. The Jialong clan heir no longer said anything more, regardless of whether it was Zishao who knocked him away in front of the tomb. But a human race in the district actually dared to speak to him like this, and already had a way of taking death. Boom! Radiant light erupted from the body of the Jialong clan's heir, and between heaven and earth, a palpitating aura filled the air, a destructive force that was tyrannical and terrifying. Zigzag. The halberd in his hand appeared to be haunted by channels of purple lightning. Electricity flashed and thundered above the sky, and not long afterward, dark clouds covered the sky and the light completely darkened. The Jialong clan heir was holding a halberd and bathed in thunder, just like an ancient god of war. Looking down at the violet sky below, the dragon's eyes were filled with disdain. Go to hell! Click! The halberd smashed down fiercely with a thunderous momentum. Purple electric light intertwined horizontally, slashing from above the sky. This was a combination of spiritual power and Dao rhyme, strong and domineering. Zishao still wore a calm expression on his face as he faced that world-destroying thunder. He also knew thunder technique, and had used it when dealing with Lu Chang'e. Only now he had no intention of using thunder technique against him. There's something that should see the light of day. Thinking of this, Zishao's gaze flashed, and his body instantly emitted the aura of the Imperial Way, and that aura was like a king's presence in the world, and the hearts of all the human races present were shaken. The shadow of a grass slowly crossed the sky. That grass had 8 leaves, and each one had a breathtaking feeling, as if it was the will of the saints heaven and earth. The heaven and earth resounded with the hymn of the great Tao. The crowd only saw a sword blade slowly appear in Zishao's hand. The sword, which was golden in color, had an imperial aura emanating from it. Yin Tian, who saw the sword, lost his voice on the spot. Human emperor sword? How could it be in his hands? All of those who came here were cultivators with extraordinary ears, so they naturally heard Yin Tian's shouts. At that moment, all of them widened their eyes and looked closely at the sword in Zishao's hand. Mountains and rivers on one side, the sun, moon and stars on the other. The aura of the Emperor's Way burst out from the sword. What could it be if it wasn't that legendary human emperor sword? In the ancient times, the human race was weak, and in the era when the Taiku imperial race was in power, the human cultivators were basically reduced to rations. Those with some special physiques were even more of a target for the Swire Emperor clan to hunt down, and it was at that time that an emperor used his own strength to buck the imperial clan. That man is the Emperor of Man. All the heavens and all the worlds, all the ancient races, all circulated the terrifying legend of the human emperor, the one who had drawn the heads of all the races with the power of a monarch over the world. Now the human emperor's sword has reappeared. Could it be that the Emperor of Man has an inheritor? The Jialong clan heir, who was still swinging out his halberd, also had his pupils clenched. He was equally aware of the legend of the human emperor, and did not expect to actually meet the human emperor's heir at this time. The human emperor's heir? It's just as well. We'll settle the hatred of the past with a single handle today. The halberd fell straight down with a heaven-destroying aura, and that terrifying power caused the void to collapse and the earth to shatter. The true dragon silhouette was constantly fighting against the grass in mid-air, the grass blades gently swaying as the sword intent erupted. The true dragon's mouth spewed scorching waves of fire, burning everything. Zishao held the human emperor sword and slashed out. Swish! The golden sword awnings were radiant. with unrivaled destructive power. Indestructible. The sword and thunder clashed together. Boom! A deafening roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Zip zip zip. Zi Zhao's eyes narrowed lightly as he looked at the Jialong clan heir in front of him. Should I say that it's worthy of being a Taiku royal family? I don't know how old he is in terms of bone age, but just by looking at this cultivation realm, he has actually come to the Mahayana stage in an outrageous manner. Although it was only the early Mahayana stage, it could be seen that the cultivators on the spirit domain side were much stronger than the 9 heavens and 10 lands. For example, Zi Xiao, if he hadn't forcibly suppressed his realm in order to enter this Green Emperor's tomb, coming to the spirit domain this has only been a short while. I'm afraid that they are all about to cross the threshold. The spiritual energy in this spiritual domain was simply too terrifying, and so was the Tao rhythm derived from heaven and earth. No wonder it was called a pseudo-immortal domain by the system. The Jialong clan's heir was also shocked at Zi Zhao's hard catch of his halberd. He only felt that the other party's spiritual power was endless, and his sword intent was even stronger to the point of being ridiculously strong. How can such strength be unknown? The ancient celestial pride didn't have such a number 1 character either. The surrounding onlookers of the cultivators also dropped their jaws in shock. Who is this person? To actually be able to fight the dragon warrior forcefully? Which clan's unearthly pride is it? I recognize this person. Zui Yuanfei of Mount Kunwu, said to be a casual cultivator who just joined the sect not long ago. What? A casual cultivator? You call this a casual cultivator? The human emperor's heir, powerfully competing with the ancient heavenly pride. You know, that dragon warrior, being from the Jiao dragon clan, has a bone age of at least 100 and upwards, and yet, he has a majestic vigor. He's obviously a young man. You tell me, what do you mean by casualties? Yin Tian in the distance even had an unbelievable expression. Who on earth is this man? He kept roaring in his mind. Such a person who was able to compete with the ancient celestial pride had actually never appeared in his memories. Why, there was nothing about him in his previous life. Many of the clan's celestial pride were also all marveling at Zi Zhao's battle prowess. Now that the ancient celestial pride had been unsealed from the divine source one after another, the battle power of the celestial pride of the current world was far inferior in comparison to it. Chapter 160. What are you barking at? This was not because of a talent problem, but because those ancient celestial prides, all of whom grew up and overwhelmed the celestial prides of their peers, were sealed in the divine origin because they were seeking the opportunity to become immortals. The current heaven's pride was only just starting out, and was definitely inferior to the ancient heaven's pride in terms of cultivation realm. What they need most right now is time. The only way to fight with them was to catch up in realm. After all, cultivation accounted for a huge factor in the battle between heaven's pride. This Zui Yuanfei is a loose cultivator, or he just joined Mount Kunwu, which means that he is a heavenly pride of the current generation. But if it was the current heavenly pride, how heaven-defying would one have to be able to battle the ancient heavenly pride right at this time? In the middle of the battlefield, the Jialong clan's heir retracted his halberd and then blasted over again. The dragon scale armor exuded strands of Tao rhythm, which intertwined with the Tao rhythm on top of the halberd, adding a bit more power. Seeing the other party charge up again once more, Zi Zhao's gaze turned cold. The sun, moon, and stars appeared behind him, as if he was carrying the entire blue sky on his back, and immediately afterward, once again, he chopped out with a sword. Get down here. Boom! At this moment, with Zi Xiao as the center, powerful sword chi fluctuations roared like a great river, rolling out and ravaging the 10 directions. The sun, moon, and stars behind them were as if they were substantial, emitting glittering light. When a sword was cut out, it was like the sea crashing into the ground, like the sky pouring over the earth. The Jialong clan heir felt as if a mountain had crashed on top of his halberd. Between the tremors, the halberd directly came out of his hand, and the dragon scale armor at his chest also sunk down a piece, and his whole person flew backwards like a kite with broken strings. Not only that, the mountainous and thick sword intent remained on his body, smashing him hard on top of the ground. A deep crater appeared in the ground. This scene caused all the onlookers to suck in a breath of cold air. Scary as hell. To forcefully fight against the ancient celestial pride was already outrageous enough, and as a result, it even crushed that ancient celestial pride? The emotionless face of the Forbidden Zone transmitter also twitched a few times at this moment. There was no other reason. The battle power of this young cultivator on the opposite side was too terrifying. Could it be some kind of powerful remodeling? However, the Green Emperor's boundary would definitely not allow any heavy cultivation powerhouses to enter it. How can it be? Yin Tian's pupils tightened, and his current mood could be described as mixed. Jealousy, anger, and murderous intent had twisted his mind. Obviously he is a reborn person. This unbelievable rebirth have fallen on his body. Is not it the person who was chosen by heaven? But why is this Zui Yuanfei in front of him several times stronger than himself? How could such a person be in this day and age? Even in his previous life in Zichu, he was definitely inferior to this man in front of him. Damn, obviously Swish, just as In Tian cursed in a low voice, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The surrounding sect celestials were instantly alert, but they didn't dare to act rashly. In Tian slowly raised his head, just in time to see a handsome face that looked like a smile, looking at him as if he was looking at a clown. Left, boom. Before the words were finished, a huge force slammed hard into In Tian's face. His bones let out a mournful sound, and immediately afterward, he flew out sideways, crashing to the ground after smashing several dead trees. Zuo Yuanfei, what are you doing? Yi Danqing angrily rebuked Zi Xiao, and the flames on his body scorched the void as if he was about to make a move in the next second. On the contrary, Zi Xiao, who didn't care at all, instead glanced at him faintly and said softly, "Didn't get enough last time? Still want to get another beating?" Yi Danqing was furious. He had never seen such an arrogant person, but it is vain to say anything when you are not as strong as you are. Judging from the strength this person had just displayed, he was definitely not his opponent. If he forced his way out, I'm afraid that he would end up in the same situation as that Jelong clan's heir, or even worse. After all, one did not have that defensively strong dragon scale armor on one's body. Zuo Yuanfei. In Tian stood up from the ground with great difficulty, his face grimacing and looking wretched. And most importantly, he was slapped hard in front of so many people, and in the future, even if he was able to override the 10,000 worlds, I'm afraid that today's incident would be treated as a laughingstock. This was simply unacceptable to In Tian, who focused on reputation and face, thinking that he was able to calculate the world with the advantage of being reborn. But in front of absolute strength, all of this became empty talk. Zixio walked slowly to In Tian's front and shook his hand in disgust. "Your cheek is really thick. My hand hurts." "What? Stealing a voice transmission? You think I'm blind? I was thinking of letting you bounce around a little longer, but it seems you're actively looking for a way to die." "Ha!" At this moment, the excited voice of the system resounded in Zixiao's mind. "Slaughter him! Slaughter him! Snatch the great Tao fragment in his body for me ruthlessly, then stuff it in my mouth. I'm all set." Zixiao ignored his own crazy batch system. Even if In Tian didn't have a great Tao fragment, he would still slaughter him. After all, not just any cat or dog can count on him. In Tian looked at Zixiao with an icy gaze, not expecting that even borrowing the hands of the ancient celestial pride could not help him. "Then take matters into your own hands." Although he didn't know why the human emperor's sword, which should be in Zixiao's possession, appeared in Zixiao's hand, but since it had appeared, one had to take it away, and that flower god water. In Tian directly took out his imperial beast seal from his bosom, and the aura of all beasts burst out. "Zuo Yuanfei, you are, today, what are you barking at?" Before In Tian could finish his vicious words, an angry roar suddenly came from the distance, followed by a golden stream of light shooting out. Who else could it be if it wasn't that human emperor body in Zichu? At this moment, the veins on Zixiao's forehead were bulging, his eyes were red, and he was obviously infuriated. After coming to Zixiao's side, he first looked the other party up and down with concern, and when Zixiao was about to hold back from punching him, Zixiao withdrew his gaze and sighed in relief. Once again, he turned his gaze to In Tian across the room. "Luckily, senior brother is fine. If he's not, even if the earth turns upside down, I'm bound to kill all of you in Zichu." "Cultivators on the sidelines?" "No, what do you mean?" said In Tian just said. After all, just now In Tian is about to start a war with Zixiao. "You say he is normal. We invited you to mess with you. You came up here to kill us all. What asshole statement." In Tian even looked at Zichu with a speechless face. How come he didn't remember that this Zichu had become a licking dog in his previous life? The bottom line is that he's a man who ing licks. Such an oddity is simply unheard of. Could he have been drugged by Zuo Yuanfei? Zixiao felt her face burning hot at this moment. If he hadn't kept Zichu to be useful, he would have wanted to kill him directly under his palm. It is simply disgraceful. Chapter 161, Senior Brother. In Zichu, In Tian's eyes narrowed lightly. This person is the human emperor who reigned over the world in his previous life. In Zichu, the human emperor body wielding the human emperor's sword was simply all about killing through an era. There were still quite a few strong people amongst that era, but there were simply only a handful that were able to fight with Zichu. In his previous life, he had only looked at the other party from afar and nearly had his divine soul shattered. It wasn't because Zichu intended to make a move, but as a human emperor, the aura of inviolability of all laws on his body made it impossible for people to look directly at him. After that time, In Tian's entire being became completely twisted. He also wanted to make the 10,000 tribes worship him. He also wanted to become such a strong person. but even up to the moment of death, he didn't even make it, but he didn't realize that God had given him a second chance and he made it. With his previous memories, he was able to shortcut any opportunity. His physique wasn't strong enough, so he looked for opportunity. His talent wasn't strong enough? Then look for a chance. He had put in countless efforts for the turning point that was the Qing Emperor's tomb. In the end, there was another Zui Yuanfei, who was Zichu's senior brother, disrupting all of his plans and making him lose face in public. In the end, it's still because in Zichu, asshole. What makes you able to overcome adversity no matter what? There's always a nobleman around. I've given everything, and it's not as good as you? Looking at Yin Tian as he kept staring at himself, Zichu also couldn't help but say angrily, "What are you looking at? Do you still want to make a move? In Zichu, come over and fight." Facing Zijiao's words, Yin Tian was unsure. After all, the other party was able to crush the ancient celestial pride. However, facing an ungrown in Zichu, if he couldn't defeat it, wouldn't he have lived to a dog for so many years? The might of the human emperor body suppressed above the hearts of everyone present, but an invincible physique was a physique. But this person with an invincible physique hadn't grown up yet. It's just a cultivator who is a distraction. Is it possible that he can still go against the grain? Zishao was also a bit speechless. Looking at that righteous face in Zichou, he really wanted to say, "Big brother, can you beat him?" It's true that Destiny's Child turns evil into good, and pops in the middle of a fight. However, Yin Tian was likewise someone who possessed a fragment of the great Tao, no less than the Son of Heaven's destiny, and would even use the Son of Heaven's destiny as a hunting target, such as Lu Chang'e. So at Ziju's current realm, that was definitely not enough for Yin Tian to fight. Right, Zishao suddenly thought of something and spoke softly. "Senior brother Fei, come over here." "I'm coming, senior." As soon as he heard Zijiao's voice, in Zichu's face where there is still any seriousness, with a smile on his face, he trotted over to Zishao, that living doggy style, attracting some contempt from the surrounding cultivators. In Zichou came to Zijiao's front, his eyes filled with inquiries. The purple sky didn't make it wait much longer. There was a flash of light in his hand. Immediately afterward, a streamer-shaped magic treasure appeared in his hand. The streamer was golden in color, with the pattern of a true dragon imprinted on it, and strands of the qi of the imperial Tao constantly emanated from it. This? In Zichu's moment of dumbfoundedness, he was able to feel the origin aura above this streamer that was connected to him. This is the human emperor streamer. Zishao handed over the human emperor streamer with a calm face. Nowadays, the human emperor sword is definitely not able to be borrowed in Zichu, and that sword is still in the sea of consciousness constantly being absorbed by the sword grass. Moreover, even if he was given the human emperor's sword in Ziju, it would be impossible for him to master it in a short period of time. In the previous 10 years or so, he hadn't been able to get the human emperor's sword to awaken, and he certainly wouldn't be able to do the same nowadays. It was also impossible to deal with Yin Tian, but this human emperor streamer was different. Zishao had long ago read the introduction of this magic treasure. The system produces a fine product. It seemed that Unity-san had gotten this particular human emperor streamer just for the sake of Zishao's plan. Zishao didn't deliberately lower his voice. All the people around them heard the name of this magic treasure and all froze for a moment. Human emperor streamer? What is that thing? Have you guys heard of it? I've never heard that a former human emperor used the sword of the imperial Tao to cross the 10 directions. And who and where did this streamer come from? The qi of the imperial Tao on it is extremely dense, not even remotely inferior to the human emperor's sword. This Zui Yuanfei is really overly kind to Zichu. I think I've heard of it. It's said that the human emperor streamer is a magic treasure from the late years of the human emperor, and that the extreme emperor Tao and the immortal Tao's intent are greatly accomplished, and that it's capable of suppressing enemies easily. You've heard of it, my ass. Are you secretly reading the talking books again? And the emperor Tao and the immortal Tao's intent to achieve greatness. I've never seen the human emperor's flag recorded in ancient history. How do you explain the rich imperial Tao qi on that? How would I know? In response to the sudden appearance of the human emperor streamer, the cultivators all discussed it intensely. Yin Tian's gaze was stunned. He had never heard of this human emperor streamer, but from above the name, it was able to be heard that it was definitely related to the human emperor. Being in Zichu's human emperor body, would anything change after getting this human emperor streamer? Looking at the top-notch magic treasure handed over by his own senior brother, in Zichu's eyes were a little moist, and she spoke tremblingly. "Senior brother, I understand, because I didn't want that so-called gift from the heavenly Tao. After giving up the human emperor's sword, you were afraid that I wouldn't have a magic treasure, so you went to great lengths to find this human emperor streamer for me, right? If it's from senior brother, then naturally it's not a gift from heaven, so I can take it without fear. Elder brother, you're really, to me," with a look of gratitude on his face. Zichu grasped the human emperor streamer with both hands in a death grip, his entire body trembling from excitement. Get it again? Zixiao only felt off the mark. Is this still the son of destiny? It's practically a destiny licker, and it's also a self-strategizer and self-brainwasher. Am I really some kind of demonic body that kills women and men? I can't stand it really. I really want to open up Zichu's skull to see what's inside his head. Okay, even if this magic treasure is something I went through a lot of trouble to find. But for so many days, I haven't even left the house except for the tomb of the Qing Emperor. So how can I talk about going to look for a magic treasure for you? Where's the IQ? Where's the brain? It's not purely being downsized. The system opened its mouth slyly. See, what did I say? In addition to having a seizure close to your heavenly destiny, the IQ is even more directly negative. And you still say that you're not the body of a chimera? Get out! The human emperor streamer in hand bowed at Zi Xiao, then turned his head and walked towards Yin Tian with a dragon stride. That majestic look, especially with a human emperor streamer in his hand. Those who didn't know thought he was going to raise the flag. Yun Tian, coming across to Yin Tian, Zichu sneered coldly, with the help of your senior brother, what do you count as? Nothing more than a mole cricket. Chapter 162, why is this human emperor streamer emitting black gas? Yin Tian's pupils tightened, and he was about to be infuriated and laugh. After you take a broken streamer, I'm an ant? Also senior brother help. Zhua Yuanfei he is strong enough to be able to crush the ancient celestial pride. But on what basis are you qualified to be so bullish? And what's that look of bewildered confidence mean? Are you sure about me? Cut the crap and come over to die. After Zichu roared, he immediately held the human emperor streamer and attacked towards Yin Tian. Boom! The golden light of the human emperor body shone in the sky. The aura of the imperial Tao filled the surroundings, and the roars of the true dragons were deafening. After Zichu's battle with Fengxiu, it had already made him more and more skillful in controlling the human emperor body. King's Landing makes the sky a golden color. Some of the people from the Taiku imperial clan were even more ferocious. They had all read those words and images recorded in their own ancient history. Once the human emperor was unrivaled, oppressing the 10,000 clans horizontally, and the swift emperor clans were practically crushed to the point where they couldn't lift their heads up. And even when they sent out several ancient emperors to fight with them, they were still crushed to death by the human emperor. They even beat them to the point of closing the mountain at one point. If the human race was dark before the human emperor appeared, then after the human emperor came out of nowhere, it became dark for the Taiku imperial race. At this time, seeing the human emperor embodying the world once again, all of them had murderous intentions, but all dare not act rashly. After all, that person emperor body realm cultivation is weak, but his that senior brother. When Yin Tian saw that he actually dared to take the lead in Zichu and lash out at him, he was even angrier for a moment, and the imperial beast seal in his hand flew out directly across the room. Buzz! The aura of an ancient ferocious beast reappeared. Previously, he had used this imperial beast seal to directly slap those monsters that were indestructible to Vajra and invulnerable to fire and water into mush. In his opinion, being in Zichu was far less frightening than those monsters. The great seal of the imperial beast grew larger and larger in the air, and the roar of the beast was unceasing. You are the royal body of the human race. The human emperor? Then I am the emperor of all beasts. I am the beast emperor. As the same emperor, how can I be suppressed by you? Amidst the clouds in the sky, the shadow of the ancient ferocious beast appeared in front of the looming true dragon's shadow. This is the derivation of the Taoist rhyme. In Zichou and Yin Tian, the two of them had their Tao rhythms diffused into a vision. These two definitely claimed the name of heaven's pride. The heavenly visions are unfolding in a crossfire. The same goes for the duo below. In the face of that imperial beast seal, in Zichu, he did not panic in the slightest and waved the human emperor streamer in his hand. Boom! Powerful imperial chi gushed out. That golden imperial chi transformed into a human form, as if thousands of warriors were fighting forward. People shouting and horses hissing, iron clothes flashing, murderous aura rushing to the heavens. Like a flood rolled in, the earth trembled and rumbled. It was an unstoppable aura and conviction. Wherever the sword blade goes, it is indestructible. The imperial beast seal that covered the sky and the sun slapped down towards the 1,000 armies. The earth around them crumbled inch by inch, and along with the bombardment of dingoism, the clouds were directly washed away, revealing the true dragons and 10,000 beasts' shadows within. Boom! Swords, spears, and machetes. The golden golem impacted on top of that imperial beast seal. The roaring sound made many cultivators go deaf, and the terrifying airwaves even completely lifted those already withered plants and trees on the ground. Click here for. Along with the shattering of a sharp blade, it was obvious that in Zichao's cultivation realm was a hard wound, and that he had fallen into an inferior position in the exchange of blows. The true dragon silhouette above the sky was also being surrounded by 10,000 beasts. The corners of Tian's mouth rose slightly. Do you really think you're invincible with a broken streamer? And what about your brother's help? What help? My ass. Now let's see which one of us is the mole. Tian cupped his hands to seal, and the huge imperial beast seal changed once again, as tens of thousands of beasts let out roars of fury and pressed horizontally towards the Golden Army. Boom boom boom. The roars were endless, and the Golden Army, which was already unable to resist, was in an even worse state at this moment, as one golden silhouette after another shattered. Zichu's face began to pale. Tian was even more pleased with himself, standing above the void and looking down at Zichu from above. He had waited for this scene for far too long, and in his memories, the impression that Zichu had brought to him was far too deep. If he was able to trample such a person under his feet, wouldn't it prove that he had really done it? The seals above his hands were emitting light continuously. Obviously, he was going to use the Imperial Beast Seal to crush Zichu into mud. Boo! Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred, only to see that the human Emperor streamer in Zichu's hand emitted a muffled sound, as if a giant hammer was smashing into people's chests, causing the hearts of the surrounding people to be stifled. Immediately afterward, rolling black gas gushed out from above the human Emperor streamer. When that black gas appeared, it was accompanied by the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling, which made one's scalp numb. The golden human Emperor streamer had been completely dyed black, and a bizarre skull even appeared at the very top. The skull opened its mouth, and scarlet blood chi surged into the black chi, making the black chi a few points more bizarre. One could only see the rolling black chi engulfing towards the 10,000 beasts of the Imperial Beast Seal. Those ferocious beasts were as if they had seen something terrifying, their huge pupils filled with fear. The true dragon silhouette above the sky also gradually changed, only to see the golden dragon silhouette filled with might gradually turn into a red and black evil dragon. What is this? Tian was similarly shocked as he looked at the sudden appearance of the black gas. In the memory of Zichu as the heir of the human emperor and the Qing emperor, he was full of righteousness, and the aura of the emperor's way swept across the heavens and the worlds, and all people respectfully called him the human emperor from the bottom of their hearts. But what's going on here in Zichu? With an evil aura, even the vision had turned into an evil dragon, especially that human emperor streamer. What's that streamer? Cuckoo smoking black human emperor streamers? Among the surrounding cultivators who had gathered around, there was a man dressed as a Taoist priest. He looked at the shadow of the evil dragon above the sky and frowned slightly. The human emperor is tainted? Evil dragons descending into the world? How is this possible? Could it be that master ancestor he miscalculated? The other cultivators also discussed it intensely. There was no other reason. The human emperor's reputation was simply too great. There were only a handful of people who possessed the human emperor body from the ancient times until now. Other than the original human emperor, those few other human emperor bodies were all people with great aspirations, and it was said that human emperor bodies would appear in the chaotic world. It's to lead the human race to the dawn. Then isn't this human emperor body too evil? Especially that human emperor streamer in his hand. No! Why is this human emperor streamer of yours cuckoo bubbling with black gas? If the aura on the human emperor body is the purest aura of the emperor's way, then above the human emperor streamer is the purest aura of evil. How can these two be paired together? This is the human emperor streamer? Afraid it's not teasing me? The cultivators all sensed that something was wrong, and logically speaking, being in the human emperor body, of course he should have sensed that evil aura in Zichu, but he was still holding the human emperor streamer, and he was constantly urging against it with his human emperor body. The black gas is monstrous. The bloodlight flourished. Chapter 163. Worthy of being a senior brother. This human emperor streamer is really good. Seeing that the opponent's Imperial Beast Seal was repelled by himself, he was overjoyed at Zichu. Even more desperately, he used his human emperor body to catalyze the human emperor streamer that was bubbling with black gas. Boom! The Imperial Beast Seal was completely overturned out, and it was even possible to see that the black gas was continuously corroding that Imperial Beast Seal. The expressions of the ancient beasts inscribed on it were all hideous at this time, and their eyes were full of bloodlust and tyranny. Crap! Sensing the abnormalities of the Imperial Beast Seal, Tian couldn't think of anything else and hurriedly pinched his hand and summoned it back. This Imperial Beast Seal was not only a magic treasure, but also the sect leader's token of his Imperial Beast sect, and the reason why it could be given to him was not only because of his outstanding talent, but also because his father was the sect leader. He's the young patriarch. If something went wrong with this Imperial Beast Seal, the Imperial Beast sect would lose face, not to mention that his reputation as a young patriarch would probably be in tatters as well. He had thought that it would be fine if he retrieved the Imperial Beast Seal, but it turned out that the Imperial Beast Seal had just fallen into his hands after shrinking, and then a snorting sound was emitted. Wisps of white smoke kept drifting into the air. What's going on? In Tian was shocked. How was this imperial beast seal hot? Roads of black lines appeared on his hands at this time, and those lines kept spreading above his arms. Asterisk. In Tian made an instant decision and directly took out a spirit sword from the Qianquan ring and chopped up at his arm. Pust. Fresh blood spilled across the sky. This instantaneous personality really made people not dare to underestimate him. The broken arm fell to the ground, and within a short time, it gave off wisps of black smoke, and countless small insects with reddish light appeared from within, and then devoured the broken arm. Hiss. The cultivators present all sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this bizarre scene. What the hell is going on with this black-breathing human emperor streamer? Not to mention the countless souls inside. Even the magic treasures are able to erode? What kind of demonic power can this be? It's unheard of. In Tian directly no longer dared to directly touch that imperial beast seal and instead threw it directly into the Qianquan ring. At the same time, he took out a great medicine and directly swallowed it. Buzz. The medicinal fragrance overflowed, and his arm grew back, and just as he was recovering, he rushed up while Zichu was swinging the human emperor streamer. You think I won't beat you up just because you're high? If you offend your senior brother, you deserve to die. Boom! Ghosts cried out as the black gas churned. Countless unjust souls drifted out in the human emperor streamer and pounced on In Tian with teeth and claws. Seeing this scene of the forbidden area air, his pupils tightened. Originally he should have felt the heat of this magic treasure. After all, on the meaning of death, there is no one who understands more than him. But it took a closer look to realize something was wrong. That's clearly a magic skill. Even in the entire spirit domain, demonic feats were likewise a taboo existence. People with magic power have also appeared in history. Unlike demonic cultivators, the real magic power seems to devour heaven and earth in general, but also will be the cultivator's soul, body and soul all absorbed, and thus grow your body. This human emperor streamer revealed the aura of demonic feats from the inside out. Even if he was a forbidden area heir, I'm afraid that he would become a target if he obtained this human emperor streamer. You're actually using magic power. In his haste, In Tian simply couldn't dodge in time, so he could only take out his magic treasure from the Qianquan ring once again, trying to block the rolling black chi of that human emperor streamer, but that pressed the point. No matter what magic treasure, in the face of the black gas that corrupted everything, it instantly became dull and even crumbled, and the spiritual energy in the magic treasure was constantly being absorbed by the human emperor streamer. Seeing the rolling black chi coming towards him, In Tian didn't dare to take it head-on, and a large amount of spiritual energy burst out from his body. The entire person directly disappeared in place. Looking around with the human emperor streamer raised in Zichu, on the distant void, In Tian's figure appeared, and at this moment, he was clearly planning to run away. The strange magic skill is now in the world. Looking for the people in Zichu must be not a few. When the time is in the Susu plan, now hurry to leave is the right way. Where are you going? Just as In Tian was planning to leave, a magnetic voice resounded in his ears. In Tian hurriedly turned his head and saw a man dressed in a black robe, his hair gleaming as it flew. Is it Zhuo Yuanfei? How did he know his escape route? Go down! Zi Zhao's gaze froze, and then he slapped his palm out. Boom! Powerful spiritual energy erupted with brilliant light, and the spiritual energy intertwined into a giant hand that covered the sky, aiming at In Tian and ruthlessly slapping down. It's like swatting a fly. The roar was deafening. The surrounding clouds were all completely slapped apart, and In Tian even transformed into a stream of light, falling towards the ground. Thank you, senior brother. Zichu was excited to see this scene from below. He had thought that if that In Tian escaped, he didn't seem to have the ability to catch up with him, but he didn't expect that at the critical moment, he was still his own senior brother. Boom! In Tian smashed a deep hole in the ground. The airwaves swept up flying sand and rocks, shooting out in all directions. Luckily, those who were able to watch the battle here were all powerful cultivators and were not injured by mistake. In Zichu's hands, he walked towards the pit with the human emperor streamer in his hand. Buzz! Just as he reached the pit, a glow of spiritual energy erupted from within. Wisps of Tao rhythm transformed into countless peerless divine weapons, breaking through the air, and each of those peerless divine weapons was so real that the void was slashed with cracks. Indestructible. In Zichu's eyes, he had been guarding against In Tian's sneak attack for a long time, clashing with such a gentle senior brother of his own. Can such a person be a good person? Definitely a sneak attack. Immediately afterward, he waved the human emperor streamer in his hand. Pust! The black chi transformed into a giant wave once again, forming a black curtain in front of him, which was airtight, and a tattered arm reached out from the black mist, blocking in front of him. Swish swish swish! The thousands of swordlights were all blocked by the black curtain. After those tattered arms grabbed the rapier, they pinched it with force. instantly turning it into spiritual fragments. And the spiritual fragments were absorbed in the blink of an eye. With a bang, Intian appeared from the pit, directly on Zichu's side. Thousands of figures of ancient ferocious beasts emerged behind him, and the imperial beast seal had obviously been placed in his chi-si, and at this moment, he was the imperial beast seal. The black lines on his body were spreading in all directions with his abdomen, but in order to be able to live now, Intian couldn't care less. Roar! The roar of thousands of beasts shook the world. Intian's hands waved, and the ferocious aura of his body ran through the 10 directions. He was going to fight for his life. Trying to fight me for your life? You deserve it too. In Zichu's face was full of disdain. The aura of the imperial Tao on his body filled the surroundings, and the human emperor streamer in his hand rattled. Bathed in darkness, he seemed like a dark monarch. Chapter 164, Are You Colorblind? The might of the human emperor body combined with the human emperor streamer, and a strange effect occurred. The power of those thousands of ferocious beasts was obviously weak in the darkness, not to mention dispersing the darkness without even a splash, only to see that as the human emperor streamer danced, the skeleton on it opened its mouth wide and sucked violently, and the entirety of Intian, who was planning to fight for his life, twisted. Impossible. I'm going to be above the heavens and the earth. I won't be this result. Even though Intian roared like a madman, he simply couldn't resist the suction force, especially the black lines that were all over his body. The ethereal light emanating from the moment caused him to completely lose control of his body. Phew! The wind howled, and between heaven and earth, countless unjust souls wailed, and those unjust souls, as if they had seen some fresh flesh and blood, stretched out their tattered and decayed hands and tightly tugged on Intian's entire body. Soon, under the suction force of the human emperor streamer, as well as the grasping of those tattered arms, Intian transformed into a stream of light and was absorbed into the human emperor streamer. At this moment, Zixia was looking over with a smile on her face. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Avenue Fragment ×1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward True Dragon Treasure Technique. Congratulations to the host on receiving the reward for the Secret Art of Tai Ching. Congratulations to the host on receiving the reward Silk Chongsam. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward Linda's Stocking ×1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward Shan Yuyen's Bib ×1. Unico. Zi Xiao communicated with the system in the sea of consciousness, his tone becoming more and more dangerous. The system fell like a little nerd and spoke. What's wrong? What happened? You damn me to get you the Avenue Fragments. The previous rewards I do not ask. You give me an explanation to explain. This Lin Dyer Stockings and Shan Yuyen's belly pocket is a few meanings? You can't blame me for that. The system spoke in a hurry. Have you forgotten? These are the rewards given to you by the system. I'm a little voice assistant. I can't manipulate the rewards. This fart. Before the system could finish its sentence, Zi Xiao directly interrupted it. Did you use all the things you stole over here for rewards? Don't tell me that you also left a note when you stole those stockings and bibs. What do you mean by your sudden silence? You tell me. Ding dong. Your little unicorn is in a deep sleep, counting down to a deep sleep. 52 hours. Don't you play dead for me. You'd better pray that you don't have an entity in the future after you gather all the pieces of the Great Tao. If you have an entity, I'll definitely tell you what it means to be social. The system completely disappeared, and there was nothing Zi Xiao could do about it. The reason why he was still able to obtain the Great Tao fragment after that Intian was devoured by the human emperor streamer was because the human emperor streamer was originally rewarded to him by the system, and the burial intent on it also connected to his primordial heavenly demon body. That is to say, in addition to Zichu being able to use the human emperor streamer against his enemies, those enemies would only need to be sent into the human emperor streamer. Then when the human emperor streamer refined those people, it would return all of the magic treasures, spiritual energy, chi and blood, everything to him as the host. It could be said that from now on, as long as Zichu used the human emperor streamer for one day, then he would become his toolman for one day. Who the hell are you? Just as Zi Xiao was still pondering, a voice resounded in his ears. Turning his head to look, a young man dressed in Taoist robes stood beside him, and that young Taoist's body exuded a metaphysical aura, as if he was not in this world, especially his eyes, which actually had no pupils. The whole eye is white. This caused Zi Xiao to freeze. I have heavy pupils. You have no pupils. Together we have two complete eyes, right? The young Taoist didn't know what Zi Xiao was pondering. Seeing that he didn't say anything and was staring straight at himself, the young Taoist frowned. This fellow Taoist, have you seen enough? Well, see enough? Zi Xiao nodded and hurriedly shook that strange thought out of his head. What were you saying? I'm asking, what exactly are you? And why are you contaminating the human emperor body? I'm a good person. Really? Zishao solemnly said. As for what you said about contaminating the human emperor body, I'm sorry, I don't understand. You are. Phew. Just as that young Taoist was about to ask something more, the chi of the Imperial Tao appeared at first glance. In Zichao's hands, he came to Zizhao's side holding the human emperor streamer, vigilantly looking at the young Taoist in front of him. Senior brother, are you alright? I don't think this kid is too much of a good guy. What is he looking for you for? Isn't that a bit too much of a snub? Looking at that protective being in Zishao also had a bit of a headache. You say you, my plan has succeeded, and the human emperor's streamer has been given to you, so you can't go around the daughter of heaven's destiny. What are you always running to me for? By the way, where's Lindell? Zishao looked at Zicho with some consternation. You guys went out for a trip and you're the only one who came back? Lost the daughter of heaven's destiny? The young Taoist's face visibly eased a few points when he saw Zichu, the human emperor body. In the beginning of the sun, you can awaken this physique, is the fate of heaven. Now do not hurry to throw away the evil things in your hands. Your physique will be polluted. What pollution? What are you farting about? In Zichua's tone was filled with anger. This is the token that my senior brother gave me. No, it is a magic treasure that was specially found for me, and you let me throw it away? What is your intention? Hearing that word token, Zishao could not wait to directly whack Zicho to death. That young Taoist's brows furrowed once again, and a mysterious Tao rhythm flowed through his hollow, snow-white eyes. In Zichu, do you know that your human emperor body is being contaminated? Can't you see the rolling black gas coming out from above that so-called human emperor streamer? Fart! You're getting out of line. Pointing at his human emperor streamer, Zichu angrily said, are you color blind? Can't you see that the aura flowing out of this is purple? Your pure black eyeballs. I didn't even say it was something evil, and you actually turn around and say that this thing of mine is evil? Ha! The young Taoist priest was alarmed. The human emperor streamer is flowing out in purple, and this eyeball of mine is black? Do you want to listen and see what you're talking about? Are you blind or color blind? The heir to the human emperor can't even recognize a color? Zixiao was also a bit surprised. I thought I'd succeeded in fooling him, but he's colorblind in Zichu? Can't tell colors? You can feel that evil aura even if you can't see the color clearly, right? The young Taoist had lost his previous cloudy and light appearance, and in its place, he spoke these words through clenched teeth. Evil vibes? I know. At Zicho. He stared angrily at the young Taoist. Chapter 165, that skeleton is still smiling at me. You're saying that the aura of the Emperor's way on my body is the aura of evil? You're reversing the Big Dipper here. In Zichu's anger, even though my cultivation path started slower than yours, I am not stupid. If all the chi of the Imperial Tao is an evil aura, then what is this Tao rhythm emanating from your body? Looking at Zichu in this state, the veins on the young Taoist's forehead rippled. When did he say that the Imperial Tao aura was an evil aura? And what, you're not stupid? If you're not stupid, who is? But the person in front of him is, after all, the heir to the human emperor, the hope of the future human race, and cannot watch him go astray. Thinking of this, the young Taoist forced down his anger, and slowly explained, as the human emperor body, your body of the emperor's way is naturally the nemesis of evil spirits, but the human emperor streamer, in your hand is not right. That can't be called a human emperor streamer at all. It's simply the streamer of an evil demon. The black gas it emits is precisely the aura of demonic power. I'm afraid that those who are absorbed into it will have all of their Tao paths feed back to the owner of the human emperor streamer. Ha! A sneer escaped from Zichu. Guess what I believe? My senior brother has such a noble character. Everyone sees it in their eyes, and says that all of you are evil devils, and that my senior brother is none of them. How could the magic treasure given to me by such a person have any kind of devilish aura to it? That purple breath up there is clearly the chi of the Hongmeng, containing the supreme principle of the great Tao of heaven and earth. You don't have any eyes. I won't see eye to eye with you. The young Taoist who heard these words immediately whitened his eyes. Those all-white eyeballs were practically glaring out. He has never seen such a person who turns black and white upside down. But also what Hongmeng purple gas it? You look at yourself. That black, with the heaven and earth avenue has a penny relationship, and that I have no eyes. I don't have any more, and I can see it all better than you can. How much do you trust your senior brother? Human emperor streamer above so big skulls cannot see is not it. Damn. That skull is still smiling at me. The young Taoist was forced to explode. On the side of the purple sky is pleased to look at in Zichu. This kid has Zui Yuanfei a few points of merit. If you join the Shaking Light Holy Land, it should be a good choice. Hongmeng purple breath. Hongmeng purple breath. The young Taoist gritted his teeth and looked at Zichu, then rushed up with an arrow step. One hand was placed on top of the human emperor streamer, because he didn't display any killing intent at all. He didn't react for a moment in Zichu. Buzz. The moment the young Taoist reached out and touched the human emperor streamer, the voice of the injustice soul resounded through the heavens and earth once again. That black gas of gas wrapped around the young Taoist. However, because of the subtle Tao rhythm on his body, it didn't absorb him directly into the human emperor streamer. Did you see that? The chi and blood as well as the Tao rhythms on the young Taoist's body were constantly being absorbed into the human emperor streamer, and the tattered arms of those grievous souls appeared and began to pull at him. Is this the Hongmeng purple chi? What kind of Hongmeng purple chi would have such a great amount of resentment? And also, it's constantly absorbing everything I have, and it's saying it's not a demonic power? Zichu frowned slightly. Just like the young Taoist said, the human emperor streamer was indeed devouring everything he had, and those broken arms as well as that huge skeleton. Just as Zizhu was puzzled, he subconsciously looked at Zi Xiao. It was that one look that made his demeanor firm again. Turning his head to the young Taoist, he roared, "Tell me, what kind of demon or devil are you? Why does the human emperor's streamer react so strongly to you? And you still say you're not an evil demon?" The young Taoist instantly froze in place, and his entire body trembled. Not to mention him, even the onlookers. They were different from the young Taoist, although they were afraid of the devil's power. But since the young Taoist was being the one to stand out, they also just happened to be watching from the wall. Hearing that Zichu's brain circuits were this bizarre, one looked at him incredulously. "You're afraid you're not a cutie, are you? Is this term's human imperial body? A retard? People have already thrown evidence in your face and you're still there in your own head." That cultivator called Zui Yuanfei was simply terrifying. To actually be able to make the human imperial body follow with such a dead heart. What exactly is he? You're actually so obsessed with me. The young Taoist's body trembled with anger, and he said 3 I words in a row, but he didn't say a word. Then looking at that in Zichu's dumbfounded face, he finally couldn't help but brush his sleeve away. Before leaving, those white eyeballs looked deeply at violet sky. With that, he no longer stayed and directly disappeared as a stream of light. Seeing that the people who were in the way had already left, he came to the side of Zi Xiao with the human emperor streamer in his hand, with an expression like a child waiting for a compliment. "Senior brother. Thank you, senior brother. This human emperor streamer you gave me is just too good. It's simply a perfect match for this physique of mine." "Well," Zi Xiao nodded and continued, "if it's good you can use it more. It's already been given to you. Many thanks, senior brother. I will cherish it." Holding the human emperor streamer in his arms, Zichu said solemnly. Zi Xiao forced himself to resist the thought of blowing him away with a punch and spoke. "Where are senior sister Lin and the others? Aren't they always with you?" Ouch. At those words, it seemed that Zichu remembered the daughter of heaven's destiny that he had forgotten. Senior sister Lin and the others ran into trouble. A few people from the Taiku Imperial clan joined together. Senior sister Lin and the others told me to leave first. I thought of looking for senior brother to help, so I came over first. Then you didn't say so. Zi Xiao didn't open his mouth in a good mood. "This is not forgetting it. He scratched his head in Zichu, looking extremely naive. "Get your ass to the front and lead the way." "Okay." Zi Xiao already does not want to say one more word with this in the beginning of the sun. It seems to be fooling the big strength. This heavenly destiny sun is now a little low IQ. Swish. The two turned into streams of light and sped off into the distance. It was only at this moment that Long Zhan slowly climbed out of the deep pit, his eyes filled with gloom. The forbidden passer stood beside him, and the two did not fight again. After a few moments, it was still Dragon Warrior who spoke first, with the devil's skill now available, coupled with the human emperor body. This Qing emperor's inheritance absolutely cannot fall into the hands of the human race. The forbidden passer didn't say anything, but nodded slightly. None of them are human. The great emperor who once opened up the heavens and created the spirit domain was of the human race. The human emperor who crushed an era was also of the human race. And the great emperor who smashed through the dark abyss was still of the human race. Since the ancient times, the human race had already seen the emergence of many amazingly talented great emperors. If this golden age, and then let the human race to override the heavens, I am afraid that the forbidden zone of life or the ancient royal family, all will not have a good end. Chapter 166, You've brought help from hell? Even if they were the inheritors of demonic skills, they were still human. The opportunity to devour the 10,000 worlds and suppress the 10,000 worlds horizontally are all in the human race. The golden age. In addition to witnessing the Tao, but there is also the opportunity to become an immortal. And he who becomes a Taoist in the present age will surely be able to gain a head start. The Green Emperor inheritance must join forces. Not only Dragon Warrior and the Forbidden Area heir, all those surrounding cultivators, as long as they weren't of the human race, all stood together at this moment. It was in order to suppress all of that demonic skill inheritor as well as the human emperor body in this Green Emperor's tomb. Go and search for the inheritance first. And on Feng Xiu's side, I'll talk to him. After the Dragon Warrior and the Forbidden Area Transmitter glanced at each other, they turned around and left towards the distance. It was imperative to find the Green Emperor inheritance first, and it would be best if he could not clash with that demonic skill inheritor and the human emperor body. When they went out, they would unite with the other Taiku imperial clans and pressure Mount Kunwa to hand over the demonic skill inheritor and the human emperor body. The other side, in front of a blood-colored waterfall, the heavens and earth shook, and debris flew horizontally, and even that waterfall was pierced through. Terrifying Tao rhythms raged out, and the bizarre ferocious beasts that sensed the scent of life had wanted to have a full meal. But just after entering this battlefield, they were killed by the merciless Tao rhythms. Lin Dyer, Hua Yuzhu as well as Ho Wenbai teamed up and battled against several swift emperor clans. Among that Taiku imperial clan, there was that previous Stygian Phoenix clan, heir Phoenix Vengeance, heir to the Genta clan, heir to the Golden Lion, heir to the Dragon Coma clan, etc. 4 or 5 heirs of the Taiku imperial clan were gathered here. They revealed their true selves. The body of the golden giant lion roars, so that the void collapsed. The underworld phoenix, thousands of meters of wings swinging, countless San Yen icing the earth. Like a mountain, like Xian turtle a tail down. The earth crumbled. Like a dragon, like a horse beast, spit burns everything. These heirs of the Taiku imperial clan were themselves revived from the divine origin, and their realms were a cut above the heavenly prides of the current generation. This, coupled with their uniquely endowed innate avatar treasure technique, caused the three of them, Lin Dyer, to fall into a crisis. Heaven and earth are one. Ho Wenbai waved a brush. Originally barren earth above the outbreak of vitality. Flowers, grass, trees, jagged boulders, mountains and rivers are transformed into indestructible sharp weapon. Toward the Emperor family heir across the void struck. Lin Dyer's body erupted with a purple light that was radiant. The flowing cloud flying sleeves struck out, covered with killing opportunities underneath its splendor. Hua Yuzhu, on the other hand, was using an ancient zither, her slender fingers caressing the strings, the sound waves spreading out in all directions, sending ripples through the void. At this moment, while dealing with the enemy, she spoke with a slight complaint. Didn't senior brother Fei go to look for reinforcements? Why isn't he back yet? This kid isn't eloping with his senior brother, is he? Don't talk nonsense. Lin Dyer repelled the Shin turtle with a flying sleeve and said in a cold voice, in this situation now, I do hope that they don't come back. Those Taiku imperial clans obviously have means of being able to contact each other, and even if Senior Fei and Senior Zhua arrive, I'm afraid that they will still call for more people to come here. At that point, it's just going to put us in a deeper crisis. Those shaggy bastards. Ho Wenbai even exploded in anger. That Feng Qiu was not able to defeat a few of them before, but it turned out to be good, and directly went to call people. What ancient heavenly pride? Shaking people's heavenly pride? Isn't this purely unplayable? At this moment, Feng Qiu clearly didn't want to drag on any longer, directly transmitting his voice to his surrounding companions, intending to take down the 3 humanoids in front of him in one fell swoop. The spiritual energy they consumed was replenished with the flesh and blood of these humanoids. 3 heavenly prides, methinks, is still very much a compliment. Just as the few people from the Swire Emperor clan were planning to take down the 3 in one fell swoop, an aura of the Imperial Tao pierced through the sky in the distance. It was just bizarre that the chi of the Imperial Tao was actually black. Is that the kid back? Feng Xiu obviously knew about Zichu's scent. The appearance of the Emperor's Tao Chi made him instantly recognize the other party. Just in time. Take down the human Emperor body together, devouring the blood and flesh of the human Emperor body. I'm sure it'll be very pleasurable, right? A few heirs of the Swift Emperor clan glanced at each other, and it was clear that they were also very interested in the human Emperor body. Previously, they had let the human Imperial body get away, but they regretted it so much that they didn't expect to lose it and get it back. Great! That kid didn't run away with his senior brother. Hua Yuzhu screamed out in excitement, and Lin Dyer's beautiful eyes also carried a hint of emotion, only to see a silhouette emerge in the sky that was covered in black gas. It was none other than Zichou, his hands waving the human Emperor streamer as billions of wronged souls roared. Senior sister, we've come to save you. In Zichou's first horse, he directly rushed towards those Taiku Imperials. The aura of magic power? The roar of those billions of wronged souls caused the Swift Emperor clans to freeze. They had never thought that the human Emperor society would be connected to the inheritor of the demonic power. It's just outrageous ing opening for outrageous. Outrageous to the core. One is the Emperor's Tao Qi that reigns over the world, and the other is the devil's skill that devours all things. These two are completely two extremes. In the Zichu cannot care so much. The human Emperor streamer waved. Thousands of troops emerged from the black gas. That thousands of troops full of golden battle spirit of the warriors are different. This time the thousands of troops simply seems to be as if the legend of the hell of the netherworld soldiers. Skeletons as soldiers, zombies as generals, shadowy spirits to open the way, white bones as blades. This scene caused Hua Yuju below to be startled, and she hurriedly hid behind Lin Dyer. Let this Master Fei go to move help. Where did he go to move help? To hell to move? Lin Dyer naturally didn't know what was happening in Zichu, but after seeing the figure that looked like an immortal appear behind Zichu, she sighed in relief. Senior Fei is now unreliable, but Senior Left is definitely fine. Ha 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 ha. Take all of you into the Human Emperor Streamer. Standing in the void, Zichu excitedly waved the Human Emperor Streamer, that opening as if he had found some beloved toy. This scene makes Zi Xiao wonder. He will give the Human Emperor Streamer to him. In the end, is it correct? Don't have nothing to go out and blindly fool around, and then let people slaughter. But seeing those few swift Emperor clans, Zi Xiao subconsciously gulped. The more the Human Emperor Streamer devoured, the stronger he would become. The transition realm was a breaking point to make a foundation for later sainthood, so the more he precipitated after breaking through the transition, the stronger he would be when he became a saint. Previously, the Human Emperor Streamer had devoured Yin Tian, not to mention those rewards that the system had given him. Yin Tian's Tao rhythm as well as all that qi, blood and spiritual energy alone had caused his primordial heavenly demon body to unseal some of its seals once again. The reason why Zi Xiao wanted to become stronger so badly, aside from dealing with those images of the future, there was another reason, and that was because he knew that when he became a saint, the heavenly Tao would absolutely appear to snipe him. Chapter 167, Both Senior Brothers Are Not Normal. Seek Death. Seeing the one who held up the broken streamer and then rushed towards himself and the others in Zichu, Phoenix Vengeance's slender eyes flickered with cold light, followed by the constant flapping of his wings. That Stygian fire pale flame drifted away with it. With a clicking sound, the void appeared frozen. The Xian Turtle successor and the Dragon Cult successor also struck out at Zichu at the same time. After all, the way he wowed with the Human Emperor Streamer did attract some hate. The colorful Tao rhythms were constantly intertwined in the air, brilliant and powerful. Obviously, these several heirs of the Swire Emperor clan wanted to directly take down Zichu. On the contrary, when Zichu saw this scene, he was not shocked but pleased. Good coming. Ha 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 ha. Fellow Taoists, come to my Human Emperor's Streamer. Phew. The streamer was awe-inspiring, and the black qi rolled in, absorbing all those Tao rhythms in the air, just as the several people from the Taiku Imperial clan were a bit dazed, wondering what kind of magic treasure that was. Zichu had already rushed up. Seeing that Zicho had instantly entered the crowd of the Taiku Imperial clan, Zi Xiao was stunned for a moment. No, have you always been this brave? You think you're invincible just because you're holding the Human Emperor Streamer? Zi Xiao hadn't guessed wrongly. At this moment in time, Zicho had indeed thought that he was invincible. After all, this Human Emperor Streamer in his hand was an extremely high-grade magic treasure that his own senior brother had found for him. With the Human Emperor's Streamer in hand, the world is mine. After rushing into the crowd, he only saw Zichu continuously waving the Human Emperor Streamer, and the thousands of Yin soldiers in the back hissed and rushed towards Fengqiu and the others. It had to be said that a devil's work was a devil's work, and the aura of those shadowy soldiers was too terrifying. Fengqiu and the rest of them fell back for a while in Zichao's person to be completely dispersed. A few of the heirs of the Taigu Imperial clan were afraid of being tainted with the ominousness of those Yin soldiers. It was constrained for a while, resulting in strength that could not be completely utilized. Seeing this scene, the smile on Zichu's face grew even bigger. Sure enough, with my senior brother protecting me, I'm already at the peak of invincibility. Damn, this bastard's Human Emperor body actually has demonic feats. Fengqiu gritted his teeth and continuously repelled the surrounding Yin soldiers, for which they didn't dare to have any carelessness. The word ominous is alarming enough anywhere. Even the Forbidden Area heirs had to temporarily avoid it when they felt this ominous aura. Cultivators who wanted to witness the Tao were exceptionally sensitive to these two words, especially since this was still the spirit domain, a pseudo-immortal domain that had been opened by that great emperor who had once taken on the heavenly Tao. Roar! The Xian turtle let out a sky-shattering roar. A black aura appeared on his body at some point. The aura was like a maggot attached to his bones, dabbing on it and continuously absorbing his spiritual energy, his physique as well as his Tao rhythm. Only a mysterious aura blossomed above the tortoise armor in a vain attempt to drive it away with his own Tao rhythm, but he didn't expect that it would be useless at all. The wisp of black qi was still on his body, although it is only a little bit of absorption, but in the long run, it will not be sucked into human Drya, Human Emperor body. You seek death. The mountain-like body of the Xian turtle charged fiercely towards Zichu. The earth shook and the void shattered. Even though his size was so huge, he was actually extremely fast with this charge. The speed was so great that it caused a hot fire to grow on his turtle shell. This bastard runs pretty fast. Zi Xiao arrived in front of the Xian turtle, snickering at the other party. and immediately afterward, with a wave of his big hand, a square seal appeared in his hand. The square seal grew larger and larger until it covered the sky. Around the square seal, thousands of ancient ferocious beasts were inscribed. The eyes of those ferocious beasts were red, with black lines all over their bodies, and all of them exuded an aura of tyranny, madness, and bloodlust. If Intian was still alive, he would be able to see that his imperial beast seal had already changed its owner, and because of the demonic power, it had even completely changed into the shape of the purple sky. The human emperor streamer refines all the reflexes to feed the host, and the host of the human emperor streamer is naturally Zishao. Ha! The basilisk turtle's eyes widened. The seal of the beast? Isn't this the imperial beast sect's greatest treasure? That imperial beast sect had a relationship with the former emperor of man, so the emperor of man used the bloodline, sinews, and Tao rhythms of the ancient royal family to condense into a large seal. The purpose was for the imperial beast sect to defend against the Taiku imperial clan. The imperial beast seal itself had the ability to suppress the swift emperor clan. But how did the imperial beast seal appear in the hands of a disciple of Mount Kunwo? Not far away. The three of them, Lin Dyer, also froze. The imperial beast seal appeared in Zishao's hands, so that meant that In Tian was dead? One must know that the imperial beast seal, as the clan's greatest treasure, even In Tian was not qualified to completely take possession of it for himself, but it was only because of his entry into this Qing emperor's tomb, coupled with his identity as a young master, that the imperial beast seal was handed over to him, and it was also clearly unrealistic to have him, who was the young master of the imperial beast sect, lend out the imperial beast seal. So there was only one possibility, and that was that In Tian had been slaughtered by Zishou and had gotten his hands on the imperial beast seal. Lindel's delicate face was filled with a bitter smile. In order to come out for a trip to the Qing emperor's tomb, the result was that Fei's senior brother went crazy, bubbling black gas in the sky in the middle of Koku, and the other senior brother was a pure troublemaker, slaughtering the young master of the imperial beast sect. Even before, I heard that when he was outside the tomb, he had slammed the forbidden area air and the air of the Taiku imperial clan into the middle of the mountain wall, the kind that couldn't even be buckled down. When the time came, leaving the Green Emperor's tomb, it was estimated that the entire spirit domain would turn upside down. Hua Yuzhu was equally intelligent and also guessed this result at the first moment, and for a moment, her gaze towards Lin Dyer was filled with sympathy. On the other hand, the imperial beast seal slammed viciously towards the Xian turtle. The thousands of ancient ferocious beasts up there bared their fangs, seemingly wanting to gnaw that Xian turtle's shell clean. Go help him. Feng Xiu gave a roar of rage, and immediately ignored the sharp blades of that In soldier that smashed on him, and rushed over towards Zishao. It wasn't that he was sacrificing himself for the sake of others, but at this critical moment, they would be in trouble if they were to be attenuated. The sound of the phoenix resounded through the heavens and earth. Seeing that Feng Xiu rushed over towards Zishao, Lin Dyer directly bullied her way forward, and Ho Wenbai, Hua Yuzhu also followed along. Previously, they were stunned by the black gas in Zichu, so they didn't fight together, but now they see that Zishou is in danger, so naturally they won't let it go. Get out of my way. Feng Xiu roared out in anger when he saw the three people who suddenly appeared in front of him. But how would the three of them? Lin Dyer, give him this face. Ho Wenbai took the lead, and the heaven and earth chess game once again enveloped Feng Xiu in it. As Feng Xiu was stopped, that imperial beast seal also fell down. The Xian turtle had no way to dodge because of its previous extreme speed, and was only able to carry it down. Buzz, click here for. Along with the flickering of ancient spiritual energy, the entire earth trembled, and like Feng Xiu's innate Songyan, the Xian turtle's means was to manipulate the earth. Chapter 168, Giant Hand with White Hair. Accompanied by a roar, the earth shattered apart, and the ground transformed into a spike that crashed towards the imperial beast seal. However, under the manipulation of Zishao, the imperial beast seal was completely different from before. That black chi directly engulfed the incoming ground thorns, and the imperial beast seal slapped towards the ground without any obstruction. Boom! The void collapsed, the heaven and earth shook, and the imperial beast seal impacted on the ground, and cracks appeared in the earth, spreading for hundreds of miles, and the surrounding mountains collapsed with it. Rolling black waves shot straight up into the sky. The entirety of that huge Xian turtle was crushed underneath the imperial beast seal, and the inscribed beast on top of the imperial beast seal let out a furious roar, its eyes filled with greed. Zishou fell back on a face of enjoyment, as the primordial heavenly demon body became more and more pure. Just like the human emperor streamer, he was already able to utilize his demonic power to devour everything. The aura of the Xian turtle merged into his body, and every inch of his flesh and blood was being strengthened. The blood and flesh of the Taiku imperial clan was simply the most perfect tonic for him. How dare you? Feng Qiu, who was fighting with Lin Dyer and the others, also saw the scene, and his eyes were instantly glazed over. I didn't expect my companion to be put down in a single shot. Judging from that faint breath, the Shin Turtle transmitter was clearly on the verge of dying. As an heir of the Swire Emperor clan, he naturally had many means and great medicines. However, he didn't have the chance to use it at all, and was directly swatted into the ground by Zizhao's Imperial Beast Seal as if he were swatting a fly. Over there, Zichu, who was still continuously dancing the human Emperor streamer, saw the scene and looked proud. Worthy of being my senior brother, casually striking out is already your limit. A few heirs of the Swire Emperor clan gritted their teeth and looked at Zichu. If it wasn't for the fact that the shadowy soldiers were really weird, they would have long ago torn this brat in front of them to shreds. In Zichu's pressure, he never considered why the Imperial Beast Seal would appear in Zixiao's hands when it was clear that Yin Tian had been put away in the human Emperor streamer. Woohoo! The Yin soldiers summoned by the human Emperor streamer felt the aura of the Shin Turtle's death, and one by one, they became even more bizarre as they absorbed the aura of the departed living beings. Along with their absorption, they also became stronger and stronger. They're alive? Seeing the enjoyment on the faces of those Yin soldiers, a few of the Taiku Imperial clan heirs were horrified. The Undertaker has emotions and is alive. Realizing this made their scalps tingle. Hell is not just a legend. The Undertaker is real. So what about hell? The old man of the family said that there is no reincarnation in this world. Naturally there is no hell. If you really see the Yin soldiers or hell, either it is an illusion, or it is weird and ominous. This scene in front of me was certainly not an illusion. So it's weird and ominous then? A few heirs of the Swire Emperor clan sprouted the intention to retreat. They were not afraid of a deadly battle, but if they were to fight with this legendary Yin soldier, it would easily cause their moral heart to break down. Zixiao didn't mind at all if these Yin soldiers came to absorb the departed breath of that living being. After all, that thing couldn't be absorbed by any other living being except Yin soldiers. Not to mention the fact that these shady soldiers are still their own. Boom! Just as those Yin soldiers were greedily absorbing it, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the distant sky. A hand covered in white hair reached out from it. Seeing that white hair, it is known that this is those white hair monsters before. Only this one, more huge, like a mountain-like Shin Turtle. It is also as big as his hand. The moment the giant white-haired hand appeared, all the Yin soldiers all stopped moving, their empty eyes staring straight at that hand. Zizhao's eyes narrowed lightly as he felt the aura on that hand. If he wasn't wrong, the person behind the production of the white-haired monster was going to appear. Boom boom boom. As soon as that giant hand slapped the ground, the earth shook and splattered a large amount of dust and smoke, accompanied by a bizarre Dao rhythm that made it impossible to open one's eyes. When the dust and smoke dispersed, the crowd looked back and wondered when the sky-covering Imperial Beast Seal had been lifted, and the Shin Turtle's corpse inside had disappeared. This scene made Zizhao's eyes widen. Immediately afterward, he looked towards the black hole in the sky that had yet to dissipate. Dare to steal my corpse? I'll make you an idiot. Swish. After saying that, Zixiao turned into a stream of light and shot toward the black hole. When such a turn of events occurred, how could the crowd continue to fight? They all rushed towards the black hole. Most of the cultivators in the tomb of the Green Emperor all saw the black hole in the sky, although they were afraid of the huge white-haired monster. But now they were like a headless fly, constantly searching for opportunities. Instead of doing so, it would be better to take a chance. For a while, countless streams of light emerged from the sky of the Green Emperor's tomb, all of them speeding towards the black hole. After all those people entered the black hole, with a roaring sound, the black hole closed once again, and those cultivators who didn't enter it on the spur of the moment were only able to continue looking for opportunities in this barren land. When Zixiao crashed into the black hole, he began to sense the surrounding sense. The weird thing was that the white-haired monster had clearly appeared from this black hole, but there was no figure of him at the moment. With all the darkness around us, it's not surprising to say that you can't reach out and see what's going on. Buzz. One aura after another flashed, illuminating the surroundings. Each saw the other's face as well. Ancient royal clans, clan prides, immortal dynasties, forbidden zones, and so on. The heirs of these great powers were all gathered here. They carried a few words of caution with each other. After all, many of them were rival forces, and there had been a big fight for the opportunity when they were outside before. In the midst of such a narrow space, once the first person made a move, the changes caused were immeasurable. Right at this time, the young Taoist from before walked out once again and said in a loud voice, "Fellow Taoists, please also put aside your hatred for each other first. How about settling the grudges after we figure out the situation here first?" Although no one responded to the young Taoist's words, judging from everyone's eased faces, they basically agreed with the statement. With that weird white-haired monster in front of him, at this moment, retaining an extra portion of physical strength, it would also be good to be able to have an extra chance of winning when it came to the final chance. Seeing that the crowd didn't retort, the young Taoist cupped his hands to seal. Buzz! White light instantly swept through the entire space, and that light formed a sphere that hung straight up in the sky, like a small sun. The crowd also got a good look at the entire space. This appears to be a palace? The ancient gate, the decayed pillars, and the special pattern above the stone wall. In front of them was clearly an ancient hall, and they stretched out beyond the hall's door, with loose scarlet dirt under their feet, much like outside, except that the ground here was a few shades more scarlet, especially the smell of blood that was vaguely circulating in the air. Chapter 169, The Black Palace. There's a strong necrotic aura here. The Forbidden Zone transmitter turned his gaze to the blocked palace gate. He suddenly felt that the aura was very familiar. Death aura intertwined with corpse aura, as if it was the aura in the middle of the Forbidden Zone of life. But there's absolutely no one from the Forbidden Zone inside this place. The Qing Emperor had abhorred the people of the Forbidden Zone in the beginning, and when he had tried to witness the Tao several times, there had been people from the Forbidden Zone who had stepped in to stop him. So if this was the Qing Emperor's tomb, then it had absolutely nothing to do with the Forbidden Zone. The young Taoist cupped his hands to seal, his mouth murmuring continuously as if he was reciting some kind of spell. Not long after, from his miserable white eyes, strands of Tao rhythms flowed out strolling towards the gate of the palace, but just before he reached the gate, he was stopped by a peculiar force, only to see his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Spoke, everyone, there seems to be a great terror in this palace. If it is not necessary, we had better not go in. Bye. Ha 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 ha. An ancient imperial clan heir laughed out loud, directly interrupting the young Taoist's words. The human race is this cowardly. We came here for the chance. What's the point of coming here if we don't go in? If you're scared, then get out quickly. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't sense your flesh and blood scent, you would have become my tonic long ago. The young Taoist gave off a feeling as if he was nothingness, and as if he was one with the Tao. So even when he stood in front of the crowd's eyes, he was that light and airy, without much of a sense of presence. After someone took the lead, the crowd all opened their mouths to reject the young Taoist's proposal, leaving aside the question of what the great terror inside was. What if this Taoist coaxed them to leave and then went in himself? Besides, the crowd was following the black hole that the white-haired monster had rushed into, so who would be afraid of any danger? The Forbidden Zone transmitter ignored the cacophony around him and walked directly towards the palace's gate. This palace did not know what material it was made of. It was black in color, and on the walls as well as above the gate, there were strange images inscribed, and it was completely impossible to tell what it was. The aura that permeated the surroundings was no big deal to the Forbidden Area heir. Those at the back, however, none of them uttered a word to stop them. They were all watching. Someone wanted to go and test the waters. They naturally enjoyed it. The Forbidden Area heir reached out that miserable white hand and brushed it over the uneven black palace gate. Phew! On the left and right sides of the palace door, green ghostly flames suddenly lit up, and the flames kept swaying, reflecting the shadows of the people on the ground, swaying and adding a bit more eerie atmosphere. The Forbidden Area transmitter was unmoved, and all of the death chi in his body surged towards that hand. Boom! The palace gate, which was originally tightly closed, actually cracked open a gap from the center after coming into contact with the deadly chi. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the crowd became hot. Only Zixiao looked at the gate with a thoughtful look. His burial heaven technique was constantly running on its own at the moment. Whether or not this was the same as what he had guessed, as long as he went in, he would be able to see the difference. Open up! It's open! Accompanied by a rumbling rumble, the two gates were gradually opened, and an aura of decay instantly gushed out. The smell made one immediately shield themselves with psychic energy. Otherwise, I'm afraid that cultivators with slightly weaker physiques would be weathered by it in an instant. Just revealing the breath was so terrifying. There was bound to be a great opportunity inside. Ancient imperial race, forbidden area, human emperor body, demonic skill inheritor. There were too many terrifying heavenly prides present inside the Qing Emperor's tomb today. It gave everyone a sense of crisis. If they were able to obtain some creations in the Green Emperor's tomb, it wasn't impossible for them to go and compete with these top heavenly prides. Could this be the burial place of the Green Emperor? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the crowd all froze, followed by ecstasy. Although the Qing Emperor had not yet become an emperor, he was able to fight great emperors with great talent. How could the burial objects of such a person be mortal? I just don't know why the Qing Emperor, who had a bright and upright life, was buried in such a bizarre place. But that's okay. Whether it's the Qing Emperor's techniques, Tao rhythms, or imperial weapons, they're all definitely heavyweights. Thinking of this, the crowd no longer cared about what was dangerous or not, and rushed in towards the palace with a brain. The box passer sidestepped his body and ignored them. Many top-tier celestial pride all stood there, looking at this scene with a slight mockery. If this was really the burial place of the Qing Emperor, how could there not be the slightest organ? The bizarre situation outside was vivid in his mind. Bunch of idiots. Fengxiu disdainfully watched as the cultivators swarmed in, and even though there were still people from the Taiku Imperial clan inside the crowd, he didn't speak out to warn them. It was a waste of aura for these people to live. They might as well just be used as stepping stones. As expected, the moment the crowd stepped into the palace, a low hissing sound was emitted from the surroundings, followed by dozens of white-furred monsters with a group of tattered ferocious beasts, charging up towards the cultivators. In front of the great chants, "What monsters are not monsters? They all deserve to die." Thousands of cultivators rushed toward the dozens of white-haired monsters. Before, Yin Tian and the others were being chased by a few monsters to kill them, while the thousands of cultivators, that was a one-sided killing of monsters. Even if that white-haired monster had many bizarre abilities, facing so many cultivators striking at the same time, even if they were able to instantly kill a few people, what was the point? Soon enough, the white-haired monsters were blasted into a pile of broken meat, and despite that, the eye-catching cultivators kept releasing their spiritual energy on the broken meat, making it so dead that there was no chance for it to recover. The meat had only just squirmed when they were greeted by attacks from all sides. You have to know that the cultivators who followed them here are all bold and strong, and even more so, they have the existence of putting their lives on the line. The monks and monsters were constantly fighting, and light shone throughout the hall. The people outside also finally got a good look inside. The large palace was empty, clean and tidy inside and out, made of black material. Inside the hall there were 4 sides of stone pillars, each inscribed with a green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird and xuanwu, the 4 sacred beasts of the ancient times. For Saint's grand formation? Ho Wenbai exclaimed in shock after he got a good look at the stone pillar. What's wrong, elder brother? Although the two were from the same clan? But Hua Yuzhu didn't know much about formations. Seeing her own senior brother so surprised, her curiosity was immediately hooked up, and she hurriedly asked out. Ho Wenbai once again glanced at the interior of the palace, and after determining what it looked like inside, he turned his head to look at the crowd and said in a serious tone, "The 4 sacred formation and even borrowing the power of the 4 sacred beasts. In ancient times, when ferocious beasts disturbed the world, the 4 sacred beasts came out of nowhere and killed and suppressed all those ferocious beasts." Chapter 170, 100 Paths of Connecting Corridors. The 4 holy beasts are born sacred, and their greatness is the nemesis of evil spirits, which means that they were born in response to fate. In the case of being strong in itself and being the nemesis of evil spirits, there are cultivators who borrow the great formation to diffuse the greatness of the inscribed 4 holy beasts and use it to seal the evil spirits. Where this great formation appears, there is bound to be an unspeakable existence suppressed below. Nowadays the 4 Saints' grand formation has actually appeared inside this palace. Hey! Ho Wenbai sighed slightly after explaining. On the side, Hua Yuzhu continued to ask like a curious baby, "But even if there is some evil spirit in this palace, like you said, by that what the 4 sacred formation to suppress it, it should not be much danger. The big deal is that we directly leave The point is, this 4 saint formation has changed." When he said this, Ho Wenbai's tone intensified. "Haven't you noticed that the entire grand hall is made of black, unknown material, including the stone pillars inscribed with the 4 sacred beasts? These materials must have been post-altered. It's because of the addition of these materials that the Jedi, which was supposed to suppress the great evils, has turned into a place to raise corpses." Hua Yuzhu was like a fried kitten, almost jumping straight up, raising the corpse. Aha. Ho Wenbai nodded. "I don't know what kind of person it was before, the great evil that was suppressed here, but I didn't think that after he left, someone secretly altered the entire palace, completely changing the place. Look at the 4 holy beasts on that stone pillar. Their faces are hideous and their mouths have blood at the corners. How can they look like holy beasts? They are clearly evil beasts. Plus that white-haired monster took away the Xian turtle's corpse earlier. Its purpose is self-evident." Lin Dyer frowned slightly, wondering, could it be that the Qing Emperor intends to live another life with this place of corpse-raising and spirit-containing? But if he has truly fallen, it would never be possible for him to be resurrected, except for the fact that he has suffered an unrecoverable Dao injury, and only then would he use this method of refining himself into a corpse. But the one who refines into a corpse, is that still him? What's more, with Qing Di's talent, how could he do such a thing? A few people fell into deep thought. Indeed, if the Qing Emperor had really suffered a Dao injury, it was estimated that he would rather die from it than live on for a lifetime. Otherwise, who would use the Supreme Realm to fight against a great emperor? Right at this time, Violet Sky spoke quietly. "Are you guys falling into a misunderstanding? Who said that in this Jedi, it would inevitably be the Green Emperor?" Ha! In Zichu's naive demeanor, "Senior brother, isn't this the tomb of the Qing Emperor? Why isn't it the Green Emperor inside? Seeing Zi Xiao in this state, Zi Xiao wanted to give him a kick. However, in the way of his plan, he still slowly opened his mouth to explain. Who said that this is the tomb of the Qing Emperor? Don't we all just feel the aura of the Qing Emperor? It's just that we think that this is the tomb of the Qing Emperor on our own. If the one buried in here is the Qing Emperor, then who is idle and bored to set up some four-saint formation to suppress him? It's not like he's some great terror. Right. Zi Xiao's words were like an enlightenment, causing the crowd to jolt. This is the tomb of the Green Emperor? Everyone thought that this was the tomb of the Qing Emperor, but they had never been certain of this information, and they had been completely caught in a misunderstanding before. White-haired monsters, weird medicine gardens, small worlds that suddenly change. These things just don't go well with the Green Emperor at all. What's more, there was no one who would suppress the Green Emperor here as a great evil. Hua Yuzhu murmured softly, then what the hell is in here? Wait, before she could finish her sentence, she saw Zixiao walking towards the inside. Now as a little fan disciple and Zichu naturally followed closely behind. Two senior brothers have gone. How could Lin Dyer not go? Hey, you guys are really going. Wait for me. Don't leave me here by myself. Hua Yuzhu and Ho Wenbei followed. At this point, the battle has come to an end. Those white hair monsters are invulnerable to water and fire. And adamantine? What's wrong with that? So many cultivators are here. Everyone has enough spiritual power to smash them to death. If you can't, there's still the sealing array. And the secret treasure. Strength in numbers was on full display at this moment. Within moments, those white-furred monsters had been cleared out. The many cultivators rushed in a swarm towards the interior of the hall. Roar! Above the stone pillar of the four holy beasts, a roar was emitted, and gurgling blood gushed out from the eyes of those four holy beasts. It seemed to be in anger, and it seemed to be in lamentation. But immediately afterward, black gas surfaced, and the appearance of the four holy beasts once again returned to normal. Only a few people saw this scene, but none of them said much. As all the cultivators entered the palace, no one saw that the doors of the palace slowly closed. The cultivators who rushed into the middle of the hall found that this place was frighteningly large. Obviously from the outside, it did not seem to be so big, but when a connecting corridor that did not connect, it let the people know that wanting to get the chance could not be that simple. TSK. The many cultivators were all in trouble. At a glance here, it was estimated that there were hundreds of connecting corridors, and no breath could be felt inside. Who knows which one leads to chance and which one leads to death? If there was only one path, they could go forward. But when hundreds of choices appeared, the crowd began to be in a difficult situation. After a long time, finally, that hot greed overshadowed all fear. Forget it, it's fine to die. I feel like there's definitely a chance for me on this path. Obviously this one is the one. You all go the other way. I'll take this one. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Get out of my way. I was looking at it first. The monks rushed toward their chosen connecting corridors. At this time of the day, how could they even consider what was dangerous or not? They had already arrived here, so they would just walk down one road. Soon the noisy hall became empty. Hua Yuzhu looked at the several people on the side, swallowed her saliva and spoke with difficulty. Which way do we go? It's pitch black in here. A ghost won't suddenly appear, right? Ho Wenbai looked at his own sister somewhat speechlessly. You are a cultivator, and you are still afraid of those ghosts and monsters in the words? Zi Xiao did not hesitate and headed towards the path closest to him. Zichu exclaimed from the side. Senior brother is senior brother. He already had a plan. We just need to follow him. This dog-licking look washed away the fear within Hua Yuzhu. In reality, Zi Xiao didn't know which path was the right one. But he understood that since the owner of this place had no intention of letting those who entered here live, then whichever path he took, it would inevitably be a dead end. Why choose when it's all the same? It was only necessary to walk slowly, and the person behind that curtain would naturally be unable to resist showing himself. The many celestial pride all chose their paths and their figures disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 171, Ghosts. Just after entering that connecting corridor, a gust of gloomy wind swept through the whole body, causing one's scalp to go numb for a while. It's too dark in here, isn't it? Why don't we just go outside? Hearing Hua Yuzhu's trembling voice, he was speechless for a while in Zichu. He had never seen such a stupid person. Being a monk, isn't it easy to want to light up? Buzz. The aura uniquely belonging to the human emperor body emanated from Zichu's body, and the entire connecting corridor was illuminated with a golden light. Fortunately, he had already put the human emperor streamer into his storage ring, or else what came out would have been black gas. Now Zichu was like a human-shaped flashlight, illuminating the direction in which the crowd was moving. There had been many cultivators who had chosen this corridor before, but they had not found any traces of living people, and there was not a single sound in front of them, and apart from the gusts of gloomy wind, they were only able to hear the breathing of their companions, as well as the sound of their own powerful heartbeats. Obviously is the palace and the connecting corridor, but the foot is not any tiles, as if directly stepped on the outside of the soft soil. Even the sound of footsteps cannot be sent out. Roar! A low growl resounded throughout the connecting corridors. Hua Yuju almost jumped up in shock, while the others appeared much more calm, especially Zi Xiao. That white-haired monster was a direct slap in the face to him. The white-haired monsters themselves didn't actually have much strong fighting power, except that they had the ability to absorb and seal each other's spiritual power after they got close to people, coupled with a water and fire invulnerable physique. It was what made those white-haired monsters a nightmare for normal cultivators, but the kind of thing that exuded burial intent. The purple sky was nothing short of an ancestor to them. If any white-haired monsters came in for a sudden face kill, he would have to incarnate the ancestor man and shave these monsters. A few people walked for a long time, and did not get out of the connecting corridor, the walls around the general pattern, within the Zi-Chu as a flashlight, constantly looking at the same walls, so that people have the illusion that they have been in the same place around. There are no forks in this corridor, only one way to go down. Where are the cultivators who entered here before? Although Hua Yuju had gotten used to the darkness, she still felt chills running down her body when she thought of those who had inexplicably disappeared. Indeed, since a while ago, not to mention people, there was not even a trace of someone's pathway. Even if those white-haired monsters came out to sneak attack, how could there be no traces of battle left at all? The more he thought about it, the more chills ran down his spine, and Hua Yuju subconsciously moved closer to Lin Dyer. She, who was usually always playing around, was unusually well behaved at this moment. Just as a few people continued to walk forward, suddenly, a cloudy wind whipped by. Yikes! What's that? Hua Yuju shrieked out in shock. Within the darkened connecting corridor, a shadow appeared, directly passing through Hua Yuju's body, and in this moment, she even thought about where she would bury herself. What evil spirits! Boom! A vast and righteous chi burst out from above Ho Wenbai's body, striking directly at the shadow. However, the Hao Ranjiang chi actually passed straight through that shadow's body without leaving the slightest trace. This scene almost made Ho Wenbai doubt his life. Doesn't the Hao Ran chi even work for evil spirits anymore? What the hell is this? Seeing that her own senior brother's Hao Ranjiang chi was useless, Hua Yuju was even more floored and almost jumped directly into Lin Dyer's arms. Lin Dyer didn't dislike Hua Yuju. Instead, her beautiful eyes rounded as she looked at the other party. The gaze gave Hua Yuju a fright. Hey, what are you looking at? Is there something on me? Hua Yuju trembled and lowered her head, but realized that her body appeared to be somewhat translucent. After the shadow passed through her body, an illusory chain appeared in her hand, chaining her body just right. It was like a legendary soul hooker, but instead of hooking the soul, this shadow was going to hook her whole person. Ho Wenbai was shocked at this scene, and his body's vast righteousness burst out as if it were money. But the result was predictable, and there was no significance at all for that shadow. Right about this time, Zi Xiao turned around and looked at the shadow, then took out the Imperial Beast Seal from the Qian Kuan ring. Buzz! With a flash of light, a small fox with a snow-white body appeared in his arms. This was the very same little beast he had been carrying in his arms earlier, and after possessing the Imperial Beast Seal, he had stuffed this little thing inside. After all, it was the top magic treasure of the Imperial Beast sect, and storing a small beast that was not simple. The little fox stretched out after appearing, its big, dull eyes looking quizzically in the direction of Zi Zhao's finger. Upon getting a thorough look at the shadow, the little fox rushed straight up as if it had seen something delicious. Ow! After letting out a growl, the little fox's mouth opened and actually directly swallowed that shadow. What kind of spirit pet is this? When Hua Yuju saw this scene, she was close to writing the words "I want" on her face. After all, in addition to its cute appearance, the little fox was actually able to deal with those ghosts and monsters and such things. It was simply a divine weapon in the middle of this palace. Fortunately, Zi Xiao was quick on his feet, and after the little fox cleaned up that shadow, he directly stuffed it back into the Imperial Beast Seal. After the shadow disappeared, Hua Yuju's body gradually returned to its original state, patting her small chest, obviously frightened. After slowing down, he used those eyes, teary-eyed, to look at Zi Xiao, obviously begging for that little fox. The feeling of her body being translucent was not something she wanted to do a second time. Zi Xiao ignored Hua Yuju and pondered. This time, he finally knew why the figures of those cultivators all directly disappeared. The reason why he was able to recall that little fox was solely because that shadow was extremely similar to those medicinal herbs in the middle of the bizarre medicinal garden before. Took out the little fox and tried it, and sure enough, it was just right. The little fox was the thing's nemesis. Keep going ahead. If these are the only things in this connecting corridor, we will surely be safe. After saying that, Zishao turned around and continued walking towards the front. Wait for me. Hua Yuzhu directly abandoned Lin Dyer and ran towards Zizhao's side. She also wanted to hang on to Zizhao's body, but before she could even begin to move, she saw the expression on Zichu's face that looked like she had eaten a fly. No, man. I don't have time to kowtow to you two right now. What do you mean you're giving me the jealous look here? Zishao ignored the farce behind him, and as he moved further and further forward, the burial intent within his body began to surge out. Something inside was drawing him in. Several people advanced noiselessly, encountering shadows like that many times on the way. It was almost as if 100 ghosts were walking at night, but there were no surprises. The shadows ended up in the little fox's mouth. Chapter 172, Emperor Corpse Spirit. Inside the other connecting corridors, those top-tier celestial pride were also using all their means. Ordinary cultivators, needless to say, naturally became human mats. As the human cushions became less and less, some people directly opened their secret techniques, some people traveled through the void, and even more, they directly used all of their life-preserving cards. Thousands of cultivators rushed in, and at the end of the day, there were only a few hundred left, and none of these people have come to the end of their journey, not knowing when they will have to face that incoming crisis again. The purple sky side advancing was the fastest. After all, with a little fox that was completely restrained for the Yin spirits, those Yin spirits appeared and could not stop them at all. Along the way, the little fox's belly started to rise up as far as the eye could see. A contented demeanor appeared above the beast's face, and its two little fleshy paws were constantly stroking its belly. There's a light up ahead. Hua Yuzhu shrieked out in shock, and immediately afterward, she quickly ran over. She didn't want to stay here any longer, even though there was a little fox who had fought 100 battles. When that shadowy spirit appeared, it always scared the hell out of her. Senior sister, wait for me. How could Ho Wunbai let his own senior sister explore the path, and hurriedly followed closely behind him? No one noticed that a black mark emerged from the center of Zizhao's brow, as if he had opened the eye of heaven. It's finally here. What the hell is that scent that's drawing me in? Zishao shrank into the ground, and in a single breath of effort, he instantly arrived at the entrance of the cave. In Zichu and Lin Dyer also followed. When they saw the sight in front of them, they all fell into a cool breath. Hua Yuzhu even sat paralyzed on the ground, her beautiful eyes filled with panic. What the hell is this place? Only to see that the entire heaven and earth was covered by bloodlight. It was a barren land. The sky above occasionally flashed with blood-colored thunder, and everywhere in sight was blood-colored. The air was thick with the smell of blood. Not far away, there was even a mountain peak piled up with white bones, and that peak stuck straight up into the sky. It shows how many people really died here. And on top of that mountain of white bones, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of shadowy souls floated above. Look further down. A corpse spanning hundreds of miles was lying here. Zishao and the others weren't even as big as a single hair on his body. Such a huge humanoid monster was lying on the ground, and although he was humanoid, his body was already covered with white hair. Unlike those white-haired monsters before was that this corpse was still able to see a human form. Dense white hairs covered the entire body, occasionally revealing skin that was ghastly white and without the slightest hint of blood, and the ground beneath him was the same blood-red dirt that was outside. Looking at it today, it wasn't dirt, it was layer after layer of plasma. That huge corpse was still emitting a godless might today. Although it was very weak, only emperors were able to emit such an aura. Sure enough, it's not the Green Emperor. Lindell came forward and said in a deep voice. Everyone knew that the Green Emperor's original body was a green snake, and this emperor's corpse lying here was obviously not the Green Emperor's corpse. The emperor will certainly not be nameless. Moreover, such an emperor had fallen to this point and had bizarre white hairs growing out of his body, so no one would believe it if he said that there wasn't some problem. Just as a few people were thinking, those surviving cultivators also scurried out from those surrounding connecting corridors. Seeing the scene in front of them, the crowd was unsurprisingly shocked as well. Who exactly is this great emperor? Why is he buried in the tomb of the Green Emperor? Is the bizarre white-haired monster triggered by this imperial corpse? Worthy of being an emperor's corpse? He was buried here. He should be from the same era as the Qing Emperor, and his body has never shown signs of decay. Wait, someone from the same era as the Green Emperor? Could it be that great emperor who dueled with the Green Emperor in the void? You're right when you say that. Rumor has it that the corpse of that emperor is floating in the universe and that the head and body are separated. So this, you see, he doesn't have a head. A cultivator shouted out. Upon hearing this, everyone looked into the distance, only to see that there was indeed no head on top of the corpse hundreds of miles away. This is a headless emperor's corpse. In other words, it was really possible that this great emperor was the one who fought against the Green Emperor. But why did the body end up here? And there was still the aura of the Qing Emperor throughout the tomb. Did the Green Emperor bury him here? Boom! Just at this time, the earth beneath the crowd's feet trembled, and the white bone mountain rumbled as countless white bones fell from above. What's going on? Look! It's the corpse's hand moving. Upon hearing this cry of alarm, the crowd originally scoffed, but when their gazes looked behind the emperor's corpse, as expected, one of the emperor's corpse's hands slowly moved. Because the corpse was large enough, even a slight movement would shake heaven and earth. How could the emperor's corpse move? Hua Yuzhu muttered, fear filling her pretty face above. After coming to the so-called Green Emperor's tomb, instead of getting the chance, he encountered one big terror after another. It's almost as if you're here to be abused. Lin Dyer and Ho Wenbai also looked at the corpse warily. Even if they were already a corpse, a great emperor was still a great emperor. A casual movement could take their lives, and with all their bottom cards, they were still a mantis in front of an emperor. The most composed person on the scene was Zixiao. The burial heaven technique had once again diffused the black coffin in his qi, and the lid on top of the coffin seemed to have a strange movement, obviously reacting to the corpse. Just then, a sigh ghosted in. Alas! Emperor corpse beings As the several people in Zichu turned their heads to look, they didn't know when that young Taoist had come behind them, and those eyes full of white were staring at the emperor's corpse tightly. It's you fake Taoist again. Seeing the appearance of the young Taoist, he was filled with vigilance in Zicho and directly sacrificed the human emperor streamer. As soon as the human emperor streamer appeared, the young Taoist lost his previous dusty appearance and stretched out a hand that kept shaking. Human emperor body. You put that thing away. If it touches the living beings in the emperor's corpse, we'll all be buried here. Without giving the slightest bit of face, Zichu said in a cold voice, burial? I'll slaughter you before I bury you too. Obviously, he was very disgusted with this young Taoist priest who was talking nonsense. To actually say that this human emperor streamer that his senior brother got for him is some kind of evil demonic thing? It's simply a big statement. Okay, I was wrong. Okay? The young Taoist immediately recognized his mistake. Seeing this attitude from the other party, only then did Zichu disperse the black chi around him and retrieve the human emperor streamer. Seeing this scene, the young Taoist breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of the human emperor body. He was afraid that the aura above the human emperor streamer would tug at the emperor corpse. Ho Wenbai stepped forward and bowed slightly. Fellow Taoist, what do you mean by emperor corpse living spirit? Upon hearing this, the young Taoist's face sank. Fellow Taoist, you also know that even living emperors can't withstand the erosion of the years. And how can an emperor's corpse remain uncorrupted for years and years? The era of the Qing emperor is too long ago from us. So long that we don't even know what the great emperor who fought against him was. Chapter 173 Resuscitation. Lin Dyer spoke softly. The great emperor of life and death. Unspeakable. The young Taoist wanted to stop Lin Dyer from pronouncing that name out, but it was obviously too late. Boom! The entire burial ground underwent a heavenly collapse. The white bone-capped white bone mountain instantly collapsed, and the many cultivators all stabilized their minds to prevent themselves from falling from the heights. How is it possible? A great emperor who died for many years has come back to life? Damn! How else are we going to find a chance? There's nothing here but white bones. Having lost your head, do you still want to try to live a second life? Quickly leave this place. Not only is there no chance in this place, it's even a Jedi. Cultivators watched the emperor's corpse constantly floating. Obviously the other side is to wake up over. In this case, how can they continue to look for any chance? If there was an emperor's soldier placed beside the emperor's corpse, even if they gave up their lives, they would still have to fight for it. But there was nothing here except mountains of white bones and blood and flesh. And the bizarre headless emperor corpse in front of him even moved. Someone was trying to escape the Jedi. Roar! But just as he turned around with the intention of leaving, he heard a low roar. Turning his head to look, at some point, the huge white-furred monster appeared behind the crowd, clearly possessing a huge body that was only half a point shorter than the imperial corpse, but it appeared so silently. With an emperor's corpse in the front path and a white-haired monster in the back, it simply wouldn't let anyone live. Damn! I'll fight you! Some cultivators were on the verge of collapsing and charged directly towards the white-haired monster. However, it was obviously a mantis trying to stop a vehicle that was not self-conscious. And the white-haired monster swung its big hand and directly slapped the cultivator into mush. The cultivator's spiritual energy as well as the power of chi and blood was extracted by the white-haired monster, which was then pinched into a ball of light and thrown at the emperor's corpse. But the ball of light crashed into the body of the emperor's corpse and shattered like a bubble. The flesh and blood sent inside was completely integrated into the emperor's corpse. Although this bit of breath was insignificant, looking at that mountain of white bones, one could tell just how much had been fed into this emperor's corpse over the years. I'm afraid that even the reversal of that four sacred formation had nothing to do with this monster. The young Taoist spoke quietly. The great emperor wanted to live a new life under serious injuries. but he didn't expect to end up falling. And the Emperor's corpse was just too powerful and didn't decay, leading to a corpse spirit being born within the Emperor's corpse. It seems that the Qing Emperor anticipated this at the time, and that's why he buried him in it, but he didn't expect that the imperial embodiment on top of the Emperor's corpse was just too powerful, and coupled with that life and death Dao rhyme, it diffused a number of bizarre creatures. You still have time to paraphrase here? Hua Yuzhu spoke with a somewhat trembling voice. What are you thinking about if you don't run for your life? What are you pretending? Run! The muscles on the young Taoist's face stiffened a bit when he was interrupted by Zichu and Hua Yuzhu interrupting that dusty look one after another. At this moment, the heirs of the Taiku imperial clan as well as the heirs of the Forbidden Zone, as well as those human prides, were all looking at the Emperor's corpse, as they pondered whether they could salvage any benefits from above the Emperor's corpse. Having come all this way, it would obviously be a loss not to get some chance to leave. However, the corpse spirit within the Emperor's corpse was awakened, and it wasn't that easy to ask for favors from his men. Boom! In the middle of his thoughts, the gigantic Emperor corpse had already stood up. The void collapsed, the sky and earth shook, the surrounding mountains collapsed, and the Emperor's might permeated between heaven and earth, causing everyone present to feel a threat to their lives. But, right at this moment, on top of the Emperor's corpse, it suddenly began to shed large swaths of flesh and blood. Those flesh and blood turned black and fell to the ground, directly smashing out several large pits. The corpse spirit hasn't completely taken control of the imperial corpse yet. Good chance. The gazes of the prides present brightened. If the corpse spirit had matured, not to mention competing for the opportunity, running as far away as they could, but there was only one life, and now it was different. It looked like the corpse spirit should not have completely possessed the Emperor's corpse yet with the help of the land of corpse raising. In this case, there is an opportunity. Originally, the Tao rhythm of a great emperor, the Emperor's blood, and the Emperor's corpse were all exceptional opportunities, but now that the Emperor's corpse had existed for many years, the blood and flesh on his body had long since been contaminated, and it was no longer usable. That was why they needed to find the Emperor's soldier of the once-born great emperor, or directly seek out the great emperor's relics. Read this. Swish swish swish. The celestial pride transformed into streams of light and rushed towards the Emperor's corpse. The only way to have a chance to witness the path of the Tao was to defy all odds, and no one would back down in such a situation. Senior brother, should we go over there? In Zichu's eyes were also a bit fiery. He could feel the human emperor streamer in his Qiankuan ring stirring. However, he was also looking up to Zishao, so he hurriedly raised his voice to inquire. Zishao looked at the Emperor's corpse in front of him with a mocking expression on his face. Let's not go over there first. Let those idiots go. That corpse spirit within the Emperor's corpse has been plotting for years, even reversing the seal left behind by the Qing Emperor, and has not taken complete control of the Emperor's corpse? That's just enough to fool a small child. The young Taoist on the side heard this and seemed to have thought of something as well, and was immediately startled, turning his head to look at the Emperor's corpse. As expected, the first cultivator rushed to the Emperor's corpse, and the spiritual energy on his body burst out, wanting to explore the entire Emperor's corpse when the white hairs on that Emperor's body unleashed. Those white hairs were like a bundle of immortal ropes, directly tying up several heavenly prides. When the others saw this scene, in their haste, they immediately sped off into the distance, facing the incoming white hairs. One by one, they used all their cards to resist, just to buy themselves time to escape. Help me! The heir of the Dragon Cult clan couldn't dodge in time and was directly bound by the white hairs, subconsciously asking for help from his surrounding companions. But who would pay attention to him at this time? At this point they couldn't wait to grow more legs. Fengxiu transformed into his own body and rushed towards the connecting corridor at extreme speed. Right now, he would rather face the white monster that covered the sky than fight against this emperor corpse. So did the penalty box passer, who for the first time had a mood swing on his face. The death aura on his body erupted away, and a withered bone silhouette appeared behind him. And when that withered bone saw the white hairs coming, his hands pinched the seal, and the aura that belonged uniquely to the forbidden zone of life appeared, blocking it. One by one, the celestial pride showed their abilities, but not to fight, but to escape. A cultivator roared, "Take a shot at that white monster together. We'll still be able to survive." Everyone had lost their brashness at this time, and the best thing to do now was to break through the white monster's blockade. With that, one by one, they burned their life essence blood and rushed towards the connecting corridor. Roar! The white monster let out a roar as its two large hands slapped down fiercely, causing the void to tremble. It was at this time that Violet Sky spoke. "You guys go ahead and leave." Chapter 174 Heavenly Burial Technique reappears. Hearing Zizhao's words, in Zichao's anxious voice, "How can this work? Senior brother, I definitely won't leave you alone. Boo! Zishao finally couldn't hold back any longer. especially Hua Yuju's big eyes, blinking continuously there, with an expression of knocking them both. A slap directly sent Zichu flying in the air. Then he turned his gaze to the young Taoist at the side. Aren't you going to protect the human imperial body? Take him out. You should have the ability, right? The young Taoist looked deeply at Zi Xiao and then turned to leave. Lin Dyer on the other side obviously wanted to say something, but was directly interrupted by Zi Xiao. Senior sister Lin, you guys go out first. Someone will have to come and break the back. Don't worry, I have a way to save my life. Not to mention, you guys aren't that easy. There's still that white-haired monster that you need to deal with. That, Lin Dyer gritted her teeth. Then take care of yourself. If you don't come out afterward, I will come here to look for you. Don't worry. After receiving a reassuring look from Zi Xiao, Lin Dyer as well as Hua Yuju and the others rushed over in the direction where the connecting corridor was located. Zi Xiao, on the other hand, stayed behind and looked at the approaching emperor's corpse. At this moment, his face no longer had a playful and smiling expression. Instead it was full of seriousness. The reason why he wants to stay is not that his good intentions are overflowing. Breaking the back for those people is fake. Scheming for this emperor corpse is real. Whether it was the characteristic of the Tathagata self-realization technique that required a sacrifice, or the black coffin in the burial heaven technique, it was clear that they had all been coveting this emperor's corpse for a long time. Wouldn't it be a wasted trip if we didn't take him away? Besides, there's still that green emperor's legacy. Although this tomb was the place used by the Qing emperor to seal this emperor's corpse, Yin Tian, as a false reborn, had memories since they were given to him by the fragment of the great Tao. Then his memories must be true. There really is a green emperor's legacy in here. Zi Xiao was definitely not interested in that inheritance, but that tale was still fresh in his mind. It would be a pity if he didn't meet up with the green emperor. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the battle over there had already begun. Many celestial pride joined hands and attacked the white monster together. Taoist rhythms filled the air. Spiritual energy erupted, and the light illuminated the entire burial ground as if it were daytime. The scene of hundreds of heaven's pride joining hands was so spectacular that it was estimated that some people would never see this scene in their entire lives. After all, it was a time of life and death. No one had any selfishness, and they all used their strongest attacks. The roaring sound is endless. The golden chariot, the purple pale flames, the heaven and earth chessboard, the heavenly Tao to the truth, the death gas, and the human emperor streamer that is bubbling with black gas. This white-haired monster blocking the front of the connecting corridor was still just like the characteristics of the previous ones. Water and fire invulnerable. Adamantine. And there was nothing special about it except that it was large enough. Under the indiscriminate bombardment of a group of heavenly pride, the white-haired monster retreated step by step. And the emperor corpse also felt that his cooked duck was definitely about to fly. After devouring those cultivators on his body, he took big steps towards the connecting corridor. But just at this time, he seemed to suddenly sense something and stopped in his tracks. There was a black figure standing in the void in front of him, and behind the figure, there was an ancient black coffin. Wisps of burial intent emanated from his body. It was also because of this burial intent that caused the emperor corpse to stop in its tracks. He didn't have a head, so he couldn't see what kind of expression he had at the moment. Just at this time, a voice came from within Zi Zhao's ears. A voice that was thick and directly reflected in his ears. Clearly a voice interwoven with Tao rhythms. Who are you? Oh, Zi Xiao looked at this imperial corpse with interest, not expecting him to be able to speak in such a way and still have a clear consciousness after so much time had passed. Not the kind of monster that only knows how to devour flesh and blood. You're the great emperor of birth and death, right? Hearing the 4 words great emperor of birth and death, the emperor corpse's gigantic body shook slightly, and a godless might emanated from it. If it was anyone else they would have been on their knees to the ground by now, but Zi Xiao had a transcendent aura on him, not to mention the emperor's might. And when the heavenly Tao came, it was useless to press him with might alone. The emperor's corpse stood in place seemingly in thought. The corpse spirit that was born from above the emperor's corpse was no longer the great emperor of birth and destruction himself, but it more or less had a few fragments of memory. This was also why he appeared to react at the mention of the great emperor of birth and destruction. Zi Xiao seemed to suddenly think of something, with a bad smile on his face. By the way, if you have a memory of the great emperor of life and death, then this name is certainly not unfamiliar to you. And the one who suppressed you here is the Qing Emperor. Boom! The word Green Emperor came out. The dense burial intent shot straight up into the clouds, accompanied by godless might, directly causing the sky of the small world to crack open. If this wasn't an independent small world, I'm afraid that this would have completely sunk a territory, and the stars in the cosmic river would have shattered into countless pieces. This was an emperor's corpse, which already possessed a powerful greatness. Seeing this scene, Zi Xiao no longer hesitated. And between the waving of his hands, Strands of burial intent burst out. That black coffin in the void also gradually grew larger until it completely enveloped the Emperor's corpse. Boom! For that black coffin, the Emperor's corpse produced a clear sense of fear and subconsciously took a step back. If it was the birth and destruction Emperor in his current life, I'm afraid that he would have already slapped his hand over. But at this moment, the great Emperor of birth and death had already completely fallen, and that corpse spirit alone was simply powerless to fight back for Zishao. After all, he was the one with the strongest burial intent, restraining all in spirits, especially the corpse spirits that arose from amongst such corpses. Not to say that it was a cat and mouse, but it was definitely similar. Buzz! The black coffin straddling the sky emitted an ancient aura. Immediately afterward, along with a click, the lid of the coffin gradually opened, and a haze of light shone in the sky from within the black coffin, as if there was some supreme treasure inside. Unlike the previous scene of burying a person, this time it seemed that the burial inside was heaven and earth. A clear voice was emitted from the black coffin, like a monk chanting sutras, like a Taoist priest chanting incantations, and like a saint's constant words of warning. It was as if there was a world inside that coffin. The Emperor corpse couldn't hold back any longer, and his two giant hands that were exposed in flesh and blood slapped fiercely towards the sky. Click here for. The void shattered and countless spatial turbulence accompanied the two arms around them. Countless burial intentions were wrapped around the Emperor corpse's arms as he tried to shatter the black coffin in front of him. But with burial intentions that's really right on the money. Only to see the light of receiving emerge from inside the black coffin. Those burial intentions were absorbed as much as possible. Wow! After the burial intent was completely absorbed, countless chains appeared inside the black coffin, and those chains were covered with green patina, which looked to be ages old. The chains locked around the various parts of the Emperor's corpse's body and then tightened. Chapter 175 Green Emperor? Clap clap clap. With the sound of chains, that Emperor's corpse was wrapped up solidly. The corpse spirit inside was still struggling, trying to break free from that chain. However, he was completely unaware that if this Emperor corpse did not have his presence, I'm afraid that Zishao would really have no way to get rid of the Emperor corpse. A dead great Emperor was still a great Emperor, and even the corpse was not something that an ordinary cultivator could easily move. With the corpse spirit that's different. The black coffin is the greatest nemesis of the Yin spirit. As long as you are a Yin spirit and possess a burial intent on your body, then you are under my control. Even the King of Heaven can come and lock you up. Boom! The struggles of the Emperor's corpse caused the entire heaven and earth to tremble continuously, and the battle had long since ended on the side of the Lian Gallery. With the exception of a handful of people, all of them rushed out. The white-haired monster turned into a puddle of flesh and blood, which was still writhing. After all, the white-haired monster was created by the Yin spirit within the Emperor's corpse, in order to come and help him collect blood and flesh, thus resurrecting him. But he hadn't counted on it. And today there was actually an ancestor here. An Emperor's might couldn't be used at all, only able to eye him yet without a head. Simply miserable to the extreme. If the birth and destruction of the great Emperor knows that after his death, the body was born corpse spirit, but also was like a bundle of dumplings to tie away. It is estimated that on the spot will be angry to live. However, the current great Emperor of life and death was already dead beyond death, and still had no time to leave himself a backhand because he had been decapitated by the Qing Emperor. It was only then that Zixia was able to snatch the Emperor's corpse in such a reckless manner. Buzz! Above the black coffin, wisps of black gas emanated out, as if it was also feeling excited from being able to swallow the Emperor's corpse. Just at this time, the system spoke quietly. Host, no, Z, can I ask you something? Just ask and don't address me in such a disgusting manner. Being called by the system, what is Z? Zishao's sweat hairs stood up. Goosebumps fell all over the place. Well, then I can ask. I have now devoured other fragments of the great Tao, and to be honest, I am now frighteningly strong. But I still can't see through you as the host. You tell me what's going on? There's also that black coffin. It's even derived from the burial heavenly skill. Why can it devour corpses? Hearing the system's inquiry, Zixia pondered slightly and then spoke. I don't know. I just tried it and I didn't expect it to succeed. Yeah, you just try. I know. The system's tone became more and more yin and yang, before asking me if I have an entity. I see that you're not just saying that. You're planning to guard against me. I'm connected to my brother's heart, and my brother is playing with my brain. Now you don't want to tell me any secrets. I'm a grand Tao fragment. In your place. So suffocating. Think carefully. Are you doing the right thing? I know. Hurry up and stay where you are. I'm leaving now. You live with your little foxmasters and nephews. I'll go. Ding dong. Your system has entered slumber, and the slumber countdown is 520 hours. Zishao has a bit of a headache. This system seems to be acting in a romantic drama and has gotten addicted to it, and now it dares to complain up to me. If you had a physical body, wouldn't you have to come with me for 1,000 chapters of a romantic dogfight? Sooner or later, I'll uninstall it for you. The already dormant system naturally didn't know what Zi Xiao was talking about. If he knew, he would probably be endless again. In reality, the Emperor's corpse had been caught in the void. Half of his body was packed into the black coffin. Boom! In the sky, blood-colored lightning raged continuously, seemingly lamenting and cheering. The moment the Emperor corpse entered the black coffin, he had stopped struggling. Not that he had given up, but he seemed to have sensed some great terror in general. Obviously, as a corpse spirit, he actually began to tremble slightly. Soon, the moment the Emperor's corpse fully entered the black coffin, the lid of the coffin closed once again along with a rumbling sound, and then it transformed back into its normal size, floating in the void. TSK TSK TSK. This kind of scene is really a bit scary to watch a few times. Boom! Zi Xiao violently turned around. The ancient heavy pupils appeared. The meaning of life and death burst out. The powerful Tao rhythm shattered all the surrounding emptiness. And those black runes of the primordial heavenly demon body also surfaced around Zi Xiao's body. The long black sword appeared in his hand. In this instant, he had used his full strength. The reason for this was because the voice came from right behind him, and before that, he had actually never felt anyone behind him. The powerful heavy pupil power struck straight to the back, and several mountains were instantly blasted out into a huge hollow. The air was filled with the terrifying power of life and death. The heavy pupil had been completely skillfully mastered by Zi Xiao, and if this strike was seen by those heavenly prides, they were afraid that their jaws would drop, not to mention being penetrated by that power of life and death. Even if he was splattered, it was estimated that he would end up seriously injured on the spot. Obviously, they were both heavenly prides, so why was Zi Xiao able to be so strong? At this time, Zi Xiao, his eyes lightly narrowed as he looked at the silhouette not far away. It was a silhouette that was covered in haze light. It was impossible to see its appearance, but it was possible to tell that he was a man and that the corners of his mouth that were occasionally revealed were upturned. He's laughing. Just now, the heavy pupil's power of life and death was even mixed with burial intent. Under normal circumstances, not to mention ordinary cultivators, demons and monsters came and had to take a hit. However, the silhouette was not harmed in any way. Zi Xiao spoke in a calm tone. Who are you? Ha 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 ha. Also, you don't know me now, but I know you too well. That shadow slowly came to Zi Xiao's front, his tone carrying a bit of ease and comfort. I say you, aren't you a bit too vindictive? You're here now. If I'm not wrong, you're planning to come and dig up my grave, aren't you? Didn't I just whip your tail? Can you blame me for that? You know what you did to me in the future, and I'm being generous when I whip your tail. For that, you're going to dig my grave? Where is your conscience? Won't it hurt? In fact, the first sentence the man opened his mouth let Zi Xiao know his identity. Green Emperor, and he knows his future self? It was even known to whip his own tail, as well as intend to dig his grave. You're not dead? Hearing Zi Xiao's inquiry, the Qing Emperor tilted his head in an impish manner. You still have the nerve to ask me? I'd like to ask you why you never died. And the future you, with that ice cube face tugging like something, still looks smoother now. If you have nothing more to say, leave it at this point. I'll be digging your grave. You. Zi Xiao's words caused the Qing Emperor to slightly shake his head in a hopeless manner. Chapter 176, Your master is in danger. If I were a solid entity right now, I promise I would still whip your tail. Xing Di said viciously. Yes? Zi Xiao laughed out softly. You're saying that I'll be an ice cube face to you in the future? Have you ever considered that it's your own problem? I see you so indebted now, and honestly, when I see you in the future, I will definitely beat you up violently. It's because you thrashed me, that's why I smoked you. You'd better give up that idea. It's because you smoked me that I'm going to beat you up. The two went toe-to-toe, neither one letting the other get away. Not long after, it was still the Qing Emperor who was the first to give in. I'm really afraid of you. I'm wrong, alright. If you see me in the future, put away your divine ability. The karmic entanglement between us can't be explained. What the hell is happening in the future? Hearing Zi Xiao's inquiry, the Qing Emperor fell silent, not knowing if he didn't want to say anything or if there was some great cause and effect that would easily cause heaven and earth to crumble when he said it. He just stood there, looking faintly at Zi Xiao, and then spat out one word, coffin. Coffin. Zi Xiao took a step towards the Qing Emperor, and his eyes were also filled with solemnity. Looks like you get it. The future is that way. You, asterisk 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 asterisk. Just after reaching the Green Emperor's side, Zi Xiao exploded, and immediately afterward, the black coffin in the void slowly fell, and wisps of breath wrapped around Zi Xiao's fist. Boom! A punch lands directly on Qing Di's face. This was with the power of the burial intent and that previous great emperor of birth and destruction that hadn't dissipated yet, and although it wasn't able to do much damage to the Green Emperor, it was enough. This punch directly sent Qingdi flying several meters. His face was full of incredulity. "You're crazy. What are you doing hitting me? I'm just a shadow." "You." Before he could finish his words, Zishao directly pounced on him and pinned Qingdi to the ground, his fists raining down on his face. "And a ing coffin. You're playing Riddler for me, aren't you? I asked you what happened in the future. You tell me. Coffin. And let me guess for myself? It's hard to get rid of my hatred without beating you. I'll let you be the Riddler. I'll let you whip me with your tail. I'll let you call me Ice Cube Face. And I'll let you be more of a pussy than I am." Boom 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 boom. With a muffled sound, Qingdi was pressed to the ground and wildly beaten. I don't know if it was an illusion, but his face actually appeared all blue and purple. The current him was just a shadow, and he didn't have any means of attacking at all. Not to mention, this shadow was still a fragment cast over by the future him. Not to mention fighting back. He didn't even have the strength to break free. "I'll make you mad. Like to laugh, huh? Like to pretend. Right." There was another muffled sound, and after a long time, Zishao gasped for air and slowly stood up. He had a good fight this time. Not to mention that the one who fought was the Green Emperor. That was a character who was capable of shaking down great emperors before becoming an emperor, to beat him up on the ground. This feeling of accomplishment was not to mention how great it was. On the contrary, Qingdi, at this moment, was lying in a deep pit. His eyes were lifeless as he looked towards the blood-colored sky. After a while before slowing down, stood up the first sentences to burst out foul language. "Damn. By the future you bullied also just. Now you dare and I so wild? I'm telling you, if it wasn't for the fact that I'm in that domain and can only cast out a shadow, even if I can slightly bring some power out, I'd still want to violently beat you up." Zishao mockingly looked at Qingdi. "Beat me up? Come on, come on. I'm standing right here. Come on and beat me up. Why don't you come over and do it? Is it because you don't want to?" Qingdi took a deep breath as he looked at Zishao's beaten look, obviously trying to psyche himself up. It took a long time for him to get over it and take on the look of the Taoist master again. And this time he had learned his lesson the hard way. "I thought I couldn't hit you? It's okay. I just have to keep you from knocking me down and that's a success." Only to see that the silhouette manifested by the Green Emperor had once again become a few points lighter, and seemed to have completely fused with the void. Standing there, but with countless spaces overlapping in front of him. This was to prevent Zishao from sneaking in. After being beaten so hard before, not to mention the pain, the face of being an emperor was all gone. "Can we talk properly now? What the hell happened in the future?" Hearing this, the Qing Emperor took a deep breath and slowly spoke. "I can't tell you what happened now. Bye." Hey. You wait. You don't come over." Seeing that Zishao was going to move forward again, Qingdi had a mental image, hastily opening his mouth to stop the other party. "Don't come over. I really can't say it. In this spirit realm, the heavenly Tao's control is weak, but your kid has enemies all over the world. If I open my mouth and say it, I guess you'll be GA before you can develop." Zishao has a head full of question marks. "Qingdi, do you speak in such a frivolous manner? Why did you get a gag? You believe me? I really can't tell you, and the future you won't want me to." This time I appeared. Besides being in search of an heir, I also have something to inform you of. In the spirit domain, you have a great enemy. That's the backhand left by the heavenly Tao. You must be careful, and also, be careful of Zui Yuanfei. He has problems, and one last thing, that's your master Misty. She is in danger. Boom! The Qing Emperor had just finished his last sentence when monstrous black waves erupted from Zishao's body. Inside the eyes that were originally heavy pupils, they were actually all covered by a dense black color. The resentful souls roared, the evil ghosts cried, and countless shadowy souls floated continuously around that black wave. The blood-colored sky was directly dyed black, and the black coffin in the air was slowly opening its lid. A great enemy in the spiritual domain. He didn't care. Be careful of Zui Yuanfei? The words didn't affect him much either. Only the master is ethereal. This is the one you recognize as your own. If the current violet sky had any brokenness, if the shaking light holy land ranked second, then ethereal was number one, and it was the top priority, the irreplaceable kind. It had been said before that Zishao was a sentimental person, or else he wouldn't have closed himself off for so many years, not wanting to let his former master get the wrong idea. Now that ethereal was wholeheartedly devoted to him, that gentle smile seemed to be right in front of his eyes, and yet the Green Emperor speaks out. She's in danger? Anyone can have something, but ethereal can't. No, I have to go back to the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Can't stay here any longer. Zishao's heart was already in complete disarray. If he had been in that playful state of mind before, at this moment, He was so homing in that he directly took out the boundary-breaking shuttle from within his storage space. This was something that the system had given him earlier, and with this thing, he could get rid of the boundaries of the realm abyss at any time and go straight to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Seeing the appearance of the boundary-breaking shuttle, the Qing Emperor hurriedly spoke out to stop it. Stop! 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 Wait for a moment. Don't be in a hurry. Oops, you can't leave now. Chapter 177. In his haste, the Qing Emperor didn't care if he would get beaten up, and directly walked up and hugged Zi Shao, not allowing him to leave. Off. Zi Shao spoke in a low voice. At this moment, his voice was like an evil demon under the 9 ghosts of legend, hoarse and full of evil intent. I said, can you hear me out? The Qing Emperor was in a great hurry. I know you want to go save your senior now, but do you know where she is? And do you know what kind of danger she's in? You don't know anything to add to the chaos. In this situation now, what you should do most is to get your hands on the chance that belongs to you here, and then wait until the battle of the 2 realms. That's when you'll be able to formally play. You absolutely cannot be completely exposed to everyone's view right now, and on the day you become a saint, there will naturally be a great reckoning, and if you go to save your master now, unforeseen consequences may occur, and at that point, everything will truly be irreparable. Listening to what the Qing Emperor said, Zi Shao calmed down. He noticed the meaning of Qing Di's words. He knows everything about the future? That means he really did come from the future. Watch out for Zui Yuanfei. Master is in danger, and the great enemy in that spiritual domain. If the Green Emperor is really a shadow cast from the future, reversing time, back to the past, even a great emperor couldn't do such a thing, right? And what does the last sentence mean? That nothing can be undone? Qing Di also seemed to notice that he had said too much. After seeing that Zi Shao had calmed down, he let go of him and laughed bitterly. You kid, I'm really convinced. Listen to me, there's a great chance for you in this spirit realm, and it's something you have to get. As for the things I said, you will naturally understand when the battle of the 2 realms opens. Counting the time, the battle of the 2 realms should be about to begin now. You don't have to rush. You'll naturally know everything by then. Boo! Just as Qing Di was still talking there, Zi Shao grabbed his wrist and laughed softly. Looks like I've got you. You want to look for an heir, right? I don't care who you're looking for, but the way you were being a riddler just now, I dislike it. Either leave the money to buy your way out, or simply, I'll throw you inside a coffin. Qing Di, $, and asterisk and, accompanied by a burst of birds and flowers, Qing Di tried to break free, but it was obvious that the prepared Zi Shao had already used the same power from before to hold him firmly. Not to mention breaking free, even if he wanted to turn into a shadow, he couldn't do it. You scoundrel. Qing Di was a bit speechless. Although I don't know what big change you went through to turn into that ice cube face, but right now, I think that ice cube face is kinda smooth. I really want to beat you to death when you're like this now. Really? Aha! Zi Shao nodded. I know, but whether you beat me to death or not is not to be said first. Something is definitely to be given. Otherwise you can't leave. Give it all to you, okay? Qing Di finally can't argue with Zi Shao. He is here with a time limit. If he continues to dwell on it, before he can find the heir, he will be GA first. Anyway, it was fine to give a portion of it to Zi Shao. We were all on our own. Thinking of this, the Qing Emperor reached out his hand and slightly snapped his fingers. Buzz! A mysterious aura surged into Zi Shao's mind. It's a treasure art. The aura of this treasure art was very similar to the true dragon treasure art that Zi Shao had obtained earlier, and it similarly exuded dragon might. When going through it more closely, the end was revealed. Dragon transformation. Unlike the true dragon treasure art, which invoked the might of the true dragon to suppress all enemies, this dragon transformation art, in contrast, strengthened one's own body, allowing one's cultivation to cross at least one realm. And there aren't many side effects. It was probably this kind of heaven-defying treasure art that allowed the Qing Emperor, before he had become an emperor, to be able to harden himself against great emperors and even decapitate their heads. Thinking of this, Zi Shao looked up at the Qing Emperor in confusion. Why did you decapitate this great emperor of birth and destruction and also seal him here? Humph! The Qing Emperor snorted coldly, his eyes revealing a cold light. The great emperor of birth and destruction? Possessing the Tao rhythm closest to the heavenly Tao, thus certifying the Tao. I had thought that he would pacify the turmoil and inherit that person's will to guard this spirit realm. As a result, he actually joined with the dark creatures and obeyed the black heavenly Tao, wanting to open up the immortal path in this way. When I saw him, his body was covered in darkness. If such a great emperor is not gotten rid of, he will definitely plague the world. Whether it's the 9 heavens and 10 lands or the spirit realm, I'm afraid that all of them will be plunged into strife. And he obeyed the black heavenly Tao and possessed a truly immortal body. I wanted to kill him with the quasi-emperor realm. How difficult it was. In order to restrain him, so I chopped off his head and sealed the body here to avoid him reviving again. But I didn't expect that a corpse spirit was actually born on top of the emperor's corpse. If you didn't come, I'm afraid I'm going to be a sinner. When he said this, the expression on Xingdi's face was clearly a bit of hindsight. Wait a minute. Zixiao noticed the problem. Let's not talk about what relationship this black heavenly Tao has with the heavenly Tao. Just saying that this great emperor of birth and death, since he possessed an immortal body, where was the head? Seeing the expression on Zixiao's face, the Qing emperor obviously guessed what the other party wanted to ask. And for a moment, his eyes dodged a little. Don't tell me that the head of the great emperor of birth and destruction, you've also sealed it and that there's a mutation on the head side, right? Ahem. There was a hint of embarrassment on the green emperor's face, clearly being poked and prodded. This matter? I was thinking that after I became an emperor, I would come back directly to settle all of this emperor body and that emperor head. Who would have thought that after I became an emperor, I actually went to that domain, and it seems that I can't come back. So, let's leave this trouble to the spirit domain people. The corpse, you have taken care of it for them. Can a head still be difficult for them? Xingdi's tone seemed a little less firm. A cultivator's head was the most important part, with the divine soul, the spirit platform, and the sea of consciousness all in it. Even more so, they have their own ideas. Some cultivators are able to sever their heads and be reborn, not to mention great emperors. In the end, in itself, the emperor's corpse was perennially incorruptible, and the birth of a corpse spirit was a bizarre thing. Now we finally know where the source is. That head, where did you seal it? Ha! Xingdi looked dumbfounded. I didn't seal it. Zixiao had a black line. It wasn't that he was worried about the safety of any spirit domains, but the emperor's corpse was here with him. What's the first thing a head does if it has powers? No need to think. It must be to come and get his body back. Chapter 178, who's talking about hairy hands? Looking at Zixiao's scrutinizing eyes, the Qing emperor spoke resentfully. I threw him inside the forbidden zone before, so I thought those old monsters would have devoured him. And even if he's not dead, it's no big deal. You beat him up. I'll kick your ass. Zixiao said without a trace of anger. You're asking me to beat up a great emperor's head? This body of his, because of the birth of a corpse spirit, I was able to restrain him. An intact head. Tell me what I'll hit it with. You were a quasi-emperor when you hardened the great emperor before, right? Look at my cultivation level. Mahayana realm. You're asking me to a great emperor just by being a Mahayana? Then if I become a saint, wouldn't I just the heavenly Tao? The Qing emperor lowered his head and pondered for a moment, and not long after that, his eyes lit up and he spoke excitedly. Don't you have the Tathagata self? You don't worry. This time when you lend me the Tao fruit, I will definitely not. Boo! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the green emperor was like a cannonball that was directly knocked into the mountain. Zixiao shrugged off his hand and spoke disdainfully. If you don't mention this, I'm still not angry. I'll remember you for the rest of my life for smacking my tail before. This slap and the dragon transformation technique will be taken as interest, and I'll beat you up once I see you next time. After saying that, Zixiao directly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. What if the green emperor breaks? If there was some means to beat himself up, wouldn't it be a loss to take advantage and run? This was the sect teaching of the Shaking Light Holy Land. Zixiao was now well integrated. Waiting for Zixiao to leave, Qingdi laboriously climbed out from the mountain, looking into the distance with a bitter smile on his face. This bastard. Turns out that now at this time of the year he is this kind of character? If not Misty she. Alas. I hope he can reverse the future this time. After the emperor's corpse was thoroughly integrated into the black coffin, the emperor's might dissipated, and the white-haired monster was turned into a puddle of flesh and blood, and now there wasn't the slightest sign of resurrection. Thinking about it, the corpse spirit utilized the power of the imperial corpse itself to create white-haired monsters, and with the imperial corpse, the source, all gone, those white-haired monsters naturally lost the ability to act. Zixiao had just walked out from the connecting corridor. I saw Zichu barking there. Don't any of you stop me from saving elder brother. He hasn't come out yet. How can I be relieved? And you, Lin Dyer, your conscience has been eaten by a dog. You don't care about your senior brother when he left behind to break his back? With such a character, I'm ashamed to be married to you and Zichu. Retire the marriage. The marriage must be withdrawn. Lin Dyer's eyes were wide open as she looked at Zichu incredulously. Hate to just slap him to death. Good guy. Who do you think rare to have a marriage contract with you? If it is not in order to repay the favor of the two of your parents, I would have beaten you to death. You asshole, now you're talking to me like that because of a man? Ho Wenbai was persuading from the side, while Hua Yuzhu was in the mindset of completely watching the fun, and even felt a little bit of excitement. What are you arguing about? Just as several people were bickering, A magnetic voice rang out. Slowly, Zicho turned back to the man and his eyes reddened when he saw him. Elder brother, is that you? You finally came out? With that, he ignored the crowd on the sidelines and pounced straight away. Boo! The one who had just rushed forward in Zicho was slapped away by Zishao in a big biker fight. Ugh, bad luck. Zishao looked at the one that was embedded in the wall and Zicho with a look of disgust. He almost moved to kill just now. Being flown at by a man? He wouldn't want to try that. Waiting to return to the clan will inevitably have to let the system to check properly whether they are in the end what phantom sacred body randomly fooling around, the destiny of the son of to go crazy, and talking to the daughter of the divine order about breaking off the engagement? Is that your line? You just make it up. Lin Dyer's beautiful eyes faintly swept a glance at Zichu. Then she came forward and spoke with slight concern. Senior brother, are you alright? I wanted to go in to find you just now, but I wanted to let senior brother him go out first and find you on his own. So, senior sister Lin doesn't have to be like this. Zishao smiled and shook her head. I don't blame you guys. It was my own choice to stay, and I'm already happy that you were able to want to go looking for me. At those words, Lindell sighed in relief. She had really wanted to send Zizhu out after just now, and then went to look for Zishao alone. But before she could finish her sentence, she was bombarded by Zichu, and she didn't have a chance to get her words out. Now that he saw that Zisha was safe and sound, his hanging heart was finally put down. Your hands. Just at this time, Lin Dyer saw that Zizhao's hand seemed to have suffered some injuries, and hurriedly walked forward to take a closer look. At this point in time there was no concern about the differences between men and women. Hua Yuzhu, who was on the side, got even more excited when she saw this scene. Oh love triangle. Shut up. Lin Dyer blankly glanced at Hua Yuzhu without any good reason. Then she took out the sacred pill for healing from her Qianquan ring and carefully applied it to Zizhao's wound. That serious look looks like it adds a little more charm. Just at this time, Zichu also pulled himself out from above the wall and walked in front of the two with a serious face. At this moment, Lin Dyer was grasping Zizhao's hand, carefully applying the medicine, and also blowing on it from time to time, just as if the worldly people were so worried about hurting each other. It does look a little ambiguous. Zichu walked over with a grim look on his face. Senior, Ho Wenbai, who was on the side, saw this and quickly opened his mouth to round up the situation. He was aware that there was a marriage contract between Zichu and Lin Dyer. Senior brother Zui he injured his hand. Senior sister Lin is working on him. There's no need to say more. Before Ho Wenbai could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Zichu waving his hand, only to see him arrive in front of Zishao, solemnly looking at the other party, the expression on that face making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Lin Dyer also noticed Zichu, but she didn't have the slightest intention of leaving. She just wanted Zichu to return to normal. Wasn't the previous Zichu interested in himself? Then a little stimulation should be enough to bring him back to his senses, right? It's not normal for a junior to be infatuated with a senior. Even if you're in love with another woman, you can't be this obsessed with your senior brother. How can I afford to take care of the two of them? Lin Dyer thought correctly. Zichu's face like now was indeed gloomy. Only in the next second, he suddenly spoke. Senior brother, why didn't you tell me when you were injured? Senior sister Lin, she doesn't know how to take care of people at all. So wouldn't it be even worse if she got furtive and caused you to get hurt on top of it? Better let me medicate you. Roll. Times x2. Zishao and Lin Dyer spat out the word in unison. The former is pure disgust, while the latter is anger. Before, he had always called me senior sister Dyer and moved to follow me. But now, well, since Zishao came, I've become senior sister Lin? He's become a senior. Now the uppers you do get jealous. Yes, but who the are you jealous of here? Says who's Harry. Chapter 179 Who smashed the old man? The one who was angrily scolded by the two was obviously a bit confused at Zichu. Ho Wenbai who was on the side was even more speechless looking at him, having thought that he was jealous because he saw his fiancée there with someone else in an intimate act resulting in jealousy. As a result, it seems that the fiancée is nothing in Zichu's eyes. After Lin Dyer fixed Zizhao's wounds, she spoke with a cold face. After we go out in a while, I'll send a voice message to the seniors of the sect, so that they can escort us forward to the transmission array. In this Qing Emperor's tomb, we've made too many enemies, and with so many heavenly prides dead, there will definitely be people who will take advantage of the situation. Outside of the tomb is the most dangerous place. Always have a boundary-breaking talisman ready. Prepare to escape. Making too many enemies? Zichu came up and wondered. Have we made any enemies? Have we? Crap. Lin Dyer spoke without any good humor. How many heavenly prides have you been hostile with before when you took that cuckoo bubbling black air of some human emperor streamer? It's only strange that you didn't make any enemies when you were involved with demonic feats again. What bubbles black? In Zichu's face, he retorted angrily, "That's my Hongmeng purple breath. All of you are a bunch of blind just like that godly man before. Just saying that this thing of mine is an evil devil's breath. Let me ask you guys, I'm the human emperor body. Although I'm not as sensitive to evil and demonic auras as the Hauran Zhengqi is, the Qi of the Imperial Way is also the nemesis of evil. Can I not know if that thing is evil? I just want to take the human emperor streamer and suppress all enemies with the Qi of the Emperor's Way. What sin do I have?" Ho Wenbai was naturally the possessor of the vastly righteous Qi. He had long sensed that the human emperor streamer was out of place, but we were all companions. And from what Zichu said, the human emperor streamer was still given to him by senior brother Zhua. So for the sake of solidarity, questions have not been asked. Now I heard in Zichu that it was some kind of Hongmeng purple Qi. Fart. If that's the purple breath, then I'm the reincarnation of the sage of chess. The purple, blackened human emperor's haki? I'm afraid that it's not a soul fluttering. Just listening to the roar of the black gas of the souls and the resentment, it makes people's scalp hairy. Row, row, row. The current Lin Dyer had completely swung for the fences. You're great. I can't say it. If you say Hongmeng purple Qi, then Hongmeng purple Qi it is. Anyway, when we go out, we must be careful. We didn't even get the inheritance of this green emperor's tomb. Now it can be said. Shoo. Before the words were finished, suddenly a stream of light crossed and smashed straight onto Ziju's head with a bang. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who threw a rock at me? The crystals on the ground were picked up by Zicho and tried to smash them back as roars of anger resounded around them. Dare to come out? Come to my human emperor's streamer. Wait. Just as Zichu was about to throw the crystals out, Lin Dyer suddenly stopped him and then came up to watch. She sensed the same aura as the previous green snake void on top of that crystal. To the side, Zishao was slightly speechless as she looked toward the distant void. I don't know if I should say a dirty word or not. You're the Qing Emperor, and you're going to pass it on in this way? Where's your push? Where's your test? Putting the inheritance directly inside the crystal and then smashing it into the recipient's head, right? It has to be you. It's so unique. What is this? Ho Wenbai Hua Yuzhu similarly came forward, and they both sensed the aura above the crystals as well. Lin Dyer said with a straight face, "Senior brother, try inputting a trace of spiritual energy into it." On the contrary, in Zichu's face, he looked disgusted. This piece of broken stone still needs to input spiritual energy? Hurry up! Seeing that Lin Dyer was angry, she didn't dare to say anything more in Zichu and directly released her spiritual power. As expected, the moment the spiritual energy touched the crystal glowed brightly. An imperial light spread out. The quick-eyed Ho Wenbai casually waved his hand, and the heaven and earth chessboard appeared, blocking off this part of heaven and earth and preventing the breath from leaking out. The heavenly prides that survived nowadays were holding their breath. Come to this Qing Emperor's tomb. Did not find any chance not to mention. And even almost died here. The bottom card all used up. Wait until the time to go out. How to compete with other people. If any Green Emperor inheritance appeared at this time, then there was no need to think that it would definitely be met with a siege. Only to see that on top of the crystal stone, a green snake's shadow slowly emerged, followed by several feats as well as some items appearing on top. Zishio looked at it but didn't care. What he possessed now, even if a great emperor came, he would have to sweat. Among all the inheritances of the Qing Emperor, it seemed that dragon transformation technique was the strongest, and now it had also fallen into his hands. And why bother thinking about any trashy feats? Green Emperor, listen to me, thank you. This is the Green Emperor's inheritance? Lindell was a bit incredulous. In fact, she is not to blame. After all, the matter of inheritance, extremely important. Before no matter which secret realm to go to look for inheritance, those seniors high people will set up heavy tests. Some tests can even outright kill you. And the Qing Emperor, as an existence capable of shaking down great emperors before becoming an emperor, his legacy was actually so simple? Just a rock on the head and the legacy comes? Senior brother, this is your chance. Put it away. Lindell's little face was a little red from excitement. Ho Wenbai and Hua Yuzhu didn't have any opinions. The two were originally here for training. The path they cultivated was completely different from that of the Green Emperor. If they gave up years of hard cultivation and switched to the Green Emperor's method, wouldn't it be putting the cart before the horse? Senior sister, you said that this is the inheritance of the Qing Emperor? Inquired Zichu suspiciously. That's right. This is the inheritance of the Green Emperor. Senior brother, you really are. Originally, Lin Dyer was going to say that she was overly lucky in Zichu, but the result was that she hadn't even finished her sentence yet, only to see the crystal stone in Zichu's hand. He cursed at the sky. Qing Di, you come out to me. Come, wasn't it you who smashed the old man's head? Lindell, Ho Wenbai, Hua Yuzhu, Zishao felt even more of a headache. This heaven's destined son's sickness was getting worse and worse. The silhouette above the void in the distance was originally filled with a smug look, as if he felt that this inheritance method of his was very novel. Just as he was getting complacent, he heard Zikoru below him cursing at the bottom. Little, you dare to scold me? Forget it. Qingdi himself rubbed his chest and kept comforting himself. I found this air. I can't be angry. After all, Zicho has been with that bastard. It's only normal to become like this. After you have cultivated my emperor's laws, I'll correct you properly. No one in the crowd below knew that the Green Emperor was standing in the middle of the void except for Zishao. Zichu was still mouthy. If you're capable of throwing stones, are you capable of coming out? Hiding head and tail generation still call what Qingdi. I and Zichu do not care about your broken. Boo. Chapter 180, Three Hands. Before he could finish his words, he was hit hard on the back of the head by Lindell. Zichu. She turned her head with a puzzled expression. Senior sister, what are you doing hitting me? Lin Dyer forced down the anger in her heart and said in a deep voice, this is the inheritance of the Qing Emperor. I know. Nodding at Zichu, he continued to inquire. So what happened? Inside here is the Emperor's law of the Qing Emperor. The Qing Emperor? The one who was able to harden himself against the great emperors even before he became an emperor. I know. In Zichu's aggravated tone, he seemed to be a bit impatient. What's wrong? What's wrong with the Green Emperor's legacy? I don't care about it. Elder brother taught me to be polite. This Qingdi hides his head and stones my head. Don't say that this is his imperial law. Even if there's a pussy placed in here. I don't want it. You're ing. In her haste, Lindell almost turned into a shrew. Fortunately, the brakes were put on at the critical moment, and in order to salvage her image as a senior sister, Lin Dyer gently stroked her hair and patiently persuaded. Senior Faye, don't you want to go against the current above and suppress all enemies? With this Green Emperor's law, you'll be able to reach your goal faster. Lin Dyer was patient enough, but she didn't give her any face at all in Zichu. Suppression my ass. What am I afraid of when I have my senior brother living in me? What else am I afraid of? A mere Green Emperor law. Don't want it. You have to. I just don't want it. The current Zichu was getting more and more unrestrained towards Lin Dyer, and said in a loud voice, I'll tell your senior sister. Even if I am lost to the masses from now on, even if I am doomed, I won't want this Qingdi law. From now on Just as he was about to continue saying something, Zixiao came forward and softly said, put it away. Immediately, Zichu was like a good boy. His previous arrogance completely disappeared. Yes, senior brother. After saying that, he directly placed the crystal stone into his Qianquan ring. Lindell. Far above the void, the Green Emperor was jumping and cursing one after another. Good you little, that's how you treat me isn't it? I'm sure I'll have to educate you properly after you learn my Empyrean laws. Do you know that in order for you to accept my imperial laws, I've promised that bastard that when he's in danger, I can risk great karma to strike 3 times for him. 3 times. 3 whole times. I reckon I'm going to die of serious injuries after these 3 times. Others cried out, preferring not to die, but also wanting to seek out my inheritance. And as a result, you still dislike it. Well, wait for it. I'll see you in the middle of the imperial laws. In the face of Zichu being so obedient, Lin Dyer didn't know what to say, but she had decided one thing now. That would be the engagement not to be. Go back and ing lift. I can't take it anymore. The corners of Zixiao's mouth rose slightly as he had just received a transmission from the Qing Emperor asking him to help and give the imperial law to Zichou. The appearance of the human emperor body might cause a shift in the human race's qi. I wonder why Qingdi, this little green snake of his, is so mindful of the human race? However, for Zixiao, this was not a bad thing, as a green-colored scale appeared in his Qianquan ring. This was handed to him by the Green Emperor with the power of the void. At the critical moment, the Green Emperor had to strike 3 times for him, and that was the price for making him accept the Emperor's laws in Zichou. With one word, a powerful person above the level of a great emperor will strike 3 times for me. Well, that makes sense, since he had received this Green Emperor's inheritance. This time, the Green Emperor's tomb was considered to be a successful conclusion. A few of them are now thinking about how they're going to escape when they get out. They have become the biggest winners. As for the other cultivators, they either continued to look for opportunities in this graveyard, or they had been scared out of their wits and were planning to leave. Just in time, Zixiao and the others followed amongst those cultivators who were about to leave. It's just right to go out in the middle of the chaos. However, unbeknownst to them, a portion of them had already gone out ahead of time and informed the people in the outside world of the news that Mount Kunwu had the human emperor body and the inheritor of the demonic skill. At this moment, in front of the tomb, It was already filled with powerful people from various forces. Apart from the fact that they were there because of that Qing Emperor's inheritance, the Emperor's corpse, the demonic skill inheritor, and the human Emperor's body were all their targets. The people from the Imperial Beast sect, on the other hand, were led by the Patriarch himself. That Patriarch was a middle-aged man, and at this moment, he was radiating a murderous aura. His own son's soul lamp shattered, and he heard from the cultivator who came out that it was the human Emperor body that killed Ing Tian with the help of the demonic skill inheritor and took the Imperial Beast seal with him. The pain of losing his son, the clan's greatest treasure, the inheritor of the devil's power, the human Emperor body, and many buffs had already stacked up his anger value. Mount Kungo, you didn't send anyone this time, did you? Just in time. I'm going to take down all of these people, and even if you, Mount Kunwu, come looking for me later, it's useless. The hatred for killing my son is not shared, so what if we go to war with you, Mount Kunwu? The purple sky and other people in the tomb naturally do not know that there are many forces of people for them have set up a dragnet, and even the heaven and earth are blocked. The purpose was to prevent Zi Xiao and the others from using the boundary-breaking talisman to leave. At this time, the Zixia few had already arrived at the exit of the tomb. It's not right. The sensitive Lin Dyer was the first to notice the problem. As a matter of fact, after a general secret realm was opened, the tomb would be blocked off, and only after the inheritance was taken would the exit be opened again. This tomb of the Green Emperor was completely different. The exit was always in an open state, and there was still a constant stream of cultivators entering this tomb from the outside world, but every person who came in seemed to deliberately glance at them, and that look was extremely complicated. There was excitement, fear, and gloating. In short, all of them are ill-intentioned. In this situation, if Lyndall couldn't find out anything, she would be a little cutie. Alas. Lin Dyer sighed quietly. It seems that our news has been exposed. Ho Wenbai also frowned, seemingly pondering something. Hua Yuzhu was a bit scared and leaned towards Lin Dyer's side. On the other hand, Zichu was like a little cutie. Like a little cutie. He was looking around. He seemed to be in the late stages of his illness now, and when he encountered those cultivators who were looking at him, he angrily said at that time, "What are you looking at? Have not seen the human emperor body? If you don't want to serve, come to my human emperor streamer and have a talk." Zi Zhao's eyes narrowed lightly as he looked at Zi Chou. It's like the chosen one who's been with him for a long time really gets his wits lowered. What kind of a statement is that? Lin Knight, Zhuo Yuan Fei, and now in Zichu. One is more lack of heart than the other, and one is more seriously ill than the other. Just at this time, Lin Dyer spoke up. The moment we go out, we'll probably be surrounded by people, and if we're not wrong, heaven and earth should all be blocked as well. The best thing to do nowadays, that is, when we go out, you guys will help me stop those people. Just a breath of time will be enough, and I will send out the message for the seniors of the clan to come and rescue us. Aha! Howenbai nodded. Chapter 181, War. The best thing to do now is indeed this. After all, looking at the cultivators that came in, something was definitely not right. But if you want to send the message out, you have to leave the secret realm to do so. So it was only possible to get out first and then think about countermeasures. In Zichu directly took out the human emperor streamer, Ho Wenbai, and Hua Yuzhu all took out their own cards. The same was true for Zi Xiao. The Lingxiao Palace in his spiritual platform was trembling slightly, and the great Dao treasure vase was emitting wisps of auspicious qi. Lin Dyer, on the other hand, was holding a wooden sign, clearly intending to use it to contact the clan elders at the first opportunity. After making preparations for the matter, the people looked at each other with a few looks of determination in their eyes. Immediately afterward, holding the human emperor streamer in his hand, Zichu took the lead in rushing out, followed by Ho Wenbai Hua Yuzhu. Zi Xiao, on the other hand, followed Lin Dyer's side. He had nothing to fear. The big deal was to let that old man, the Qing Emperor, take action. And there was still an emperor's corpse inside the coffin. If he was really pissed off, and the great emperor didn't come out, who would be able to deal with him? The dragon transformation technique was already operating in the Sea of Qi. At the peak of the Mahayana realm, as long as one performed the dragon transformation technique, they would be able to instantly raise their cultivation to the transitional succession. Buzz. With a shimmering light floating around, the group walked out of the tomb. Boom! Just the moment he saw the outside world, countless treasure arts came overwhelmingly, and above the sky, golden formation patterns were constantly fluctuating, and the heavens and earth were blocked off. Dao rhythms flowed and precious arts flickered, emitting terrifying fluctuations, while an incomparably holy and mysterious aura overflowed. 10,000 beasts roared in the sky, and the sound waves spread to the surroundings, causing ripples. It's hard to imagine that this is against a couple of juniors. Countless large and small forces were simultaneously lashing out at Zi Xiao and the others. and in order to make sure that nothing went wrong, there were at least dozens of saints amongst them, and even the Saint King realm had a few of them. Dozens of saints and above struck out at the same time, causing the heavens and earth to quake and the void to collapse, and the terrifying power caused the surrounding cultivators to tremble. The surrounding mountains couldn't withstand the waves of power, and that mountain appeared several large cracks due to the pressure of the Tao rhythm. A frightening sight. Heaven and earth chessboard. 100 birds. Well, all of you come to my human emperor's streamer. At the very first moment, the three of them, Zichu, Hua Yuzhu and Ho Wenbai, all struck out at the same time. They had to buy a few breaths of time for Lindell. In the void, the chessboard shadow emerged. Hua Yuzhu sat on the ground, her jade hand gently caressing the strings of the zither, and in the face of many saints in Zichu, she was also unafraid, holding the human emperor streamer and constantly waving it. The chi of the Confucian way, the waves of black chi, simultaneously covered the void. Wanting to stop those saints, Zi Zhao's eyes narrowed lightly as he held the human emperor sword, his body blazing with golden light, blooming with a piercing radiance as thousands of terrifying golden sword-ons shot out. At this moment, he was more like a kingly emperor than he was in Zichu. Between the stirring of the Emperor Dao's sword chi, the killing aura was so strong that it made the heavens and earth tremble, and the sword chi shattered the void. Boom! The saints waved their hands widely, their eyes filled with contempt, as if they were mocking the resistance of a few people. The sharp-eyed person had already seen the wooden tablet in Lin Dyer's hand and shouted, "Stop that woman! We can't let her inform the clan! Click here for." As soon as they heard that Lin Dyer was going to notify the clan, the saints no longer stayed their hand. They struck out at the same time this time just to make sure that everything was fine. If the Koanwoo mountainside sends someone here, won't it be a lost cause? To strike out at the juniors at the same time, although it wasn't honorable, after it was spread out, they would only have their reputation damaged. The big deal was that they would be able to give some compensation to Mount Kunwa when the time came, and the matter would be able to be uncovered. However, if the Koanwoo mountainside sent someone and fought together again, it could potentially trigger an immortal war. The war that starts between immortal Dao lineages is called the Immortal War, the Everlasting War. If this immortal war were to be fought, I'm afraid that countless territories would disappear from the map, the stars would shatter, the universe would be in turmoil, and many small worlds would be destroyed. For both parties, the losses are equally staggering. Such consequences are not something anyone wants to try lightly. So naturally, they couldn't let Lin Dyer notify the sect. The three of them, Ho Wenbai as well as Hua Yuzhu, were subdued at the first opportunity, their bodies covered by a golden cover, obviously sealed. Now only Zixia was left to stand in front of Lin Dyer. The saints laughed coldly as Dao rhythms rushed out, clearly wanting to seal all of Zixia and Lin Dyer as well. Looking towards the incoming Dao Yun, the human emperor's sword in Zi Zhao's hand shone brightly. The dragon transformation technique was executed at the first time, and his cultivation directly came to the peak of the transition realm, even vaguely touching the threshold of the sage realm. But likewise, the moment he touched the sage realm, Zi Zhao felt a divine soul tremor, as if some great terror was about to be revived. So he used the sword grass to sever the link with the will of heaven and earth. Buzz! The human emperor's sword erupted with brilliant light, and the golden sword chi transformed into a huge holy sword. The holy swords were not more or less, the whole 30,000 holy swords, each of them up to 100 feet long, towering in the void, and then chopped down. This was no longer a sword blade, it turned into a sea of holy swords, a golden storm of terror drowning everything, sweeping forward and destroying all obstacles. Ha! The saints marveled at Zi Zhao's terrifying cultivation, and these holy swords had become a threat to them. Since he had come out from within the tomb, coupled with the other party's young bone age, it meant that he was in the Mahayana realm. The Mahayana realm is now able to cut down saints? How outrageous! He must have a big secret on him. The saints' eyes showed greed, and the will of heaven and earth was added to their bodies, launching attacks on those holy swords in the void. Dang it! The sound of metal clashing resounded through the clouds as the golden holy swords were shattered one after another, and several saint kings rushed towards Zi Zhao. Good timing! Zi Zhao looked at the few cultivators with cold eyes, and was not afraid in the slightest even in the face of a saint king. He waved the human emperor's sword proper in his hand and unleashed the most violent attack. Zigzag! Thunder spells wrapped around his body, the aura of the emperor's way erupted, and golden spiritual energy intertwined with purple lightning, making him look as if he was the master of the world. Boom! As the sword slashed out, the void shook. Sculpture! One of the saint kings laughed coldly, followed by a large hand wrapped in spiritual energy, grabbing like a sword blade. Dang! The sword blade chopped into his palm and actually made a deafening crash. Dao rhythms flowed above his palm, deflecting the sharpness of the human emperor's sword directly. Several other saint kings also grabbed towards Zi Zhao, Buzz. Just as the same king who had reached out to grab the sword was pleased with himself, along with a flash of light, a black blade appeared in Zizhao's hand. That same king was a bit confused. Dual cultivation with swords? The entire aura of Zizhao, who held the black sword in his hand, was transformed. If the man holding the human emperor's sword before seemed like a human emperor in the world, then at this moment, he was a demon ancestor descending. Chapter 182 Help is coming. As Zizhao's realm grew, the black blade in his hand also advanced. At this moment, the black blade had a ghostly light flowing above its body. It was as black as ink, like a black hole devouring one's mind and soul. The moment the black long sword came out, like an ancient fierce spirit seeing the light of day again, the bloody aura covered the sky, like an endless number of living beings struggling and wailing. Previously, the human emperor streamer with the black gas bubbling from that cuckoo, emitting that unjust soul was nothing compared to the black blade at this moment. Black waves of air rolled into the sky. He's the one who inherited the magic skill. A cultivator shouted out. The devilish aura on Zizhao's body was a bit scary, and the roar of the unjust souls was even more scalp-numbing. It felt like the resentment was going straight to the sky. Swish! That same king was still wondering why Zizhao's sword Dao was so strong and actually used a sword when the black blade had already chopped towards him. Go to hell! The black tide of frenzy was heaving. It was a destructive aura, like a ferocious god hibernating in hell coming out of the world. The black blade in Zizhao's hand slammed against the Saint King's chest. Put! The sound of entering flesh rang out, and the Saint King was broken. A deep, bone-deep wound appeared on his chest, and all that blood that fell on the black blade was actually strangely absorbed. That Saint King only felt his mind go blank. How could he not expect that a young man he regarded as an ant would actually be able to break through his defense at this moment? Not only that, after that black blade chopped open his chest, his chi and blood as well as his spiritual energy were being crazily devoured and absorbed. You seek death, the Saint King roared out in anger. In order to capture these few juniors alive, they hadn't used their true strength at all, but they hadn't thought that this Kunlun mountain disciple called Zui Yuanfei was actually so strong. For a moment, he had moved to kill. Boom! The aura that belonged uniquely to a Saint King burst out, and several mountains around him instantly crumbled, and with a roar from him, the mountains and rivers of the 10 directions all moved, and boundless chaotic leaves flew. When a saint is angry, heaven and earth lose their colors, not to mention the Saint King realm. That was the peak realm of saints, already initially ascending to the peak of the powerful. A few other Saint Kings made a move at the same time, wanting to take down Zizhao, but because of the scene of the Saint King's bloodshed just now, the crowd briefly froze, and Lin Dyer had already sent out a message for help. After sending out a distress message, Lin Dyer directly stood by Zizhao's side, intending to face those enemies together. Zizhao didn't have time to fret, and after injuring that Saint King, he held the human emperor's sword in one hand and the black blade in the other. The aura of the emperor's way coexisted with the black aura. Facing the Saint King's attack, he was pleasantly unafraid as the true dragon treasure art and the dragon transformation art were used at the same time. In the void, the dragon's roar was unceasing. It was as if an ancient true dragon had revived at this moment. Every time he swung his sword, it was as if he was opening up the heavens and the earth, hard blocking the attacks of those Saint Kings. The muscles on his body tensed up. His sea of chi shook, and a faint glow appeared on his body. It's the aura burning. This moment Zizhao truly used his full strength in addition to not using his own undercard. Swish swish swish. The void was chopped out with huge gash after huge gash. The onlookers were in awe, marveling at how terrifying Zizhao's cultivation actually was. Using the Mahayana realm to fight a Saint King? It's almost as if you're trying to shake a tree. Damn junior! The Saint King shouted angrily. They actually didn't take down a junior for several breaths. It was simply a disgrace. Since they couldn't capture the complete one, they would beat him to death with serious injuries, and then slowly plan after they returned to the sect. The patriarch of the Imperial Beast sect even released hundreds of strong ferocious beasts that attacked towards Zizhao. However, the aura of the true dragon treasure art emanated into the void, and the true dragon's aura caused those ferocious beasts to tremble, and they couldn't bring their battle power into play by 3/4 of a tenth. The eyes of the injured Saint King contained killing intent. Towards Zizhao, he struck out with all his might, and with his hands pinching seals, a picture of heaven and earth and all living beings was derived by him, as if it were a whole world directly suppressing towards Zizhao. Trying to suppress me? The center of Zizhao's eyebrows flickered with light, and a palace suddenly appeared above his head. The palace is solemn, as if an immortal palace, accompanied by the voice of the great Tao chanting. The immortal palace emits heaven and earth auspicious gas, enveloping everything. The diagram of the heavens and earth and all living beings that the Saint King had derived was originally intended to directly suppress Zizhao within it, but the appearance of the immortal palace directly shattered that diagram, and the trend did not diminish. and it was subdued towards the Saint King. You still want to suppress me? The Sacred King was furious and laughed, although he marveled at the endless means of the cultivator in front of him. There was no time for greed right now. The immortal palace had already smashed over towards him. Boom! The Saint King's hands snapped up. Thousands of Tao rhythms rose up from the ground, accompanied by rumbling vibrations. That Tao rhythms intertwined into a raging and rushing ocean that struck the immortal palace directly. The other Saint Kings were attacking Violet Sky. Seeing the figures of those people, Zizhao's eyes turned cold, and he had already begun to utilize his burial heavenly skill. If they pushed one step further, then they would turn the earth upside down. To faggot a self-realization technique? There was no need to deal with this group of people at all. Opening the black coffin and allowing the emperor corpse inside to emit emperor might would be enough to cause these people to instantly crumble. The reason why he hadn't used it yet wasn't to hide his clumsiness, but that the head hadn't been heard from yet. And who knew if emitting the aura of the emperor's corpse would attract the head's retaliation? Click here for. Just as Zishao was planning to sacrifice the black coffin, cracks appeared in the large formation that blocked off heaven and earth. Within a short time, it actually collapsed directly. Someone tore the big formation apart forcefully with great means. Several cultivators stood in the sky, each of them exuding a powerful aura that caused the void to tremble and the Tao to bow down. Oh no! Incoming reinforcements! Just by looking at the Taoist robes on those cultivators, one could tell that they were from Mount Kunwo. The saints who had surrounded the several people of Zishao were instantly annoyed. Having deployed so many people, and even using many means, even blocking off heaven and earth, and what was the result? Still hadn't taken a few people down before the ing. What about reinforcements arrived? It's just a big shame. Can't let them leave. Strike with all your might. Take them down. There were holy kings roaring in anger. Right at this time, one of the female Saint Kings had already arrived at Zizhao's side, and under the light raising of her jade hand, killing chances wrapped around Zizhao's entire body like 1,000 strands of silk. She clearly intended to kill Zishao and then seize the treasure. The previous Saint Kings had scruples and didn't kill, but this female Saint King was different. She didn't need Zishao alive. She wanted those magic treasures, especially that immortal palace. It was just like the palace inside the legendary immortal realm. It might have the chance to become immortal. How can such a supreme treasure be spared? A woman? The corners of Zizhao's mouth rose as he suddenly remembered something interesting. Then with a flash, he arrived behind the female Saint King and spoke softly. Don't turn around, sister-in-law. I'm my brother. You. Chapter 183, I'm so sad. The female Saint King froze in place before she could finish her sentence. Her pupils were filled with incredulity. How could she not understand how the other party did it, actually making her stop where she was in a split second? Her chi was directly sealed, and her divine soul was even unable to leave her body. Even his own Tao rhythm had completely disappeared, and he couldn't move a single finger. Trying to kill me, are you? Zishao looked coldly at the female Saint King in front of him, and the black blade in his hand flashed with a ghostly light. Swish! The black sword coupled with burial intent was able to break through a Saint King's defense, which was able to be seen from before. After all, a Saint King had just been decapitated. The wound on his chest had now begun to heal, but it still left a mark. The blood and light rushed to the sky, and the head of the family was identified. Zishao actually chopped off the head of that female Saint King. All of a sudden, a gloomy wind gusted, blood rained down from the sky, and the Holy King bled, and heaven and earth mourned together. The group of surrounding cultivators all stared with wide eyes and unbelievable expressions. A young celestial pride. To counterattack a Saint King with a cultivation level below the Mahayana realm? It was simply outrageous. What did I see? The Holy King is dead? Is Mount Kunwo going against the heavens? To actually produce a heavenly pride like this? Never heard of a cultivation of the Mahayana realm being able to fight with a Saint King, let alone decapitating one. What exactly did he use? It's hard to believe that he's the reincarnation of a great emperor. Nope, true powerhouses never believe in reincarnation. I once heard him whispering behind that Saint King just now. Could it be an imperial law? I heard it too. What he seemed to be saying was, sister-in-law, don't turn around. I'm my brother. Whose imperial law is this? The words are against human morals and common sense. But which kind of imperial law is not difficult to understand? I think this might be an imperial law passed down by the ancient great emperor. That time was different from our present time. So I think that the words should have some other meaning. That's right. When I go back, I'll seek out the clan's old ancestor and inquire about what kind of spell those words are. The cultivators were constantly discussing amongst themselves, discussing what kind of place Zishao had actually used. The few people involved were also dumbfounded as they looked at Zishao. Lin Dyer's small mouth was slightly open, so much so that she could swallow an egg. Ho Wenbai's face was full of admiration, and Hua Yuzhu was looking at Zishao with a radiant expression, seemingly fighting for something. It was different in Zichu. He had a look of adoration on his face. If it wasn't for the confinement on his body, it was estimated that he would have rushed up at this moment. The Imperial Beast Sect Patriarch looked at Zishao in horror. Does the inheritor of the devil's power already possess this kind of strength? You will be the enemy of the world. This world doesn't allow for the appearance of a demonic legacy inheritor. A Saint King spoke together. You absolutely cannot leave today. Facing the reproaches of a few people, Zishao didn't care. He was currently using his demonic power to continuously devour the female Saint King's chi and blood as well as the Tao rhythms. As for exposing the inheritor of the magic skill, it was no big deal. He needed a tenable identity. He had to get the attention of the sect to be able to do so. It would be too slow to go step by step to make a name for himself. A magic skill inheritor is the best way to do this. Although it was called a taboo, where was there no taboo in this spiritual domain? As long as Mount Kunwo was able to preserve him, then he would soon be able to reach his goal. And if Mount Kunwo couldn't be preserved, the big deal would be to just leave directly with the shuttle. Will those of them still be able to chase after the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Several Saint Kings all had murderous intent in their eyes, clearly intending to leave Zishao behind, with the human emperor body instead becoming secondary to them. Swish! At the same time, the people from Mount Kunwo had already arrived in front of Zishao and the others, and their gazes towards Zishao were full of praise and appreciation. Immediately afterward, he used Tao rhythm to cover all of Zishao and the others to avoid any sneak attacks. People of Mount Kunwo, you can take away these juniors, but only this one called Zui Yuanfei cannot leave. That's right, he killed my son and is still a demonic skill inheritor. He must be left behind. There is a pact amongst us in the spirit realm that once a demonic skill inheritor appears, we must rise up as a group and attack. You won't forget that, will you? Upon hearing this, among the seniors of Mount Kunwo, an old man wearing a bucket hat stood out and spoke in an indifferent tone. He is a disciple of our mountain. So naturally, I won't let you guys take him away. As for a magic skill inheritor? Are you kidding me? Who said he's a magic skill inheritor? What? The Imperial Beast Sect's Patriarch was about to be exasperated and laugh. That rolling black chi that you can't see, and the bizarre means of killing a Saint King, is something that an ordinary junior can do? Even if you can't see the black gas, look what he's doing. At this moment, the violet sky had an expression of enjoyment on its face, clearly devouring everything left behind by that female Saint King. Look at his arrogance. He's absorbing chi and Tao rhythms here in public. Fart. The old man with the bucket hat on his head angrily said, what absorption of chi and blood in Tao rhythms? That's my disciple from Mount Kunwa who accidentally killed a Saint King and is grieving at the moment. Speaking here, the old man turned his head to look at Zishao. Say, are you sad now? Zishao turned his head to look at the old man, then nodded. Sadness. I can be too sad right now. She's my sister-in-law who was accidentally killed by mistake. Can I not be sad? While speaking, Zishao also wiped the sad saliva on his face over and over again. In Zichu and the others were also liberated. The former came to Zishao's side at the first opportunity and looked angrily at the Imperial Beast Sect Patriarch. Old thing. Blind your dog's eyes? You can't see that Hongmeng purple chi. What the hell is black chi? What my senior brother used was clearly the Hongmeng purple chi that was so purple that it turned black. That purity is above my human emperor streamer. As he spoke, he even shook the human emperor streamer in his hand as rolling black chi flowed out from it. He said with a face of enjoyment, see, this Hongmeng purple chi makes my aura clear and my body soothed. Old thing, if you're jealous, why don't you come to my human emperor streamer for a visit? A mouthful of old things made the Imperial Beast Sect's Patriarch's teeth itch with anger. They, the Imperial Beast Sect, had the support of the human emperor in the ancient times, and should have held goodwill towards the human emperor body. Nay, this time, the human emperor body was on the opposite side of In Tian as soon as he appeared. As In Tian's father, the Imperial Beast Sect's Patriarch naturally had to be on his own son's side, so he didn't follow the ancestral order at all. I can't wait to slap this black-breathing asshole on the spot. Hua Yuzhu also stood out at this time. That's right, old thing, don't believe what you say. Who can prove that this is a magic skill? Can you? There was a young Taoist amongst the crowd, the very one who had appeared in the secret realm earlier. He had already calculated that the Green Emperor's inheritance had been obtained by the human emperor body, so he had walked out, and at this moment, he heard Hua Yuzhu state it like this. Under normal circumstances, he did have to prove Zishao's identity. Chapter 184, I'm not sure. As a Tao son of the diffractive heaven palace, he naturally belonged to an antagonistic position with the inheritors of the demonic skills. Nay, by the side of the demonic skill inheritor, there was the hope of the human race, the human emperor body. The human emperor's body was now bewitched again, and if he crusaded against the inheritor of the demonic power at this time, who knew how the human emperor's body would change in the future? In contrast, the young Taoist chose to shut up. There was no way he would let anything happen to the human emperor body. It was a matter of the entire human race, and he absolutely could not be careless. Not to mention the fact that this demonic skill inheritor was now also of the same human race. This precisely represents that the chi of the human race is beginning to flourish. So how can we fall into a well? The Imperial Beast Sect Patriarch, as well as those same kings, shouted out angrily, "What more proof is needed? The bizarre aura on this person's body is simply like the descent of a devil. With such a level of demonic aura, how else do you need to prove it? Shut up you guys." The old man wearing a bucket hat similarly grunted coldly. A body covered in devilish aura is a devilish power inheritor? Wouldn't that be a slap in the face to all the people who cultivate magic in the world? Demon cultivation and demonic skills are two different things. You must not confuse them. My disciple has clearly obtained the inheritance of the ancient demon emperor. Look at him. Does he have that crazy look of a demon power inheritor? Such an outstanding disciple is actually insulted by you as the inheritor of a demonic skill. Do you really think that I, Mount Kunwu, am easy to bully? You must give me an explanation today. Otherwise, even if I have to start an immortal war, I, Mount Kunwu, will still do so. In the face of such a statement from the old man, the Imperial Beast Sect's Patriarch stretched out his hand and pointed at the other party, clearly infuriated. And the Devil Emperor's legacy? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. All of them devouring people's chi and Tao rhythms in public, and they still say they're not crazy? Who was able to fight against a Saint King in the Mahayana realm? Only the inheritor of the Devil's power would have the slightest possibility. It's outrageous. They absolutely cannot be allowed to leave here this time. However, the power of the Imperial Beast Sect was clearly not enough to arm wrestle with Mount Kunwu, borrowing momentum. Thinking of this, the Patriarch of the Imperial Beast Sect spoke up. Does your Kunwu Mountain really intend to make enemies of all the Tao lineages for the sake of the demonic skill inheritor? The Diffractive Heaven Palace shouldn't agree to this, right? I remember that the Diffractive Heaven Palace's heir was on the spot. Don't you guys want proof? Just let him come out and prove it. Is Tao E of the Diffractive Heaven Palace available? Among the crowd, the cultivators surrounding the young Taoist dispersed, revealing a helpless Tao E. Alas, Tao E cannot help but have some headaches. Or did not Da Ja. He ing nothing in this to see what lively directly away how good. This time good. Let be used as a gun. But people had said the three words Diffractive Heaven Palace. It was inappropriate for them not to come forward. Seeing Dowie slowly walk out of the crowd, the Royal Beast Sect Patriarch's face wore a smug smile. Ever since the news of the inheritor of that demonic skill was rumored in the ancient times, every power had been on alert. After all, the inheritor of that demonic skill, devouring the heavens and devouring the earth, the cultivator was his best sustenance. What if one is not careful and their own heavenly pride is devoured? However, after so many epochs, the inheritor of the magic skill had long disappeared into the river of history, and the crowd had lost their vigilance. Only the Diffractive Heaven Palace still maintained its traditions regarding the matter of the inheritor of the magic skill. Every generation of transmitters would search for traces of the inheritors of the devil's power when they walked in the current world, fearing that the devil's power would reappear on Earth. Coupled with the Diffractive Heaven Palace's unique Diffractive Heaven technique, it was very convincing. After Dowie stood out, he turned those eyes without black pupils and looked dead at Zi Xiao, as if he wanted to look him through. The cultivators all looked expectant, wanting to learn the news of the devil's power from his mouth. Speculation is speculation. If you really want to confirm it, you still have to rely on the Diffusion Heavenly Palace's heir. Is that the young Taoist? At the sight of the visitor, Zichu was furious. It was this kid who said something about his invincible human emperor streamer being some kind of evil demonic thing. Damn you! Feeling the angry eyes of the human imperial body, Dowie was also helpless for a while. Dude, we're in this together. Really? What are you looking at me like that for? Is that murderous intent not even disguised? Obviously, Zicho was unaware of the mental activities of the man opposite him, and at this moment, he was bent on decapitating this thief who had slandered his own senior brother. Taoist son of the Diffractive Heaven Palace, please tell us the truth. Is this person the inheritor of the demonic skill? I think the Diffractive Heaven Palace's reputation of standing for several epochs shouldn't be unable to distinguish the aura of a demonic skill inheritor, right? The Imperial Beast Sovereign's tone did not show the slightest bit of mercy. After all, although Dowie was a person from the Diffractive Heaven Palace, in the end, he was still just a junior, and if it wasn't for the sake of lending a hand, he wouldn't even take the initiative to open his mouth to him as a senior. Dowie naturally also heard that there was something wrong with the Imperial Beast Sect leader's tone. Didn't say much though. The Diffractive Heaven Palace was indeed very concerned about the matter of word of mouth. Everyone. Dowie first glanced at the indignant Zichu, and immediately afterward, slowly opened his mouth and said, When this person was in the secret realm before, I had a few encounters with him, including the purple to black breath that is spreading out from his body right now, and it's actually not possible to directly determine whether or not he's a devil skill inheritor. It is well known that the inheritor of a demonic power will gradually lose their rationality until they devour the heavens and the earth. And to decisively go on to say whether or not someone else is the inheritor of a demonic skill is also in conflict with the teachings of our palace, and requires the invitation of our palace's imperial weapon to be able to fully confirm their identity. The only point I can confirm right now is that the person standing there, he is the human emperor body. In the matter of Zizhu being a human emperor body, although many forces already knew about it, there were still some people who did not know the truth. Now that he heard the words human emperor body, he was filled with shock. The human emperor body was related to the chi of the human race, which was something that was known to all, and the chi of the imperial Tao definitely couldn't pee in the same pot as the inheritor of the devil's power. That is to say, that person is not the inheritor of the magic skill? Also, no one will forget the history of your royal beast sect's origins, thanks to the human emperor of the ancient era. Otherwise, with your forces that only play with beasts and don't cultivate yourselves, you would have presumed to want to restrain the Taiku imperial clan? What a joke. Now you've forgotten your roots? All dare to take a shot at the human imperial body? Dao Yi's words were a complete jack of all trades as he said that he couldn't confirm the identity of Zi Xiao, but he was able to confirm the identity of the human emperor body. Wasn't speaking of the human emperor body just to absolve Zi Xiao? Incidentally, the foot also stepped on the imperial beast sect. The kids got a bit of a grudge. This was the first thought of the cultivators present. The face of the imperial beast sect leader was a shade of red and a shade of green at the moment. He gritted his teeth and looked at Dao Yi. His chi si turbulent. Isn't the diffractive heaven palace immortal with the inheritor of that magic skill? What do you mean now? Do you still need to bring out the emperor's weapon to be sure? You're lying to me. What about it? Chapter 185, you old six. As an heir of the diffractive heaven palace, you're actually talking nonsense with your eyes open. Simply nonsense. The imperial beast sovereign roared out in anger. But it's obvious that Dao Yi doesn't give a damn about his mood. Want to use me as a gun? Did you ask me? Furthermore, compared to the human emperor body, your imperial beast sect is nothing. The imperial beast sect could be destroyed by the clan, but not the human emperor body. It's a matter of the human race's destiny, so it's absolutely necessary to act cautiously. Clear-eyed people can see that this human emperor body to his own senior brother. That is simply trust. If it is directly to the face to tell everyone that his senior brother is the inheritor of the devil's work, for the human emperor body's influence is also very large, and will even occur unpredictable changes. Comparing the two, Dao Yi naturally favored the human emperor body. What's more, he didn't say that Zi Xiao wasn't the inheritor of the demonic skill, it was just that he wasn't able to be sure. This was also very reasonable, neither letting the human emperor body change, nor did he open his eyes and talk nonsense. It matched his moral righteousness very well. Seeing that Dao Yi didn't even shake himself off, the imperial beast sect leader trembled all over. Strange shame. Joining forces against a few juniors, they were unsuccessful and were even killed in return, followed by being insulted by a group of juniors in such a manner. Doesn't he want to lose face? Since borrowing the power of the diffusion heavenly palace didn't work, then he wouldn't borrow it. Also, my son died in his hands, and the clan's greatest treasure was also taken away by him. Could this also be able to be uncovered by you? Ha! The old man with the bucket hat laughed coldly. The battle of the heavens' pride is inherently covered in withered bones and blood. Everyone fights for their lives. Is it hard to believe that your son can't die? As for the clan's greatest treasure, I'm sorry, I didn't see it, and even if I did, it's my disciple's trophy, so it's hard to believe that whatever you say is what you want. If you primed further up, that imperial beast seal should have originally been forged for you by the human emperor, right? You all also said that you are willing to live forever and ever, to be the human emperor's pawns. Look at this kid. Saying that, the old man yanked the still dazed Zichu to the front. At this moment, a black aura was still rising from Zichu's body, but the old man didn't care at all and continued to speak to the imperial beast sovereign. The human emperor body is here. Do you want to ask him who this thing should belong to? Then of course it should go to my senior brother. So who is it? Ian, you can back off. Zichu waved his hand in the manner of a proud dragon. With this appearance, not to mention the imperial beast sect leader, even the old man on this side had a head full of black lines. Is the human imperial body a little bit sick with something serious? This is the thing that changed the fortunes of the human race? Our human race has really degenerated, is it? And we still need this thing to appear to change our destiny against the heavens. Unbeknownst to him, before, he was still relatively normal in Zichu. But after he met Zi Xiao, he started to have an attack, and the sicker he got, the worse he got. Well, The Imperial Beast sect leader said 3 good words in a row. You're all unreasonable, aren't you? I'm not going to reason with you, I'm just going to do it. Who? The roars of ferocious beasts resounded through the sky as one ferocious beast silhouette after another rushed out from within the Imperial Beast sect leader's wide-sleeve robes. Apparently, he's going to flip the table if he can't play. With the first leader to take action, the others who wanted to take action against Zi Xiao naturally wouldn't sit idly by. Anyway, they were just accomplices. Even if you, Ku and Wu Shan, wanted to set off an immortal war, it would be to hit their Imperial Beast sect, right? What does the death of the Imperial Beast sect have to do with us? The multicolored Tao rhythms attacked the sky. Seeing this scene, the old man wearing a bucket hat said in a deep voice, Old Six, you take them away and we'll stop these people. Don't worry, their target isn't us, so it'll be fine. Yes, the cultivator known as Old Six didn't hesitate too much, and with a wave of his hand, he directly covered Zi Xiao and the others, followed by a flash of his figure, directly disappearing above the battlefield. Seeing this scene, a Saint King who was familiar with the cultivators of Mount Kunwo roared, Li Lao Lu is going to run? Quick! This kid is the best at running because he's proficient in spatial intent. If we don't block off the void, I'm afraid we really won't get anything. What? The Imperial Beast sect leader's eyes were wide open. He had suffered so many insults today. His son had died, the clan's greatest treasure had been taken, and if the person had been let go in the end, wouldn't he become a laughing stock? Whoever stands in my way will die. Boo! Before he could finish his sentence, the old man in the bucket had appeared directly in front of him and went up to throw a punch. The punch landed solidly on his face, and it was able to be clearly seen that several teeth emanating Tao rhythms were spat out of the Royal Beast sect leader's mouth, accompanied by blood spilling out in all directions. Damn it, just fight. What are you yelling for here? And whoever blocks you dies. You think you're a great emperor. Brothers, beat them up for me. These few cultivators from Mount Kunwo were all above the Saint realm. Especially the old man wearing a bucket hat was in the Saint King realm. He wasn't weaker than anyone present, and even because he was stationed in this barbaric land for many years, constantly refining his cultivation, causing him to be a few points stronger than an ordinary Saint King. Taking a step forward, an ancient killing formation instantly appeared around them, and the killing formation enveloped everyone present. While those other cultivators were occupying each formation, only one formation was unoccupied, because that Li Lao Lu had escaped with his people, and with one less person, the big formation was naturally lost. Want to kill the formation to stop us? Oh, when you are missing someone, quickly go to that blank formation. We'll attack together and we'll surely be able to break this great formation. Time is running out. Do not delay any longer. The cultivators in the great formation were all roaring. They now wanted to quickly break away from the big formation and capture Zi Xiao and the others back, regardless of whether or not Zi Xiao was the inheritor of the devil's skill. But with his ability to reverse a Saint King at the Mahayana stage, this person definitely had a big secret on him. If they were able to unlock this great secret, wouldn't their path to immortality be much easier? The Mahayana was able to defy the Saint King. If this was used by the Saint King, it wouldn't take off. Especially the line, "Don't look back, sister-in-law, I'm my brother." That unheard of Empyrean treasure art had to be made clear, actually being able to completely imprison a Saint King. With a blank formation coupled with the disparity in numbers, it was destined to not be able to stop the other side for long. And as expected, within a few moments, several people rushed out from that blank formation. The first moment they rushed out, they chased after the void imprint left behind by Elder Li's escape. Although running fast with spatial intent, it would leave a mark, and as long as a cultivator who also possessed spatial intent followed that mark, they could quickly follow. Go! I'll take you! A Saint King with spatial intent waved his hand and directly disappeared into the void seal with a few cultivators. The few people from Mount Kunwo who saw the scene were not the least bit worried, and were still maintaining the large formation to prevent more people from rushing out. Chapter 186. Something's not right. That Saint King who possessed the spatial intent led a group of cultivators as they continuously traveled through the void seals. A smug smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. What can a mere Saint Realm do with a spatial intent? I definitely want to intercept you guys the moment you head to the teleportation array. In which case the secrets on that kid will all belong to me. Ha ha, eh? The laughter came to an abrupt end as he realized that the void seals in front of him appeared to overlap, and there were several void seals in different directions. Trying to confuse me with such tactics? It's simply a joke. The Saint King snorted coldly. So what if there are several more void seals? The big deal is to go one by one. You're wasting your time anyway and constantly using such disorienting tactics. I'm definitely faster than you. Thinking of this, the Saint King continued to use his spatial intent ability and chased after one of the seals. But just as soon as he went in, he realized that something was wrong. And this void seal was extremely turbulent and disordered. Buzz. Just as he continued to go deeper, he suddenly saw a shimmering light begin to emanate from the surrounding void. Something's wrong. Move. With a roar, the Saint King led his people with the intention of leading through the void, but it was obviously too late. Boom! The Tao rhyme erupted, and the entire void channel was blown to smithereens. The spatial turbulence was like sharp blades, mercilessly ravaging the bodies of several people. Even with a Sage Realm physique, he was still covered in injuries when faced with this terrifying tearing of spatial turbulence. The appearance of the Saint King, who was proficient in spatial intent, appeared to be in a sorry state, and there were several wounds on his chest. If it wasn't for the fact that his body was strong enough and possessed the spatial intent, he would have been directly torn into pieces when he took the brunt of the attack. Looking at the rest of those void marks, were still dare to continue to chase down, but directly with the fly. With people playing space then, can compare? Thinking of this, the Saint King trembled and his chi and blood flowed backwards. You old six, between heaven and earth. The sound of a Saint King hissing resounded. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Laolu had already brought Zixio and the others back to the teleportation array. Looking at the several people, Li Laolu's face carried a slight look of relief. There's a successor to the clan. Look at this one little guy, with great talent, high cultivation, and a heavy sense of emotion while possessing an uncommon mind. The most important point is that they're so shady. That look of lying with a straight face is just too good. Only such a person will not suffer the great world struggle. The means does not matter. As long as the final can prove the great Tao, everything is false. Many thanks, senior. This is your. Lin Dyer took out a Qiankuan ring and handed it over. When he came, he said that there was a need for payment to save them, but Li Laolu did not take it over and spoke faintly. Keep those things. For the hopes of you clans, we are free. After saying that, he didn't wait for Lin Dyer to refuse and directly activated the teleportation array. Amidst the flickering faint blue light, Lin Dyer and the others looked at Li Laolu with gazes filled with respect. This kind of seniors who guarded the barbaric land to open up the territory for the sect were the most worthy of respect. Buzz. Between flashes of blue light, Zixio and the others disappeared above the teleportation array. Wait until a few people have left. A hint of excitement appeared in Li Laolu's eyes, and immediately after, he took out a Qiankuan ring from his bosom. This is Ho Wenbai's Qiankuan ring. He had previously used a small means of spatial intent to drop the Qiankuan ring. Can I look at your petty profits? This is the entire resources of a young heavenly pride. Of course I'm going to take it beautifully. Ha 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 ha. I'm not losing this wave. Buzz. In the middle of Mount Kunwu, the teleportation array lit up. Zixio and the others appeared here in the teleportation hall. Senior Sister Lin. Senior Brother Zhua. Senior Brother Fei. I have to thank you all this time. Ho Wenbai brought Hua Yuzhu to thank the three of them. Under normal circumstances, there would have been nothing wrong with the two of them. But the gang had already decided that they were in on it, so they were sort of dragged into it. Lin Dyer apologized profusely. This time, this matter was originally our cause. Senior Brother Ho and Hua Yuzhu, the two of you were implicated by us, so why talk about saying thank you? Right. Zichu stepped forward at this time and pulled out two gongfu from his own bosom and handed them to Ho Wenbai. This is the inheritance left behind by that old man, the Qing Emperor, and these two techniques are not his emperor techniques, so you may not need to switch to them. So take them. How does this work? Ho Wenbai shook his hand in denial. Lin Dyer glanced at Zichu with relief, and then opened her mouth to persuade in the same way. Senior Brother Ho, if you don't take it, we might have to be unstable in our Tao. Take it. This. Ouch. Just as Ho Wenbai was still in a difficult situation, Hua Yuzhu stood out, grinding your teeth. Senior Brother, you're like a woman. Just accept it if you're told to. Okay. Ho Wenbai once again thanked, then received in the Zichu handed the gongfu, then intended to load into their own Qiankuan ring, but with half a day of spiritual power. How to feel their hands of the ring did not react at all. Ho Wenbai was a bit puzzled. Not only was the ring not responding, he couldn't even feel the Tao rhythm connected aura anymore. Is the ring broken? Senior Brother, are you weak? How come you can't even open a Qiankuan ring? Hua Yuzhu had a disdainful look on her face. Void? Would he, the future sage of chess, be weak? Buzz. Ho Wenbai's body emitted a white spiritual light, and his entire body was enveloped in it. Even the great hall was illuminated. He was very concerned about the word false, so he kept pushing his chi-si and letting all his spiritual energy radiate out, wanting to prove himself. Click. Just as Ho Wenbai was emitting spiritual energy again, the Qiankuan ring on his hand suddenly emitted the sound of crumbling, and immediately afterward, it unexpectedly shattered directly and fell to the ground. Now a few people were a bit dumbfounded. The Qiankuan ring is broken, which is a rare thing. One must know that. As a necessary storage item for cultivators, the materials used for the Qianquan ring were bound to be incomparably sturdy. I've never heard of cultivators destroying their own or their opponent's Qianquan rings when they were sparring. And now Ho Wenbai just stirred his spiritual energy and the Qianquan ring shattered? Hua Yuzhu looked at the scene dumbfounded. Senior brother, even if you want to prove that you're not vain, you shouldn't use this way, right? It was at this time that the crowd realized that Ho Wenbai froze in place, and his face reddened. I feel that the Dao rhyme on my Qianquan ring has been erased by someone. No wonder I can't feel the Dao rhyme. So it was stolen by someone. It was Li Laolu. Ho Wenbai suddenly remembered that before. Li Laolu appeared to have pinched his hand hard when he grabbed him. Chapter 187 Ho Wenbai. You stuffy fellow. You old six. Even though Ho Wenbai had a smooth state of mind, he couldn't help but roar out inwardly at this moment. In his Qianquan ring, there were quite a few things that were not allowed to see the light of day. If he was discovered by others, I'm afraid that his reputation in the sect of the master could be a notoriety in a different way. In the past it was only Hua Yuzhu who knew about those little interests of his. No one else knew about them at all. Now wouldn't someone else have to know? What to do? What to do? This matter cannot be said. How can he open his mouth to say that Li Laolu got rid of his Qianquan ring? If Lin Dyer asked him what was inside to compensate him, did he truthfully tell him that he had collected a lot of secular as well as immortal cultivation world's words, picture books, and even the devil cultivator's method of dual cultivation? Wouldn't a lifetime of fame be ruined? I can't. This can't go out. I'm going to calm down. Lin Dyer and the others were also puzzled for a while as they saw Ho Wenbai's face change from green to purple. Senior brother Ho, your Qianquan ring. It's okay. It's okay. Before Lin Dyer finished her inquiry, Ho Wenbai directly interrupted anxiously, deliberately speaking in an unconcerned tone. This broken Qianquan ring? I've long wanted to replace it. I guess it should have been in disrepair for a long time. So one of them accidentally broke down. There's definitely something in there. Totally fine. Ho Wenbai's tone was aggravated. The inside of his eyes were filled with blood, and he looked at Lin Dyer with a pleading gaze. Don't ask. Senior sister Lin. Really, I really don't have a problem. There's nothing valuable inside the Qianquan ring, so if it's broken, it's broken. I'm afraid that all the things in my Qianquan ring combined are not as precious as the 2 feats given to me by senior brother Fei. This one has been a profitable one. Alright, we're leaving. Farewell. After saying that, Ho Wenbai turned around and walked away without any hint of lingering. Only Hua Yuzhu, after saying goodbye to Lin Dyer and the others, looked at her own senior brother with promising eyes. It seems to be hidden full of treasure. Qianquan ring was dropped it. Have the opportunity. Really want to go back to the barbaric land to see those predecessors' reaction. At this time, the battle of the northern region had already ended. The Green Emperor's tomb was completely closed, and many cultivators walked out of it, because Zixiao and the others had left. If those saints continued to besiege the cultivators of Mount Kanwu, it would turn into an immortal and deadly feud. In order to obtain the demonic skill inheritor and the human emperor body, they naturally didn't mind going to war with these people, but there was no benefit whatsoever, and fighting back and forth did nothing but consume one's elixir, as well as make enemies with people. Therefore, a reason was found for the crowd to just stop. The cultivators on Mount Kanwa's side had won a great battle, and each of them returned to their own territory with their heads held high. As soon as he came back, the old man wearing a bucket hat shouted loudly, Old Six! Old Six! Ha 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 ha! Tell me, what have you harvested this time? You kid can't hide anything. After a few shouts, he realized that there was no response, but Old Six's scent was clearly still in the middle of the room. This kid is going to hide. Several cultivators kicked the door open and rushed into the room, only to find Li Laolu sitting on the floor at the moment, with a pile of inappropriate-looking books and picture books scattered around him, and there were also several scrolls that emanated a demonic aura. The old man was a bit puzzled. Old Six is robbing the devil cultivators? Where's all the good stuff? Old Six, what are you doing? We are asking you. What in the world is so good? Call you also do not squeak. Is it that you kid is hiding? Upon hearing this, Li Laolu raised his head, his hand holding an exquisite picture album. His face flushed slightly for a while, but his expression was a bit weepy. Can't you take your time with this stuff? Let's talk about the harvest first. Harvest? Li Laolu shook his head slightly. Look at all these things around. Aren't they all harvests? What? The old man was stunned for a moment. While these things were good, they were only good enough to add to their silent lives. But this thing isn't worth spirit stones. What's the point of having so much of this stuff? Are you kidding me? Who's teasing you? Li Laolio's tone was also aggravated for a while. I damn straight stole that little guy who owns the chessboard's Qianquan ring, thinking that he is the heir of a great clan and is so upright. There must be a lot of treasures in the Qianquan ring, but as a result, Damn it, this kid hid a bunch of this stuff in the Chinkuan ring. Is he also worthy of walking the chess path and practicing some kind of Haoran Chi? They say I'm the oldest six. He's the one who's the biggest oldest six. This asshole kid. It's over. I acted innocent before and didn't ask for the payment that little girl gave me. We've lost a lot of money. The other cultivators in the room glanced at each other, all of them crying and laughing. This matter really couldn't be blamed on old six. Who would have thought that a brat who specialized in cultivating heaven and earth's vast and righteous chi would be so stuffy as a person? The collection of a bunch of this stuff inside the Chinkuan ring was outrageous. Right. Just at this time, the old man seemed to have thought of something and he smiled. Since this kid is so stuffy, old six, turn around and take this Chinkuan ring and make a trip to their clan. Just say that this Chinkuan ring was picked up by you, and now you want to return it to its original owner. But to make sure that what's inside is unharmed, have that kid open the contents right up in front of his division. If he is sensible and gives some benefits, this matter is just a matter. If not, then let him slowly have a headache in the future. Boss. Li Laolu looked at his own boss with an excited face. It's still poisonous to you. Fart. The old man walked up to him and went up to slap him. We do things in this righteous way. Can we call it poison? I call this from the heart. Hurry up and go. Go and come back quickly. I'm afraid that after the news of today's battle spreads out, I'm afraid that our sect won't be calm anymore. Okay. Li Laolu turned into a stream of light and directly disappeared in front of the crowd. The old man, on the other hand, squinted his eyes lightly and looked into the void. The human emperor body, the demonic skill inheritor, the Qing emperor's tomb, and the mysterious emperor's corpse, one after another. Such terrifyingly big events had appeared. Now the battle between the two domains is about to begin again. The entire spiritual domain seems to be about to be plunged into chaos. The opportunity to become an immortal has not yet been shown, but the struggle of the Golden Great World is about to begin straight away. It was estimated that even this northern region of the land would not be peaceful in the future. In a flash, 3 days passed quickly. News of everything that had happened at the Green Emperor's tomb was spread throughout the entire spirit realm. After all, the appearance of the mysterious emperor's corpse was something that no one could ignore. Not to mention that there was also the matter of the human emperor body, the inheritor of the demonic power. Chapter 188. Everything was pointed at the immortal Dao system, Mount Kunwu. To say that Mount Kunwu, before that was a very low profile, clearly has an extremely powerful strength and heritage. But they take a non-contentious attitude towards everything. On the path to immortality, not fighting meant losing all chances. Instead of saying that Mount Kunwu was competing to cross the immortal fate, it would be better to say that they had already become immortals. Of course, this was not talking about the cultivation realm, but their attitude. There is nothing to do with the world, and the way is nothing to do with the world. It was clearly a cultivation method that embodied the supreme principles of heaven and earth, but in the eyes of the current cultivators, it seemed to be a nuisance. The golden age is here. So if you don't fight now, when else are you going to fight? But the news that came out recently has thrown everyone for a loop. The human emperor body was a disciple of Mount Kunwu. The inheritor of the magic skill is still a disciple of Mount Kunwu. The human emperor body was suspected to have obtained the inheritance of the Qing emperor, as his body had a few hints of the Qing emperor's aura in addition to that rolling black aura and the aura of the imperial Dao, especially that big bag on his head. It's even emanating a green light. And he's still saying that he didn't get the inheritance of the Green Emperor. The other one is a magic skill inheritor. The appearance of this person reminded the crowd of the terror of being dominated by the inheritors of demonic feats after the ancient times. The Mahayana realm was able to reverse the Sing King. Who the hell would dare to compete with him? Especially if you couldn't beat him. Everything you had would be his tonic. Let's not even talk about chasing his footsteps. You can't even see his back. You were only able to cultivate one step at a time. And people were able to get ahead of everyone by casually devouring them. After knowing this news, no matter how big or small the forces were, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Good for you, Mount Kunwu. Good for you to be out of touch with the world. After the whole day, you guys are pretending to be pigs. Previously, I thought that you guys were harboring a nest egg and didn't even dare to fight for the great world. But now it seems that you guys have long been secretly thinking about how you are going to be the first to fight for the crossing in the great world. You guys are hiding deeper than anyone else. The White Bone Forest. This is one of the forbidden zones of life. All life near the forbidden area became dead bones and scattered outside, giving the White Bone Forest its name. The forbidden zone is filled with yellow sand and darkness. In the depths of the forbidden area, low growls were emitted from time to time, as if the being was forcefully suppressing its anger. Cheng Di, you sealed my body and now you destroyed it, right? I can't feel the breath of my body anymore. You really deserve to die. Oh, birth and death. Don't be angry. The matter of the body. We will help you remodel sooner or later. but you also have to tell us and so on. The domain where the Green Emperor went. Where is the entrance? When the time is ripe, I will naturally tell you. But for now, I need to get those two juniors over here. You can't deal with the Green Emperor now? Then your heir will never want to live. And the human emperor body. Aren't you afraid of it? The human emperor body is only worthy of being called a human emperor if it grows up. The current one is just a brat. Wait until we take him captive and directly draw out his physique. After years of not going out, those flesh and blood in the world should have forgotten our names by now. First, captures Wei Yuanfei and Zichu. Good. With a sound of good, silence once again fell in the forbidden area. Among the Taiku Imperial clan, the Underworld Phoenix, the Xian Turtle, the Dragon Colt, and other clans all converged together. The Taiku Divine Mountain was trembling continuously, and it was obvious that they were extremely angry. Damn the human race, killing our heirs, we simply can't leave them behind. The reappearance of the human emperor body is also by no means a good thing for us. We must contend for the crossing of this great world. The two human clansmen who are the inheritors of the human emperor body and the demonic skills, are they called Zichou and Zui Yuanfei? Tell all the clansmen to target the two of them from today onwards. But that Zui Yuanfei possesses the ability of the Mahayana realm to reverse the Saint King. If we let the older generation take action, I'm afraid that Mount Kunwa won't agree to it. So what if you don't agree? Unseal the ancient imperial prince from the divine source. Ha, are all equally heavenly prides, but the ancient imperial prince, in addition to the true dragon bloodline, is a heavenly pride of the previous era, although it is one generation longer than them, but it is always a heavenly pride, isn't it? Let the clan use the true dragon blood to make the ancient imperial son's bone age smaller, so that it won't be the younger generation. The demonic skill inheritor and the human emperor body must die. Diffractive Heaven Palace. At this moment, Dowie was facing his own master, his face full of respect. Dowie, you have a lot of suffering to go through as the Dangshur walker of this life. The human race is weak, the ancient imperial race, and the Forbidden Zone are all watching intently. The human emperor body was compelled. It's no wonder that you didn't tell the news of Zui Yuanfei's status as the inheritor of the devil's skill at that time. Your Dao heart wasn't damaged, was it? Hearing his master's words, Dowie shook his head slightly. My Dao heart hasn't been affected in any way, and besides, the matter of Zui Yuanfei, whether he is the inheritor of the devil's power or not, is something that I really can't be sure of. Dao Yi's master teacher was a bit surprised. One must know that Dao Yi, as an innate Dao body, was already very close to the Dao, while the devil's kung fu inheritor, as an existence that swallowed the heavens and devoured the earth, would inevitably reveal his identity as soon as he encountered an innate Dao body. As a result, he wasn't able to be sure now that the word had said it. Dao Yi explained, the aura on that Zui Yuanfei's body is bizarre. The devil's kung fu is to devour the 10,000 paths and stand in opposition to the 10,000 paths, but his body is the aura that makes the 10,000 paths submit. More than that, he also possesses the purest devil's aura in the heavens and the earth. That demonic aura makes it impossible for my innate Dao body to even try. Alas, the old man sighed slightly. Nowadays, the heavenly chance is covered by chaos. Even if I use the heaven diffusion technique, I can't calculate anything for Zui Yuanfei, and there are some obvious chaotic phases for him. Obviously being in this domain, why did I calculate that he should be in the 9 heavens and 10 lands? Strange. Master, I'll keep an eye on the human emperor body again, regardless of whether that Zui Yuanfei is the inheritor of the demonic skill or not. Letting the human emperor body get close to him will be fraught with danger. Well, this matter depends on you. When the battle of the two domains opens, I hope that we can get in touch with our fellow disciples over there. All these things will be left to you. Don't worry, master. In the middle of the immortal imperial dynasty, an emperor who reigned over the 10,000 domains sat on top of the king's chair. Essence flowed from his eyes, and the aura of the imperial Dao erupted from his body, causing the entire hall to be covered in a golden glow. Can you be sure, system, that Zui Yuanfei is the villain? That's right, the voice in your head rang out. Host, as the son of heaven's destiny, you have now become the imperial lord of the immortal imperial dynasty, but you still have to be careful of these people with villainous destinies that will devour you if you're not careful. Ha 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 ha. The imperial lord let out a loud laugh. If I was still a heaven's pride, I'm afraid I'd fear him 3 times, but I've grown as a son of heaven's destiny, so what can someone with a villainous destiny do to me? Chapter 189. Why didn't you say so earlier? The name Zui Yuanfei completely resounded in the spirit domain. There were even many people who compared him to those ancient celestial prides, and the answer was that the ancient celestial prides, and even the ancient great emperors, didn't seem to have this kind of achievement at his age, did they? Although the identity of the inheritor of the magic power hadn't been realized, it basically didn't run away. If he wasn't the inheritor of the demonic power, would you let him kill a saint king at the Mahayana realm? Let's see? Let alone a saint king. Even a saint is not something those people can just touch. You know, it's common sense for a heavenly pride to cross over to the next level. But the saint realm was different. That was someone who possessed the will of heaven and earth, which meant that fighting against a saint was fighting against heaven and earth. Otherwise, why would so many people fall here at the transition realm? Wasn't it because trying to connect to the will of heaven and earth was just too difficult? There were some heavenly prides that could cross 2 realms in a row when they were in the foundation establishment stage and hit the Yuaning straight away. But it didn't mean that they would be able to go against the grain of saints when they reached the Mahayana realm. It wasn't that their talent had become weaker, but which of those who could become saints weren't amazingly talented? They had all heard of heaven's pride crossing over to fight, but who had heard of heaven's pride crossing over to fight heaven's pride? Then how far do you have to go against the heavens before you can do it? Obviously, the current Zui Yuanfei is that kind of person. Countless people are inquiring about this Zui Yuanfei's news, and there are also countless people who have been looking through the ancient books, always looking for sister-in-law. Don't turn around. I am my brother. This sentence, in the end, in the ancient times corresponds to what? Only after finding the source will they know why Zui Yuanfei was so heaven-defying and what kind of imperial method he used. But after turning over the ancient books they were not able to find a corresponding imperial law. Just like that, none of them suspected that there was anything wrong with that statement. Instead they thought that the reason why it was not on the top of the ancient books was because it was not written on the top of the ancient books. This was bound to be an imperial law passed down by an ancient great emperor, even if it was an immortal law. Who had ever seen a Mahayana realm say a word and have a saint king fixed in place without even the slightest ability to resist? What else can this be if not immortal law? In the middle of Mount Congo. These days, because the reputation of the purple sky was just too great, there was an endless stream of people coming to visit, but they were all dismissed by Shan Yuyen, on the grounds that several of her own disciples were now too tired to meet the guests. Even if their Kunwal Mountain's mountain master came, he wouldn't give face, because Shan Yuyen's master was an old ancestor. Everyone didn't quite dare to anger her, only leaving a word of care before leaving in a hurry. At this moment, Zixiao was in the middle of his room. He was scrutinizing his hall. It had to be said that he now had just as many techniques and Empyrean laws as he could possibly have, and his treasure arts were even more numerous. Although he was only just at the Mahayana realm now, he needed to condense. He needed to learn from it. He wanted to create his own Tao. By integrating the many precious arts and feats into one furnace, what was extracted from it would be one's future imperial laws. But when he suddenly wanted to do it, he didn't know where to start for a while. So these days he was bored and cultivated here. Whether it was to break through to sainthood or to save his master, this amount of strength was clearly not enough right now. He can't sleep peacefully as long as he doesn't get rid of that damn heavenly Tao. Host. Just as Zixiao was still delving into his emperor law, that villainous system spoke, his tone filled with excitement. I'll tell you a secret. Ha? Beg me, and I'll tell you. Really? Zixiao didn't give the system the slightest bit of face and spoke flatly. Speak if you like. If not, get lost. You. The system was furious. He realized that his own host seemed to have taken some of his character, which he would have to suffocate if he didn't say it out loud. You hurry up and ask me. If you don't ask, I'll sink into a deep sleep. Oh, really? I don't lie. Then sink into a deep sleep. Quick, and don't bother me here. Labor Shudo Mountain. It's useless for you to count to 100, so hurry up and stay where you are. In the face of this kind of talk from Zixiao, the system directly fell silent, and for a moment said, okay, you said it, or I'll beg. Let me tell you, Zixiao had a headache. What's wrong with this system? Have you been getting more and more girly lately? Have you been taking too much of the 6 flavors of the earth pill? Why are you talking like a woman pampered? It's unbearable. If you're going to say something, say it quickly, or I'll turn off the voice system. Good. I'll say it now. The system didn't dare to speak any more nonsense, and spoke directly. I found that this domain has a somewhat bizarre birth of the Son of Heaven's destiny because the Heaven's Tao doesn't have a strong hold. As if in Zixiao, he is following the normal trajectory of the Son of Heaven's destiny, provided of course that he didn't meet you. Anyone who meets your chosen one is straight up sick. But there are still a few Heaven's destined children. They are either young children who were just born not long ago, or they are powerful people who have already crossed the 10,000 realms. Do you think that's a big secret? Zixiao fell into deep thought when he heard the system's words. If it was a newborn toddler, naturally no big deal. He didn't have to care at all. By the time he pressed across the 9 heavens and 10 spiritual domains, or even dried up the heavenly Tao, those heavenly destined children might not have grown up completely yet. A bunch of little shrimps are nothing to fear. But a Destiny's child that's already grown up is a bit scary. You know, no matter what kind of storyline it is in, the later days of the divine fate, all the way to open up and take off. A little bit of strength. They don't put anyone in the eyes of the dam. That is simply to catch whoever to do it and has grown up the son of destiny. His charm aura is still. Yuck. Zishao secretly spat. He all let the system to bring crooked. Where he came from the charm aura. Even if there is a charm aura is not able to charm a bunch of male what's he become then? But now that he knew that such a heavenly destiny existed, he would have to take it in his stride. System. What else is there to ask me? Ask, and I'll be sure to tell you mercifully. As soon as the system heard Zishao call him, it immediately appeared like a pug. Zishao did not spit on the system's tone. Instead, he solemnly opened his mouth to inquire. This domain-breaking shuttle, is it able to be used multiple times? At those words, the system first froze, and then spoke immediately afterward. Of course, it can be used multiple times all the time. Or else how do you think I've come here multiple times to grab? Ahem. Can be used multiple times? After a moment of silence, Zishao erupted into a roar. Since it can be used multiple times, why don't you say it? I'm stupid here. I thought this thing was disposable. I've been wanting to go back after all the things here are resolved. And the whole time, it's been able to be used multiple times? Chapter 190. You didn't ask either. Hearing Zishao's angry voice, the system was also aggrieved and directly retorted. Right. It's always been possible to use it multiple times. What do you mean I didn't say it earlier? You didn't ask. Zishao gritted his teeth and spoke again word for word. I ask you for what? What? No. Early. Say it. The system spoke in the tone of Zishao. You didn't ask. Well. Zishao was furious and laughed back. I didn't ask. Did I? I didn't ask. Well, since you don't know how to talk, then you should honestly shut up. Are you shutting me down again? Right. Zishao, you can't afford to play. Shut down the system. Ding dong. Your system has been shut down. Before the system could say those bird-like words, it was directly shut down by Zishao. The world cleared instantly. If the broken domain shuttle can be used, then he can set up a big game. Counting in the 9 heavens and 10 earth side, he has at least 2 Holy Land forces can help. One was the Shaking Light Holy Land, and the other was the Tianji Holy Land. It went without saying that these 2 holy places were 100% on his side. And if it was because of the matter of the battle of the 2 realms, it wasn't like the other Holy Lands couldn't be pulled in. By that time, before the spirit domain side could react, he would have already completed his layout. So what if your Heaven's Destiny son has grown up now? The heavenly control over here is not enough. It was even possible to take the son of Heaven's Destiny at random. It's like being in Zichu now. It's like following a demon. Wait until the next 2 days to find a reason to close the door. Then hurry back over to the 9 heavens and 10 lands. There were some things to plan for, as well as the witch as well as Ruyu. The 2 of them should have left the Shaking Light sacred ground by now. After all, the witch and Ruyu didn't fall out when he smashed people with the Lingxiao palace before. Boom boom boom. Just as Zishao was still thinking about the future layout, there was a knock on the door of the room. Elder brother, are you there? Are you there? Are you there? If so, I'll open the door. Zishao burst of speechless. This in the beginning of the sun is afraid of the disease is getting worse and worse. If it is really not possible, slaughtered him to get, when the time to replace a son of heavenly destiny to lay out. What's wrong with this guy? Don't you know the difference between men and women? Why don't you go pester your fiancé sometime? Right. When they came back, In Zichu and Lin Dyer directly found Shan Yuyan together, hoping that their own master would make a decision for the 2 of them and break off the marriage contract. At that time, Shan Yuyan could not mention how shocked she was. Let's not talk about the fact that Zichu had shown his infatuation with Lin Dyer earlier. Just the fact that Lin Dyer had maintained this engagement in order to repay her favor could be seen. Lin Dyer had never thought of breaking it off at all. But looking at the expressions of the 2 men did not seem to be faked, and there was no one showing sadness. As a master teacher, Shan Yuyan was only able to follow the wishes of her 2 disciples. When the marriage contract between the 2 was broken, Lin Dyer and Zichu sighed in relief at the same time. It was as if some shackles had been removed. Originally, Lin Dyer was thinking of saying a few words to comfort Zichu, but it didn't occur to her that she immediately opened her mouth vigilantly. Senior sister Lin, don't think that you'll be able to go and seek out senior brother after our marriage contract is broken. You're not suitable for him. Hearing this, Lin Dyer's pretty face twisted on the spot, itching to directly draw her sword on the spot and kill this bastard. I'm not right for him? What? You are? Use your head before you speak, okay? But apparently, now in Zichu, the inside of his brain should be empty, turning around and leaving after leaving these words. This caused Lindell to freeze in place. Me? Dumped? With this feeling, Lin Dyer has been chasing Zichu these days, causing him to come to bother Zi Xiao when he has nothing to do. But of course, Zi Xiao didn't open the door for him at all. Well, what if he comes right in without opening the door? Thinking of this, Zi Xiao stood up and walked to the door with a gloomy face. Elder brother, if you don't open the door, then I'll come in directly. Boo! Zi Xiao kicked the door open, and that door panel directly hit in Zi Xiao's face, and because of the excessive force, it lifted his entire body out. Isn't this senior brother Fei? Sorry, I didn't see you just now. Quickly get up. Although his mouth said so, Zi Xiao had no intention of helping him up. Not caring, Zichu directly wiped the non-existent nosebleed, then stood up and said joyfully, "Senior brother, you finally come out. I've been waiting for some days." Looking at the delighted-looking Zicho, Zi Xiao resisted the urge to slap him to death and spoke. "What's wrong? What happened that you're looking for me in such a hurry?" "It was Master who sent me here." In Zichu, he didn't dare to delay, and immediately explained his intentions. "Master said that the elders of the sect want to meet us, and asked the three of us to gather at Master's place when we're ready." Well, I said I know. Okay, senior. Zixiao really couldn't help it now that Zicho was still standing there, without the slightest intention to leave. A thudding body kick lands there. Didn't you say to get ready? Go get ready. What are you doing standing here like a log in my place? Sentry? Yes. Flying out in Zichu patted his head. He felt that he seemed to be a little less cerebral lately, and he didn't know why. Anyway, it's right to listen to your elder brother. After having this thought, Zicho did not ask Zixiao why he kicked him, but instead walked directly towards his room. Preparation. What else can be prepared? Must be to change into a more formal clothes. Phew. Zixiao let out a light breath. He was now ready to go directly to that cheap master. After all, this place was really too close to being in Zichu's room. Deeply afraid that this bastard would suddenly come out in a while and take 2 sets of clothes. Ask yourself, brother, which set do you think is more appropriate for me to wear? If it really turned out to be like that, Zixiao didn't know if he could continue to hold back for the sake of the layout or backhandedly slaughter him and then directly use the domain-breaking shuttle to leave this place. Big deal. I quit. Boo. After vigorously closing the door to the room, Zixiao walked towards where his own master was. After Zixiao left, the door to Zichu's room was pushed open, only to see Zizhu holding 2 Taoist robes. He excitedly ran to Zixiao's room and knocked on the door. Elder brother, if I go to meet those clan elders, which one of these 2 sets would be more appropriate to wear? Elder brother, are you there? If you don't open the door, I'll just come in. Luckily, Zixiao left early enough. Otherwise, he would have slapped Zicho to death here on the spot. Save yourself from having to deal with this stupidity every day. Chapter 191, This is a big misunderstanding. All the way to the room of his master, Zixiao also knocked on the door of the room very politely. Master, are you there? Zixiao was a bit puzzled. His own master was not here? Then why did he ask a few people to gather here? Just at this time, Zixiao sensed that there seemed to be a strange aura coming out of the room. That aura carried a bit of decay, and he was all too familiar with this aura. Boo! Zixiao directly pushed open the door of the room, originally thinking, is there some kind of intrusion here? But ended up seeing a scene that made him dumbfounded, only to see Shan Yuyan sitting on top of her ice bed, black chi continuously gushing out from her body, her beautiful face with a few pained colors. The point was, she wasn't wearing anything right now. What? What does that mean? Zixiao suddenly remembered. Under normal circumstances, it should be Zicho who pushed open this door, right? After all, is it customary for the chosen one? It's normal, but it turns out that he, the villain, pushed the door open? His own master was sitting on top of a bed of ice. It seemed to be constantly fighting against that black chi with its own Tao rhythms, but Zixiao was not mesmerized by the beautiful scenery. He clearly knew that Shan Yuyan could not eradicate the black chi with her own Tao rhythm. There were only 2 things in front of her that could save her. One was the Hao Ran chi that Ho Wenbai possessed, and the other was the Emperor Tao chi that was in Zicho. The flavor is just so right. In Zichu's royal chi? Wouldn't it be just right to go ahead and restrain that corrupting intent, and then the rest would fall into place? Of course, the purple sky, as the ancestor of this evil chi, can also dispel it at any time? Only this process. Ahem. I'm a decent man, I could do such a thing. What a joke. It's almost like questioning my character. Zixiao step by step close to his nominal master, outstretched his hand, placed on top of that shoulder. Into the hand is all the meaning of roundness, well maintained, no less. Nope, I do have the Chao thief aura, but I'm not a Chao thief. Could it be that this thing is affecting my mind? Why did I start thinking nonsense? It must be the system's fault. just because of this broken Xiao thief aura he gave. LOL. This is too much for a decent man like me. Zi Xiao held his breath and drove away the distracting thoughts in his mind, followed by the burial heavenly skill running. The moment that corruptive intent came into contact with burial intent, it was like a mouse seeing a cat, constantly dodging, but Violet Sky had already sucked them in, so it was naturally impossible to let them go. What a decaying intent. I don't know where exactly Shan Yuyan got this breath from. If it was a little bit later, it would definitely become a pile of withered bones. Seeing that it was so difficult to drive it away, Zi Xiao once again extended a hand. Step up the horsepower. If this corrupted intent was not dispelled, it would only take an instant for it to erupt and cause Shan Yuyan to perish. Why is my hand moving down? As expected, the system is wrong. I don't want this Chao thief's aura. Although he thought this in his heart, Zi Xiao did not move his hand, and with one up and one down motion, he drove away the rottenness. I don't know how long it took, but as the last trace of decay was dispelled, Shan Yuyan also slowly opened her beautiful eyes. The moment her beautiful eyes opened, she realized what kind of situation she was in. Originally, he subconsciously reached out and wanted to strike Zi Xiao out, but seeing the sweat on his forehead, Shan Yuyan finally held back. Feeling the temperature at her heart, two red clouds appeared on Shan Yuyan's gorgeous face. Can't this boy put his hands on his shoulders to get rid of this rottenness for me? I'm sure he must be suffering from the rottenness, right? I'm so unqualified to be a master teacher. I don't know how long it took before Zi Xiao was able to completely dispel that rottenness, but the moment he opened his eyes, he happened to see Shan Yuyan's beautiful eyes looking at him with a few moments of concern. In a trance, he actually felt the other man's appearance overlap with Ethereal's. Nope, she was not her own master. Zi Xiao's gaze regained its clarity. How much longer are you going to watch, you child? Hearing Shan Yuyan's words, Zi Xiao hurriedly closed her eyes. Boom boom boom. Just as the two were embarrassed, there was a knock on the door of the room. Senior, are you there? Senior Fei and I have already come over. Shan Yuyan covered her mouth. She almost cried out in shock. If the other two disciples saw this scene, she would not be able to headbutt her head. The jade hand flicked up, and the clothes that had fluttered to the ground immediately came to her hand. Immediately afterward, he transmitted his voice to Zi Xiao. In a moment, you hold your breath and hide behind the screen, and after Master goes out, you can come out again. Master Teacher. There is no need to say more, for the teacher naturally know you as a person. This matter blames me. You. When she said this, Shan Yuyan suddenly paused, and it turned out that it was because Zi Xiao subconsciously opened her eyes when she transmitted her voice. She hadn't even finished organizing, and the red clouds above her pretty face had already spread to her ears. Close your eyes. Yes. Zi Xiao closed his eyes once again, accompanied by a rustling sound. Shan Yuyan put on all her clothes, and because of her panic, a few drops of crystal sweat were left on her white forehead. Okay, you can open your eyes now. At those words, Zi Xiao slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, Shan Yuyan had already put on her clothes, and then she reached out towards the back of the screen to the side. Zi Xiao also immediately understood and silently hid behind the screen. Shan Yuyan checked her clothes before slowly walking to the door, accompanied by a creak. The door of the room was opened. Lin Dyer and Zichu stood respectfully outside the door. The moment he saw his own master teacher come out, he hurriedly greeted him. Well, follow me to the Mountain Master's Hall. The Mountain Masters and the others should have been waiting for a long time. Master. Just at this time, Zichu spoke up. Have you not seen Senior Brother? He was one step ahead of me and said he was coming to find you. You? Ahem. At Zichu's words, Shan Yuyan lightly coughed twice, then spoke in a slight panic. Yuan Fei? He didn't come here. I think he should have gone directly to the main hall. Let's go over first. If he's not here, Master will come and find him. Let's go. After saying that, Shan Yuyan directly walked towards the outside. Lin Dyer, on the other hand, glanced thoughtfully inside her own master's room, especially behind the only screen that could hide people. Lin Dyer had been Shan Yuyan's disciple for so many years, so how could she not understand her own master? In the senior disciple said that the left disciple came to the master first, and the master opened the door after such a long time. Lindale felt a little ashamed of her suspicions. They were master and disciple. How could that be possible? Thought he must have guessed wrong. Chapter 192 Fan Charts. The two similarly left with Shan Yuyan. After a few moments, Zi Xiao, who had a bitter smile on his face, walked out from behind the screen. What the hell is he doing? Good lord. Those who didn't know thought he was cheating on his own master. But the thing was, he hadn't done anything, other than some aroma on his hands. Had he done anything? Just like what was said at the very beginning. It was normal for him, a heavy pupil, to have bad eyes, so he didn't see anything just now. Yeah, that's it. I'm a gentleman. I'm not afraid of shadows. After saying that, Zishao carefully walked to the door and watched, and after seeing that no one was in front of him, he walked out towards the outside. Sifu. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Just at this time, a voice came ghostly from behind him, giving Zishao a jolt of fear at that time. It wasn't that his perception failed, but there was only him and Shan Yuyan in this hall. In Zichu, Lin Dyer, they all left. There must be no one. Therefore, Zishao didn't sense the surrounding aura, but instead looked directly with his eyes. It didn't matter that he was looking with his eyes. He almost let the voice behind him take him by surprise. Turning his head to look, he saw that Zichu was looking at him. The eyes seemed to have a bit of sultriness, a bit of bewilderment, a bit of sighing. It's like a fan statistic chart, and it's worthy of the looker of the chosen one to have such a look in their eyes. Yo, Senior Phi, why are you here? Well, nodding at Zicho, he spoke. I told my master that I had forgotten something, so I had to come back to retrieve it. And just now I sensed that this room had Senior Brother's Hongmeng Violet Chi, but I didn't make a sound about it because Senior Sister Lin was there. Came back just to make sure you were there. Elder brother. Zizhao's pupils clenched. Why did he find that so strange? What do you mean? You came back to make sure you're not here? Then what the hell do you mean by catching me? And give me that fangraph, look at me there. Just as Zishao didn't know what the other party meant, he spoke once again in Zicho. Senior brother. Do you like senior? Zishio looked at Zichu suspiciously, and in order to not let him misunderstand Shan Yuyan, she hurriedly opened her mouth and said, I have nothing but respect for her master. Well, there's no need to say anymore. I've got it. After saying that, he turned around and left in Zichu, giving Zishao a backdrop. Zishio, on the other hand, stood in place with a dumbfounded look on his face. What the hell is this? It's like I've become a negative person. What the hell do you mean by that? Caught in the act? And then you can't stand it? There were times when Zishao would really feel offended by Zicho, and it was that extremely level of offense to himself. If he hadn't been of use, letting him live for one more second would have been to destabilize one's own Tao. Zishao took a deep breath to ease the killing intent within him, then similarly walked towards the outside. At this time outside the main hall, Shan Yuyan and Lin Dyer were waiting for the two. Seeing the two appearing at Zicho was nothing unusual, but the Zishao showing up right behind them. Shan Yuyan's eyes were a bit evasive, while Lin Dyer looked at Zishao suspiciously, as if she wanted to see something from the other party. After walking to the side of the two, Zicho spoke faintly. Senior sister, let's go. Saying so, he took the lead himself without waiting for the two. At Zichu's abnormality made Lin Dyer a bit dumbfounded. Senior Fei brother, he is this character? Alas. Shan Yuyan sighed. I'm afraid he's still hurting because of what happened when the two of you broke off your engagement. Dyer, why did you treat your senior brother like that? Didn't you say at the time that you would always take care of him? Master, Lin Dyer said anxiously. The matter of breaking off the engagement. You don't know. He was the one who brought it up. And he definitely didn't do it because of this matter. What kind of words he said to me at that time? You don't even know. If you knew, you wouldn't have been able to be so calm. Oh, Shan Yuyan came to be interested and laughed lightly. Then what exactly did he say to you? Just at this time, Zishao also walked over, and seeing Zizhao's appearance, Lin Dyer directly held her words back. It's nothing, master, let's go. After saying that, he also ran forward at a fast pace as if he was in Zichu. Shan Yuyan and Zishio were walking side by side. The former could feel the aura on the latter. Obviously nothing had happened between the two, but she, as a master teacher, was just a bit frazzled right now. Master, are you alright? I'm fine. Let's go. Yuan Fei, let's go forward quickly. I think the mountain master and the others should have been waiting for a long time. Aha! In the middle of the great hall of Mount Kunwu, at this moment, the mountain lord with several core elders had already been waiting here for a long time. Today, I'm finally able to take a look at a few of my Kunwu mountain's heavenly pride. Ha. Mountain lord, our Kunwu mountain shall prosper greatly in this world. That's right, the human emperor body, and the inheritor of the demonic skill are gathered here together. So I'm just asking, how are we going to lose? Is there really no problem on the diffractive heaven palace's side? They've always been antagonistic to the inheritors of magic skills. If we're still afraid of that group of godly contraptions, what about the diffractive heaven palace? For the sake of our Kunwu mountain's prosperity, what's the big deal? Blowing out the old ancestors and the rest of them in an immortal battle? Who's afraid of who? Upon hearing the sounds of discussion from the crowd, the mountain lord also had a smile on his face. Nowadays, their Kunwu mountain was famous in the spirit domain, and it was indeed because of the human emperor's body and the demonic skill inheritor. And if it wasn't for this trip to the Qing emperor's tomb, I'm afraid that they wouldn't have known that such a supreme heavenly pride had actually appeared under their sect. There had already been many great powers that had come to be accountable, but basically, they had all been blocked by him. Are you kidding? We're all immortal. Who's afraid of who? Why don't you try attacking each other? The opportunity to become immortal is in front of you, and you dare to directly set off an immortal war in the entire spirit realm? When the fight breaks up the great Tao, everyone will stop playing. That's why the Lord of Mount Kunwa was emboldened. It didn't even care if those forces would unite. Besides, with the existence of these two heavenly prides, so what if they united? Not to mention the inheritor of the demonic skill. The human emperor body has always been legendary as the human race's fortune. Who among the world's human cultivators would dare to lay their hands on the human emperor body openly and honestly? I'm afraid it'll turn into a human group beating up those forces, right? Elder Chiu, why don't you say something? The mountain lord saw that Elder Chiu, who had once had his own son stomped on by Zishao, and wondered why the other party was so silent today. Right at this moment, a golden light faintly flashed within Elder Chiu's eyes as he smiled and spoke. Reporting to Mountain Lord, I am happy because of the emergence of such two heavenly prides within the clan. So happy that I don't know what I should say. That's right. The Mountain Lord's eyes narrowed lightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 193, The True Spirit of Mount Kunwa. Elder Chiu's vindictive character was well known in Mount Kunwa. He had even approached him earlier to theorize about abolishing that disciple's cultivation and expelling him from the mountain. And now after learning of the other party's powerful talent and cultivation, he started to think about the clan? That's impossible. The Mountain Lord's eyes grew weirder and weirder as he looked at Elder Chiu. If he said that Elder Chiu didn't have any conspiracy, he wouldn't believe it even if it killed him. After all, the other party was a person like that. But now that he was staring at his expression carefully, there wasn't a single trace of abnormality, which was intriguing. Thinking of this, the Mountain Lord seemed to intend to test the waters and spoke once again. Elder Chiu. Before, Zhuo Yuanfei, he injured your son Qiuyi. How is he now? Is the injury okay? Upon hearing this, Elder Chiu's expression seemed to fluctuate for a few moments, but he instantly regained his composure. Slightly bowing, he spoke. Don't worry, Mountain Master. My son is no longer in any serious trouble. This matter is after all his fault first. How can we blame the other disciples? Now, not to mention the Mountain Lord. The other elders also reacted. Good Lord, there's nothing wrong with what Qiuzhua said, but it's a very problematic statement coming from you. Qiuzhua, don't tell us you've recently attained immortality and have seen the light. I can't believe you're being so generous. Other people messed with you for a moment. You do not exterminate his whole family. All belong to your goodness. If it is not because there are your ancestors among the old ancestors, do you think that you are so domineering and domineering? No one in the middle of Mount Kunwa to rule you? Now you've suddenly changed your mind? I don't believe it. Swish! The Mountain Lord directly stood up, his body radiating wisps of haze, directly covering Qiuzhua in. The other elders all stepped back and did not open their mouths to ask what the reason was, as they also felt that this matter was very strange. Only Qiuzhua, even though he was covered by the haze, his expression did not show the slightest hint of fear. Instead he opened his mouth and inquired, Mountain Lord, what is the meaning of this? Did I make any mistakes? Upon hearing this, the Mountain Lord said in a deep voice, Say, what exactly are you? You are definitely not Qiuzhua. Qiuzhua's pupils clenched, and he hurriedly spoke. Mountain Lord, I'm just me. Are you misunderstanding something? Still talking tough. With a wave of the Mountain Lord's great hand, the entire sanctuary erupted with a multicolored haze. He had just probed with his own power and didn't find anything wrong with this Qiuzhua. However, this still didn't make him feel at ease, so he directly activated the formation in the main hall. Boom! Accompanied by the rumbling of the entire hall, the fog rose in the hall, and immediately afterward, a shadowy figure emitting a haze of light appeared behind the Mountain Lord. The Mountain Master spoke respectfully and solemnly. Please, True Spirit, Buzz. The shadowy figure covered in haze light became more and more solid. A voice full of majesty rang out. What is it? The Mountain Lord spoke respectfully. Please ask the True Spirit to find out if the person in front of you has been taken over? Well, after the True Spirit answered, the haze of the entire hall focused towards Qiuzhua, and his figure was about to be invisible. But even so, Qiuzhua didn't panic in the slightest and instead stood still and listened. After a few moments passed, the silhouette slowly spoke. No. The Mountain Lord and the group of elders were all dumbfounded. Qiuzhua wasn't taken over? Then what happened to his character? How could a person change so much back and forth, or in such a short period of time? But the words of the True Spirit are absolute. The Mountain Lord and the elders didn't suspect Xiujua's identity anymore. Only with a wave of the Mountain Lord's great hand, the entire hall returned to normal once again, and Xiujua was revealed from the haze. With a smile on his face, he looked at the Mountain Lord and spoke. Well, Mountain Lord, am I right? I wasn't taken over at all. But even if the true spirit couldn't detect the problem, the Mountain Lord still felt that Xiujua was not right. You know, he and Xiujua are from the same generation. At the very beginning, when he was not yet the Mountain Lord, Xiujua called him Yun Xiong by his name. After becoming the Mountain Lord, Xiujua, in order to show that he was different from the other elders, while others called Yun Xiong Mountain Lord, he preferred to be called Patriarch. The fact that he has to highlight his difference in what is clearly an irrelevant name shows that he is eccentric to the core. An immortal sanctuary. It was normal for the sect master, whether he was called the Mountain Master, Holy Master, Sect Master or Palace Master. After all, it was a Holy Land level power, so it was usually just called according to the name of the clan. Seeing how abnormal Xiujua was, it would be strange for the Mountain Lord not to be suspicious. Xiujua opened his mouth to interrupt the Mountain Lord's thinking. Mountain Lord, since we have invited the true spirit of my mountain, how about when those disciples come in later on? How about testing them with the true spirit as well? The Mountain Lord frowned, obviously not knowing what Xiujua meant by these words. At Zichu, Zhuo Yuan Fei, these disciples, when they entered the mountain gate, Qingfeng had already tested them with the true words, and they had no problems. That's hard to say. Xiujua shook his head and continued. The human emperor body, the inheritor of the devil's skill, is not a trivial matter. What if the true speech fails? It would be better to test it with the true spirit. Could it be that the Mountain Master can even test me as an elder, but can't test those disciples instead? You must know that we were brought together today to discuss the matter of the two. My Koanwu Mountain will definitely have to tilt its resources towards the two in the future, and once one of them has a change of heart, I'm afraid that none of us will be able to afford it. Xiujua's words were justified, and the many elders all nodded in unison. They looked at Xiujua unexpectedly, although these words were inevitably directed at those disciples. But if the disciples had a clear conscience, the true spirit couldn't say anything, unless someone can control the true spirit. But the reason why the true spirit is absolute is that no one possesses this great power to manipulate the true spirit, and it would be more like saying that a true immortal has descended to the world. Hearing the whispers of the crowd, the Mountain Lord sighed lightly. It had to be that way, too. I just don't know why this Xiujua has to be superfluous. Could he be able to manipulate the true spirit? Obviously it's impossible. It's useless for his old ancestor to come. Just as the Mountain Lord was still thinking, Xiujua spoke up once again. Mountain Lord, I wonder what my proposal is. Good. The Mountain Lord nodded. Let's do as you say. Thank you, Mountain Lord. A golden light flourished in Xiujua's eyes. I don't know if it was because Xiujua lost his temper and let his power leak out, but the Mountain Lord felt a powerful greatness in an instant. It wasn't a living being, but the greatness of the heavenly Tao. Xiujua has entered the path? What's up with this sense of dissonance? When the Mountain Lord still wanted to take a closer look, he realized that Xiujua had already returned to his usual state, and the aura on his body was no different from before. Chapter 194, Xiujua. You seek death. On the other hand, Shan Yuyan Zishou and the others made their way towards the main hall. When the passing disciples looked at Zishou as well as at Zichou, there were a few shocks and curiosity in their eyes. It couldn't be helped. The fame that the two, especially Zixiao, had broken out was simply too great. That was no longer even something that could be described as a heavenly pride or a demon. Who was able to buck the Saint King in the Mahayana realm? Not even from the ancient times had he heard of such a ridiculous thing. And on top of that there was the identity of the inheritor of the demonic power. This was an even more intimidating identity than the human imperial body. After all, the devil inheritor in the ancient records, that can be accompanied by a bloody storm. The field of vibration. I do not know how many heavenly pride or strong, was devoured by the devil inheritor. The saying that not being able to beat him only made him stronger was not a problem at all when placed on the inheritor of the demonic power. Obviously, there are several masters and disciples, but they were on their way with their own thoughts. No one spoke, and walked in silence all the way. From time to time, Shan Yuyan's pretty face blushed slightly, as if she had thought of something, while Zichu was indifferent. Lin Dyer looked at her own master from time to time, and then at Zishao. The only one who was confused was Zixiao. He had absolutely no idea what was going on with the trio in this state. Soon, the few people arrived at the door of the Holy Lord's Hall. Shan Yuyan took a deep breath, apparently organizing her emotions, and then softly said to her own disciples, "Don't be nervous when you go in a moment. This time, all the core elders are here because of what happened in the tomb of the Green Emperor before you. Say what you have to say." There is no need to have any worries. No matter what happens, Master will help you bear it. Yes, Master. The three responded in unison. For this kind of thing Zhao didn't care at all. Since this domain-breaking shuttle of his was able to be used casually, then in case something went wrong, he would just leave directly. It just so happened that he had to make a trip back in a few days. In addition to the layout, he also had to search for the whereabouts of his own master. The Qing Emperor had said that the Netherworld didn't need him to worry about it at the moment, and with words like that, how could he not worry about it? Rumble. With a roar, the door to the Holy Lord's Hall was opened. Shan Yuyan walked at the front, with the Zixiao several people following closely behind. Lin Dyer transmitted her voice to Zichu. Senior brother Fei, what's wrong with you? Why such an expression? Nothing. In Zichu's faint voice, she said, Senior sister, if you have the time to care about me, you'd better care about your own cultivation first. Lindell, so you're sick, right? I'm just asking you. You're talking about my cultivation, aren't you? You're really something, aren't you? If I'm not mistaken, you have the lowest cultivation level among the three of you, right? Since when are you in a position to talk about me? Zichu cannot pay attention to what Lin Dyer will think. His brain is now a bit chaotic. If not, the master specially explained that must come to a trip to the Hall of the Holy Lord. I am afraid that at this moment he still have to go to the middle of the room to meditate. Several people came to the center of the hall. Lin Dyer sucked in her breath. Even though Shan Yuyan had already said so, seeing so many core elders arrive at the same time, it was still inevitable that it would make one's heart feel a little intimidated. You're here? Seeing the arrival of Shan Yuyan and the others, the Mountain Lord's tone carried a hint of delight. Now he, Mount Kunwu, is quite dignified. Two heavenly prides in one door, and also the human emperor body and the inheritor of the demonic skill. Let's just ask the other immortal Dao system. Are you afraid of it? This great world, do you still dare to compete with us? Anyone who dares to act like a pussy will just make you fly. And it has to be the kind where old people and children fly first. Mountain Lord, ×4. Shan Yuyan Zixiao and a few others saluted the Mountain Lord at the same time. Ha 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 ha. The Mountain Lord let out a cheerful laugh, then waved his hand. There is no need to be so polite. There is nothing else to call you here today. Just want. Wait a minute. Mountain Lord. Before the Mountain Lord could finish speaking, Xiaozhua stepped forward and directly interrupted the Mountain Lord's words. There was a touch of impatience in his demeanor. Didn't we say before that we would use our true spirit to test summon Zichu and Zui Yu and Fei? It's not too late to catch up on old times later. At these words, the Mountain Lord's smile directly froze on his face. He was now in greeting mode for Xiaozhua's ancestors in his mind. That's right. I did promise that I would use my true spirit to test the two celestial pride, but you can't just say it outright like that. Would have been just a sentence of things, and then make amends at that time. By the way, to give two people the maximum power of the mountain gate on the line, and now you're so bluntly questioned out loud, but not bad? The surrounding elders were also looking at Xiaozhua with unfavorable expressions. This guy clearly has no good intentions. Ah, the word's out. People can still be happy? As expected, Shan Yuyan's beautiful face was instantly covered in frost. Lin Dyer and Zichu's faces were also extremely unsightly. Only Zixiao turned his gaze towards the Xiaozhua. He found a trace of a familiar aura on the other party's body. This aura could be too damn familiar. Not enough control over this place to start a conspiracy? In the future, don't call it Heaven's Way, change the name to Go Dao, and get such a commodity to play conspiracy. It is simply insulting his intelligence. Shan Yuyan's icy tone resounded through the hall. Mountain Lord, what does the true spirit test mean? The Mountain Lord had an embarrassed look on his face, obviously not knowing what to say. After all, if this matter were to be said outright, it would be more or less embarrassing. And coupled with Shan Yuyan's position in Mount Kunwu, it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to do this as the mountain master. And Xiaozhua obviously didn't have the slightest scruples, and actually came directly in front of Shan Yuyan and spoke. Elder Shan, what? Your disciple can't go through a test? You know, just now, the Mountain Lord even tested me with his true spirit. Elders are able to test, but disciples can't. What kind of reasoning is that? These words not only offended Shan Yuyan, but even offended the Mountain Lord. The Mountain Lord spoke with a sullen face. Elder Qiu, you've gone too far. It's just a matter of letting Elder Shan make her own decisions. If she's not willing, we naturally can't force it. No. Xiaozhua's demeanor was tinged with a bit of anxiety. It must be tested. It's for the good of our mountain sect. All the elders should also understand how much it will affect our mountain sect if one of the heavenly pride goes wrong. Right? It must be tested. Xiaozhua. Shan Yuyan couldn't hold back any longer, and her body's aura directly exploded. The powerful spiritual energy caused the formations in the Great Hall to instantly light up. Shan Yuyan's beautiful eyes looked at Xiaozhua with icy coldness, with the intention of making a move at the drop of a hat. Just at this time, Zixiao came forward and grabbed Shan Yuyan's jade hand, and the place where she entered her hand was all cold and smooth. Master, don't be angry. Doesn't he want to test? Test it. It's okay. The eyes of Zichu, who was on the side, were a bit gloomy when he saw this scene. Chapter 195, I can kill my way out of here with you. When Shan Yuyan felt the warmth in her jade hand, her pretty face flushed and her gaze flickered. If it hadn't happened before, she was afraid that there was nothing wrong with her. But after something like that happened, she realized that she couldn't even look at this disciple straight. On the other side, Zichu was taking in the expressions of the two people, not knowing what she was thinking about. Just at this time, Xiaozhua spoke again. Ha 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 ha, worthy of the clan's pride, Mountain Master. You heard it, he is willing to, himself. Shut up, old dog. Before Xiaozhua could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zi Zhao's icy voice. Ha? Xiaozhua looked at Zi Xiao incredulously. He wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. Zi Xiao called him an old dog in front of so many people? Do you know who you're talking to? Seeing Xiaozhua's unbelievable face, Zi Xiao took a step forward and laughed coldly. It's you who are talking about you, old dog. With a person like you, you deserve to be an elder of any kind? What a joke. Come to think of it, that son of yours was originally a softie. It would make sense for the old man to be a dumbass. After saying that, Zi Xiao even nodded approvingly at the words he had spoken. You. Xiaozhua reached out and pointed at Zi Xiao, his face red with anger, and the golden light in his eyes blossomed. Here we go again. That feeling. The mountain lord instantly stood up and looked towards Xiaozhua. That aura of the Tao came out from Xiaozhua's body again just now. It was definitely not an illusion. What's the deal with this Xiaozhua? When today's matter was over, it had to be put under guard before it could be done. Mount Kunwu did not allow for turmoil. If there was an element of danger, he, the mountain master, should naturally remove it. You are simply unbridled. Xiaozhua pointed at Zi Xiao and roared out, but it was obvious that his anger was of no use at all to Zi Xiao. I'm a prude? You're the one who's reckless, aren't you? I started out as a loose cultivator, and I joined the sect because of my master, not because of you, old dog. As soon as I came to the sect, that softball son of yours came out to look for trouble. It's just that he's a waste of space and couldn't beat me. If it was someone else, wouldn't he have gotten him killed? You as an elder don't restrain your own son. Instead you are here to take the opportunity to retaliate. Then let me ask you, if we pass the test, what are you going to do about it? That's right, Buzz. A black aura suddenly surged out as Zizhu took out his human emperor streamer, his eyes staring ferociously at Xiaozhua. It's just that you falsely accused me, but now you're actually falsely accusing my senior brother. You're simply looking for death. Old dog, do you dare to come to my human emperor's streamer for a visit? Xiaozhua looked at Zichu in front of him. There was no anger in his eyes. Instead, it was as if he was looking at his own juniors in general. As much as he hated the iron, and for that wisp of black gas, he loathed it. Sons of Heaven's destiny, naturally, were given their identity by the heavenly Tao, or rather, they were born in response to fate. Their births were in harmony with the principles of heaven and earth. And what does Xiaozhua see now? For a son of Heaven's destiny to be holding the aura of the darkness source was simply unbelievable. Old dog, what are you looking at? Just you. Look at me again. Look at me again. I'll kill you. In Zichu now cannot be described as not rough. The whole face is full of hideous intent. Not to mention the son of Heaven's destiny. Now say he is a villain, others will believe. Ahem. Well. Seeing the situation getting more and more out of control, the mountain lord also stepped forward. He didn't interrupt when Xiaozhua was being scolded just now, and when he saw that Xiaozhua was going to talk back, he stepped forward. So it was evident that his heart was also biased in favor of Zi Xiao and Zui Yuanfei. This is the sanctuary. What's it like for you guys to make a lot of noise? Upon hearing this, Xiaozhua quickly spoke up. Mountain Master, this Zui Yuanfei has no respect for his elders. Shouldn't he be punished? If all the disciples follow his example in the future, wouldn't they be disregarding human decency and propriety? I propose. Wait, Elder Qiu. Before Xiaozhua could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the mountain lord. Facts aside, aren't you at all at fault? Xiaozhua's pupils tightened. He had never heard such crooked reasoning. Leaving aside the facts? What else is there to talk about when you've put aside the facts? You're biased in favor of Zui Yuanfei, aren't you? Well, I'll show you his true colors today. Seeing that the mountain lord was so biased, Xiaozhua knew that there was no use in continuing to talk. After all, Mount Kunwu was naturally the mountain lord's say-so, and it was useless even if his elder was an old ancestor. I won't say any more, since both disciples have agreed. Mountain Master, please, true spirit. The The mountain lord sighed softly. It was always a step to take. But, as if he suddenly thought of something, the mountain lord's gaze lit up, followed by a slight movement of his lips. Shan Yuyen, Zi Xiao, In Zichu as well as Lin Dyer received the mountain lord's voice transmission at the same time. Everyone, you've seen this today, and I can't help it, but I promise that I will make it up to you in the future. I, Mount Kunwu, have never treated my disciples with a heart of gold, and I promise that this won't happen again in the future. Whatever mistakes you guys make in the future, I'll take them on myself. The identity of the mountain lord originally did not need to explain anything more. After all, his attitude was placed there, and it was the Choujua who had been allowed to invite the true spirit. The reason why he had to come out to explain himself and make a promise was that he didn't want to make a few people upset. The core power amongst a clan that had doubts about the clan itself would definitely not prosper. The identities of the few people in front of him were not that simple. Not to mention Shan Yuyan's special identity, just say Lin Dyer, also has a horrible family lineage. Zhuo Yuanfei, in Zichu is even a top-level demon, the inheritor of the devil's power and the human emperor body. If this was squeezed away by their Konwu mountain, it was estimated that the entire spirit domain would treat them as a joke. With this in mind, the mountain master explained to the people in such a humble manner. Upon hearing this, the cold ice in Shan Yuyan's beautiful eyes only slightly eased a few points. In Zichu was stunned for a moment, then he looked at the mountain lord and nodded with satisfaction. He didn't really care. The main thing was that his own senior brother couldn't be subjected to such a stifling situation. Sifu. Right after listening to what the mountain lord had said, Zi Xiao's voice came back next to Zi Chao's ears. Zi Xiao looked at Zi Chou suspiciously, not knowing what the other party was planning to say by transmitting a message to him at this time. In Zi Chu's voice transmission with a serious face, Senior brother, the true spirit of Mount Kunwu is not only able to recognize the real and the fake, but can even see clearly a person's hidden secrets. If Senior brother, you have something you don't want the clan to find out, I can rebel against the clan with you, kill out with you. Chapter 196, My name is Zixiao. Zixiao was truly not expecting to be able to say something like this in Zichou. It seemed that he also knew that there was something strange about his body. After all, the human emperor's streamer was so obvious. It would be too strange for him to still not be able to detect anything. Even if you drop your intelligence, you can't drop it that hard. However, in the last words Zichu said, he was able to prove that he did have a brain, but not much of it. Kill out? Where do we kill our way out? From Mount Kungo. Open your eyes and look around. Besides the mountain master, all the other core elders are there too. How can you kill your way out? What? You're the reincarnation of the great emperor? Also, just talk. You blush a bubble teapot. Wait and see. Zi Xiao just faintly said these 4 words. The excitement that was originally on Zichu's face gradually disappeared when she heard this. Just now, his mind was filled with images of fighting side by side with his own senior brother, living and dying together, and his hand clenched the human emperor streamer more and more tightly, but it was as if Zixiao had suddenly thrown a pot of cold water on him, and the enthusiasm was all doused. Mountain Lord, you, shut up. Just as Qiuzhuan impatiently opened his mouth to urge again, the mountain lord also said the word shut up without any good humor. This was something that made the core elders gloat. Our mountain master never seems to be a good-tempered person. Qiuzhua, you are really out of your mind today. I guess if you commit any more crimes in the future, the old ancestor won't be able to protect you even if he comes. It's really self-inflicted. After the mountain lord drank back Qiuzhua, he cupped his hands to seal, and a stream of Tao rhythm erupted from his body. The formation patterns of the entire hall lit up once again. Buzz. Along with the burst of spiritual energy, a shadow appeared in the great hall, which emitted a colorful haze and looked mysterious and abnormal. Respect to the true spirit. The mountain lord bowed respectfully to the figure. Well, the true spirit faintly responded. Then without waiting for the mountain lord to say anything, he casually waved out a haze of light that directly wrapped Qiuzhua. Qiuzhua, what's it to me? Why did you cover me right away? It's for you to test those disciples. What are you testing me for? The elders who saw this scene all couldn't help but laugh. They didn't expect the true spirit to start testing on Qiuzhua as soon as it appeared. It looks like it was not enough to measure him before, so he did it again. Buzz. The multicolored haze constantly flowed back and forth on Qiuzhua's body, and one of his old faces had already darkened. Ha 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 ha, laughing out loud in Zichu. How come the true spirit tested you as soon as it appeared? Old dog, looks like you've done something to wrong our mountain sect, right? Shan Yuyan's beautiful eyes were smiling. She was also very disgusted with Qiuzhua. And last time, if it wasn't for Qin Feng stopping her, she would have shot that what's her name Qiu Yi on the spot. Now Qiuzhua actually dared to come and do this to her disciple, simply seeking death. The mountain lord forced himself to resist the urge to laugh out loud and spoke to Xinling. Jinling, please also test these two disciples. Elder Chiu, he doesn't need to be tested again. The true spirit's voice carried a few moments of doubt. Xiaozhua hasn't finished the test yet. He didn't say anything during the test. Yeah. As the mountain lord thought of this, he opened his mouth to Xiaozhua and inquired, "Are you Xiaozhua himself?" Xiaozhua laughed back in anger. Naturally. Seeing that there was not the slightest fluctuation in the haze, the mountain lord once again asked, "Have you ever been taken over?" "No." "Have you been practicing evil kung fu lately?" "No." "So you were recently initiated?" "No." "Have you showered lately?" Question after question was inquired from the mountain lord's mouth, and even in the end, that question had absolutely nothing to do with Xiaozhua itself. But even so, the mountain lord continued to ask questions without any trouble. The veins on Xiaozhua's forehead became more and more pronounced, and it was clear that he had already endured to the limit. "Mountain lord, it's to test those two disciples. Why do you keep firing questions at me?" "Oh." The mountain lord nodded and said perfunctorily, "I forgot." Kuju. Seeing that the mountain lord had no more problems, the true spirit withdrew his power and turned his head to look at Zi Xiao and Zi Chu. Buzz. The five-colored haze light surged out once again, covering Zi Chou and Zi Xiao in it. Xiaozhua, who saw this scene, was filled with excitement. Finally, Zhuo Yu and Fei, in Zichu, the two of you. Wait. The mountain lord was just about to question the duo when Xiaozhua interrupted him, then walked forward and looked at Zi Xiao, a golden light flashing in his eyes. As the most sensitive to the aura of the heavenly Tao, Zi Xiao naturally sensed it, but he didn't care about that. The domain-breaking shuttle was able to break through even two domains, so a mere haze could stop him? However, the true spirit of this Kunwa mountain did not know what it was derived from, and when this haze covered the whole body, one could feel that the divine soul seemed to be watched over. However, Zi Xiao, who possessed the system and the burial heavenly skill, naturally could not have all his cards seen through by that haze, and what the other party was able to see was only what Zi Xiao had let him see. Let me ask you, Zhuo Yu and Fei, are you really Zhuo Yu and Fei? Upon hearing this, all the elders looked at Xiaozhua in bewilderment, not knowing why he was asking such a question. Who else could Zhuo Yu and Fei be if he wasn't Zhuo Yu and Fei? Zi Xiao, on the other hand, gave Xiaozhua a snickering look, then shook her head. I'm not. The haze did not fluctuate in the slightest. He was telling the truth. Hiss. This change caused all the people present to freeze, and in Zichu, he even gripped the human emperor streamer tightly, his face full of vigilance. Shan Yuyan, on the other hand, was worried, wondering what was going on with her own disciple. Ha 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 ha. You admit it. Xiaozhua laughed out loud. Zi Xiao, on the other hand, spoke in disgust. What did I admit? What's wrong with Zhuo Yuanfei being my fake name? You're laughing now, so you're not going to cry out later? Ha! You're so dead and you don't even realize it. Xiaozhua's eyes stared ferociously at Zi Xiao as he continued to inquire. What is your real name? My name is Zi Xiao. What? As soon as the word violet sky came out, it directly exploded in the middle of the great hall. Everyone knows that currently, in the spirit domain, if you ask for the strongest cultivator, everyone may have their own ideas, but if you say who is the most famous, then everyone will say in unison, Purple Sky. This name is simply to let the people of the spirit domain to be scared, pure and simple a thief, or that kind of extremely horrible thief. The emperor came, pants should not also not. It was such an unpredictable thief that all the great powers were helpless. One can only silently pray that the other person doesn't look at their stuff. He said his name was Zi Xiao? The mountain lord was also stunned for a moment, completely unaware of what had happened. How come Zi Xiao became a disciple of their clan? And how did Xiaozhua know? Looking at him, he looked like he had it all figured out, so he obviously knew about it from the start. Chapter 197, The Heavenly Tao is dumbfounded. Why would it be Zi Xiao? How did a disciple of the younger generation take something from those emperors? I heard he even gouged out a pair of eyes. Ancient heavy pupils. For so many years, countless forces have been searching for this Zi Xiao, and I didn't expect to actually become a disciple of our clan. That's not right either. How old was he over 10 years ago? He was able to steal things everywhere at that time? And how did a child of a few years old poach the heavy pupil? It's useless for you to ask me. How would I know to go? The inheritor of the magic skill can't be viewed in an unusual light. I guess he has his own methods. Could it be that this Zi Xiao is a reincarnated old demon? You really believe in reincarnation, don't you? Now that the question is in front of me, I can't believe it even if I don't believe it. How old were you when you were able to escape from under the eyes of the emperor? Numerous elders were whispering, and it was obvious that after learning the name of this disciple, everyone was nonplussed. Zi Xiao's reputation was simply too loud, especially since the person was able to face multiple emperors and retreat in one piece. Who could match this kind of strength? You said your name is Zi Xiao? The mountain lord inquired with a shocked face. Well, Zixiao nodded, not denying his intentions in the slightest. Xiaozhua jumped out again. You admit it. Ha 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 ha. You admit it. What are you barking at? Zixiao's icy words directly interrupted Xiaozhua's words. Why are you grinning so happily? Have you finished asking? If you haven't, keep asking. I'm coming out afterward. Ha 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 ha. You still want to come out? Xiaozhua had a smug look on his face. Since you're asking me to keep asking, then I can ask. You, Zixiao, where exactly are you from? Seeing Xiaozhua looking like he was winning, the crowd all looked at Zixiao, as if they wanted to hear what kind of secret he had that would make Xiaozhua so excited. At those words, Zixiao looked towards Xiaozhua with a wry smile on his expression. I am a casual cultivator who has been practicing hard in the mountains. You lie. You, Xiaozhua, who had been deepened by the will of the heavenly Tao, naturally knew the truth about Zixiao, but the haze on Zixiao's body didn't fluctuate in the slightest, so it was obvious that the true spirit thought that he was telling the truth. How is this possible? Xiaozhua's expression was somewhat appalled. He had not been seized by the heavenly Tao, but rather had the will of the heavenly Tao added to him, and had a portion of the heavenly Tao's thoughts, which was why he knew the identity of Zixiao. This true spirit of Mount Kunwu, he was not able to directly influence it, but that haze was absolutely impartial. The purpose of having the true spirit test Zixiao was to make him say that he was from the 9 heavens and 10 lands, thus allowing those in this spirit domain to put him to death. A casualty? That's just a lie to ghosts. But now the true spirit didn't have the slightest fluctuation. Thinking that Zixiao was telling the truth? No way. Absolutely no way. Who else would be able to manipulate the true spirit except a true immortal descending into the world? If Zixiao had the cultivation of a true immortal, would he still need to hide his identity? He would just directly blow everything up. Elder Qiu, you seem a little disappointed? What answer do you really want to hear from me? Hearing Zixiao's words, Xiaozhua's face twisted a bit as he could not believe this fact. Fine. I'll ask you again. You know about those thefts that happened in the spirit realm, right? And the perpetrator was Zixiao. Is that person you? Of course not. Zixiao shook his head and continued to speak. I was originally called Zixiao. I have been practicing alone, but I learned from others that a person named Zixiao has become a wanted criminal, in order not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. That's why I used the alias Zui Yuanfei. Is there anything wrong with that? Xiaozhua's gaze was dead set on the haze on Zixiao's body. And no fluctuations? Xiaozhua couldn't believe what he saw in front of him, and the mountain lord as well as the elders and the others were relieved. So it is so. Alas, it is bitter this child. The spiritual domain is so vast. There is a heavy name is also normal. I can't believe I can't even say my real name for fear of misunderstanding. It's too stifling. The gazes of the mountain lord and the others towards Zixiao carried a few moments of sympathy. They didn't expect the situation to be like this either. Nope. No. Xiaozhua's head shook like a rattle. How could he believe such a fact? You're lying. Xiaozhua. As Xiaozhua hissed and roared there, the mountain lord directly snapped him to a halt. The true spirit is absolute, and you're now going out of your way to question the true spirit in order to target a disciple? You are simply treasonous. Wait a minute. I'm going to keep asking him. Xiaozhua had clearly become enraged and turned his head to continue questioning Zixiao. You say, where exactly did you come from? Speak. Upon hearing this, Zixiao spread his hands. I've said it all. I'm just a casual cultivator. Where do I come from? I come from the mountains. The haze still didn't fluctuate. What Zixiao said was true. You, Xiaozhua stretched out his hand and pointed towards Zixiao, his face full of incredulity. He didn't understand exactly why it was like this. Zixiao felt amused to see Xiaozhua in such a furious state. You know, he's got a transcendental aura about him, not to mention the true spirit of Mount Kunwu. Even if a great emperor was here, he wouldn't be able to check everything about him. What's more, in the spirit domain, the heavenly Tao's control was already weak and unable to influence the true spirit of Mount Kunwu, or else the heavenly Tao wouldn't have placed a portion of its will on Xiaozhua's body. Hurry up and end this farce. The mountain lord waved his big hand, and the true spirit gradually dissipated. Then he looked at Xiaozhua. Elder Qiu, you should have seen that the disciples have been tested and there is no problem whatsoever. And as for the name Zixiao, is it possible that I, Mount Kunwu, can't still protect someone with a renamed name? Simply funny. Mountain lord. There's something wrong with this matter. Xiaozhua. The mountain lord no longer had the slightest bit of patience, and his gaze towards Xiaozhua carried a hint of killing intent. Stop being irrational. It's over. Back off. Mountain lord. Shut up. Xiaozhua seemed to want to say something else, but he was rebuked by the mountain lord's fierce anger. The former was only able to stand back among the crowd, the golden light in his eyes appearing and disappearing. Zixiao's eyes narrowed lightly when he saw this scene. Xiaozhua already had a way to take his death. After all, the opportunity to be able to devour the heavenly Tao didn't come along all the time. This whole thing is our fault. The mountain master spoke in a heavy tone. We have so many elders standing here today, yet we want to question 2 disciples? The 2 of them were at the tomb of the Green Emperor, raising the might of our Kunwu mountain, and back at the clan. How did we treat him? To actually ask the true spirit to test them. It's almost comical. Especially Xiaozhua. You're actually so insensitive for the sake of personal grudges. Give up your position as a core elder. Xiaozhua didn't say anything. A core elder position was dispensable to him, but this time, it was clearly a sure kill. As long as he revealed the identity of the cultivator from the 9 heavens and 10 lands of the violet sky, he would inevitably be put to death. Chapter 198, The Holy Sun. It turned out that the true spirit of Mount Kunwu actually had no effect on him. If others don't know, can Xiaozhua not know? There was no doubt that Zixia was from the 9 heavens and 10 lands, but why can't this true spirit just check out? I'm afraid it's not a fake true spirit. Xiaozhua's fists were clenched, obviously infuriated. The mountain lord stepped down from his seat at this time and came to Zizhao's side, bowing to him. Seeing this scene, Shan Yuyan did not stop it. She thought that this was what Mount Kunwu owed to her disciples. Why did her disciples have to receive such treatment when they returned to the sect after fighting to the death and earning fame in the outside world? Naturally, Zichu wouldn't stand in the way. He had always sided with Zishao and had even said that he would rebel against the sect just now. Only after a long time had passed did the mountain lord slowly straighten his body, looking at Zishao and Zicho with a gaze full of admiration. My Kunwu mountain has produced such a heavenly pride as you. It can be considered the fortune of the mountain gate. Therefore I intend to directly break the tradition and set up the 2 of you as the same position of the Holy Sun. No way. Times 2. One was shouted out by Xiaozhua, and the other was in Zichu. For the former, the mountain master naturally had no good face. What can you do if you die or not? Does your opinion matter? The mountain lord didn't even turn his head to look at Xiaozhua. Instead, he looked at Zichu with a puzzled expression. What's the matter? I can't even get 2 saints to take the throne. Do you have a problem with Zichu? But no matter how powerful the human emperor's body is, the inheritor of the demonic power is no match for him. Moreover, people are capable of defying the same king, so what do you have to be unconvinced about? The mountain lord thought that Zichu said no because he wanted to monopolize the position of the Holy Sun. But in the next second, when Zichu opened his mouth, it almost made the mountain lord's jaw drop to the ground in shock. How can I be in the same position as senior brother? Please ask the Holy Lord to withdraw his order. These powerful words resounded through the great hall. Not to mention the mountain lord. Even the other elders looked at Zichu with confused faces. What did they hear? The reason you don't want this sainthood is because you don't want to be in the same position as your own senior brother? Just how much do you like your senior brother? I'm the pride of Mount Kunwu. I won't appear as someone who possesses the love of the dragon and the sun, right? The corners of the mountain lord's mouth twitched a bit as he forced himself to hold back that feeling in his heart and opened his mouth to inquire. In Zichu, what did you say? You don't want this saint's son position? That's right. Without hesitation, Zichu nodded. I don't think I'm qualified to stand in the same position as senior brother. In the tomb of the Green Emperor, it's always been senior brother who protected me, and even sought out this supreme treasure for my sake. After saying that, he waved the human emperor streamer, and the unjust souls inside were wailing. Okay. The mountain master hurriedly stopped it. Although he, Mount Kunwu, did not actually care about the matter of the devil's power. However, it was always a bit inappropriate for Zicho to wield his demonic power so recklessly in the middle of the Holy Land. This sacred sun position is set up for 2. Your elder brother is still your elder brother. That won't work either. Regardless of what the mountain lord said, in Zichu, he just didn't agree. My senior brother will surely stand above the 10,000 realms in the future. Such a figure. How can I be so virtuous that I can stand shoulder to shoulder with him? All I need to do is to be his senior brother. I can do without this holy sun position. Mountain Lord, Shan Yuyan, Lindell, all elders, even Zishao looked at Zichu with a confused expression. Buddy, I know you're sick, but I just didn't think you'd be this sick. If you really can't, why don't I kill you and cure you? Naturally, Zicho did not know what Zishao was thinking. He was still looking at the Mountain Lord with a solemn face at the moment, and even spoke directly. If the Mountain Lord insists on putting me in the same position as senior brother, then I would rather give up my cultivation. No. The Mountain Lord hastened to persuade. Kidding aside, they had produced 2 heavenly prides from Mount Kunwu. One was a demonic skill inheritor and the other was a human emperor body. Now that the human emperor body was admiring the inheritor of the demonic skill, although he didn't know if it was a good thing or not, if he let the human emperor body lose all of its cultivation because of such a simple thing, It was obviously not cost-effective. Thinking of this, the mountain lord nodded and sighed. Alright, let's do as you say. There is still only one holy son position, and that is Zixia. The elders all looked enviously at Zixia. Honestly speaking, if one got the position of Saint's son in the Holy Land, it would simply take off. It is not too much to say that it is one person under 10,000 people. After all, in the Holy Land, in addition to the Holy Lord that is the Holy Son, even if the person in the hall is a core elder, in front of the identity of the Holy Son, there is not much use. Mountain Lord, it mustn't be done. There's definitely something wrong with this purple sky. Xiaozhua naturally did not want to see Zixia become the saint son of Mount Kunwu, whether it was because of the will of the heavenly Tao or he himself. He was unwilling for Zixia to reach heaven in one step at Mount Kunwu. If he really became a saint's son, wouldn't it be even more difficult to execute him? Unbeknownst to him, Zixia was staring at him indifferently at the moment. What impact does it have what a dead man says on his deathbed? This small portion of heaven's will, he swallowed it for sure, and it was useless for anyone to come, he said. At the side, Zichou was seething with anger. He couldn't wait to directly strike at this Xiaozhua. Old dog, you've been slandering my senior brother over and over again. Is it possible that you're looking for death? The black aura emanating from that human emperor streamer in Zichou's hand caused all the elders in the hall to frown slightly. They could feel the special power of that human emperor streamer, a power that would even pose a threat to them. This was simply something extraordinary. A junior in the merging realm was actually able to pose a threat to them. The sage Saint Kings? The elders turned their gazes to Zixia. Everyone knew that he was the inheritor of the devil's kung fu. This human emperor streamer was also given to the human emperor body by him, and even outside of the Green Emperor's tomb, 2 Saint Kings died and 1 was injured. A Mahayana realm heaven's pride was not only able to break the Saint King's defense, but was even able to kill him. It's a pretty bombastic thing to put anywhere. It seems that the human emperor body had been keeping a low profile before because it hadn't encountered the inheritor of this demonic skill. Ugh, what devil's skill inheritor? This is clearly the good holy son of our Kunwu mountain. Whoever dares to say that he has something to do with the devil's skill, we at Mount Kunwu will surely be at loggerheads with him. Xiaozhua on the other side heard the angry curses in Zizhu. The heavenly Tao will in the sea of knowledge glowed slightly, obviously furious at Zizhu. This is his chosen one. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you be following my lead? Now let alone following me. The whole thing is in the shape of a purple sky. It's just ridiculous. Although he thought so in his heart, Xiaozhua definitely wouldn't say it out. Once that unknown great emperor of the spirit domain shook the heavenly Tao hard and made the spirit domain a pseudo-immortal domain. Therefore, in the eyes of the spirit domain's cultivators, that unknown great emperor was far superior to the status of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 199, Intention to go into seclusion. This is if you say out loud that you have the will of the heavenly Tao, or in other words what you are a person favored by the heavenly Tao. Let's not talk about what would happen to Zixia. It was estimated that he would be taken and sliced up by that group of old ancestors in the first place. One must know that at this moment, although Xiaozhua was hosting a small portion of the heavenly Tao's will in his sea of consciousness, his cultivation had not increased much at all. Just like what was said at the very beginning, in the spirit realm, the heavenly Tao's control was just too weak. After the mountain lord indifferently glanced at Xiaozhua, he spoke once again. From today onwards, Zixia is the holy son of my Kunwu mountain. Who is in favor of this and who is against it? Those who opposed it were naturally no one other than Xiaozhua. They had all seen how powerful Zixia was, and furthermore, the person had already passed the true spirit test. To raise objections at this time was not to go against the mountain lord as well as the future holy son. Xiaozhua's current position as a core elder had been stripped down, and they didn't want to follow in their footsteps. Great! Seeing that no one opened their mouths to object, the mountain lord nodded with satisfaction, then turned his head to look at Zixia and said with a kind face, Zixia, in the future, you'll resume your real name. I, Mount Kunwu, will immediately notify the 10,000 worlds that you're my Mount Kunwu's saint son of this generation. In addition to the status of the holy son, there is also the matter of the name, which will also be explained to the worlds, and whether they believe it or not is their business. Anyway, we'll say it again, and if anyone doesn't believe it or defies it, the clan will sort it out for you. Upon hearing this, Zixia respectfully said, Many thanks, Mountain Lord. Ha 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 ha. The Mountain Lord laughed out loud with a bold voice. This is what you deserve. It is the sect's fortune that my Kunwu mountain is able to have such a heavenly pride like you. Don't worry, today's matter will definitely not happen again in the future. If there's a next time, I, the Mountain Master, am willing to help you with everything. When he said this, the Mountain Lord even deliberately glanced at Xiaozhua, and that look was clearly a warning. Shan Yuyan also spoke softly at this time. Mountain Master, this matter is over. so I'll take my disciples back. Okay? Senior Sister Shan, I'm really sorry about today. Facing Shan Yuyan, Yun Xiong also pressed the frame of the mountain master. Besides this matter he really guilty. There is another reason is the identity of Shan Yuyan. Even if he was the mountain lord, when making any decision, if Shan Yuyan objected, he would still have to ponder more. Shan Yuyan lightly waved her jade hand and led Zixiao and the others out of the great hall. When they left, the mountain lord's face once again returned to seriousness. First, declare Zixiao's status as a holy son from within the sect, and then circulate to the outside world, as well as explain the matter of his renaming with that evil thief. By the way, after finishing talking about Zixiao, the mountain lord turned his gaze to Qiuzhua. I don't wish to see elders targeting a disciple without regard to their status again. This time is just a simple lesson. If there's a next time, go to the thought cliff yourself to receive your punishment. Feeling the terrifying aura from the mountain lord, Qiuzhua could only break his teeth and swallow them inside his stomach. The situation was stronger than others and he had to bow down. He simply didn't have the strength to turn the tables on the mountain lord right now. If this goes on, the loss of the position of elder is small. To go to the thought cliff confinement that would be troublesome. Then how can he still trip up against Zixiao? Unbeknownst to Qiuzhua he had been thinking about how to put Zixiao to death. The same goes for the other side. Along the way Zixiao was thinking that if Qiuzhua was lured out, in that case it would be good to devour him. I guess it's within common sense for a disciple to be forced to fight back if an elder takes the initiative to strike at the disciple, isn't it? But nowadays, you have to find a place to break through the realm before you can do so. Previously, in order to enter the Green Emperor's tomb, Zixiao had been suppressing his realm. The peak of the Mahayana realm had been a long time, and it was time to break through and cross the threshold. Transitioning to sainthood is a long process. Some people were stuck in the transition realm for centuries and millennia without crossing this hurdle, but Zixiao was not worried about his realm at all, and the only thing he needed to worry about was the heavenly Tao's obstruction when he became a saint. So before that, he devoured a portion of the heavenly Tao will. To defeat the enemy, you must first understand the enemy. Only by devouring the will of the heavenly Tao in Qiuzhua's body would he understand the heavenly Tao even more, and this would also prepare himself for afterward. After returning to the mountain peak that belonged solely to them, Lin Dyer looked deeply at Zixiao before leaving. At the beginning of the day, Zixiao wanted to say something, but when he saw the look in Zixiao's eyes, he also left in a good manner. He didn't want to get beaten up at this time. As for Shan Yuyan, she looked at Zixiao and wanted to speak. It was Zixiao who was the first to speak. Master, what's wrong? It's okay. Shan Yuyan shook her head and cursed herself in her heart for being unproductive. In front of her was her own disciple. How could she act like a little girl and actually panic? Senior, I've recently planned to go into seclusion. Hearing the word seclusion, Shan Yuyan's expression also became serious. Are you trying to break through the realm? Exactly. Zixiao nodded and continued. I recently felt that my realm has loosened up, so I plan to shut down for a period of time. This time, I know. Don't worry about it. Before Zixiao could finish her sentence, Shan Yuyan directly spoke. Every room has an isolation array. You should know the method of using the array. From today until you leave the gate, I won't let anyone disturb you. Thank you, Master. There's no need to be so polite. Seeing that Zixiao was giving himself a salute, Shan Yuyan walked forward. Her jade hand gently supported Zixiao and lifted him up, her beautiful eyes carrying a hint of concern. You are my disciple. Everything done for you is deserved. There is no need to be so raw. As for that Qiuzhua, Master will help you get justice back. That won't be necessary. Hearing that Shan Yuyan wanted to make a move on Qiuzhua, Zixiao hurriedly shook her head to indicate that there was no need. Alas, Shan Yuyan sighed lightly, the concern in her eyes intensified. She thought that the reason why Zixiao did not allow her to make a move on Qiuzhua, apart from being kind by nature, there was another reason, and that was to not allow her, her senior, to go through the trouble. A good disciple. It's hard to find such a disciple with a lantern. Although the two of them had a throwaway little incident earlier, it didn't affect Shan Yuyan's care for Zixiao. Looking at Shan Yuyan's expression, Zixiao didn't know what the other party was thinking. The reason why he stopped her from taking action against Qiuzhua was not that some kind of holy mother's heart broke out, but that he had to take action on his own before he could do so. If Shan Yuyan accidentally killed someone, then where would he find the will of heaven and earth? This time, since the heavenly Tao had revealed a break, he had to catch it. In order to change the topic, Zixiao subconsciously spoke. Master, your body is fine, right? As soon as the words left his mouth Zixiao regretted it. Chapter 200 Returning to the 9 Heavens and 10 Lands. That's pure pot calling the kettle black for him. Knowing that Shan Yuyan was a little embarrassed because of what happened before, he even danced right into his face. As expected, 2 red clouds instantly surfaced on Shan Yuyan's gorgeous face, looking exceptionally cute. Ugh! Zi Xiao scoffed at the idea that he found this cheap master adorable. He had never felt like a chow thief. If he rushed the teacher and rebelled against his disciples, he also wanted to rush Misty more. Although Shan Yuyan was also very good to him, but at present, the two of them were not very deep. So how could he possibly go and rush Shan Yuyan? Master, I didn't mean anything else. Well, there's no need to talk about it. A white tender finger pressed against Zi Xiao's lips. Shan Yuyan spoke with some trembling. That thing is my fault. It has nothing to do with you. Originally, she wanted to say something, but Shan Yuyan suddenly felt that the posture of the two appeared to be somewhat ambiguous. Zi Xiao also ghosted out his tongue and licked it. This directly caused Shan Yuyan to hit the ground, and after glancing angrily at Zi Xiao, her entire body directly disappeared in place. Zi Xiao looked at the place where Shan Yuyan disappeared and subconsciously reached out to touch her lips. It smells pretty good. Not really. How come I'm like this again? System, you're harming me. It's all because of the Chow Thief aura you gave me. The system voice function had been turned off by Zi Xiao before. If Zi Xiao opened the system at this time now, he would be able to hear that burst of birdsong. Of course, Zi Xiao naturally wouldn't be stupid. Knowing that the system wanted the birds and the bees, how could he release it? After returning to the room, Zi Xiao opened up the array pattern in the room. Buzz. With the surge of spiritual energy, the entire room was blocked off, even isolated outside sounds, because he had told Shan Yuyan that he was going to go into seclusion to break through his realm. So for a short period of time, Shan Yuyan would definitely help him keep an eye on this room. The array pattern was opened, and it was also able to stop that from coming over and committing crimes in the beginning of Z nothing. In this case, using the domain-breaking shuttle was just right. Zi Xiao opened his storage space, and a palm-sized flying shuttle was lying there quietly. With a flash of light, the shuttle was held in the palm of Zi Xiao's hand and examined it carefully. It didn't look much different from the flying boat that the cultivator had claimed, as if it was a model. Is this thing reliable? Although the system produces a good product, the home system seems to be a bit unreliable. Also, how did he use this shuttle since he didn't have an entity? This thing is like a little hand-me-down. What is it? Click. Just as Zi Xiao kept fiddling with this domain-breaking shuttle, it seemed to have touched some organ, and the shuttle let out a sound of an organ, followed by a curtain of light appearing on it, showing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Buzz. A glow instantly enveloped Zi Xiao's entire body. This sudden scene caused Zi Xiao to not have time to react, and the next time he opened his eyes to look, he appeared to have arrived in a new heaven and earth, feeling the Tao rhythm between heaven and earth, and the feeling of being watched. It's back to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A wave of vertigo suddenly struck, almost causing Zi Xiao to dry heave. This domain-breaking shuttle is a bit ruthless. Coming over in a second? This was more intimidating than a teleportation array, and it was still directly breaking the shackles of the two domains. What is this place? Looking at the barren earth around him, Zi Xiao had a bad feeling. It was at this time that the ineffable whisper seemed to come from the distance. No life zone. Zi Xiao was already speechless. Had he ed with these Thai places? When he was teleported to the spirit domain, he was the one who appeared in the forbidden zone of life. And this time, after a hard time coming back, he came to the forbidden zone of life again. Are you going to make me level this no-go zone? I have to be able to do that now. 2. Zi Xiao cursed for a while and didn't stay any longer. In the middle of the forbidden zone, staying for one more second would be disrespectful to those forbidden zone monsters. The old monsters of those forbidden zones had depleted chi and blood and needed nourishment from living beings all year round. So whoever stepped into the forbidden zone of life was looking for death. Boom! As expected, the sky in the distance seemed to explode directly. The mountains toppled, the earth shook, and something seemed to be reviving. The skin on Zi Xiao's body was also becoming old with the naked eye, and within a few moments, it had already turned into a drooping old man. Trying to swallow me? Buzz. Burial intent erupted from Zi Xiao's body as his body returned to normal. It was true that after returning to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, one's luck seemed to deteriorate. In the spirit realm, the heavenly Tao's control was weak and many things simply couldn't be done. But it was different in this 9 heavens and 10 lands. The way of heaven can guide all living things. The reason why this heavenly Tao would target Zi Xiao so much was that besides the heavenly burial coffin on his body, there was another reason, and that was because he had the aura of the great Tao on his body. How could the heavenly Tao want to be wiped out by the great Tao after it has a selfishness? So after sensing the aura of the great Tao on Zi Xiao, he had already treated him as a thorn in his side. Zi Xiao didn't dare to stop for a moment at this moment, and his body transformed into streams of light as he sped towards the outside of the forbidden zone. Because of the extreme speed used, his figure had become illusory at this moment. But just at this time, he suddenly felt the air around him seem to stagnate. and that feeling of being watched became more and more obvious. Right. Zishao suddenly remembered that he was now on the 9 heavens and 10 earths. I have something I've never used before. Thinking of this, Zishao opened his Jin Kuan ring and brought out a wooden sign. The moment the wooden sign appeared, a spirit fire ignited it. Bonfire dance it is. It's better to die awkwardly than to be dead. Zishao gritted her teeth and began a strange dance around the wooden sign. Buzz. At the back, a huge hand grabbed towards Zishao. And just as it was about to grab Zishao, the sky and earth cleared up instantly, and a stunningly gorgeous silhouette appeared beside Zishao. The first ancestor of the Shaking Light Holy Land had come. At this moment, he saw Zishao who was dancing awkwardly there and inquired with some confusion. What are you doing? Zishao saw the arrival of the first ancestor and subconsciously opened his mouth to reply. The Sacred Lord's senior brother said that if you were summoned, you would need to dance around the wooden plaque. Ah, he lied to you. Ha! Zishao's eyes grew whiter and whiter, and his eyes were about to fall out. There is the old six. Shaking Light Sacred Lord. This asshole. Said so seriously that one must dance the bonfire dance in order to be able to summon the first ancestor. And he himself, like a sand sculpture, danced here for half a day. But the result was actually fake. Seeing Zishao's fuming face, the first ancestor obviously had some difficulty holding back his laughter. Forcing a laugh, he said, well, but you're a pretty good dancer. Keep it up. Zishao, Chapter 201 Strong. Click here. That giant hand had completely covered the sky and slapped down at the location where the first ancestor and Violet Sky were. The void collapsed around that giant hand. If this was not a forbidden area of life, I'm afraid that the might of this hand was capable of tearing the earth apart. In the next moment, the first ancestor, whose body was surrounded by Tao rhythms, stretched out a hand and casually waved it. Boom! A deafening roar sounded. Powerful vitality filled the forbidden area, and a golden lotus flower, breaking through the boundary, looked like an ancient tree, extending towards the green sky. At this moment, in this forbidden area, the rhythm of the Tao surged. Vitality filled the air. The golden lotus cracked the heavens, bright and dazzling, and the Sanskrit sound of the great Tao resounded through the universe, as if it was a burst of immortal music coming out. That giant hand was directly knocked back by the first ancestor. Only the first ancestor, whose body was surrounded by Tao rhythms, softly said, roll back. Although the tone is light, the words are domineering and overwhelming. Phew! In the air, a gloomy wind gusted, as if the beings in the depths of the forbidden zone were roaring. Just at this time, a cold and merciless voice rang out. Shaking Light First Ancestor. It was your man who came into our forbidden zone. We naturally have no problem taking action against him. Do you want to break the agreement? Upon hearing this, the first ancestor shook his head and spoke in the same cloudy tone. Since you know that he is a member of my Shaking Light Holy Land, then you should understand that you can't make a move when he enters this so-called forbidden area of yours, regardless of whether it's a misunderstanding or not. Ha! The forbidden zone beings over there were clearly infuriated by these domineering remarks from the first ancestor. Shaking Light First Ancestor, do you really think that I can't decapitate you? If I am extremely sublimated, I will definitely make you. Shaking Light Holy Land, have your mountains and rivers shattered, and your Tao lineage will not be restored. If you really, shut up. Before the living being from that forbidden area could finish speaking, the first ancestor directly interrupted him with a cold voice. Extreme sublimation? How dare a group of defeated people woo and bark? If you really dare to be extremely sublimated, let's head to the outside of the domain and see if I can cut you down with a single sword. Whether it was the violet heavens or the beings in that forbidden area, all of them were clearly subdued by this overbearing speech of the first ancestor. The former was speculating on what kind of cultivation his own first ancestor had, daring to be alone in the forbidden zone and facing a group of forbidden zone beings and still being so arrogant. The latter is being scrupulous. Obviously the beings in the forbidden zone were familiar with the first ancestor. You've already taken that step? The tone of the forbidden area being trembled a little, as if it was unbelievable. After all, if he were to be extremely sublimated, he could be the great emperor of the world. Who dares to talk about suppressing a great emperor of the day? But those who were familiar with Ichizu knew that he would never do anything without a target. That means he really does have that kind of power. Hearing the words of the forbidden area beings, the first ancestor lightly laughed, then mocked. You're still afraid? I guess it's true. You've all failed countless times already. Naturally, it's because you're timid. If you're timid, you should honestly stay in a gloomy grave and not make a sound. The people of my Shaking Light Holy Land are not someone you can bully. And the next time, I will step on this forbidden area of yours. Good guts. Shaking Light First Ancestor. You've bullied people too much. How dare you be so reckless with us? Deserve to be killed. Killable. In the forbidden area, an unknown number of living beings roared here. and the entire heaven and earth was plunged into darkness. It seems that all those sleeping beings in the forbidden zone intend to come out. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly erupted from the body of the first ancestor. Countless Tao rhythms intertwined into a pagoda in the sky, and there were mysterious and unpredictable patterns on top of the pagoda, giving people a feeling of Tao law and nature, intertwining into Tao and reason, deriving from chaos, sinking and floating, making people's hearts palpitate with fear. Floating, making one's heart palpitate. The moment this pagoda appeared, the forbidden area was silent. If you say one more word, I will use the extreme Tao Emperor's armament to pierce through your forbidden zone. One ancestor's tone was full of coldness and threat. This could already be said to be dancing into the face of the forbidden zone, but it was unknown whether the beings in the forbidden zone were afraid of the first ancestor, or whether they intended to build up their strength to find the opportunity to become immortal, and did not have any overreaction. Seeing this, the first ancestor lightly waved his sleeve and put away that pagoda. With that, the light on his body flourished, wrapping Zishao in it. When the light dissipated, the two had already disappeared into the forbidden zone. When the first ancestor left, voices resounded once again in the forbidden area. Now that the Shaking Light Sacred Land is already planning to be completely clinical, the Shaking Light first ancestor is walking the world. It seems like they are planning to get real this time. Isn't that one not out yet? So we still have a chance. He definitely can't get out. The chaotic aura locked him in the forbidden land. Didn't you see the chaotic aura on top of that extreme Tao Emperor soldier? The Shaking Light first ancestor must have thought of a rescue method. Even the Emperor's soldier was sacrificed, but to no avail. This time if the Shaking Light Sacred Land intends to prowl the world, we also need to make early preparations beforehand. Send someone to notify the other forbidden zones to strictly guard against the Shaking Light Sacred Land during this recent period of time, but don't start a conflict with them. After saying these words, the forbidden area once again fell into silence. On the other hand, the first ancestor had already brought Zishao back to the Shaking Light Holy Land, and the two of them arrived in front of the Holy Lord's Hall. The moment he landed on the ground, Zishao hastily spoke. First ancestor, do you know my master's whereabouts of her? Upon hearing this, the first ancestor seemed to be pondering, and after a moment, slowly said, Your master, she has her own chance, and should currently be in the central state. And now that the battle of the two regions is about to begin, it would be best for you to stay in the Holy Land. No, I was about to make a trip to the central state before, only to be stopped by that damn thing. Zishao pointed upwards. The first ancestor raised his head and looked at the cloudless clear sky, and there was a hint of sighing in his tone. Don't worry, it's not invincible. Sooner or later, one day, we'll kill up there, and that's not now. I understand. Boom! Right at this moment, the door of the Holy Lord's Hall opened, and a smiling Holy Lord Shaking Light walked out from inside. Junior brother, you're finally back. I'm so anxious for my brother. And also, did you summon the first ancestor to dance? Ha 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 ha, I really want to see. Boo! Before he could finish his sentence, the Shaking Light Holy Lord was sent flying directly by a punch. It was Zishao who made the move. Phew! Zishao, who had thrown a punch, let out a light breath. This feeling was indeed wonderful. No wonder those senior brothers and sisters, they all liked to beat up the Shaking Light Holy Lord over nothing. After the Shaking Light Saint Lord who had been sent flying stabilized his form, he flew over once again. With an unbelievable face, he looked at Zishao. Junior brother, you're going to cross the threshold? Zishao did not hide his cultivation, so the Shaking Light Holy Lord was able to sense the shouldering aura on him if anything. Well, Zishao nodded. Chapter 202 Eldest Senior Brother, you're finally back. His purpose of returning to the Shaking Light Sacred Land was for the purpose of transmitting, and over there, although the Heavenly Tao's control was insufficient, it was inevitable that the Qi would be leaked during the transmutation, and if there were any problems, it would be more than worth the loss. Might as well come back to your own home to cross over. TSK is worthy of being my senior brother. Actually so demonic. I cultivated for many years. It is considered to be cultivated to the dog. The Shaking Light Holy Lord's face was filled with complex expressions of envy, delight, and surprise. The only thing was that there was no jealousy. In his opinion, this was his own junior brother. No matter how strong he was one of his own. So what was there to be jealous of? I've been disappearing all this time. Sorry, senior brother. Zishao spoke with full apologies. Ugh. The Shaking Light Holy Lord waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for Zishao to care. We are all family. What does a family say about two families? By the way, let me tell you, the first time you summoned the first ancestor, I have already passed down the news that you have returned. Your kid is too popular in the sect. Just you wait, I guess right away. Rumble. Before they could finish speaking, several people felt the earth shake. Because of the forbidden air formation on this side of the Holy Lord's palace, the only way to come over was to walk. As far as the eye could see, there was a great black shadow. Most of the disciples of the Shaking Light Holy Land rushed towards the Holy Lord's hall. Damn! Are you guys watching, people, or are you trying to tear down your home? You'll trample the mountain down for me later. The Shaking Light Holy Lord cursed in anger. That's over 100,000, if not hundreds of thousands of disciples. The mountain road was trampled down and dented, and the surrounding plants and trees also suffered. He was so pushy that he let the Holy Lord's great hall be trashed by these disciples, so he must make Zishao pay for it later. By the way, speaking of which, it seems that his own junior brother hasn't taken over Chilean City yet. It's just good when the junior brother has taken it over. Hey! Shaking Light Holy Lord's face was filled with a lewd smile. As a Holy Lord, it would be normal for him to have 10 or 8 life coaches or something inside Chilean City, right? The youngest senior brother had taken down the Heavenly Demon Palace's palace master as well as the Holy Maiden. And as a senior brother himself, he couldn't be too humiliated, could he? Seeing the smile on the Shaking Light Holy Lord's face, Zishao forcefully resisted the idea of sending him flying with a punch. After all, so many disciples had come, and in this case, it was still necessary to save face for the Shaking Light Holy Lord. Soon, those hundreds of thousands of disciples arrived in front of Zishao. Every single one of their faces carried a look of excitement, and there were even some female disciples with low tier points who were already in tears at this point. Zishao did not leave the 9 heavens and 10 earths before, especially in these disciples to exchange feelings, in addition to help them enlightenment, all kinds of spiritual treasure but no less send. After all, when he robbed the faceless Saint Lord at that time, he had made a fortune, plus all those things that the system had rewarded him with over the years. It was useless for him, but for these disciples, it was simply a chance against all odds, and there was also the grace of the previous sermon. The disciples of the Shaking Light Holy Land, for this junior master, that was simply adored to the core. Zishao was faced with such a scene, and although her heart was moved, she didn't know what to say for a moment. However, seeing the expectant gazes of the crowd, Zishao still stood out stiffly. Guys, sorry for worrying you all this time. I'm fine and back for the future. Junior Master, we miss you. How terrifying was the sound made by hundreds of thousands of disciples, especially since the sound was also mixed with Tao rhythms. Boom! As if it was like a flat thunderstorm, sonic booms rang out in the void, and countless transparent ripples scattered in all directions. If this wasn't the mountain peak where the Holy Lord's palace was located, this hit alone wouldn't have caused the mountain to collapse directly. In the face of the crowd's adoration, Zishao was touched and at the same time was also a bit teary-eyed. I'm not dead yet and I'm standing right in front of you guys, and all of a sudden this comes out as if I'm going to be given away? Swish! Right at this moment, 2 streams of light sped madly across the ground. It's forbidden for air, but it's not forbidden for spiritual energy. 2 streams of light, one gold and one white, sped towards where Zishao was, and 2 deep ditches appeared in the earth, obviously rippled by the duo's spiritual power. Eldest senior brother, you're finally back. Junior Master, you're finally back. Before the people arrived, the sound had already come over. Zishao looked at the 2 figures. Just by listening to the sound, he knew who these 2 goods were. The 2 offending sons of destiny, Lin Knight and Zui Yuanfei. These 2 were the sons of heaven's destiny that Zishao had known and familiarized himself with at the very beginning, and as they had gone through something earlier, it had caused the 2 to become more and more insane. Just like what the system had said before, Zishao was as if she had an innate phantom demon saint body, and this phantom demon physique was also only for the sons of heavenly destiny. The son of divine order goes and descends on the wisdom of others, he descends on the wisdom of the son of divine order. However, seeing the 2 of them at this moment, the disgust in Zishao's heart was not that great. After all, there's the one who's the worst offender in Zichu right now. He couldn't even imagine what would happen if these 3 got together. Sacred body, supreme bone, and then personal emperor body. Good guy. This world's top physique gathered together, and there is the same target. The 3 people will not be able to fight the Skya? Get thee out of here. You're the one who should get out of here. You're not even from our holy land. What do you keep sticking around here for? Boom boom boom. The 2 of them gave me a punch and I gave you a kick. And just like that, they arrived in front of Zishao in a sorry state. The moment they stood in front of Zishao, the 2 of them directly pounced on him, one hugging the left leg and the other hugging the right leg. Junior Master, eldest brother, you're finally back, ×2. Zishiao. He thought that if he stayed away from Zichu, he would be able to be quieter, but now it seems that he was overthinking it, and these 2 people are the same. Only, Zishao turned his gaze towards Zui Yuanfei, who the Qing Emperor had previously said to be careful of. Careful of what? Look at him now. If I say a word to him to kill himself, I reckon he'll stand up and wipe his own neck. However, since the Green Emperor claimed to be mapping from the future to the present, what he said would naturally be taken to heart by Zi Xiao. Boom boom. Just as Lin Knight and Zui Yuanfei hugged Zi Xiao's thighs with the intention of saying something, with two bangs, the duo rolled on the ground holding the back of their heads directly. As for Yan Linger, this quirky little girl was holding a large black stick, which was obviously used to beat a muffled stick, and was definitely a top-notch magic weapon. Junior uncle, you're back. Yan Linger's wriggling and squirming was a bit cute, but of course, one had to ignore the large rod in her hand. Well, I'm sorry for worrying you guys, which is nothing to worry about. Chapter 203, the system is playing a big game. Okay. Just as Yan Linger was about to say something else, the Shaking Light Holy Lord directly interrupted her impatiently. Can he not know that virtue of his own disciple? This little disciple clearly wanted to eat the white swan that was his little master. Anyone can eat it, but not your own disciple. Because the Shaking Light Holy Lord knows his own disciple too well. This product is simply not worthy of the young master. If she really let her get her hands on it, the young master will not be scourged to death. No way. That's a definite no. Old Den, you wait for me. Yan Linger bared her little tiger teeth and looked at her own master, clearly very upset that the Shaking Light Holy Lord had interrupted her words of confession. Lao dang. You better sleep with one eye open at night. The Shaking Light Holy Lord naturally didn't know what his own disciple was thinking, but looking at her big, skittering eyes, he knew that she wasn't holding her farts. But the Shaking Light Holy Lord wasn't in fear. His hallowed Holy Lord, when he slept, he naturally had to have a formation covering the entire room to do so. Otherwise, wouldn't he have let his own disciple play dead long ago? All of you disperse. Your junior master has just returned. Let him rest for a while. You'll have plenty of time to spend with him in the future. Hearing the words of the Shaking Light Holy Lord, originally, the disciples were still unwilling to leave, but on second thought, they were right. Junior master had only just returned. The most important thing now was to rest. With this in mind, the crowd reluctantly glanced at Zi Xiao and then turned their heads to leave. Seeing this scene, Zi Xiao's heart was warmed, whether it was that future image he saw, or the previous sect competition. All of these disciples had righteously stood on his side. How the Shaking Light Holy Land was able to escape the control of the Heavenly Tao, he didn't know. The only thing he knew was that this Shaking Light Holy Land was now his home, and he was bound to change the ending in the future, not being able to let all of these lovely disciples lose their lives. Junior master, eldest brother, the many disciples all left, but Lin Knight and Zui Yuanfei didn't leave. The two of them stood up, and on one's head, they were holding a large bag. As I said before, that weapon of Yan Linger's was not very damaging and extremely insulting. As long as you get hit by this thing, then well, the big bag on your head will never recover in a short time, even if you use any holy medicine, except you're pretty much in a different body. But it's clearly not sensible to go through that 9-death takeover just for a big bag. The two of them stood up, not caring about the headache on their heads, and once again came in front of Zi Xiao. Eldest senior brother, promise me that you won't leave this time when you come back, and even if you do, you have to tell me. Junior uncle, next time you want to go somewhere, take me with you. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. Zi Xiao had some wicked chills. Don't these two sons of God look like they're in Zichu? What's the point of this weird shura? Luckily, just as Zi Xiao was about to hold back from striking out and kicking the two away, the Shaking Light Saint Lord stepped forward. Lin Knight, Zui Yuanfei, you guys should leave as well. I have something to discuss with Junior Master. If you guys want to catch up, it won't be too late to wait until Junior Master has recuperated. And, Shaking Light Holy Lord couldn't hold back any longer, and directly laughed out loud. The two of you now have a small mountain peak on top of one person's head. The appearance is really a bit detrimental to the image of our Holy Land. I order you, give me back to closed door cultivation. When the mountain peak on the head is gone. When can you come out? The two cried out. They also knew the characteristics of Yan Linger's weapon. Wanting to recover in a short period of time? That was basically impossible. Should we find someone to take over our lives? For the first time in their lives, the two sons of Heaven's destiny had thoughts of becoming demonic cultivators. After all, a cultivator who had taken over the body could be no good. And you, don't even think about taking advantage of the situation. You leave too. At a glance, the Shaking Light Holy Lord saw his own disciple, Yan Linger, trying to sneak into the Holy Lord's hall when no one else was looking. This was basically Yan Linger's normal operation now, so the Shaking Light Holy Lord recognized it at a glance. I know, the first ancestor and also Zishir were here. Yan Linger didn't dare to be reckless at all, and was only able to resentfully take her big stick and leave. Before leaving, He even gave a vicious glance at his own master, and that look made the other party's back go cold. However, whether it was the shaking light Holy Lord or the first ancestor, they all wanted to know what had happened to Zishao recently. You have to know that the place where Zishao went was the pseudo-spiritual domain. In that kind of place, it was naturally self-evident what would happen to a cultivator from the 9 heavens and 10 lands who went there. Not to say no lives, but at least skinned. And Zishao had not only come back intact, but was now about to break through the transition realm. And seeing that the battle between the two domains was imminent, it was excellent to be able to learn more about what was going on over there. The first ancestor, the shaking light Holy Lord, and the violet sky walked into the Holy Lord's hall. Boo! As the door was closed, the formation pattern of the Holy Lord's hall lit up. The first ancestor also waved his hand, and the multicolored haze sealed off the entire hall. They are eliminating some of the news from getting out. After all, some people were capable of calculating heavenly chances, and apart from the group of old dengs in the heavenly chance Holy Land, there were naturally other forces that possessed the ability to calculate heavenly chances. If he didn't guard against it, I'm afraid that the matter of Zishao traveling to the false spirit domain would be known by everyone. Oh senior brother, you just returned from that false spirit domain. What's your impression of it? Hearing the shaking light Saint Lord's inquiry, Zishao's face also turned serious. The two domains aren't really that different, and the cultivation systems are similar, but the difference is that the spiritual energy there is too abundant. The realms of the cultivators are generally a few points stronger than our side, and there are great emperors living there. Although Zishao hadn't seen any great emperors in the spirit realm, the Tao of the spirit realm tended to be closer to perfection, so it wasn't surprising that there were great emperors in the world. Even multiple great emperors shared the same room. The great emperors mentioned here weren't the kind of pseudo-emperors inside the forbidden zone. They were true emperors with perfect Tao rhythms. Without having seen it with his own eyes, then whether it was a conversation with anyone, he was able to clearly understand that in the spirit domain, great emperors existed, and there was more than one. It was as if the system could have incurred several emperors when it stole. This karma waits until the future to be cleared, and naturally the violet sky will be responsible. But Zishao didn't feel that the system was harming him, although there were times when the system would play dumb and not say anything when asked. From start to finish, this system was helping him, even if it was to help him commit karma. It seems there was a reason for it. Otherwise, if he raised the world as an enemy, how could the Green Emperor, as someone who had mapped back from the future, have goodwill towards him? And Zishao vaguely felt that the system was playing a big game by leaving his name everywhere. This was the same with Zishao. He and the system helped each other but each held their own secrets. Chapter 204. Well, is pretty much what we know. When he said this, the shaking light Holy Lord's face held a few sighs. The great emperors of our domain either cut off their own great paths and became pseudo-emperors, or they waited until their lifespans were exhausted and dissipated between the heavens and the earth. In the end, it's still because this side of heaven and earth is damaged, so whether it's the aura or the strongest people, it's all 1 point weaker than over there. Upon hearing this, Zishao was a bit puzzled. Isn't there something wrong with the heavenly Tao there? The control over that pseudo-spiritual domain is obviously insufficient. But why would it be like this when we have a complete heavenly Tao on our side? Humph. The first ancestor snorted coldly and spoke. It is because of this so-called complete heavenly Tao that this domain of ours has been diffused like this. Seeing Zishao's still puzzled gaze, the first ancestor opened his mouth and continued to explain. Normally, when a great emperor passes away, the Tao rhythms in his body will feed back to all things. That is to say, the passing of a great emperor represents the arrival of the golden age. Normally it should be like this, but the heavenly Tao has selfishness, so after the great emperor passes away, he will feed back into the heavenly Tao, causing the world's aura to become less and less. Even the heavenly Tao will tamper with the Tao rhyme in order to speed up the process, which means that if a great emperor's lifespan is 1,000,000 years, by getting the tampered with Tao rhyme, the great emperor will be able to live for 100,000 years. Some great emperors, in order to prevent themselves from passing away, either try to find a way to get imperial medicines to live again for another life, or they cut themselves and fall down to the imperial realm, and then use the flesh and blood of living creatures to sustain themselves, so to speak, to live on. Over in the false spirit domain, during the time of the chaotic ancient, a heaven-defying emperor appeared and used his own body to launch an attack on the heavenly Tao, and as you know, he failed. At the same time, it also succeeded in turning the place into an existence like an immortal realm with great greatness, where the fruits of the Tao are intact and have not been tampered with, which is why I said that it is better to have the heavenly Tao than not to have it at all. Hearing such a hidden secret, Zishao also came to a realization. The reason why the heavenly Tao has the ability to manipulate here, but not there, is because of the emperor from the time of the chaotic ancient times. The boundary abyss was supposed to be used to block the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao's inability to control that domain, coupled with the appearance of the aura of the great Tao, made the heavenly Tao more and more anxious, which is why it repeatedly laid hands on Zishao. You don't have to worry. Seeing the thoughtful expression on Zishao's face, the first ancestor thought that it was because Zishao was a bit worried, and quickly spoke. It's possible that the heavenly Tao could be successful in laying its hands on other holy lands, and for it to try to lay its hands on us, there's no other way than a head-on confrontation. As he spoke, Tao rhythms flowed from the body of the first ancestor, and Zishao was able to feel the kind of confidence that flowed out of him as he said these words. Not sure what kind of tactics though, but they were really able to resist the erosion of the heavenly Tao. This was also why the treatment of himself was not manipulated by the heavenly Tao like the Tianqian Holy Land. First ancestor, within our clan, I won't worry about anything. By the way, what about the battle of the two regions? Let me do the talking on this one. Seeing that the first ancestor was about to open his mouth, the shaking light sacred lord hurriedly grabbed the words, but he was suffocating, especially after seeing the extremely forceful speech made by his own first ancestor just now. If he were to say this, little master would still worship him to death. The first ancestor glanced at the shaking light holy lord. It was obvious that one of his own knew his own business. For the shaking light holy lord's person, the first ancestor still knew it very well. However, the first ancestor didn't stop it, instead allowing the shaking light holy lord to explain. Cough cough cough. After the shaking light holy lord cleared his throat, he began to explain the battle between the two domains. Under the shaking light holy lord's explanation, Zishao also roughly understood what caused this battle between the two domains. Originally, in the ancient times, the two domains had fought in strife. However, they were completely isolated by the boundary abyss, and both sides considered each other to be barbarians. It encroached on their heaven and earth, resulting in the inability to become immortal. Above that boundary abyss, there was a weak point, and although extremely powerful people couldn't come over, the young generation's prides could go over. I don't know if it's the entrances and exits that those mighty ones left behind on purpose for the sake of the competition among the heavenly prides in the ancient times. Every golden bloom, the two sides would send out celestial pride to fight on top of the boundary abyss, and the winning side would, unsurprisingly, receive a tremendous amount of chi feedback, allowing the supreme beings of the golden great world to witness the Tao, or even get a glimpse of that chance to become an immortal. After the shaking light sacred lord explained the matter of the battle between the two domains, Zishao also gave a general account of what had happened to him in the spirit domain. After hearing that Zishao had become a disciple of Mount Kunwo, both the first ancestor and the shaking light sacred lord all looked at Zishao in surprise. It seemed that the two of them knew something about the holy land of Mount Kunwo. Immediately afterward, he heard about those things that happened in the Green Emperor's tomb. Of course, Zishao would naturally hide a portion of the truth, not to defend against the first ancestor, but the matter of the future incarnation would be too troublesome to explain, and a single slip-up might even cause the shaking light holy lord and the first ancestor to be implicated in the great karma. Even with Chengdi's talent, he couldn't tell the truth. What would happen to him if he did? Wouldn't the first ancestor and the shaking light holy lord be involved as well? There were too many of these uncertainties, so Zishao did not give those words away. Just a quick note about his layout. So it is. Hearing Zishao's words, the shaking light holy lord sighed, worthy of being my senior brother. Even after arriving at the pseudo-spiritual domain, you are still a meat and potatoes man. It seems that now, senior brother, you should have already made a name for yourself in the spiritual domain, right? But you must be careful. Just like you said, there are living great emperors living in that spiritual domain. The greatness of the great emperors is unspeakable, and their means are even more difficult to understand. And if you are found out by your senior brother, oops, you are not allowed to go. Originally, the shaking light sacred lord was thinking of giving his own senior brother a reminder to be more careful, but it turned out that the more he talked, the more worried he became. It's really unfamiliar there. It wasn't like they could directly go over to help, in case something happened to their own junior brother, not to mention the other old ancestors. It was estimated that even the first ancestor with the best temper would slap him to death to vent his anger. In the face of the shaking light holy lord's concern, Zishao naturally wanted to stay as well. But no, the Green Emperor had said that there was an essential chance for him there. He had to get his hands on that chance before he could do so. If the future goal was to deal with the heavenly Tao, then his current goal was to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger would he be able to know what kind of dangers the master had. Qingdi had said that his master was in danger, so it was evident that that danger was not something that could be resolved simply. The first ancestor was hiding it and must have known about the dangers in there, so Zishao didn't ask too many questions. All he could do now was to make himself as strong as possible as soon as possible, strong enough to arm wrestle with any extremely powerful person. It's time to start liquidating. Chapter 205, Transition. The first ancestor also spoke slowly at this time. That's right. You don't have to rush back to the pseudo-spiritual domain site for now. I have to prepare for it. And I have to make sure that you're safe before I can do so. What's more, have you considered what you're going to do about the battle between the two domains? Hearing the first ancestor's inquiry, the shaking light Holy Lord also looked at Violet Sky with an expectant expression. The things that Zi Xiao said about what happened in the false spirit domain. It was obvious that Kuan-Wu Mountain or the other forces, all of them treated Zi Xiao as one of their own, even if they were hostile forces. Facing Zi Xiao, a demon so terrifying, he will also be invited out when it comes to the battle of the two domains. Naturally, the Shaking Light Sacred Land needed no introduction, and would definitely send out Zi Xiao as well. The leader of the younger generation on both sides is Purple Sky? Ha 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 ha. Fighting yourself and yourself? That would just be so much fun to watch. That was why the Shaking Light Holy Lord looked at Zi Xiao with such anticipation, wanting to hear what he had planned. At those words, Zi Xiao's expression also became serious. When the two of them, the first ancestor and the Shaking Light Sacred Lord, saw this expression on his face, they all looked at him with grave expressions, wanting to hear what he was planning to do. I only saw Zi Xiao slowly speak. Senior brother, first ancestor, I feel that I am going to come. Ha! Both the first ancestor and the Shaking Light Saint Lord all froze. They even doubted their own ears. What the hell is coming? That serious look on your face that says you're coming out. What's coming out? What the hell is coming out? The Shaking Light Holy Lord's gaze was somewhat appalled. Is his own little brother contaminated after a trip to the pseudo-spiritual domain? You can open this broken road? Then you can't open it to the two of us either. When Zi Xiao saw the expression on the Shaking Light Holy Lord's face, he knew that he wasn't holding back his farts and spoke without any good humor. My cultivation is about to be suppressed. That's why I need to go into seclusion to break through. I can't break through in the Holy Lord's hall, can I? Ah, so that's how it is. The Shaking Light Sacred Lord breathed a long sigh of relief. He almost thought that his own junior brother had been led astray by Lin Knight as well as abnormal people like Zui Yuanfei hugging his thighs every day. It turned out to be a breakthrough realm. Just now, he was even thinking about whether or not to sacrifice something for junior brother, but now it seemed that there was no need, thanks to the fact that Zi Xiao didn't know about this idea of his. Otherwise, at this moment, the Shaking Light Sacred Lord should have once again flown out backwards. Then you quickly go back to your Lingxiao palace. No, one ancestor, you go too. Ahem. One ancestor, request that you be tired to take the young master brother back to a Lingxiao palace. Chant. The Shaking Light Holy Lord didn't know if he had just been stimulated, but he directly gave an order to the first ancestor with a hard-on. However, after feeling the changes in the surrounding Dao rhythms, he immediately changed his face, and the main fight was one that could be bent. Go! The sleeves of the first ancestor lightly waved, and the two of them directly disappeared into the Holy Lord's hall. The Shaking Light Holy Lord looked at the location where the two had left and wiped the sweat from his forehead. So close, so close. Just now the idea of sacrificing for junior brother actually appeared in my heart. Even if it's a sacrifice, I can't sacrifice my dignity as a man. Can't we just let that apprentice of mine make a sacrifice? Blah blah blah. If I let her come, can that be called a sacrifice? That's simply a reward. No, you can't reward her. Forget it, don't think about it. I'd better make a trip to Chilean City and find a few instructors to stabilize my Dao heart. Recently, the Dao heart is unstable, and strange thoughts are always appearing. It's too wrong. The sanctuary was empty. Boom! As soon as Zi Xiao entered the Ling Xiao palace, a terrifying aura began to erupt from his body. Black runes surrounded him, and the ancient heavy pupils also manifested. Countless amounts of spiritual energy burst out from above his body. When the first ancestor saw this scene, his eyes, which were flowing with a haze of light, were also somewhat grave. He had never seen such a quality of aura before. If the quality of an ordinary person's aura was a piece of paper, then the quality of Zi Xiao's aura at this moment was a book. With such a quality of aura, if one wanted to break through the Emperor realm in the future, one couldn't say that it was completely hopeless. Could one only say that it was as difficult as climbing up to heaven? I'll go out and escort you. The first ancestor turned around and left after these words. Just like he said, he was able to see that the heavenly Dao was targeting Zi Xiao. And when is the easiest time to do it? Obviously it's when the realm is being broken through. Cultivators at this time generally did not have much ability to resist, because breaking through the realm required total concentration. Once there was a mistake, it would be a broken sea of qi and a loss of cultivation. After the first ancestor stepped out of the Ling Xiao palace, he casually waved his hand, and a large formation rose in place, wrapping the Ling Xiao palace in it, while at the same time looking towards the cloudless sky. If the heavenly Dao wanted to do it, he would use everything to block it. Even the extreme Dao Emperor soldier was in his hands. At this moment, Zishao in the Lingxiao Palace had already sat down cross-legged. The aura on his body was directly released. Buzz! The great Tao treasure vase emitted wisps of haze that wrapped him in it. The haze was the aura of the great Tao that was helping him break through the realm. Sanskrit sounds that sounded like immortal music also came out from the Lingxiao Palace. Boom boom boom. Along with the sound of a strong heartbeat, his chi was changing, and the chaotic chi covered the chi that. This is the proof of the transition realm. When one reaches the realm of the saints, connecting with the will of heaven and earth, and then opening up the sky and recasting the sea of chi. However, the one thing that differed from the others was that a stone door had appeared in Zizhao's chi. The stone door was like a gateway to the immortal realm, inscribed with the 4 sacred beasts of the ancient times, and gusts of auspicious chi gushed out from the cracks of the door. Auspicious breath? Is this the kind of stuff he's supposed to have? Zishao of course knows his own situation. He and what auspiciousness but 8 poles cannot be related not to mention that extremely bizarre burial heavenly skill, just his own physique, primordial heavenly demon body. Just by listening to the name, one could tell that this thing definitely didn't go well with auspiciousness, but it was on the contrary that this door appeared in his chi. In contrast, the black runes that surrounded his body were shimmering with an ebony light, runes that were capable of obliterating everything, and even the air appeared distorted. Zizhao's body was covered with black lines that were constantly spreading throughout his body. Rolls of black gas burst out. At this moment, a Sanskrit sound came from the stone gate in his chi. Heaven and earth are not benevolent. With everything as ruminants. Sages are not benevolent. With the people as ruminants. Between heaven and earth, it is like a bellows, void and unyielding, moving in the more out, many words and counting poor. Better to keep the center. The voice of the root of the Tao was continuously pouring into Zizhao's mind. This voice seems to be like the door of all the wonders. Each word is like a great road, ancient, deep and heavy. Along with the slit in the stone door opening slightly, a green shoot appeared inside. It was just like a wall crawler, constantly spreading on top of the stone door. Chapter 206, The Heavenly Tao Attacks. Zishao opened his eyes, and his heavy pupils saw that something seemed to have changed in the Lingxiao Palace. Flowers of the great Tao descended from the sky. Luan and Phoenix flew. Thousands of Rui Kai Tao, divine rainbows intertwined. Colorful, immortal aura shrouded the sky, and all kinds of auspicious light continuously flowed. It was as if the Lingxiao Hall was a true immortal hall at this moment. On both sides of the great hall, it was filled with people. Those people were shrouded in light and could not be seen, but from the breath that occasionally flowed out it was possible to discover that they were definitely unimaginably strong. Above the throne sat a man. Even though he couldn't see his face, Zishao was able to feel that it was clearly himself. Is this a reflection of the future? Or is it a vision? Zishao did not know what he saw in the end. Obviously the hall was empty except for him. If he said that these were all illusions, then this illusion was a little too real. At this moment, Zishao, who was seated on the throne, had 2 rays of light shooting out from his face, which was clouded with immortal aura. Who is here? One on top of the other. The 2 violet heavens crossed an unknown amount of space as well as time and looked at each other. And a moment later, the violet heavens sitting on top of the throne spoke. The tone of his voice was filled with exclamation. So it is like this. In that case, let me help me. After saying that, Zishao stood up. Boom! Accompanied by Zishao rising above the throne and the 3,000 great avenues bending their heads, the powerhouses within the great hall instantly bent their backs respectfully. Violet Sky slowly extended a hand. Accompanied by the sound of intertwining thunder and lightning, a strand of Tao rhythm seemed to be about to break through from that illusion. Click here for. Just at this time, the illusion appeared to crumble, and inexplicable forces were preventing the Violet Sky over there from letting that strand of Tao rhythm come out. However, it was obvious that the purple sky over there wasn't going to let up. With both hands pinching seals, the 5-colored sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, and the sea of bitterness churned above the clouds, the waves hitting the sky as if there were living beings roaring. Tai. Zishao gently spat out a word, and the roiling visions disappeared, and the wisp of Tao rhythm literally appeared from within the visions and flowed into the body of the present-day Zishao. It was at the moment when that Tao rhyme was integrated into the body. Suddenly, the Lingxiao Palace began to vibrate wildly, and the great Tao treasure bottles all began to shake with it. Boom! There were sounds of great collisions from the outside world, and countless streams of light were shooting towards this side of the Lingxiao Palace. At this moment, the first ancestor, holding an emperor's soldier, looked towards that sky. At some point, a crack appeared above the sky, and within that crack was a pair of scarlet eyes that were gazing at the sky and earth. The scarlet eyes contained all the negative emotions of the world within them. And if a cultivator with insufficient cultivation level were to look at them, it was estimated that their Tao heart would collapse and their body would explode. Playing God. The first ancestor spoke softly, and immediately afterward, he offered up his emperor's soldier. Boom! An ancient tower sank and floating into the air, flowing out a chaotic light. Gently trembling, the appearance of the ancient tower appeared to appear. The void collapsed, and heaven and earth shook. This was the extreme Tao emperor's soldier, manipulated by the greatness of an ancestor. And when it struck, the heavens and the earth were turned upside down. Terrifying Tao rhythms leaked out, and the void gave off a large explosion. This was an explosion caused by the intertwined collision of Tao rhymes. Those scarlet eyes actually showed a humanized surprise when they saw the ancient tower. And then a cloud floated out from the crack. It was a dark cloud, with blood-colored electric awnings vaguely intertwined within it. Zip zip zip. With a piercing clang, the cloud met the ancient tower. Boom! The moment the ancient tower collided with the cloud, a long river of time surfaced on it. Just a simple collision actually triggered a long river of time, visible the terror of its power. The powerhouses along the river of time were all watching. Who has drawn out the river of time? That ancient tower shakes the people? Ha 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 ha. The aura of the heavenly Tao. Sure enough, after many epochs, there are still people fighting against the heavenly Tao. Those who go against the heavens will eventually perish. They are just bringing shame on themselves. The discussion of the powerful people would not affect the battle here. And at this moment, the many elders as well as the old ancestors all rushed over. After all, everyone knew what the Ling Shao Palace was. It was the place where Zi Shao resided. Now that the violet sky could be considered the core of the shaking light Holy Land, how could it be left unattended when something happened here? This was still the elders stopping those ordinary disciples outside. Otherwise, this place would probably be filled with people in an instant. Seeing that the first ancestor was here, everyone was relieved, but when they saw the vision above the sky, they all froze. What is that thing? This is the same as the being that appeared during Junior Brother's sermon earlier. He's here again? Damn! What kind of enmity or grudge is it that's actually targeting my shaking light Holy Land like this? Simply looking for death. Even if we dump all our reserves, we must leave this bastard behind. The many old ancestors struck out together, their spiritual energy transforming into long dragons that struck the sky. With so many powerful people striking out at the same time, coupled with the fact that the first ancestor had struck out in front of them, this could make the many forces old ancestors wake up from their slumber. They were all looking on. What great powers were battling against each other? The fluctuation of this Tao rhythm was simply as if there were two great emperors of the world battling against each other. Scary as hell. Those ancient beings in the Forbidden Zone also gazed over, and after seeing the tower, they were first shocked, and then they saw the crack in the sky, and all of them fell into contemplation. And the aura coming out of that crack was really too familiar. It's so familiar that they're afraid to admit it. The heavenly Tao had selfishness. This was a fact that the most powerful understood. After all, if it wasn't so, they wouldn't have been reduced to such a state in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. But the heavenly Tao took a direct action, a thing that had not happened since ancient times. Generally the heavenly Tao made indirect strikes, such as changing the will of heaven and earth and reversing the 3,000 great paths, but it just hadn't made any direct strikes. Did the shaking light Holy Land violate a taboo? The sky rumbled, and above the earth, countless streams of light struck straight into the sky. At the same time, above the Tianji Holy Land, the Holy Lord Tianji and Old Man Tianji were also standing on top of the mountain watching this scene. The gazes of the two men were clearly tinged with a bit of hatred. It finally couldn't help itself. It's just damn. The heavenly Tao has selfishness. The great Tao is not allowed. The heavenly Tao wants to transcend. How can it be so simple? Let's see if it treats us as food, or if we treat it as a mat to become immortal. Make your move. Old man. We can't let it get to the destined one. As it should be. Please, Imperial Soldier. Yes. Accompanied by an order from Elder Tianji, the Holy Lord Tianji directly headed to their Tianji pavilion in search of the Imperial Soldier. The same was true for the people of the Tianxian Holy Land. Mou Xiang's icy cold beautiful eyes suddenly rejoiced after looking at the heavenly Tao. Is he back? I won't let go this time. Chapter 207, finally arriving at the transition. Boom! Within that crack in the sky, infinite greatness erupted, but it was all blocked by the ancient tower that stood horizontally in the air. This time the ancient beings in the crack seemed unable to come out of it. He was able to extend a hand earlier, but this time, he was only able to launch an attack through the crack. It was just like what Zixio had guessed, waiting for the day he became a saint. Connecting the will of heaven and earth, the heavenly Tao could then strike at him without fear. Now that it was merely a breakthrough to the transition realm, the heavenly Tao naturally couldn't go all out. But even so, the greatness that seemed to destroy the world made billions of cultivators tremble. And some people who didn't understand the truth were guessing if some ancient great power had revived. The Tao rhythms on the first ancestor's body erupted with blazing light. He's going to do it. only to see that under the manipulation of the first ancestor, the ancient pagoda exuded godless might as it rapidly zoomed through the air, its atmosphere majestic and imperial might flowing as it ruthlessly smashed over toward the crack. Ancient tower hid on top of the crack, and did not imagine the Big Bang, no horrible energy fluctuations, no earth-shattering sound, everything is as calm as water, like a piece of cloud gently floating over. Chaos light ripples out, but heaven and earth seem to have lost their sound at this moment, and everything became static. In a few moments, the nearby mountains all turned into flying ash, just like snowflakes melting. Silent, the long river of time flowed slowly, and among the stars of the universe, there seemed to be countless planets crumbling at this moment. Countless powerful people from ancient times were watching the battle, and the aftermath of the battle emanating from that battle shocked them in their hearts. All were wondering about the identity of the first ancestor. At the same time, Zishao in the Lingshao Palace was sitting in the center of the hall, with countless Tao rhythms surrounding him. Earlier that heavenly emperor like Zishao had given him a strand of Tao rhythm. That Tao rhyme was continuously knocking on the stone door within his body, seemingly wanting to open it completely. Boom boom boom. The stone door was slammed again and again, making a heartbeat-like sound, but it didn't budge, and if anything, the cracks in the door were getting wider and wider. Green shoots had covered the entire stone door. The vigorous vitality emanating from the top of the shoots continuously nourished the Qi. Click here. Right at this moment, there was a shocking change in Zizhao's Qi. The covering chaotic Qi began to rupture, as if it was opening up the sky, and the Qi became clearer and clearer. If any outsiders were to learn of this change, they would probably drop their jaws. This was the sign of the Sage Realm, where the Qi opened up heaven and earth, connecting with the will of heaven and earth. But Zishao was only in the transition realm, and under normal circumstances, his Qi should be covered in chaotic Qi, accompanied by thunder lingering in it. To reopen the sea of Qi before reaching sainthood is unheard of throughout the ages. Zishao carefully perceived the changes within his body, and he didn't know how long it had been, but the shoots grew stronger and stronger, and then they transformed into branches, extending in all directions. That vibrant vitality caused a radical change within the Qi, as if a small world was about to open up within the Qi. Boom! The Lingshao Palace was constantly shaking, and Zishao knew that there might have been a fight outside, but he wasn't the slightest bit distracted. After all, there was a first ancestor out there. This was why he had to choose to return to the Shaking Light Sacred Land to break the boundary. Home had always been a reassuring place. The Shaking Light Sanctuary was clearly his home. As long as he waited until the small world was completely diffused, he would be able to break through the realm. So even though his heart was anxious, he still had to endure. On the other hand, on the first ancestor's side, he was still fighting against that crack in the sky with his emperor's soldier. When, at this very moment, golden light erupted in the distance, a scroll slowly unfolds. The Tianji Holy Land has arrived. On top of that scroll, mountains, rivers, and cosmic stars were inscribed in Tao rhythms, clearly a large world. This was the extreme imperial soldier of the Tianji Holy Land. They had sacrificed their emperor's soldiers just to fight against the heavenly Tao together. Boom! The moment the two extreme Tao emperor armaments appeared, a tremendous roar resounded throughout the universe. The crack in the sky was constantly healing, and it was obvious that against the two forces, the beings in the crack simply couldn't do it if they didn't show themselves. But how easy is it to show up? If it was really that simple, I'm afraid that Zishao would have been erased by the heavenly Tao long ago. Ha 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 ha. What heavenly way? Come out and die. The Tianji Sacred Lord had also rushed to the Shaking Light Sacred Land, and he looked towards the sky with an arrogant face, not taking that so-called heavenly Tao seriously in the slightest. Of course, the one who fought with the extreme Tao Emperor soldier was their old ancestor. Not him, but that didn't delay him from being arrogant. The sky rumbled above, and the appearance of the two extreme Tao Emperor soldiers had caused the cracks to be receding. However, this scene of the Shaking Light Sacred Land joining forces with the Tianji Sacred Land was a scene that sent all the forces, large and small, into a state of panic. The appearance of the old ancestor and the extreme Tao Emperor soldier proved that these two holy lands were not simply a verbal covenant. Who would take the lead in this golden great world? And the moment it comes up, it's a thunderous force, directly using its own reserves to the heavenly Tao? Those monsters in the Forbidden Zone wouldn't dare go this crazy. Plus the recent wind reviews of the Shaking Light Holy Land and the mutated Tianji Holy Land. These two families joining forces, it would be an absolute nightmare for everyone. The Shaking Light Sacred Land and the Tianji Sacred Land didn't care what others were thinking. The people on both sides directly launched an attack on the sky at the same time. And those elders from the Shaking Light Holy Land even directly launched a large formation. In the meantime, in the middle of Red Training City, the Shaking Light Sacred Lord, who had had a good time, walked out of a restaurant with his pants up when he saw a scene that shocked him. What happened? In the distant sky, it was clearly his own extreme Tao imperial armament that was fighting against the Heavenly Dome, and the Tianji Holy Land had come to the rescue. What was he, the Holy Lord, doing at such a critical time? I'll be damned. The shaking light Holy Lord gritted his teeth and made a gesture to leave, but it seemed that he suddenly thought of something, turned around and walked into the restaurant, and spoke seriously to that boss. Let Xiao Chui and Xiao Hong have a good rest in rest. After all, I'm overly strong. This is the spirit stones for them. After saying that, the shaking light sacred lord disappeared into the restaurant as a stream of light. Boom boom boom. Zi Xiao, who was in the Ling Xiao palace, his heartbeat was getting louder and louder, and the small world within his chi si had opened up successfully. He broke the boundaries. Boom! Powerful cultivation burst out from his body, and the entire hall shone with auspicious light. Zi Xiao looked towards the throne at the very front. He had remembered the visions from before. Your future self becomes a heavenly emperor? Is this also a future mapping? The Tianji mirror or the drop of black blood, including the message sent out by the Qing emperor. It seemed he already knew several versions of what was to come. Exactly what version is right and what is wrong, he does not understand. He only knows that he is standing in the middle of the Lingxiao Palace at the moment. Chapter 208, The Lower Three Roads. While Zi Xiao was breaking the boundary, the two extreme Tao Emperor soldiers in the outside world had already beaten the crack in the sky back, just one final step away from being able to heal it completely. Just at this time, a bell sounded from the distance. The sound of that bell was accompanied by godless might, carrying an ancient and heavy aura that assaulted the sky. Boom! The bell became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The crack in the sky healed completely. The first ancestor looked his gaze into the distance, and with his cultivation level, he was naturally able to see that there was a woman who looked like a snow lotus on an iceberg in the far reaches of the sky. There was an ancient bell behind her. That was the extreme Tao Emperor soldier. TSK, TSK, TSK. The Holy Lord Tianji naturally noticed this scene as well, and that woman was familiar to him. Mou Xiang? You actually disregarded the sect and directly sacrificed the extreme Tao Emperor soldier? It seems like the control of this heavenly Tao is weakening. Well, Elder Tianji, who was on the side, slowly nodded his head. The control of the heavenly Tao is weakening, which proves the rise of the destined one. It's estimated that it won't be long before those means left behind by the heavenly Tao will fail one by one, and at that time, we'll have to start clearing the air. When he said the word liquidation, old man Tianji's face was filled with hatred. If an outsider were to see this look on his face, he would probably be shocked. The old man Tianji who practiced the diffractive sky art was naturally joyless and sad, and would definitely not experience too much emotional fluctuation on a regular basis. But now, his face twisted as if he wanted to exterminate everyone. That's some real hate there. I don't know who in this world could make Elder Tianji so hateful. Seeing the change in his own elders, the Heavenly Chi Holy Lord didn't say anything more. He knew the most about what was going on here. Naturally, he knew why Elder Tianji had such an expression. Just as he wanted to comfort the other party for a few moments, he suddenly saw an interesting scene. His old acquaintance, that shaking light sacred lord, was coming this way with his pants up at the moment. Ha 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 ha, what is he doing? At such a critical moment, this one who is the Holy Lord actually ran out. Let me do the math. Tianji old man pinched his fingers, then cried and laughed as he opened his mouth. This kid, at this time of the year actually goes to that kind of windy place. Alas, going back is estimated to be less than a beating. The Tianji Holy Lord was puzzled. Old ancestor, could it be that everyone in the Shaking Light Holy Land has also mastered the diffractive heaven technique? Aside from you, how could they possibly know where that brat went? And just at this time, Elder Tianji smiled faintly. They naturally won't be able to master the diffractive heaven technique, and even if they did, they wouldn't be as proficient as me, so they don't know what that kid actually did. But it doesn't matter. I'll tell them. Ha! The Holy Lord of Tianji's mouth opened wide out of surprise. Is his own ancestor so naughty now? For what? He had a grudge against the Shaking Light Sacred Lord. If he told those people, would the Shaking Light Sacred Lord not be skinned down? The Shaking Light Holy Lord was relieved to see that the battle had ended. Immediately after that, Ghostly made his way towards the location of the Holy Lord's hall. He was going to make it look like he had just closed his eyes. In that case, others wouldn't know what he was doing, right? Boom! After casually opening the door to the Holy Lord's hall, the Holy Lord ducked inside. Basically in the next second, a group of elders rushed towards the Holy Lord's hall. Holy Lord, come out of there. What are you doing? Speak. If you're capable of going to that fireworks place, come out if you can. A crowd of siblings yelled from the doorway. Rumble. The gate slowly opened, and the Shaking Light Holy Lord walked out from inside, his body flowing with Tao rhythms, as if he had just broken through the realm. With a face full of seriousness, he looked at those core elders around him. Senior brothers, senior sisters, what happened? I've been in seclusion just now. I don't know what's happening here. Can anyone enlighten me? Ha! One of the elders sneered twice. It's about time you shut down. Pretending to be quite a bit. What a thing to say. The shaking light sacred lord's tone carried a bit of harshness in it. I also just felt a feeling of wanting to make a breakthrough. That's why I closed the door. I'm your senior brother, and you still don't trust me. I believe your sister. Brothers beat him up. A group of elders rushed up in a swarm, not giving the shaking light holy lord a chance to explain it all. Monkey steals peach. The gods pick grapes. Severed foot. Come with me and break the root of this bastard's evil. The elders blocked the shaking light holy lord in a corner as a roundup. They had just received a transmission from the first ancestor. His own holy lord was actually going to that windswept place at this time. I'm sure he's been too lax in his discipline on a regular basis, so the kid doesn't know what's wrong with him. How can I relieve my anger without beating him up? Elders do not move then already. A move is to light the lower three greetings. Spare the light of the holy lord has a golden light protection body. Is also hit by the hand's cover file. The first ancestor outside the Ling Shao Palace saw this scene and smiled in relief. The first moment he received the voice transmission from Elder Tianji just now, he told those core elders to give the shaking light sacred lord a good lesson. Now they're teaching classes. And they're teaching key knowledge. This made the first ancestor very satisfied. This was the way to treat the shaking light sacred lord. After all, he had ordered himself to come before, so how could he not retaliate back? Boom! Just as the first ancestor watched the shaking light sacred lord being educated and was secretly happy, the door to the Ling Shao Palace opened. Zixiao walked out from inside. At this moment, because of the opening of the small world within his body, it allowed him to break through the realm while directly arriving at the middle stage of the ferrying realm. You can see how deep he is. The first ancestor is such a person. Naturally he could see the realm of Zixiao. His tone was filled with a bit of relief. Thick and thin. It should be like this. This great world struggle. You're already a big step ahead of your peers. This golden world. You're bound to be able to witness the Tao. In the face of the first ancestor's praise, Zixiao shook his head. This is still a lot short of what is needed to deal with that thing in the sky. With the current cultivation level, it's not enough. The first ancestor naturally knew that Zixiao was talking about the heavenly Tao. Want to go against the sky? And how can that be so easy? Chaotic ancient times of that great emperor. How amazing talent. To the end, not also the same as a failure? Even if he hurt the heavenly Tao. So what? Instead, he simply sat down due to the Tao injuries left by the battle. Tendo is alive and well today. The way of heaven is selfish and the great way is not allowed. But the great way has gone wrong and is not able to set the heavenly way right. One can only rely on these cultivators to keep going against the heavens in order to obtain a ray of hope. Chapter 209, The Contest Between the Two. No matter what kind of enemy you face, I, the shaking light holy land, will stand behind you. One ancestor's tone was cloudy though, but one must realize how great a determination it was to pull in the entire holy land to fight against the heavenly Tao. If one failed, the shaking light holy land's legacy of many epics would vanish into thin air. And that was the path of 9 deaths. Zixiao was touched inwardly, but didn't say anything. With such a favor, no matter what words were spoken, they were all slightly pale, and all he could do was to make himself stronger and stronger, thus preserving the shaking light holy land, not letting that image of the future come up. Judging by the Green Emperor's words, he must have lost a lot in the future. Since the future hadn't happened yet, he just needed to get stronger fast and become stronger than the original trajectory. If great emperors were not enough, then heavenly emperors. If heavenly emperors were not enough, then immortal emperors. Even if he became the villain behind the devouring of the universes of the heavens, he would still protect these most important people. Looking at the overwhelmingly gorgeous Izu in front of him, Zixiao actually had a sentence that he didn't know whether to ask out or not. He had always been curious about whether his own first ancestor was a male or a female. The figure had been wrapped in Tao rhythms, and although it was possible to feel its overwhelming splendor, it was completely unaware of male or female, and even its voice was condensed in Tao rhythms. The first ancestor watched as this disciple in front of him kept sizing himself up. The look in his eyes sent a shiver down his spine. Izu, young master. Just as Zixiao was about to open his mouth, the voices of the crowd suddenly came from the distance. Turning his head to look, he didn't know when. All the people were rushing towards this place. Senior sister Lu, senior brother Lu, and so on. A group of core elders had all come. In the middle of them is a pig's head. Seeing that person's figure, Zixiao was first stunned before reacting. Isn't this the shaking light holy lord? What crime has been committed again? To be ravaged like this? In the middle of his thoughts, the crowd had arrived in front of him. As soon as the shaking light holy lord arrived in front of him, He sat down in front of Zi Xiao and reached out to hug his thigh, but was avoided in disgust. Not hugging the thigh caused the shaking light holy lord to freeze, but quickly reacted and wailed. Junior brother, you have to make a decision for me. These senior brothers and sisters of yours, they're not human. They have no humanity. Look, as the eldest senior brother, I've been bullied by them, so I guess you didn't even recognize me. That's why you're hiding away, right? Looking at the shaking light holy lord's hopeful eyes, Zi Xiao shook his head and spoke indifferently. Senior brother, I just know it's you. That's why I dodged. Don't rub blood all over me. I still have to wash my clothes. It's too much of a hassle. Ha! Shaking light sacred lord cried a pear blossom with rain. Hearing this unforgiving words of Zi Xiao, first froze, and then cried even louder. Is there still heavenly justice? Are there still patriarchal rules? Is there still human morality? You did this to me? Just as the shaking light holy lord was crying out in this aggrieved manner, the first ancestor on the side took a step forward and coldly grunted. Shut up! Roll up! Yes, if it was someone else, the shaking light holy lord would definitely play a rogue. But facing a first ancestor, especially one with such a tone, he truly didn't dare. He hurriedly climbed up from the ground, and even as he did so, he kept sniffling, plus he was disheveled and constantly covering his crotch, as if he had been bullied. Those core elders didn't care how the shaking light holy lord was doing. They all surrounded Zi Xiao with a brain full of excitement. He opened his mouth to him. Junior brother, you've even crossed the threshold. I've been so incompetent as a senior brother. Junior brother, congratulations. Transitioning ha 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 ha. My shaking light holy land is going to prosper greatly. The group of brothers and sisters surrounded Zi Xiao and sized him up. Without the slightest bit of jealousy in their eyes, they were all completely happy for him. The shaking light sacred lord stared at this scene dumbfounded. He's been given up, right? So love goes away, right? Alright, he's only just broken through the realm. Let him stabilize his cultivation. Don't disturb him. Seeing that the crowd was so concerned about Zi Xiao, the first ancestor quickly spoke out to stop it. On this side of the Ling Xiao Palace, there was laughter and laughter, but on the other side, within the martial arts training ground, the atmosphere was solemn. Zui Yuanfei as well as Lin Knight stood opposite each other's eyes looking at the other carried a strong battle intent. The aura of the supreme bone as well as the sacred body spread throughout the entire field, which caused many of the disciples who were still practicing to immediately back away. They didn't want to be caught in the middle of the battle. After all, whether it's Zui Yuanfei or Lin Knight, the performance of the two of them in the sect competition before was simply able to make people's eyes drop in amazement. If it wasn't for the fact that their junior master was simply too heaven-defying, the light of these two alone would be able to blind everyone. At this moment, Zui Yuanfei, with a serious face, opened his mouth. Lin Knight, this is the shaking light sacred ground, so hurry up and get your ass back to your sacred ground, and don't pester junior master anymore, or else I won't be blamed for my harsh hand. Ha! Lin Knight sneered. You're the one who should leave, right? Eldest brother, he didn't even tell me to leave. What gives you the right? Not to mention how long I've been acquainted with eldest brother. Although there was a misunderstanding in the middle, I'd rather give this life of mine to eldest brother to make amends. What do you, Zui Yuanfei, count as? Misunderstanding? Simply ridiculous. At that time, eldest brother was forced by you to leave the sect. How aggrieved he should be. Your life to pay for it. Is your life worth that much? I've already told you to leave. If you don't blame me for showing no mercy. Do I need you to show mercy? A holy body is just a holy body, and you want to show off? Then let me learn about your supreme bones treasure art. The two of them glanced at each other, and immediately afterward, with a loud boom, they directly collided together. The golden chi and blood of the holy body rushed straight into the sky, and the entire person was bathed in golden flames, just like a god of war, and the supreme bone was not afraid at all. That born supreme's aura pressed horizontally across the scene. White shimmering light spread across Lin Knight's entire body, and the ancient fierce beast's treasure technique was cast out by him. Boom boom boom. The two of them were instantly at war. The reason why they chose to fight today was entirely because their hearts were annoyed, and after the sky cracked open that slit earlier, the two felt as if there was something strange in their hearts in general. It was clear that the beings in that crack were enemies of Zi Xiao. They actually developed a sense of intimacy. This was simply unacceptable to them. And it was because of this that the two came to the martial arts training hall to fight at the drop of a hat. Both for the guilt in my heart and for the man. The saint body was invincible in the world. The supreme bone pressed across the heavens. The two top physiques didn't have the slightest reservation at this moment, and all of them tilted their spiritual power at each other's bodies. Those who didn't know thought that these two were some kind of life and death enemies. Plus they left him in one bite while they were fighting. This caused the disciples to rise a few more times to eat their hearts out, wondering who exactly he was that they were talking about. Chapter 210 Zui Yuan Fei. At this moment, the phaseless Holy Land, which was also a top 10 Holy Land, chose to seal the mountain today. Many Buddhas gathered within the Mahamudra. That lofty head of the phaseless Holy Lord as well as the Buddha Sun duo used a piece of cloth to cover their heads. All that time had passed, and the large bags on their heads didn't seem to show the slightest sign of fading. In fact, under normal circumstances, although that magic treasure of Yen Lingers was able to durably leave a mark on a person's body, it didn't last that long. The reason why they were like this now was entirely because of the time the two of them, the Shaking Light Saint Lord and the Tianji Saint Lord, had beaten them up earlier. Zishao used burial intent to leave the loftiness on that head, and the Shaking Light Holy Lord also used her own spiritual power to consolidate it. It's not very hurtful. It's extremely insulting. The phaseless Holy Lord searched for the law of the lawless, but just couldn't solve the problem on his head, and he couldn't even solve it, let alone the Buddha's son. The duo was only able to cover their heads with a piece of bandana so that they could still cover up a bit. Zishao has returned. You guys should know about this, right? Well, the ancient Buddha had said that Zishao had traveled to the spirit domain. Damn it, he actually managed to come back alive. The Shaking Light Sacred Land must have some kind of secret in existence. Now that Shaking Light first ancestor has stood up against the heavenly Tao in a bright and honorable manner, coupled with Zishao's safe return from the spirit realm, it would be strange if there were no secrets. Those who go against the heavens will eventually perish. If we want to obtain the fortune and merit, we must follow the heavens and slaughter those despicable villains. Amitabha. While the Buddhas were in the midst of a heated discussion, the Sacred Lord of No Phases clasped his hands together and recited the Buddha's name. The Sacred Lord of the Sacred Land of Kaiyang has already approached me, and he's on our side as well. So since that Zishao has come back, our plans are about to begin. Regardless of whether he will still go to the spirit domain afterward or stay here, as long as we find an opportunity, even if we set off an immortal battle, we will still have to kill this titillator. Good. Hearing the words of the phaseless Saint Lord, the Buddhas nodded. Now all the variables were in Zishao's body, whether it was the Shaking Light Holy Land or the Tianji Holy Land. The anomalies that had appeared were all because of this variable. If the variables were not removed, they would inevitably be hamstrung all the time. So if they wanted to make a move against those two Holy Lands, they would have to move the variables first. This time, the ancient Buddha himself came down, and he still didn't believe that he couldn't handle a young cultivator. Central State, Everlasting Willow Family. At this moment, Lu Chang'e was within a cave, looking at the being in front of him that resembled a dry corpse. Oh, you really got this out of your system? Lu Chang'e looked at the ball of light in his hand with a bit of excitement in his tone. This ball of light was the very system he had been given, and now it was being pumped out by the dry as dust figure in front of him. Nature. The dry corpse spoke hoarsely. This is a fragment of the great Tao. As long as you know the method, you can naturally draw it out. Lu Chang'e's eyes narrowed lightly as he looked at the light mass in front of him. A moment later, he opened his mouth and said, "System, you're interesting. You've been in my body, letting me devour the Son of Heaven's destiny, so you can take advantage of the opportunity to recover your power. What's next? What are you going to do? Is it to refine me as well to fulfill you?" The light mass didn't speak, but it shook violently, not knowing whether it was in fear or anger. That Zishao is so strong, yet you say that he is not the Son of Heaven's destiny. If you can't even find that out, it's useless if I want you. Lu Chang'e shook his head, and immediately afterward, the demonic aura on his body burst out, devouring that light mass directly. As the light mass was devoured, the aura on Lu Chang'e's body grew stronger. When the dryad saw this scene, there was a hint of inexplicable meaning inside his eyes that had lost their luster. I don't know how long it took before Lu Chang'e opened his eyes and looked at the dry corpse in front of him and spoke with interest. You said that you had been in the land of buried immortals before? It was only after Zishao entered that the aura from him triggered your slumber and you came to your senses. Why is the aura on Zishao able to draw it out? After pondering for a moment, the dry corpse explained. That Zishao, like you, is burdened with demonic power, and with my physique, I have a very keen sense of this demonic power, which means that even if it was you who entered the buried immortals land that day, I would have been awake as a result. Not that Zishao couldn't be. Yes? Lu Chang'e nodded, then carefully examined the dried corpse in front of him. A sacred body is a sacred body. Even though it has been depleted to such an extent, it's actually still able to live. But how am I going to believe that you're Zui Yuan Fei? If someone from the Shaking Light Holy Land was here, they would probably be shocked. Zui Yuan Fei has clearly been in their Holy Land and never went out. How can this dry body in front of him be Zui Yuan Fei? Ha! The dryad laughed mockingly. Since you can tell that I'm a sacred body, why would you not believe my words? The truly powerful never believe in reincarnation. Lu Changa's tone was tinged with a bit of arrogance. Although I haven't grown to that realm of a supreme powerhouse, but as an heir of the eternal life family, I naturally know those hidden secrets very well. There is no reincarnation in this world, and since there is no reincarnation, something like traveling through time, do you really think I would believe that? Upon hearing this, the face of the dryad seemed a bit reminiscent. It's true that the truly strong never believe in reincarnation. It's true that reincarnation naturally doesn't exist, but it's not impossible to do such things as traveling through time. It's just that you have to pay a big price. What kind of strong person do you think I was before traveling through time? After coming here, I was only able to lie dormant in the land of buried immortals. Not to mention awakening, my divine soul was completely shattered, and my body turned into this appearance. If it wasn't for the faith that has been supporting me, I'm afraid that I would have died long ago. Spare me. This heaven and earth won't allow Tu Zui Yuan Fei to appear, so I guess it won't be long before I die. Speaking of the word death, the face of the dryad did not have the slightest fear, but instead carried a few hints of mockery and relaxation. Death may be the real relief for him. You want to take revenge on Zi Xiao, and I want to take revenge on Zi Xiao, but are you so sure that Zi Xiao will come to the central state? He'll be back. The dryad's tone carried an unquestionable and a hint of imperceptible heat. Zhangzhou is where he turned, and given his character, this is where he'll definitely come, and when that time comes, we'll join forces and kill him. Good. Lu Changda nodded. Having suffered defeat after defeat on the side of the violet heavens, this if he wasn't able to get the scene back, his path to invincibility would no longer be perfect. Devouring the system was only the first step. The second step was to devour Zixiao and see what kind of secrets he had. And the dried up corpse in front of me. Zui Yuan Fei. Chapter 211, The Old Man of Qilian City. Qilian City. This place had now been taken over by the Shaking Light Sacred Land, so the disciples guarding the gate were all from the Shaking Light Sacred Land. Seeing the Shaking Light Holy Lord bring over violet sky, the faces of several disciples were filled with scorching heat. Junior Master, you're here. All of these disciples had likewise been favored by Zi Xiao, but they had been dispatched to Qilian City only to hear that their own Junior Master had returned, but they had not seen it at all. However, he did not expect that on this day, Zi Xiao would actually come here directly. How could they not be excited? Ahem. Cough cough cough. The Shaking Light Saint Lord's voice was about to cough, and it was only when the few disciples on the side finally saw their own Saint Lord that they hurriedly saluted. Holy Lord. Well, the Shaking Light Holy Lord nodded. Have any suspicious people come here these days? Several disciples glanced at each other and inwardly said, now the most suspicious one is you, Holy Lord. You often come to Qilian City and leave with your pants up afterwards. You seem to have gone to all the flirtatious places in the entire city, right? Don't you know who's the most suspicious? You're still pretending to ask us. I'm asking you guys. Have you found anyone suspicious? Right at this moment, the disciple subconsciously reached out and pointed at the Shaking Light Holy Lord. This action caused him to freeze, and after feeling the eyes full of deep meaning of that Zi Xiao on the side, the Shaking Light Holy Lord hurriedly said angrily, listen to what I said properly? Did you guys not hear me clearly and want to be punished? I repeat, the question is whether there are any suspicious people. The disciples didn't say anything. Forced by the Sacred Lord's obscene authority, they lowered their hands, but their eyes were still fixed on him in death. Seeing this scene, how could the Shaking Light Holy Lord dare to stay any longer? Otherwise, as the eldest senior brother, wouldn't his reputation be ruined? Let's go. Junior brother, it seems that there are no suspicious people, and you can feel free to take over this city. After saying that, the Shaking Light Sacred Lord did not give the several disciples a chance to speak again, and directly dragged Zi Xiao into Qilian City. After entering Qilian City, Zi Xiao realized that there were no changes within the city. Thought so. The Forbidden Net clan had turned this side into a neutral city while watching over this place, but the Shaking Light Holy Land was not in any way weaker than that Forbidden clan, and it also belonged to the Holy Land of Cultivation, which added to the sense of security. Therefore, the bustle of the city did not diminish in the slightest, but instead added a few more points of prosperity. As they passed by that piece of wind and moon place, a few of the stewards stood outside the door, and when they saw the arrival of the Shaking Light Sacred Lord, they immediately shouted out, Holy Lord, you're coming to us today? It's only right to come to us. Xiao Chui and Xiao Hong have missed you. Shut up all of you. It's time for the Holy Lord to come to us today. The Shaking Light Sacred Lord turned his head and pretended that nothing had happened, even though his skin was thicker than a city wall. In front of Zi Xiao, revealing this humiliating scene, he was still a bit unable to hang on to his face. It was at this time that one of the stewards came forward directly. Holy Lord, come to me today? Ha! Seeing that his path was blocked, the Shaking Light Holy Lord spoke with a majestic face. Who are you? And what is your place there? Ha! Shaking light holy lord, this lifting up the autumn pants and disowning the appearance instead let that stewards froze. You didn't say this before. Could it be that there's someone else beside you? So you're pretending to be reserved? The stewards also noticed Zi Xiao. Their Wind and Moon place was only recently opened in Qilian City, so they were not too familiar with Zi Xiao. Looking at his flashy attire, he should be a core disciple of the Shaking Light Holy Land. By the way, in front of the disciples, as the Shaking Light Holy Lord was bound to be reserved. Thinking of this, the steward's brows smiled. This gentleman, why don't you also come to my Bright Moon building together? Recently, my Bright Moon building is filled with cultivators of your generation, so I think you should have the opportunity to discuss the Tao. What? The Shaking Light Sacred Lord's pupils tightened as he heard the steward say that new people had come to the building, and they were also female cultivators of the younger generation. Oops, how does that make me feel? A hint of hidden anxiety flashed in the eyes of the Shaking Light Holy Lord. If Zixiao wasn't here, he would have definitely gone straight in without hesitation. Hearing this from the steward, Zixiao smiled and said, I don't need to, just arrange for our Holy Lord. Gongzi, really, the female cultivator coming from our side is both talented and beautiful. Absolutely, Duke. Just as the steward was about to say something else, a middle-aged man saw Zixiao and came forward in surprise. The visitor was none other than Old Money. It was the same steward Qian who had brought the gifts of Ruyu and the witch to Zixiao. The first moment he saw Zixiao, he came forward. Seeing her old friend once again, Zixiao also brightened up. Yo, Old Qian, you're still here? At those words, Old Money also laughed bitterly. He had been inexplicably relieved of his anger by his own palace master earlier, and he didn't know what had happened to his own palace master in the Shaking Light Holy Land, and as soon as he came back, he was in a thunderous rage. Although Ruyu was given the position of the Holy Maiden, she was also imprisoned at the Sivan Cliff for a period of time. He, the steward, was even served with a big punishment, almost took off half a layer of skin. If not for the recent good mood of the Lord Palace Master, who released him, this old life of his own would not be accounted for in it. Oh my lord, you don't know, I've had too hard a time. Old Money had an aggravated look on his face. Zixiao also froze when he saw this scene. He guessed that it must be the things he did that made the witch relent to Old Qian's body. With that, he also spoke with some apologies. Old Qian, I'm to blame for this. I don't blame you, my lord, but this time you have come to take over Qilian City. Hearing Zixiao's words, Old Qian was all excited. Really? Of course it's true. Having been reaffirmed by Zixiao, Old Money became even more excited. He had always been dispatched here by the Heavenly Demon Palace to run this place of wind and moon, but now that Qilian City was under the banner of the Shaking Light Sacred Ground after all, there were some things that were troublesome, but it would be different if there was a backer in the form of Zixiao. Zixiao is the city lord? Then wouldn't he, Old Money, be able to walk sideways? Gongzi, today it's just right for you to come over. Why don't you go to the old slave's place to have some fun? Hearing Old Qian's invitation, before Zixiao could say anything, the Shaking Light Holy Lord on the side started winking at him. So young master is a fellow traveler. So what's left to disguise? Play it up. Junior brother is the city lord, and he himself is the Holy Lord. When the two swords are combined, they are bound to be invincible. What can the rest of the division do to him? In the future, you won't be able to take off in Qilian City. The Shaking Light Holy Lord seemed to have seen a bright life ahead of him. Zixiao saw Shaking Light Holy Lord's lascivious smile. How could he not know what he was thinking? And spoke quietly, Senior brother, you're drooling. Ha! Chapter 212, The Witch is coming for nothing again. The Shaking Light Holy Lord hastily wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Out of order. So out of shape. How can you drool at the thought of it? Junior brother is a person who wants to face. Not able to say anything in front of outsiders about joining together in the future to stroll around the land of the moon and wind. Thinking of this, the Shaking Light Sacred Lord had a serious face. Junior brother, taking over as city lord is not urgent. We can think long and hard. Why don't you go and meet up with your deceased first, and wait until the end of the day? Then we'll go and take care of this matter. And the Shaking Light Sacred Lord turned his head to look at the group of warblers and swallows. Unable to hide the smile in his eyes, I'll go observe as well, to see if there are any hidden dangers within this city. Sifu, Zixiao snickered. Then I have to thank you, senior brother, for feeding the tiger with your body and personally going to investigate the crisis? What words? The Shaking Light Holy Lord had a righteous look on his face. Who will go to hell if I don't? You can't afford to miss out on anything. So naturally, the dangerous job should be left to your senior brother. This is a testimony of senior brother's love for senior brother, and it is also senior brother's obligation. Seeing this impatient appearance of the Shaking Light Holy Lord, Zixiao didn't want to disturb his good deed. so he spoke up and said, "Then it will be a hard day's work. Senior brother, it's not hard work, it's all for our Shaking Light Holy Land." After the Shaking Light Holy Lord sighed, he walked towards the place of the wind and moon with a sad expression, and as he did so, he roared, "I want to fight 10 of them, my lord." Just as Old Money was about to say something else, he suddenly paused. An odd look appeared on his face as well. He received a transmission. It was from his own palace master, and the transmission was only one sentence: "Get that little over here." Old Xian, who heard these words, suddenly didn't want Zishao to travel to his family's Qingfeng building. After all, the palace master's methods were just too terrifying. In case the purple sky male seeing Old Xian's ever-changing expression, Zishao naturally knew that he had received a voice transmission. But at this moment, he was not the least bit afraid. Instead, he teased, "Old Xian, what? You've gotten older? The expression on your face is still twisted up?" At these words, the Old Money was full of embarrassment, gritted his teeth, and spoke, "My lord, the old slave thinks that you are still. Just go to the Clear Wind House." Zishao has now made a heck of a name for himself, and Old Money doesn't think that Zishao is a cutie. Since it wasn't a cutie, that must have seen it too. He received a transmission, knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain. Old Money couldn't understand this wave of manipulation by Purple Sky at all. Zishao, however, shook her head slightly and said with a smile on her face, "I haven't even been here for a long time, so naturally I have to go to your Qingfeng building to have a look. Don't worry, the spirit stones won't be less for you, Duke. Actually, there is no need for words, lead the way ahead." Without giving Old Qian a chance to persuade him further, Zishao directly interrupted the other party. After all, the Old Money must have been implicated by himself before, and this matter should be resolved sooner or later, so choose the day. So let's resolve it today. Seeing that persuasion is fruitless, the Old Money will not say more. The big deal is that when the time comes, he will help plead for mercy. Thinking of this, Old Xian directly led Zishao to the Qingfeng building. This area of the city was where the wind and moon places were concentrated, so the two of them didn't have to walk far before they saw the familiar pavilion, exactly the same as before. The two of them walked towards the interior of the Qingfeng building, and several maids bowed in welcome to the two of them. Upon seeing Zishao, the new arrivals were shocked and shy because of Zishao's face, while the other old men were bursting with joy. When Zishao came to Qingfeng House before, it was a big dog. "It's a generous offer," casually pouring a cup of tea, "that have spirit stone reward, not to mention needing legs. That spirit stone can get soft. Prince Zishao, you're here." A few maids winkingly looked at Zishao. They were all maids who had served Zishao before, and now that Ruyu, who had competed with them, was not there. Did they have a chance? Zishao's reputation was outside the Shaking Light Sacred Grounds Junior Master, the number one person in the younger generation, plus being generous and generous. What woman wouldn't like a man like that? Hearing the word Zishao, even the new maidservant was filled with shock, not thinking that this junior master of the Shaking Light Sacred Ground, who had been rumored outside, would actually come to them one day. Moreover, when Zishao had spent money at Qingfeng House before, that reputation for generosity had already made itself known to them. It would be simply great if there were more people like this, but there was only one such person at the moment. Zishao. Entering the Qingfeng building, Zishao saw a familiar silhouette, not those maids, but that Qiu Zijian of the Imperial Sword Dynasty, who had let himself be pressed down and rubbed on the ground before. And now this? As Zishao looked at Qiu Zijian, the latter also returned his gaze at the same time. Qiu Zijian, who saw Zishao again, his eyes dodged a little, and now the two of them, or from the beginning, the two of them are not on the same level. Cultivation, talent, background, no matter what aspect was crushed by the other party. The Imperial Sword Dynasty had to merge with several major dynasties to be able to resist the Holy Land, and only just that. Qiu Zijian turned around and left without the slightest intention of staying. His friends aside, who still didn't know why he was like this, asked him and he didn't say anything, and headed for his room with a dark look on his face. Although he knew that he was not a match for Zishao, he had always had a grudge against taking away Ruyu. On the contrary, Zishao did not want to go for it in the slightest. After all, the difference between the two was just too much, not to mention Zishao. Even if it was Zui Yu and Fei Lin Knight and the others, against Qiu Zijian, it would be a crushing defeat. "Sir, please follow me." Old Qian gave Zishao a self-seeking look and then led him to the room that outsiders were forbidden to enter. The witch is waiting for Zishao in the middle of that room. Squeaky, accompanied by the door of the room being pushed open. Old Qian didn't even have the intention to look inside, directly hiding in the doorway, somewhat trembling as he spoke. "Your Excellency, there are some people waiting for you here, so the old slave will leave first." Well, Zishao nodded and without the slightest hesitation, directly walked in towards that room. Boo! After closing the door of the room behind him, Zishao Kai began to survey the room. What came into the eyes? That was the magical girl in red. At this moment the magical girl was lying on her side on top of the bed, that scourge of the country's face, with a few smiles. Red gauze skirt casually scattered on the body. That is like the bright moon general skin, hidden in the eyes. The temptation can be said to pull full. Combined with the dark scent in the middle of the room, the scene in front of you will definitely make your blood run cold. However, Zixiao's expression was unusually bland, and he directly walked over to a chair and sat down, crossing his legs and surveying the spring light in front of him.